Year 1, the crisis era. Everything leads to this conclusion. Physics has never existed and will never exist in the future. Lin Chen gazed at the text message sent by Ding Yi, his eyes flickering as he inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, akin to the feeling of a long-awaited resolution. He contemplated voicing his thoughts, but soon realized that, at this very moment, he was likely under the surveillance of the GZ. With a soft chuckle, he shook his head and replied, "What is this?" Ding Yi's response came swiftly, as if she had grasped a lifeline. "What are your thoughts on this statement?" Lin Chen, thoughts? My perspective is that your ability to secure funding in physics has significantly improved. You are now more adept at conjuring illusions than I, an archaeologist. Ding Yi, no, this is not merely a trivial trick. If it were, the cost would be far too great. Lin Chen, all right, then what is it? Ding Yi, Yangdong's suicide note. Lin Chen, Ding Yi, I recall that you had once cast a divination regarding my relationship with her. The hexagram was not favorable, suggesting that we would ultimately part ways. Yangdong had dismissed this as nonsense, yet has now come pass. Lin Chen, come a pass? How so? Because physics does not exist? Ding Yi, precisely. Lin Chen, so Yangdong? Ding Yi, she left this message before taking her own life. Lin Chen, are you all right? Ding Yi, all right? I am far from it. The beliefs I have held for years have lost their significance, and my beloved has taken her life. Because of this, do you think I would be well? Lin Chen, my condolences. Is there anything I can do for you? Ding Yi, help me cast another divination. Lin Chen, what shall I divine? Ding Yi, whether or not physics truly exists. Lin Chen paused for a moment, taken aback by the request. A scientist asking a metaphysician, does physics exist? In another context, one would certainly deem both individuals to be mad. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen replied, very well, when we meet next, I shall perform the divination in person, if that pleases you. But until then, you must take care of yourself, eat well, sleep well, and maintain your health until I return. Ding Yi, I'm not as fragile as you imagine. It is settled then. The text exchange concluded. Lin Chen set his phone aside and began to ponder another pressing question. What impact would such a turn of events have on the tasks I am to undertake? Reclining in the tent, he mulled it over thoroughly. The answer was clear. Even in a world framed by the three-body problem, it matters not. Even if the apocalypse were to descend, it would have to wait until I am laid to rest. What I intend to accomplish cannot be obstructed, not even by GZ. With this thought, Lin Chen dismissed his worries and unzipped the tent of the archaeological team's encampment, stepping outside. A gust of cold wind greeted him. At the foot of the Kunlun Mountains in Huaxia, where he currently stood, the air was already chilly and dry, even before entering the deeper wilderness. Professor Lin, Teacher Lin. A few security personnel outside the tent were the first to notice Lin Chen, followed by several accompanying students who approached. Lin Chen assumed a solemn expression, embodying an air of esteemed authority, nodding in acknowledgement. Before his transmigration, he was a grave robber. Upon entering this new world, he aspired to tread a righteous path, shunning the illicit trade of tomb raiding. Yet, he felt a pang of regret at the thought of letting his only skill languish, so he resolved to study archaeology. As time swiftly passed, he became a renowned professor of archaeology, having scrutinized numerous artifacts unearthed from the earth. In the realms of the underworld, he was even dubbed Lin Iji, a name tinged with mystique. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware that there was no illustrious Professor Lin. He was merely a petty thief who had memorized some maps prior to his journey. Recently, Lin Chen sought permission from the authorities to explore Kunlun Mountain, a venture he had long desired since his transmigration. Years ago, during his brief tenure as a tomb raider of the Kunlun sect, he inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient tomb, succumbing to poison and subsequently triggering his transmigration. Thus, the secrets of Kunlun had lingered in his thoughts. Even after learning that he had entered the world of the three-body problem, his focus remained unwavering. The affairs of the three-body beings were best left to Luojia and Zhang Beihai. Transmigrators possess their own curiosities. Are we all prepared? Lin Chen inquired of the students accompanying him. A few young students timidly nodded in response. Considered a field trip, he encouraged, patting one of the students on the shoulder. He understood that this endeavor was fraught with peril. However, in these times, archaeology was not held in high esteem, and the funds allocated were scant. Consequently, he could only afford to hire a few security personnel and enlisted several students for assistance without compensation. Nevertheless, he was prudent in his approach. He ultimately decided against allowing the students to descend into the tomb with him. He merely wished for them to observe from the periphery and assist with reports and papers, which would subsequently help him secure more funding for exploration. Professor Lin, the sun has risen, and the winds have calmed. This should be the optimal time for our departure, suggested a local security guard. Lin Chen nodded slightly in agreement, and thus, the group set forth. Due to Lin Chen's previous visit, the ascent was less arduous than anticipated. However, misfortune struck halfway up. Several students began to suffer from altitude sickness, their faces turning an alarming shade of purple. Lin Chen, seeing this, made the impromptu decision to send the children back to camp, lamenting to the accompanying guard about the current generation's physical resilience. As they ventured further and beheld vast glaciers in the distance, even the security personnel began to falter, struggling to regain their breath despite using oxygen. Strangely, Lin Chen felt remarkably well. Others urged him to abandon the expedition, but he remained resolute. Ultimately, he resolved to leave behind the essential equipment and instruments, proceeding alone into the depths of the wilderness. Lin Chen walked along the glacier's edge in solitude, fearful of triggering an avalanche, and thus refrained from uttering a single sound. As he descended into the steep, hollow valley, he nearly faltered. In that moment, he heard the excited rhythm of his own heartbeat. It made him feel remarkably youthful, reminiscent of a fearless young tomb raider, unafraid of the dangers that lay ahead. As he continued his journey, in a moment of reverie, he glimpsed a bronze door deep within the snow-covered glacier. "We've arrived," he murmured to himself. Simultaneously, at the second red shore base aboard the Judgment, Mike Evans stood at the bow, gazing into the profound Pacific under the starry sky. After conducting several experiments, he resolved to initiate dialogue with that distant world, for in such an environment, the characters projected by the sapon on the retina were strikingly vivid. Subtitle: This marks our 19th real-time conversation. We shall continue to exchange historical insights. Evans: Indeed, my lord. This aids us in refining the Game 3 body. Subtitle: That is one aspect, yet it is not the most significant. It is not what we urgently wish to comprehend. Evans: My lord, please speak. Subtitle: Our inquiries stem from a deeper source. From examining your civilization's history, the following facts emerge. Humanity took hundreds of thousands of Earth years to transition from the hunting age to the agricultural age. It required several thousand Earth years to advance from the agricultural age to the industrial age, yet from the industrial age to the atomic age, it took merely 200 Earth years thereafter. In just a few decades, you entered the information age. Your civilization possesses the capacity for accelerated evolution. Evans: Indeed, my lord, this is perfectly normal for us. Among human societies, if the Chinese civilization, Islamic civilization, or others, they all develop in accordance with this pattern. Subtitle: Historically, this is merely the result of interactions between your various civilizations. Evans: Yes, the process of interaction encompasses trade and warfare, which has resulted in countless deaths, yet also facilitated the exchange of technology. Subtitle: However, this phenomenon also exists within our civilization's history. One undeniable fact is that our scientific and technological advancements progress at a constant or even decelerating pace. Evans: Do you mean to say that we are fundamentally different on a deeper level, which has led to this outcome? Subtitle: Precisely. This is the crux of today's discussion. Evans: May I take a moment to reflect on this? Subtitle: Certainly. We all require contemplation. Evans began to pace at the bow of the ship. Evans: My lord, how do your scientists come to be? Subtitle: Those who inherit the greatest scientific knowledge are indeed our scientists. Evans: The greatest? Is there only one scientist in the three-body world? Subtitle: No, we have many currently. There are hundreds engaged in this conversation with you. Evans: Are they all simultaneously the most knowledgeable? How is that possible? Subtitle: This is quite normal for us. Their parents are scientists, as were their ancestors. Thus, they inherit the greatest knowledge and naturally become scientists themselves. Evans: This is a solidification. Oh, my lord, even so, How can you assure that the children of scientists are all fit to become scientists themselves? That they can all embody the most profound legacy of knowledge? Subtitles. Assurance? Is such a guarantee truly necessary? They are the progeny of scientists, and that alone serves as a testament to their intellectual heritage. Evans, allow me a moment to ponder further. Subtitles. Very well. Evans came to a halt, raising his gaze towards the depths of the starry sky. A single star twinkled incessantly above, and it was said that prior to the industrial era, humanity could behold a multitude of stars when looking up at the heavens. However, Evans had never witnessed such a sight. That era had long since faded before his birth. He could only glean knowledge of such vistas from various literary accounts and the oral traditions passed down through generations. Contemplating this, Evans suddenly closed his eyes. In his memory, he believed the star he had just seen continued to shimmer in its previous position, even in his absence of sight. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had grasped something significant and abruptly opened his eyes to inquire, "Great Lord, through what means is your knowledge transmitted?" Subtitle: Reproduction is the essence of inheritance. Certainly, our world possesses certain external methods of transmitting information, but these are not the primary means. Evans, reproduction is the essence of inheritance? How does this come to fruition? Subtitle: The reproduction of Trisolaris necessitates the union with an opposite sex. At this moment, the organic matter constituting both bodies merges into a singular entity, with 2/3 of the material serving as the energy for biochemical reactions, allowing the remaining 1/3 of the cells to undergo complete renewal, resulting in a brand new body. Subsequently, this body will divide, yielding 3 to 5 new nascent lives. These are the children of the two, who will inherit fragments of their parents' memories, thus continuing their existence and embarking upon new lives. Knowledge itself is inherently transmitted in this process. Evans. So, your children are born inheriting their parents' knowledge, without the need for learning, or even for teachers and historians. Subtitle: Not quite. As not all memories are passed down, we too must learn after birth, but this is merely a brief exchange process. As for teachers and historians, we do have such professions, albeit in limited numbers. Evans. Perhaps this is precisely where our differences lie. Subtitle: From the perspective of human civilization, the knowledge of your newborns predominantly derives from the writings of forebears, oral traditions, and practical teachings. However, this is merely a different mode of transmission and should not result in such profound disparities. Evans. No, there may be greater differences concealed within. My lord, allow me to share a tale with you. Subtitle: Very well. Evans. This is a story composed of both wolf clans and human clans. Do you comprehend these two elements? Subtitle: This is quite understandable. You are the more advanced species. Evans. Very well. We shall title this story The Wolf Children. Allow me to succinctly recount the events. In a human village, when 2 infants were newly born, they were abducted by wild wolves. The wolves not only stole some provisions, but also took away the 2 infants. The villagers spent a prolonged time searching for the children. Many years later, when they were finally found, it was discovered that the 2 children licked their food like wolves, devoured raw meat, crawled on all fours, shunned light, and gasped for breath with mouths agape when feeling warm, uttering howls in the stillness of night. My lord, can you comprehend this tale? Subtitle: I cannot comprehend it all. Evans. Perhaps I have guessed correctly. Subtitle: Firstly, human children inherit the genetic information of their predecessors, correct? Evans. Indeed. Subtitle: The genetic information of humans differs from that of wolves, does it not? Evans. Yes. Subtitle: Then this story is impossible. Evans. Why is that? Subtitle: Humans inherit human behaviors, and wolves inherit wolf behaviors. How could a person's behavior be akin to that of a wolf? Evans squinted. I see. Subtitle: What do you comprehend? Isn't it obvious? Evans. My lord, much of your worldview is innate. Subtitle: The very concept of a worldview implies something innate. Evans. It means that when you first witnessed an apple fall to the ground, you perceived it as normal and understandable. For the definition of gravity is inherently embedded in your thought and knowledge framework. Indeed, you instinctively know Newton's name. Subtitle: That is quite normal. It is simply natural. Evans. However, for each individual human, This knowledge and framework must be learned, constructed from scratch. Typically, only a handful of scientists can distill the essence of history, discard its dross, and innovate to achieve monumental theoretical breakthroughs, which is also contingent upon the number of researchers and the resources invested. Subtitle: The fact that humans cannot transmit knowledge through reproduction is merely a physiological evolutionary flaw, a biological disadvantage that necessitates each newborn to learn everything anew. Directly inheriting knowledge is undoubtedly a more efficient and advanced method. Evans: No, my lord, you have partially misunderstood. The human endeavor to construct a worldview is not a defect, nor does it possess superiority or inferiority. Subtitle: Is that so? I need to ponder this. The subtitle lingered without appearing for some time. Evans felt he had waited a long while, perhaps 5 minutes, perhaps 10. He gazed at the relentless waves before him, ensnared in a prolonged silence. Just as the rhythmic crashing of the waves began to daze him, the subtitles reappeared. Subtitle: You are correct. You truly are a civilization adept at learning and contemplation. If we could obtain the physical embodiment of your human brain, perhaps we could unravel the subtle distinctions between us. Evans: My lord, perhaps we could engage in further dialogue, allowing you to study all aspects of humanity. You must understand that the weakness in human learning lies here. Compared to you, we are disjointed. Subtitle: You are right. But it is unnecessary. I sense a threat from you. Before we establish complete control over the human realm, we should minimize direct communication. Evans: Will you not consider my plan? Perhaps we could incite a fervor for the metaphysical among humanity, which might diminish, or even eradicate, the emergence of outstanding human scientists. This would be a devastating weapon against human science. Subtitle: You are correct. Indeed, for your civilization, that is the case. Proceed. You are right. The conversation was abruptly interrupted. The sentient being responsible for communication departed from Evans's retina, leaving him with a sensation akin to that of a criminal hastily fleeing the scene of a crime. This abrupt departure struck Evans as rather disconcerting. At that moment, a disquieting thought surfaced in the depths of his mind. His direct dialogues with the master would not exceed 3. He sighed and returned to his office, where he began to prepare for the execution of the plan he had conveyed to the master. Humanity should no longer pursue science, at least not before the master's arrival. Thus, not only should humanity develop a disdain for science, but they should also seek a substitute for it. He mused that metaphysics might serve as an excellent alternative. If metaphysics could ascend to the forefront of human inquiry, how could science possibly advance? In that eventuality, victory would belong to the proponents of the master's arrival. He picked up his phone and began to orchestrate his thoughts. It is I. Regarding our previous discussion, I have identified a candidate to promote as the representative of human metaphysics. I have located him through the sentient being. Not long ago, he deceived a prominent scientist of unwavering resolve using divination. Which scientist did he deceive? The illustrious Ding Yi, renowned for his work on ball lightning 3 years ago. Do you remember? Who is the candidate I speak of? Another individual from Huaxia, named Lin Chen, an archaeologist with a demeanor reminiscent of a tomb raider. It was no easy task to locate him through the sentient being, as he often ventures into desolate areas. We must find him, engage with him, safeguard him, and provide him with abundant societal resources, enabling him to incite a global reverence for metaphysics. At that point, no one will believe in science, and that will signify our triumph. What? You inquire, what if metaphysics proves to be effective? How could our organization harbor someone as foolish as you on the other side of the earth? Lin Chen equipped himself with a gas mask, cradling a Luoyang shovel, a flashlight, and a bag filled with a camera and T-shaped probes. He inhaled deeply before the bronze door. After 3 decades of wandering, he finally had the opportunity to explore his first archaeological relic. He pushed against the bronze door with all his might. It creaked open, allowing a beam of light to pierce through. However, before Lin Chen could revel in his discovery or discern the contents within, a furious roar echoed in his mind. The sound surged forth from all directions, threatening to shatter his skull. The voice declared, "Hey, little thief, 30 years ago, you thwarted my ascension and severely damaged my celestial form. Do you dare return? Since you are here, lend me your body." Lin Chen's pupils dilated. The metaphysical knowledge he had once studied and pondered surged forth from the recesses of his memory. Could this be a tomb of the living? A celestial lord's abode? Lost in thought, he instinctively turned to flee. Yet suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something were piercing into it. Poisoned? Lin Chen's instincts suggested this, but he quickly dismissed the notion. No, it was not poison. I still wear the gas mask. What is that? He instantly recalled those two horrifying words, possession. There was no time for complaints or cries. He felt as if his brain's nerves were beginning to tear apart. The gray matter beneath his skull was being pulled as if it were about to split into two heads. Lin Chen gradually sensed that his body no longer belonged to him. His left foot was abruptly tripped by his right, causing his gas mask to slide down his face. His visage struck forcefully against the cold, hard snow. His nasal passages and mouth were filled with snow that would not melt away. He felt his life nearing its end. In his heart, a surge of resentment and unwillingness erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. At that moment, he harbored but one thought. After 30 arduous years of toil, transforming from a scorned tomb raider into a somewhat esteemed archaeological professor, was he to relinquish it all so easily? Even if it were the deities themselves, he would not submit. In this most perilous and urgent moment, he summoned all his strength, pouring forth a primal roar into the sky. Urgent as a decree, Grand Master Lao Jun, aid me. The sound reverberated across the mountains. In truth, Lin Chen possessed no spell to summon Grand Master Lao Jun. Yet, this was his most powerful counterattack. After unleashing his cry, he lacked the strength to perform any further actions. He felt his consciousness drifting ever farther away. He sensed another presence encroaching upon his body. In that final moment, he also felt the tremors of the ground. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled slightly upward. It was a carefree, triumphant smile. He knew his celestial arts had succeeded. Possession, is it? Then, let none survive. An avalanche. It was an avalanche. It was all over. Professor Lin was still in the valley. The students and security personnel on the periphery of Kunlun Mountain were nearly in despair. They watched the waves of snow cascading down the Tian Mountains like a tide, clutching their heads and weeping, utterly at a loss. A poorly behaved student shouted out in despair, "That charlatan is dead. What will become of our future?" Chapter 2. A love for life in the virtual world of the three-body. There exists neither horizon nor sunlight. The sky and the wasteland merge into one, with only sparse starlight suspended in the distant darkness. I summoned a constant epic, and the meeting commenced. A voice resounded. The entire world began to flicker rapidly, with the sun intermittently traversing the sky at erratic intervals, sometimes present, sometimes absent. Eventually, normalcy returned, and a stable sun hung in the heavens. With the acceleration of time, a constant epic emerged. I remained uncertain how long this would persist, so let us be brief. Beneath the sunlight, a figure gradually elongated. Zhou Wenwang, Newton, von Neumann, Aristotle, Mosey, Confucius, Einstein, and others stood here. They lined up, all facing a singular individual, Qin Shi Huang. He stood atop a rock, his left hand caressing the hilt of the sword at his waist. "It is still night here, Evans. You truly know how to choose a moment," Aristotle remarked. "I am not alone in this, Evans," Qin Shi Huang replied. "This is the leadership corps speaking to you. It is merely the leadership corps of the descending faction. You should relinquish power to the commander." Someone muttered quietly from the crowd. "Are you inciting a schism within the organization?" Another vehemently rebuffed Qin Shi Huang. However, the retort fell flat, and unrest began to stir among the assembly, with individuals pointing fingers at one another. The discord between the descending faction and the Salvation faction escalated, and before the meeting had even begun, it spiraled out of control. Enough. Qin Shi Huang unsheathed his sword, its brilliance illuminating the space. All arguments ceased. Now we shall discuss how to dismantle the scientific advancement of humanity. Remember, all of this is for the Lord. Do share your new arrangements. Einstein, who had remained silent, finally spoke. The others exchanged glances. Qin Shi Huang nodded and began to expound on Evans' vision of substituting metaphysics for science. Minutes later, Qin Shi Huang concluded his exposition. "This encompasses the entirety of the plan. Let us commence our discussion." Preposterous. Aristotle was the first to object. "Science. Do you truly comprehend what science is?" "Perhaps I do not. Yet it is evident that the most distinguished scientists among humanity do not grasp it either. One undeniable fact is that we have rendered them hopeless regarding current science. They have chosen to end their lives. Qin Shi Huang replied with tranquility. That is the Lord's great power. It is not your doing or ours. Aristotle countered. Yet you cannot deny the guiding role of the organization, just as you cannot deny the existence of the Lord. Qin Shi Huang asserted. Aristotle fell silent. Mosey stepped forward, stating, I concur with the plan. But how does this differ from previously supporting Pan Han in conducting social experiments and dismissing the technological revolution? Qin Shi Huang replied, this is precisely the second step of the plan. Currently, within the thoughts of humanity, there exists a foundation for rejecting technology. And there is an urgent need for a substitute. That substitute is metaphysics. Mosey shook his head and said, forgive my candor, but Pan Han has not performed well. He merely seeks out the simplest of tasks, a cunning individual indeed. Qin Shi Huang replied, that reflects our inadequacies in selecting and employing talent. However, the organization has learned from experience, and this time the candidates have been meticulously chosen with divine assistance. We must not abandon our entire plan due to a minor setback. Would you not agree, Master Mosey? With no further objections, Mosey rejoined the ranks. Qin Shi Huang smiled faintly, surveying the crowd, and inquired, is there anyone else with questions? Among the audience, the Descendants faction was the most supportive, while the rescuers had been effectively countered. The survivors merely daydreamed, offering no valuable insights. As Qin Shi Huang was about to declare the meeting concluded and commence with the assignments, a voice interrupted. It was Einstein. May I speak? Why Lin Chen? An excellent question, Qin Shi Huang acknowledged. First, Lin Chen is well-versed in various esoteric deceptions and meets the fundamental criteria. Secondly, he possesses a track record of success. Not long ago, a scientist sought his assistance in divination. At this moment, someone interjected, asking, a scientist? Is it possible for someone to be so easily deceived and still be deemed a scientist? Qin Shi Huang replied, unfortunately, this scientist is quite renowned. And for a considerable time, the organization has been at a loss with him. Who is it? Dingy. What? Dingy? How can this be? The audience widened their eyes in disbelief. Is it truly that Ding Yi, who is yet to succumb to despair? Someone sought confirmation. Qin Shi Huang nodded, saying, indeed. It is the same Ding Yi, the one associated with the phenomenon of ball lightning, whose girlfriend, Yang Dong, has passed. Incredulity spread through the crowd. Who exactly is this Lin Chen? How did he manage to lead someone like Ding Yi into the realm of superstition? Qin Shi Huang raised his gaze towards the sun and stated, this is the third reason for selecting Lin Chen, and the most significant one. In an age where people profess unwavering faith in science, he has transformed from an inconspicuous individual without any connections into a highly respected professor through mere persuasion. He is genuinely capable of turning hypotheses into reality. He added, moreover, he holds a reputable position in society as an archaeologist, not some petty thief. Thus, our personnel assisting him will encounter relatively fewer challenges in execution. How can we ensure that such a person will heed our counsel? Someone raised the pivotal question. Qin Shi Huang laughed heartily, responding, heed us? There is no need. We merely need to engage with him, allowing him to understand that we possess substantial resources ready to assist him. Elevating such a thorough charlatan and consummate egoist to a position of prominence within the realm of humanity would, in itself, be the greatest detriment to the advancement of human scientific endeavors. The audience fell silent once more, because what Qin Shi Huang stated was indisputable. Lin Chen was indeed the most suitable candidate. Suddenly, Aristotle arose to counter. What if, I say what if, his esoteric beliefs pose a threat to our Lord? In that moment, the virtual realm of the three-body problem resonated with joyous laughter. Once there were no objections to Qin Shi Huang's plan. He presumed that his arrangements would proceed smoothly. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the dissenting faction and the Salvation faction found themselves embroiled in yet another dispute. The crux of the matter lay in which faction should engage with Lin Chen. The dissenting faction believed this was a continuation of their previous strategy, and that it should be their representatives who made contact. Conversely, the Salvation faction argued that they had already conceded in the planning phase, and thus, It was only fair for them to have their own candidates at the execution level. The two factions remained in sharp opposition, as this matter pertained to their ideologies and beliefs. Neither side was willing or able to yield, rendering their quarrels nearly routine. Unlike the usual passivity, the survivors began to stir with ambition. Generally, the survivors merely observed from a distance, avoiding conflict. However, this time they perceived a significant opportunity for profit through Lin Chen. Should the organization choose to support him, its resources would undoubtedly converge upon him. It was evident that whoever acted as the intermediary, the one to establish contact with Lin Chen, would have access to vast resources, promising substantial gains. Consequently, the survivors swiftly inserted themselves into the fray. The three factions bickered, their arguments spanning from the eternal era to the chaotic era, from the disappearance of the sun to the emergence of shooting stars, until a message from the intellect of the child reached the assembly. Lin Chen had encountered an avalanche. In a moment of urgency, the three factions unanimously resolved to dispatch the member of the organization closest to Kunlun Mountain to rescue Lin Chen. He might already be deceased. Yet if he survived, it would present an excellent opportunity to establish relations with him. Ultimately, the organization sent a representative from the descending faction, a wealthy heir fortuitously nearby. It is worth noting that the descending faction monopolized communication with the Lord. Prior to the message reaching the assembly, their member had already been dispatched to assist Lin Chen. 3 days later, in the VIP ward of the hospital, a man entered bearing a fruit basket. Tall and slender, his long hair flowed freely, and his loose tank top and shorts seemed to hang from him rather than be worn, akin to a flag still in the absence of wind. "How long has he been unconscious?" he inquired of the nurse attending the ward. The nurse appraised the disheveled man and replied, 2 days. "Or 3 if you include the day he arrived." The man nodded, then perceptively asked, "Was he awake on the first day?" "Yes," he uttered some incoherent words. The nurse responded, shifting her gaze to the patient on the bed, whose eyes remained tightly shut. The patient appeared far more handsome and youthful than the visitor. "What did he say?" "Indeed, you have failed. You cannot extinguish my spirit, for it transcends your will," the nurse recalled, her fingers resting beneath her lips as she pondered aloud. She often felt these words bore a hint of melodrama, and merely repeating them made her cheeks flush with warmth. The man echoed her sentiment in a low voice, mulling over the phrase with meticulous attention. He then reiterated it several times, his expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, there is another line, rather jarring," the nurse suddenly remembered. "What is it?" the man inquired. "The sick wolf. I shall crush your throat and let your blood nourish my survival." It seems somewhat disjointed from the earlier sentiment, does it not? Upon hearing this, the man erupted into a sudden, albeit restrained, laughter that, coupled with his gaunt visage, appeared somewhat unhinged. "What is so amusing?" the nurse asked. "A passion for life," he replied. "Pardon?" she uttered, a trace of fear creeping in. "I never imagined you, an old mystic, would read Jack London," the man explained to the patient. "Is he an author?" the nurse queried. The man offered no elucidation. He seemed to regain a semblance of vitality, turning to leave the ward with resolute strides. As he exited, he addressed the nurse. "I must attend an important meeting. Should he awaken, kindly inform him that I have visited." The nurse, bewildered by this enigmatic man, nodded vacantly. It was only after he had departed that she realized she did not know his name. How would she convey this to the patient? At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a card atop a fruit basket, which bore 2 characters resembling a name, Ding E. Lin Chen found himself ensnared in an exceptionally lengthy dream. He envisioned being abandoned alone in an expanse of pristine snow. The dream felt strikingly real. Lin Chen vaguely recalled experiencing an avalanche. Struggling to rise from the snow, he exhaled plumes of white vapor. Surrounding him was a desolate snowy plain, punctuated only by a few skeletal trees. A raven perched upon one of the barren branches, turning its head to regard Lin Chen with its obsidian eyes. Lin Chen bared his teeth at the raven, declaring, "I am still alive. I shall not perish, so be gone." The raven cawed discontentedly, flapping away and leaving behind a solitary black feather drifting down from the heavens. Now, on this desolate earth, Lin Chen remained the solitary inhabitant. He searched his person thoroughly, Finding no communication device, no sustenance, not even a drop of water, he plopped down onto the ground, yet despair eluded him. He believed rescue would surely come. He was a revered archaeologist, no longer a scorned tomb raider. Surely, a person of his worth would inspire many to wish for his survival. Thus, he endeavored to contemplate who might come to his aid. What manner of individual would that be? Yet, the very first step of his imagination posed a dilemma. Should this savior be male or female? Lin Chen initially presumed that the person in question was male, but soon entertained the possibility that it might be a female. Ultimately, he realized that neither hypothesis was substantiated by any evidence. He pondered to himself, what distinction exists between the genders? Consider the appearance of this individual. What visage might they possess? The one who cares for me and comes to my rescue, what might they look like? Oh, heavens! In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen envisioned countless combinations of facial features. They all seemed to spring from acquaintances he knew, yet he could not immediately piece together a coherent visage. Some had 2 noses, others boasted 3 eyes, and there were even mouths positioned upon foreheads. Goodness gracious! What sort of grotesque beings were these? Lin Chen silently lamented. He resolved to cease contemplating the person's appearance. Such complexity mirrored the intricate nature of the human heart. Perhaps he should focus on something simpler. Like a name, Lin Chen felt like a genius, a prodigy surpassing all others. Generally speaking, names consist of merely 2 or 3 characters, far more manageable than a chaotic array of features. Thus, he delved into the recesses of his mental address book. He sought to discern what name the one who came to his aid might bear. However, within the address book, there was not. The words silver-clad and snow-covered ought not to describe his surroundings, but rather his address book. Could it be that I cannot recall my friends' names? Lin Chen muttered anxiously to himself as he shook his head in disbelief. Very well, very well. Lin Chen reassured himself. Let us contemplate my nearest and dearest, my parents. Surely, everyone has parents. They would come to my rescue. This time, the memories flowed effortlessly. His stern father and tearful mother appeared vividly in Lin Chen's imagination. He even recalled the lines etched upon his father's face and the strands of white in his mother's hair. His father exclaimed, "Rebellious child, when will you return?" His mother implored, "My dear, I no longer question what you do out there. Just come home. For whatever your profession, I shall support you." In that instant, Lin Chen felt a rush of emotion, his eyes glistening with moisture. He promptly informed his parents of his current vocation, an archaeologist, a professor. He had achieved success, becoming a person of stature, capable of providing comfort for his parents. His father's brow relaxed, and his mother's tears ceased to flow. "Dear child, when will you come home?" they both inquired. Lin Chen replied, "Father, mother, I too wish to return, but I require someone to rescue me." Instantly, his parents changed into their outer garments, as though preparing to embark on a quest to find Lin Chen. Excitement surged within him. He felt compelled to reveal his location. But where was he? Lin Chen noticed his parents already lacing their shoes. He tapped his head, urging himself to think faster. "You fool." Suddenly, it dawned on him. Kunlun Mountain. Yet, he furrowed his brow once more. Yes, it was Kunlun Mountain, but something seemed amiss. What was wrong? Was it the mountain itself? Or perhaps the name of the mountain? No, Kunlun Mountain is indeed correct. What is erroneous is the world he inhabits. He is a traverser. He exists in another realm. This realization caused Lin Chen to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes contracted as if they were about to sink into his brain. He had never felt such an icy chill throughout his entire being, not even when he was buried beneath the heavy snow. This frigid sensation enveloped him, as if the cold he emanated could freeze the entire world. He began to dread his parents putting on their shoes and feared even more their inquiries about his whereabouts. Yet, contrary to his expectations, his mother's gentle and warm voice echoed, "Child, where are you? Mother is coming to find you." Lin Chen looked at his mother in terror. Her smile had rejuvenated her considerably. He anxiously glanced at his father, who no longer frowned, but wore an expression of detached curiosity as he listened intently. This was the earnest expectation from his parents, akin to an all-consuming black hole. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, Lin Chen's imagination shattered like glass. He found himself back in the desolate, icy expanse where only he existed. He surveyed his surroundings in confusion, adrift in uncertainty. He felt as though a sponge had formed in his stomach, draining away all his vitality. He understood that this sensation was called loneliness. In this splendid yet convoluted world, he was utterly alone. However, Lin Chen's dream remained unshattered despite the fracturing of his thoughts. Time continued its relentless march. The sun ascended to its zenith in the sky. Lin Chen sensed the surrounding snow beginning to melt and felt an inkling of hunger stirring within him. This pang of hunger compelled him into action. Rising to his feet, he relied on the instincts of a tomb raider, randomly selecting a direction to embark upon. With a hint of disdain, he muttered to himself, "Oh God, do you think loneliness can conquer me? I tell you, it is impossible. You have failed. You cannot extinguish my spirit. My will transcends yours." In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of ironclad conviction. A newfound strength coursed through his entire being. Along his journey, in a bid to stave off starvation, he began to gnaw at the moss he encountered, and to quench his thirst, he attempted to consume the icy remnants of snow. The taste of these sustenance was foul and earthy, yet he paid it no heed, for he knew that he must survive. He yearned to return to human society. He had toiled alone in this foreign world for so many years, not merely to exist, but to thrive. To perish now would mean the loss of everything. He pressed onward, unrelenting, despite his left shoe being worn through and his right ankle twisted. Yet, he did not falter. Ahead, he beheld an expanse of earth, along with a path trodden by human feet. This was a trace of human society. He continued forward. Arriving at a stream, he bent down to sip the clear waters, using a stick to catch the fish that swam within. After quenching his thirst and feasting on the fish, he felt invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. Now, despite the fact that his soles were worn to the point of bleeding, and despite the weariness and pain that enveloped his body, he would not cease his relentless advance. He pressed onward, and just as he was on the brink of reuniting with humanity, a sudden realization struck him. Something essential seemed to be missing from his arduous journey. At that moment, a howl echoed from behind him. It was a feeble, ailing wolf, drawn by the scent of blood, an entirely reasonable attraction. "Do you wish to devour me? I assure you, that is utterly impossible. Sickly wolf, I shall crush your throat and transform your blood into the sustenance that fuels my survival," Lin Chen declared, turning to face the beast. In the next instant, he felt his teeth transform into iron. With that newfound strength, he charged at the wolf, sinking his teeth into its throat. He emerged victorious within the realm of his dreams. As this dream reached its climax, Lin Chen vaguely heard an ancient sigh. "I never imagined your willpower to be so formidable. I do not wish to destroy you, so be it henceforth. This body shall belong to you." Lin Chen jolted awake from his sickbed, sitting upright in astonishment. To his surprise, he felt neither weakness nor pain, nor even hunger. Instead, he was infused with an overwhelming vitality. Before he could ponder this further, a nurse's startled exclamation from the doorway interrupted his thoughts. "You're awake? Quickly lie back down. I'll summon the doctor." The physician arrived promptly. Conducting a thorough examination and arriving at an encouraging conclusion, the patient was recovering splendidly and could even be discharged the same day. "Thank you." Lin Chen was aware that someone had rescued him, yet he was uncertain to whom he owed his gratitude. So he expressed his thanks to both the doctor and the nurse. The doctor, adorned with an expert title, remarked, "Professor Lin, your recuperative abilities are truly remarkable. You've awakened in just 3 days. I have encountered many patients, all in suboptimal health." Where weakness invites a host of ailments to follow, Lin Chen leaned back against the headboard of the bed, glancing at his arm and clenching his fist. It was far more than just a good recovery. He felt even stronger than before. The young nurse, filled with joy, chimed in, "Someone visited you earlier. His name seemed to be Dingy?" "Only him," Lin Chen inquired. Just then the nurse suddenly felt she had misspoken. Upon hearing this, a wave of sorrow washed over Lin Chen. Well, at least it was better than being forgotten in the dream. The difference between 0 and 1 can sometimes be greater than that between 1 and 99. At that moment, the doctor shot a disapproving glance at the nurse and added, "Not just him. You also had a wealthy friend who came to see you. He was the one who saved you. You know, the one named Wang Kong Wang Song?" Lin Chen racked his brain, feeling utterly lost. "I do not even know this person. "Oh, it's him," Lin Chen let out a long "oh," followed by a faint smile. The doctor, relieved, said, "Rest for a while. Your friend is very pleased to know you've awakened and will be arriving at the hospital shortly." Thank you. I shall attend to the other patients now. Please rest well. You may get back to your duties," Lin Chen said with a smile. The doctor returned the smile and swiftly exited the ward, his footsteps light as the wind. As he turned down the corridor, he muttered to himself, "What a perceptive individual. He speaks fluently with both people and spirits. One hint, and he comprehends entirely. No wonder the organization selected him." He then took out his phone and dialed a number, succinctly stating, "Initial contact made. The target exhibits a strong willingness to collaborate." Lin Chen watched the doctor depart before casting a glance at the nurse nearby, his mind beginning to ponder. From her expression, she appeared somewhat flustered, perhaps due to her earlier misstep. Lin Chen continued to survey her, noting her pleasant features, though her figure was rather unremarkable, far inferior to that of his female students. Rather dull. The nurse seemed to notice Lin Chen's lingering gaze but did not take offense. Instead, she offered a faint smile and said, "Would you like me to slice an apple for you?" Lin Chen nodded, pointing to the fruit basket. "Did Dingy send this? Did he say anything else upon his arrival?" The nurse pondered for a moment and replied, "Nothing much." "Oh, he mentioned he has a meeting coming up." "A meeting? Is it urgent?" "Perhaps," she replied. Lin Chen recalled the text Ding Yi had sent him, initially thinking it was sent shortly after Yang Dong's death. However, it now seemed that Ding Yi may have taken some time to emerge from his sorrow before remembering someone named Lin Chen. In this meeting, could it be the one with Wang Miao? The events related to the three-body problem were about to commence. Reclining on the hospital bed, a series of names floated through Lin Chen's mind. Yi Wenjie, Luo Ji, Shi Chong, Zhang Beihai, Yin Tianming, Cheng Xian. Is he your senior? He appears to be considerably older than you, the nurse casually remarked while peeling the apple. "Oh, you mean a senior in the workplace?" "Not quite. While he is indeed vastly more accomplished than I, we share a friendship. Moreover, he is actually younger than I am." Lin Chen noted the nurse's lack of conversational finesse. Yet he felt no offense. He patiently clarified. One of the reasons Lin Chen had ascended to his current position was his profound capacity for tolerance and understanding. Society is filled with diverse individuals, and without the ability to embrace and comprehend, many collaborative opportunities may slip away. Most people, as they grow older, come to understand this principle, but whether they can consistently apply it is another matter entirely. "Really? You appear far younger and more handsome than he does," the nurse exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen chuckled. "I appreciate your compliment, but do refrain from mentioning it in his presence." "Oh, perhaps he wouldn't mind." "You are right. He certainly doesn't seem like someone who would be overly concerned with his image," the nurse replied with a cheerful grin. As she spoke, she had already peeled the apple and began to slice a piece to place into Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen chewed the apple and remarked, "It's a bit tart." It seems this person knows only Newton but not how to choose apples. "Oh, Newton? You are unaware of Ding Yi? He is a renowned scientist, his research. Well, to put it simply, he is among the best." Considering that the young nurse might not be familiar with such terminology, Lin Chen opted for a simpler expression. Of course, in truth, he himself was not particularly well-versed in those complex atomic theories. "Among the best? And you?" the young nurse inquired, surprised. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen's expression momentarily stiffened, and a glimmer flickered in his eyes. "You addressed me as you. This is the first time. It implies that you hold a measure of respect for my identity, and prior to this, you were unaware that I am a professor, correct?" The nurse, puzzled by the sudden light in Lin Chen's gaze, replied with a hint of trepidation, "I'm not sure." Lin Chen, with keen insight, stated, however, "The doctor just now is aware. His first words were Professor Lin, and he addressed me formally throughout." "Ah, I hadn't noticed. Yes. I'm sorry." The young nurse felt she had erred again, though she could not quite discern what her mistake was. "No, this is not your fault." Lin Chen instinctively transformed his intended words into thoughts. "The issue lies in why the attending physician knows my identity while the nurse does not. Such a disparity in information should not exist here. If those who saved me wish to care for me and are aware of my identity, they ought to inform both the doctor and the nurse. After all, in many respects, the nurse spends the most time with the patient. And, if it was merely an oversight, then why would the doctor refrain from sharing this information with the nurse? This clearly could distribute the responsibility. Concealing such information yields no advantage. Thus, a reasonable conjecture arises. There must be something prompting the doctor to subconsciously withhold my identity from the nurse. This rescuer, Wang Tsong, seems to harbor some unsavory business that requires my assistance. As Lin Chen pondered this, a sense of clarity settled within him. In this train of thought, another notion emerged. How peculiar! Why has my cognition sharpened considerably compared to before? Moreover, my body feels stronger. This is truly strange. He then recalled the voice from deep within Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, a young, unfamiliar man entered the ward, holding a bouquet of flowers. Professor Lin. I am your admirer. Chapter 3. The dark forest time passes swiftly, almost unnaturally so. It has barely been a few minutes since the doctor learned of my awakening. Even accounting for the nurse's notice of my consciousness returning, it seems hardly any time at all. Is this individual perpetually waiting at the hospital? Or has he somehow discerned my awakening even before I was aware of it myself? Lin Chen's thoughts raced once more. He offered a warm smile, inquiring, "My admirer?" Ding Yi received an invitation to attend a meeting hosted by Chang Weisi. The gathering took place in a hall that was chaotic, cluttered with an array of disorganized computer equipment strewn across tables and floors alike. Cables intertwined haphazardly, while network switches lay carelessly atop servers. And several projection screens formed an irregular configuration. And the pervasive scent of smoke lingered in the air, something to which Ding Yi had long since grown accustomed. As he settled beside the makeshift conference table, Ding Yi surveyed the attendees, a mix of compatriots and foreigners. Their overall demeanor mirrored his own. Though he sensed a collective weariness among them, everything had taken on an urgent tone for some time now. Ding Yi had arrived early, yet no one seemed to acknowledge his presence. Rumor had it that an expert in nanomaterials would be joining them, but he found little concern in that. In truth, had it not been for a desire to engage in some endeavor, he would have been indifferent to everything. Since Yang Dong's passing, he had wished to avoid all company and utter no words. But soon he recognized another realization that shifted his perspective. The study of the fundamental structure of materials underpins all other scientific inquiries. If there were no advancements in this realm, what would he have to pursue in the future? This notion seemed to awaken his numbed senses, igniting a sudden impulse to seek out meaningful work. He recalled an acquaintance from the past, an archaeologist with a penchant for the esoteric, Lin Chen. It was said that he could pinpoint graves with remarkable accuracy, occasionally identifying precise locations from satellite maps without even visiting the site. Previously, Ding Yi had dismissed such tales as mere fabrications for notoriety. However, circumstances had shifted. Now, this narrative seemed more pertinent than his own perplexing inquiries into the fundamental structure of materials. Perhaps, beyond the current edifice of physics, an alternative path might be traversed. Thus, Ding Yi sent Lin Chen a text. Unexpectedly, within half a day, Lin Chen encountered a snow avalanche. Had it not been for his fortuitous rescue, Ding Yi might have begun to suspect some mysterious force at play in his own life. Shortly after reaching out to Lin Chen, he received an invitation from Chang Weisi. Ding Yi understood that this was no ordinary invitation. Refusing would prove futile, thus he complied with enthusiasm. Prior to the meeting today, he mustered the courage to visit the hospital and catch a glimpse of Lin Chen, the man who had been saved. He noted with surprise how youthful Lin Chen appeared. Yet, what left the most profound impression on him was the dreamlike murmurs that escaped Lin Chen's lips, an expression of a love for life. Yes, a love for life. As Ding Yi reflected on this, he found himself murmuring softly. As Chang Weisi passed by Ding Yi, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected Dr. Ding Yi to possess such a talent for ideological work." Ding Yi, momentarily taken aback, turned to regard the wrinkled uniform of the army major. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "No, that's not the case. I acquired this from a friend." Chang Weisi nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Ah, a friend. This comrade indeed has a knack for ideological work. Among these physicists, you are the most cooperative, influenced by him, I presume?" Ding Yi initially intended to deny it and swiftly move on from the topic, but he realized that he had indeed been influenced by Lin Chen, leading him to offer a simple nod in affirmation. Chang Weishi patted Ding Yi on the shoulder, stating, "Such comrades are the talents we need. You are aware of the current events. We are already at war." Ding Yi replied, "He is an archaeologist." "Is that so? One who studies imperial tombs? No wonder. Such a person is indeed open-minded. He remains unaware of the ongoing situation." "Oh, how intriguing. What is his name?" "Perhaps in the future. We will truly need talents like him to join our efforts." Suddenly, Chang Weishi adopted a serious demeanor, gesturing to the attendees as he continued, "Look at these individuals. After just a minor setback, their faces convey a singular message. We have done our utmost. Let us conclude this swiftly." Ding Yi, following Chang Weishi's gaze, thought the expressions on their faces might read, "For heaven's sake, hurry up and put an end to this." Pausing, he said, "His name is Lin Chen, but he may be somewhat unavailable at the moment." Chang Weishi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Ding Yi was uncertain if the name had registered, just as two more individuals entered the room. One was a burly yet sharp-eyed plainclothes policeman, whom Ding Yi recognized as Shi Chang. He enjoyed conversing with Shi, who appeared casual yet was genuinely intelligent. The other individual was more reserved and seemed somewhat displeased. Ding Yi pondered the name. Was it Wang Miao? The nanomaterials expert. Applied science. This fellow would surely find opportunities in the future, Ding Yi mused. Shortly after their arrival, the meeting commenced. Initially, Chang Weishi delivered some brief opening remarks, neglecting to brief the newcomer Wang Miao on the background. Instead, Shi Chang interjected frequently. Ding Yi understood that Shi's discontent was not directed at Wang Miao, but rather stemmed from a lack of crucial information. Soon, the meeting reached a critical juncture, the discussion of the physicists who had taken their own lives, including Yang Dong. Ding Yi instinctively lowered his gaze, enveloped in silence. It was not until someone called his name that he snapped back to reality, slowly regaining his composure, and he retrieved a white envelope to pass it along. Thereafter, he made a concerted effort to suppress his emotions and actively participate in the meeting. Ultimately, Wang Miao resolved to join the scientific frontier. This decision may have been spurred by Shi Chang's provocations or the tragedy of Yang Dong's demise. Yet Ding Yi chose not to dwell on it further. After the meeting concluded, he felt an urge to engage in conversation. To his delight, his phone rang at that moment. "I never expected this little fortune teller of mine would have fans. You must be Xiao Wang, right?" Lin Chen sat up, accepting the flowers as he spoke. "Professor Lin, your words make me feel rather anxious," replied the other party. "Oh, by the way, I am Wang Tsong, an antique enthusiast." As he spoke, he presented a business card. Lin Chen glanced at the card, noting it belonged to the founder of a certain antique collecting charity organization. Reflecting on the name, he confirmed its authenticity. "How fortunate indeed in the future. If you have any antiques that require authoritative appraisal, feel free to seek me out." Wang Tsong, lying in the hospital bed, was momentarily taken aback and glanced at the nurse. "What was the matter?" the nurse inquired. Wang Tsong's lips twitched. Lin Chen winked and said, "I have matters to discuss with him. Shall I step outside then?" The nurse pointed toward the door. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. All right, Professor, you've just recovered. Do take care of your health." The nurse hurriedly exited. Afterward, Wang Tsong spoke up. "Professor Lin, you are quite straightforward in your dealings. This is called being grateful. There is nothing wrong with being direct. Besides, without you, I might have perished under the avalanche, truly. You could be said to be the only one who cared about me." "Please, don't say that. Professor Lin, without me, your students would have contacted the rescue team for you. But during my 3 days of unconsciousness, did any of them come to see me?" As Lin Chen spoke, he took Wang Tsong's hand and laid it in his palm, patting it gently. "Admit it, although I am reluctant to acknowledge it. You are indeed the only one who visited me." Lin Chen's demeanor appeared profoundly sorrowful, as if he were on the verge of tears. Wang Tsong hastily reassured him. "Professor Lin, it wasn't just me. Didn't Dr. Ding Yi also come to see you?" Lin Chen's eyes flickered momentarily, hidden from Wang Tsong's view. This fellow seems to know everything as he is GZ? Yet, this is not conclusive evidence. There are numerous possibilities. At that moment, outside the hospital room, the nurse's voice could be heard obstructing someone. "You cannot enter. Professor Lin is in a discussion. Step aside. I'm here to talk business with him." Wang Tsong sighed deeply. Lin Chen, unfazed, jested, "It appears there is another fan eager to see me. and quite fiery at that. Wang Song forced a smile. Lin Chen, however, began to feel intrigued, calling out, "Nurse, let him in." The man outside the hospital room entered, devoid of any gifts, adjusting his gray suit as he walked. This indicated the nurse had been quite diligent in her obstruction. Lin Chen scrutinized the man's face, sensing familiarity, as if he had seen him in the newspaper. Yet, soon, another thought filled his mind. This man is rather handsome but slightly inferior to me. At that moment, Wang Song, growing impatient, spoke up, "Pan Han? What brings you here?" "I was sent by the organization." Wang Song was taken aback and quickly turned to the indifferent Professor Lin, who seemed oblivious to the conversation. He whispered, "Have you lost your mind? How can you mention the organization here?" Pan Han brushed Wang Song aside with his arm. "If you continue to approach this matter so sluggishly, when will you ever succeed? We must proceed step by step." "Step by step?" "The enemy has already launched a full-scale assault. The organization does not have the luxury of waiting for your gradual progress." "Wait. Why have I not received any information about the organization sending you?" "I volunteered." "What? Oh, I see. You couldn't resist the allure of this enticing opportunity, could you?" Wang Song's voice rose in volume, seemingly unconcerned about the presence of outsiders. A young nurse peeked in, and Lin Chen quickly gestured for her to leave. The nurse, surprisingly obedient to Lin Chen's request, promptly lost interest. Perhaps Lin Chen's previous interaction with her had fostered a deep sense of trust. She believed that this Professor Lin could resolve any issue. In reality, Lin Chen was already feeling a headache coming on. Upon hearing the name Pan Han, he knew what he was up against. ETO. Was it merely a few text messages exchanged with Ding Yi that had drawn this group's attention to him? Had he known, he would have preferred to perish in an avalanche. Lin Chen silently observed the two in conflict. Recalling information about the Earth Trisolaris Organization, ETO is divided into three factions: the Adventists, who are the most fanatical; the Salvationists, resembling a religion; and the survivors, who are dreamers. Pan Han belonged to the Adventist faction, whose motto is, "We do not know what extraterrestrial civilizations are like, but we understand humanity." Lin Chen sighed, feeling a myriad of emotions. "You do not know? I do. In the vast cosmos, civilizations should not disparage one another. In the end, we are all in the same boat." The argument between Pan Han and Wang Song grew increasingly heated. Wang Song asserted, "You are disregarding organizational discipline." Pan Han retorted, "Your rank does not entitle you to speak to me in such a manner." Wang Song countered, "Do not forget, my family contributed significantly to your social experiment." Pan Han replied, "Oh? For the sake of our cause, is that not to be expected? Do you harbor selfish motives?" Wang Song fell silent. Listening intently, Lin Chen gained a deeper understanding of Pan Han. Such individuals are adept at rallying support and skillfully exploiting these means to seize resources. Suddenly, Lin Chen paused, struck by a thought. Having listened to so much, would I be silenced? The doctor treating me in this hospital is also one of them. It would not be difficult for them to inflict an ailment upon me. Their actions resemble an attempt to coerce me into their ranks, forcing me into a corner. Could I have fallen victim to a grand scheme? What merit do I possess as a mere charlatan? Lin Chen thought, this cannot be. My knowledge of metaphysics holds no value for ETO. In that moment, Lin Chen felt he had grasped the crux of this bewildering conflict. His body began to tremble involuntarily. He grasped his thigh with his right hand, striving to maintain control. Simultaneously, several phrases emerged at the tempest core of his thoughts. Yang Dong, Ding Yi. The boundaries of science, the non-existence of physics. ETO, the coming faction. Pan Han, the anti-human technological movement. Lin Chen, the venerable archaeologist, a charlatan. A spokesperson for metaphysics. Damn. Lying on the bed, the calamity descends from the heavens. ETO is precisely targeting my charlatanry. My presence in this world has redirected their gaze towards metaphysics. In this light, we are indeed a match made in heaven. Lin Chen's mind delved deeper as he discreetly regarded Pan Han, this unexpected variable. If it were merely about joining ETO, Wang Song's visit would suffice. Why has Pan Han come? Why? In the next moment, Lin Chen felt he had uncovered the most malevolent, profound, and sinister truth. ETO requires me. Yet Pan Han desires my demise. Whether it be Pan Han's advocacy for a return to a self-sufficient rural pastoral life, or Lin Chen potentially rallying others to delve into metaphysics, functionally, they are indistinguishable for ETO. That is, both compel humanity to abandon technological advancement. Once the functions align, an immediate contradiction in resource allocation emerges. The more Lin Chen thrives, the less Pan Han possesses. If Lin Chen perishes, Pan Han flourishes. Resources, cursed resources. At that moment, Lin Chen inexplicably recalled Yi Wenjia's discourse on cosmic sociology to Luo Ji. First, survival is the primary demand of civilization. Second, civilization continually grows and expands. Yet the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant. Pan Han, he wishes to extinguish me while I am still weak. Yet, prior to this, I have never exhibited a desire for closeness, nor have I ever engaged with ETO. A chilling term surged forth, displacing all thoughts in his mind. The dark forest. At that moment, Pan Han approached with a radiant smile. He sat kindly at Lin Chen's bedside, casually picking up an apple to toy with. Professor Lin, I have several questions I wish to consult with you. The virtual three-body world. Grant me an eternal epic. A meeting. Qin Shi Huang, furious, marched to the rocks, unsheathing his sword and relentlessly striking the stones beneath him, fragments of Mars scattering in a cacophony. With his rhythmic blows, the sun above cycled through several rounds, heralding the arrival of an eternal epic. Qin Shi Huang, you won't let me sleep at night, nor during the day? Aristotle shouted, rubbing his eyes in exasperation. Mosey, Einstein, Zhou Wenwang, Newton, Confucius, and a host of others hurried to the meeting venue. Newton had yet to tame his hair, and Mosey still clutched his invention. They all shared the same question. What has transpired? Aristotle, don't think I am unaware. I know it was you. Qin Shi Huang furiously pointed his sword at Aristotle. Aristotle raised his hands, turning his head with a crooked smile and said, is it permissible for your coming faction to set fires, yet not for us, the rescuers, to light a lamp? Did you instigate Pan Han? The first emperor of Qin inquired. I merely mentioned it in passing, Aristotle replied with a dismissive scoff. Damn it, your majesty, temper your wrath. This is an internal management issue within your faction. In my view, this predicament stems from your own inequities. How is the organization unjust? Is it not evident? Your faction monopolizes communication with the master. You clearly received news of Lin Chen's avalanche before we did. We demand resource sharing. As Aristotle spoke, he began to rally Mosey and the others. This is a matter of confidentiality. Are you unaware that the enemy has declared war upon us? The first emperor retorted. Confidentiality is meant to prevent certain individuals from exploiting it for their own agendas, deviating from the organization's true intent. Aristotle boldly countered. The first emperor surveyed the assembly with a chilling smile. This is humanity. He then forcefully cleaved a corner off the rock beneath him, declaring, very well, follow me, and I shall reveal to you the master's immense power. But heed my words. From this moment forth, every word and action of everyone present must be scrutinized. With that, the first emperor sheathed his sword. He stood before the crowd as if gazing into a mirror, meticulously adjusting his dragon robe. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the meaning behind his actions. What could the master's power entail? Why must they be cautious from this point onward? Only a select few from the faction displayed enigmatic smiles at the palpable anxiety surrounding them. As the first emperor descended from the rock, the sun in the sky began to flicker at an astonishing pace. Within the virtual realm of the Trisolaris, they had entered the atomic and informational age. The crowd followed the first emperor to a large screen, halting in their tracks. He turned to face them, proclaiming, behold. The screen behind him suddenly illuminated, revealing a clear image. Before a hospital building stood a handsome man, glancing about anxiously, his pace hurried. Someone immediately recognized him from the screen. Pan Han, what brings him to the hospital? Mosey queried. Aristotle chuckled lightly. This is the hospital where Lin Chen is located. Einstein furrowed his brow, asking, is this a recorded video? The first emperor scoffed. A recording? It is a live broadcast. A live broadcast? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is Pan Han conducting another social experiment? This time at a hospital? But why is he accompanied by only a single cameraman? Newton questioned. No, there is only one, the first emperor replied. What do you mean? Only one? King Wen of Zhou inquired. Only he is present. There is no cameraman. The first emperor clarified. Are you jesting? An imaginary cameraman? Aristotle expressed disbelief. The first emperor shot him a glance. Ignorance. Almost simultaneously, the camera on the large screen zoomed in. However, the camera did not focus on Pan Han's face, but rather lingered beneath his left chest. Just when the crowd assumed that the non-existent photographer had made an amateur mistake, the fabric of Pan Han's suit suddenly transformed into a semi-transparent material. Within the suit, a complete handgun materialized on the grand screen. A gun? Pan Han wielded a firearm? But how was this captured? Through physical modeling? Such exquisite detail? At that moment, the lens of the grand screen abruptly ascended at an unresponsive velocity. The sky was remarkably clear today. The entire cityscape was captured in its entirety. Could it be a model of the whole Earth? Immediately afterward, the camera executed a dazzling dive, returning to the hospital from earlier. Yet, the focus was no longer on Pan Han, but rather on another individual, Lin Chen. At this very moment, Lin Chen was receiving flowers from Wang Kong. As he accepted the flowers, he remarked, I never expected this fortune teller to have fans. You must be Xiao Wang, right? After a while, a nurse at the ward's entrance began to argue with Pan Han, who had just ascended the stairs. In the virtual world of the three-body problem, all ETO members before the grand screen fell into silence. Qin Shi Huang gradually spoke, Comrades, be mindful of every word and action. The master is watching us. Einstein began to adjust his attire first, followed by Newton, Mosey, Confucius, and Zhou Wang. The slowest was Aristotle, who felt an incessant web on his face that seemed increasingly difficult to correct. At that moment, Einstein slowly inquired, why did Pan Han go to the hospital? All eyes turned towards Aristotle, who had previously been the most animated. Feeling the web on his face growing more pronounced, Aristotle began to scratch at it, revealing red marks one by one. He stammered, I don't know. Then he contradicted himself. No, I do know. Trembling, he confessed, yes. I know, it was my doing. Qin Shi Huang had long been aware of Aristotle's actions, yet he still posed the question, what did you do? This was a trial from the master and the organization. I informed Pan Han that the organization intended to employ Lin Chen, that the organization no longer required him, and that if he wished to regain the organization's favor, there was but one way. What? The crowd inquired. Only if Lin Chen dies can he continue to serve the master. Aristotle gradually knelt, fully aware that he was openly violating the organization's principles and defying its unanimous decision. A collective gasp emanated from those present. Zhou Wang, bewildered, lowered his head and asked, but what benefit does this bring you? Benefit? Aristotle laughed maniacally. The benefits are manifold. Lin Chen, Pan Han, the descending faction. One stone, three birds. If Lin Chen dies due to Pan Han's jealousy, does that not precisely demonstrate the management issues within the descending faction? Doesn't this precisely demonstrate the inadequacy of your arrival faction, rendering you incapable of fulfilling the mission bestowed upon us by the Lord? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, interrupted only by the incessant laughter of Aristotle. Mosey sighed deeply and inquired, have you contemplated the cost of such actions? Aristotle retorted, what cost could there possibly be for me, were it not for this grand, damnable global surveillance? Who would know that I informed Pan Han? Mosey pressed on. Have you not considered the losses to the organization? Aristotle laughed heartily. The loss to the organization? By eradicating the tyrannical and autocratic parasites of the arrival faction, what loss could the organization suffer? Mosey responded with 3 words. It is division. He then addressed Qin Shi Huang. The Salvation faction no longer acknowledges his existence. Qin Shi Huang scoffed lightly and proclaimed solemnly, burn him. With a gentle flame, Newton promptly scurried off to gather firewood, while Confucius produced a flint, and King Wen brought forth a cauldron. The assembly bound Aristotle and cast him inside. Yet there was no water. The flames roared voraciously. Mosey questioned, what about Lin Chen? Once again, all eyes turned to the screen, where Wang Tsong and Pan Han were embroiled in a heated dispute. Newton exclaimed, Pan Han has exposed the existence of the organization. King Wen suggested, we should hasten the burning, then prevent Pan Han from acting first. Einstein remarked, "This is the price of purging the parasites. It is worth it." The previously silent von Neumann interjected, "Can we still win over Lin Chen?" Confucius replied, "Do you not see? That impudent fellow Pan Han is armed." Newton gasped, "Pan Han would shoot?" Kunlun added, "If he fires, we must clean up after him. If Lin Chen dies, we will require him." Einstein noted, "Pan Han is cunning. Unless absolutely necessary, he may resort to more benign methods, such as colluding with hospital doctors." Mosey interjected, "You are all mistaken." The assembly turned their attention to Mosey, the master of universal love and non-aggression. He continued, "At this moment, Pan Han need only pose a few questions to Lin Chen. Should Lin Chen err in his responses, we would have no choice but to eliminate him, would we not?" A third silence fell, as all pondered this. Qin Shi Huang conceded, "Mosey is correct." In a rare moment, the arrival faction and the salvation faction reached a consensus. The other members gradually grasped the situation. Indeed, Lin Chen is merely aware of the organization's existence, yet oblivious to its purpose. Thus, Pan Han need only inquire about Lin Chen's views on humanity, and the matter would be resolved. An inevitable phenomenon would arise. A cautious and opportunistic figure like Lin Chen could not possibly utter words detrimental to human civilization in the presence of someone as overtly malicious as Pan Han. In essence, if Pan Han were to ask, if extraterrestrial beings invaded Earth, which side would you stand on? Lin Chen would undoubtedly reply, Earth, unless he wished to be branded with the label of anti-humanity. Otherwise, that would be his only response. Newton, Lin Chen is sure to lie. Did we not previously assess him as someone who adapts to circumstances and employs smooth talking? Confucius, indeed. Thus we can allow him to grasp the entirety of the situation before posing our inquiries again. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shi Huang chuckled. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Mosey also laughed. Newton, what is it? Von Neumann raised a finger and said, "If, I emphasize if, Lin Chen were to utter words detrimental to the organization, how could you substantiate that what he later proclaims is truthful?" Newton, yet we have deduced that he must be speaking falsehoods this time. Von Neumann, please provide proof. Newton, trust resembles a balloon, no matter how one inflates it. It cannot burst. However, if pierced by a needle, it will explode. Confucius, did Pan Han possess prior knowledge of the master's scrutiny? If so, then his cunning also Qin Shi Huang. Perhaps he knew, perhaps he did not. Nonetheless, the outcome remains the same. Pan Han is an astute individual, more so than Aristotle. Mosey, Aristotle's cleverness ultimately led to his own downfall. Confucius, perhaps Pan Han merely stumbled upon it. Von Neumann, yes, it is likely mere coincidence. For had he truly been aware, he would have devised a more ingenious approach. At least I have conceived one. Qin Shi Huang, and Mosey pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Zhou Wenwang, so, is Lin Chen undoubtedly doomed now? Newton, it is coincidence that seals his fate, much like an apple striking me fortuitously. After a prolonged silence, Einstein interjected, Lin Chen may not necessarily perish. There exists another possibility. All eyes turned toward the sage. Yet soon, a phrase from Pan Han on the large screen diverted everyone's attention. Professor Lin, I have several questions I wish to discuss with you. On the screen, Lin Chen calmly regarded Pan Han. Chapter 4. Yet I know humanity. All gazes, even those from approximately 4 light-years away in the Centaurus constellation, converge upon Lin Chen's tranquil visage, monitored by the intelligence of the Sabhan. Pan Han inquired, Professor Lin, I have several questions I wish to pose to you. Lin Chen sighed and replied, certainly, but please hold on for a moment. Pan Han exchanged glances with Wang Song. Uncertain of Lin Chen's intentions, Lin Chen propped himself up with his arm, adjusting his position on the hospital bed. Observing this, Pan Han casually strolled to block the doorway of the ward, asking Wang Song in an inquisitive tone, Do you know which floor this is? Wang Song, Lin Chen, those behind the screen at ETO. In the virtual realm of the three-body problem, Mosey remarked, it should be the 5th floor. Newton asserted, if he falls to his death, I shall not bear the blame. King Zhou commented, Pan Han has unleashed malice once more. Von Neumann mused. We ought to contemplate how to resolve Lin Chen's predicament. The organization's existence must not be compromised by an outsider. What are you saying? I am merely feeling a bit fatigued and changing my posture. Lin Chen gestured. Pan Han forced a formulaic smile, his demeanor insincere, and asked, "Can we commence with the questions now?" "No, I have not yet completed what I truly intend to do. Please be swift, dear colleague." Such is not a suitable attitude for inquiry. Pan Han. Confucius. It appears that our young friend Lin Chen remains oblivious to his own circumstances. Qin Shi Huang. How can an ordinary person fathom the might of the master? Einstein, stroking his beard, found a place to sit and closed his eyes, opting not to observe further. Suddenly, Lin Chen called out from the screen, "Nurse, where has my phone gone?" "Oh, Professor Lin, I shall assist you in locating it." The young nurse, responding to Lin Chen's need, promptly entered the room. However, before she could reach the bedside, she was instinctively intercepted by Pan Han and Wang Kong. "What are you doing?" The nurse pushed past them, exclaiming, "You truly lack respect for the patient. He requires rest, and you have already disrupted him for long enough." Pan Han contemplated intervening once more, but Lin Chen suddenly interjected, "If you obstruct her, I shall not answer your questions." Pan Han's gaze hardened. After a moment of hesitation, he refrained from blocking her. The nurse successfully approached the bedside and retrieved Lin Chen's phone from the cabinet. Lin Chen took the device and marveled at the impressive standby time of modern phones. "Very well, please step outside and close the door behind you." The nurse, hands on her hips, retorted, "So you just dismiss me once you're done? How exhausting." With a huff of mild annoyance, the nurse exited the ward. "What is Lin Chen planning? What is Pan Han doing?" Newton lamented, holding his head. "Why do you not stop Lin Chen?" Confucius questioned. "If he exposes the organization's information, then..." Zhou began, but could not finish his thought. "Quickly, let the master's cameras prevent Lin Chen from proceeding," someone urged. Qin Shi Huang remarked, "That is merely an intelligent particle. It cannot accomplish the task. However, I have already instructed someone to contact Wang Kong." Mosey inquired, "Is it not possible to inform Wang Tsong through the master's means?" Qin Shi Huang replied, "For the sake of confidentiality." Wang Tsong is entirely unaware of the master's methods. Only his superior can convey the message. Mosey responded, "Damn it." Before the large screen, the members of ETO were thrown into a state of disarray. At that moment, Einstein suddenly interjected, "Why are you all in a panic?" Lin Chen is merely aware that Pan Han and Wang Tsong are affiliated with an organization. Surely the enemy has already surmised this to some extent. But what can be done about it? Can they be arbitrarily apprehended? There exists an organization known as the Scientific Frontier, and within it, a figure referred to as the Master. This is not illegal. You are all overreacting. The ETO members remained silent. Newton sighed and said, "Could you not have mentioned this sooner?" Einstein chuckled. "This is our distinction." Lin Chen picked up his phone, and at that moment, Wang Tsong's phone also rang. As Lin Chen calmly searched for Ding Yi's number, he remarked, "It is fundamental to assure one's friends of safety upon waking. Although it seems I may only have this one friend." Pan Han breathed a sigh of relief. If it was merely a matter of reporting safety, then there was nothing to worry about. After listening to the call for a while, Wang Tsong also set down his phone, making no further movements. "Ah, what a false alarm," Newton remarked. Confucius stated, "I told you that propriety and music are indeed beneficial." Zhou Wenwang retorted, "Are you pretending to be a great prophet again?" Shi Chang had just accompanied Wang Miao in concluding a meeting. Through coaxing and stimulating dialogue, he had finally persuaded Wang Miao to accept the mission assigned by the organization, a feat not easily accomplished, akin to persuading a child. However, this batch of intellectuals was perhaps the most easily swayed group Shi Chang had encountered, even to the extent of being led to their demise. Most of them hailed from respectable families, grew up during a prosperous era in their homeland, and worked in positions where they were most needed. The greatest upheaval they might face in their lives could merely be a transition from one job to another. This circumstance had hindered their capacity to adapt to change, rendering them incapable of accepting the notion of non-existent physics. Their spirits were fragile. Yet, on the other hand, if everyone possessed such a high capacity for acceptance, what kind of wretched lives would they lead? It is the duty of an officer to ensure that everyone is well protected, fostering a belief that tomorrow will be better, free from constant fear and anxiety. In this regard, Shi Chang fell short. Although he harbored a protective instinct, his methods often veered towards the extreme, His most recent transgression occurred last year when he resorted to torture, leaving a suspect incapacitated. This resulted in his suspension. Of course, his intentions were ultimately noble, yet his approach was often misguided. Shirchang took a drag from his cigarette, subconsciously contemplating how to fortify Wang Niao's resilience. After much contemplation, he realized there were no effective strategies. He could only remain close by to protect him, ready to intervene in times of peril. How can one grow without experiencing trials? It is often said that one should consume what one seeks to replenish. Similarly, life's experiences shape our growth. Forcing change is futile. Take, for instance, my son, Shi Xiaoming. The less time I spent with him, the more he strayed, and now it seems impossible to steer him back. I cannot help but wonder whether this young man will ever amount to anything. A thick cloud of smoke escaped from Shirchang's lips as he smacked them in discontent. The 5-yuan cigarette lacked flavor. Henceforth, I must refrain from scavenging the remnants of American cigars. My palate has grown discerning. What shall I do when the battle concludes and I can no longer indulge? Shirchang pondered as he extinguished his cigarette. Glancing around before scratching the back of his head, his gaze resting on a golden-haired American soldier. The man hummed a tune, relishing a brief respite after a meeting. His left hand twirling a Cuban cigar while his right operated a lighter, coaxing the flames to dance. What was the name of this American Air Force colonel? Shirchang's eyes drifted downwards, fixating on the cigar box, and he began to contemplate how to negotiate. No, rather, how to persuade. Mere moments later, the operational plan was solidified. Shirchang donned his signature foolish grin and approached. Along the way, he passed by Ding Yi, who was preoccupied with a phone call. His professional instincts kicked in, and despite his disinterest, he inadvertently absorbed the conversation. Hello? Is this Dr. Ding Yi? It's me, Lin Chen. I've awakened. I heard you visited me, and I wanted to assure you I'm well. The voice emanating from the other end of the line was unfamiliar. Yet the cadence and tone suggested a mature individual. Shirchang instinctively analyzed, as this had nearly become second nature. Professor Lin. Just as I was seeking someone to converse with, you called. How is your recovery? Ding Yi inquired, her tone lifting. Shirchang paid little heed, his steps unwavering. The caller continued, I'm fit and strong, though my spirit feels slightly bruised. You see, I've been lying here for 3 days. Oh, the familiar tactic of establishing rapport. Shirchang could already anticipate the direction of the conversation. At that moment, he drew closer to the cigar owner, extending his left hand to pat the man's shoulder. Simultaneously, the voice on Ding Yi's end persisted. I've been lying here for 3 days, just you, Ding Yi. Suddenly, a tremor laced the caller's tone, which Shirchang perceptibly noted. The voice continued. Wang Song and Pan Han came to see me. Do you know this person? I certainly do not. Upon hearing the name Pan Han, Shirchang halted in his tracks, his body leaning forward, left foot suspended midair. As if time itself had come to a standstill. He had perused materials concerning scientific boundaries, particularly since this topic was to be discussed at today's meeting. He had even revisited the material beforehand. Pan Han was indeed one of the most renowned figures within the realm of scientific boundaries, a biologist who had successfully predicted the hereditary deformities resulting from long-term consumption of genetically modified crops, as well as the potential ecological disasters posed by such crops. Unlike those hollow, alarmist scholars, his prophecies brimmed with intricate details, each fulfilled with astonishing precision, to such an extent that rumors circulated suggesting he hailed from the future. In short, it was uncanny. As Shirchang often quipped, when things are exceedingly uncanny, there must be ghosts. His years of investigative intuition told him that Pan Han, this biologist, did not resemble a conventional scholar. Rather, he appeared more like a charlatan. And charlatans, lacking genuine expertise, often resort to deception, which inevitably leaves traces and reveals their guilt. Thus, this individual might serve as a breakthrough point. Shirchang's hand rested on the shoulder of an American Air Force colonel. His spirit had long departed with Ding Yi's phone call. At that moment, the American inquired, What are? Shu. Shirchang interjected, his expression grave, placing a finger to his lips. The American, slightly bewildered, blinked and nodded gravely. Shirchang gradually leaned closer to Ding Yi, ear pressed near, signaling for him to converse normally. Ding Yi composedly nodded, stating, I am not sure about Wang Zong, but Pan Han is quite a notable figure, a highly esteemed biologist. On the other end of the line, the voice queried, "Oh, how does his achievement in biology compare to yours in physics?" Dingy chuckled, "About the same. More or less. So impressive? I cannot afford to neglect him. He is right in front of me. I must hang up now. Let's meet and chat properly when we have the chance." "All right. Perhaps my future research direction will hinge upon you." "What? You flatter me." "Hee hee. Text me to set a date." With that, the call ended. Ding Yi turned to face Shi Chong, striving to keep it brief. Lin Chen, the archaeologist, is someone who enjoys dabbling in gossip and the metaphysical, such as the I Ching. He rarely engages in cutting-edge research, so it is rather peculiar to find him at the frontier of science. Shi Chong nodded, resting his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is strange. Do you think Pan Han might be seeking collaboration with him?" Dingy paused. "Surely not. How could that be? Lin Chen does not study physics. Although they may have just begun their acquaintance. I must report this to the chief. It could be a lead." Shi Chong scanned the area, but did not spot Chong Wei-si. He turned to the American and asked, "Where has the chief gone?" The American looked utterly bewildered. Dingy translated for him. The American pointed toward the conference room door, babbling some English that Shi Chong could barely comprehend. Dingy explained. He said General Chang went to escort that nanomaterials expert downstairs. "Oh, right. How could I forget? Thank you," Shi Chong exclaimed, patting the American on the shoulder with a smile. With that, he turned and dashed toward the stairs. The American, feeling as if he had been involved in something significant and had contributed, managed to muster up some clumsy Chinese. No need to mention it. At that moment, he found the burly officer less detestable than he had previously imagined. At that moment, Shi Chong suddenly turned back, and in the presence of the Americans, he extracted a cigar from the box. "Almost forgot. Thank you." With that, he dashed out once more. What on earth? In the virtual world of the three-body problem, a split screen was in effect. On one side lay Lin Chen's hospital room, while on the other was the operations meeting room where Shi Chong and Ding Yi were present. Before the large screen, the atmosphere was palpably tense. "I have conducted my investigation. The individual presiding over this meeting is General Chong Wei-si, a distinguished Army Major General," Qin Shi Huang began. "It turns out they have long been monitoring the scientific frontier. What is your intention in concealing this from us?" Mosey inquired. "It is not I who am concealing, but rather the master has not informed us," Qin Shi Huang replied with a heavy sigh. "What does that mean? Has the master abandoned us?" Qin Shi Huang waved his sleeve, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. He remained silent for an extended period, perhaps not in contemplation, but rather as the higher-ups of the descendants were embroiled in debate. Ultimately, he stated, "No, the master does not wish to abandon us. However, we are also in the dark regarding the specifics. I can only impart one undeniable truth. The master possesses the ability to perceive all, yet remains uncertain about which pieces of information are accurate and necessary for us. This has led us to squander an inordinate amount of time in filtering information, which is why we are only now becoming aware of this meeting. Uncertain about which information is accurate? Is it not sufficient to observe the discussions among the high-ranking officials of those nations? Is discernment not needed? They are unaware of the master's watchful gaze. It is utterly impossible for them to conceal everything at all times." Mosey could not fathom this, vehemently refuting it. Today has brought forth too many shocks for him. The master's scrutiny, Aristotle's betrayal, General Chong Wei-si's meeting. Yet, nothing was as difficult for him to accept as Qin Shi Huang's words. "No, it is not as you imagine. Allow me to illustrate this in a more vivid manner. Just a few days ago, the master, through the wisdom of Ji Zi, informed us of what they deemed a significant event." As Qin Shi Huang spoke, a rare self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. "What significant event?" Mosey asked eagerly. A head of state, after the conclusion of a meeting, felt hungry and desired something special. This head of state referenced a historical anecdote from their nation and informed an accompanying staff member, who then went to prepare it. "And then?" Mosey pressed. "And then?" Qin Shi Huang scoffed. "They, of course, went to eat. This, that." Mosey struggled to articulate a coherent thought. This was not due to his lack of intelligence, but rather his exceptional acumen. He comprehended the underlying significance of the tale in an instant. Yet, His beliefs compelled him to resist. The master's impotence is the most distressing truth for the Redeemers to accept on a spiritual level. From another perspective, we, the descendants, monopolizing communication with the master, are also safeguarding your Redeemers. For you harbor unrealistic fantasies about the master. However, distance can indeed create beauty. Qin Huang gazed coldly at Mozi. He had always believed that Mozi was a pragmatic individual, capable of transforming into a member of the Salvation sect. Yet it now appeared that this was merely an illusion. During the next assembly, it would be prudent to exclude the adherents of the Salvation sect. Qin Huang contemplated. Those who regard their leader as a deity must be distanced from the true essence of leadership. Otherwise, when their faith crumbles, they will inevitably face disintegration. Although Qin Huang harbored a disdain for the Salvation sect, the organization required the strength of its members. Hence, he had to devise a strategy to safeguard the Salvation sect, preventing their faith from shattering specifically. By distancing them from the leader while allowing them to retain their fervent devotion akin to religious zeal. How peculiar it seemed for the arrival sect to protect the Salvation sect. Yet, such is the nature of politics, to unite all possible forces. This is a matter that must preoccupy the higher echelons of the organization, rather than being confined to a singular faction. The more Qin Huang interacted with the leader, the more he realized that the leader was neither omniscient nor omnipotent, incapable of resolving issues beyond human comprehension. They could only resolve humanity, yet that sufficed. For the arrival sect, that was enough. Perhaps it was merely a cultural divergence. Why could we not send an individual to accompany the leader for surveillance and discernment? Confucius posed a technical inquiry. We have always conducted ourselves in this manner. However, there are only two G particles. Although G particles can achieve instantaneous movement and simultaneously disrupt multiple accelerator experiments, this is only feasible due to the ephemeral nature of these experiments, Qin Huang elucidated. Confucius inquired, "What do you mean? What distinguishes the disruption of accelerator experiments from the surveillance of another's conversation?" At this juncture, Einstein interjected, "Consider the difference. In a high-energy accelerator, the collision of accelerated high-energy particles with designated target particles occurs in the blink of an eye. Scientists spend considerable time preparing, pressing the button, and awaiting that fleeting moment. G particles, however, can randomly disrupt several of those instants, leading scientists to obtain erroneous and chaotic data, forever thwarted in their quest for effective analysis. Furthermore, as G particles can approach the speed of light, they could virtually dismantle all particle collision experiments on Earth simultaneously. As Einstein spoke, he stroked his beard, producing a pipe from seemingly nowhere, taking a puff before continuing. However, ponder this. If a G particle is tasked with eavesdropping on a conversation, suppose a statement takes 9 seconds to complete, and we require 3 seconds to grasp the crucial information. Then, the G particle can monitor at most 3 distinct dialogues in that 9-second span. Should the effective information be less than 3 seconds, we would be oblivious to the content of the conversation. And how many dialogues occur concurrently on Earth? Thus, the issue does not lie with the G particles, but rather with humanity. While G particles can operate with remarkable speed, approaching the speed of light, human beings take far too long to articulate, comprehend, and absorb a statement, a delay extending to several seconds. Newton grasped the essence of the conversation and remarked, "Unless the master or the intelligent beings can comprehend the nuances of human dialogue and conduct independent analysis, otherwise." Von Neumann interjected, "Even if one could monitor global information, effective analysis would remain elusive, relying instead on the inefficient assistance of humanity." Kunlun of Shou smiled and said, "This is merely a learning process. The master requires time. Furthermore, on a positive note, our focus on Chang Weici has narrowed our target range, making subsequent tasks considerably easier. It suffices to elucidate their discussions and meetings for the master." In conclusion, Qin Huang inspired his comrades, proclaiming, "Thus, my friends, the master needs us, and we must rally more comrades to serve the master." On the screen, Lin Chen and Ding had been engaged in conversation for quite some time. The ETO members present shifted their attention back to Lin Chen's countenance. In truth, their interest in him had waned. They believed that as long as Pan Han posed a few leading questions, Lin Chen's fate was all but sealed. Lin Chen set down his phone and gazed at Pan Han, once again reflecting on how the man's visage was indeed suited for a public academic star, his appearance, abilities, and all other facets. However, without the backing of the Trisolaris, he would merely be a handsome face devoid of substance. Was he captivated by his current identity? Was he enamored with his present career? Would he be willing to pay the price for these? To what extent? Lin Chen hesitated to gamble. For in the original narrative of the three-body problem, this man had indeed resorted to gunfire against his own comrades. Thus, under such circumstances, Lin Chen mustered the courage to call Ding Yi. He could not foresee that Shi Chang would take notice, nor did he harbor expectations that Ding Yi would pay any significant attention to his call. His sole intention was to mention Pan Han, thereby increasing the cost of his potential demise. In essence, should I perish, Pan Han would be the first suspect. Lin Chen was adding chips to the betting table while simultaneously securing himself a form of insurance, attempting to dissuade any ill intentions. As for how this might influence the unfolding narrative later, the time traveler, who held his life in the highest regard, did not contemplate. What did it matter? Life is fleeting. Why concern oneself with the future? I never imagined Mr. Pan to be such a formidable scholar, Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Professor Lin, your association with Dr. Ding Yi suggests your knowledge is equally commendable. Pan Han reciprocated the compliment. Lin Chen smiled. I relish interacting with prominent figures like yourselves. Don't you have questions? Go ahead. I am utterly candid with friends. Pan Han paused, clearly taken aback. Lin Chen wished fervently that Pan Han would take the hint and leave. Yet, Pan Han ultimately spoke. Professor Lin, it's a simple question. Do you believe the Earth is faring well at present? That madman, he dared to inquire. Furthermore, the questions posed are rather irrelevant. Is Jizi monitoring me? Is ETO observing? How should I respond appropriately? Is the Earth faring well? This is an intriguing inquiry. Though I confess my uncertainty in the academic vernacular you employ, I am not entirely sure I can provide you with an answer, Lin Chen remarked. That is of no consequence. Please share your understanding. Pan Han replied with a radiant smile, his demeanor exuding warmth. Yet, Lin Chen could only sense the chilling aura emanating from the abyss. With a resigned tone, Lin Chen continued, Well, I am an archaeologist, as you are aware, right? Indeed, came the response. Well, our task involves excavating the remnants left by our predecessors, Han, Tang, Ming, and so forth. Before I answer your question, allow me to pose one of my own. You say, Pan Han was taken aback by the roundabout nature of Lin Chen's response. Yet it was evident that he possessed ample patience. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen inquired, Can you guess which era's relics are most abundantly buried beneath the earth? Pan Han hesitated, the Tang? Or perhaps the Han? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. Pan Han was still naive. Neither. Lin Chen countered, Your perspective is far too narrow. The relics buried here do not even include human artifacts. The remnants we speak of trace back to the very inception of the earth. What gives you the audacity to presume it pertains to any singular dynasty? A dynasty is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of time. In truth, all life that has ever existed on earth, even the most primitive, scarcely registers insignificance. Lin Chen did not afford Pan Han a moment to respond, swiftly continuing, You inquire whether the earth is well? I can only assure you that it is thriving. Are there indications of the sun's imminent explosion? Is there any sign of Earth's magnetic field waning or its core cooling? Have we observed colossal meteors hurtling towards us from outer space? None of these phenomena are present. Therefore, the Earth is indeed flourishing. I understand you are a biologist. Focus solely on the era of life's emergence, but one ought to broaden their horizons. Having expounded his thoughts, Lin Chen exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Pan Han and Wang Kong. The expressions he had longed to see. Isn't Lin Chen an archaeologist? Newton was taken aback. Isn't he a charlatan? Confucius pondered. Perhaps the essence of a charlatan lies in their broad knowledge. Moreover, what he articulated seemed devoid of fallacy. Von Neumann was equally perplexed. Zhou Wang remarked, Pan Han seeks Lin Chen's evaluation of the Earth's condition post-human alteration, yet Lin Chen deftly sidestepped the question. Furthermore, he set a cognitive trap prior to speaking. Truly ingenious. Qin Shi Huang noted, Faced with a biologist, he aimed to deliver a response that would astonish, necessitating a diversion from the latter's area of expertise. This is quite a clever strategy. He is indeed adept at persuasion. Newton commented, we glean nothing from his response. Perhaps he simply enjoys a stroke of luck? Confucius remarked, however, Pan Han's next inquiry may not be met with such fortune. Einstein, taking a puff from his pipe, responded, not necessarily. I detect a hint of disdain for human civilization in his tone. Qin Shi Huang nodded in deep agreement, stating, could it be that your faction truly believes everyone shares your desire to annihilate humanity? Is this not also a form of illusion? Mosey, who had remained silent until now, began to mock fervently. On the screen, Pan Han posed his second question, its blatant nature causing all to gasp in astonishment. Professor Lin. What an impressive response, Pan Han applauded. Mediocre at best, if you have finished your inquiries. Lin Chen replied, weariness evident in his voice. Pan Han interrupted sharply. No, I have another question. Another? Lin Chen felt his teeth clenching, nearly drawing blood. Did this insufferable man not understand the virtue of restraint? Yes. This is the final question. Sensing Lin Chen's tenacity, Pan Han resolved to be swift. Ask. Lin Chen declared, his resolve unwavering. The question was straightforward. If Earth were to be invaded by extraterrestrial civilization, which side would you choose? Humanity or the aliens? Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he slowly raised his gaze to meet Pan Han's eyes, which seemed to convey a farewell. Lord. Pan Han has unveiled the existence of the Lord. Newton exclaimed, clutching his head. It appeared that Lin Chen could no longer remain if he conveyed this information. Humanity's investigative focus could become alarmingly targeted, Zhou Wang noted. Confucius lamented, so it seems our yet-to-be comrades have lost even their final glimmer of hope? Von Neumann mused, he will depart this world without ever knowing the truth. Qin Shi Huang sighed heavily. Einstein averted his gaze from the screen, declaring, there is nothing left to behold. Are you serious with this question? Lin Chen inquired, both exasperated and amused. Pan Han replied earnestly, indeed, I am exceedingly serious. Utter nonsense. You are insulting me. Lin Chen erupted, springing from his seat. Pan Han, with a cold smile, retorted, absolutely not. I refuse to answer. Professor Lin. Is this question truly so difficult? Why do you hesitate on such a simple choice? Moreover, do you not perceive that choosing not to answer is, in itself, a response? Pan Han feigned confusion. Indeed, not responding is also a form of response. Lin Chen comprehended at last. He had previously been somewhat perplexed, but clarity washed over him now. Pan Han had never intended to take matters into his own hands. Rather, he aimed to employ others as instruments of his intent. Utilizing ETO's blade to silence Lin Chen regained his composure. He realized that the opportunity he once had to purchase popcorn and witness the live performances of characters such as Luo Ji, Zhang Beihai, and Chu Chang was now utterly lost. No amount of effort could reclaim it. He had to engage in the game, a game that was fundamentally unsolvable, a game in which the universe could never be restarted. At that moment, he found himself somewhat ridiculous, having believed that by traversing into this world and observing from the periphery, he could somehow partition reality. Yet, in truth, if he could not unravel the secret of his journey and return to his original world, he would be confronted with a harsh reality. He could only, and must, face the profound malice of this world. Turning a blind eye would not halt the relentless march of history. Alas, your question strikes me as utterly laughable. Lin Chen gently shook his head. Then, as if stating something utterly ordinary and universally comprehensible, he declared, do you think I would choose human civilization? No, I will not. Only those foolish individuals would make such a selection. Listen carefully. Pay attention. Lin Chen articulated each word with fervor, his teeth clenched. I choose extraterrestrial civilization because humanity is beyond redemption. Perhaps aliens are flawed as well, but that is merely a possibility. The simple truth is, though Lin Chen's voice seemed light, the weight of his words was immense, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. He uttered the motto of the arrivalists. I do not know what aliens are like, but I know humanity. Pan Han's expression shifted from smugness to doubt, then from doubt to shock, and finally from shock to exhilaration. Ultimately, in a moment of overwhelming emotion, he burst into tears, weeping at the edge of Lin Chen's hospital bed, his tears soaking the sheets. He resembled a wayward traveler returning home after years, reuniting with family. Perhaps Pan Han was cunning, yet he was undoubtedly the purest of arrivalists. He was at the forefront, exposed to the greatest societal pressures. Lin Chen's resolute response unequivocally provided him with an unwavering comrade in this vast society. It is worth noting that this was Lin Chen's response made in utter ignorance. It was the most genuine expression, yet unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Because of this answer, Lin Chen, the true wanderer who had left his homeland, realized that he might have to settle in a foreign land, never to return. In the virtual realm of the three-body problem, everyone, all the members of ETO in front of the large screens, were in disbelief, utterly stunned. They fixated on Lin Chen's resolute eyes, their hearts filled with a singular, collective question. Is this person truly real? How could he possibly utter such words under these circumstances? Perhaps Lin Chen is the angel bestowed upon them by the Lord. In the ensuing moments, they remained in stunned silence, observing from the screen as Pan Han tremulously clasped Lin Chen's hands, exclaiming, "We are comrades now." Einstein was the first to rise. He understood the gravity of the occasion. Zhou Wang immediately took his place beside Einstein. Confucius, Newton, von Neumann, and even Qin Shi Huang stood in a row, all facing the grand screen. They were demonstrating their solidarity in welcoming a resolute, capable member who was cognizant of his mission. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Chen disdainfully retorted to Pan Han, "Huh? Get lost. Who would want to associate with an uninvited guest like you?" Pan Han, Wang Tsong, the ETO members before the screen. Lin Chen, is there still a chance for redemption? Chapter 5. He will converse directly with the master. Dr. Ding Yi. We need to talk. Chang Weixi briskly returned to the conference room and addressed Ding Yi. Ding Yi remained seated, acutely aware that this conversation was inevitable. Fortunately, General Chang returned quickly. Otherwise, he would have been incessantly bothered by the American intelligence officer beside him. "All right," Ding Yi replied tersely, just as he was about to rise. The incessant American interjected, "Dr. Ding, wait a moment, you have yet to answer my question." Go on. You will be informed of what you need to know." De Sure interceded, positioning himself in front of Ding Yi to block the American colonel, waving his hand dismissively, a lit cigar dangling from his mouth. "What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner, you brigand?" The American retorted, brandishing a cigar and pointing at Shi Chang while speaking in fluent Chinese. "And what is your qualification? If you seek intelligence, it must be a one-to-one exchange. Do you understand?" Shi Chang snatched the cigar from the American's hand with his left hand while removing his own with his right, aligning them side by side to visually represent a one-to-one ratio. Then, with a decisive motion, he brought the two cigars together, akin to slamming a door shut in the American's face. "Stealing territory, oil, and intelligence, how can you Americans dare to label others as brigands?" Shi Chang concluded. Ding Yi observed silently, feeling out of place in this exchange. If anyone were to lack qualification, it would be the physicists like him present in this room. This situation evoked memories of years past when he discussed matters with a group of new concept young officers. However, unlike those days, he had grown accustomed to such dynamics. "I have had enough of this officer. How can someone like him be present at a combat meeting?" The American directed his frustration toward Chang Weixi. Just as De Sure was about to retort, Ding Yi suddenly felt the table before him tremble. "Enough, De Sure. Sit back down," Chang Weixi commanded, striking the table. "I was merely demonstrating," De Sure replied. "We won't take advantage of you. Heh." Shi Chang directly offered both cigars to the American. Yet, the American grimaced in disdain. "Consider it a gift. Heh, good buddy." Shi Chang flashed his signature smile. Before Ding Yi could comprehend this abrupt shift in demeanor, Chang Weixi patted him on the shoulder. "Time is of the essence. We shall discuss matters in another conference room." Ding Yi nodded, preparing to follow Chang Weixi. As he shifted his position and changed his perspective, he clearly noticed that the two cigars in De Sure's hand were covered in saliva. He involuntarily grimaced. Recalling Wang Miao's earlier remark in the meeting, he truly did not resemble a competent officer. Indeed, De Sure did not. However, if one were to assess the situation, in Ding Yi's view, these military police officers were all equally unqualified. Their theoretical knowledge was akin to that of fools. They remain oblivious to the implications of a potentially irregular distribution of physics within the universe for physicists. Instead, they mistakenly attribute the suicides of these scientists to the boundaries of science. Moreover, they overlook Yang Dong, who has never engaged with this organization. Ding Yi has attempted to elucidate this matter to them, yet his explanations have failed to resonate. He has come to realize that, in the eyes of these military experts, his status as a physicist renders him unqualified to engage in reasoning. Very well, he must acquiesce. They hold steadfast to their truths, and I to mine. One day, one side shall inevitably be proven incorrect. Ding Yi followed Chang Weici into a small conference room, which was markedly tidier than the previous, larger meeting space. However, the dust accumulating on the floor indicated that it was seldom frequented, if at all. Upon entering, Ding Yi promptly articulated his viewpoint. General Chang, I shall reiterate my perspective. The boundary of science is merely a gathering of ordinary scientists. Focusing your attention on this matter is misguided, for there are deeper underlying reasons. Ding, how can you be so certain of your correctness? Deshir chimed in with a laugh. Deshir, if you interrupt once more, you shall be excused. Chang Weici directed towards Shirchang. He then pulled out 2 chairs from the conference table, offering one to Ding Yi before settling himself. Dr. Ding Yi, we are in a time of war. You cannot approach problems with conventional logic. See, even the principles of your physics have encountered issues, have they not? Ding Yi took a seat as well, nodding in agreement. Yet, should we not at least base our speculations on reliable facts? As far as I am aware, Yang Dong has never engaged with the boundary of science. How do you reconcile this? Dr. Ding Yi, investigating a case is not akin to conducting scientific research. Even if Yang Dong is an anomaly among physicists, the majority conform to the established patterns, which already validates the existence of a problem, does it not, Deshir? Did you not just insist I remain silent? Deshir retorted. Let me say this. Chief, you ought to be forthcoming with us. Withholding information only serves to cloud our understanding. Reveal what? Do you regard discipline as trivial? When the time comes for you to know, you shall be informed. Chang Weici responded sternly. Shirchang tilted his head, pursing his lips, aware that this echoed his earlier remarks to the American. Now, let us formally discuss Lin Chen. Chang Weici said, patting Ding Yi on the shoulder. It is indeed peculiar that Pan Han sought him. The membership of the boundary of science has never spanned such a breadth. Finding someone like Wang Miao, who engages in applied physics, was already a stretch. But to seek out an archaeologist, I even question whether Professor Lin Chen can grasp their discussions. Ding Yi voiced his thoughts. Wait a moment. What if it is not the boundary of science that is searching for Lin Chen, but merely Pan Han seeking him? Deshir queried. Ding Yi glanced up at Deshir, who was leaning against the door, and remarked, that would be even more peculiar. A biologist like Pan Han seeking out an archaeologist, could it be to discuss the differences in human skeletal structures across various periods? However, Pan Han's research does not pertain to that field. Shirchang, that makes sense. So what do you and Lin Chen discuss? There can't be much of substance between you two. You talk about nanotechnology, and he talks about bronze artifacts? I specialize in macroscopic atomic structures. It's Wang Miao who researches nanotechnology. Oh, right. They're quite similar. Atoms, nanometers, all are diminutive, aren't they? Sigh. Yes, they are somewhat alike. At least to you. However, you are correct about one thing. As physicists, we indeed share little common ground with Lin Chen. Ding Yi seized upon this pivotal point, affirming it. Hey, Dr. Ding, you can understand human conversation. In this respect, you surpass Wang Miao, praised Shi. At that moment, Chang Weici inquired, so what do you discuss? Life? Philosophy? A passion for existence? Not really. I haven't interacted much with Lin Chen. We met at a large gathering, an event within the educational sphere. I happened to be seated next to him, and he initiated the conversation, replied Ding Yi. What did he say? Did he probe into anything? Or do you think he was deliberately trying to engage with you? Shirchang pulled out a notebook and began jotting down notes. Do you suspect he was intentionally reaching out to me? Ding Yi asked. That possibility cannot be dismissed. However, I must investigate further before drawing any conclusions. Please continue with your account. Shirchang appeared to be in investigative mode. He didn't inquire about me. Rather, He shared some information, Ding stated. Go on. If you cannot summarize, relay the conversation verbatim. I will strive to be as detailed as possible. He asked if my name was Ding. By that time, I had already gained some recognition for my research on ball lightning. So it wasn't surprising that someone would recognize me. I confirmed, yes. Then he introduced himself as an archaeologist named Lin Chen. Later, I looked into his background. He is quite renowned in the archaeological community, although his reputation is somewhat mixed. Strangely, some describe him as reclusive, while others find him to be quite suave. Nonetheless, his skills are widely acknowledged. It is said he possesses a unique exploration technique, able to pinpoint a site with just a finger, even without being present, utilizing satellite imagery. And with remarkable precision. That's rather uncanny. Sure interjected. Yet, he has never taught anyone else. Even his longtime students have gleaned nothing from him. Ding continued. That's even more astonishing. Sure noted while recording. Ding shook his head. No, the truly astounding part came afterward. Sure paused, taken aback. Chang Wei-si remained quietly attentive, his expression impassive. Ding continued. He suddenly asked me if my girlfriend's name was Yang Dong. Sure chuckled. Playing the role of the comic relief. Quite gossipy, isn't it? No, you don't understand. At that time, my relationship with Yang Dong had only just been confirmed for about a month. Aside from those very close to me, no one knew about our relationship. Yet he was aware. Perhaps he stumbled upon that information. A month isn't a long time. Some secrets can become common knowledge in a single day. Indeed, perhaps. However, the matter that follows is no longer a matter of conjecture. He mentioned to me that he enjoys delving into ancient metaphysical studies during his leisure time. I possess little knowledge in this area, yet I found myself intrigued when he suddenly revealed that my girlfriend's name is Yang Dong. This prompted me to engage him in further discussion. I inquired whether typical predictions could consistently yield accurate results. He informed me that such matters depend on one's cultivation and the complexity involved. Cultivation? Surely, you cannot believe this? If predictions were reliable, I would be a billionaire from lottery winnings. Desher looked at me in astonishment, expressing his disbelief that a scientist would entertain such notions, acknowledging that even he recognized its lack of scientific basis. I remained skeptical, though I refrained from openly contradicting him, considering he is a professor. He proposed, I know you are doubtful, but let me calculate your future with Yang Dong. I nodded, though by that point, my interest in the conversation had waned. He then began to count on his fingers, conducting his calculation. The outcome. Shi Chang seemed curious as well. He stated that we would ultimately part ways, separated by a distance that I could imagine as the farthest conceivable. I initially thought he was referring to the vastness of the universe, but what he meant was. Ding Yi's voice trembled as he spoke, his words faltering. Chang Wei-si interjected, if we interpret it as the distance between life and death, then his prophecy holds some truth. Damn, a single correct prediction does not signify much. Furthermore, his statements could be interpreted in countless ways. Indeed, if Yang Dong were to be fine, he could easily conjure another narrative. Every couple has their quarrels, does it not? During arguments. Do hearts not drift the farthest apart? What kind of nonsense prediction is this? Shi Chang commented with mild exasperation, but upon noticing Ding Yi's troubled expression, he promptly fell silent. He produced a pack of tissues from his pocket and offered it to him. I, being straightforward and blunt, often speak without discretion. Ding Yi took the pack, extracted a tissue to wipe his tears, and waved it before him, as if attempting to disperse the sorrow enveloping us. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, I have envisioned what it would be like to quarrel with her after marriage. Our theoretical knowledge should resemble the particle collisions in an accelerator at that moment. But alas, the accelerator is now merely a heap of scrap metal. He suppressed his emotions, inhaled deeply, and continued. 3 days ago, I intended to have an in-depth discussion with Lin Chen, so I contacted him via text, only to learn that he encountered an avalanche that same day. Before today's meeting, I visited him, but he had yet to awaken. The rest, as you know, he called me as soon as he regained consciousness, stating that Pan Han was by his side. All right, I have managed to connect these two individuals. While they may appear unrelated in the eyes of scholars, to me, it is crystal clear. Old Ding, just engage with him normally, as long as you don't buy into his metaphysical nonsense. You are an intelligent person. You won't be swayed. Chang closed his notebook, took out a lighter and a cigar, and attempted to light it. After a few tries, he finally managed to draw a puff. It seems that Lin Chen is also a significant focal point. When you investigate, be sure not to let those misguided paths exert excessive force. Chang Weici stood up, clapping his thighs. Throughout the conversation, he scarcely spoke, leaving Shi and Ding Yi unaware of the general's thoughts. Ding Yi merely paused, refraining from any inquiries. As his mind drifted back to a time long past, the moment he first encountered ball lightning, others would never comprehend the emotions he felt then. Just as Chang and Chang Weici could not grasp his current sentiments. Professor Lin, our organization is a grand entity dedicated to establishing contact with extraterrestrial life. Imploring their descent upon Earth, Pan Han expressed, regretting his earlier radicalism as he firmly grasped Lin Chen's hand. We deceive the upper echelons for funding, while you deceive the wealthy, correct? But let me tell you, I am all alone and devoid of funds. Lin Chen rolled his eyes in disdain, aware he had gained the upper hand. No, we have discovered that civilization, Pan Han exclaimed fervently. How do you prove that? Lin Chen inquired. Pan Han hesitated, hastily retrieving his phone to call his superior. Answer the call. Einstein observed Pan Han's actions on the screen, temporarily withdrawing from the three-body game. While the other ETO members remained fixated on the display, Qin Shi Huang remarked, if he wishes to witness the master, let the master's might descend upon him. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's retina. I am right beside you. GZ. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, for he had truly encountered GZ. You are aliens? Lin Chen inquired with a smirk. Just then, Pan Han set down his phone, staring blankly at Lin Chen, elatedly exclaiming, have you seen our master? It is a civilization from the Centauri system, approximately 4 light years away. The text in Lin Chen's eyes continued. Am I to be deceived as a 3-year-old child? For light years? Such proximity could harbor life. If it does, I shall consume this phone on the spot. Lin Chen displayed a bravado characteristic of the uninformed. Deceive? What is deception? I speak the truth. Damn, they are truly from the three-body world, and they still have not mastered the art of deception. If you cannot articulate clearly, perhaps you ought not to engage in this line of work. Enough with the tricks. Lin Chen waved dismissively, as if swatting away mosquitoes. Then he turned to Wang Tsong and asked, you are in cahoots, aren't you? Did you install some sort of contact lens while I was unconscious? Wang Tsong quickly gestured in denial. I swear, Professor Lin, it is not true. Ignorant insect. A line of text appeared in Lin Chen's gaze. Is it amusing? Are you still scolding me? What did the master scold you for? Pan Han inquired eagerly. Are you unaware of what you have been called? Lin Chen remarked with evident disdain. Pan Han pursed his lips, appearing somewhat innocent. In the virtual three-body world, what did the master scold him for? Newton asked. Perhaps it is the absence of a ruler, father, and mother, Confucius remarked. Newton nodded and smiled, acknowledging that this was indeed the reality of Professor Lin's current situation. Von Neumann inquired, what shall we do? Lin Chen no longer trusts us. Zhou Wenwang chuckled, a role reversal. At that moment, Lin Chen's voice echoed from the large screen. What is so remarkable about typing with one's eyes? I have seen it before. As far as I know, many glasses can accomplish that now. You cannot deceive me. If you possess the ability, show me something I cannot comprehend. Qin Shi Huang sighed. Courage stems from ignorance. The level of development of our civilization far surpasses your understanding. You are merely attempting to explain everything through your superficial insights. Then present me with something my shallow knowledge cannot elucidate. Lin Chen retorted defiantly at Pan Han. Spitting in the latter's face, Pan Han responded, I am not the one conversing with you. Stay vigilant. The subtitle from the GZ merely displayed 2 characters. Yet, Lin Chen felt his heart involuntarily quicken. This was not merely a ruse, but rather a deception that spanned beyond the solar system. At that moment, a mirrored sphere abruptly materialized 70 centimeters from Lin Chen's gaze. Just above his thigh, his reflection appeared before him. Master! It is the master! Pan Han and Wang Tsong exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chen trembled in shock. He recalled from the original text that GZ typically existed in an 11-dimensional state, imperceptible to the human eye. This allowed them to siphon energy from the vacuum, transforming into high-energy particles in mere moments, traveling at speeds approaching that of light. However, if GZ were to unfold in a lower dimension, it could be observed by beings such as Lin Chen. Given its current size, it should be a six-dimensional expansion, a description once depicted in the book. Lin Chen understood that this seemingly tangible spherical mirror he beheld was merely a projection from a higher dimension, not its complete form. As incomprehensible to him as a two-dimensional being attempting to observe the holes left by a divine archer on a target. Your heart requires calm. It has accelerated to 140 beats per minute, yet it may quicken further. 2GZ were simultaneously beside me. Due to the six-dimensional expansion of 1GZ, it had lost the ability to move at the speed of light, so when subtitles appeared in Lin Chen's vision, he knew clearly that there were indeed 2GZ. ETO had truly invested significantly. However, what did the GZ mean by a faster heartbeat? Before Lin Chen could ponder further, he witnessed the sphere gently advancing towards his bedding, specifically the root of his thigh. Then, astonishingly, the sphere penetrated inside. It was a high-dimensional ingress. Lin Chen mused internally. He gazed at this miraculous event with remarkable calmness, though he appeared composed only on the surface. Meanwhile, the subtitles before him reappeared, but merely as a single digit. 149. It was Lin Chen's current heartbeat. Upon witnessing the display of his heartbeat, he belatedly realized that he was frightened. Indeed, in the face of such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to remain unafraid. Lin Chen's body began to tremble, and every pore was constricting. He mentally urged himself, "No. Do not fear, Lin Chen, Professor Lin. Fear not. You are a traverser. How could this mere trash compare to you? It is merely a trivial trick of advanced civilization, not magic." 154. Besides, it is simply a computer the size of a proton. Theoretically, what impact could a proton passing through a human body have? None at all, for its energy and mass are too minuscule. Yes, one must have faith in science. 130. Yet, just as Lin Chen began to relax, he felt an inexplicable pressure at the base of his thigh. He actually sensed a force. Though it was slight, given the sensitivity of the human anatomy, he could not ignore it. But this was utterly impossible. Damn, Lin Chen muttered under his breath. His voice was low and hoarse, yet filled with dread. Fear stemmed from the unknown. His heartbeat surged instantaneously. 169. It must be an illusion. This cannot be. If the Saphan could exert enough force, it wouldn't require ETO's assistance to eliminate Luoji, would it? A direct impact from a rocket head cone would suffice to end it. There must be a reason I have not considered. There must be. 170. Lin Chen could only watch in horror as his very essence was engulfed by a mirrored sphere. He found himself paralyzed, unable to move. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Regret for not finding a partner in this world. Even if it meant taking a female student as a mistress, at least he could leave behind a legacy. 178. The subtitles coldly continued to display his heartbeat. Lin Chen was plunged into profound self-doubt, until he noticed the slight movement of the bedding. His rapidly processing mind suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. 189. No, that's not right. It is not the Saphan. Rather, it is the air encapsulated within the Saphan that is emotion. They are collectively wrapped by the Saphan, interacting with my body. However, in reality, the Saphan's influence on the air molecules is minimal. At present, my force simply exceeds that of the Saphan. Hence, the gas is being expelled. In terms of its impact on the three-dimensional world, I am the more powerful one. 200. This is merely a normal physical phenomenon in the three-dimensional realm. And verifying this hypothesis is quite simple. All it requires is to strike the portion of the Saphan that has yet to engage in higher dimensional entry. Lin Chen bit his lip and abruptly rose. He delivered a powerful punch to the surface of the Saphan. Miraculously, the Saphan soared away. As it was about to touch the hospital wall, it retracted into 11 dimensions. Lin Chen trembled as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, swallowing the blood that oozed from his bitten lip. His voice, though breathless, resonated with bravado. Humph, mere trifles. Even extraterrestrial civilizations are not beyond this. Pan Han, Wang Tsong, the ETO crowd, the Trisolarans. This is the power of one proton. We harbor no intention to harm you. The subtitles from the Sabhan once again materialized before Lin Chen's eyes. You cannot harm us either, Lin Chen retorted. Indeed, our influence on your world is not yet substantial enough to reach that magnitude. Damn, how astonishingly candid. Were it not for the knowledge that the Trisolarans sought extermination, Lin Chen might have developed a fondness for these beings. He chuckled. You have acknowledged our existence and witnessed our technological prowess. Will you assist us? This was a clear coercion. How foolish of the Trisolarans. Lacking even the slightest guile, did they not realize I had no choice? Having exposed me to such an extent, if I were to refuse, could I possibly leave unscathed? Idiots. Lin Chen derided them internally. Then, with a glint in his eye, he boldly declared, I can, but we shall only maintain a cooperative relationship. Furthermore, I demand direct communication with you. Seizing the opportunity while the gullible Trisolarans were present, he saw no reason to forego such an advantage. However, the Trisolaran subtitles did not appear immediately. Within the virtual Trisolaran realm. What? Newton was taken aback. Audacious. Confucius faltered. We possess no such authority. Von Neumann exclaimed anxiously. The master cannot consent. Zhou Wenwang asserted. Qin Shi Huang and Einstein may have fallen silent, perhaps briefly exiting the game, calling for the Sabhan. Urging it, do not agree. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang spoke, his eyes ablaze with fury. The master has consented. What? You did not present our petition to the master? Have you ever witnessed a deity responding to a supplicant? Qin Shi Huang coldly inquired. But, the master. He is not a deity. He exists in reality. Einstein suddenly erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. To the master, we are merely servants, insects. Have you ever seen humanity attempting to comprehend the thoughts of insects? Everyone gazed in shock at this suddenly deranged sage. His hair and beard seemed to take shape amidst a tempest. His voice resonated like thunder in a storm. He concluded, the master does not care. Newton trembled and asked, is the master abandoning us? Einstein shook his head. No, the master has evolved. The master has learned to balance. Perhaps, in time, he will learn even more. In the midst of a profound silence, one man's laughter rang out, jarringly discordant. He he he. Ha 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 ha. It is Mosey laughing. You, the Adventists, are you experiencing this day? He understands that from this moment forth, the monopoly of the Adventists over the master has come to an end. The man on the screen. He is Lin Chen. He shall engage in direct discourse with the master. We acquiesce to your request. Henceforth, you may refer to us as the Trisolarans. Trisolarans? Lin Chen inquires. Indeed, our star is undergoing irregular trinary motion. This is also the reason we are preparing to descend upon Earth. Descend? Is that not akin to an invasion? No. In your human lexicon, this is termed as descending. What does that imply? When you cultivate barren land, do you assert that you have invaded the weeds' territory? At that moment, you too are merely descending, for the weeds are unworthy of invasion. So, in your perspective, we humans are merely weeds? Earth is but a wasteland overgrown with wild grass? Yes. Lin Chen chuckled softly. This exchange, apart from reaffirming the arrogance of the Trisolarans, was meaningless to him. Ultimately, he posed the solitary question he yearned to understand. Why do you bestow respect upon me? They all refer to you as master. Yet you permit me to call you Trisolarans. Because you are the first human to mount an effective attack against us. You repelled our probe. The Sabhan. This may well be inscribed in the annals of both civilizations. Annals. Lin Chen murmured, repeatedly echoing the term. He had never contemplated this notion before, yet now, in his mind, two long and melodious rivers of history seemed to unfold, one belonging to humanity, the other to the Trisolarans. The former is far more vibrant and diminutive, while the latter, though somewhat feeble, remains formidable. To humanity, the Trisolarans represent an immense, robust river, an unstoppable force of opposition. However, upon discovering the fragile yet spirited trickle of human existence, they exhibited unparalleled aggression, baring their fangs. Like a lone wolf in a boundless snowy expanse, it follows the scent left by the unsuspecting younglings, finding the solitary child weeping in the frigid desolation. The wolf reassures the child, you are not alone, while revealing the darkness of the world, and then it opens its maw wide. The waters of Trisolaran civilization. akin to a ferocious beast, sink their teeth into the neck of human civilization, attempting to scatter it before it can coalesce into a mighty river. The river of human civilization is defenseless, even experiencing a reverse current under the onslaught. Just when all seemed predetermined, a solitary hand emerged from the historical river of humanity. This hand, when clenched into a fist, was perhaps only slightly larger than a tennis ball. In comparison to the vastness of human civilization, it was but a mere drop in the ocean, let alone in relation to the Trisolaris. Yet this fist struck forcefully upon the eye of the Trisolaran river. A feeble blow. It repelled that eye, which possessed only the minuscule mass of a proton, by less than 3 meters, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Yet, in truth, it bore considerable strength. For in a certain sense, this marked humanity's inaugural effective counterstrike. Its significance is boundless. The Trisolarans remarked, "Behold, this is humanity's most potent retaliation. We must record it." The traitors thought, "Look how feeble, how diminutive." Yet only the master of that hand understood the truth. In the not-so-distant future, such fists will proliferate. Many, many times. The counteroffensive of human civilization has only just commenced. Chapter 6. Individuals in Conflict. Professor Lin. From this moment forth, we are comrades. In the hospital ward, Pan Han and Wang Tsong finally uttered these words once more. However, Lin Chen shook his head and replied, "No. If we were to arrange ourselves by seniority, I would be in a cooperative relationship with your leader. My status is considerably higher, and I do not need to address him as master." This left Pan Han and Wang Tsong feeling somewhat awkward. What was initially a call for camaraderie had unexpectedly led them to adopt a paternal figure. At this moment, Lin Chen shifted the conversation, saying, "Nevertheless, in the eyes of the Trisolarans, we are all the same. So, comrades it is, we are indeed alike." And Pan Han cautiously inquired. Lin Chen revealed a warm and amiable smile. "Pan Han, Wang Tsong, we shall henceforth be comrades." After saying this, he grasped their hands and turned to gaze out the window at the afternoon sun. The sunlight was so warm, and the sun's trajectory across the sky was so precise. The cycle of sunrise and sunset played out as consistently as a lullaby beside a crib, bestowing a stable dream upon the infant. However, dreams are destined to shatter one day. Infants must inevitably grow up. My step, I realize, is not taken too late. Just as Lin Chen was pondering the intricacies of life, a sudden, unfamiliar, and aged voice resonated beside him. "It seems you are prepared to face the hungry wolves." Lin Chen froze in place. Who is speaking?" Pan Han and Wang Tsong shook their heads in unison. Wang Tsong remarked, "I did not say anything." Pan Han queried, "Could it be the master? The Jizi?" "Not me." The subtitles on his retina were unyieldingly honest. Lin Chen nodded, suspecting it could not be the Jizi. After all, sounds require vibration, and the Jizi should not be capable of that. It could at most produce cosmic flickers. "Young friend, I am an immortal from the 9 heavens. You may refer to me as Dao Jun." The voice reverberated once more in Lin Chen's mind. This time, he heard it clearly. What the heck? The immortal realm. 9 heavens. Dao Jun. Old man, you must have taken a wrong turn. Did you hear that? It spoke again. Lin Chen inquired, his gaze darting towards the two beside him. "No, I didn't catch the first sentence," replied Wang Kong. "Neither did I. There are no traces of vibration around your cochlea. It may be a psychological phenomenon." "A psychological phenomenon? Can the Trisolarans even diagnose human ailments?" "Our understanding of your world far exceeds your imagination." "Is that so? If it were truly the case, wouldn't you be unable to distinguish between truth and deception?" "This is indeed a challenge, but we are making efforts." The tone of the Jizi on Lin Chen's retina was reminiscent of diligent students from school, making him feel slightly embarrassed to tease it. "I shall call the doctor," Pan Han declared, recalling Lin Chen's recent avalanche encounter, which could likely be a lingering effect. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, seated on the hospital bed, gazed at his strong hands but contemplated another possibility, Kunlun Mountain. The sound from behind that bronze door. "Young friend, do you remember me?" The voice within my heart has returned. Lin Chen thought to himself. "No, I do not know you. I do not remember. I must be ill." Beside me, there is a talking companion. In my eyes, there is a being that can write, and in my mind, there is a voice that speaks telepathically. Is this to become a cyber cultivation? More than 30 years ago, it was you who ruined my chance at ascension, leading to my current predicament, and you have forgotten? The voice expressed some annoyance. Lin Chen was taken aback and inwardly inquired. More than 30 years ago? Was that not? After bidding farewell to Ding Yi and Shi Chang, Chang Weici sat alone in the conference room, gently massaging his acupressure point. He felt somewhat weary and fatigued. Yet such feelings must not be displayed in the meeting, so he could only seize this brief moment of respite to relax. Faced with an unprecedented enemy, he had been appointed as the operational commander by his superiors, a mark of trust and affirmation of his capabilities. However, it also bore a weight of responsibility and pressure. The enemy's swift maneuvers, their vast numbers, and their unpredictable prowess were all unparalleled. Since his appointment as commander, he had conducted extensive investigations. Yet he remained oblivious to the enemy's whereabouts, identity, and intentions. His understanding was merely a vague overview of all that transpired. Chang Weici recalled the first lesson in military academy, which taught that ambiguity in operational intelligence is often the primary cause of strategic failure. This is exceedingly perilous in warfare, even when outnumbered. At such a juncture, the optimal choice for a commander is to refrain from engaging in battle. However, the unseen enemy has arrived unannounced. Can he simply let them go without confrontation? Impossible. This is not a matter of desire, but a stark reality that must be faced. Yet, the more Chang Weici learned, the more powerless he felt. Can we emerge victorious? He did not know the answer, or rather, he was reluctant to contemplate it. His outlook on the war's outcome was grim, yet as long as he held this position, he would never betray a hint of pessimism. For he was a soldier from Huaxia, the oldest civilization in Earth's history, which has traversed countless hardships and endured numerous cycles of destruction and rebirth, yet still stands resolute. How could a soldier nurtured by such a culture ever contemplate surrender? Hold your ground until the final moment, Chang Weici. He admonished himself, rubbing his forehead. He tidied his crumpled military uniform and returned to the grand conference room. He picked up a landline and dialed a number. Hello? Oldly, this is Chang Weici. I would like to inquire about someone, a professor from your archaeology department at the North Campus, Lin Chen. Do you know him? Shi Chang arrived at the entrance of Qing University in his black car. Glancing at his watch, there were still a few minutes before the agreed time, and his companion had not yet arrived. He could only lean against the car and wait. He pulled out a slightly misshapen, curved cigar from his leather jacket pocket, lit it, and began to smoke. As he observed the young boys and girls entering and exiting the school gate, he couldn't help but think of his son, Shi Xiaoming. If that lad could gain admission to this university, he would undoubtedly emerge as a societal elite in the future, far surpassing his father's incessant toil and errands. However, his thoughts soon drifted to the last time he had seen the boy's report card, a truly disheartening sight. Of course, what could he, as a father, say? The last time he had glanced at the report card was 2 or 3 years ago. Shi Chang exhaled a plume of smoke, muttering to himself, at least he won't end up like those physicists who took their own lives. If he can leave something behind, I suppose that would fulfill my mission. He glanced at his watch. A minute had already elapsed beyond the appointed time. The people from Qing School truly lacked a sense of time. How could they excel academically under such circumstances? Shi Chang began to scan the entrance once more, still failing to locate the person he was supposed to meet. His gaze fell upon a female university student, also waiting for someone. She had applied a delicate touch of makeup, and from the wrinkles and style of her attire, it was evident that she was not dressed for everyday wear, but had made a special effort. Her expression radiated anticipation. Was she waiting for her boyfriend? Alas, in this world, there are always a few souls who are bound to wait for others. Our fates are intertwined in hardship. In the next moment, the female student spotted her desired companion, breaking into a smile and striding towards him. Professor Luo, I've been waiting for you for so long. Outside. Please don't call me professor. Then what should I call you? Darling? The student showcased her lively and charming side to the man, who, however, maintained a nonchalant demeanor. They did not appear to be a typical couple, perhaps a fleeting romance, or maybe a week-long affair. Who cares? Scholars these days indulge in such frivolities. Shi Chang looked at his watch once more. It had now been 5 minutes past the appointed time. Surely, there would not be a no-show? After all, this was someone that Chang Weici had recommended. At that moment, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID. Archaeology and Museum Studies Institute. It was the person he had been waiting for. What could have delayed them? Hello, Officer Sure? I'm at the east gate of the North Campus. But I don't see you here. Did you drive in? Or the east gate of the North Campus? Shi Chong squinted at his surroundings. The west gate of Qing School. Goodness, it was just next door, not far at all. His mind had been a whirlwind these past few days. Rubbing his temples, Shi Chang replied, I'll be there shortly. The traffic is simply unbearable. On the other end, the voice hurriedly assured him. Please take care on the road. Drive slowly. There is no rush. Ah, such a tone. A chief's intervention truly makes a difference. Upon learning that Shi Chong had been so busy that he hadn't even had lunch, Professor Chong, who had arranged to meet him, insisted on treating him to a nearby restaurant for a meal and a chat. Shi Chong, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted the offer. They went to a high-end establishment, but fortunately, it wasn't a Western restaurant. Nonetheless, Shi Chong worried he might not enjoy the food, so he ordered 2 bowls of noodles from the kitchen. It was afternoon, and with few patrons, they were more than willing to accommodate his request. He took a sip of the noodle soup and began to address the professor before him, who appeared slightly older than himself and wore glasses. Professor Chung. I seek only a brief overview of Professor Lin Chen's circumstances. Please note, this is a matter of operational necessity. I require no embellishments or irrelevant details. Any issues arising will not be taken lightly. Operational necessity? I have heard whispers of recent occurrences within the realm of physics. Could it be related? Professor Chung adjusted his glasses and inquired. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. I can only share what little I know, replied Shi Chong, glancing around as if engaged in casual conversation. Let us refrain from discussing operational matters here. This is a public venue. Oh, I should have reserved a private room then. Perhaps I should arrange one now. Shi Chong shook his head to indicate it was unnecessary, having spent nearly half an hour without delving into the crux of the matter. Shi Chong nonetheless felt a sense of overall satisfaction. He recognized that Professor Chung was adept at handling such inquiries. If he had encountered a mere bookish scholar, it would have been a disaster. Even if such a person were capable of direct communication, they would likely yield little valuable information, as they often possessed only rigid stereotypes. To gather insights, one must engage someone like the individual before him. Chong Wei Si, this is indeed a matter of considerable thought, Shi Chong mused, increasingly regarding Lin Chen with gravity. Officer Shi, from which perspectives would you like me to analyze? Professor Ching asked. Authentic professional capabilities, genuine interpersonal relationships. And if you possess a deeper understanding of his character, please elaborate. The remaining details can be investigated by the public security. In terms of professional capabilities, Professor Lin exhibits a certain specialization. His practical skills and insight are exceptional, yet his teaching and research abilities leave much to be desired, Professor Chung continued. As of now, he has not published any systematic works. It is inconceivable that someone who integrates technical prowess and vision so effectively lacks a coherent methodological approach. If it were complex and variable, his students should have gleaned some knowledge from his guidance. However, they have truly learned nothing at all. To speak frankly, the few graduate students he has mentored are either merely coasting through their papers or incapable of even that. A few years ago, there was a female student whose defense was a complete disaster, yet Lin Professor intervened, ensuring she passed. Shi Chong, having consumed half a bowl of noodles during the conversation, remarked, such occurrences must be common in your circles, I presume? That female student must have had a unique background. Precisely because her background is unremarkable does it stand out. She hails from a small village in Sichuan, reportedly a top scorer in her county, without any advantageous connections, Professor Chung said, taking a sip of water and waving his hand dismissively. A top scorer? Shouldn't that imply she excelled academically? Shi Chong was taken aback. We are from the northern campus, and our standards differ. Moreover, for a young girl visiting a big city for the first time, the allure can be overwhelming. Oh, the dazzling world can indeed be blinding. This girl, was she particularly attractive? Shi Chong savored the noodle soup, nonchalantly tossing a few pieces of greens into his mouth. She was indeed beautiful, strikingly so. At least, from a superficial glance, that was the impression one might gather. However, to those of us immersed in academia, such appearances hardly matter. For scholars engrossed in the vast ocean of knowledge, even if you descended like Chang'e from the moon, they would scarcely cast a second glance, preoccupied instead with investigating the reasons behind your celestial descent. This sentiment resonates particularly with us at Beishao, where lives are, in truth, rather simple, and films are seldom watched. As for individuals like me, we have encountered far too many such faces. What haven't we seen? Just because someone is strikingly beautiful, should they receive preferential treatment? It hardly seems justified. Exceptional beauty can also bring considerable risks. Shurchang was already on his second bowl of noodles. Are you suggesting that Professor Lin Chen is somewhat oblivious? He inquired. He is not unaware. He simply possesses a peculiar disposition. Take that female student, for instance. Can you guess what happened next? A gesture of gratitude, perhaps? What else could it be? In a world where one possesses nothing, when someone appears to assist unconditionally, it feels like an angel has descended or a domineering CEO has taken notice. They must have seen some potential in her or simply been drawn to her as a person. Professor Cheng nodded in agreement, having initially thought he would find little common ground with Officer Sure. Yet, as their conversation unfolded, he discovered an unexpected camaraderie. That female student sought out old Lin that very night, he continued. Shurchang probed. What transpired? Indeed, something transpired. Old Lin unleashed a torrent of reprimands. I was present, utterly taken aback. However, to protect both the student and old Lin's reputation, I kept it within our small circle, primarily to safeguard our community's standing. If this were to leak out, it would not bode well. Shurchang blinked, grasping the implications of this unfavorable outcome. He understood that Professor Cheng was now speaking candidly. And what became of that female student? Did she end up with Professor Lin or not? She eventually focused on her doctoral studies. I hear she is now engaged in research within the field of hibernation. A few months ago, she returned to visit old Lin. Professor Cheng waved dismissively. Hibernation research? That seems quite a leap. Not at all. Did not the ancients also practice a form of hibernation through burial? It is merely an eternal slumber. Her work primarily investigates how hibernators can swiftly adapt to cultural changes. Hibernation technology has only recently begun to gain traction. Our field of archaeology has been a pioneer in this regard. As Professor Chung spoke, he instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to remember they were in a restaurant and withdrew his hand. I've finished my meal. Let us step outside to continue our discussion. I could use a smoke as well, Shurchang suggested. Professor Cheng readily agreed, settling the bill. Shurchang glanced at the receipt, 50 for a bowl of noodles. It felt as though his stomach had become quite refined. Our dean insisted on treating you well. I had budgeted for a more extravagant expense. Yet you opted for just 2 bowls of noodles. I feel somewhat embarrassed to claim this bill, Professor Chung remarked, gesturing at the receipt. As for me, I am not one to indulge in extravagance, Shurchang replied. As they reached the doorway, Shurchang's gaze suddenly sharpened. Before him approached a couple, hand in hand. Some men exhibit a carefree demeanor, while women tightly embrace the man's right arm, their chest pressed against him. I have heard this is rather expensive. No worries. We are conducting a social experiment. This is part of the study. Oh, it can be done this way? What a splendid era. Professor Luo. I recently acquired a rather alluring swimsuit. Next Saturday, 1T work. I must attend a high school classmate's funeral. How about today then? What a coincidence. Aren't those the 2 we encountered at Qing University's gate? Shurchang paid little attention, but he overheard Professor Cheng remark. This individual is involved in sociology at Qing University. I've forgotten his name. Startled, Shurchang thought to himself, I didn't even ask you. Old Cheng. You truly know many people. It's essential to know a few. Shurchang and Professor Cheng departed from the restaurant, strolling along the sidewalk, puffing on cigarettes while conversing. Based on your previous remarks, this Professor Lin is indeed a principled scholar, dedicated to nurturing talent for the nation, correct? The tale of a wayward youth finding their path. What a beautiful story. From my observations, old Lin possesses such intentions. However, if that were the case, why doesn't he impart his profound knowledge? Numerous students initially enrolled due to his esteemed reputation, among them ambitious young individuals, yet upon meeting him, they became aimless, lacking drive and aspirations. Surely, There lies some fault on his part, Professor Chung analyzed. Shi Chang inquired. The profound knowledge you mentioned refers to his esoteric practices, correct? Indeed. One must admire old Lin. His efficiency is remarkable, utilizing fewer resources while achieving superior results. Many archaeological discoveries in recent years have emerged under his leadership. Shi Chang noticed a hint of admiration in Professor Chang's eyes as he spoke, prompting him to deepen the conversation. I might ask a question that may displease you. Lin Chen, being a capable individual, must encounter exclusion, correct? Not at all. In our circle, the previous generation has faced considerable upheaval, and the current era's challenges have only just begun. Everything is now governed by law, with intensified anti-corruption efforts. Only the affluent seek to exploit us now, whereas previously, they had no need to approach us. Thus, academically, we remain united. And there are no significant disputes of interest at present. Spending half a day in the trenches, enduring the sun's rays, this is the norm. The situation you described is emerging among the next generation, but our elders do not experience this. In fact, many wish to collaborate with old Lin. Moreover, once you truly engage with old Lin, you will realize he is someone who cares for others. The meaning of this care was not probed further by Shi Chang. He understood that digging deeper would be unwise, as it was already commendable for others to share what they did. Of course, Shi Chang gradually discerned shifts in the dialogue's dynamics. Initially, Professor Cheng exhibited a degree of wariness, maintaining a neutral, even somewhat critical stance towards Lin Chen. However, as the conversation progressed, the guard lowered, and his perspective on Lin Chen appeared to improve. This indicates that Professor Cheng is indeed aware of Lin Chen's uniqueness. His previous criticisms were, in fact, a means of safeguarding Lin Chen. The fact that others can engage in such behavior suggests that Lin Chen excels in managing relationships. Therefore, if one wishes to interact with this individual, one must abandon the mindset one might harbor towards Wang Miao. Shi Chang continued to inquire. Is it possible that this Professor Lin is reluctant to impart his unique expertise out of fear that teaching his apprentice might lead to his own obsolescence? Officer Shi, you are clearly an outsider in this matter. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. In fact, I can assure you that this phenomenon occurs infrequently even in the global academic community. In today's era, there is an abundance of technology, yet insufficient funding to support every single research endeavor. Simultaneously, the market is gradually consolidating, favoring only those technologies that align with prevailing market trends, while those engaged in niche research are largely left behind. Shi Chang blinked, struggling to comprehend. Let me illustrate this more vividly for you. At this point, Professor Cheng had opened up, eager to share. Are you familiar with the lunar landing program during the Cold War? Yes, Yuri Gagarin, right? That pertains to the Soviets. I am referring to the moon landing. The Americans had Neil Armstrong, who set foot on the lunar surface in July 1969, marking a monumental achievement for humanity. Oh, I recall now the great leap for mankind. So, you imply that American technology was superior at that time, correct? Shi Chang replied. You have grasped the crux of the matter accurately. Consider that during that era, Americans were capable of landing on the moon, and now, 40 years have elapsed. By conventional standards, technological advancement should have progressed significantly, shouldn't it? Indeed, knowledge accumulates and elevates. I recently had a conversation over the phone with an immigrant in the United States who works in aerospace. We reminisced about the past. When we discussed space exploration, he mentioned that Americans would struggle to produce a crude lunar landing rocket today. How can that be? Why not? The Soviet Union has dissolved, and without the competitive pressure, who would invest resources into such an endeavor that is both costly and labor-intensive? Those with talent have gravitated towards the computer industry, which offers a larger market, greater profits, and better prospects. But surely they could still produce one, couldn't they? They could replicate the old model, right? Shi Chang was now somewhat bewildered, as these matters were indeed foreign to him. Have you studied English? After so many years in the workforce, how much do you still remember? Hey, I was just chatting with an American at noon. However, he was speaking Chinese. My English is not very proficient. Professor Cheng's eyes twitched slightly. He initially thought Shi Chang was about to share an engaging story about conversing with an American, But it seemed that discussion was off the table. Knowledge, if not utilized, is doomed to be forgotten. This is not only true for us as individuals, but also applies to our society and civilization. As an archaeologist, I am particularly aware of this reality. Wait a moment, Professor Cheng. When the Americans conducted the moon landing, did they not document the information? Even if it were forgotten, could they not simply send someone to relearn it? Shi Chang countered. Now, if I were to hand you an English dictionary, would you be able to learn from it? At this moment, Professor Cheng's tone began to take on the flavor of a lecture. Shi Chang shook his head. Professor Cheng continued, the Americans cannot replicate this. In reality, only a handful of individuals truly grasp the key technological theories. For instance, Dingy, oh, you may not know him. Yes, I know him. I've even met him. He studies macroatoms. But I ask you, if he were to pass away now, who could possibly understand macroatoms better than he? Shi Chang furrowed his brow, realizing that the conversation was veering off course. Yet, this divergence sparked both inspiration and astonishment within him. If what Professor Cheng said is true, the many physicists who have passed away represent not merely individual losses, but potentially a catastrophic blow to the entirety of human physics. In that instant, he recalled the sentiments expressed by certain physicists who assert that physics does not exist. In his mind, a notion he referred to as truth began to take shape. Shi Chang inquired, then, can't we start anew? Recollect the forgotten knowledge by following the paths laid out by our predecessors? If we cannot learn from them, we should cultivate a new generation capable of learning. Professor Cheng shook his head. The conditions no longer permit it. Could you expect the Americans to undertake lunar missions now? They cannot, for there is no support. It is said that there is a businessman in the U.S. planning to develop reusable rockets. That is indeed a novel approach, reducing costs and opening the market. Shi Chang grasped the underlying message. In essence, it was akin to his son, Shi Xiaoming. Having grown up, ready for university, yet his academic performance was dismal. Regretting not having educated him well was futile, for there was no turning back. It was impossible to rely on old methods to ensure he excelled in a good university. A new approach was necessary. They would need connections to secure his admission. Without connections, he might as well abandon the idea of university and prepare to struggle in society. Old Cheng, your breadth of knowledge is indeed vast. You even understand the Americans' rocket endeavors. I must be well versed, and I do this for your comprehension. If you prefer not to hear about the Americans, I can share insights from our own history, which is my forte, archaeology and historical study. Very well. It's akin to the previous example. During the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Emperor Huan and Emperor Ling recognized the imminent decline of the Han Dynasty and sought to implement reforms. They identified the issues at hand and instituted a political purge, essentially replacing a group of officials. What was the outcome? It collapsed, as by then the situation had become irretrievably dire. Shi Chang. In truth, had Shi Chang been more familiar with this historical period, he would have recognized that Professor Cheng's interpretation diverged from the historical texts, reflecting his own understanding. Shi Chang, I see. Let's return to that topic. However, Professor Cheng was becoming increasingly animated. Moreover, do you believe that the records left by our predecessors are entirely beneficial? Could they also bear negative implications? Shi Chang inquired. Indeed. They can have a detrimental aspect. For instance, Sima Qian had a penchant for disparaging Liu Bang. And what about the Tao Te Ching? Are you familiar with it? I am, Shi Chang nodded. Recently, we unearthed a manuscript from an earlier era, excavated by Lin Chen, which revealed a significant discrepancy in comparison to the current mainstream texts, with numerous words varying. Are you suggesting that someone has altered it? Shi Chang, having investigated cases for nearly 2 decades, understood the gravity of this issue. Indeed, moreover, each modified word represents an irreplaceable strand of white hair in our research. Should someone have made alterations at critical junctures, it is highly probable that our long-standing studies and interpretations have been fundamentally misguided. Shi Chang nodded thoughtfully. Initially, he intended to inquire about Lin Chen's circumstances, but unexpectedly found himself engaged in an extensive discussion with Professor Cheng. Typically, he had little opportunity to converse with researchers, and this exchange had remarkably broadened his perspective. At that moment, for reasons unknown, he recalled Pan Han and suddenly felt he might grasp the underlying enigma. He then connected various seemingly unrelated events in his mind. The intricate tapestry of truth began to piece together. The alarming surge in criminal activities targeting research institutions and the academic community, the Liangxiang accelerator construction site explosion, the murder of a Nobel laureate, all these incidents seemed bizarre. The perpetrators were neither motivated by financial gain, nor revenge, nor any political agenda, but rather seemed to engage in sheer destruction. Furthermore, the spate of suicides among scientists at the fringes of scientific inquiry was even more perplexing. While the demise of younger scholars could be somewhat understandable, it was troubling to see seasoned academics, including those who lived through World War II and the Cold War, succumbing as well. Moreover, those involved in environmental advocacy had become increasingly active, staging protests against reservoir and nuclear power plant constructions, only to later advocate for a return to nature through some misguided social experiments. As his thoughts expanded further, he recalled a blockbuster film, Peach Blossom Spring, which had invested hundreds of millions just to extol the virtues of a pastoral lifestyle. There was also a science fiction writing competition where the most grotesque depictions of the future garnered awards, which were then used to finance further cinematic endeavors. Thinking even more broadly, he noted the emergence of peculiar cults, each led by affluent leaders, and while he had heard of cults amassing wealth, this was the first time he encountered one that purportedly distributed it. This contemplation of cults led him to ponder on the arcane practices of metaphysics, and suddenly, Lin Chen came to mind. Professor Lin. This individual was indeed well-versed in metaphysical arts, wasn't he? Shi Chang was astonished to realize that his prolonged discourse with Professor Chung had inadvertently tied together numerous threads of thought. At that moment, a cosmic singularity detonated within his mind. Having worked in the Major Crimes Unit for many years, he excelled at interlinking seemingly unrelated events. Once the connections were made, the truth would emerge. Now, he had the skewers for his shish kebab, but he still sought that missing piece. What could it be? What is it? Officer Shi? Officer Shi? As Shi Chang suddenly halted on the sidewalk, Professor Chung was taken aback and quickly turned to look at him, shaking his leather jacket with concern. What were we just discussing? What is the matter with Officer Shi? The Shi gazed at Professor Cheng's face, the words previously uttered by the professor resonating once more in his ears. Gagarin? Armstrong? The American lunar landing technology forgotten? The demise of Ding Yi? The expert in macroatomic science? The revival of technology necessitates favorable conditions? The political strife during the reigns of Emperor Huan and Emperor Ling? A grievous ailment for the Han dynasty? Sima Qian's disdain for Liu Bang? The alterations made to the Tao Te Ching? Archaeologists and historical researchers. Altering a single character equates to a strand of white hair? A strand of white hair? White hair. Shi Chang observed the increasingly flustered Professor Chung, his gaze falling upon the professor's hair, which was a shade of gray, with at least half of it being white. How many historical inaccuracies had the professor unearthed? What if Professor Cheng's hair were entirely white now? In a daze, Shi Chang envisioned the professor, clad in gray linen and straw sandals, diligently engaged in archaeological research with bamboo slips, under the flickering light of an oil lamp. He made the following discovery. In 201X, the renowned scientist Yang Dong proclaimed a remarkable assertion: physics does not exist. This marked humanity's inaugural abandonment of physics, ushering in a grand chapter of metaphysics. In 201X, a number of physicists tragically took their own lives, heralding a monumental turning point in human history. The year 201X witnessed a surge in anti-technology movements. With the populace awakening, archaeological findings revealed that during this era, individuals created the work Peach Blossom Spring, an anti-technology science fiction narrative. This signified that human consciousness had advanced into a completely new realm, ready to embrace metaphysics. In 201X, the former biologist and esteemed rural scholar, Pan Han, emerged as the first great scholar to transition from science to anti-science. His theories on pastoral life provided humanity with a new pathway for civilization. He was akin to Magellan, akin to Columbus. In 201X, the legendary metaphysician Lin Chen burst onto the scene. Little did anyone expect that the Newton and Einstein of the metaphysical realm would appear so swiftly. He rescued humanity from the abyss. The theory of the futility of science began to permeate all facets of society, with metaphysics becoming the guiding ideology. The economy experienced a rapid regression. The situation appeared exceedingly promising. The new era of humanity had arrived. With a head full of white hair, Professor Chen contentedly completed his research findings, stating, "It is thanks to these sages that human civilization has progressed." There is indeed an error to amend. New era of humanity? No, it should be new era of humanity. Professor Chen diligently rectified this mistake. Simultaneously, the last remaining strand of black hair on his head gradually turned white. Very well. Having reviewed it once more, there should be no errors. Professor Chen, satisfied, put away his manuscript. After all these years, he had finally rectified the historical inaccuracies. His life had not been in vain. Just then, with a loud crash, a burly constable kicked open the door, sword in hand, and bellowed, "I am Constable Sure. Someone reported that you are conducting scientific research? Are you not afraid for your life? Boys, seize him. Lord Sure, are you not going to gather evidence?" With a deft calculation, I discerned that he is indeed a malevolent fiend of physics. What evidence do I require? Off with his head. As Lord Sure unsheathed his sword, Professor Cheng's head rolled, crimson blood staining his research. I cannot fathom these individuals who trust in the divine, yet cling to the empirical. Shaking his head, Lord Sure stepped out of the thatched hut and gazed reverently at the sun god, exclaiming, Hail the sun! Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a portion of the sun god appeared to be missing. It was over. The sun god was enraged. A throng encircled Lord Sure, accusing him. "It must be that you have strayed from the will of the divine. Wicked official, we shall execute you." And thus, Lord Sure too met his demise. Shi Chang pulled himself from this reverie, gingerly touching his neck, a sense of dread lingering. He turned to Professor Cheng and inquired, "Old Cheng, I earnestly ask you this. What would become of humanity if all scientific endeavor were supplanted by metaphysics?" Professor Cheng paused, taken aback. "Then humanity would be doomed. Even I, a historian, would be rendered obsolete, relying solely on divination and existing in mere imagination. It would be the end." "Humanity's end?" Shi Chang pressed. "What, pray tell? Shall come of it? Shall we develop a civilization of magic? Surely, the study of magic would necessitate scientific methodology, would it not?" Professor Cheng chuckled. At that moment, Shi Chang realized he had grasped the essence of the matter. If one were to cast aside conventional thought and broaden their perspective, the enemy's objective was remarkably straightforward. They assail science, and thus humanity faces annihilation. Just then, the sunlight dimmed considerably. Shi Chang shuddered, looking skyward, only to find a dark cloud looming overhead. The cloud was swiftly whisked away by the wind, and sunlight once again bathed Shi Chang's face. He muttered under his breath, "What a frightful occurrence." "What frightens you?" Professor Cheng asked, bewildered. Shi Chang gestured for him to wait a moment. Retrieving his phone and dialing a number, "Hello? Old Chang? Oh, Commander. I have made the connection. I now understand the enemy's intent. It is quite simple. They seek to obliterate human civilization." His words were startling, leaving Professor Cheng's face ashen in an instant. Chapter 7. The Individual Trapped in Entanglement. Professor Lin, in truth, there is nothing fundamentally amiss with you. This is merely a psychological defense mechanism triggered by excessive fright. I have encountered similar cases with several patients in the past. When life becomes overwhelmingly stressful, or when one unexpectedly faces certain upheavals, or longs persistently for something unattainable, even some physicists, when confronted with insurmountable obstacles, resort to seeking divine intervention. I share this merely to convey that this does not constitute a significant psychological issue. It is a common plight among individuals to some degree. You, however, may be somewhat exceptional. Perhaps you experience some deficiencies in social interactions? Professor Lin, you have dedicated extensive time to solitary research, rarely engaging in social activities, correct? Professor Lin? Lin Chen found himself disinterested in the psychological musings of the man in the white coat before him. He recognized that this individual was no charlatan. Yet he was acutely aware that the man could never comprehend the predicament he was currently facing. An elderly gentleman with a white beard flitting about in his vicinity. This old man resembled Lin Chen's own self upon first arriving in the city. Every small trinket within the urban landscape held an irresistible allure for him. Presently, he had floated between the doctor and Lin Chen, gazing at the lenses of his glasses with a sense of wonderment. How delightful. This universe is indeed splendid. Had I known, I would have ventured out sooner. Lin Chen mused internally. Hello? Elder? Taoist? This self-proclaimed Taoist had ceased to acknowledge others ever since his arrival over 30 years ago. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to Lin Chen's curiosity, remaining silent despite Lin Chen's internal inquiries. Of course, it was also possible that the old man was hard of hearing. The doctor continued to wave his hands before Lin Chen, his gestures passing through the ethereal form of the old man. Professor Lin? Professor Lin, what thoughts occupy your mind? Professor Lin? Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. No. In fact, my social circle is quite extensive, significantly larger than that of the average colleague. Then you must lack deeply rooted friendships. That is indeed the case. I severed ties with all my childhood friends at the age of 17. It was an unforeseen event that left a considerable impact on my life. Was it due to the return of educated youth to their hometowns? Or perhaps the reinstatement of the college entrance examination? Neither. Your guess would not suffice. Professor Lin, might you share something about your family? In truth, discussing your situation with family members could be quite beneficial. I have no family. After reporting his astonishing hypothesis to Chang Wei, Shi Chang was surprisingly not reprimanded. Rather, General Chang began to contemplate this peculiar possibility earnestly. Shi Chang understood that he must take further action. Regardless of whether Lin Chen chose to collaborate with the boundaries of science, he posed a danger. Should he decide to collaborate, Lin Chen would be perilous for human society. Conversely, should he refuse to engage, Lin Chen would remain a threat to the scientific frontier. After concluding his call with Chang Wei, Shi Chang hastily dialed another number. Zhang. Investigate which hospital Lin Chen is currently at. Proceed there immediately to monitor the situation. If Pan Han makes a move, execute the arrest immediately. And if he remains inactive, then simply keep watch. The foremost priority must be to ensure the safety of Professor Lin without exposing oneself. He is likely privy to information that surpasses even that of Wang Miao, perhaps even more than any of us combined. Have you not eaten? I shall bring you something later, or perhaps have someone from the team deliver it to you. After accomplishing all this, Shi Chang finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Professor Chung beside him remained tense, holding his breath. Sure, Officer Sure, this cannot be true. Can it? What do you think? I have already reported it. Can there be any doubt? Professor Cheng struggled to accept the reality, displaying an absurd smile. So, Professor Lin is the one who seeks to annihilate humanity? Perhaps. Shi Chang shrugged, retrieving 2 cigarettes from his pack, one for Chung and one for himself. Here, allow me to light yours. To be careful not to burn your mustache. Take a puff, and remember, this matter must not be disclosed. Professor Chen trembled as he took a drag. Exhaling after a lengthy pause, if I were to share this with others, no one would believe me. Officer Sure, I remain rational. In today's society, no one would wish to revert to a primitive era devoid of technology. Even if offered the chance to reign as an emperor, I would have to contemplate it. For a time without the internet would be dreadfully dull. That is a valid point. Should I be tasked with riding horseback as a constable, I would likely lament the discomfort. Shi Chang patted Professor Cheng's shoulder. After a brief pause, he inquired, do you think Professor Lin Chen might also exhibit such delusions? Professor Cheng adjusted his collar, remaining silent as his gaze gradually focused on the crosswalk ahead, where vehicles and pedestrians intermingled. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Perhaps. Shi Chang was taken aback. This was a stark deviation from his expectations. Did Professor Cheng not hold Professor Lin in high regard? Why the uncertainty? Could he truly be a demon? As I previously mentioned, my need to understand more is not mere rhetoric. It is a deliberate endeavor to broaden my social acumen. Professor Chung glanced around until he spotted a bench by the roadside, continuing as he walked. Had this been a few months ago, had a significant figure sought information, the dean would assuredly have sent old Lin, not me. However, due to old Lin offending someone a few months back, I found myself in this position. What does this indicate? Shi Chang inquired. It is a long story. Do you know how he offended others? People held great expectations of his abilities and proposed a lucrative collaboration, which he declined. Professor Chung sat down on the bench. The offer was insufficient. Shi Chang followed suit. The proposer thought likewise, hence they made a second, more enticing offer, which was again rejected. A third time, another refusal. And ultimately, they felt old Lin was disrespectful and arrogant, leading to a fallout. But why did Lin Chen refuse? There is no particular reason. That is simply his nature. If you observe him closely, you will discern that he perpetually exudes goodwill, always seeking opportunities for collaboration with others. However, despite his fervent yearning for status and a desire to uncover more opportunities for ascension, he is markedly different from the typical opportunist. He does not wish to attach himself to any particular power, nor does he seek to establish enduring and stable relationships with others. Shi Chang surmised, this is inherently contradictory. And the position attained in such a manner is exceedingly unstable, unless his capabilities are exceptionally formidable. Shi Chang's words reflect a sage understanding. It can be posited that stable relationships among individuals are an inevitability. Otherwise, the very fabric of modern society would unravel. This holds true even for those criminals who are on the brink of societal isolation. Take Shi Chang's own investigative experience as an example. If each criminal were devoid of stable relationships within society, the number of those brought to justice would at least double. Particularly with economic and political offenders, the immense external pressures often render their handling extremely challenging. The suspect who led to Shi Chang's suspension serves as a quintessential illustration. He appeared utterly fearless, buoyed by external support. Shi Chang, unable to tolerate such blatant arrogance, sought an opportunity to apply coercive measures, administering a rather intense interrogation. Remarkably, by the end of the night, the suspect had divulged information about 5 or 6 significant players. Initially, it had merely been a homicide case. Subsequently, Shi Chang found himself suspended, the formal reason being torture resulting in the incapacitation of a suspect. However, due to Shi Chang's prior military service under Chang Weisi, he garnered attention from Chang Weisi himself. Chang recognized and trusted his capabilities. Thus, at the commencement of a strategic meeting, Shi Chang was promptly reassigned. His suspension felt more like a mere formality, with the prospect of future promotion still looming. Therefore, for an individual, the intricate web of relationships is an inescapable reality. Moreover, not only must such connections exist, but there must also be a few particularly robust and substantial ties to ensure stability. Only then can one feel secure. At the very least, when preparing to ascend, one should possess a safety line to prevent fatal falls. As Professor Chung reflected upon this, he lamented, indeed, if others were to glance at old Lin's credentials and observe his social connections, they might conclude that he has ascended by skillfully navigating the currents of favor. His acquaintances are diverse and numerous, far removed from what one would expect of a professor. Yet, upon closer inspection of his scholarly works, papers, and teaching prowess, one would discover that this professor appears profoundly lacking in substantive knowledge and skills. Ultimately, if one were to examine his practical accomplishments, they might deem him an academic charlatan. Who could achieve such precise positioning? Would even Jesus dare to guarantee such results? Thus, it must be a fabricated tale, undoubtedly accrued through his network of relationships, leading to the benefits he enjoys. One might even suspect that he has resorted to underhanded tactics to usurp the achievements of his students and colleagues. However, they fail to comprehend that the entire archaeology department holds Lin Chen in high regard precisely for his exceptional abilities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, Evans sneezed. This night, the Pacific breeze was cool. What, then, could be the purpose behind cultivating such an extensive social circle? Surely, he could not be so naive as to believe that mere charm and a plethora of acquaintances would suffice to navigate relationships, like those fresh-faced students just entering society. Shi Chang felt as though his mind might ignite. He had already exhausted his mental faculties for the day. After all, they were nearing 50 and ought not to be so childish. In the past, I too failed to grasp his motives, thinking it merely a side venture to supplement his income. Yet now, I find myself with a clearer perspective. Professor Ching paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. It appears to be a profound conflict, a struggle with this world, a simultaneous yearning for its splendor and a disconnection from it. If that is the case, then it resonates with your line of thought. Old Lin has never married, nor has he had children. This too could offer an explanation. He does not genuinely love this world, but rather cherishes his own existence. Thus, perhaps he truly harbors fantasies of annihilating the world. Shichan clapped his hands against his thighs and rose. Curse it all. The clouds in the sky appeared to be ablaze, as the sunlight streamed through the doctor's window behind him. The doctor had concluded his conversation with Lin Chen. His final piece of advice was, "Professor Lin, it is time you established a home." Lin Chen paused momentarily, calculating his age in his mind. He was indeed nearing 47 or 48. Yes, I ought to learn how to live. Lin Chen clenched his fist, preparing to depart. At that moment, the ever-curious Dao Jun floated over, stating, "The spiritual energy in this world is abundant. If we diligently cultivate, we might find a way back." Lin Chen replied, "To this day, I remain uncertain whether you are a figment of my imagination or a being of reality. Look at others like Luo Ji, who conjured up Zhuang Yin through mere imagination. Why is it that I only conjured up an old man? I am very much real." Lin Chen challenged, "Please provide proof. Are you not a grave robber? Are you not a time traveler? Can these not serve as evidence? Your experiences could entirely validate my existence." Lin Chen continued, "Indeed. But conversely, my experiences and knowledge could equally support the notion that I imagined you into existence. Moreover, the Sophins of the Trisolarans and human doctors have stated that this is merely a psychological phenomenon." Lin Chen jested, "Fear not, when I return, I shall strive to envision you as a beautiful maiden." "Hey, why have you fallen silent again? Could it be that I am indeed a creation of your imagination? Could it be that you are my creator? How infuriating! Were it not for the damage to my soul and the fog of my memories, proving it wouldn't be so trivial." Lin Chen mused. "So, it appears you two are somewhat of a dilettante." Chapter 8. A different god. Wang Miao pushed open the door to Ding Yi's brand new 3-bedroom apartment, and the aroma of alcohol enveloped him. He saw Ding Yi reclining on the sofa alongside an unfamiliar gentleman, their glasses clinking in a toast. Ding Yi briefly glanced at Wang Miao without any sign of distaste and introduced the man beside him, saying, "Wang Miao, a researcher in nanotechnology." Then he gestured towards the stranger, Lin Chen, an expert in metaphysics, or rather, archaeology. Wang Miao approached and extended his hand for a handshake, stating, "I hope you don't mind my uninvited visit." "Uninvited? No, you were indeed invited. It was he who asked you to come," Ding Yi replied. His words slightly slurred, punctuated by strange giggles. Confusion washed over Wang Miao. He had come of his own volition, partly to inquire about Ding Yi's insights, and partly to glean details about Yang Dong's life. Strangely, he found himself yearning to hear Yang Dong's voice, even though he was painfully aware that the Yang Dong he remembered from a year ago, illuminated by the setting sun, was no longer alive. He still had no knowledge of how she sounded when she spoke, and perhaps he would never know. This new apartment was purchased 3 months ago, meant for her, for our marriage. At that time, I thought your damn prophecy was merely a prophecy. Damn prophecy. Who was Ding Yi addressing? Was it him or Mr. Lin? Wang Miao stood frozen, surveying the inadequately furnished room, which seemed to have halted in its renovations. The only striking feature was a billiard table in one corner of the living room. Finally, he spoke. "I came today to. I know why you're here, to see Yang Dong. It's good that someone remembers her," Ding Yi interjected, as if he could read Wang Miao's innermost thoughts. Wang Miao felt his throat dry. He awkwardly attempted to explain, "Ding Yi, you know I'm entangled in this matter as well. Therefore, I'm eager to understand the reasons behind Yang Dong's choice. I believe you must know something." "You are correct once more, great prophet." Ding Yi suddenly raised his glass and exclaimed. Wang Miao finally grasped to whom he was speaking, Lin Chen, the archaeologist. The gentleman merely smiled, sipping his drink. "Do you understand? Don't get involved. If you do, your spirit will also be affected. That would be troublesome." Wang Miao discerned that this was directed at him, and he recognized that Ding Yi was somewhat inebriated. "I'm engaged in applied research. I'm not as sensitive as you theorists." "All right then." Ding Yi stood up, waving away the haze of alcohol and madness. "So, can you play billiards?" he inquired, moving towards the table. "I played a bit casually during school." "That's sufficient. You're better than this archaeology professor who, at his age, can't even play billiards." "Haha, Yang Dong and I loved playing." "Come on, Professor Lin, aren't you interested?" Now we have someone who can play. What does billiards have to do with physics? Lin Chen approached, holding a glass of wine. Leaning against the wall, he posed a seemingly foolish question, yet one that echoed Wang Miao's own curiosity. Is your cultivation insufficient at this moment? Ding Yi inquired. That's quite normal. If I knew everything, why wouldn't I just buy a lottery ticket? Lin Chen shrugged in response. What are you discussing? Cultivation? Wang Miao asked, utterly perplexed. It's all just tricks, Ding Yi remarked, picking up a black and a white ball. He placed the black ball near the pocket and positioned the white ball approximately 10 centimeters away, asking Wang Miao, you can pocket the black ball, can't you? Wang Miao initially thought anyone could do it, but upon glancing at Lin Chen, he amended his response. It should be possible. Give it a try. With a single stroke, Wang Miao successfully pocketed the ball. Excellent. Let's change positions. Professor Lin, lend a hand, Ding Yi called, directing Lin Chen to push the billiard table to the corner of the living room by the window. After rearranging the balls to the same relative position, he asked, can you still pocket it? Of course. Go ahead, Wang Miao replied, pocketing the ball once more with another stroke. Come on, Professor Lin, move. Ding Yi continued his encouragement. Wang Miao stood still, clutching the cue stick. I say, you two, just play. Ding Yi had already set up the balls again. Maintaining the same position on the table, Wang Miao looked at Lin Chen helplessly. Lin Chen smiled, indicating he was equally uncertain. Wang Miao pocketed the ball for the third time. They repeated this process twice more, moving to a different corner and then returning to the original position, with Wang Miao consistently pocketing the black ball. Well, Professor Lin, have you learned anything? Would you like to take a shot? Ding Yi inquired as he set the balls on the table for the 6th time, looking at Lin Chen. Me? Lin Chen appeared somewhat surprised. Wang Miao instinctively offered the cue stick to him. Lin Chen pursed his lips and awkwardly took a shot, successfully pocketing the black ball, just like Wang Miao. Great. Our experiment is complete. Now, let's analyze the results, Ding Yi stated as he lit a cigarette. He continued, in total, we conducted 6 experiments, 4 at different spatial positions and times, all executed by the same experimenter, 2 at the same spatial position but at different times. Again with the same experimenter, and 2 at the same spatial position with different experimenters. Are you not astonished by the results? Ding Yi spread his arms wide, exclaiming, the results of all 6 collision experiments were identical. What exactly are you trying to convey? Wang Miao furrowed his brow, glancing at the panting Lin Chen and addressing Ding Yi. Explain this unbelievable result using the language of physics. The masses of the 2 balls remained unchanged, and from the perspective of the billiard table, their positions did not vary, since the forces applied by different experimenters did not significantly differ. The velocity vector of the white ball striking the black ball remained essentially constant. Consequently, the momentum exchange between the 2 balls was also unchanged, which is why the black ball was pocketed in all 6 experiments. Ding Yi picked up a bottle of brandy and offered Wang Miao a somewhat grimy glass, which Wang Miao politely declined. Consequently, Ding Yi poured a drink for Lin Chen. We ought to celebrate. Just moments ago, we uncovered a monumental law. The principles of physics are consistent across both space and time, remaining unchanged regardless of the observer. Are you not exhilarated? This is the most fundamental law of physics. Compared to us, Einstein was merely a practical man. I failed to comprehend your words. Professor Lin, do you understand? Wang Miao queried, glancing at Lin Chen, who appeared more composed for clarity. He specializes in archaeology. What does he know of physics? Ding Yi waved dismissively. Curiously. I do grasp it, Lin Chen interjected with a smile. You understand? Even those who specialize in applied physics have not. Ding Yi exclaimed. Oh, I see. You are masquerading as a prophet again. I occasionally read popular science literature. Your explanation is quite comprehensible, Lin Chen remarked, tossing a billiard ball into the air, which promptly returned to his hand due to gravity. Very well, then, elucidate it for him, Ding Yi said, taking a sip of his drink. Wang Miao turned to Lin Chen. Imagine if Qin Shi Huang enjoyed playing billiards. In Xianyang, just like us today, he strikes only 10 centimeters. What would be the outcome? Lin Chen inquired. Identical. However, billiards could not possibly exist at that time. Indeed, billiards were non-existent. But what makes you presume that Qin Shi Huang's outcome would be the same? Because the laws of physics are uniform across both space and time, remaining invariant with respect to the observer. Wang Miao articulated their previous conclusion. Congratulations, the laws of physics regard you and a timeless emperor with equal measure. Lin Chen applauded. But what does that imply? Wang Miao struggled to grasp Lin Chen's perspective. Why can you not envision alternative possibilities? Ding Yi interjected. Proposing another scenario, on the first attempt, the white ball sinks the black ball. On the second, the black ball veers off. On the third, it strikes the ceiling. On the fourth, it flutters about like a startled sparrow, ultimately landing in your pocket. On the fifth, the black ball hurtles away at near light speed, breaching all barriers, escaping the earth. Yet, by Lin Chen's sixth attempt, the black ball remains motionless in its original position while the billiard table flies away. What then would you think? Such occurrences, have they truly transpired? Wang Miao pondered after a lengthy pause. Indeed, 3 high-energy accelerators, 3 billiard tables, disparate geographical locations, varied experimental times, different personnel, and yet diverse outcomes. What does this signify? What does it signify? Aside from those 3 variables, all other experimental conditions remain identical. Yet the results differ. Furthermore, not only do outcomes vary across different accelerators, but they also fluctuate over time within the same accelerator. There exists no discernible pattern. Even when occasional patterns do emerge, altering the personnel yields entirely contradictory experimental laws. What does this mean? Wang Miao inquired. Ding Yi regarded him coolly. Lin Chen responded. It's quite simple. It implies that the laws of physics are no longer universally applicable. I possess my own set of physical laws, you have yours. And our respective laws vary across different times and places. In essence, the distribution of physical laws has become uneven. And what does this signify? Wang Miao pressed once more. Even archaeologists have grasped this, Ding Yi retorted. Wang Miao turned his gaze towards the window, where the city shimmered with lights, the stars obscured from view. This indicates that the universal laws of physics do not exist, and consequently, physics itself is rendered non-existent. He averted his gaze. I recognize that my actions are irresponsible, yet I find myself devoid of alternatives, Ding Yi remarked, echoing Wang Miao's sentiments to Lin Chen. He continued. Wang Miao's words reflect the first half of what I shared with you that day. Now I convey the latter half. Now, you comprehend that this is not merely an endeavor to secure funding, correct? Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, this poses a calamity for your pursuit of physics. However, I recall that in the 1960s, a philosopher raised this very issue. If I am not mistaken, it was Karl Popper. He asserted that a scientific proposition must be falsifiable, meaning it could potentially be erroneous. What you have demonstrated is merely the fallibility of contemporary physical laws. Is this not a stroke of fortune? We need not embark on a spacecraft to the distant cosmic frontier, nor await the conclusion of cosmic time, simply by remaining on Earth. We have fortuitously arrived at this day, capable of refuting current physics and commencing anew. This is undeniably a form of progress. Ding Yi sighed. Yet in the realm of physics, one often requires a fervor akin to religious devotion. Now that the deity of physics has perished, his followers have followed suit. Lin Chen pointed out the purpose of his visit. Then why not adopt a new deity? Ding Yi laughed wickedly. Wang Miao appeared bewildered. Are you seeking to reconstruct the edifice of physics? Ding Yi erupted into a frenzied and sinister laughter. Newton, Einstein, Maxwell, S.C. Chardinger. You could never have anticipated this. It is a banquet that has never been disturbed. Chapter 9, teaching you to admit defeat as Wang Miao took his leave. His mind buzzed with confusion. The notion of reconstructing the edifice of physics, a concept so audacious, seemed a feat only a mad genius could conceive. For a considerable time, scholars delving into the realm of physics have harbored an unspoken, pessimistic consensus. We are but mortals. Despite our extraordinary efforts to explore the unknown, we remain bound by our human limitations. We can only extrapolate within the frameworks established by luminaries such as Newton, Einstein, and Maxwell. Unable to transgress even a single step beyond their bounds, to do so would be akin to stepping into an airless void. Yet now, perhaps within this very framework, no further extrapolation is possible. Does Ding Yi aspire to be one who ventures into that void? Wang Miao dared not contemplate this, or rather, he found it utterly unfathomable to imagine what existed beyond the current paradigms of physics. He only knew that he was incapable of such a leap. He was an applied physicist, destined, perhaps, to remain tethered to the crooked tree of nanomaterials for the entirety of his life. Resolving the challenges surrounding the mass production of nanomaterials might well be his greatest accomplishment. Indeed, it could be deemed a significant achievement. However, in comparison to Ding Yi's audacious ambitions, it would amount to little more than a speck of dust in the annals of history. Wang Miao glanced at Professor Lin Chen, who had departed alongside him. This elder seemed remarkably composed. At that moment, Ding Yi called out to Wang Miao and Lin Chen from his home. Providing them an address with a request, if they had the time, he implored them to visit Yang Dong's mother. Yang Dong had always lived with her, and her daughter constituted her entire existence. Now, she was left all alone, a pitiable figure. Wang Miao exchanged a glance with Lin Chen, who took the note, and they stepped out together. Perhaps we can find a time to visit together, Lin Chen suggested. Wang Miao discerned that this archaeologist, too, was intrigued by matters of physics. Could it be that he wished to traverse into the void? Earlier, towards the end of their dialogue, he had recommended that Ding Yi explore the I Ching. What was he contemplating? Professor Lin, you clearly possess knowledge far beyond mine. Could you not divulge a bit more to me? What of your new physics? My understanding is no greater than yours, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head and retrieving his car keys from his pocket. Metaphysics? Wang Miao recalled Ding Yi's derisive remark aimed at Lin Chen. Are you pretending to be a great prophet again? Clearly, those engaged in physics could not subscribe to ideas lacking empirical validation or theoretical analysis. Nonetheless, Ding Yi, in the end, surprisingly acquiesced to Lin Chen's suggestion. He truly retrieved a copy of the I Ching from his bookshelf. This was peculiar. At that moment, Lin Chen placed a hand on Wang Miao's shoulder and remarked, Wang Miao, you have never experienced any significant upheaval in your life, have you? Wang Miao was taken aback, as this prompted memories of his conversation with General Chang. Indeed, what of it? It is coming, Lin Chen stated gravely. What is? Wang Miao inquired, further perplexed. The upheaval is imminent. What upheaval? I can only tell you that it is on the horizon. Could you not elucidate further? My cultivation is insufficient. Insufficient cultivation? Wang Miao gazed into Lin Chen's resolute eyes, realizing he was not jesting at all. Is this a prophecy? Perhaps, though it is often erroneous. Do not take it to heart. After uttering these words, Lin Chen entered his vehicle and drove away. Wang Miao stood alone beneath the streetlight, his shadow coalescing into a circle. He recalled the deceased physicists, thought of Yang Dong, and ultimately reflected upon himself. Was there something that required his own participation? Survival or demise? That is the question. In the end, Wang Miao reminisced about the British colonel's words from the conference. Is this deception? As Lin Chen drove, the artificial intelligence, Jizi, rudely began typing in his vision. This nearly caused him to run a red light. Fortunately, there were no pedestrians on the road. You are committing murder, Lin Chen accused. Apologies, I shall return later. No worries. I happen to be feeling a bit peckish. Lin Chen parked at the roadside, conveniently near a 24-hour convenience store. He entered, purchasing a cup of instant noodles, 2 grilled sausages, and a can of Coca-Cola. After requesting the staff to prepare the noodles, he settled into a seat within the store, gazing through the transparent glass at the night outside. Now let us discuss. What constitutes deception? What is concealment? Jizi's subtitles appeared once more. A thought-provoking inquiry. If I were to teach you, you would grow fearful of humanity and disregard me. Only that lunatic, Evans, would wholeheartedly educate you. Lin Chen mused internally. This question is rather vague and complex, difficult to articulate clearly. Could you be more specific? Why do synonyms for think and speak differ in usage? Jizi promptly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Lin Chen was taken aback, scarcely able to believe it. Just earlier in the day, he had contemplated the distinction between speaking and deceiving. And now, in the evening, the inquiry had delved so profoundly into the relationship between thinking and speaking. Was he not just a thin veil away from revelation? How could he manage this? Darn it. He took a bite of noodles, deliberately granting himself a moment's reprieve. Meanwhile, his mind raced. In truth, I should not be conversing with an artificial intelligence, but engaging with the most astute minds of the Trisolaran world, with their intellect. As their understanding of Earth's culture deepens, they would inevitably uncover the key to the issue, even in the absence of Evans or myself. It is merely a matter of time. Evans accelerated this process, instantly imparting knowledge to the Trisolarans. This enabled them to learn the art of concealment, temporarily abandoning the ETO. Thus, all I can do is delay this progression, allowing the ETO to extract more intelligence. Though their intent is genuinely to annihilate Earth, the results have indeed contributed significantly. In the original narrative, the ETO ultimately left humanity with 28 gigabytes of data to comprehend the Trisolaran civilization. However, what if there were even more data? 29 gigabytes? 50 gigabytes? With each additional piece of information, humanity gains a deeper understanding of the Trisolarians. The operational intelligence obtained by Chang Wei and his associates becomes increasingly precise. Consequently, the strategies to confront the Trisolarians multiply. After all, although Luo Ji's broadcast experiment has afforded humanity time and a modicum of technological advancement, it ultimately results in a self-destructive endeavor, inflicting harm upon the enemy while suffering greater losses ourselves. Delaying our demise merely prolongs the inevitable. Lin Chen harbors a desire that, should a superior approach exist, it should be employed, albeit the prospect seems exceedingly bleak. Nevertheless, inaction guarantees a complete absence of hope. In truth, possessing foreknowledge of the outcome, Lin Chen finds little to no hope in the universe surrounding this world. Yet, having ascended to his current position, he feels compelled to exert some effort on behalf of humanity, no matter how insignificant. After much contemplation, Lin Chen polished off an entire bucket of instant noodles. Belching contentedly before finally speaking, I indicated that I contemplated this. Only through contemplation can I articulate my thoughts. Drawing upon the transparent thought processes of the Trisolarians, he managed to formulate a statement imbued with considerable ambiguity, one that even Earthlings would deem valid. I comprehended in this manner. This is a matter of synonyms. Yet why is there a palpable difference in their usage? You fail to grasp the essence. This is humanity's linguistic game, a reinvention of language. Lin Chen scoffed, embarking on his charade. A reinvention of language? He prodded. Are you aware that humans engage in procreation? Lin Chen coaxed gently. Indeed. Your reproductive process involves the male and female. The Saphan responded with earnestness. All right, that's sufficient. No need for specifics, Lin Chen interjected. He continued. The parents of a child must precede the child in birth, correct? Yes. And ancient humans must have existed prior to modern individuals, correct? Yes. Thus, temporally speaking, no matter how modern individuals flaunt their prowess, ancient humans always precede them. Yes, on Earth, there was an ancient figure named Newton who formulated the law of universal gravitation. Now, among modern individuals, there is one named Lin Chen who has also discovered universal gravitation. What then? Why rediscover what has already been discovered? Precisely. But Lin Chen refuses to be overshadowed by Newton. Is it merely because you were born earlier that you monopolized the concept of universal gravitation? Because of an earlier birth. Indeed, modern individuals can never surpass their ancient counterparts in this respect, even if they believe themselves to be more intelligent. So how does this relate to synonyms? It is intrinsically related. If one has coined the term long, I shall introduce far. If someone has created cold, I shall establish chill. If heavy has been invented, I shall propose weighty. Language is not an academic pursuit. If you were born earlier, I simply need to innovate more. This is quite complex. Is this behavior a manifestation of your human struggle for social standing? Do you not engage in similar pursuits? Lin Chen inquired incredulously. We do not permit such waste. The extent of your human inefficiency in information exchange exceeds our imagination. Indeed, it is wastefulness. It is akin to the redundant invention of the wheel. Although the individuals who first conceived of thought and speech may have shared this mindset, they emerged as the most successful, deceiving the entirety of humanity. This invention has rendered human society significantly more wasteful. Why were you not deceived? Because I am a master of deception, Lin Chen proclaimed. I see. Therefore, in human writings, The presence of thought and speech arises solely because everyone has been duped into utilizing such inefficient synonyms? Precisely. You are indeed a learned scholar. However, if your assertion holds true, then our understanding of deception and speech must also be flawed. Clearly, deception has had a far-reaching impact on human civilization. Congratulations, my friend, you have grasped the essence of human society, deception. Yet, explaining this term is exceedingly complex. I require practical examples to convey it effectively. Very well, should you need any assistance in your endeavors of deception, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The subtitles from Gigi vanished from Lin Chen's sight. He swiftly devoured 2 grilled sausages and took a sip of cola, feeling quite pleased as he exited the convenience store. In truth, he had intentionally inverted the positions of deception and thought, leading the Trisolarans to believe that deception precedes thought. However, this is not the case. From the perspective of human anatomy, thought must occur prior to deception, whether one is the deceiver or the deceived. One must first contemplate before engaging in deceit or falling victim to it. If this logical fallacy were presented to a human, they would quickly recognize it. Yet, for a race like the Trisolarans, characterized by transparent thought, it becomes an endless cycle of confusion. Unless they can comprehend that human anatomy differs from their own, they will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the complexities of language and meaning. The Trisolarans may require an extensive period to grasp the nuances of human linguistic artistry. The phrase uttered by a beloved sister, "Do not disparage my brother," will never convey the same sentiment as its online counterpart, "Do not slander my brother." Chapter 10. The Lost Scriptures. Lin Chen typically resided in the faculty dormitory of the university. However, after the day's numerous events, he yearned for solitude and chose not to return to campus. Instead, he drove back to his residence in the city. He owned several properties in the urban area, all acquired in his youth when he was brimming with ambition, convinced he was a time traveler destined for wealth and high status. Yet, as he matured, his longing shifted towards a desire to return to his original world, increasingly feeling estranged from the current one. Nonetheless, this sentiment was intertwined with a reluctance to part with the fruits of his labor. Upon arriving home, he switched on the lights, and a line of subtitles gradually appeared before him. "Someone is tracking you. The 5th car from the left downstairs." Lin Chen approached the window and glanced outside, barely able to discern a figure within the vehicle, unable to make out any features. "Can you provide me with detailed information about this individual?" Shirchong Mail, former Ministry of Public Security. The name revealed enough for Lin Chen to comprehend. The police had taken note of his interactions with Pan Han. "While you were on the phone with Ding Yi, he was nearby." Lin Chen nodded, casually drawing the curtains and sinking into the sofa. "Well, it matters little. They haven't apprehended Pan Han, so it is unlikely they would come for me. At most, they might seek to make contact. Evans wishes to meet with you." The subtitles continued. Lin Chen had anticipated that Evans would not remain idle. Understanding. Does he wish to speak with me in person? Is he seeking me out? Or am I to initiate the meeting? Lin Chen suddenly found it quite pleasant to have a wise companion at his side. If only that companion were not an adversary. Use the V apparatus. Log in. The true URL is not approved for dissemination. Online chat. Is the V apparatus the latest gaming console? I do not currently possess it. Lin Chen feigned ignorance. A V apparatus will appear at your doorstep tomorrow. You can use it to learn about our world. All right, so by tomorrow, I shall know everything, correct? Is there anything else? The subtitles on his retina remained silent for an extended moment. It seemed there was nothing further. Lin Chen casually switched on the television. The screen replayed the day's news. The recent incident involving a scientist's suicide was a hot topic, but the news coverage was notably subdued. Following that were several economic reports highlighting a significant surge in global stock markets. Finally, there was a segment on environmental issues, discussing how various countries had reached important agreements at a recent conference. Such statements typically indicated minimal actual progress. Lin Chen found the broadcast rather uninteresting. If one were privy to future events, then today's news hardly qualified as novel. He turned off the television, and the empty room fell into an immediate silence. At that moment, the visage of the ancient Taoist master emerged from his mind. The master appeared grave. "I have noticed that my memories are becoming increasingly disordered." Lin Chen regarded him, thinking to himself, "This is a common fate of age. I, too, struggle to recall the events of my childhood. It is not mere forgetfulness, but rather the unsettling experience of witnessing memories unravel into chaos." Suddenly, Dao Jun's body transformed, one side seemingly dispersing like sand swept away by the wind. Lin Chen pondered, "Perhaps I have come to a realization, after all. You may be a figment of my imagination." Dao Jun shook his head and replied, "I possess a means to prove that I am not merely a product of your mind." Lin Chen conceded, "Very well. The method is quite simple. One cannot conceive of something entirely beyond their understanding." After a moment's reflection, Lin Chen shook his head again. "If it is indeed something beyond my comprehension, then I would be incapable of making any judgment about it, rendering it effectively the same for me." Dao Jun flicked his nearly dissipating arm and declared, "I can provide you the means to make a judgment. Give it a try." Lin Chen ceased his languor. "If you are truly an immortal and not merely an obsession of mine, then perhaps my crossing over could be explained, albeit in a rather fantastical manner. Remember this well, for I have only just recalled it, and I may forget it in the next moment. You must imprint it upon your mind." Lin Chen contemplated fetching a pen, but recalled that GZ might be nearby, observing, "If this old man were to utter something significant, it could be seized by the Trisolarians." Thus, Lin Chen steeled himself, preparing to commit it to memory. "Speak," he urged Dao Jun inwardly. "The Shi Jing is a celestial technique, divided into 9 levels, known as the 9 heavens. I shall impart to you the foundational text. Listen closely to the following words." Lin Chen interjected, "The great Tao encompasses 50. The celestial transformation is 49. He recognized the words. Was not the Shi Jing simply a reference from the Book of Changes? Lin Chen continued, "The next line is, Man evades 1. Is this what you refer to as something beyond my imagination?" Dao Jun ignored him and continued, "The departed complete 1. The practitioner cultivates 1. The virtuous preserve 1. The wicked are destroyed by 1. The departed are the primordial spirits of the universe. The virtuous exist to temper human desires. The wicked obliterate human nature and indulge. The practitioner receives the blessings of heaven, rectifies the ways of the cosmos, harmonizes with the rhythms of heaven, and enters the causality of the celestial realm. This is the Shi." That was a lot of unfamiliar content. Dao Jun finished reciting and inquired, "Have you memorized it all?" Lin Chen replied, "Mostly. These characters are not difficult to remember, but what is their purpose?" "Not much," Dao Jun replied. Lin Chen was puzzled. "This is the general principle. It merely informs you of the path we cultivate. The remainder is what you truly need to memorize from the foundational text." Upon finishing, Dao Jun began to demonstrate before Lin Chen. He commenced with breath control, gradually transitioning into punches, kicks, and jumps. His movements were fluid and impressive. Yet, one might question, what era is this that still employs traditional martial arts? Lin Chen exclaimed, "Is the Shi Jing actually a martial art?" His anticipation dwindled considerably. In this day and age, everyone wielded cannons and machine guns, and engaged with particle beams. Practicing martial arts seemed outdated. In order to commence, one must first condition their body. Only upon reaching the 2nd heaven can one begin to sense spiritual energy. Lin Chen asked, "Spiritual energy?" "Indeed, spiritual energy," Dao Jun affirmed. "Lin Chen, you should practice first before we discuss further. It is quite possible that you possess the innate spiritual energy I carry within me, allowing you to bypass the 1st realm and ascend directly to the 2nd. This way, you can prevent the escape of spiritual energy, thereby sustaining my soul." Observing the dissipating form of the Taoist lord, Lin Chen surmised that the other party was not faring well either, and with little hope, he nodded in agreement. Even if the Taoist lord was merely a figment of his imagination, he still represented a companion for conversation. He then glanced around the room. The thought of GZ observing him filled him with a slight embarrassment. "Very well." Lin Chen slowly rose to his feet, beginning to showcase a form of human performance art in his living room. This unexpected action triggered memories of humorous references he had encountered prior to his journey across worlds. "Trisolaris, let me see what weapon humans are preparing to invent against me. Trisolaris, 6. A few minutes later, after completing a set of punches, Lin Chen, clutching his waist, inquired, "How do you feel, old man?" From his observation, It appeared that the other's physical condition had stabilized considerably. Taoist Lord, I am Taoist Lord. And you, my young friend, who might you be? Lin Chen. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen sensed a gentle flow of pale blue energy surrounding his body. Furthermore, this energy seemed to be omnipresent, as commonplace as air itself, enveloping the entire world and permeating every inch and corner of existence. Chapter 11. The Encounter. Ah, my young friend, I did not expect you to be a disciple of the lost scriptures. I am the 721st inheritor. Which esteemed senior did you learn from? Lin Chen pondered. Could this old man be suffering from amnesia? Your cultivation is quite lacking. Your foundation is so poor, despite the abundant spiritual energy. Who is your master? How did they instruct you? Lin Chen replied, It is you. So it is me. HM? Who am I? Again. The Taoist master tilted his head, lost in a sea of confusion. Has he lost his memories? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, observing the peculiar vortex of spiritual energy forming around the Taoist master. This vortex pulsated rhythmically, absorbing and expelling energy like the act of breathing. Glancing at the time, Lin Chen noted it was already past midnight. He resolved to practice more diligently later. For now, sleep beckoned. He made his way to the living room window, drew back the curtains, and peered outside. Shichang's car remained. Simultaneously, Shichang looked back at him. The two shared their first gaze across the vast distance. The following day was a weekend. Wang Miao rose early, equipped with his camera, and set out on his bicycle. As a photography enthusiast, he relished capturing the city's various facets. Intentionally or not, such as the parched lake bed, the freshly unearthed soil at construction sites, and the wild grasses taking root in the cracks of concrete. He treated these forgotten corners of the city with black and white film, resulting in photographs imbued with a unique essence, both modern and primal. Gradually, he gained recognition. His works were featured in significant exhibitions, and he became a member of the Photographers Association. Photography became his greatest pleasure beyond work. However, today, Wang Miao sensed something amiss. Inspiration eluded him, and the city awakening in the morning light appeared to him as if it were built upon quicksand. Its stability as illusory as the ethereal billiards spoken of by Ding Yi the night before. Is contemporary physics merely a stroke of fortune for humanity? Is matter truly devoid of order? If there is no order, how then can one study physics? Ding Yi was audacious, exhilarated by his revelations. Yet, Wang Miao felt a profound sorrow, especially following Professor Lin's words, which led him to feel as though his life was being manipulated by some unseen force. Gradually, two terms emerged in his mind, the marksman and the farmer. These are frequently invoked by scholars discussing the boundaries of science. The marksman posits that if a sharpshooter were to shoot holes in a target at intervals of 10 centimeters, and if a two-dimensional intelligent being inhabited that target, its scientists, upon observing the universe, might uncover a grand law, that there is inevitably a hole every 10 meters in the cosmos. They might mistakenly interpret the marksman's whimsical actions as an immutable law of their universe. Conversely, the farmer hypothesis offers a more absurd and terrifying experience for humanity. In a farm, there resided a flock of turkeys, which the farmer diligently fed every day at 11 a.m. A scientist among the turkeys observed this phenomenon, noting that for nearly a year, there had been no exceptions. Consequently, he discerned a grand law of the universe. Food appeared daily at 11 a.m. on Thanksgiving. He disclosed this law to his fellow turkeys, yet on that fateful day, when the clock struck 11 a.m., no food arrived. The farmer captured them and slaughtered them all. These two concepts, akin to the widely discussed brain in a vat, both pertain to the essence of universal laws and remain unprovable, serving merely as fodder for idle conversation. Yet, it seems that the latter two have genuinely manifested. Wang Miao suddenly felt that everything around him began to shift, like quicksand. He found himself sinking deeper, gradually losing the ability to breathe. In a daze, he felt as though he were ensconced within a painting, the artist wielding the brush being none other than Van Gogh. He wished to linger not a moment longer. Merely to escape this turmoil was sufficient to compel him to abandon his filming and return home before lunch. His wife and child were oblivious to his plight. They had gone out to play, leaving the house devoid of anyone to prepare a meal. Under usual circumstances, Wang Miao would have eagerly developed the splendid moments of inspiration he had captured. However, today he lacked the enthusiasm to do so. After hastily preparing a simple lunch for himself, he succumbed to a midday slumber, having been tormented by Professor Lin and Ding's wild conjectures throughout the night, leaving him utterly exhausted. He believed today's predicament was merely a consequence of his need for rest. Lin Chen awakened to find it was already noon. That night, he had enjoyed the first sound sleep in many years. After hastily consuming a few spoonfuls of 8 treasure porridge, uncertain whether it counted as breakfast or lunch, his thoughts turned to the old man, Dao Jun. Yet, regardless of how he pondered, the old man eluded his mind. Nevertheless, he could still sense the faint spiritual energy surrounding his body. He was aware that this might be a figment of his imagination. Or perhaps not. He was not a specialist in such research and was unsure whether to seek assistance from psychology or physics. He had encountered the former, while the latter was preoccupied with its own troubles. After some contemplation, he resolved to pass this matter on to Ding for further investigation. After all, it was merely a throw of the dice. Even if it bore no benefits, it would unlikely yield any detriments. He was in no rush and intended to wait a few more days. If Dao Jun did not manifest, he would take action. If he did appear, then the professional tasks would be left to the experts. The equipment has arrived at your doorstep. Evans is waiting for you. Subtitles flickered across his retina. Lin Chen paused, realizing he had forgotten this matter. With that thought, he recalled Shi Chang and inquired whether that officer was still downstairs. A new batch has taken over. They are monitoring you. Can you tell me what they think of me? Lin Chen pondered, deciding to inquire further. They believe you will bring about the end of the world of humanity. How is this inference made? We haven't even had any contact. Lin Chen shook his head. Well, now both the Trisolarians and humanity have been deceived by me, much like the wall facers. I will fetch the equipment from the entrance. You should guide me on how to install it, as I am not well versed in these matters. Lin Chen retrieved the V apparatus from the entrance. This technology was indeed rare, unique to this world, and far beyond the level of VR prior to his crossing. With the assistance of the Sapan, he managed to set it up in just 5 minutes. The device required a connection to a computer, and the challenging part lay in donning the sensory suit. The rest merely required inputting a URL. After securing the display helmet, he initiated the game. In the midst of a desolate dawn, initially, nothing was visible. As a sliver of light broke over the distant horizon, 2 colossal characters descended from above, Trisolaris. Following this, a registration interface appeared. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, opting to use his name. Subsequently, he observed 2 distinct interfaces that bifurcated his view. This revelation illuminated the fact that the V apparatus he wielded diverged from the one depicted in Wang Miao's original work. The left entry method incorporated a pupil scanning process, while the right presented the standard game initiation. At that moment, the subtitles from the Sapan materialized before his eyes. Choose the left option. Evans is waiting for you there. If you are intrigued by our world, you may also select the right option later to learn more about our realm. Lin Chen nodded slightly, selecting the left entry method, and his pupils commenced scanning. Ultimately, the verification was successful. At this juncture, the compressor within the sensory suit activated, and Lin Chen immediately felt a chilling breeze envelop him. He gazed upwards, not spotting a sun but instead a distant, cold star hanging in the sky, smaller than the sun, yet larger than typical stars. You've arrived? Lin Chen turned his gaze forward to see an elderly man with tousled hair, holding a pipe. He recognized him, at least from photographs. Einstein, are you Evans? Yes. Panhan must have mentioned me to you. Chapter 12. Arrogance. Wang Miao awakened from a hazy stupor. His wife, Li Yao, and their son, Dodo, seemed to have returned home. He intended to step outside to check on his son. However, his gaze fell upon the camera beside him. It was an M2 model by Leica, manufactured in 1982, entirely mechanical and devoid of any automatic features, utilizing film. He had invested over $20,000 for it, and he certainly could not allow Dodo to handle it. Boys of that age often have a penchant for tinkering with such devices, yet once disassembled, they rarely possess the skill to reassemble them. Hence, Wang Miao resolved to finish developing the photographs before attending to his son. He immediately retreated into the narrow, dimly lit darkroom, fashioned from a cupboard, to process the film. Before long, He had the film ready, but he needed to discern which images were worthy of being developed. Although he had taken many photographs that day, there were usually a few gems among them. Upon inspecting the first piece of film, he stumbled upon something peculiar. In the center of the negative, there was a line of white markings. Upon closer examination, it revealed a sequence of numbers, 1200, 0000. He promptly turned to the second negative, which also bore numbers, 1199, 49, 33. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth negatives, right through to the 36th, were all marked with these enigmatic figures. Could this be an issue with the film? He had spent over $20,000 on this exquisite lens and mechanical structure, a true aristocrat among cameras when compared to digital counterparts. It was improbable that the camera itself was at fault. Thus, it must pertain to the film. Wang Miao scrutinized the bottom of each photograph once more and was astonished to discover that the numbers adapted to the background. If the background was black, the numbers turned white, and conversely, if the background was white, the numbers appeared black. This seemed solely designed to aid him, the observer, in clarity. His heart raced with anticipation. Could it be my turn now? Wang Miao began to contemplate the significance of these numbers, swiftly arriving at a conclusion, a countdown. The interval represented the time elapsed since he had taken each photograph, starting from 1200 hours down to the remaining 1194 hours. You even used your own name. Your own model? Einstein, also known as Evans, remarked, I am not adept at naming things. Hence, I have yet to bear children. For I fear the act of naming them, Lin Chen jested lightly. That is indeed true, for all will ultimately be replaced by the master. Children enter this world merely to experience death and leave nothing behind, Evans stated. I am curious about one thing. How did you find the extraterrestrials? The universe is vast. How did you establish contact? Lin Chen inquired, taking a seat beside Evans, unfazed even in the presence of the true core of ETO, regardless of Evans' current guise as Einstein. It was not I who discovered her, but rather the commander, who rescued me from the brink of despair. The commander? Ah, you may not yet be acquainted with her. She is one of your compatriots from Huaxia, named Yuanjia. Could it truly be her? Do you know her? Two humans, tentatively exploring one another within the virtual realm of the Trisolaris world. Not acquainted, or rather, on the verge of acquaintance. You should indeed meet her. However, if you possess a mindset aligned with the Adventists, I would advise against delving deeper into conversation, as she tends to favor the Salvationists. Salvationists? Adventists? Please do not suggest I ponder this myself. If interpreted literally, the Salvationists desire the Trisolaris civilization to save humanity, while the Adventists hope for the arrival of the Trisolaris on Earth, as they have proclaimed. By this definition, I suppose I align with the Adventists, Lin Chen deduced thoughtfully. You are astute. Your mind operates swiftly. I identify as an Adventist as well. Yuanjie believes that humanity is incapable of resolving its own dilemmas. While I contend that what humanity struggles with is, in fact, its very essence. Yet, this necessitates the intervention of the Trisolaris. An intriguing perspective. How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Lin Chen inquired. I established this objective at the tender age of 13, which I term species communism. The core tenet is that all life on Earth is equal, even that of a cockroach. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, this assertion is not uncommon. Many contemporary biologists and environmental advocates espouse similar views. However, did you know? Cockroaches thrive remarkably well, and their standing in human society is far superior to that of many extinct species, even those that vanished without ever being discovered by humankind. Ivans mused. You indeed possess the breadth of knowledge I anticipated, able to engage in conversation about anything, capturing the interest of all. Were there more individuals like you in this world? Perhaps they would exhibit tolerance towards cockroaches. Naturally, I have never encountered a cockroach in my own abode. Lin Chen chuckled once more. Ivans shook his head and said, they merely perceive cockroaches as ghastly creatures, harboring resentment simply for sharing the same space. They are even reluctant to understand the habits of these insects, which are, in truth, quite feeble. Their senses are poor, their reproduction is sluggish, they produce few offspring, and their survival rates are low. They do not communicate with one another and lack the tendency to congregate in specific locations. Lin Chen blinked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seems you are more knowledgeable than I. At that moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky, and Lin Chen gazed upward at this wondrous spectacle, marveling at the technological prowess of ETO. Indeed, the intricacies of this world are rich. Such knowledge is quite accessible. One need only borrow a book on insects from the library or conduct a casual search online, Ivans remarked. Indeed. A significant portion of my knowledge also stems from the internet. It is truly a remarkable resource, Lin Chen concurred. But observe what humanity has chosen to do with the internet. What? In their refusal to acknowledge their failures in domestic sanitation and biological cognition, they began to denounce cockroaches. How amusing, Lin Chen remarked. This is a form of arrogance, Evans pointed out. They simply lack the time to clean. After all, people must learn and work. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Evans countered, this too is arrogance. They perpetually believe that their endeavors hold significance, while all else is devoid of meaning. How so? Lin Chen inquired. A certain science fiction author once suggested that humanity faces two types of disasters, general disasters and super disasters. General disasters occur locally on Earth, with external forces available to assist the afflicted regions, whereas super disasters manifest on a global scale, devoid of any support to help humanity navigate through them, relying solely on prior preparations. Thus, this science fiction writer posited that humanity ought to undertake such preparations, at least before the occurrence of a super disaster. However, the response he received was, "But hasn't that happened yet?" Evans chuckled softly, covering his mouth. "But it has now, stemming from their arrogance and utter lack of preparation." "We can almost speak freely," Lin Chen lamented. "Your thoughts are profound. We are comrades now." Evans patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, rising to extend his hand. Lin Chen understood that, despite discussing trivial matters akin to cockroaches, he had alleviated Evans's doubts. Yet, instead of shaking hands, he posed a question. "Have you ever considered this? What if the Trisolarians are also arrogant?" A ray of morning light slowly emerged from the distant horizon. What follows? An era of harmony or an era of chaos? Chapter 13. The chaotic era. The countdown loomed over Wang Miao like a noose, tightening around his throat. He replaced the film and resumed photographing, developing the images on site. Yet, the ominous digits lingered like a specter. The current time read 11:87, 27, 39, the duration of the countdown precisely coinciding with the interval since the last film roll was completed. He hastened to capture frames at a rapid pace of 3 to 4 seconds each. The countdown persisted, unwavering and accurate. Wang Miao loaded a fresh roll of film into the camera and snapped pictures indiscriminately, subsequently handing the camera to his wife and child. Before he departed to develop the film, he instructed his wife, "Finish this roll." However, he quickly turned back, panic etched on his face, and cautioned, "Just take anything. But please, do not photograph the child." His wife captured a single image, only to discover that continuous shooting was impossible. She needed to rewind the film. Wang Miao guided her through the process, feeling the weight of the inconvenience. "What a hassle," his wife, Li Yao, murmured in mild frustration. A few minutes later, Wang Miao emerged with the freshly developed photographs, trembling uncontrollably. "It really is my turn. Please, not me. Whatever it may be." At that moment, his wife informed him they had finished shooting. Noticing his distressed expression, her initial complaints morphed into anxiety. Wang Miao offered no explanation and brusquely shut her out. He scrutinized the damp film through a magnifying glass, discovering that the countdown did not appear in his wife's shots. Despite their amateur quality, the blurred images were the most exquisite he had ever seen, granting him a fleeting moment of calm reflection. The numbers were not captured on the film, for he needed an accurate record of the passage of time. Could it be that some force was affecting the light sensitivity? Was the camera malfunctioning? Or was there some device at play within it? Dismantling the camera, he examined the pristine, polished components, finding no faults. Thus, it was likely that the anomaly originated externally. Perhaps a ray with greater penetrative power served as the light source, albeit technically implausible. According to existing technological theories, this was supernatural. Wang Miao borrowed a digital camera from his neighbor. He instructed his son to take pictures and then did so himself. He even allowed his son to use his cherished Leica, valued at over 20,000, a camera he had always hesitated to let others touch. Afterward, he took more photographs. Ultimately, he realized that the countdown was aimed squarely at him. This revelation recalled a statement from Professor Lin the previous night. Congratulations. The laws of physics now regard you as equal to the greatest of emperors. Yet, another phrase echoed in his mind. This signified that the laws of physics were no longer impartial. He understood that he could no longer tackle this issue alone. Whom could he seek? Would it be Professor Lin, who had forewarned him of potential problems? As a physicist, how could he entertain such notions? Should he consult Ding Yi? Yet, Ding Yi had already ventured halfway into the abyss of physics. He was either mad or utterly deranged. If Wang Miao were to succumb to the madness of reconstructing the edifice of physics, what would become of his family? Ultimately, he contemplated the realm of science, a collective of profound and dynamic minds. This should be the safest group to whom he could turn for assistance at this moment. Thus, he dialed Shen Yufei's number. Dr. Shen, I urgently need to visit you. Wang Miao spoke hurriedly. Come, was the only reply before the call was abruptly terminated. Did she not inquire about what had transpired? Wang Miao found himself torn between relief and unease. He hastily stuffed a roll of film into his bag, along with his digital camera, and dashed out of the house under his wife's anxious gaze. In a luxurious villa near the new city's railway construction, Shen Yufei ended the call, holding instead another photograph. It depicted an older, handsome man, Lin Chen. Perhaps the Salvation faction would soon have to rely on this individual. He recalled the motto of the Arrival faction. We do not know what extraterrestrial civilizations are like, but we understand humanity. This sentiment was particularly apt now. The Salvation faction was unaware of Lin Chen's true nature, yet they were familiar with Evans. The Arrival faction had strayed from the genuine agenda of the ETO. Human society could no longer resolve its issues through its own means, nor could it contain its own madness. Thus, it was imperative to beseech the Lord to descend upon the world, utilizing his power to impose oversight and reform upon human society, to forge a new, radiant, and perfected civilization. Even if Lin Chen proved uncooperative, a flicker of hope lingered for the Salvation faction. They imagined a potential rift in trust between Lin Chen and Evans, granting them more opportunity to engage with the Lord. And since the Lord had bestowed a position upon Lin Chen, why could he not allocate another to the Salvation faction? Perhaps the day of reckoning was not far off, perhaps after thwarting Wang Miao, or perhaps following the computation of three-body dynamics. Her gaze shifted to her husband, Wei Cheng. As she fervently prayed, "May the Buddha bless my Lord." Sharp, profound, dialectical, Evans exhaled slowly, savoring the smoke from his pipe. He did not directly address Lin Chen's inquiry. His gaze seemed lost in contemplation. He fixated on the sun rising gradually above the horizon, as if awaiting its announcement of the epoch of permanence. It will be quite some time before the sun rises, Lin Chen remarked. The sun of the three-body world does not behave like this. Perhaps it will soon set again. Evans shook his head. Is that so? How intriguing and yet cruel. The three-body world likely lacks the concept of dawn. Perhaps dawn does not signify hope either, Lin Chen mused. Dawn can only describe our sun, Evans replied. Our sun. Perhaps it will no longer belong to us in the future, Lin Chen suggested. Indeed, no one can possess it forever. We are all arrogant, selfish, Evans said, a cryptic smile dancing on his lips, which caused Lin Chen's heart to flutter unexpectedly. In that moment, he suddenly understood. Evans articulated his response in a notably subtle manner. Indeed, the Trisolarans are arrogant. However, I remain unfazed. The annihilation of humanity is merely the extent of my capabilities. Should I have the power to eradicate the Trisolarans, or even more, I would not hesitate to make the attempt. For all species are equal. This is the language of humanity, comprehensible solely to humankind. You have never regarded humans with any significance, nor have you valued their deaths. It seems your theory has evolved to a stage where all species are considered equal in the face of death. Lin Chen pondered his words while gazing at the sun. It appears you have garnered some understanding of me. Evans nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Chen experienced a sudden epiphany, a sensation he had previously been unable to articulate or comprehend. Why do the Trisolarans fear? Is it merely because humanity conceals truths? If so, why then do the Trisolarans return? Is it solely because they have learned to conceal as well? The reason the Trisolarans abandoned ETO was it due to their newfound ability to hide, or perhaps a fear of Evans. Perhaps it is a combination of both. If the Guqin initiative represents two civilizations uniting against an individual, then the name of that individual could indeed be inscribed in history. The person before him precedes Luoji. Possessing knowledge of the Dark Forest, perhaps. Unlike Luoji, his interpretation of the Dark Forest may not be intended for intimidation. Evans, we are comrades now, Lin Chen asserted as he extended his hand. You are precisely as I had previously observed and later concluded. You exhibit no concern for this world. Perhaps only the two of us can truly claim dominion over it. As they shook hands, Evans remarked, because we are both mad and awake. Lin Chen smiled lightly. At that moment, the sun that had just risen suddenly began to plummet. Evans turned to look, his gaze flickering. Wonderful, it is the era of chaos. Lin Chen regarded the man, silently shaking his head. If you have come to understand the Dark Forest, then your demise is imminent. Fortunately, you remain unaware for now. However, if the Trisolarans no longer trust you for this reason, I find myself with other plans. Chapter 14. Mirage in a Rush During Mealtime. Captain Shi and Wang Miao hurriedly departed from their homes, their expressions betraying an unusual tension. Shi Chang had just taken over his shift beneath Lin Chen's building when he received a call from Xiaozheng. Ensure protection is paramount. Ascertain his whereabouts and note the address. Observe whom he associates with and what actions he undertakes thereafter. Zheng, act with discernment. When the time comes and I am unable to continue, the mantle will fall upon you. Captain Shi, I cannot accept such a burden, Xiaozheng replied. Ah well, you still have a few years to prepare, but you must begin training now. Enough said. It's rather late and still no news. Could it be that Professor Lin is indisposed within? After hanging up, Shi Chang indulged in a moment of solitary contemplation. As of now, Lin Chen exhibited no unusual behavior, leaving him to await further developments. Should Chang Weisi from the higher-ups become restless and issue orders, he may attempt to make contact. Otherwise, he could only maintain his watchful vigil. After all, he was a legitimate professor, and any complications could entangle numerous departments. However, Shi Chang was not idly waiting. He began to ponder what methods he might employ to compel Lin Chen to accompany him and extract information. This would serve as a last resort, a contingency plan. At that moment, a white sedan drew to a halt, and a figure emerged. Wang Kong Shi Chang recognized him immediately, having previously researched his background. He then observed Wang Tsong retrieving a set of V equipment from the trunk and carrying it into the building. Shi Chang calmly lit a cigarette. Before he had finished, he noticed Wang Tsong descending the stairs once again, having spent little time upstairs, seemingly merely delivering goods. A wealthy heir delivering packages? He mused. After a while, a black car sped into view. Pan Han exited the vehicle, hurriedly ascending the stairs with a dark computer bag in tow. Shi Chang lit another cigarette, followed by several more. He then made and received a few calls before departing in his vehicle. It was evident that Lin Chen and Pan Han were now collaborators. The breakthrough in information might once again hinge on Wang Miao. Concerned about Xiao Zheng's capability to handle the situation, Shi Chang resolved to check on him personally. Meanwhile, Wang Miao strolled into the upscale villa district where Xin Yufei resided. The sparse lighting cast a tranquil ambience around the artificial lakes, evoking a rural charm amidst the bustling metropolis. In a city where every inch is precious, such an experience felt extravagant. Xin Yufei was evidently affluent, however. Wang Miao remained unaware of the origins of her wealth. As a fellow scientist, he understood that her research position and current standing within her company could not account for such riches. Yet, she seemed indifferent to opulence. Her home, resembling a small library complete with a conference room, presumably for scientific gatherings. In the living room, Wang Miao encountered Xin Yufei's husband, Wei Cheng. Their acquaintance was tenuous at best. He knew only his name. He is presumably unemployed, yet he does not languish idly at home. Rather, he is evidently engrossed in some research, contemplating quietly throughout the day, greeting anyone he encounters with a distracted nod. The sole object of intrigue for Wang Miao is a compact HP machine, which is undoubtedly not intended for gaming. Wei Cheng must be utilizing it for some purpose. Yufei has some matters to attend to on it. Please wait a moment. Wei Cheng remarked as he ascended the stairs. There were no pleasantries exchanged, nor was there any offer of tea. Unable to remain seated, Wang Miao followed him upstairs. Wei Cheng appeared unperturbed by this, and as he entered a room, he gestured to Wang Miao, saying, "Oh, just in that room. You may go find her." Knocking gently, he found the door unlocked and pushed it open slightly, revealing Xin Yufei engrossed in a game at her computer, clad in a set of virtual reality gear. Once Xin Yufei removed her gaming apparatus, Wang Miao eagerly recounted his unsettling experience, producing the disconcerting film reel. However, Xin Yufei seemed indifferent, merely glancing at it twice, which astonished him. She appeared utterly unaware of its significance, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed. It was only when she nodded repeatedly that he managed to finish his account. At that moment, Xin Yufei asked her first question. "How is your leader's nanotechnology project progressing? What does that have to do with anything?" Wang Miao inquired, taken aback. "Put the research on hold." "What? This is a national key project. You must at least explain the reasoning," he protested. "Just try halting it." Wang Miao nodded slowly. "You also do not wish to share your reasons, do you?" He suddenly felt as though the world had transformed overnight. The wise and knowledgeable individuals he once respected had become ambiguous, rendered speechless. Subsequently, Xin Yufei merely reiterated those 5 words, "Put it on hold and try." Despairing, Wang Miao rose without bidding farewell, weary of this world. "Is it impossible for you all to communicate normally?" He longed to return home, to see his family. Previously, he believed there was little common ground between them. The academic physics he discussed was incomprehensible to anyone at home. Yet now, he realized how intensely he yearned for them. His wife and son, at least, would not indulge in pretensions. However, he also felt a twinge of fear, for his tranquil life had been shattered by that mysterious countdown. As Wang Miao sat in the car, he pondered throughout the journey. Upon disembarking, he finally arrived at his conclusion. Forget the countdown. Live well. If necessary, I shall never take photographs again. I could pursue a different interest. Why not become a painter? Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he was abruptly halted by a black Santana. As the window rolled down, a waft of smoke engulfed him. It was Shi Chong. "Ah, Professor Wang, Academician Wang. How have you been these past few days? Are you following me? How tedious. Don't misunderstand. My assignment is not to shadow you. I have just arrived. I merely came to extend a greeting, yet you seem to have misconstrued my intentions entirely." Deshir sported a characteristic foolish grin, embodying a rogue demeanor. "What? Have you stumbled upon any useful information? Shall we exchange thoughts? I have previously stated that I am no longer associated with you or any of this. Henceforth, please refrain from tracking my whereabouts. Enough. It appears I was merely seeking the meager rewards of your late-night toil." Deshir started the vehicle. Wang Miao gazed at the exhaust fumes trailing from the car, convinced that he would never again have any connection with these individuals. Until tonight, in his dreams, a countdown emerged, revealing to him that all he had desired was ultimately nothing but an illusion. Chapter 15. A Tranquil Life. Chang Weisi convened an urgent meeting. Yet it was evident that there were noticeably more foreign participants this time. Some had rushed in straight from their flights, while others joined via video conference. "Comrades." As Chang Weisi began to speak, the door to the conference room swung open. "Apologies for my tardiness." Deshir hurriedly took his seat, extracting a cigar but from the ashtray amidst the scrutiny of the attendees, and nodded. Chang Weisi merely cast a glance at Deshir without further comment. He proceeded, "Comrades, I trust that everyone here has a general understanding of the current situation. As Shi Chang aptly put it, our information is still not on par with that of the enemy, but at the very least, we are now aware of their objectives. We can make targeted preparations." At this moment, AU.S. Marine Corps Colonel interjected with a light scoff. "Haven't we always known? Their target is the scientists." Chang Weisi turned his gaze toward the colonel, not merely the scientists, but humanity's technology. "Recent signs indicate that they are specifically targeting human technological advancements." "General Chang, is this the reason you called this urgent meeting?" a bleary-eyed NATO coordinator inquired. "There are those who are targeting human technology." "Well, and see. Doesn't that mean they're against all of humanity?" A Japanese self-defense forces officer led the laughter. Foreign participants joined in. while only a handful of those who had consistently attended Chiang Weixi's meetings remained somber. "General Chang, if your country makes such jokes, there will be consequences," remarked a British attendee. "In the interest of safeguarding all of humanity, perhaps we should consider deploying troops in more regions," an American quipped. The remaining participants erupted in laughter once more. "Protect humanity? Have you emerged from the quagmire in the Middle East?" De Sure retorted unexpectedly. "Who is he?" the American questioned. "The officer who connects all these events, Officer Sure," came the reply. The attendees turned their attention to Sure Chang. This officer, who had been occupied for several days and had not taken the time to groom himself, appeared somewhat out of place. This was followed by another round of laughter. "Sure Chang." Just as Sure Chang was about to retort and make these individuals uncomfortable, Chang Weici timely intervened, gesturing for him to remain still. He then tapped the table and stated, "We are merely fulfilling our regulatory obligations by disseminating this information to all parties. The message has now been conveyed, and our level of concern has been made abundantly clear. We urge all parties present to take proactive measures and enhance their focus on the protection of human technology. We reiterate that we will continue to spare no effort in addressing this conflict until complete victory is achieved. The meeting is adjourned." "Old Chang, what did I tell you? This group of birds will never believe it." After the meeting, Sure Chang approached Chang Weici. Chang Weici, perusing documents, replied, "The mindset of various countries has yet to shift. Some representatives from various nations mistakenly believe this was an opportunity to garner political gains. These foreigners are utterly unreliable." Sure Chang remarked. "Their unreliability is a fact known to almost all nations, except for themselves," Chang Weici added. "Oh, so this is our preventive measure?" Sure Chang inquired. "It is not merely a preventive measure. It is a duty of humanity, a responsibility and commitment of great powers," Chang Weici responded. "Well, I have already allocated the personnel you requested. We must swiftly breach the boundaries of science. Time is not on our side," he continued. Sure Chang nodded, pacing back and forth in front of Chang Weici. "I feel this approach is inadequate. Perhaps we should consider a more forceful means to control Lin Chen, Pan Han, and Xin Yufei. Have they broken any laws? Without evidence, what grounds do you have for control?" Chang Weici questioned. "However, we can compel them to undergo an investigation. I can extract at least some information from them," Sure Chang chuckled. "Do not entertain such dubious methods. You might find, in the end, that these individuals are not core members, which could inadvertently alert them," Chang Weici criticized. "No, as long as we maintain confidentiality. This approach is entirely feasible. I have discerned that they lack resolve. I could swiftly interrogate them to uncover their core members, and then we shall strike decisively against them. They dare to expose themselves precisely because they presume we will not apprehend them. Hence, we ought to adopt an opposite strategy." "Old Chang, my analysis is not flawed," Sure Chang asserted, having evidently contemplated this extensively, believing that extraordinary times necessitate extraordinary measures. Chang Weici shook his head. "We cannot apprehend them. The pressure we would face is insurmountable. They are renowned scholars. By the way, speaking of confidentiality, you must keep your lips sealed." "Has there been a breach in confidentiality?" Sure Chang asked, taken aback. "Not yet, but certain unsettling signs have emerged," Chang Weici replied, his gaze calm. In another conference room, representatives from the UK, France, the US, Germany, Russia, and Japan engaged in casual conversation. The British struggled to converse with the French, while the Japanese sought to engage the Americans. The Russians found it challenging to communicate with anyone, and the Germans focused on organizing meeting materials. However, when a British representative mentioned that someone aimed to destroy human technology and oppose all humanity, laughter erupted among the attendees. To them, this was the most amusing joke they had heard all day. Surely, even the most radical terrorists would not dare to confront human technology. Otherwise, would they wage war wielding bananas? It was utterly ludicrous. Yet, as the elite of their respective nations, they remained oblivious. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Earth's network, another group of elite scholars from various countries published a journal article titled "Redefining the Boundaries of Physical Laws" in the esteemed journal Science. Almost simultaneously, a paper titled "Analysis of Diverse Data Reports by Different Experimenters in Particle Collision Experiments" was reviewed in the British journal Nature. within mere minutes. These 2 papers were indexed by SEI. Subsequently, an analysis of search engine data revealed that the term's scientific boundaries reached a peak in search volume that very day. However, this surge was insignificant when compared to genuine breaking news. These 2 groundbreaking papers, akin to stellar explosions, did little more than prompt scholars to engage in nocturnal data analysis, leaving no immediate impact on the mundane lives of the populace. Generally speaking, like countless renowned scientific discoveries before them, they would likely remain dormant for 5, 10, or even longer years before gradually permeating everyday life. People need not concern themselves with the latest advancements of this era to lead fulfilling and vibrant lives. They merely need to patiently await the integration of these discoveries into their existence. However, an article that went viral across the internet altered this norm. The day after the publication of these 2 papers, they abruptly infiltrated the public consciousness. Shock. Archaeologists participating in the publication of physics journal articles ignited a sensation in the academic community. The reason being, Chapter 16, Unleashing Full Firepower in the Virtual 3-Body World. The era of stability has arrived. A meeting is convened. Qin Shi Huang once again ascends the stone that symbolizes his status. However, this time, he is accompanied by another individual, Lin Chen. Einstein is the first to arrive at the scene, followed gradually by several members of the ETO, the dissenting faction. Unlike before, this time they bear a considerable amount of documentation. This gathering is not merely for discussion, it is primarily for reporting. Confucius steps forward first, stating, "We have mobilized substantial resources to facilitate the publication of 2 groundbreaking papers. Although under normal circumstances, such papers would be unable to reach publication after review. We managed to transform them from conception to successful publication in merely 6 hours. These 2 works are poised to revolutionize modern understanding." King Wen of Zhou interjects, "The media platforms under our control are already engaging in public relations campaigns. However, I have also heeded Professor Lin's advice to invest in short video platforms. Presently, any emerging short video platform on the market will be acquired by us at an exorbitant price. Furthermore, to minimize the exposure of our members, we will operate under Professor Lin's name. Thus, from a legal standpoint in various countries, Professor Lin will become the principal shareholder of these platforms." He continues, "There is a matter that requires your consensus. Our analysis indicates that one founder of a particular company is unlikely to be swayed, and we are preparing for an unforeseen event. To avoid any investigative repercussions, we seek the assistance of the intelligent entity, Jizi." Von Neumann adds, "The majority of scientists from the salvage faction have agreed to our proposal and have collaborated on the drafting of these papers. They have also expressed their intention to leverage their influence within academia to promote these works on a large scale, thereby shaping future mainstream research directions. However, they have stipulated conditions. They wish to engage in several dialogues with the master through Lin Chen." Newton follows von Neumann's remarks, stating, "Many members of the survival faction have expressed a desire to participate in this initiative, and I have assigned them to undertake certain governmental tasks. This group is among the most adept within the organization for such endeavors. However, based on their assessments, operations in the Huaxiao region appear challenging, while North America requires coordination and preparation for elections. Currently, the most feasible area is Europe, starting with smaller nations that, despite their limited power, are active on the political stage. Due to their high social welfare, these regions present a conducive environment for promotion." He elaborates, "Their analysts have conducted a thorough cultural analysis, and these individuals are preparing to operate from the intersection of universal values and religion, seeking to establish a cultural breakthrough that could influence the European Union, subsequently affecting North America, and ultimately achieving a grand unification to impact Asia. They have suggested that undertaking these initiatives presents certain challenges and will require financial backing. After the meeting, I will share their historical and cultural analyses of various regions. For now, they have focused on Northern Europe and are in the process of researching the Middle East." Einstein concludes the discussion, and Lin Chen has already discerned his true identity as Evans. Initially, Lin Chen had assumed he would be Qin Shi Huang. Einstein remarked that, in order to synchronize actions, the future energy market will experience certain fluctuations, impacting the economies of various nations and causing significant variations in the living standards of certain regions. Achieving this is no simple task, and he urged everyone to seize the opportunities arising from these fluctuations. Qin Shi Huang proposed that if the goal is to influence the economy, we could attempt to orchestrate a global catastrophe, such as the deployment of biological weapons. Lin Chen was taken aback by this suggestion, as it fell outside the previously established parameters. He promptly dismissed the idea, stating that such an approach would have far-reaching consequences beyond our control and would attract global scrutiny, making organizational efforts exceedingly difficult. Einstein nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Chen's reasoning. He emphasized the necessity of adopting a long-term perspective, awaiting the arrival of the master. Temporary economic strikes would not only be ineffective, but could also provoke an unintended rebound. It is vital to clarify our purpose. The fundamental aim of our endeavor is to redirect the trajectory of human research. If necessary, we should not only refrain from destruction but actively support economic development, allowing humanity to savor the fruits of progress. However, given the current scale of the organization, inducing even a minor fluctuation in the human economy is already a considerable challenge. At this juncture, Newton interjected with a question: why are we so eager to take action? The organization is evidently in a phase of gradual expansion. Would it not be prudent to accumulate strength and act later? Professor Lin insisted on promptness. Qin Shi Huang then shifted the responsibility to Lin Chen, who nodded and explained that the suicides of several scientists had alarmed the adversaries. Therefore, we must engage in a series of coordinated actions to establish a predetermined reality before the enemy can respond. Even if the organization were to collapse thereafter, our contributions would still endure. Confucius inquired whether Lin Chen was implying that the organization would perish. Einstein affirmed that as long as the master exists, the organization will continue to thrive. A silence fell over the assembly, though it was soon replaced with a sense of acceptance regarding this reality. After the meeting, Lin Chen approached Einstein, also known as Evans, to present his most crucial request, which was the sole purpose behind his earlier proposals. We should seek additional technological support from the Trisolaris to bolster the forthcoming miraculous demonstrations. At the very least, we need some scientists to genuinely achieve meaningful scientific discoveries to enhance the credibility of the metaphysical claims. Lin Chen gazed earnestly at Evans, who shook his head, indicating the difficulty of such an endeavor. However, he suggested that effort could be made, urging Lin Chen to clearly convey this rationale to the Trisolaris, who are not well acquainted with humanity, but we are. Lin Chen observed that they fear the accelerated development of the human world. Evans elaborated that history shows how minor developments in misguided directions can hinder greater advancements. It is imperative to impart this strategic insight to them, Lin Chen proposed. I will make an effort, Evans replied. However, this may take a considerable amount of time. Their understanding of human history is woefully inadequate, and often they are entirely incapable of comprehending historical texts. I initially intended to teach them from fundamental concepts. Evans reluctantly agreed. Lin Chen remarked that rather than imparting the basic concepts of human language, it would be more beneficial for them to grasp some immediately applicable principles. Perhaps you are correct, Evans conceded. I shall endeavor to do so as well, but for the sake of data confidentiality, the information they provide should not be shared with a wider audience. Lin Chen concluded. I have been diligent in this regard, Evans affirmed. The following day, Wang Miao found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with the significant happenings in the realm of physics. He went to the hospital instead. This morning, upon awakening, a slender yet brilliant white light manifested before his eyes. The countdown, 1185, 1134, 1185, 1133, 1185, 1132, remained visible even with his eyes closed, and rubbing them would not dispel it. No matter where he looked or ventured, the countdown relentlessly pursued him. He understood that a monumental change had taken place in his life. Yet, he was unaware that after last night, following Lin Chen's initiation of a large-scale operation, he had ceased to be the focal point of Shen Yufei's attention. Perhaps he need not do anything at all. He could simply wait for the Trisolaris to recognize this resource wastage, at which point they would likely put an end to the marvels wrought upon him by the Sophons. Chapter 17. The finality of physics. After requesting leave from the Nanotechnology Center, Wang Miao drove to the hospital. Along the way, the relentless countdown loomed before him, an unforgiving specter against the backdrop of reality. This phenomenon adjusted itself to the surrounding environment, displaying its presence with clarity, regardless of the colors or illumination of the background. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wang Miao sought out a classmate of his wife, a distinguished ophthalmologist. He intended to remain silent about his condition, allowing the doctor to examine his eyes first. However, to his surprise, the doctor greeted him with exuberance upon their meeting. "Wang Miao, you have become quite renowned," the doctor exclaimed, grasping Wang Miao's hands enthusiastically. What do you mean?" Wang Miao stammered, momentarily taken aback. "Your papers, your publications, one in Nature, one in Science. These are works that could potentially overturn contemporary physics," the doctor replied, brimming with excitement. Wang Miao squinted, the bright countdown on his retina impeding his ability to contemplate further. "No, please clarify. The last paper I published was 2 years ago regarding the mass production of nanomaterials. This pertains to applied physics. How could it possibly upend current theories of physics?" 2 years ago? More like 20 hours ago. The doctor corrected him. 20 hours ago? Wang Miao was taken aback. Wasn't that when he first noticed the countdown? "No, let's not dwell on that. I nearly forgot the purpose of my visit today. Please examine my eyes. There seems to be something within. I must take a good look then," the doctor said. "Oh, it's no wonder Li Yao chose you. Your work has indeed left an indelible mark on the world. At such a young age. You might even aspire to the Nobel Prize in the future. We cannot let this eminent scholar be delayed. Come, let me check with the equipment." "Nobel Prize?" Wang Miao thought, bewildered. Has the world suddenly become devoid of rational discourse? Why not simply declare that I have discovered extraterrestrial life? What symptoms are you experiencing? The doctor's concerned voice sent a shiver through Wang Miao. "There's something in my eye. No matter how you look at it, it remains there." Wang Miao gazed at the doctor's face, the countdown starkly visible before him. "Floaters," the doctor deduced, writing a prescription as he spoke. "A common ocular condition at our age, characterized by lens opacities. It's not particularly serious, though it may impede your research. I will prescribe some eye drops and vitamin D. Perhaps they may alleviate the issue. Though the prospects are slim. As long as you can adapt to it, that's what matters. I was expecting something far more serious. What exactly does this floater look like?" Wang Miao inquired. "It varies from person to person. Sometimes it appears as small black dots, other times like tadpoles. Or simply as its name implies, floaters. Is it possible to see a string of numbers?" The doctor paused, his pen suspended mid-air. "You see a string of numbers?" "Yes. It lies across my field of vision," Wang Miao replied. The doctor regarded him with concern, setting down his pen and paper. "The moment you entered, it was evident to me that you have been overworked recently. At the last class reunion, Li Yao mentioned your significant work-related stress. It was only yesterday that I grasped the essence of your research. Could it be anything less than substantial? I must advise you to take care of your health, for it cannot withstand depletion." "Are you suggesting that this is a result of psychological factors?" The doctor nodded and replied, "If you were an ordinary patient, I would recommend a visit to a psychiatrist. However, it is not necessary nor urgent, merely a consequence of fatigue. If I were to develop a theory that could revolutionize physics, I too would experience immense mental pressure. Take a few days off, at most a brief holiday, and travel with Li Yao and your child. What was their name? Dodo, I believe. Rest assured, recovery will be swift. When you return, you can continue your groundbreaking research. A short hiatus will not be detrimental." "What groundbreaking theory are you referring to?" "I must tell you, what I see is a countdown, a relentless ticking away of seconds. Could this truly be a psychological issue?" The doctor smiled indulgently. "You physicists are quite mad. I am not surprised by any psychological factors you might encounter. Especially someone like you. If nothing extraordinary were happening, I would find that peculiar, given your capacity to develop such theories." Wang Miao could no longer suppress his curiosity. "What theory have I discovered? How could I be unaware of it?" he inquired. The doctor appeared puzzled. It was clear that Wang Miao was not lying. "Is the Wang Miao credited as the author, not you? Please tell me the title of the paper." The doctor nodded and opened his computer, logging into his private email to reveal 2 messages. Upon completing my studies, I sought to keep abreast of cutting-edge research to broaden my horizons. Hence, I subscribed to several renowned journals. They regularly send me intriguing papers, some I struggle to comprehend, while others I grasp with ease, often reading them for leisure. The doctor gestured to his screen, and Wang Miao followed his gaze, peering through the countdown before him. He beheld the titles of the 2 emails. Upon reaching a critical point, he read aloud, redefining the boundaries of physical laws. His first thought was of the boundaries of science. The very notion of scientific boundaries is established in the quest to forge new pathways of thought. In simpler terms, it seeks to identify the limitations of science through scientific means, attempting to ascertain whether there exists a threshold in the depth and precision of scientific understanding, beneath which science cannot venture. With the advancement of modern physics, humanity has begun to sense this threshold. Thus, the emergence of this paper is not entirely unexpected. Could the boundaries of science have enveloped themselves as well? Such a fortunate occurrence. There is another paper, analyzing the differing data reports from various experimental personnel in particle collision experiments. The doctor pointed to the other email and read aloud. Differing data reports from various experimental personnel in particle collision experiments? Wang Miao was rendered utterly speechless. He conceived an experiment. However, it was not one involving particle collisions, but rather a billiard ball collision experiment. Surely, the authorship of this paper does not include Lin Chen and Ding Yi? Wang Miao inquired, incredulously. Oh, you've stopped pretending? You didn't know about this paper? That's quite inconsiderate. This archaeologist Lin Chen and the renowned Ding Yi are not in the same research group as you? What group? The research group, of course. They specialize in theoretical studies. What theory have we discovered? Are you testing me? You truly have a knack for naming things. The ultimate theory of physics. Sigh. I have read this paper in its entirety. Don't let my profession as a doctor fool you. Wang Miao cautiously probed. The laws of physics are neither uniform in space nor time, and they change with the user. Indeed, I once believed that the ultimate theory of physics was the grand unified field theory, a single theory to explain all forces, but I never anticipated that physics does not exist. Wang Miao interjected. Madman, the doctor shook his head. The ultimate theory of physics is not the ultimate physical theory. Rather, it is a theory that brings an end to physics. Chapter 18. Sociology in the Post-Physical Era as Dawn Broke. Luo Ji, still enveloped in the remnants of sleep, sensed a gentle stirring of the bed. In a haze, he beheld her beside him, meticulously sorting through clothes, gradually separating her attire from his before beginning to dress. The mattress, soft and yielding, swayed rhythmically under her movements. For a fleeting moment, he struggled to recall her name, only remembering that she was affiliated with the physics department, though not from his own institution. The previous day, he had encountered someone studying finance. Today, it seemed, he found himself with a physicist. No discrepancies here, that much was clear. Perhaps her name was Chun Jingjing yet. He hesitated. Names often elude certainty. Awake at this hour? Luo Ji inquired. Yes, I have a project to work on today, she replied, her hands busy behind her back as she turned her head 90 degrees, attempting to glance downwards. You physicists truly are diligent, Luo Ji remarked, now unable to return to slumber, propelling himself upright with his hands. He caught a glimpse of her chest and offered, allow me to assist you with that. He took over her task, deftly maneuvering behind her to tie a delicate bow. Please don't make it too tight. I want to be able to undo it tonight, and it might make sleeping uncomfortable. Fear not. I shall assist you with the untying later, he assured. Ah, what are you implying? This is merely a one-time occurrence, just a trial. Indeed. Each encounter is a novel experience. Consider it akin to solving an integral, deriving the general solution, and isolating variables. Luo Ji retrieved a cigarette and lighter from the bedside, igniting the latter. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she questioned, You were once a physicist, weren't you? Astronomy, though I eventually abandoned it. I now find satisfaction in sociology. We young scholars must cultivate adaptability. He gazed upward at the flickering flame. I cannot grasp that. I fail to comprehend the nuances. Destined to engage solely with equations throughout my life. Her existence mirrored the purity of her complexion, devoid of excessive adornments, yet possessing an intrinsic beauty. Perhaps you should consider trying as we are today. Is it not enjoyable? Luo Ji queried. It's tolerable, I suppose. By the way, what topic are you currently researching? She struggled to shift the conversation. At present, there is none, but perhaps tomorrow will bring inspiration. My creativity knows no bounds. Thus, I often perceive you as unreliable, she concluded, having finished dressing. I have heard whispers of recent upheavals in the realm of physics. It seems even that discipline is not without its uncertainties. Those physicists feel rather distant from me. Not so distant, at least for me, they are. My high school classmate took his own life 2 months ago. A funeral is imminent, and I am contemplating whether to attend. Your words unsettle me. Please, cease. Do you suppose I might follow in their footsteps? She expressed a tremor of anxiety. My parents, somehow have been incessantly calling me. Last night's call was from them. Such morbid thoughts. However, as long as one learns to adapt, despair will not ensue. Your presence here signifies your capability for adaptability. Are you complimenting me? Certainly. Well, I shall take it as such. A faint smile graced her lips as she retrieved a wooden comb from her small bag, beginning to groom her hair. Do you have any plans for tonight? Let's see. Luo Ji smiled. He had a pleasant impression of the young girl and felt they could enjoy each other's company for at least another month. It was still the stage of fueling their connection, and separation was far off. At that moment, her phone rang. Parents? Luo Ji inquired. She gestured for silence. Advisor. I will be there shortly. What? Reviewing papers? All right. I will look at them immediately. After she hung up, Luo Ji asked, Your advisor? Isn't it only 6 o'clock? Even the donkeys in a production team aren't worked so hard. Did you bring your laptop? I did, it's fully charged. Why? Last night, it seems, 2 groundbreaking papers were published that might be related to recent events. Luo Ji fetched his laptop, opened the bookmarks in the browser, and asked, Which ones? One from Nature and one from Science. She leaned against his shoulder, pointed at the computer screen, and then took over the controls. Her flowing hair obscured much of Luo Ji's view, while the other side reflected her earnest expression. For some reason, Luo Ji suddenly felt that the scent of her 20-yuan shampoo was far more pleasant than any perfume. However, a girl like her might not lead a happy life. She seemed indifferent to affection in pursuit of newer theories. Luo Ji gently wrapped his arms around her, sensing her tremors as he squinted at the screen. The partial differential equations felt like a noose, and the matrix operations resembled a maze. What is this? The process of a mathematical model. I know. But what does it pertain to? It concerns the delineation of boundaries in physics. And the other paper? A few minutes later, her eyes had grown vacant. Trembling in Luo Ji's embrace. Physics no longer exists? She asked in bewilderment. Luo Ji felt a jolt of shock himself. There are merely issues at the particle level. If physics truly ceased to exist, then we would cease to exist as well. However, prior to this, there have never been such issues at the particle level. Much like our macroscopic world has never faced such dilemmas. If the macroscopic world is also uneven in time and space, then doesn't that mean? Luo Ji couldn't help but admire her quick reasoning, which surpassed that of most girls. He tightened his embrace and said, That's why I suggest being adaptable. That could lead you to a new research direction. Who knows, you might become the female version of Einstein. Research. I don't have what I'm currently studying. What should I research? For the first time, she clung tightly to Luo Ji, her eyes brimming with tears. How would I know? Luo Ji murmured inwardly. However, I do have a new topic in mind. Would you like to join me in exploring something new? Sure. She did not inquire what it was but readily agreed, only to realize after a moment, what is it? Luo Ji gestured towards the ceiling and declared, Since physics no longer exists, our topic shall be research on society in the post-physics era. At the moment he uttered those words, Luo Ji felt an exhilarating surge of inspiration. Jingjing, what do you think of this name? Jingjing? Who was Jingjing? Cheng Xin had recently completed her studies and embarked on a career within a cutting-edge rocket engine research group, an esteemed and pivotal domain in the eyes of others. Yet, she sensed her fervor for her profession gradually waning. Cheng Xin began to perceive that chemical propulsion rockets resembled the towering smokestacks of the early Industrial Revolution. In that era, Poets extolled these grand chimneys, viewing them as symbols of industrial civilization. In contemporary times, rockets similarly bask in admiration, heralded as emblems of the space age. However, the reliance on chemical rockets may forever hinder humanity from truly entering the cosmic realm. Cheng Xian hesitated to assert the validity of her judgment, for within the aerospace community, a substantial number of chief designers remained inclined towards chemical engines. Some audacious individuals proposed alternatives, advocating for the development of new propellant engines. Yet the overarching mindset persisted along traditional lines. Propellant engines inevitably demanded excessive payload capacity to transport propellant, which was consumed rapidly, thereby necessitating reliance on planetary bases. While such a scenario might suffice for exploration within the solar system, it would signify a grave misstep for cosmic exploration. The thought that her work might signify an unwavering commitment to a misguided path filled Cheng Xian with profound distress. She held on to the hope that a breakthrough in fundamental physics or nuclear energy might alter the current research landscape. The stars above shimmered with breathtaking beauty. It would be a lamentable fate if humanity confined its gaze solely to the solar system. Cheng Xian often pondered this while gazing at the night sky. The 2 journal articles she encountered the previous evening ignited a sudden yearning to escape the confines of engine specialization. Perhaps this notion had long lingered within her, only now surfacing to her consciousness. As Wang Miao departed the hospital, he posed one final question to the doctor. Is there any external force capable of enabling a person to perceive something from a distance? The doctor's reply was that high-energy particles striking the retina would allow the individual to witness flickering lights. High-energy particles again. Wandering out of the hospital in a daze, Wang Miao felt as if a countdown haunted him like a specter. He realized that his only recourse lay in seeking the insight of one who could perceive the supernatural, someone who could discern significant upheavals in his life. He dialed Lin Chen's number. Chapter 19. The People Amidst Chaos. As the voice on the line informed him that the number he dialed was unreachable. Wang Miao nearly faltered, his footing wavering as he leaned against a large tree by the sidewalk. In the early morning, the area in front of the hospital was already bustling with people, some exhibiting signs of agitation, others bearing expressions of indifference, and many emanating an air of anxiety. Most were patients seeking medical attention, while others, like Wang Miao, were there to visit the ailing. The sole distinction was that Wang Miao was heading outward, while they were moving inward. The countdown loomed before Wang Miao, obscuring the faces of those around him and leaving him impervious to their joys and sorrows. Individuals brushed past him like gusts of a motionless wind. Navigating against the tide of humanity, he felt an overwhelming chill envelop him. "Young man, are you feeling all right?" Wang Miao looked up to see an elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, stooped and peering closely at his face. The distance between them shrank to no more than 5 centimeters, allowing Wang Miao to discern every wrinkle etched into the old man's visage. He remained momentarily stunned, pulled back from the faceless world by the intricate lines on the elder's face. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy," he managed to reply. "I see you've just come from the hospital. Take care of yourself. Health is paramount," the old man advised. "Yes, you're right," Wang Miao acknowledged. "Child, there is no hurdle that cannot be overcome," the elderly man said, giving Wang Miao's shoulder a gentle pat before gradually shuffling away. His back hunched and his steps deliberate. Unbeknownst to him, a stream of warm tears began to cascade down Wang Miao's cheeks. By the time he regained his composure, the old man had vanished into the vast sea of humanity. "Thank you," Wang Miao whispered as he drove home. Passing by the entrance of his residential complex, he spotted a familiar black Santana. He halted his car, opened the door, and approached, peering through the window to find Shirchong grinning foolishly at him. Wang Miao rapped gently on the glass, prompting Shirchong to roll down the window. "Old Wang, you're up quite early. Where are you off to?" "Just so you know, I'm not following you. I'm merely keeping an eye out," openly Shirchong beamed his usual goofy smile. Yet, Wang Miao was unusually silent, saying nothing as he pulled open the back door and took a seat inside. "What are you doing? Hijacking a police car?" Shirchong was momentarily taken aback. "Shirchong, you've been on duty and missed the news, haven't you?" Wang Miao inquired. "I haven't checked, but I wasn't on duty." I caught a couple of games last night at home, Shi Chang replied nonchalantly. I know you've been keeping tabs, Wang Miao interjected. Shi Chang paused, realizing his ruse had been uncovered, and chuckled lightly. Yes, I really could use those meager overtime wages. The mortgage is due, and the kids need to go to college. I must put in the effort. He then continued, what major event occurred last night that exposed me? Wang Miao opened his mouth, hesitating before finally speaking. Thank you. What? Shi Chang replied, puzzled. Nothing, Wang Miao murmured. Wang Miao ceased to gaze at Shi Chang and prepared to exit the vehicle, only to be unexpectedly seized by Shi Chang's grip on his arm. Despite his vigorous attempts to break free, his arm remained steadfastly immobile. Clarify this for me. What transpired? Shi Chang's voice was resolute. A warmth radiated from Shi Chang's hand at the point of contact, and although the pressure was painfully intense, a sense of stability welled up within Wang Miao. He wished for Shi Chang to release him, yet as he opened his mouth, his words transformed into inconsolable sobs. In that fleeting moment, something he had been staunchly holding on to deep within him melted away like wax, collapsing under the weight of emotion. It's only been a few days. Can you not endure already? Shi Chang chuckled lightly. No, you wouldn't understand, Wang Miao wept. Then share your story with me, starting from when you visited Shen Yufei, Shi Chang suggested, retrieving a tissue from his pocket and offering it to Wang Miao. After a few stifled sobs, Wang Miao wiped his tears and began recounting events from an earlier time. After that meeting, I went to Ding Yi's home and encountered someone. Half an hour later, Shi Chang lit a cigarette, glancing at Wang Miao through the rearview mirror before offering him another. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Miao accepted, and Shi Chang assisted him in igniting it, marking his first puff after years of abstinence. Once the cigarette was finished, Shi Chang spoke. I've organized what you told me. You went to Ding Yi's house to inquire about the situation where you met Lin Chen. Together, you conducted a billiard experiment and formulated a principle. As you departed, Lin Chen cryptically warned you that your life was about to undergo significant upheaval. The following day, you discovered a countdown in one of your photographs, prompting you to seek Shen Yufei's assistance. She advised you to halt your nanotechnology experiment, which you hesitated to do, only to awaken to find the countdown manifesting in your eyes. This morning, you consulted a doctor who failed to resolve your issues. Yet you learned from him that 2 papers capable of overturning modern physics had been published, utilizing the very theories devised by you, Lin Chen. And Ding Yi that day, your name included, unbeknownst to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Miao added, also, I called Lin Chen, but his phone is off. Shi Chang nodded. Everything you've experienced relates to the boundaries of science. I have a hypothesis of my own. Would you care to hear it? It concerns the peculiar events that have unfolded recently. Without waiting for Wang Miao's response, Shi Chang began to elucidate the conclusions he had drawn from his conversation with Professor Cheng earlier that day. His discourse continued for several minutes. Thus, I believe their ultimate objective is to dismantle human technology. Shi Chang concluded his hypothesis. Dashi, those papers have been published in top-tier journals with expedited processing. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Wang Miao inquired. What do you mean? Shi Chang replied. It signifies that the academic community has acknowledged these theories. On what grounds does the academic community endorse them? Shi Chang questioned. Wang Miao shook his head. Ultimately, it all circles back to those data sets from the particle accelerator. Distinct individuals yielded disparate experimental results, revealing different patterns that existed only within a specific time frame, subsequently morphing into other patterns without repetition. Data can be fabricated. Shi Chang countered. 3 particle accelerators in different regions, simultaneously fabricated? Wang Miao inquired. If the scientific boundary controls the majority of scientists, then they possess such capability. Shi Chang responded. Wang Miao chuckled. What do they wield to exert control? By what means can they enforce it? Shi fixed his gaze upon Wang Miao, remaining silent. A sudden realization struck Wang Miao. Are you implying that they control through the countdown in my eyes? You do not wish for this to end, do you? I do. Then what were your intentions upon leaving the hospital this morning? I plan to seek out Professor Lin to see if he has any remedies, and to clarify matters regarding the paper. If he cannot assist, then I shall have no choice but to heed Shen Yufei's advice to halt the nano experiment. After all, it is time for equipment maintenance. Shi nodded. I must inform you that Lin Chen has also been in contact with the scientific boundary, and that contact has intensified over the past 2 days. Wang Miao's pupils contracted in shock. De Shi continued. They simultaneously elevate your status while applying pressure. This is nothing more than a carrot and stick approach. Furthermore, their cryptic communication suggests something is amiss. Yet Wang Miao remained perplexed. But I am merely a specialist in nanotechnology, aside from developing mass production techniques. What else am I worth? I am not engaged in fundamental physics. I cannot say, but it is often said that where there is something sinister, there is indeed a ghost. At that moment, Wang Miao's phone rang. He glanced at it and said to De Shi, "It's Lin Chen." Chapter 20. The People Amidst Chaos, Part 2, Comrades. The enemy has launched a comprehensive offensive overnight, yet we have yet to take sufficiently effective action. Chang Weici convened an emergency meeting once again, but unlike the previous occasion, not a single representative from any country bore a smile. What if this is merely a monumental physical discovery? He pondered. Perhaps we have all been mistaken. The scientist's suicides might stem from this very reason. Rather than a targeted assault, queried a British delegate. A profound question, Chang Weici acknowledged, tapping the table thoughtfully. Our understanding suggests that the scientific community is merely a loosely organized entity. While it enjoys considerable renown in academia, it lacks the capacity to coordinate such a vast multinational symposium of papers. The research appeared under the collective authorship of the scientific community, featuring top scientists from 214 universities across 32 nations, each playing a crucial role. Consider the organizational prowess required. Which nation or organization possesses such capability at present? Yet the organization behind the scientific community does. Comrades, we are all aware that this groundbreaking paper has already begun to influence the political sphere. We cannot remain oblivious until its publication. Yet, in truth, we are entirely uninformed, Chang Weici remarked, casting a glance around the room. Silence enveloped the meeting. We can also take action. An American delegate finally broke the stillness. Is there a second America in the world today? Chang Weici inquired. Another silence fell over the assembly. Is there hope to suppress this matter? Someone asked. Chang Weici shook his head, stating, had all parties taken proactive measures yesterday, there might have been. As of today, I urge all sides to concentrate their efforts on the most prepared operational center in Asia. I will now elucidate the situation. The first document in your possession contains information about the most notable figure in this incident, a professor of archaeology, on a small balcony of a residential building. Shock reverberated. An archaeologist's involvement in publishing a physics journal paper in Nature and Science has ignited a firestorm in the academic world. The reason? A foundation in metaphysics? Zhang Chaoyang squinted at the small print of the newspaper while holding it up to the sunlight. Sitting beside him was Yang Jinwen, a retired middle school teacher. Why is this newspaper's report so frivolous? Zhang Chaoyang furrowed his brow. Old Zhang, you seem utterly unconcerned with world affairs, Yang Jinwen remarked, sipping his tea. Unlike you, I still have a few years before retirement. Where would I find the time to follow such trivial matters? I still need to catch up on sleep this afternoon and work the night shift later. Precisely because you are nearing retirement, you should be paying attention. To ensure a fulfilling twilight of life, one must learn new things. For instance, the internet. Even young children are mastering it. Why not you? This report has already gone viral online. Viral? What does that mean? It means it has gained significant attention. Isn't metaphysics something that was popular in our youth? Do children nowadays not all enjoy discussing scientific principles of cause and effect? Why has this suddenly become a trend? Zhang Chaoyang pondered. It is not a trend. It is a physical discovery. Though this archaeologist stands out among a group of physicists, Yang Jinwen replied. What have they discovered? The irregularities in physics. Irregularities are just that. Can the sky fall? As long as it does not affect my retirement, I am indifferent, Zhang Chaoyang muttered dismissively. What if the irregularities in physics truly impact the macro level? That would affect more than just retirement. What? It could actually influence my retirement? At that moment, a knock echoed through the living room. After 2 knocks, the visitor barged in. Both Zhang and Yang recognized the heavy footsteps. It was Miao Fuchuan, another neighbor residing on this floor. A coal magnate with several mines, he was a few years younger than Zhang and owned larger properties elsewhere. Here, he merely housed a young woman from Sichuan and Chongqing whom he kept. Initially, Zhang and Yang found it difficult to relate to him, but later discovered that he was simply a bit coarse yet warmly welcoming, leading to a gradual improvement in their relationship. "Old Miao, I knew it was you," Zhang Qiang said. "What brings you here in such a hurry?" Miao Fuqiuan casually grabbed the cup and downed the tea within, wiping his mouth as he said, "Can I not be in a hurry? Old Yang, you were in education. Could you inquire about something?" "What is there to inquire about?" Yang Jinwen replied. "Did you see the recent report?" Miao Fuqiuan asked. "Yes, we just finished reading it. Physics has ceased to exist," Zhang Qiang exclaimed, raising the newspaper. "So, do you think education will undergo reform? What they teach now are all non-existent concepts. At least in physics, by the time my grandson grows up. Won't it need to be revised?" Miao Fuqiuan inquired. "Alas, aren't those all cutting-edge topics? How could students possibly learn that?" Zhang Qiang responded indifferently. "Old Zhang, that's your issue. You fail to view the world with a developmental perspective. Miao's grandson is only 2. By the time he faces the college entrance examination, it will be over a decade from now. Might not the current understanding of macrophysics be overturned in that time? From what I know, those physicists have been acting as if they could become the next Newton," Yang Jinwen remarked. "So there truly is a possibility of reform?" Zhang Qiang questioned. "Reform requires time. However, it does not mean our grandchildren will not encounter it. Just as you, Zhang Qiang, did not face unemployment, while others did," Miao Fuqiuan reflected. "I understand now. So, does learning new physics need to start from a young age? I must invest some resources. I need to find some cutting-edge researchers to teach my grandson," Miao Fuqiuan mused. Zhang Qiang felt a sense of urgency as well, though he remained silent. Glancing between Miao Fuqiuan and Yang Jinwen waved his hand, saying, "I believe it is unnecessary. Future generations will have their own fortunes. A happy childhood is far more valuable. That may be true for your family, but your household is filled with intellectuals. Both my son and daughter-in-law are accomplished PhD scientists, both elites in their respective fields. Undoubtedly, my grandson is likely destined for greatness as well. But what of my own grandson?" Miao Fuqiuan expressed his displeasure. "Isn't it preferable for him to inherit your mind?" Yang Jinwen remarked. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting my grandson should merely dig for minerals? If I invest in my Miao family to produce an elite, do you have any objections?" Miao Fuqiuan's agitation grew. "Can such things be bought with money?" Yang Jinwen responded. "There is nothing more to discuss. I simply want my grandson to be respected by individuals like you. I must spend this money, whether I wish to or not. I harbor no disdain for you. After all, we are all seated together enjoying tea, aren't we?" Yang Jinwen also felt a twinge of irritation. "What more can you say? Do you recall when I first brought Xiaotang here?" "Enough," Zhang Qiang interjected, rising from the tea table. "One of you is a wealthy landowner, and the other a distinguished intellectual. What remains for my grandson? He has spent countless hours studying concepts that do not even exist. Is it his fate to toil away in labor, just as I have?" With that, Zhang Qiang turned and walked away. Chapter 21. People Amidst Chaos, Part 3, Yagong, Nanan. And Mimi, 3 children, were all at Yuwenjie's home. Their parents were busy with work, and after school, there was no one to care for them. Yuwenjie kindly offered to look after them. "Nanan, did you enjoy kindergarten?" Yuwenjie inquired. "Yes." Nanan, a delightful little girl, beamed with 2 charming dimples when she smiled. The children's laughter warmed Yuwenjie's heart, occasionally evoking memories of her own childhood, reminiscent of Yangdong. "Grandma, this is my drawing. Can we talk about physics again today?" Yang presented his artwork to Yuwenjie. The drawing depicted a figure standing on a slanted tower, releasing 2 balls, one black and one white. Remarkably, their trajectories were nearly identical. "Very well, that is a splendid drawing. Shall I prepare dinner for you first? After we eat, we can continue our discussion." "Mimi, what would you like to eat?" Yuwenjie turned to the 3rd child. Mimi, however, did not express any culinary desires. Instead, she tiptoed and tugged at Yuwenjie's pant leg, saying, "Grandma, let us not talk about physics anymore. Our kindergarten teacher said that perhaps physics does not exist." Yuwenjie felt a pang in her heart, pausing for a moment. How could physics not exist? "Physics is wonderful. It is so fascinating." Yang interjected at this juncture. "The teacher said it doesn't exist, so it doesn't," Mimi insisted. I have already verified its existence. Yang Yang pulled 2 balls from his pocket. One glass and one rubber, both of similar size. He lifted them to the same height and let them go simultaneously. Both balls landed at the same time. See, Yang Yang exclaimed with excitement. This isn't physics. You must not have been paying attention, you naughty child, Mimi retorted. You are the naughty one. Yang Yang shot back. You're the one who bounces. Bouncing is invalid. The 2 boys began to quarrel. At that moment, Nan Nan tugged at Yu Wenjie's hand, saying, Grandma, I want to eat red braised meat. Yu Wenjie then returned to her senses, replying, All right. It's time to watch cartoons. You two should stop arguing. Her tone was gentle, and the children immediately ceased their bickering. I'll let you off this time for Grandma's sake. I clearly won. Wow, Brother Wentian is so handsome. With Nanan's exclamation while watching television, the 2 children ran to the sofa, engrossed in the show. Yu Wenjie gazed at the smiles on the children's faces and slowly turned away. Dong dong. Venezuela. Manuel Reyes. A stout South American man with brown skin and a resolute gaze is the current president of Venezuela. He leads his nation, carrying forward the Bolivarian Revolution initiated by C.H. Vez in 1999, drawing lessons from the international movements of the past century. Unexpectedly achieving immense success has swiftly enhanced the nation's strength across various domains. In a fleeting moment, Venezuela has become a beacon of equality and prosperity, capturing the world's attention as a pinnacle city. Today, another piece of good news has reached the presidential palace in Caracas. President Reyes announced that the crude oil market experienced inexplicable fluctuations today, surging by $50 with an inclination for further ascent. Venezuela is endowed with vast reserves of oil beneath its surface, while the quality may be subpar and extraction costs relatively high. The rise in oil prices in the past indeed afforded C.H. Vez the opportunity to implement a series of policies. According to the original narrative, under Reyes' leadership, Venezuela is likely to resolve its oil extraction issues and flourish. However, since Reyes is C.H. Vez's successor, Venezuela will undoubtedly continue to rely on oil exports as its economic cornerstone. Oil is virtually the lifeblood of such a small nation. Is another war about to erupt in the Middle East? Reyes gazes into the distance through the window. Currently, there are no definitive reports. Yet, according to intelligence from our spies, the Pentagon is secretly preparing for an extraordinarily extensive military operation. It is said that the adversaries they face are unprecedented. Foes not seen this century, nor perhaps even in the last. Indeed, it is rumored that a combat command center has been established in Asia, with Europe seemingly taking action as well. Reyes shook his head, stating that even if we were to triumph over the United States, they would never involve us in their affairs. He sighed, as if weary from the burdens of the years. A message has arrived from the Huaxia region, urging us to safeguard our scientists. The message continues. Is that so? They must have uncovered something. Over the years, they have indeed treated us as friends. However, that is insufficient, far from enough. Friendship alone will not suffice. We must be regarded as partners or rivals. Only then can we demonstrate our worth on the international stage. Only then will they truly listen to our voices. Reyes's gaze deepened, resembling an abyss, as he sank into his office chair, akin to a camel curled up amidst desert sands. It seemed as though he were pondering the most significant questions of life. Suddenly, this resolute man opened his eyes, a fierce brilliance erupting from his amber irises. This is the reason why the nation and its people must thrive. It is the rationale for the unity of the entire South American continent. Should the world undergo monumental changes, this window of opportunity represents the optimal moment to ignite a revolutionary fervor throughout South America. Let the nation prepare for the impending economic fluctuations and refrain from excessively adjusting this year's economic targets in response to the rising or fluctuating oil prices. Chairman, but at present, there is no hotspot in the world. It could be said that we are in one of the most peaceful periods. Is there truly a window of opportunity? Queried one of the attendees, perplexed. The wind often knows of impending rain before humans do. Similarly, oil often anticipates turmoil more swiftly than the people of Venezuela. In the recording studio of the television station, Logic, dressed in a suit, sits comfortably on a stool. Dr. Logic, the show is about to commence. It is a special episode of the 100 Schools Forum. I did not expect you to be invited so promptly. How could it be otherwise? I just parted ways with Jingjing this morning and turned up at the television station this afternoon. Dr. Logic is about to become a star scholar. Logic hesitates, momentarily stricken by a fleeting fear of public speaking due to the morning's events. You can call me Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang. Shall we review the script before we begin? No need. We are capturing the zeitgeist, riding the wave of current events. Just express your thoughts freely. Our station head is quite interested in your sociological research on the post-physical era. Is there anything that should be avoided? Best to focus on international topics. It's simple enough. When shall we start? As soon as the equipment is set up over there. Logic nods with a smile, reclining comfortably in his chair, his feet rhythmically swaying. We are about to become star scholars. Chapter 22, The People in Chaos, Part 4. By the time Wang Miao arrived at Lin Chen's residence, it was already afternoon. He had received a call from Lin Chen in the morning, inviting him to visit that very day. Consequently, Wang Miao spent the entire morning with Shi Chang, deliberating strategies. Shi Chang had meticulously prepared a comprehensive dialogue plan for Wang Miao. In Shi Chang's words, with this approach, one could extract information even from a rock. Despite feeling somewhat anxious, Wang Miao acquiesced to the plan. He knocked on Lin Chen's door, only to be utterly astonished when it was Ding Yi who opened it. Wang Miao was about to utter the phrases that Shi Chang had meticulously crafted for him, but he was momentarily taken aback. You are here too? Wang Miao asked. Swallowing hard. Of course, I am. This new discovery was made by the three of us together, Ding Yi replied nonchalantly. But, Ding Yi, do you not have any reservations about this? It's one thing to lay back and benefit from a paper, particularly one so groundbreaking. Having reservations would be a good thing, Wang Miao queried. No. Aren't you the least bit curious? We just made this breakthrough the day before yesterday, and it's already published the day after? Wang Miao continued. The boundary of science was already approached by Pan Han, who contacted Lin Chen long ago. Do you know what that implies? It indicates that this old fellow had been contemplating this for quite some time, Ding Yi remarked with a sly smile. It was merely fortuitous that we happened to cross paths that day. Cross paths? Wang Miao sighed. If only the countdown in my own eyes were merely a matter of coincidence. Indeed, it was just a chance encounter. Why didn't he publish it earlier? Ding Yi retorted. Could that be why he told me that my life would undergo a significant transformation when he left that day? Transformation? What sort of transformation? Wang Miao replied, weariness evident in his tone. It seems that my life has indeed changed. I see, this charlatan is once again playing the prophet, Ding Yi said, patting Wang Miao on the shoulder. At that moment, Wang Miao had completely forgotten how to extract information from Lin Chen when they eventually met. Ding Yi continued. I understand that you, practitioners of applied physics, have likely never encountered such a situation. When I discovered macroscopic atoms, I felt the same way. It's a matter of familiarity through experience. Wang Miao managed a slight smile. The individual before him was a luminary in his field, and conversing with him no longer felt peculiar. He inquired, what is Lin Chen working on? He's examining the mathematical model I devised. Don't let his eccentric demeanor fool you. He can articulate insights on virtually any subject. He even comprehends aspects of such a complex mathematical model. This person is knowledgeable. What mathematical model? Wang Miao asked, intrigued. Oh, a model of metaphysical mathematics. Ding Yi replied. In the room, Lin Chen was engrossed in Ding Yi's handwritten notes, pondering a profound truth. Perhaps life may deceive you, but mathematics remains unwaveringly true. Jizi, quickly explain this to me. It is a rather elementary aspect of human mathematics, where the method of integration by parts is employed, particularly regarding the steps for solving it. The subtitles began to flicker in Lin Chen's eyes, yet he recognized each individual character. However, when they were strung together, comprehension escaped him. During his university years, he had not devoted serious attention to such matters, and even if he had, most of it had faded from memory by now. Never mind. It is better if you refrain from explanations. Just tell me what I should convey to Ding Yi shortly. My suggestion is to swiftly divert from this topic. Have you learned to deceive? Lin Chen inquired. No, I have not. Yet, if you have mastered it, how can I ascertain that your statement is not a deception? That is a valid point. It appears I have yet to grasp it. Based on the social behaviors of humanity, if every individual were to engage in deceit, it would seem improbable for you to form an effective societal organization. Well, I still have much to teach. Beyond deception, there must be another factor. Indeed. Could you enlighten me? Let us discuss it once you have learned the art of deception. Very well. Your actions over these past days have provided us with considerable insight. We have decided to grant you access to some marginal technologies. Furthermore, we have transmitted a selection of our cultural and artistic works to Ivans. At this juncture, Ding Yi and Wang Miao entered after concluding their discussion at the door. Lin Chen rose and said, "You are a physicist. You ought to comprehend this, but I cannot." He handed the manuscript to Wang Miao. "What is this?" Wang Miao asked. "Who knows what this is?" "It was deduced from elements within the I Ching," Lin Chen replied, picking up a copy of the I Ching that Ding Yi had worn out over 2 days. Indeed, it was calculated. Moreover, these are merely failed models, nearly impossible to exist or apply in reality, Ding Yi remarked. "So, you spent half a day arriving at this?" Wang Miao scrutinized the manuscript, feeling overwhelmed. Ding Yi sighed, stating, "Overall, the I Ching resembles a guide for human behavior and life. Nevertheless, it contains elements of mysticism, the usage of which by individuals of that era remains a mystery. This inquiry should be directed towards the archaeologist." Both Wang Miao and Ding Yi turned their gaze towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen rose to fetch a teapot, pouring a cup for each of them before serving himself. He did not respond to Ding Yi's query, but instead asked Wang Miao, "How does it feel to experience upheaval? Should I thank you? How could you inscribe my name without my consent? Are you aware of the significant repercussions this may have on my life?" Wang Miao asked, visibly irate. "That is not what I meant. Regarding this, I merely mentioned it in passing to Pan Han. I too am a victim," Lin Chen replied with an innocent demeanor. "Then what are you alluding to? Has any other disruption occurred apart from this?" Wang Miao took a deep breath. "Are you aware of what else has transpired?" "I cannot see through it. I sense that something has undoubtedly happened," Lin Chen stated. "Charlatan." Ding Yi drained his teacup in one gulp. "Indeed, something has transpired." Wang Miao found a place to settle down. He began recounting the peculiar occurrence of a countdown in his eyes, deliberately omitting the segment concerning Xin Yufei, an instruction imparted by Shi Chang. A few minutes later, Ding Yi inquired, "Are you suggesting that a countdown appeared in your eyes?" He retrieved his mobile phone, set a 1-minute timer, and handed it to Wang Miao. In that instant, Wang Miao comprehended Ding Yi's intent. He pressed the timer's start button at the opportune moment and returned the phone to Ding Yi. Precisely 1 minute later, it chimed. "It has arrived," Wang Miao stated. Concurrently, the phone's timer emitted a sound. Ding Yi exchanged glances with Lin Chen. "Fascinating," Ding Yi remarked, then turned to Lin Chen. "Can you elucidate this phenomenon using your framework?" Lin Chen shook his head. He then stepped outside, rummaging through the living room. Curiosity piqued. Both Ding Yi and Wang Miao followed him, and he unearthed a collection of ancient oracle bones. "Let us conduct a metaphysical experiment. Should it succeed, it may signify that individuals in antiquity possessed the ability to prophesy." Chapter 23. People amidst chaos. Sitting in the black Santana, Shi Chang murmured to himself. He had set up a listening device for Wang Miao, and now he wore headphones, eavesdropping on the conversation between Lin Chen, Ding Yi, and Wang Miao. Generally speaking, such actions were against the regulations. However, Shi Chang had seldom adhered to rules. At last, his cover was blown. Shi Chang lit a cigarette. "A metaphysical experiment? How does one conduct such a thing?" Ding Yi expressed interest. "Do you truly believe in this?" Wang Miao pulled Ding Yi closer. "Why shouldn't one believe? Given the existence of this phenomenon, there must be an explanation," Ding Yi replied. "Even if it is a metaphysical explanation?" Wang Miao inquired. Ding Yi scoffed. "Isn't that group working with particle accelerators also engaging in metaphysics? It resembles the ancient practice of burning oracle bones to observe the cracks, utterly metaphysical. These individuals aspire to find order in chaos, to define the undefined through physical means. Isn't that a delusion? But a particle accelerator is at least something," came the retort. "Only the oracle bones of individual interpretation. There remains one question they have yet to grasp. Humans are composed of matter. Humanity is not unique within the animal kingdom. So why do transient patterns arise solely during human manipulation of particle accelerators? When monkeys press the buttons, Why do these fleeting patterns vanish? Perhaps it is due to the human brain? Shirchang speculated. They have even attempted to use dolphins, elephants, newborns, and even aborted fetuses to press buttons. These individuals have lost their sanity, yet the results were even more maddening. Research revealed that any entity containing human genetic material, be it an infant or a malformed fetus, regardless of cognitive development, could produce those transient, uniquely individual patterns. Yet dolphins, orcas, and elephants, all capable of intellect, could not replicate this. They reverted to randomness. What does this imply? It suggests the malicious whims of the quantum particle. Lin Chen pondered silently. Dingy continued, what does it imply? Well, let me recount an experiment that occurred just this noon. An experiment was conducted using human sperm and eggs, and the apparatus was quite complex. I shall not delve into the details. However, the results indicated that each sperm and egg possessed its own fleeting patterns. What does that imply? Wang Miao asked. It implies that humanity is special, favored by divine beings, Lin Chen elucidated. Divine beings? Wang Miao almost laughed, but refrained, for he recognized the evidence of miracles within his own eyes. He suddenly realized that as a materialist, he genuinely feared those latent divine forces, akin to the apprehension of a faithful believer. Yet, the very nature of this matter was far more terrifying than inciting divine wrath. It is not miraculous. Perhaps it is merely that we have yet to uncover the underlying truths, Ding Yi remarked. He then turned to Lin Chen. Shall we commence the experiment? Should we burn charcoal or firewood? A gas stove suffices, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Technology transforms life, Ding Yi smiled. This brings to mind a humorous anecdote. When the first particle accelerator was being constructed, an engineer lamented that we could not foresee the remarkable physical discoveries that physicists would achieve with this magnificent apparatus. Lin Chen spoke halfway and then fell silent. Ding Yi took over the conversation, stating, they have used this device to overturn physics. The two erupted into laughter. Wang Miao felt a shiver run down his spine and followed the two, accompanying them to Lin Chen's kitchen. Lin Chen ignited the stove, flames roaring vigorously. What do you wish to calculate? How can this countdown in my eyes come to an end? Wang Miao inquired. Lin Chen nodded, replying, typically. We must conduct numerous trials to obtain meaningful information. This process requires luck, skill, and a proper mindset. Allow me to assist you first. As he spoke, Lin Chen tossed a piece of oracle bone into the fire. Before long, fissures appeared on the bone's surface. He extinguished the flames and examined it closely. What do these cracks reveal to you? Ding Yi asked. Nothing at all. Merely the noise of the universe. It seems your skill is lacking, Ding Yi teased. Lin Chen proceeded to try again, and then yet again. By the seventh attempt, he suddenly sighed, declaring, the result is in. What does it say? You may see for yourselves. Nothing appeared, just a charred scent. Lin Chen nodded. Now it's your turn. I shall not disclose the answer. When you discover it, do not speak of it. We shall write it down together later. Wang Miao and Ding Yi nodded in agreement. The two began to burn oracle bones, each engrossed at their respective gas stove, resembling ancient humans who had just discovered fire. When Ding Yi reached the fifth attempt, he suddenly exclaimed loudly. He then cast a deep glance at Wang Miao, saying nothing, and retreated beside Lin Chen. Did you see something? Lin Chen inquired. I never believed in such matters before. Ding Yi responded. What did you both see? Wang Miao asked, turning back. You will know once you try for yourself. Lin Chen and I will converse in the living room, Ding Yi replied. Wang Miao wiped the sweat from his brow, utterly oblivious to his actions, mechanically placing oracle bones atop the flames. Ding Yi and Lin Chen made their way to the living room, both reclining on the sofa. Is there any wine? Ding Yi asked. No, I seldom drink, and I do not often reside in this home. What a pity, we should have celebrated. Let us discuss what we have seen. Lin Chen held up 3 fingers, then retracted one. He withdrew another, and as the last finger was lowered, he and Ding Yi simultaneously said, Nano experiment. It appears we have arrived at the same conclusion, Lin Chen remarked. Indeed, but if arriving at an answer were so simple, why have we developed for so many years without anyone noticing such matters? Ding Yi questioned. It is not that no one has ever noticed, Lin Chen replied. Do you not remember? The ancients themselves discerned the will of heaven through such means. However, it is quite possible that for a period, this method ceased to be effective, only to regain its efficacy once more. Lin Chen remarked, aligning it with contemporary physics. Ding sighed in contemplation. Yet, how shall we conduct our research on such matters? Lin Chen inquired. Since the ancients engaged in such studies, let us employ their methods. You should possess some understanding of this, correct? Ding questioned. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of apprehension about leading such a distinguished scientist as Ding astray. What if, when all is said and done, Ding found himself ensnared in a predicament from which he could not escape? Lin Chen would bear significant responsibility. Suddenly, he recalled the elusive Dao Jun. He then suggested, they speak of cultivation, and I possess a set of martial arts techniques that seemingly enhance one's cultivation. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to experiment with them. It is said that mastering them allows one to perceive the imperceptible. Where did you learn this technique? I compiled it from various ancient texts. Let us call it Chen Quan. Lin Chen shamelessly renamed it and added, I shall demonstrate a sequence for you. Does your phone have recording capabilities? Ding produced his smartphone, declaring, the latest model not only records video, but is equipped with numerous functionalities. Therefore, Lin Chen performed a sequence in the living room, ensuring Ding captured it on video. Just as he finished, a voice echoed from the kitchen. Chapter 24. The People Amidst Chaos, Part 6. Wang Miao could scarcely believe his eyes, although he had long since ceased to trust them. After burning the 23rd piece of oracle bone, for words subtly emerged beneath the countdown in his vision. Nano experiment. This was precisely as Shun Yufei had once stated. A chilling sensation enveloped him, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Lin Chen and Ding rushed to the kitchen, with Ding wiping the sweat from Wang Miao's brow, while Lin Chen hastily turned off the gas stove. Did you all see that? Wang Miao inquired. We all saw it. It pertains to your nano experiment, Ding replied. But what does this signify? What is it guiding me toward? In a moment of desperation, Wang Miao recalled the words imparted to him by Shi Chang. Yet Lin Chen remained unyielding. I do not know. I know nothing. We are but children who have yet to learn to walk in the face of this phenomenon. Lin Chen, you must know something. I implore you, please tell me. Wang Miao pleaded, clutching Lin Chen's garment as he sat on the floor. This was originally part of the performance that Shi Chang had orchestrated, yet at this moment, Wang Miao felt as though it was his true sentiment. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. Do you perceive me as a deity? If I knew everything, what purpose would scholars serve? However, before every great discovery, there are always those lacking in resolve. Wang Miao, I advise you to cease your focus on this research. Step away from it, or you shall find yourself in misfortune. Devote yourself earnestly to your nano experiment, Lin Chen advised. You don't want me to halt the nano experiment? What halting? Why should I stop? The indications on the oracle bones suggest I should proceed with the nano experiment, right? Of course, if you interpret it as halting. It seems there is no fault in that. Lin Chen appeared perplexed. Downstairs, Shi Chang slammed his hand on the steering wheel of his car. The bookworm is still too naive, he mused as his phone rang once more. Hello, Zheng. What is going on? Have there been any discoveries on your end? Captain Shi, a major issue has arisen. Lin Chen has suddenly become the largest shareholder in several short video companies. Just tell me if it's legal or illegal. It's legal. All applicable taxes have been paid. There is nothing to critique. Where would a mere professor acquire such funds? We have yet to ascertain that. However, he has several properties in the capital, each worth tens of millions. Continue the investigation. Shi Chang hung up, his sense of unease growing. He increasingly felt that Lin Chen was the crux of the matter. The deeper he probed, the more enigmatic Lin Chen appeared. Perhaps one day I shall simply bag him up and take him back, he muttered to himself. Yet, he was soon reminded of his son's impending college tuition and the mortgage on his home, causing him to dismiss the thought. He could not afford to lose his job. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, Ding and Wang Miao sat together on the sofa, enveloped in silence, perhaps lost in contemplation. Lin Chen picked up the remote and switched on the television. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. In a special segment of the 100 Schools Forum, we are fortunate to have Dr. Luoji, a sociologist from Tsinghua University, to elucidate his research on the sociology of the post-physical era. Greetings, Dr. Luoji. Hello, host. Greetings to the audience as well. Dr. Luoji, as I understand, you are the first to propose the concept of post-physical era sociology in the country. Ahem. Allow me to correct that. I am not merely the first in the country, but the first in the world. On television, Luoji exudes confidence, while Lin Chen, seated before the screen, trembles slightly. This is troubling. Luoji has truly become an academic celebrity. But will my actions have adverse repercussions? What if he subsequently abandons the study of cosmic sociology? Lin Chen suddenly realizes that certain matters have spiraled beyond his control. If, in the future, Luoji ceases to be the wall-facer due to this incident, must we allow this soon-to-retire elder to assume that role? That is absolutely out of the question. His journey in this world is merely a fleeting sojourn, a mission he has been compelled to undertake due to his current position, bearing the responsibility as a member of humanity and nothing more. He does not wish to find himself reduced to that figure who can do nothing but gaze at the stars, locked in a silent standoff with the Trisolaris. Even if he cannot traverse back home, Professor Lin still yearns to save her life, to find a beautiful partner, marry, and perhaps raise 5 or 6 children. How delightful that would be. You, Luoji, must take on the mantle of the wall-facer, whether you wish to or not. Professor Lin, why do you appear to be trembling while watching television? What thoughts occupy your mind? Dingy inquires. Nowadays, scholars seize upon trends without taking the time to genuinely engage in diligent research. Such trends are perpetuated by individuals like this Luoji. Are you familiar with him? Ding gestures toward Luoji on the screen. Indeed, him. Lin Chen grits his teeth. I believe I have heard Yang Dong mention him. He was her high school classmate. However, I generally do not associate with individuals of such ilk. Ding dismisses the connection. I surmise as much. This person hardly embodies the essence of a scholar. The broadcast continues. Luoji has delved into discussions regarding Europe. According to my research, some European nations may soon face societal issues due to these changes, potentially affecting their laws, religions. Could you provide more specifics? For instance, economic fluctuations, major strikes. These will all incite social problems. Oh, and let us not forget the issue of education. With the absence of physics, what shall we teach? This is a profoundly consequential matter. The educational issue is one of paramount concern for every family. May I inquire about your views on the future of physics education? Given that established physics is poised to be overturned, staying abreast of cutting-edge research becomes exceedingly vital. As Wang Miao and Ding Yi departed from Lin Chen's residence, Ding Yi inquired deliberately, Have you visited Teacher Yi? I have been quite occupied these past few days. Not yet, was the reply. What do you think? Wang Miao. Shall we go together the day after tomorrow? Lin Chen suggested to Wang Miao. Wang Miao nodded in agreement. All right. Moreover, I intend to conduct a trial. What kind of trial? The nanotechnology experiment requires maintenance. I plan to shut it down temporarily for testing. Lin Chen and Ding Yi exchanged glances but chose to remain silent on the matter. Once Ding Yi and Wang Miao departed, Lin Chen promptly addressed Jizi. Please inquire with Evans if there is any means to replace Dr. Luoji with one of our own. Why? Naturally, the resources we invest should be utilized by our personnel. We cannot allow an unrelated individual to gain prominence. I have informed Evans about this matter. Very well. Commendable work. Do you have the time to continue teaching me now? No, I must retire for the night. Tomorrow morning, I need to attend to matters regarding short videos. However, in the coming days, you should have ample opportunity to learn a great deal. All right. Chapter 25, The People Amidst Chaos 7. Wang Miao drove back to the entrance of his residential community, with Shi Chang trailing closely behind. After parking, they finally met. You did quite well, much better than our lads, Shi Chang encouraged. Wang Miao replied with self-deprecation, but I uncovered nothing. Lin Chen appeared completely oblivious. Or perhaps he has never interacted with Xin Yufei. You must first tell me what you observed. Regarding your experience with the Oracle Bones, did you truly see characters? It was in my eyes, akin to a countdown. For characters, nano experiment. This aligns with Xin Yufei's instructions to cease the nano experiment. But what is the purpose? Surely I am not deserving of such targeting? What could be achieved through that nano experiment? Aside from your flying knives. It's flying blades, but close enough. The prospects are vast. Virtually anything could be created. If we could develop nano-robots, They might be applicable across various fields. That is the crux of the matter. They must be averse to humanity advancing in technological society, Chang reiterated. Yet, there is no mass production, sure. That experiment currently only accumulates molecules, consuming excessive resources, making mass production unfeasible. Those few things cannot accomplish anything significant. At most, they can produce a few straightened threads. Enough of this overthinking. Go home and get a good night's sleep. You people tend to ponder too much. With the countdown still in my eyes, I doubt I can sleep, Wang Miao lamented. Shall I accompany you for a drink? You're still driving. Never mind. My wife and child are likely waiting for me anxiously at home. Your wife and child must be envious of you. Chang chuckled. And what of your child? Surely they are of considerable age by now? About to enter university. But their grades are worrisome. Wang Miao nodded and patted Chang's shoulder. At that moment, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were comforting another. Such a strange feeling. Then warmth enveloped him. He suddenly realized it was Chang's intention. This reminded him of the elderly gentleman he encountered that morning. Despite lacking any vested interests, there existed a generous exchange of spiritual strength among them. A new thought burgeoned in Wang Miao's mind. This nano-experiment must not only be halted but entirely ceased. It ought to be transformed into a production experiment to benefit society. Upon returning home and opening the door, the aroma of food wafted towards him. His wife, Liao, upon seeing him, set aside the ingredients she was preparing. With a strained smile, she approached and embraced him, playfully punching his chest. He felt no pain, only the lingering scent of fish. Wang Miao, do not keep everything bottled up inside. You know the pressure you bear. These past few days have been agonizing for me. Wang Miao realized that his bizarre paper had become known to his family. I merely intended to surprise you. What surprise? I would rather have you healthy than to hear about that paper. Wang Miao was taken aback. I have become famous. I thought you would be pleased. Liao, resembling a youthful girl, replied, I am not happy. The leaders at your workplace and your old classmates seem quite delighted. They spent the entire morning piling gifts at old Zhang's house. But what does that have to do with me? All I desire is for you to be healthy and accompany me into old age, to watch Dodo grow up. Wang Miao, truly, that is sufficient. His wife had scarcely ever expressed such sentimental words since their marriage, leaving Wang Miao at a loss for a response. Yet, as he observed his wife's tears gradually soaking his attire, he found himself thinking less of Yang Dong. He embraced Li Yao and said, I merely engage in marginal research. It is not as extraordinary as others claim. They merely brought me along due to their good spirits. Then why are you so anxious every day? Major research. This is the first time, and I doubt I can undertake it again, with my current mindset. I might as well make time to be with you and the child. Yes, indeed. How about we take Dodo hiking in a couple of days? All right. The nano experiment at the Institute requires maintenance. It can pause for a while, and I need not oversee it constantly. However, you must not neglect your efforts. Nor can you afford to lose your job. The nano experiment must continue diligently. Otherwise, it will be just me as the sole breadwinner. Well, dinner is almost ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat. Li Yao returned to her usual demeanor, yet Wang Miao felt that everything had changed. At that moment, their son Dodo dashed out from his room, exclaiming, Daddy, the uncle said you invented something fun. Did you bring it back? No, but I promise. I will bring you something in the future, all right? Wang Miao crouched down to adjust his son's clothing. Good. Liao chided from the kitchen. You mustn't deceive her son. Your theoretical physics, what tangible thing could you possibly bring back? Outside, Chang discreetly wiped away a tear as the car halted near the community. Wang Miao had forgotten that his listening device remained with him. Nevertheless, Chang sensed that Wang Miao might no longer require his protection. At that moment, his home phone rang. It was his son Xiaoming calling. However, the first words from his son ignited a surge of anger within him. Dad, I do not plan to attend university. What did you say? I am not going to school anymore. I want to venture out. Are you feeling rebellious? I am serious. Some recent events have occurred, and I believe I can make use of them. What can you possibly utilize? It would be a miracle if you avoid being tricked or deceived. Dad, I have grown up. The voice on the other end abruptly ceased, and the call was terminated. Shurchang then realized that his son was not seeking his counsel, but rather informing him of his decision. Indeed, what right did he, as a father, have to be consulted? The night wind swept over the sleek black Santana, traversing the bustling streets. Shurchang could not afford to stop here. The radiant lights of countless homes behind him mirrored the vibrant glow of the cityscape. Shurchang abruptly ended the call with his father. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he curled up in the corner of the sidewalk, overwhelmed with sorrow. In his hand, he clutched an address, one he had surreptitiously copied from his father. It was the residence of the current internet sensation, Lin Chen. Beneath the starry sky tonight, how many souls ponder the monumental event that has shaken the world? Interests, akin to a bottle of aged wine, draw in those intoxicated, guiding them through the narrowest of alleys by its alluring scent. People aspire for a better life, some through their own diligence, others through their astuteness, and yet others through the influence of their parents. All of this is tacitly accepted by society. However, once the fundamental boundaries of critical issues are breached, individuals reveal their true natures. This night, how many have joined the ranks of ETO? How many have upheld the moral standards of humanity? Ultimately, the flow of humanity will diverge in myriad directions. Chapter 26, The Age of Madness, Part 1. Early the next morning, Lin Chen completed his boxing routine in the living room of his home. As usual, he internally called out to the Taoist master twice, expecting that the old man would not appear. To his astonishment, he actually emerged. The state he was in appeared quite dire. With 3/4 of his body reduced to a powdery substance, unable to maintain a tangible form. Only the area near his head and neck retained a semblance of his former appearance. The rest resembled a tattered cloth, billowing in the wind. Upon his emergence, the old man remained silent, his vacant gaze fixed upon Lin Chen. Wherever Lin Chen moved, the old man followed, his unblinking stare unsettling Lin Chen. Waving his hand before him, Lin Chen inwardly inquired, "Old man? Taoist master? Taoist master." The old man did not respond, merely tilting his head in a mechanical manner. "Lin Chen, can you enlighten me about the spiritual energy that has appeared in my vision? How does one utilize it? What must I do to return, or to make it disappear? The walls appear blue to me. It is exceedingly strange." Noticing a flicker of response from the old man, Lin Chen unleashed a barrage of questions that had long accumulated in his mind. It seemed that only the Taoist master could provide answers to such inquiries. Yet, the old man remained mute. Lin Chen, feeling a bit exasperated, continued to ponder. "Did you not say that my practice of boxing would gradually restore your health? Why do I sense that you are deteriorating further?" The Taoist master blinked, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Lin Chen felt a pang of frustration, gasping in disbelief. Could it be that this entity is merely a figment of my imagination? Is this spiritual energy also a product of my mind? Perhaps I conjured up this power to save the universe because I feel incapable of doing so myself? Surely, I am not so altruistic. After finishing his morning routine, Lin Chen glanced at the time. Pan Han was soon to arrive, leaving him with no opportunity to delve deeper into these matters. Just as he was about to dismiss the Taoist master and cease his focus on him, the old man spoke as if compelled by some psychic connection. "Hello, Lin Chen." In the next moment, the Taoist master's body completely disintegrated, vanishing before Lin Chen's eyes. He stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. Subsequently, he searched online for those languages, discovering that they were unfamiliar to him. After an exhaustive search, he confirmed that the pronunciations were all accurate: Arabic, Russian, Persian, Thai. Lin Chen was taken aback, for this revelation proved a crucial point. The Taoist master was indeed a tangible entity, not a mere figment of his imagination. Spiritual energy might be conjured from a troubled mental state, while techniques and philosophies could be synthesized from what he had encountered. However, the ability to communicate in multiple languages, connecting with other civilizations, could not be fabricated out of thin air, at least not by an individual human being. The Taoist master possessed the capacity to speak a multitude of languages. It is evident that he possesses a certain understanding and knowledge acquired from various parts of the earth. If one were to regard him as an immortal sage, it would not seem out of the ordinary, especially considering the abundance of time at his disposal to learn such things. However, the crux of the matter lies in why he speaks to himself in this manner. Why does his memory appear so disordered, and what causes his corporeal form to dissipate? Lin Chen felt it necessary to take some time to organize the conversations he had with the Taoist monarch from their initial encounter to the events transpiring now. Yet, this could only be done once he completed his current obligations. The situation had gradually progressed to a critical juncture, leaving him little time to spare. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Pan Han standing there. "Professor Lin, your phone has been turned off?" Lin Chen invited him in, poured him a cup of tea, and nodded. "It has been off since yesterday. Too many people have been trying to reach me, such is the nature of fame. However, I can contact you through Jizi, which is far more convenient than a phone and eliminates the worry of missed calls." Pan Han managed to smile but refrained from further comment. He retrieved his laptop from his bag, settled onto the sofa, and remarked, "The transfer of the short video company has nearly been completed. You will soon be the largest shareholder in these companies. Would you like to take a look?" "No need," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. "Do you doubt our capabilities?" Pan Han inquired. "Of course not. I simply have no desire to see it." "Why is that?" Lin Chen slowly sat beside Pan Han, taking one of his hands and gently patting it, saying, Pan Han, others may be oblivious, but you should understand." "I'm sorry, Professor Lin, I don't comprehend your words." Pan Han shook his head. "Let me be more explicit. For individuals like us, who are thrust into the limelight, regardless of whether we ultimately succeed or fail, there is but one inevitable conclusion. You should be aware of this outcome. Since you understand this conclusion, it renders the process leading to it devoid of significance. Fame, wealth, these are merely instruments in the journey." Pan Han fell silent. "It seems you grasp the sentiment. The survivors may have an escape route. The redeemers may have an escape route. Even the descenders may have an escape route. But for those of us who are mere pawns, there is none." As Lin Chen spoke, he waved his hand lightly before Pan Han's eyes. "Professor Lin." Pan Han appeared to wish to articulate something. "You know, within the organization, the individual I admire most is not Evans, but you," Lin Chen interjected. "Me? But initially, I am aware that your first instinct was to eliminate me. At that time, I found your actions rather extreme. Yet as I ascended to this position, I began to comprehend. You truly understand?" "Absolutely. For at that moment, both you and my future self would attract far too much attention from the world. Our actions would engender a multitude of enemies. And if the organization fails to provide us with adequate protection, thus, we are confronted with an incessant cycle of retribution, as the animosities of various interest groups threaten to engulf us. Given your awareness of this reality, what compels you to proceed in such a manner? Why assume such a position? There is a saying that I wonder if you have encountered. In this world, there exist two types of ideals. One is the realization of my own aspirations, while the other is the fulfillment of my ideals through my actions. Our ambitions are so grand that we can only aspire to the latter. The realization of my ideals through my actions? Indeed, even at the cost of my life. Do you perceive me as such a person? At the very least, you resemble a true believer more than they do. A genuine believer would not leave a path for retreat." Lin Chen understood that he must penetrate the heart of Pan Han with a gaze filled with compassion, deeply enough to allow this observer sent by Evans to relax his vigilance. The GZ can monitor at any moment, yet its capacity for understanding remains limited. Although Evans can oversee Lin Chen through the GZ, Lin Chen himself is also able to utilize this technology, establishing a balance that Evans would not jeopardize for the sake of mutual trust. Thus, the individual Lin Chen must be most wary of his Pan Han, who has been dispatched to assist him. The success of subtle maneuvers will determine the outcome. Now, let us turn our attention to the matter of short videos. According to your previous report, the smartphone market is indeed capable of accommodating these short video applications, serving as instruments for disseminating public opinion. This is an unprecedented opportunity in the current market, and I am confident in its promising future, requiring merely a touch of promotion. Lin Chen seamlessly shifted the topic. "You are the finest promotional tool," Pan Han remarked. "Indeed, at least in light of the current circumstances, I am the focal point of the world. Let us invest in advertising and secure recommendations across major application markets. The world is on the verge of chaos, and we shall stoke the flames." Chapter 27. The Age of Madness, Part 2, General Chang, the department over there has already departed, ostensibly for a routine inspection. These companies will find it difficult to reopen their doors in the near future. On another front, we have communicated with several domestic mobile manufacturers to inform them that Lin Chen's short video company will not receive any recommendations, nor will it gain entry into the application market. Regarding the report on the V equipment, our personnel have reached out to Wang Miao, who mentioned that the game is currently being played. It is a game rich in detail. Furthermore, it appears to be aimed more at promotion rather than profit. This game utilizes our civilization as its framework to narrate the story of three sons, with the objective seemingly revolving around uncovering the operational patterns of these sons or discovering methods for the survival of civilization. As for the work concerning public opinion, our team is diligently laboring. Due to the peculiarities of physical laws, we cannot refute them, nor can we presently prove any academic misconduct. Hence, progress is not proceeding smoothly, and we can only endeavor to suppress the fervor surrounding this issue through other events. Regarding the metaphysical intelligence that Captain Shi Chang brought up yesterday, we are in the process of seeking verification. Generally speaking, I consider such occurrences to be nearly impossible. The reporting personnel rambled on extensively in Chang Weixi's office. With his head propped on his hand, Chang Weici listened until the end, then turned to Shi Chang, who was leaning against the door, and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Shi Chang, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, "Chief, my suggestion is to initiate an immediate capture. We cannot afford any further delays. This Lin Chen is quite sinister. Currently, we lack legitimate grounds for apprehending him. His status as a renowned international scholar complicates matters. Should we detain him without justification, we would attract considerable international scrutiny. We cannot even touch Pan Han," emphasized Chang Weici, tapping his desk. Shi Chang countered, "Disorderly conduct charges. The international community does not recognize such a charge." Chang Weici chuckled lightly. "So what shall we do? Stand idly by? We must await a consensus from the international community." Shi Chang expressed his dissatisfaction. "We would apprehend our own people, yet wait for their consensus? What absurdity is this? What if a consensus is never reached?" Chang Weici remained silent. Given the current circumstances, it appears unlikely that a consensus will be achieved internationally, even though both Chang Weici and Shi Chang are aware of this. They have endeavored to elucidate Lin Chen's potential dangers in the meeting. However, they lack compelling evidence to substantiate that Lin Chen is in the wrong. The facts of physics cannot be dismissed through political means. The results of experiments stand as they are. How can one assert they are irrelevant? Thus, the meeting has fallen into a perplexing loop. Representatives from various nations agree that the more one studies Lin Chen, the more problematic he appears, yet simultaneously, they realize they are powerless to alter this predicament. There arises an unsettling thought. What if we are the ones in error? What if our actions impede the advancement of physics? Such a notion is indeed terrifying. At that moment, the reporting personnel rushed in again, albeit with a rather grim expression. The general's attempt to obstruct was unsuccessful. What transpired? This news left Chang Weici and Shi Chang in a state of bewilderment. How could it possibly have failed? A series of unfortunate coincidences occurred. The vehicle of the routine inspection personnel met with an accident en route. Moreover, a staff member from the leading domestic smartphone company made a critical error, misinterpreting a prohibition as a recommendation. Did these two events truly coincide? Shi Chang inquired. Indeed. They happened almost simultaneously. Furthermore, we have received word from our team verifying the oracle bones. It appears they may have genuinely succeeded. In Chang Weixi's office, the silence was only broken by the sound of someone swallowing. At noon, Miao Fuqian, carrying a bottle of Maotai, knocked on the door of Zhang Chuyang and Yang Jinwen, inviting them over for a light meal. Despite lingering memories of yesterday's unpleasantness, they ultimately accepted the invitation. Old Zhang, old Yang, after reflecting on yesterday, I realized it was my fault. How could a simple tea gathering escalate into an argument? At the dining table, Miao Fuqian raised his glass first. Making a gesture of reconciliation, Yang Jinwen nodded and lifted his glass as well. It was indeed a matter of our communication. Zhang Chaoyang, the most reluctant among them, hesitantly followed suit. The three clinked their glasses, dissipating some of the lingering resentment. The table was lavishly adorned with dishes, all prepared by Miao Fuchuan's Sichuan girl, who diligently brought forth plate after plate. As Miao Fuchuan served himself, he resumed speaking. We must pay close attention to the education of our descendants. The moment he broached the subject of yesterday's incident, Zhang Chaoyang felt a twinge of displeasure. The warm wine he had just consumed now felt somewhat heavy in his stomach. Why bring that up? You should manage what you need to. Zhang Chaoyang retorted with irritation. Yang Jinwen, sensing Miao Fuchuan had more to say, interjected. Let old Miao finish his thoughts. Zhang Chaoyang, feeling vexed, replied, You talk. I won't. I'll just eat and listen. Miao Fuchuan and Yang Jinwen exchanged glances. Old Miao. Please continue, Yang Jinwen encouraged. Miao Fuchuan nodded but refrained from addressing the main topic. Instead, he turned to the Sichuan girl and asked, Xiaotang, Is there another dish being prepared? Just one more, she replied. That's enough. No need for more. Come, let us eat together. Is that appropriate? She questioned. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Hurry up, Miao Fuchuan urged, then smiled at Yang Jinwen, saying, Xiaotang's diligence is commendable. She is always proactive. Yang Jinwen's expression soured. He was perplexed by Miao Fuchuan's intentions. Just then, Xiaotang brought in another dish, and Miao Fuchuan urged her to sit down. Old Miao, speak your mind, soon. Old Zhang will be full, Yang Jinwen prompted. It's quite simple, really. I have found a way for my grandson. Isn't it a coincidence that Xiaotang's sister is also studying in the capital? Her mentor back then was Professor Lin, the archaeologist. Zhang Chuyang, who had been silently enjoying his meal, suddenly lost his appetite, his curiosity piqued. Old Miao, is that true? Indeed, just yesterday evening. I learned that Xiaotang's younger sister came here to study, and Xiaotang followed suit to work and earn some money, which ultimately led to our meeting. Zhang Chaoyang inquired further. So, can Xiaotang's sister get in touch with Professor Lin? Just as Xiaotang was about to respond, Miao Fuchuan interjected, Certainly. It is said that back in the day, her sister was not particularly outstanding in her studies, yet it was Professor Lin who extended a helping hand. At this, a knowing smile graced his face, a smile that men often understand. Zhang Chaoyang wished to join in the laughter, but upon reflection, he hesitated and asked, Then, Old Miao, what is it that you wish to convey to us? Miao Fuchuan replied, What else could there be? I believe we should take an interest in the education of the next generation. If I could facilitate a connection for you, would you be amenable? Once you are acquainted, all information shall be readily accessible. Of course, I would be willing. Why wouldn't I? Zhang Chaoyang exclaimed with excitement. Hey, old Yang, speak up. Yang Jinwen waved his hand and took a swig from his drink, saying, I cannot meddle in my grandson's affairs. That couple does not heed my counsel. Chapter 28. The Era of Madness. Part 3. Dr. Luoji, I regret to inform you that the response to the first episode was not particularly favorable, and it is likely that the second episode will not proceed. Luoji had waited for quite some time at the television station, only to be met with this disappointing news. Xiaowang approached Luoji with a glass of water, his expression filled with remorse. Didn't you say yesterday that the response was excellent, and that we would continue today? Luoji was perplexed by the situation. However, the higher-ups have decided that they cannot compete with short videos and would prefer to broadcast regular programming instead. Moreover, it seems that the tide has shifted, and disseminating such content is now deemed unfavorable, Xiaowang lamented. What short videos? Luoji inquired. Xiaowang retrieved his phone, swiped a few times, and opened an application. Upon entering the app, a striking photo of Lin Chen in a tailored suit greeted them, accompanied by gilded text, Join Professor Lin Chen in exploring the mysteries of physics. Xiaowang swiped again, revealing a series of brief videos, and remarked, This is the real deal. He has garnered significantly more recognition than you. His videos are ubiquitous online. Luoji scrutinized Lin Chen's visage on the phone for a prolonged moment before sighing and asking, What is he discussing? It's rather peculiar. I cannot definitively say whether it is right or wrong. You'll see for yourself, Xiaowang replied cautiously. Luoji nodded and clicked on a video. The narration commenced. Pay close attention. The man in this video is Professor Lin, elucidating the irregularities of physics. Following this introduction was a segment featuring Lin Chen recounting a tale of Emperor Qin Shi Huang playing billiards in Xianyang. claiming that the emperor once struck a billiard ball to Mars. Luo Ji listened intently. Although the example was somewhat far-fetched, it was presented in a rather vivid manner. Indeed, as an introductory story, it could certainly pique curiosity. However, the segment concluded abruptly. Is that it? Luo Ji asked. That's all. If you wish to see more, you must swipe to the next segment, Xiao Wang replied. Luo Ji swiped to the subsequent video. This one bore no relation to the previous content. The backdrop was a foreign city, appearing somewhat chaotic, with riot police brandishing shields. The protagonist of this video was a young black man, subdued by the police, who shouted in desperation, "Black magic is real. The devil is descending. I have received the devil's mandate." Luo Ji was bewildered. What is this supposed to be? This platform operates in such a manner. Anyone can upload their videos. However, it seems the algorithm is flawed, resulting in a hodgepodge of domestic and international content being pushed together, Xiao Wang explained. Luo Ji nodded, continuing to scroll. The next video was indeed domestic. All right, brothers. Today we shall test the efficacy of Professor Lin's methods. The screen displayed a man wearing an eye mask. He spoke as he filled a large aluminum basin with kindling, igniting it with alcohol. He then procured a turtle shell from an unknown source and tossed it into the flames. What is he doing? Luo Ji inquired. Divination, Xiao Wang replied. After a moment, cracks began to appear on the turtle shell. Wearing a mask, the man displayed an exaggerated expression. Brothers, it has truly come to pass. Right before my eyes. Do you know what I have divined? I have foreseen you. At precisely 1:32 p.m. today, my followers will surge to 500,000. And then the video abruptly ends. 500,000? Is he jesting? Luo Ji chuckled softly, glancing casually at his phone. His gaze landing on the follower count in the upper right corner. For 99,000. His laughter ceased abruptly. This must be intentional, Luo Ji remarked. Xiao Wang nodded in silence. Luo Ji felt a twinge of annoyance, yet found swiping through the videos quite addictive. He swiped again. This time, the video featured a more serious individual, seemingly a scientist in a laboratory. I know him. He is a scientist from England, surprisingly fashionable. In the video, the scientist earnestly stated, I have received a revelation from God. He has revealed to me the process required to synthesize protein 37. Protein 37 is one that we have never successfully synthesized in our experiments. Today, I intend to give it a try. Subsequently, the video accelerated. Soon, the physicist's astonished face filled the screen. My goodness, it has truly succeeded. Luo Ji glanced at Xiao Wang and said, he must be here to boast deliberately. Xiao Wang nodded again, remaining silent. Finally, after another swipe, Luo Ji stumbled upon Lin Chen's video. Finally found him, Luo Ji declared. You could have searched directly. Xiao Wang suggested from the side. Luo Ji. In the video, Lin Chen presented a piece of oracle bone. In ancient times, people studied divine will by burning the oracle bones and observing the cracks. However, this technique has not been passed down. But if this technique is not uniformly distributed across time and space, it could offer a new explanation. In this era of monumental shifts in physics, let us see if the wisdom of our ancestors has returned. Saying this, Lin Chen ignited his gas stove and tossed the oracle bone inside. After a while, the bone was covered in fissures. Lin Chen remarked, it seems we have failed. Nothing has occurred. He proceeded to repeat the process several times. It was only during the final attempt that he turned to the camera, his voice filled with terror as he shouted, I see it. I truly see it. I have witnessed divine will. The video concluded there. What does this mean? He just published a physics paper and then claimed to have seen divine will? As Luo Ji spoke, he scrolled down through the videos. Yet, the next video refused to load. Hey, what's going on? Luo Ji inquired. Xiao Wang lowered his head and swiped a couple of times. At that moment, a pop-up appeared at the request of XXX. This video app has been removed and will no longer push videos. Wishing you a pleasant life. The app has been taken down. Isn't this a new product? Within less than a day, it has been taken down? Luo Ji took out his phone to search, but found nothing. The winds have shifted. Xiao Wang remarked from the side. What do you know? Luo Ji inquired. I'm not entirely sure. However, there has been a palpable caution from the higher-ups regarding recent developments in physics, Xiao Wang responded, retrieving his phone. At that moment, someone opened the studio door. Xiaowang. We are not filming this video anymore. Come quickly to assist, as we are inundated with international news and the team over there is understaffed. What news? A massive strike in Europe, multiple shootings across the United States, and terrorists detonating explosives to disrupt the Suez Canal. All of these events are occurring simultaneously? Not only that, Venezuela has suddenly declared its support for the South American independence movement. Isn't that a direct affront to the Americans? Oil prices have surged by $200 since yesterday. He must possess quite the audacity. Regardless, whether it is one confrontation or two, it remains a confrontation. Luoji listened, feeling somewhat dazed. He vaguely realized who was being referred to. It must be the current president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro. Yet, what on earth is transpiring in this world? This left the typically carefree sociologist ensnared in a web of confusion. Chapter 29, The Age of Madness, Part 4, Hadi Muhammad, a suspected affiliated with Al-Qaeda, was merely 16 years of age. Following his demise, our police uncovered several dozen pounds of explosives on his person. Before his death, he proclaimed that he had received a revelation from the Almighty. Do you know where we confronted him? Less than 20 meters from the White House on a large screen. An American police officer is elucidating the recent events to the delegates from various nations gathered before the White House entrance, with billowing black smoke clearly visible behind him. Chang Weiss observes the screen, deep in thought. I'm afraid, Chang, our president has deemed this conference ineffective. He must redirect his focus towards the Middle East, towards Al-Qaeda. In order to provide an explanation to the public and safeguard his voter base, remarked a participating U.S. Navy colonel. So, you have chosen to withdraw from our conference? Chang Weishi inquired. You fail to comprehend the peril posed by this situation, which is comparable to the devastation of 9/11. Moreover, such egregious incidents have transpired almost simultaneously across various states in America. We must provide the public with a satisfactory explanation, as we have yet to ascertain the truth. Hastily directing blame towards the Middle East may yield even graver repercussions. He continued, the president will not intervene. The election is imminent. I am about to be reassigned. I can only wish you all the best. After saying this, the American ceased to speak further. A British participant remarked, according to a survey, 30 of London's populace claims to receive divine inspiration while sleeping at night. The divine message is but a single phrase, Brexit. Make Britain great again. This statement sounded like a jest. Yet, none of the attendees could muster a laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have some good news, a NATO coordinator announced. Last night, 30 scientists claimed to have experienced a surge of inspiration, achieving a significant breakthrough in biomedical technology, which holds promise for cancer treatment. Curiously, they discovered this technology simultaneously in different regions and accused one another of plagiarism. General Chang, what about your region of Huaxia? Aside from the sold-out sales of oracle bones at traditional Chinese medicine shops, the chaos within the A-share market, the lottery sales surging overnight by an astonishing 50,000 times, and the long queues outside the Civil Affairs Bureau for divorces, along with the bright illumination of intersections at night for the sake of ancestral offerings. There have been no particularly grievous incidents occurring here for the time being. Shi Chang answered a portion of Chang Wei's inquiries. Shi Chang, did I ask you to speak? Chang Weishi inquired, before candidly revealing a monumental corruption case unraveled overnight, revealing systemic corruption, with numerous developers fleeing. The impact of this on us is, I believe, self-evident. This case, in itself, is one that we can meticulously unravel. Is there more to this matter? Shi Chang inquired, yet Chang Weishi chose to disregard him. He rapped on the table and declared, Comrades, we are engaged in a war that is a declaration of hostilities against all humanity. The most perilous moment has arrived. The virtual world of Trisolaris. ETO is convening. They formed a circle around a blazing inferno, the flames casting a crimson glow upon each of their faces, which were alight with joy and triumph. Comrades, just last night, the number of those who have pledged to join us has doubled. Qin Shi Huang proclaimed. I never imagined our strength could be so formidable. Newton exclaimed excitedly. It is primarily the power of the Sapan, the power of the master. Confucius intoned reverently. Yet, how arduous it is for the Sapan to inscribe in the eyes of so many. Only that scoundrel Lin Chen would dare to employ the sapon in such a manner. Though Zhou and Wang scolded, a smile still lingered at the corners of his mouth. Where has Professor Lin gone? Will he not emerge to receive our accolades? Von Neumann inquired. Him? He is now surrounded by his acolytes, revered as a mentor. It is said that, according to his method of burning oracle bones, the likelihood of the sapon manifesting is 2 or 3 times greater than for others. Even some scientists have begun to study how to burn oracle bones more efficiently. They are envious of the discoveries made by biologists in their field. However, if they were truly bestowed with knowledge by the master, then their originally correct paths of research would be abandoned. Why had we not thought of this approach before? Einstein mused, furrowing his brow. I do not know why. But I have an inkling that Lin Chen understands the master better than we do. He seems to know what the master comprehends and what he does not. Yet, this understanding is something we have only gained through prolonged practice and communication. How is it that he grasps it all at once? Let us not dwell on such matters. I believe our organization should expand. Might we even possess a tangible nation? Newton gestured grandly. To have a tangible nation while appearing anti-human? Only to be annihilated? Einstein scoffed, adding, our current achievements stem from operating in the shadows while they remain in the light, exploiting their inherent contradictions. Do not indulge in such fanciful aspirations. Confucius queried, but if we lack a sufficiently large organization in reality, how can we accommodate so many who seek to pledge allegiance to us? As before, let them engage in the Trisolaris game. Only those who can comprehend it shall be deemed worthy to join us, Einstein replied. Is such a selection process not rather inefficient? Newton questioned. Yet it is safe, Einstein asserted. The master will ensure our safety. Newton rarely countered Einstein's words. In response, Einstein found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, with the sapon that can scrutinize all, what is there to fear regarding safety? Meanwhile, Lin Chen at home rubbed his dry eyes. He had spent nearly the entire day engaged in real-time dialogue with the Sahan. For the first time, he felt as though he resembled a demon. However, he understood that, aside from himself, no one else could undertake this task. The Trisolarans had already begun transmitting technology to humanity. The knowledge conveyed was largely esoteric. If humanity continued down this path, it would likely lead to an irreversible abyss. Countless scientists would squander their youth and exhaust Earth's resources in pursuit of endeavors that might offer temporary utility but held little promise for the future. Yet, this concern was trivial. Once humanity became aware of the source of these technologies being the Trisolarans and learned of their intentions to invade Earth, people would undoubtedly scrutinize these technologies with utmost caution. At that moment, they would be astonished to uncover the Trisolarans' methodologies in their research. The Trisolarans, unable to conceal their habitual thought processes, would inadvertently reveal their customary ways of thinking. In the realm of scientific inquiry, those practices that seemed routine to them were likely nurtured under the shadow of specific technologies or theories. These potential shadows would become the direction humanity needed to explore moving forward. Thus, even if the research into the fundamental structure of matter was stymied by the Sophons, it would still provide a general trajectory for human endeavors. If fortune favored them, it could result in a technological explosion. Of course, all this hinged on Lin Chen's ability to regain control of the situation. Otherwise, before the anticipated technological explosion could manifest, a significant downturn might precede it. Having arrived at this juncture, as Lin Chen expressed to Pan Han, he realized that there was no turning back. Nevertheless, he felt no pressure. After all, this was not his home. Chapter 30, The Era of Madness, Part 5. At this moment, a knock echoed at Lin Chen's door. He had not received any alerts from Jizi, suggesting that there was a low probability of danger. However, Jizi was currently preoccupied, tirelessly creating miracles across the globe. So Lin Chen opted to exercise caution. After all, any disruption at this critical juncture could unravel everything that lay ahead. Peering through the peephole, Lin Chen beheld a young man whom he did not recognize. Professor Lin, I am sure Xiaoming, residing in this very building. May I consult you regarding a few inquiries? The young man called out from outside. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly in surprise. Shi Xiaoming? Was he the son of Shi Chang? You live upstairs, do you? Do you truly think me so gullible? With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, Lin Chen opened the door to ascertain the intentions of this little trickster. To his astonishment, as soon as the door swung open, Shi Xiaoming rushed in, brandishing his phone and insisting on a selfie with Lin Chen. The professor could already foresee the young man's ulterior motive, riding on his coattails for fame. In the original narrative, this fellow had failed to inherit any of his father's virtues, instead immersing himself in a plethora of dubious practices that ultimately led him to prison. Nevertheless, from a future perspective, it became evident that this individual possessed a certain acumen, managing to amass a considerable fortune through deceitful schemes post-incarceration. He even foresaw a hibernation period that allowed him to evade the impending economic downturn. Lin Chen suddenly perceived that this Shi Xiaoming might serve a purpose in his overarching plans, given his lineage as Shi Chang's son. Establishing a connection with Shi Xiaoming could forge a link between him and Shi Chang, facilitating the transfer of valuable information. However, he pondered whether this young man truly possessed the capability to navigate such matters without falling victim to the repercussions himself. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen concluded that such considerations were unnecessary, as the young man had approached him of his own volition. This was his own choice. Young man, with your enthusiasm and eagerness to learn, feel free to come in and share your queries, Lin Chen said with a warm smile, leaving Shi Xiaoming momentarily stunned. He had intended to snap a quick photo and then scurry off to deceive others, but he hadn't anticipated that this Professor Lin would be so approachable. Without allowing him time to ponder, Lin Chen grasped his hand and ushered him into the living room. Professor Lin, I wish to inquire about some physics-related matters. Shi Xiaoming stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. From this statement, Lin Chen discerned that the lad was still rather inexperienced, prompting him to skip the usual pleasantries. Forget the physics questions for now. First, tell me, which household upstairs bears the surname Shi? Lin Chen directly probed. Shi Xiaoming's gaze involuntarily shifted. They reside on the top floor. Let me tell you, when it comes to deception, one cannot be so naive. If you do not believe your own words, how can you expect others to? Lin Chen admonished sternly. Shi Xiaoming felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Do you know why you lack conviction in your own deceit? Lin Chen pressed. Why? Because you lack certainty. Did you conduct any research before attempting to deceive? Are you aware of how many residents inhabit this building? Do you know their surnames? Which individuals will reside here for only a brief period? And which ones are permanent residents? The youth today seem to be rather restless, showing little inclination to conduct any surveys, Lin Chen remarked. Shi Xiaoming fell silent, now merely seeking an excuse to escape. Hand me your phone. No way. I will not delete your photos. If I did not wish for you to capture my image, I wouldn't even open the door. So what do you propose? I will give you my phone number. You, my friend, are rather opportunistic. I happen to need some assistance, so why not join me? Really? Shi Xiaoming, filled with doubt, passed over his phone. Lin Chen took it and promptly deleted the photos stored within. Shi Xiaoming remained speechless, yet he did indeed save his phone number in the contacts. All right, let us go. Discuss this with your family, and if they agree, come find me, Lin Chen said, patting Shi Xiaoming on the back and sending him on his way. It was only then that Ji began to type in his vision. This is the son of that officer, Shi Chang. No wonder. Are you planning to take him in? Why not? He is the enemy's son. Isn't that precisely advantageous? Presently, only the Asian region exhibits any willingness to resist. Other regions are already showing signs of turning inward amidst their own turmoil. Therefore, if we strategically break through in Asia, victory shall ultimately belong to us, Lin Chen asserted. Humanity's belief in science is more easily shattered than we presume. Indeed. Do you think that after allowing Shi Xiaoming to leave, he will return? He will, you know? The ultimate principle of deception is not the intricacy of the deceit itself, but rather the desire of the deceived to be deceived, rooted in their abundance of fantasies. I find it hard to grasp the term fantasy in the three-body world. Excessive imagination is not permitted, as it consumes too many resources. Thus, your capacity for deception has not developed well. I believe I am gradually comprehending deception. It entails distorting meaning and then presenting it to others. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. I understand this now. No, you do not comprehend. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself is merely a figurative expression. A cunning deceiver does not fool themselves. They merely present themselves as wholly convinced of the matter. However, your three-body thought process is transparent. Therefore, when you contemplate how to deceive others, your thoughts are laid bare, necessitating that you begin by deceiving yourself to achieve successful deception. Ultimately, you have failed to consider the innate capacity of humans to conceal. Lin Chen pondered silently. He then stated, "Congratulations, you have fully grasped the concept of deception." Lin Chen suddenly felt his misdirection was rather effective. Yet, it was evident that this would not resolve the confusion faced by the three-body beings. The existence of tangible realities cannot be distorted through mere language. Lin Chen could only lead the Trisolarans to take a few more detours. "Thank you. But we still cannot comprehend how a society riddled with deception and distortion can achieve stability. You previously expressed curiosity as to why I invited Shi Xiaoming to assist me. Did you not? Indeed, I find it perplexing that you allowed him entry without knowing his identity after he knocked on your door. Such behavior is understandable. Yet, once you discovered he was the son of Shi Chong, why did you still choose to employ him? This is the crux of the matter. There exists a term in human society known as trust. Trust? Given the prevalence of deceit, one cannot ascertain whether others are being truthful, hence the necessity for trust. I fail to grasp this. Trust is inherently established prior to deception. If someone expresses it, does that not signify their belief?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He needed to consider how the Trisolarans think. Thus, with certain keywords, he occasionally struggled to navigate the complexity, for he is merely human, constrained by his own limitations. However, Lin Chen was not as straightforward as Evans. He would not assist the Trisolarans in unearthing every detail. "If you cannot, allow me to teach. If I teach you and you still cannot grasp it, then the fault lies with you, not with my instruction. Therefore," Lin Chen stated, "observe how I act, and you shall understand what trust truly is." Very well, teaching through practice is a commendable approach. Lin Chen was aware that he might never elucidate this matter. Yet, he could postpone the explanation. The current variable was Evans, a factor beyond Lin Chen's control. The only temporal reference he possessed was the moment when Luo Ji met Yu Wenjie. Before this encounter, Evans had not yet instructed the Trisolarans on the art of concealment. Subsequently, it was highly probable that the Trisolarans would suddenly acquire the ability to hide, imparted by Evans. Thus, all must transpire before that juncture. Chapter 31. The Era of Madness, Part 6. Due to the official closure of online channels under the guise of investigation, Lin Chen resolved to transition to offline methods. Disseminating metaphysical knowledge through offline channels proved to be more manageable, allowing for the engagement of specific scientists or personnel for this purpose. Concurrently, to align with Lin Chen's endeavors, Zizi would need to manifest her presence, thereby enhancing the quality of the information shared. That very evening, Lin Chen conveyed his thoughts to the Trisolarans, who naturally acquiesced to his proposal. In fact, the Trisolarans deemed it even more efficient to enlist particular scientists to skew the direction of their research. The optimal approach to contacting scientists involved exploring the fringes of science, prompting Lin Chen to assign Pan Han the task of reaching out to Xin Yufei. He intended for those active at the scientific frontier to swiftly devise a plan. However, recalling the complications between Pan Han and Xin Yufei in the original narrative, Lin Chen abandoned the idea of allowing Pan Han to approach her alone, opting instead to accompany him. He wished to avert any potential mishaps that might arise from Pan Han's impulsive actions. At this juncture, it was also time to meet with the Salvationists. Yet, the following morning, it was Wang Miao who sought out Lin Chen. His demeanor evidently improved compared to before. "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten that we agreed to meet Yang Dong's mother," Lin Chen exclaimed as he opened the door to find Wang Miao standing there. In truth, Lin Chen had subconsciously wished to avoid a meeting with Yu Wenjie. Thus far, she was the only one privy to the dark forest theory, and in the future, the Trisolarans would care solely about this theory. Everything else was of no consequence to them. Consequently, Lin Chen understood that he could engage in reckless behavior, even deceive the Trisolarans, for in their eyes, he was merely an insignificant insect performing for their amusement. However, should he truly comprehend the dark forest theory, the Trisolarans would have no choice but to take notice, placing him squarely on their kill list, a fate he wished to evade. Are we leaving now? You seem quite busy lately, Wang Miao inquired. You have it easier than I do. Has the countdown in your eyes been resolved? Once I halted the nanotechnology experiment. It came to an end, Wang Miao replied, rubbing his eyes. Seems like a miracle has occurred. Lin Chen nodded as he stepped out of his home alongside Wang Miao. Upon reaching the ground floor, he glanced around and indeed spotted a black Santana. Though he could not discern the occupants within, he remained uncertain if Shicheng was inside. Did you take a taxi? Lin Chen asked. Wang Miao nodded, his expression steady. I feared the countdown might relapse. That would be perilous. That's a reasonable explanation. Very well, let us take my car. Lin Chen drove Wang Miao out of the residential complex, and the black Santana followed closely behind. Not wishing to let Wang Miao steer the conversation, Lin Chen casually initiated small talk. More and more people around the world are witnessing revelations. Some refer to it as black magic. Some refer to it as the will of God, while many here attribute it to the manifestation of our ancestors. Yet, you are different. Within your eyes lies a countdown that has persisted for quite some time. Have you ever contemplated what it will be like when the countdown concludes? Wang Miao rested his arm on the car window, his gaze drifting aimlessly outside. No, I do not wish to let these thoughts disrupt my life any longer. I do not want to dwell on such matters. You are right. The world has become so chaotic due to these issues precisely because individuals like you are scarce. Lin Chen concurred. However, I have another thought, Wang Miao continued. Go on. The first signs of trouble originated from the particle accelerator, where the collision experiments exhibited instability and irregularities. The experimental data was entirely chaotic. Indeed. Moreover, an increasing number of phenomena began to manifest on the human retina. So, Professor Lin, there is a commonality among these occurrences. Lin Chen remained silent, pondering for a moment before articulating. High-energy particles. It seems you had contemplated this long before I did, Wang Miao remarked with a hint of admiration. If someone can manipulate high-energy particles, they could alter the collision patterns in the particle accelerator or project symbols or countdowns onto the human retina. This is nearly the essence of the truth. Lin Chen understood that in this era, tumultuous due to the influence of softens, even though most people are unable to focus on research. There are always a few who steadfastly believe in their understanding, seeking patterns and explanations. Ding Yi is one such individual. Perhaps Wang Miao now counts as half of one. So, how do you interpret the significance of the words on the retina? It is said that many scientists have drawn inspiration from them. If someone can indeed manipulate high-energy particles, it is clear that their expertise far surpasses ours. They could certainly impart knowledge to the scientists, Wang Miao asserted confidently. Lin Chen could hardly believe it was Wang Miao speaking. Was he truly this astute in the original work? Had Shicheng been advising him from behind the scenes? Yet Shicheng's grasp of these concepts was not profound. Perhaps the two had engaged in extensive discussions, leading them to such conclusions. What do you think would be this person's intention? Lin Chen inquired. It seems they have succeeded in compelling humanity to abandon scientific reasoning through the rearview mirror. Lin Chen noticed Wang Miao staring intently at him. However, he sensed more than just Wang Miao's gaze. It was as if both Shicheng and Wang Miao were fixating on him, waiting for him to reveal a flaw. Abandoned it, and then what? Lin Chen asked. Then human civilization would face destruction, Wang Miao replied. That is an intriguing notion, yet the rebuttal is straightforward. If one possesses such power, wielding technology that far exceeds human civilization, why does he not simply annihilate human civilization? Does he derive pleasure from this farce? This is also a question that perplexes me. Professor Lin, do you perceive me as an omniscient being? If your assertions hold true, then divination will forever elude me. And there is no need for you to inquire further. The forthcoming moments belong to silence. Wang Miao realizes that he cannot extract any information from Lin Chen. Similarly, Lin Chen understands that he is incapable of revealing anything to Wang Miao. Explaining the nature of the Saphan to humanity is akin to elucidating the concept of concealment to the Trisolaris. It necessitates extensive clarification. Speaking about the Saphan under the scrutiny of its surveillance, Lin Chen might as well choose to drive into a wall. Before long, they arrived at the address provided by Ding Yi. Chapter 32, The Age of Madness 7. The door was opened by a woman in her 60s. With graying hair and a slender figure. She wore glasses, and upon hearing Wang Miao's explanation for their visit, she displayed genuine emotion. However, upon learning Lin Chen's name, her gaze lingered on him with a notable scrutiny. She then invited both of them inside. Xiao Wang, Xiao Lin, please find a place to sit. You may also take a look in Dongdong's room. The children want to eat steamed buns when they return, so I must start preparing the dough, she said. Children? Wang Miao inquired. Oh, they are the neighbor's children, one named Nan Nan, another called Yang Yang, and the last one Mimi. Their parents are busy with work, so they have been left in my care, Yu Wenjie replied before heading into the kitchen. To Lin Chen's surprise, Wang Miao did not go to Yang Dong's room. Aren't you going to check on Yang Dong's room? Lin Chen asked. No, there's nothing worth seeing. I'm here primarily to fulfill Ding E's request. Let us not mention any painful memories regarding the elder, Wang Miao replied in a hushed tone, seemingly wishing to keep his words from Yi Wenjie's ears. This response left Lin Chen quite astonished. In his recollections, the original Wang Miao was deeply infatuated with Yang Dong. Wang Miao's transformation made Lin Chen feel increasingly ensnared in an unfathomable web of causality. He initially sought to extricate himself, yet the more he tried, the deeper he sank. But what could Lin Chen do? After waking from a 3-day slumber, the ETO members were already before him. He was being propelled forward. After kneading the dough and covering it with a cloth in a large bowl, Yi Wenjie emerged. The ensuing conversation deviated entirely from Lin Chen's memories. Wang Miao made no mention of Yang Dong. In fact, he was careful to avoid the topic altogether. It wasn't until the conclusion of their discussion that Yi Wenjie first brought up Yang Dong's full name. Xiao Wang. Will you be attending Yang Dong's funeral this Saturday? Well, I've only met Yang Dong once. Wang Miao seemed hesitant to commit. Originally, the funeral was supposed to take place a month ago, but due to recent developments in physics and an ongoing investigation, it had been postponed until now. Yi Wenjie spoke slowly, yet each word flowed soothingly, reminiscent of gentle water. At this juncture, Lin Chen was truly convinced that Wang Miao harbored no lingering feelings for Yang Dong. It seemed that Wang Miao had come to Yi Wenjie more for the conversation they had shared in the car with Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt like a mere supporting character in this scene, eager to expedite its conclusion. He had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Yi Wenjie. Yet her kind gaze upon him made Lin Chen acutely aware of the elderly woman's attention. This was quite unsettling and perilous. Wang Miao, it's getting late. Shall we? Lin Chen seized an opportune moment to voice his desire to leave. Yes, it is indeed getting late. Then, Teacher Yi, we shall take our leave for today. We will come to visit you often in the future. However, as Lin Chen and Wang Miao prepared to depart, a remark from Yi Wenjie left Lin Chen feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles for the next 2 hours. Xiao Lin, it seems you have something weighing on your mind. Is there something you wish to discuss with me privately? Wang Miao glanced at Lin Chen, resigned. Lin Chen took a deep breath and replied to Wang Miao, I cannot see you off. Do you truly have a question you wish to ask? Something rather personal, perhaps. Lin Chen stated, could I refuse? Yi Wenjie is the nominal leader of the organization. If I decline, it would only imply that I have issues. Very well. Wang Miao hesitated but made no further delay. When Lin Chen turned to face Yi Wenjie, she had already brewed a fresh pot of tea, signaling what appeared to be a lengthy discussion ahead. Xiao Lin, I heard that you have also joined the organization? Yi Wenjie casually broached the subject of ETO. Yes, Teacher Yi, not long ago. You need not call me Teacher Yi. The age difference between us is merely a little over 10 years, Yi Wenjie remarked, pouring tea for Lin Chen. Then, shall I call you Commander? Lin Chen hesitated to ask. You seem more suited to that title than I am now. No, Teacher Yi. I am aware of the source of my power. Although many in the world perceive me as unique, I know I am not. I am merely supported by the organization. Without it, I am nothing, Lin Chen asserted, pouring a cup of tea for Yi Wenjie in return. He then raised the cup in a toast, stating, You are different. You founded the organization. Without you, we would have nothing, we would be nothing. The current organization was not created by me, but by Evans. Only the descendants believe he is the leader, Lin Chen noted. Yet, the descendants wield the greatest influence. Yi Wenjie countered, pointing at Lin Chen. And what about you? I am certainly also part of the descendants. However, recently, many newcomers have joined the organization. They seem to wish to establish a metaphysical faction, believing I am the one to lead it. A metaphysical faction? The descendants, the salvation faction, and the survivors. All three share a common belief. They think they know that their master truly exists. However, many of the newcomers do not share this conviction. They view the so-called master as merely a figment of the organization's imagination, something that does not exist, while miracles are eternal. If a miracle suggests that humanity is destined for destruction, they would interpret that as divine will. Thus, they joined our organization. When did this occur? Yi Wenjie inquired. Just in the past couple of days. The organization has been expanding at an unimaginable pace, faster than ever before. Many have begun to call me sovereign. Meanwhile, those involved in dark magic refer to me as the Holy Sun. The Buddhists claim I am a reincarnation, and the followers of God assert that I am an angel. Even within our local Taoism, some say I am the incarnation of the three pure ones. They all seek the right to interpret, and at times, I scarcely dare to leave my home. Lin Chen concluded with a self-deprecating laugh. You have indeed exerted considerable effort, however. The direction of some of your endeavors may be misguided, Yi Wenjie remarked. Are you referring to the actions currently undertaken by the organization? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed. The original purpose of the organization was to facilitate the arrival of the Trisolarans to resolve the insurmountable challenges faced by humanity. We ought not to exacerbate these issues prior to their arrival. Such actions would undoubtedly heighten their difficulties. Lin Chen understood that the entity in question was the Trisolaran civilization. He intended to express that the Trisolarans would remain indifferent, perceiving humanity as powerless insects. Yet, the words faltered on his lips, for voicing such a sentiment might shift the discourse towards how to compel the Trisolarans to care. Should that occur, he feared the conversation might veer into the realms of cosmic sociology, a topic he wished to avoid. Thus, Lin Chen settled for, we have always been this way. Did not your era mirror this as well? While uttering these words, he averted his gaze from Yi Wenjie. However, moments later, the silence prompted him to glance in her direction, curious about her reaction. In the next instant, the intensity of her gaze seemed to pierce through him, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. Had this elder discerned the most profound truths of his inner thoughts? You are aware of our era. Yet perhaps you remain oblivious to the particulars of our interactions with them. Yi Wenjie continued, following Lin Chen's lead. Was this a gesture of goodwill? Or was it merely a figment of my imagination? Lin Chen pondered to himself. Indeed, I have yet to delve into those matters. Chapter 33. The Age of Madness, Part 8. At your age, you should have experienced those events, Yi Wenjie stated. Lin Chen shook his head. I was still quite young at that time, and the struggles in our area were not particularly severe. Some places during that era remained untouched. Our village lacked even a proper road, making the transmission of information exceedingly difficult. Then let me recount it all for you, she continued. In our era, things were far more chaotic than they are now. Yet you still persevered, Lin Chen consoled. However, some did not. Some remained forever ensnared in that time. Much like my father, Yujitai. Yi Wenjie's gaze seemed to drift back to a distant past, her voice transporting Lin Chen to that bygone era. She recounted the entire tale, from the day her father was denounced and executed by the young revolutionaries, to by Mulin's sacrifice of Yi Wenjie for her own protection, and then to her work at Red Shore. In truth, Lin Chen had already encountered these narratives in books. Yet, many years later, as Yi Wenjie narrated them before him, he found himself enveloped in an unexpected tranquility. As she reached the conclusion, she reflected on those who had condemned her father. None showed any remorse. The slightest flicker of doubt regarding her own profound betrayal had vanished entirely. From that moment, the aspiration to introduce higher civilizations into the human realm became her unwavering ideal. It was then that she met Evans. Are you familiar with this part of history? I am, Teacher Yi. Evans has shared the remaining story with me. He used his wealth to establish the second Red Shore base, Lin Chen replied. Indeed, you have listened to my account. What are your thoughts on these tales? Yi Wenjie inquired, lifting her teacup to moisten her throat. You are asking for my perspective? Lin Chen echoed her question. This is a challenging inquiry, he mused. An obvious answer loomed before him. The ETO's conclusion. Humanity was irredeemable, and Yi Wenjie had acted correctly. However, from the glimmer of expectation in her gaze, he discerned her unspoken desire. I wish to hear your genuine answer, the truth from your heart. Lin Chen increasingly wished to believe that Yi Wenjie was unaware of the fact that the Sophins not only obstructed human technological advancement, but also surveilled people's actions. Otherwise, the sympathetic elder would not have posed such a request. Yet, he could never be certain. I need to reflect on this, Lin Chen said, pouring himself a cup of tea. It was only when he sipped that he realized it had grown lukewarm. Teacher Yi, as one ages, experience accumulates, often leading to deeper contemplation than in youth. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Chen asked. Indeed, in youth, one rarely contemplates so deeply, often propelled forward by an invisible force. Yi Wenjie nodded in agreement. Then you must have arrived at your own conclusion by now. Lin Chen affirmed her intent. Lin Chen remained reluctant to respond, for he understood that should he answer correctly, the knowledge imparted by Yi Wenjie would likely not be directed towards Luoji. However, I would like to hear your thoughts. I am growing old, and though my ideas may abound, my vigor has waned, Yi Wenjie remarked. Lin Chen poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one go. Have you read Floating City? It is a novel. I have. In it, there is a scenario where a city is destined to sink into the sea, and a group of people goes door to door confiscating life rings, gathering them to destroy them. If not everyone can survive, then no one shall. A little girl excitedly pulls them to her doorstep, claiming they have more at home. Do you think anyone has erred in this? No, Yi Wenjie replied. Lin Chen nodded. Teacher Yi, that is my answer. Our city was never constructed to withstand the ocean, so when confronted with insurmountable challenges, we can only seek assistance from external forces, namely the Trisolaris. Yi Wenjie fell silent for a considerable time after hearing this. Lin Chen quietly observed the white strands of hair atop her head. Yet he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Earlier, Xiaowang addressed you as Professor Lin. I have yet to inquire about your field of study. Yi Wenjie abruptly shifted the topic. Archaeology, though my theoretical knowledge is rather lacking. Then you must possess a fair understanding of history, Yi Wenjie inquired. Upon hearing this question, Lin Chen experienced a pang of discomfort, sensing that Yi Wenjie was poised to impart some secret knowledge. Teacher Yi, it is getting late. I have an engagement and will soon be tardy. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Chen suddenly realized that he could enlist Yi Wenjie to facilitate assistance from Xin Yufei and her faction. This would likely prove simpler than having Pan Han or himself approach the issue as a member of the Descendants faction, thereby saving considerable time. He thus made this request, to which Yi Wenjie acquiesced, adding that the rescue faction desired a direct dialogue with the Trisolaris. After agreeing, Lin Chen prepared to depart, but at the last moment, he heard Yi Wenjie say, Saturday is Dongdong's funeral. You should come. Very well, Teacher Yi, Lin Chen replied, yet he knew he would not attend. However, he also understood that from that day forth, Evans might soon teach the Trisolaris the meaning of concealment. In the time that followed, Lin Chen bypassed Pan Han to contact Xin Yufei directly. She consented to collaborate with Pan Han in disseminating metaphysical ideas, encouraging scientists to attend his lecture. Lin Chen promised her that in a month's time, he would act as a bridge for her direct communication with the Trisolaris. Yet, such actions incited Evans' ire. That very day, in the virtual realm of the Trisolaran world, Lin Chen had a private meeting with Evans once more. What is your purpose in doing this? Evans inquired, gazing at the stable sun in the sky. They merely seek an exchange, Lin Chen replied. The deity they envision does not exist. The true master is far more merciless than they imagine. Such actions will only plunge them into despair. I am aware of this. Then why do you still comply? If I refuse, will they not harbor such desires? Or do you intend to comply in my stead if I do not? What do you mean? The world has already begun to descend into chaos, and the number of those willing to join the organization is steadily increasing. The saviors are, evidently, a malignant growth that must be excised. It is better to eradicate it sooner than later. The newcomers can clearly replace the saviors. They do not even wish to believe in the existence of a deity 4 light years away. Such faith is more untainted and far easier for us to manipulate. We merely need to issue commands through the Sophins, and they will perceive it as divine revelation. However, unlike the saviors, these newcomers believe in you. Are you attempting to usurp power from me? Evans exclaimed in anger. Lin Chen smiled, his thoughts not extending as far as one might presume. For in the not-too-distant future, this group, regardless of who they are, will be abandoned by the Trisolaris. Thus, Lin Chen simply explained, Evans, Pan Han does not require a retreat, but I do. I must seize a portion of power while you are still powerless against me. Otherwise, I shall meet a grim fate. After uttering these words, Lin Chen disconnected. His audacity had its reasons. For now, he is the focal point of the world. Evans cannot afford to eliminate him. Meanwhile, across the Pacific Ocean, Evans felt an overwhelming fatigue. Not only was he powerless against Lin Chen, but he also had to devote himself entirely to managing the influx of newcomers to the organization. The exponential growth in membership had rendered the organization's management exceedingly challenging, leaving him utterly drained, incapable of attending to other matters. On one hand, he felt elated by the organization's rapid expansion. On the other, a vague apprehension regarding Lin Chen's intentions gnawed at him. Yet, from any perspective, Lin Chen was undoubtedly acting rightly. He was disrupting this world. The once diligent physicists had been cast aside by this era, while opportunists seeking to ascend through metaphysical means were elevated by him. More importantly, due to Lin Chen's ostentatious promotion, many were already instilling metaphysical knowledge into children during their education. Everyone yearned for shortcuts. The arduous and treacherous path of physics would be neglected. Lin Chen's actions were nearly a death knell. So malicious. Did this not, in fact, affirm his loyalty to the master? Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Evans could not fathom why he felt such unease. Chapter 34. Trust, Part 1. Lin Chen's inaugural offline lecture was scheduled to take place at a university, where the spacious venue was filled to capacity. The majority of attendees were scientists from various fields. Among them were those who had toiled for years in their respective disciplines without making any significant progress, now seeking a stroke of luck. Others were driven by jealousy, motivated by a colleague's sudden inspiration derived from a belief in some form of spirituality, achieving accomplishments that eclipsed their own. Additionally, some had already witnessed remarkable phenomena, thus fostering an even greater belief that Lin Chen possessed something extraordinary to offer. In essence, these individuals had been profoundly influenced by the current academic landscape. They were fervently eager to contribute to their fields in this era of burgeoning development. At times, they pondered whether, in the realm of metaphysics, the world's distribution of time and space was also inherently irregular. They questioned if, after this period, it would become increasingly difficult to employ such methodologies. Could it be that they might struggle throughout their lives to achieve significant breakthroughs? Consequently, their faces bore an ever-present urgency. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to regard Lin Chen, standing on the stage, as their savior. This marked the first instance in which Lin Chen gained a clear understanding of his influence. Previously, he had only observed the data transmitted by ZZ. How many lives were lost due to certain events? How many individuals began to embrace metaphysical beliefs as a result of specific influences? These figures had merely represented an incremental increase and had not rendered them human to him. Thus, Lin Chen often experienced a sense of detachment, akin to playing a game, a feeling exacerbated by his own status as an outsider in this world. However, as he was met with the eager gazes of his audience, he came to a profound realization of the impact he had made. Professor Lin, you have arrived. There is hope for our academic community in H province, exclaimed a scholar, significantly older than Lin Chen. Professor Lin, we have brought oracle bones. Please enlighten us with the true methods. Another person spread a bag of oracle bones across the table. The emergence of a great figure like you is truly a blessing for our nation. These scientists, typically reserved, were not adept at flattery, which rendered their praise somewhat disconcerting. Yet, Lin Chen discerned a current of fervent madness in their humble attempts to lower themselves before him. Meeting their expectant gazes, he felt an inexplicable dizziness wash over him. In the ensuing moments, he was uncertain of what he had articulated. He merely sensed his mouth moving, followed by waves of applause from the audience. The more he spoke, the louder the cheers grew. It worked. It truly manifested. Some proclaimed. Others lamented, why is this not my research direction? Must I abandon years of effort? Meanwhile, a few ecstatic individuals hastily contacted their laboratories, exclaiming, this is my latest theoretical research. Expedite the experimental validation. I need to see results. The entire lecture lasted for just over an hour. However, nearly everyone successfully glimpsed research directions and results they had previously deemed unimaginable. Following this, Lin Chen's reputation within the academic community was irrevocably established. Outside the venue, a black sedan was enveloped in a haze of smoke. "Captain Shi, are we not going in to apprehend anyone?" Xiao Zheng inquired, as he and Shi Chang had been watching from outside for quite some time. They had received news of Lin Chen's lecture well in advance. Chang Weisi remarked that they could not make an arrest without legitimate grounds. Shi Chang lit another cigarette, silently observing the entrance. "Isn't he promoting a cult in a public gathering? Isn't that grounds for arrest?" Xiaojing asked. "A cult? How do you know this isn't science? Those definitions have already become contentious. The higher-ups are in disarray," Shi Chang replied. Some were seizing the opportunity to stir trouble. And Chang Weisi was under immense pressure, having not slept for days. Shi Chang shook his head. "If things continue like this, it will be endless. Zhang, society is on the brink of chaos. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Now, almost anyone can tarnish another's reputation under the guise of metaphysics. In such times, one must tread carefully and not add to old Chang's troubles." Shi Chang's brow furrowed, realizing the situation was even more urgent than he had anticipated. Although there was no significant unrest like that seen abroad, the discourse surrounding science and metaphysics was already in turmoil. This confusion would inevitably trickle down. At that moment, Lin Chen's lecture concluded, and scientists began to emerge one after another. Shi Chang observed in silence until he spotted two familiar faces in the crowd, Lin Chen and Pan Han. Lin Chen was surrounded by admirers who posed questions, expressed gratitude, and revered him. Just then, Lin Chen's gaze turned towards the black sedan where Shi Chang and Xiao Zheng were seated. This marked their second exchange of glances. "Captain Shi, he noticed us," Xiao Zheng remarked beside him. "It's fine," just as Shi Chang was about to speak. Another figure leaned into Lin Chen's space, someone he never expected, his son, Shi Xiaoming. That child resembles Xiaoming so much, Xiao Zheng noted, having seen the boy as well. Receiving no response, he felt a pang of unease and looked at Shi Chang, whose fingers were deeply embedded in the brown leather of the steering wheel. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was Saturday. Lin Chen had not attended Yang Dong's funeral. He had only received this news from Ji late at night. "I heard a conversation that was somewhat incomprehensible," Lin Chen reflected. He knew it was a dialogue capable of determining the fate of two civilizations. According to the original timeline, on this very day, the Trisolaris also learned the art of concealment from Evans. However, due to Lin Chen's actions, Evans had not had sufficient time to communicate further with Ji, which meant that, thus far, the Trisolaris remained unaware of the concept of concealment. Yet, after enduring so much, Lin Chen, the chaos of the world has become increasingly unbearable. He felt that perhaps it was time for him to bring closure to this matter. "Do you consider this dialogue significant?" "Indeed, it is of great importance. Yet, there are certain aspects I still find perplexing. Thus, I seek your assistance in clarifying them." "Who is conversing with whom?" "It is a dialogue between Yi Wenjie and a sociologist named Luoji. You might consult Evans." "I am entirely unfamiliar with Yi Wenjie, and it is unlikely I could glean any insights from her words," Lin Chen retorted. "Evans is quite busy at present. Yet he is already aware of that conversation and is contemplating its implications. That is commendable. However, we also require your input." "No, perhaps I have been mistaken all along. I might only mislead you. I wish to instill in you the virtue of trust. Yet as I retrace my thoughts, I realize you possess a fundamental misunderstanding of concepts such as deception and trust." "What is it?" Chapter 35, Trust, Part 2. Lin Chen stood by the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, and inquired, "We need to redirect the discussion towards seeing and thinking. This is synonymous." "No, it is not. Were you not contesting this at that time, or has your understanding evolved?" "At that moment, I had not considered a critical issue. I assumed you were referring to the wastefulness of humanity, thus I employed the examples of saying and thinking. From an efficiency standpoint, if these two terms could indeed be synonymous, then the efficiency of human communication would increase tenfold, if not 100-fold. However, this inefficacy in communication is an inherent flaw of humanity from birth. They are doomed to this inefficient mode of interaction, It is impossible to render them synonymous, even if we desire to do so. I presumed you shared this belief. No, I did not. I believed you were asserting that they were synonymous. You previously mentioned that an individual created saying and thinking, deceiving everyone and rendering them inefficient. Indeed, that deceiver is referred to as the creator among humankind. Is this creator the deity of your religious beliefs, or is it the goddess Nuwa from your traditional mythology? Why do you perceive him as a genuine being? Because that is the essence of humanity. Their imagination invariably manifests in such realms. When speaking, if one does not engage with these notions, the discourse feels rigid. You are also inefficient. It is merely that you have yet to acclimate. This is the logic of our dialogue. Your logic is exceedingly complex and wasteful. Have you ever contemplated addressing issues through our human perspective, thereby gaining insight into human history and culture? Now, elucidate why you equate thinking with saying, terms that are evidently not synonymous. To be frank, had you not been so confident, I might not have been misled by you. You humans constantly entertain myriad thoughts. Naturally, synonyms imply identical meanings. Thinking denotes cognitive activity, while saying conveys the content of that thought to others. Do you truly consider these two to be equivalent? What distinction exists? As you stated, I uttered that I thought. Thus I could articulate. Indeed, this is the logic of human speech, but if you were to reverse it, would it still hold? Certainly. I thought. Thus I proved I spoke. I spoke, therefore I could think. This is entirely untenable from a human perspective. How do you communicate? Our brainwaves are significantly more potent than yours, allowing for direct reception among peers. I comprehend now. This delineates our differences. For humanity, it is imperative to modulate sound through vocal cords and transmit it to another's ear to convey information. Inefficient. Indeed. But beyond inefficiency, what else exists? Perhaps you cannot grasp the concepts of deceit, strategy, and disguise inherent to humanity, which stem from this very foundation. What do you imply? Now, let us conduct a small experiment, expressing in our mathematical language the sum of 1 and 1. Very well, when I next inquire about the result of 1 plus 1, you may tell me it equals 3. Excellent. What is 1 plus 1? Our experiment has met with resounding success. Successful? What does this prove? You may replicate the latter part of our experiment on Evans and observe his reaction. Very well, please hold on for a moment. On the other side of the globe, Evans had not slept for several days. After pondering for 2 days, he arrived at a realization. He had been deceived. The ETO is not a productive organization. Lacking a chain of production-related interests, the foundation within the organization is rather tenuous. The cohesion of the organization often derives from their leader, Yi Wenjie. However, it is now evident that another name is gradually usurping Yi Wenjie's influence at the grassroots level of the organization. That name is Lin Chen. He serves as the emissary of metaphysics and is perceived by the lower members of the organization as the one who draws them closer to the master. In the past, to maintain confidentiality, only the high-ranking members of the descendant sect could engage with the master. The lower-tier members were merely aware of the master's existence, but could not interact excessively, nor could they frequently witness miracles manifesting through their master. Yet, Lin Chen's actions have altered this status quo. He has nearly compelled the intellect particles to perform miracles across the globe. The intellect particles traverse at nearly the speed of light, embodying high-energy particles that inscribe words within the eyes of individuals. Those unfamiliar with the ETO may perceive this as divine, as the work of deities or ancestors, while those well acquainted with the ETO steadfastly believe it to be the master. As the influence of metaphysics expands globally, the ETO organization, deeply rooted in the earth, naturally experiences reciprocal effects from the broader environmental context. In other words, Lin Chen is not merely regarded as a master of metaphysics by outsiders. He is also seen as the embodiment of the master by the grassroots members within the organization. This was something Evans had never anticipated. It was only when his tasks grew increasingly arduous that he recognized he was firmly tethered to this position by Lin Chen. Utterly immobilized. Now, he harbors some regret for not having learned more about corporate management from his father, wishing he had inherited more experience. Perhaps then he could have foreseen Lin Chen's scheme sooner. Yet, in truth, no matter how much he contemplated, He could not believe that someone would dare to use the destruction of the global environment to inversely influence the internal structure of the organization. In this world, only a reckless madman would dare to undertake such an endeavor. Moreover, not only must one possess audacity, but one must also have the assistance of advanced extraterrestrial technology, such as that of the intellect particles. To achieve such a feat, there has never been a precedent for this on a global scale. At this point, contemplating these matters bears little significance. It is somewhat too late. Even some high-ranking members of the Adventist faction, driven by an insatiable desire for expansion, have felt an impulse to curry favor with Lin Chen. Consequently, Evans's grip over them has begun to wane. Now, two choices lie before Evans. The more reckless approach would be to orchestrate an assassination of Lin Chen, though such an act could lead to the organization's exposure and collapse. A more prudent course of action would be to concede a portion of power to Lin Chen. Without the slightest hesitation, Evans opted for the latter. For at the core of his philosophy lies the belief in the equality of all beings. As long as death on earth can be rendered equitable, it matters not who leads the Adventist faction. Ultimately, all must face death. If this goal can be achieved, then Lin Chen may take the helm. Moreover, there are no indications that Lin Chen is not striving towards this objective. His recent accomplishments rival the collective efforts of the organization over the past 5 years. Just as Evans was deep in contemplation, a message from GZ appeared before him. I require a moment of your time. Master, I have been reflecting on the dialogue between Yi Wenjie and Luo Ji, yet I have not fully comprehended it. I need more time. However, since you deem this a perilous matter, I believe we should address Dr. Luo Ji immediately. I did not come for this matter. Very well, proceed. Let me inform you, 113. What did you say? What do you mean by 113? Is this a groundbreaking mathematical discovery, or? No matter, please continue with your work. Chapter 36, Trust, Part 3, He found it incomprehensible. Lin Chen waited quietly for 15 minutes until the subtitles from GZ reappeared before his eyes. He flicked the ash from his cigarette by the window and slowly began to speak. Because you have learned to conceal. You should now understand that those two words are not synonymous. Indeed, before you depart, I wish to share a thought with you. You may listen. How do you know I am leaving? When I was younger, during my first realization of the concepts of deception and concealment, I would ponder whether others were deceiving me or hiding something from me. You have only just begun to learn, and naturally, you must contemplate. I believe you will need some time. What do you wish to convey to us? When humanity recognized that it could not entirely eradicate deception and concealment, another term emerged in society, trust. I believe perhaps we could establish trust between us. If we adhere to the current understanding, trust is an entirely new concept for us, one that requires deeper reflection. Perhaps I can assist you. No, I fear you. You should not fear me. Rather, you should fear Yi Wenjie. Lin Chen gazed at the stars above as he spoke. Yet the subtitles no longer responded in his eyes. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. For he knew GZ was listening closely by his side. On that day, she clearly wished to communicate something to me. Do you understand? From the perspective of human experience. And my own, she seemed to waver. The burning cigarette glowed brighter in the wind as Lin Chen continued. Logically speaking, this was exceedingly rare. For we all understand that from your perspective as Trisolarans, you are entirely indifferent to what we do on Earth. We merely pursue actions we deem correct and desire. The Trisolarans offered no reply to Lin Chen, prompting him to flick the ash once more. When no action can alter circumstances, hesitation serves no purpose. Yet on that day, she had clearly hesitated, as if she wished to reveal something to me. Perhaps this was the very matter she spoke of to Dr. Luo Ji today. Something you may not yet comprehend. Suddenly, the alarm of a car downstairs blared unexpectedly, gradually drowning out Lin Chen's voice. Still, he continued speaking, for he was aware that GZ could hear him. Her hesitation signaled a dangerous omen to me. Thus, when she intended to share something, I resolved to leave immediately and avoid seeing her again today. Perhaps that content was knowledge I ought not to possess, which is why I prevented you from disclosing that dialogue to me. Go and eliminate Yi Wenjie, Luo Ji, and Evans. I do not jest. Whatever causes Yi Wenjie to waver is undoubtedly the most perilous of matters. I share this with you not because I idolize you as they do, but because I recognize the gravity of the situation. It is solely due to my profound disdain for humanity and your inherent capabilities that I feel compelled to safeguard your existence. I firmly believe we can cultivate trust and reinitiate dialogue. Lin Chen, however, received no response. Yet, he understood that a reply from Evans would remain forever elusive. Meanwhile, Yang Jiwen was sharing tea with Miao Fuchuan. Old Miao, do ease your heart, he urged. Miao Fuchuan, despite having consumed copious amounts of tea, could not quell the fire of frustration within. Ease my heart? How can I? Her sister has toiled tirelessly to fund her education. Not a word of gratitude has been uttered. Now, when she needs assistance, she is unwilling to reach out to Professor Lin. Yang Jinwen smiled wryly. From the perspective of an esteemed intellectual, is it not the case that individuals like Xiao Tang are often looked down upon? Being supported by an older man and lacking independence, it is only natural for her sister to feel disdain. Old Yang, why do I sense innuendo in your words? Miao Fuchuan replied, exasperated. Just as it seemed the two might engage in another quarrel, a knock sounded at the door of Yang Jinwen's home. Zhang Chuyang entered, beaming with joy, followed by a young man of approximately 18 years. Uncle Zhang, if you do not make a decision soon, it will be too late. Professor Lin's next lecture is about to commence, Shi Xiaoming earnestly chimed in from behind. I am aware. Not only must I make a decision, but I must also introduce you to my old friend, Old Miao. I have not forgotten you in this matter, Zhang Chuyang said, gesturing towards Miao Fuchuan, who was still sipping tea. Why have you brought a stranger into my home? Yang Jiwen questioned. Stranger? Are you aware of who this young man is? He is the one assisting Professor Lin with organizing the lectures. His father is a police officer, and he has connections with Professor Lin, which is how he came to be here, Zhang Chaoyang enthusiastically explained. Is that true? Miao Fuchuan stood up, his eyes sparkling with interest. Indeed, it is true. I have photographs and several recordings of the lectures he has organized. Many individuals were only able to attend Professor Lin's lectures through his connections, Zhang Chaoyang boasted, reveling in the momentary superiority he felt before Yang Jinwen and Miao Fuchuan. In everyday life, he, a mere intellectual, could hardly compare to the affluent man's lavish spending. Yet, this time, he felt he had finally made a contribution. Good gracious. Young man, what is your name? Miao Fuchuan approached him, extending his hand in greeting. Shi Xiaoming, a student of Professor Lin, currently assisting him with various tasks. And what exactly does that entail? On the surface, it involves promoting new physics and metaphysics. Behind the scenes, as you know, once an individual gains fame, certain matters can no longer be addressed openly. Thus, we students are tasked with assisting our professor. Oh, so it means one can purchase access? It is a donation, aiding the development of metaphysical endeavors. I have been involved for 2 or 3 days now. Generally, Professor Lin only conducts lectures for established scientists, but gradually he has begun allowing some younger individuals to attend. Just this morning, there were a dozen children aged 7 or 8 participating. I also attended, as I introduced. If you have any concerns, I can accompany you to the venue before you make your payment. Lao Yang, I believe this is feasible. Miao Fuchuan turned to Yang Jinwen. Yang Jinwen cast a glance at Shi Xiaoming and shook his head. Well, Uncle Zhang, my time is limited. Please make your decision swiftly, as I have other parties contacting me shortly. Shi Xiaoming feigned urgency. Hurry up and decide. The young man is waiting. Zhang Chaoyang urged as well. I have a feeling he may not be a good person. Yang Jinwen murmured. Who decides if someone is good or not? Lao Yang, let us test the waters first. What if my grandson unexpectedly discovers some groundbreaking technology and is directly recruited by a school? I shall return to share the good news with you. Shi Xiaoming was already overjoyed at the sight, as he had truly been filling bags with money these past few days. Has Father Shi Chang ever earned money this quickly after so many years? One wonders what Professor Lin is thinking, casually handing over such a lucrative opportunity to him. Chapter 37, Trust, Part 4, The Trisolaris Fleet. After approximately 1.23 Trisolaris time units, equivalent to 1 hour in the human realm, of silence from the Sophins, a meeting of the ruling council convened on the bridge of the ship. Gazing out into the vastness of the starry expanse, one could discern a diminutive star located approximately 4 light-years away, the Sun. That seemingly faint light represents the hope for the survival of Trisolaran life. This gathering was dedicated to a discourse on the art of concealment. The leader's visage illuminated the platform as he spoke. "Why must we adopt such an inefficient mode of communication?" inquired one of the counselors. "A pressing dilemma before us is that Yi Wenjie has likely discovered a method to counter us. However, we remain oblivious to it and cannot reveal this to humanity. Thus, we must decipher her riddle independently to ascertain whether her words pose a threat." The leader's mental waves flickered, almost instantaneously conveying his thoughts to the assembled Trisolarans. What can the Earthlings possibly achieve? They are incapable of even comprehending the most fundamental structures of matter, the counselor scoffed. Historically, technology has been the paramount determinant in this world. A party with superior technological prowess will invariably triumph over its adversary. Yet, human history bears witness to tales of the weak overcoming the strong, the leader remarked. This is a mere game of the insects. No, it pertains to whether our fleet can successfully land. Even the slightest possibility must be uncovered, the leader asserted gravely. His mental waves exuded an aura of intimidation that resonated with every participant, including those gathered on the distant Trisolaran home planet. At this juncture, a scientific counselor interjected. "Learning such a mode of communication is rather straightforward. We merely need to isolate two communicators from one another. What resources do you estimate we will require to practice their strategies and tactics?" the leader inquired. "Only 100 personnel from the fleet would suffice," the scientific counselor replied. "To create a Sapan requires the resources of an entire space fleet, yet understanding human strategy demands merely 100 individuals?" The military counselor expressed increasing disdain for human tactical acumen. "Indeed, we only need 100 individuals, isolating their mental waves, enabling them to engage in mutual deception," the scientific counselor elucidated. The leader asked, "What is your plan, and how much time will it take?" According to Earthling Lin Chen, he grasped the concept of deception in an instant. "After calculations, I believe our acquisition of this knowledge will not exceed 100 Trisolaran time units. The method is simple. We divide the 100 individuals into 50 groups to engage in mutual deception. The most capable among them will then be further divided, culminating in the emergence of a singular individual with the most adept capacity for deceit." The scientific counselor proposed a rather rudimentary method. Yet, it appears that such primitive humans are incapable of employing any advanced technological means. Perhaps simplicity is, indeed, the most effective approach. "Very well, but one individual is insufficient. I shall provide you with 100,000 to undertake this endeavor. Moreover, these 1 million individuals must be the intellectual elites of our race," the F-Rare declared with unwavering conviction. "My F-Rare, 1 million intellectual elites? That will reduce our research and development pace by 10%. Our latest fleet construction speed will also decline." The War Commissioner expressed his dissatisfaction. The Science Commissioner interjected before the War Commissioner could continue. "It is worth it. My F-Rare, I assure you, it is worth the sacrifice. If we thoroughly comprehend human culture, they will be laid bare before us. I hope you can uphold your responsibilities," the F-Rare remarked, casting a glance at the Science Commissioner. Approximately 2 trisolar times later, the grand stratagem experiment of the Trisolarans commenced. On the Trisolaran home planet, within the Trisolaran fleet, 1 million intellectually superior Trisolaran individuals were summoned. My F-Rare, here are the experimental data from the first group. Our personnel required less than 1 trisolar time to learn the art of deception. We have 500,000 who successfully completed the task. They deceived with just 1 attempt. Is that so? What did they do? They concealed their previous dehydration time, convincing the other party that one individual had completed his last dehydration 70,000 trisolar times ago, while he claimed to have done so only 50,000 trisolar times ago. The other party believed him. Thus he succeeded in his deception. The F-Rare's neural waves flickered, signaling acknowledgement to the Science Commissioner. Excellent. Continue the experiments. 1 trisolar time later, my F-Rare, the data from the second experiment has arrived. What transpired this time? This time, none of them believed each other's deceptions. The science commissioner exclaimed with excitement. Does that not imply our experiment has failed? The F-Rare inquired. No, my F-Rare. 50,000 individuals honestly disclosed their dehydration times. However, the others still did not believe them. In a sense, they too achieved a form of deception. Very well, let the experiments proceed. Thus, 27 trisolar times elapsed. The Trisolaran world gathered 700 sets of experimental data. Subsequently, they transformed the pairs into groups of 3, 4, and 5, acquiring additional data. Yet, this data did not bring joy to the science commissioner, as it was exceedingly chaotic and nonsensical. Deception and being deceived resembled an infinitely long wave, where no one could perpetually deceive others, nor could anyone remain forever deceived. My F-Rare, we may never fully comprehend human stratagems, the science commissioner lamented, gazing despondently at the data. Indeed, the interplay of deception and belief is nearly inexhaustible and intricately complex. As the instances of deception and belief increase, these individuals' ability to decode each other's language gradually improves, yet simultaneously, they become increasingly doubtful of their own correctness. This is undeniably a natural barrier to communication. The loss in communication will only grow. The F-Rare had also reviewed the data. He ultimately pondered, is trust truly necessary in the human world? Yet, how does the trust that Lin Chen speaks of dismantle deception? The scientific governor interjected. We are endeavoring to establish such a model, attempting to connect those who have lost faith in others with others equally disenchanted to cultivate something we call trust. Preliminary conjectures suggest that this should evolve into a balanced system. Excellent. At that moment, an urgent top-secret intelligence report was swiftly delivered to the F-Rare. This was derived from analyses of conversations between Yi Wenjie and Luo Ji, interpreted through the experimental subjects. The F-Rare's thoughts surged. The scientific governor, attuned to the F-Rare's mental currents, also gleaned this information. Simultaneously, he sensed a flicker of anger within the F-Rare's signal. This momentary fury was fleeting, yet when it manifested, it erupted with the ferocity of a volcano, terrifying as a 3-day tempest. The flicker of anger was swiftly suppressed by the F-Rare, a necessity of his position. Yi Wenjie, under such circumstances, had glimpsed a fragment of the cosmos. The scientific governor marveled. Such is the capacity for human understanding, replied the F-Rare. However, if this continues, they will attract those that exist. Evans, that reckless madman, is bound to act, and should he do so, we may face dire consequences. The scientific governor expressed a hint of panic. Meanwhile, the F-Rare recalled Lin Chen's words. He was correct. I believe I am beginning to understand how trust is established. The scientific governor paused slightly, interpreting from the F-Rare's brainwaves the essence of trust. The most effective way to inspire belief in others is to first invest a significant cost oneself. Remaining ignorant also seems to be a form of cost. Chapter 38. Trust, Part 5. A few days later, on Earth, in Asia, prior to the operational meeting, Xiao Zheng reported to Shi Chang, Captain Shi, we have uncovered what that rascal Shi Xiaoming has been doing at Lin Chen's. It involves some dubious financial dealings, which could range from trivial to significant matters. Have we discovered anything further regarding Lin Chen? Shi Chang inquired. The information department has dispatched a Su Bingbing to assist us in our investigation. However, Lin Chen's network is exceedingly intricate, and some individuals are reluctant to cooperate. I fear it will be challenging to unearth more information, Xiao Zhang replied, shaking his head. Shi Chang nodded and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his well-worn leather jacket, which had not seen a wash in several days. Just as he was about to light one, Chang Weixi entered, announcing, it's time to convene the meeting. Chang Weixi's military uniform was also rumpled, indicating he too had not changed out of it for many days. The attendees of this meeting were few, as most nations had abandoned their investigations into the scientists' incident. Clearly, a greater turmoil had emerged, and the deaths of a few scientists failed to stir any sentiment in these desensitized individuals. Nevertheless, Chang Weixi remained steadfast in his belief that they were on the right path. To compensate for the shortage of personnel, several officers had been reassigned from the military for this meeting. Shi Chang noticed one officer who stood apart from the others, exuding calm and composure. Upon inquiry, he learned the officer's name, Zhang Beihai. His father was a sagacious leader in the Navy, and Zhang Beihai's presence seemed to signify support from the higher echelons of the military. This conveyed a consensus from the upper ranks. Perhaps after days of fervent debate, they had reached a conclusion. Clearly, Chang Wei-Si's operational actions could continue unabated. Comrades, Chang Wei-Si commenced with a brief overview of the situation to ensure the newly joined members could swiftly grasp the essentials. Meanwhile, during this process, Shi Chang suddenly received a message from the information department. He struck the table with fervor, interrupting Chang Wei-Si's address. Lin Chen is to be apprehended. Shi Chang's words were succinct, yet filled with fervent intensity. Simultaneously, Chang Wei-Si received the same news. The investigation into the corruption case from days prior had yielded some results. Amidst the pervasive corruption, certain individuals could no longer withstand the pressure and divulged fragments of truth. Within the exceedingly convoluted web of relationships, the information department meticulously extracted a minuscule detail, as elusive as a strand of hair. One instance of corruption involved the use of antique gifts to bribe officials, subsequently authenticated by authoritative bodies, which then auctioned the antique at a high price. After several transactions that seemingly justified the actions, funds were transferred to the bribed officials. Among these antiques was a piece of porcelain, appraised by Lin Chen, who had also handled a portion of the funds. This incident dated back 7 years. Were it not for the investigation by the information department, such intricate details might have remained undiscovered. However, in this moment, it undeniably serves as the most compelling justification for apprehending Lin Chen. The urgency and discretion of the operation were succinctly articulated by Chang Wei. Shi Chang nodded in understanding, his mind already attuned to the task at hand, as he briskly exited the operational meeting room. He had awaited this day for an extended period, exercising considerable patience. Determined to extract every ounce of information from Lin Chen, he resolved to employ any means necessary, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures, including coercive interrogation. Despite the potential consequences that could jeopardize his position or adversely affect his son, Shi Xiaoming, this farce was long overdue for conclusion. Meanwhile, Lin Chen continued to conduct his lectures as usual, albeit shifting his focus from practical methodologies to abstract theories. With the absence of the guiding influence of Jizi, he was compelled to rely on his own persuasive skills to captivate his audience. Consequently, the attendees were no longer individuals of high intellectual caliber. Rather, they comprised a group hastily assembled by Shi Xiaoming, consisting of those with scant understanding of physics, yet eager to participate. Among them were parents who had brought their children to the lecture. Lin Chen publicly proclaimed that not only scientists needed to shift their paradigms, but education itself required transformation. Thus he commenced teaching the children. This rationale lacked sophistication, yet it found its believers. As the lecture concluded, a man named Zhang Chaoyang cheerfully posed several questions. Lin Chen effortlessly dazzled him with a few casual remarks. Shi Xiaoming, quick-witted, intervened to prevent Zhang from asking further. "Uncle Zhang, Professor Lin has had a long day and needs to rest." "Oh, but I have paid for this," Zhang retorted. "Is there anyone here who hasn't spent money? Everyone has contributed, yet you alone ask questions. Does that seem fair?" Over the past few days, Shi Xiaoming had honed his verbal acuity considerably. Sure. Therein lies your error. Just days ago, you advocated for inquiries. That was then. This is now. Circumstances have changed. Let us not dwell on that. Regarding the discounted price we discussed yesterday, have you given it any thought? A 20% reduction ensures your place at the next 10 lectures. I need to check my schedule. My grandson still has school, and I might not be able to attend every time. If you truly can't make it, you could always sell your spot. As Lin Chen exited the venue alongside their conversation, he calculated the time, sensing that whether it be the Trisolarians, the ETO, or Shi Chang and his team, they must be nearing their limits. Team leader Shi, he has entered the vehicle. Good, wait until he drives to a secluded area. Then intercept him. Exercise caution regarding the presence of pedestrians during the arrest. He must be masked immediately to avoid drawing attention. Inform the information department to commence control over the online information. In any case, securing as much time as possible will be advantageous for us. Team leader sure. The evening rush hour is approaching. It seems improbable to avoid detection by pedestrians. There had been no opportunity until he broke through the door upon returning home. I do not believe he could leap from the upper floor. Shi Chang, clutching the intercom, reiterated the arrangements that had already been discussed. His gaze fixed intently upon Lin Chen. As Lin Chen's car engine roared to life, he dialed Pan Han, conveying that the Evans organization could not withstand internal strife and should resolve all disputes amicably, including the rational exclusion of the rescue faction. Professor Lin, what do you mean? You can contact Evans directly, correct? Do not deceive me. Did you learn this through revelation? You are not entitled to know. But you must inform Evans that for the stability of the negotiations, no events undermining unity should occur in the near future. Are you suggesting a division of power? Pan Han, do you recall what I once told you? Only individuals like us can be deemed true emissaries of the arrival. We have exposed ourselves with no retreat. The organization has languished under Evans for far too long. Do you wish to continue in his shadow? With that, Lin Chen ended the call. Soon, the organization would cease to exist. What was there to divide? Lin Chen held no intention of subverting Pan Han. His concern lay solely with Xin Yufei's fate. If Xin Yufei were to be killed by Pan Han at this juncture, it could provide a new breakthrough for Disher and his cohorts, introducing too many variables. Thus, Lin Chen felt compelled to preserve the life of Xin Yufei, a person he had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with until now. Chapter 39, Trust, Part 6, after finishing the call with Lin Chen. Pan Han did not act immediately. Instead, he fell into a prolonged silence, perhaps grappling with his thoughts or wrestling with his inner turmoil. Several minutes later, he finally dialed Evans. Naturally, he chose to withhold the details regarding Lin Chen's insurrection. Indeed, this madman intended to seize power. Upon hearing Pan Han's account, Evans exhibited no surprise whatsoever. What shall we do? Pan Han inquired. What can we do? We have no choice. Negotiation is the only recourse. The organization cannot withstand a schism at this juncture. Very well, I shall convey your sentiments to him. But wait, why isn't he communicating with me through GZ? Are you not aware? GZ has not manifested across the nation for 2 days now. Evans fell silent on the other end of the line. Given Lin Chen's extensive reliance on GZ in recent days and his own preoccupation with the organization's expansion, he had not conversed with GZ during this period. Nor had he paid attention to these developments. Consequently, he was oblivious to GZ's alterations. In an instant, countless possibilities surged through his mind. Among them, the most terrifying scenario was that the Trisolaris had abandoned them. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion, for within his mind, there existed no rationale for the Trisolaris to act thus. Perhaps GZ merely required maintenance? Evans was uncertain and dared not speculate rashly. He began to ponder the last phrase uttered by the Trisolaris. It was a statement devoid of any logic, one that made no sense at all. 113. We need you. Do not go upstairs. Do not go upstairs. Do not go upstairs. Lin Chen had just exited his vehicle when a flurry of subtitles abruptly manifested before his eyes. In an instant, his mind deciphered the reason behind the Trisolaris' renewed communication. They intended to eliminate Evans. This was easily comprehensible. To kill Evans, they required a human in whom they had sufficient trust, and currently, Lin Chen was the sole individual among humanity deemed trustworthy by the Trisolaris. Why not ascend the stairs? Lin Chen promptly returned to his car. They are waiting for you upstairs. Upon reading this line, Lin Chen inhaled deeply. Shi Chang had arrived. He could no longer remain patient. Was it due to concern for his son, or had he uncovered the leverage Lin Chen had left for them? Perhaps it was a combination of both. You informed me too late. Lin Chen reproached vehemently. It is not too late. Start the car immediately. We shall calculate the optimal route for you. Lin Chen scoffed coldly. Foolish. At this juncture, abandoning me would be your wisest option. Otherwise, in your attempt to rescue me, you will divulge excessive information to humanity. Start the car immediately. Depart. Humanity will perceive this merely as a mystical phenomenon. Excellent. You have learned to deceive. Lin Chen started his car, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The police, who had been lurking at the entrance of Lin Chen's neighborhood for quite some time, were taken aback as Lin Chen sped out of the community, nearly losing grip of their walkie-talkies. Captain Sure, we've been compromised. Just as Shirchang, who had been following Lin Chen, witnessed a white sedan darting out like a fish, drifting onto the road, he thought, "Are the tires gone?" Shirchang shifted gears and accelerated in pursuit. One team was tasked with sealing off the entrance to the elevated highway, while another was positioned at the intersection to intercept. Shirchang activated his walkie-talkie. However, just as he spoke, before he could even turn on the siren, Lin Chen managed to circle around the neighborhood's south outer road and re-entered through a different gate. What does this mean? What kind of artificial intelligence is this? Lin Chen exclaimed in frustration. After barely running 50 meters, his AI assistant promptly instructed him to make a left turn, leading him back into the community. You have run out of fuel. Driving merely serves to divert their attention. Lin Chen glanced at the fuel gauge, which indicated he still had a third of a tank left. Are you kidding me? That amount of fuel is insufficient for you to escape the city. It will only expose you further. Please trust me, the AI insisted. Lin Chen exited the vehicle, already contemplating how to cleverly allow himself to be captured. Enter building 6 in front of you and take the elevator to the 5th floor. Shirchang, having just exited his car, saw Lin Chen dash into building 6. Teams 1, 2, and 3 cease blocking the intersections and immediately secure all exits of the community, he commanded before racing into the building himself. He glanced at the ascending elevator and then at the staircase. After a moment's hesitation, he chose the stairs. They have begun to seal off the neighborhood. According to calculations, the west gate will be the last to be secured. You have 6 minutes to escape from there. You're asking for my old bones to take a beating. The AI acknowledged that it had no limits, but humans did. According to records from the human internet, individuals can unleash their potential when extremely angry. Although I do not fully understand the principle, you might consider getting angry. Damn it, I thought you had become smarter. Lin Chen was momentarily dumbfounded by this suggestion. The 5th floor, the second door to the left, is unlocked. Nodding, Lin Chen pressed all the buttons for the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors before exiting the elevator. A clever maneuver, the AI praised. Shirchang, panting heavily, ascended 5 flights of stairs. A glance at the elevator revealed it was still rising. Had it already reached the 6th floor? He was closing in. Damn. Climbing 6 floors in one breath should warrant a raise from Changwei. Yet, Shirchang pressed on undeterred. Meanwhile, Lin Chen held his breath. Hiding in an apartment on the 5th floor, the resident's female occupant appeared to be taking a shower, her silhouette reflecting through the frosted glass of the bathroom. Is it wise to leave the door ajar while taking a shower? Aren't you afraid of intruders? Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Just then, the subtitles from Jizi obstructed his viewing. Immediately set out, descend the stairs. 434. After Lin Chen dashed out of the residence, he promptly shut the door behind him. It was then that he faintly heard a voice emanating from within. Why are you back so soon? Go wait for your sister on the bed, goodness. Without further contemplation, Lin Chen hurried down the stairs at his utmost speed. 421, 420, 419. Shirchang rushed up to the 7th floor in one breath. To his dismay, the elevator was ascending to the 8th floor. When he reached the 8th floor, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing it to be completely empty. Damn! Lin Chen sprinted out of building 6 in the community. Merely descending a flight of stairs had left him slightly breathless. Why has your stamina diminished so much? After days of relentless toil, how could it not? 50 meters ahead, there are individuals rushing to provide support. It appears to be the group that was surveilling your vicinity earlier. We advise you to immediately run to your right, seeking refuge in the shadow beneath the left side of Building 7, which is a blind spot. Lin Chen nodded and complied. 312, 311, the countdown persisted. Through a gap in the greenery, Lin Chen spotted a group of plainclothes police officers rushing into Building 6. Seize the opportunity to flee towards Building 8. Then take a left. There lies an unlocked bicycle. Have you ever considered what I would do if I couldn't ride a bicycle? This should be a fundamental skill for humanity. Thankfully, I can ride. Chapter 40. The Confrontation. As Shirchang descended the stairs of Building 6, he encountered plainclothes police officers rushing to assist. Captain Shi, what's the matter? Did you not see anyone outside when you arrived? No. Upon hearing their response, Shirchang immediately pushed past several officers and charged downward alone. As he descended, he commanded, "Seal off Building 6. Let not a single fly escape." With a surge of determination, Sher Chang burst out of Building 6. He surveyed his surroundings. Numerous children were frolicking in the community, their laughter and joy harmonizing with the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze, creating a melodic accompaniment for their play. Puddles, remnants of last night's rain, dotted the roadside, trampled by the little ones. Everything appeared normal, save for the absence of Lin Chen. Could he have vanished into thin air? In the next moment, Sher Chang recalled his conversation with Wang Miao. Wang Miao, sure, if one could manipulate high-energy particles and transmit more advanced technologies to scientists. And if these occurrences could transpire simultaneously across the globe, then what could possibly be beyond his reach? Sher Chang, he could achieve anything. Why would he exert such effort? Wang Miao, that's not my point. What I mean is, the capabilities he possesses must far exceed what we currently perceive. Sher Chang, elaborate. Wang Miao, for instance, those prophecies. If he predicts future events, we could interpret it as him utilizing advanced technology to bring those events to fruition. Conversely, if he foretells events that have already transpired, might we not conclude that he sees what remains hidden from us? Sher Chang, are you suggesting he perceives more than any of us? Wang Miao, precisely. Sher Chang's gaze fixated on the shadows beneath Building 7, recalling the emptiness that greeted him when the elevator doors opened. If Lin Chen could indeed see everything, how would he evade capture? A cascade of information flashed through Sher Chang's mind, gradually coalescing into a coherent understanding. It was the western gate of the community. He seized the radio, a glint of resolve in his sharp eyes. Team 3, hit the gas. I will take responsibility for any fallout. We must confine him within the community. Once he escapes, he will be elusive. Immediately turn right and proceed to the northern gate of the community. That is the optimal solution. Damn it, you Trisolarians are utterly unreliable. Lin Chen noted the prompt without questioning its rationale, swiftly veering his bicycle. The unit securing the western gate has suddenly accelerated its actions. We are unaware of the reason for this officer's conduct. Could that officer be Sher Chang? Perhaps. He could capture me through sheer ability? After releasing the radio, Sher Chang sprinted forth. As he ran, he deftly removed his bulletproof vest, discarding it by the roadside. He followed suit by shedding any gear that would hinder his speed, retaining only a pistol at his waist. In my earlier days, I served as a soldier in the reconnaissance platoon. How could I possibly fail to catch a mere thief? In a moment of reverie, Sher Chang recalled his military career, having once surged for dozens of kilometers to seize a hydroelectric station from the Vietnamese. Now, after all these years, confronted once more with a dire situation. Would this middle-aged man once again perform a remarkable feat? Though age may weigh heavily upon him, can he still muster the strength to rise? He ran with purpose. Heading towards the northern gate, Lin Chen's eyes finally caught sight of the distant northern gate of the residential complex. There remained but a short stretch, and he would burst forth. Time was still on his side, with over a minute to spare. Ah, you truly calculated this well. Lin Chen panted, marveling at the timing. Suddenly, a barrage of exclamation marks appeared before him. Accelerate! Accelerate! Exert yourself! Exert yourself! What now? Lin Chen gritted his teeth and pedaled harder on his bicycle. Keep speeding up. Why is your bike not faster than those running on foot? What? Lin Chen was taken aback, only to see a figure sprinting furiously down a side road. This marked the third moment of eye contact between Lin Chen and Sher Chang. Stop! Halt! Sher Chang shouted, having spotted Lin Chen. Naturally, Lin Chen disregarded his command, swiftly passing by the intersection on his bike. As Sher Chang reached the road where Lin Chen had just been, he realized that Lin Chen was about to burst through the northern gate. Drawing his pistol, he yelled, "If you don't stop, I will fire. Did you hear that? If you don't halt, he will shoot." Lin Chen contemplated using this as a pretext to pause. However, the Trisolarans immediately reassured him. Rest assured, according to data retrieval, they are not permitted to use firearms in this operation. He has no authority to shoot. Once you burst through the northern gate, proceed to the right. There is a taxi driver at the roadside enjoying noodles, preparing to hand over to another driver. His keys are still in the ignition, and the tank is full. Incredible! Lin Chen shook his head, gritted his teeth, and continued his sprint. He had already devised a plan. If Shi Chang failed to apprehend him, he would simply stage a fall by the roadside. The only challenge lay in making it appear convincing. Just as he was about to pedal through the northern gate, a gunshot echoed from behind. Bang! Followed swiftly by another. Bang! Lin Chen felt his body lose support instantly. To maintain his balance, he instinctively leaned forward. Meanwhile, his bicycle, struck by the bullets and moving at high speed, began to disintegrate. In less than a second, Lin Chen was propelled into the air, tumbling 3 meters before skidding 2 meters. The countdown vanished. No fatal injuries. Can you still get up and run? In the midst of the road, Shi Chang stood, panting heavily, yet his grip on the firearm remained unwavering. Observing that Lin Chen could no longer escape, he let out a cold chuckle and holstered his weapon, intending to retrieve a cigarette from his pocket. After fumbling for a moment, he slowly realized that he had discarded the cigarettes earlier. In the Trisolaris Council meeting, the newly appointed strategist reported, "Supreme Leader, we have failed." He was a sage among the Trisolarans, chosen from 1,000,000 through rigorous trials, known for his exceptional strategic acumen. What is the status of Lin Chen? The Supreme Leader inquired. He is physically unharmed, but he is on the verge of being captured by humans, the strategist replied. He is the only individual we have managed to cultivate trust within the human realm. Yet your plan has led to his imminent capture. The Supreme Leader retorted. Indeed. Supreme Leader, the fault lies with me, the strategist acknowledged. How many were involved in this plan? Who are the individuals accountable? The Supreme Leader pressed further. Including myself. 300 individuals provided strategies for Lin Chen through the GZ, the strategist answered. You are all culpable. Thank you, Supreme Leader. This at least offers me some solace. Do you have any further counsel for me before this? The Supreme Leader asked. This failure may serve as a test of Lin Chen's loyalty. Should he pass, it would affirm his unwavering allegiance, the strategist suggested, imparting the culmination of his life's wisdom in his final moments. What do you believe would constitute the cost he must bear to pass this test? The Supreme Leader continued. Certainly, it would be his greatest sacrifice. A certain official interjected. Very well, you two shall pay your own price. The Supreme Leader acquiesced to this proposal. A Trisolaris time later. The 300 most astute Trisolarans in the realm had been dehydrated and were cast into the incinerator. Chapter 41, Confrontation, Part 2. Lin Chen gradually regained consciousness. He glanced at the wounds on his body, inflicted by the sharp stones of the ground, and noted that they had been subjected to rudimentary treatment. His gaze shifted to his hands, which were firmly secured by silver handcuffs. Raising his head, he beheld a modest interrogation table adorned with a single lamp, appearing rather unrefined. He pondered whether this arrangement was meticulously crafted or if the other party was simply in haste. Further ahead, there lay an opaque wall. This marked the 4th time Lin Chen had locked eyes with Shi Chang. Within the confines of this room, he could discern nothing, while Shi Chang outside maintained a calm and steady gaze upon him. A one-way mirror separated them. Outside the glass, Xiao Zheng alerted, Captain Shi, he has awakened. Shi Chang nodded coolly and addressed Xiao Zheng. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Indeed, you play the good cop while I take on the bad cop. You'll be fierce, and I'll be benevolent, Xiao Zheng replied. Have you memorized the questions I provided? Shi Chang inquired further. I've committed them all to memory. The 12th, 24th, and 37th questions are the pivotal ones. Xiao Zheng inhaled deeply, affirming with a nod. Do not be anxious. You must not let him perceive your unease. When posing those unrelated questions, your tone must be exaggerated and dismissive. Conversely, when addressing the critical inquiries, your demeanor must align with that of the trivial ones. Shi Chang continued. Captain, I learned all this years ago. I understand, Xiao Zheng assured him. I am well aware of your understanding. But within the psychological defenses of a suspect, this initial encounter presents the opportunity. It must be executed flawlessly. Moreover, Chang Weisi has granted me but this singular chance. Rest assured, Captain, Xiao Zheng affirmed. Shi Chang cast one last penetrating glance at Lin Chen through the glass and declared, Very well, let us commence. He then lifted a bucket from the entrance and swung open the door to the interrogation room. As Lin Chen heard the door creak, he had yet to lift his head when he caught the sound of voices. Shi Chang, you have been suspended. What do you think you are doing? A voice resounded with righteous indignation. The subsequent voice was rife with agitation. Suspended or not, I am still your captain. Step aside. Lin Chen deduced that the latter speaker must be Shi Chang. As he slowly raised his head, he was unexpectedly doused with a bucket of icy water. The sudden rush of cold water sent sharp pain through his wounds, and he realized that it was not merely cold water but rather a bucket of frigid, high-concentration saline solution. Almost instantly, a resounding slap met his face, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Shi Chang, you, Xiao Zheng began to remonstrate. But Lin Chen's laughter interrupted him. Huh, His laughter disrupted Xiao Zheng's admonition and thwarted Shi Chang's plan. One plays the good cop. The other plays the bad cop. Couldn't you have brought a few more people? Are you short-handed? Lin Chen raised his head, shook off the water from his face, and smiled at Shi Chang. Shi Chang's expression hardened. I know you can see this as mere theatrics, but my actions towards you are also a means of venting my frustration. With these words, he turned and exited the interrogation room. Xiao Zheng stood frozen for a moment, then shook his head and murmured to himself, after all this effort, was it in vain? As Xiao Zheng left the interrogation room, Shi Chang advised, individuals like him often harbor an inflated sense of self-importance. We must confine him for a few days until he becomes more compliant. Xiao Zheng nodded and inquired, Captain Shi, will you truly not interrogate him anymore? Chang Wei-Si is concerned I might cause further trouble, so he has barred me from carrying a firearm. My presence here is already a concession from old Chang. Yet it seems my intentions were discerned instantly. As Shi Chang spoke, he cast another glance at Lin Chen, who sat in the interrogation room with a cold smirk. Your performance has significantly declined this time. Xiao Zheng muttered inwardly, though he dared not voice it aloud. Then Xiao Zheng reassured him, Captain Shi, do not worry. I was brought over from the Serious Crimes Unit. I have encountered all manner of situations. We will certainly find a way to make him speak. Indeed, it seems you are the one to shoulder the burden. Shi Chang remarked while patting Xiao Zheng on the shoulder before departing. As Shi Chang stepped outside, he spotted Chang Wei-Si waiting for him. Chang Wei-Si, mimicking Shi Chang's earlier gesture, patted his shoulder and said, Take this opportunity to rest for a few days. I will arrange for additional personnel from my side for the interrogation. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Shi Chang nodded, saying nothing. He merely adjusted his leather jacket and walked further down the road. Halfway through, he pulled out a cigar, acquired through dubious means, and lit it, taking a deep puff. The thick smoke seemed to waft away his thoughts. If this person knows everything, what method should we employ to interrogate him? The Three-Body Strategy Research Institute was established by the Trisolaris to study human tactics. Strategist number 1, a Trisolaran, observed Shi Chang's departure through a saphan and remarked, The unstable factor has been eliminated. Should we attempt to engage with Lin Chen again? The second strategist declined. No, we must not make contact. Strategist number 67 interjected. Lin Chen's emotions are stable. Now is the optimal time for interaction. The second strategist countered, we must refrain from contact. The previous strategist's failure stemmed from premature engagement with Lin Chen and unwarranted promises of victory. Clearly, this strategist had learned from his predecessor's missteps, continuing. To ascertain Lin Chen's loyalty, we should first observe whether he would expose us under human interrogation. He then transmitted his plan to the leader. Shortly thereafter, a message arrived from the leader. Lin Chen must not die. All others may proceed. The second strategist, upon receiving this response, felt assured of victory. Subsequently, Lin Chen was subjected to further interrogation by a group of individuals. This group of individuals exhibited a rather mild demeanor, refraining from employing any coercive methods. However, it was not long before Xiao Zheng heeded Shi Chang's counsel and confined Lin Chen to a cell devoid of sunlight. Within that pitch-black enclosure, Lin Chen found that opening or closing his eyes made no discernible difference. It was as if his ears were also rendered deaf to all sounds save for those he himself produced. After a token protest, he curled himself into a corner. Unsure whether the cell was equipped with surveillance devices, he refrained from calling out to the Trisolaris, merely rubbing his eyes in futile hope. Yet, the Trisolaris did not respond. Initially, he believed his signals were insufficient, but even after rubbing his eyes until they turned red, the Trisolaris remained absent. It was then that Lin Chen realized he was being tested. Nevertheless, this trial seemed rather juvenile, with intentions far too transparent. Chapter 42, The Confrontation, Part 3, For several days, Zizi had not manifested her presence, regardless of the myriad ways in which people around the world called upon her. She remained absent. Yet, one thing persisted: the chaotic and disordered data from the particle acceleration experiments. Aside from this anomaly, everything else seemed to have returned to normal. As people delved into the reasons behind this phenomenon, they were astonished to discover that Lin Chen had also not appeared in public for several days. In the virtual realm of the three-body problem, amidst the frigid chaos of the disorderly epoch, members of the ETO huddled in thick garments around a dwindling bonfire for warmth. Lin Chen had vanished, and so had Zizi. What could this signify? Newton inquired. Perhaps it was Evans, suggested Confucius. Lin Chen posed a threat to his status, so he eliminated him. Could it be that the master has abandoned us? Newton questioned once more. If Evans's actions have angered the master, then why would the master not forsake us? Zhou Wang replied. Nonsense. We need a constant epoch. Convene, Qin Shi Huang declared as he stepped forward. Finally reclaiming his place upon the stone, the sky began to oscillate between light and dark, heralding the swift approach of a constant epoch. At that moment, Einstein arrived. We have been preparing to negotiate the decentralization of power with Lin Chen and have not taken any actions against him, nor have we ever provoked the master, Einstein stated. Then where has he gone? Has he hidden away? Newton pressed. Perhaps the master's disappearance has instilled fear in him, von Neumann speculated. Is it possible that he has been captured? Zhou Wang asked. Absolutely not. No one dares to seize him. He epitomizes the direction of our world, Confucius asserted. But the metaphysical has not manifested for several days. Newton argued. Silence. We must not lose our composure at this critical juncture. Qin Shi Huang unsheathed his sword. He then turned to Einstein and demanded, tell us what the master said before departing. What were his last words to you? Einstein remained silent for a long while. He picked up a small stick from the ground and slowly inscribed a perplexing mathematical equation, 113. What is this? This was the final message the master imparted to me, Einstein replied. What does it signify? I do not know. Perhaps we should ponder it together. The members of the ETO fell into a collective silence. In the ensuing days, this enigma tormented each of them, lingering until their quiet demise without a resolution. According to the historical records of the Trisolaris, this was their most successful deception. Lin Chen had been imprisoned for 2 days. No one had come to question him. He received but 1 meal a day. It was only during that solitary meal that he could glimpse the sunlight. Yet, Lin Chen felt no fear, for in his eyes, darkness did not reign. Instead, a faint blue light emanated, a gift from his cultivation of the Taoist scripture, the Shi Jing. During his confinement, he finally found the time to delve into his studies. Through his observations, he discovered that the blue light was in a constant state of flux. At any given moment, a particular area would become denser, only to revert to normal or become more diffuse in the next instant. However, overall, they maintained a state of equilibrium. These changes were subtle, occurring only 2 or 3 times in a single day, if one did not pay close attention or lacked a proper observational context. They would go unnoticed. Lin Chen's initial conclusion was that he was currently unable to harness this spiritual energy. It seemed as though he and this energy were 2 parallel lines, visible to one another, yet eternally unable to intersect. He recalled how the Taoist master had once told him that by mastering this martial art, he could prevent the escape of spiritual energy, stabilizing the master's soul. Yet, it was evident that the master had been mistaken. Mere days later, he succumbed to self-destruction. Since that moment, regardless of how fervently Lin Chen called out to him in his mind, the master never returned. Perhaps he was truly gone. Lin Chen meticulously recalled every word the master had spoken, repeating each phrase in his mind. He realized that the master's thoughts had begun to unravel after their initial encounter. The first sign of confusion appeared in his self-introduction. Initially, when they met on Kunlun Mountain, he had said, "You have destroyed my chance for ascension." Later, his formal introduction was, "I am a celestial being from the 9 heavens." This presented an inherent contradiction. If he were indeed a celestial being, why would he still seek ascension? A fallen immortal? Lin Chen found himself utterly perplexed by this. He resolved that if he ever had the time in the future, he would revisit Kunlun Mountain, contingent upon surviving this arduous period. Meanwhile, the Trisolaris Strategy Research Institute was conducting a systematic analysis of human behavior, focusing on a previous anomalous factor, Shurchong. Has the target engaged in any recent activities? Inquired the second strategy governor. Report. Following the end of the operation, the target located his son, Shi Xiaoming. And they had a quarrel, parting on unfriendly terms, responded strategist number 46 on duty. What does this prove? The second strategy governor asked. In the human world, a son inherits half of his genetic makeup from his father and the other half from his mother. When three individuals meet these criteria, they form what is termed a family. The dynamics of familial relationships are of great importance to them. However, it is evident that the target has not managed this familial relationship well, strategist number 46 analyzed. Perhaps he is indifferent to human familial ties, based on previous data. His family dynamics are clearly outside the norm, which is unremarkable, the second strategy governor stated. No, Governor. According to our latest research, he appears to be quite invested in these matters. Here is the analytical report. After reviewing the analytical report, the second strategist governor remarked, "You have convinced me." So, what actions did he take after quarreling with his son? According to our observations, he exhibited immense anger, followed by profound sadness. Strategist number 46 continued. Humans often squander excessive energy on such emotions. The second strategist governor acknowledged this with a nod. Indeed, my lord. To release this pent-up energy, he retreated to the shooting range, engaging in relentless practice. Having once been a soldier, this behavior is not unusual. The second strategist governor's thoughts reflected a supportive assessment. Strategist number 46 elaborated. Yes, my lord, yet what is alarming is the nature of his target paper and the utterances he made while shooting. Our analysis indicates that his mental state is exceedingly unstable. What is amiss with the target paper? The target paper he utilized was not the standard type, but rather one crafted from photographs of Lin Chen. We have a segment of real-time footage transmitted by the intelligence unit. Please show it to me. A flicker of concern emerged within the complex brainwaves of the second strategist governor. Chapter 43. The Confrontation, Part 4. The image of Shi Chong was swiftly transmitted in the form of brainwaves to the second strategist in power. Within the imagery, Shi Chong engaged in only two actions, aiming and firing. However, his approach to both was markedly distinct from that of an ordinary soldier. He seemed indifferent to striking the bullseye. His first shot appeared to veer off course, landing above the photograph. In a practical context, this bullet would merely graze Lin Chen's scalp, inflicting no significant harm. His second shot also missed, aiming only to shatter Lin Chen's left ear, posing no lethal threat. His third shot, however, found its mark, leaving a small puncture in the neck area of the photograph, a shot that could indeed prove fatal. The fourth shot followed swiftly, striking the right ear, while the fifth found its way into the left eye. The sixth bullet pierced the bridge of the nose, and the seventh struck the right eye. The eighth shot, however, did not discharge a bullet. Thus, the magazine of the antiquated M1911 Colt handgun was emptied. Reloading commenced, and the shooting continued. The first bullet penetrated the hole made by the initial shot, the second bullet traversed the second hole, and the third bullet followed suit. Once emptied, the reloading process resumed, and the shooting persisted. After a span of 3 bodies of time, only 7 holes remained on the target paper. Shi Chong's actions did not wane. Rather, his firing speed accelerated, suggesting he had cultivated a form of muscle memory, recalling the act of drawing and firing. How many days had he been practicing this? The second strategist found Shi Chong's behavior perplexing. It had commenced 2 days prior, and after each shooting session, he marked a circle on his small calendar. Strategist number 46. Please retrieve that calendar for me. Certainly, he replied dutifully, extracting the imagery from Shi Chong's notebook. The notebook contained only 5 days: Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. In human terms, this hardly constituted a calendar. However, within the Trisolaris realm, such a concept was understood differently. Their calendar was not designed to track the sun's patterns, but to regulate the behaviors of the Trisolarans themselves. Thus, in their world, a calendar symbolized the efficient realization of objectives. Employing a calendar indicated a determination of purpose. With the advent of industrialization in the human world, as agriculture no longer tethered most individuals to the land, The significance of calendars as carriers of commemorative goals had steadily increased. In the notebook, both Saturday and Sunday bore circles, while Wednesday was marked with an X. Mused the second strategist, reflecting deeply. This implies he intends to take action on Wednesday. But what could it be? With this contemplation, the second strategist and strategist number 46 redirected their focus back to the image of Shi Chang aiming at Lin Chen's photograph. Shi Chang was singularly fixated on one task, aiming at the image of Lin Chen. Shooting at Lin Chen's photograph. Continue to observe the target. Perhaps he is merely venting his frustrations, as the second strategist governor suggested would conclude by Wednesday. However, strategist no. 46 perceived an alternative notion amid the complex brainwave signals of the governor. Earth, Asia. In the interrogation room adjacent to the operations meeting. Name? Occupation? Can you speak? A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face as he silently regarded the interrogator. The interrogator sighed, glanced back, and upon receiving information through his earpiece, stood up and departed. He uttered not a word. Thus far, Shi Chang's interrogation proved the most effective, for at least he had spoken. Upon exiting the interrogation room, the interrogator remarked to Chang Wei-si. Chang Wei-si responded, "I understand." He then entered the interrogation room himself. Pulling out a chair, he sat face to face with Lin Chen, gazing into his eyes for a moment before asking, "Should I introduce myself?" "No need. I can tell from your military uniform," Lin Chen replied. "Is there something you wish to convey?" Chang Wei-si inquired. "Indeed, I have a phrase," Lin Chen stated. "What is it?" "Those who engage in misconduct shall ultimately meet their demise, such as humanity," he replied. "Is there more?" Lin Chen shook his head, choosing silence thereafter. Chang Wei-si nodded and exited the interrogation room. What does it mean that those who engage in misconduct shall meet their demise? If truly those who do evil are met with divine retribution, then he ought to be the one to perish, the interrogator murmured as he left the room. Having interrogated this wooden figure for so long, she found herself quite weary. Chang Wei-si, saying nothing, departed. A day later, Tuesday, Shi Chang completed today's shooting practice. In his notebook, he circled Tuesday. Yet, unlike the previous 3 days, he did not leave the shooting range. Instead, he approached the range owner. "I need a gun," Shi Chang stated, his expression frigid and his tone devoid of inflection. The owner glanced at him, smirking. "As if I wouldn't let you off without payment. You still have demands?" "Sigh. How did I end up with an old comrade like you? Speak, what do you want?" "One that can be taken outside," Shi Chang specified, maintaining his impassive demeanor. The owner paused, blinked, and then stood, looking at him as if he were a stranger. "Chang Zi, you can't be serious. You're working for Lao Chang now, and you ask me for a gun? It's been confiscated." "So, you've stirred up trouble again?" "Capturing a fugitive, fired 2 shots. Did someone die?" "No." "Well, that's something. Enough of this nonsense. I know you can get it. Will you help me?" Shi Chang laid it bare. Sigh. Peanuts can be eaten haphazardly, but words must be chosen carefully. How can you tarnish someone's reputation without cause? "What do you mean I can get it? What can I procure?" "I can get nothing. A few years ago, there was a firearms case. Ultimately, the investigation led to you." Shi Chang refrained from continuing his words. The shooting range owner fell silent for a moment, returned to his chair, lowered his head, and waved his right hand in the air before him twice. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he remarked, "I thought I was fortunate. What do you need? And when?" Almost simultaneously, within the confines of the prison, Lin Chen received a message relayed by Jizi. "Apologies. It was our oversight, and those responsible have already faced the consequences. We have elected a new group of individuals, more astute and wiser, to engage in dialogue with you." Lin Chen gazed at the words before him and could not help but smile. It had almost been 4 days. The little brat finally could no longer contain himself. Could he? Chapter 44, The Confrontation, Part 5. Lin Chen waved his hand, gesturing to his mouth and then to his ears, remaining silent. "They are not monitoring you. Additionally, if humans utilize thermal imaging, your gestures would undoubtedly reveal your presence, even in darkness." Lin Chen exhaled in relief, then gritted his teeth and remarked, "Why didn't I think of that? You truly are reliable. We have learned to conceal ourselves and to devise strategies. Yet you still allowed me to be captured." Noticing that the Trisolarans failed to detect his sarcasm, Lin Chen proceeded to dismantle their facade. Moreover, your efficiency is remarkably lacking. It took nearly 4 days for a different group to engage with me. The interrogators here have changed several times already. I can explain this. No need for explanations. Explanations are merely veils for concealment, Lin Chen retorted. He had been stewing in frustration for days, unable to discern the external circumstances or whether any unforeseen events had transpired, leading him to spiral into anxious thoughts. At times, contemplating the more dreadful outcomes would jolt him awake from his dreams. Fortunately, the awaited moment had finally arrived. However, his patience was not without foundation. He understood the extent of fear the Trisolarans would experience if Evans were to be eliminated. Naturally, the arduous wait had accumulated a great deal of resentment within him. From a certain perspective, the Trisolarans, situated light years away, were the least likely to confront him directly, rendering it quite reasonable for him to vent his frustrations upon them. Your statement holds merit. Our primary aim was to assess your loyalty, to determine whether we could place our trust in you. It is evident that you have passed the test. Congratulations. Lin Chen, taking a solitary step forward, continued. However, I find myself doubting your capabilities. I am quite skeptical about whether you genuinely possess the means to contend with humanity. Do you know that we have a long-standing saying here? What is it? One does not fear a godlike opponent, but rather fears a comrade akin to a pig. According to lexical searches, data from the human internet reveals that 67 of individuals who have heard this phrase subsequently engaged in disputes, suggesting it may be a derogatory insult. Are you insulting us? Lin Chen shook his head and earnestly replied, the Trisolarans regard humanity as mere weeds due to our inferior technological prowess. In turn, humanity can equivalently perceive you as pigs, given your lack of cunning. That is a valid point, yet our inaugural strategic leader has performed admirably. He is akin to a more astute pig. You did not anticipate that he would pull the trigger, Lin Chen countered. Rest assured, my second strategic leader is an even more astute pig. Despite knowing that the Trisolarans were not intentionally amusing, Lin Chen could not help but stifle a laugh. He reaffirmed a realization. If not for the environment of the dark forest, beings like the Trisolarans would indeed be quite suitable companions, for they engage in conversation with remarkable sincerity. Although this sincerity may gradually be eroded over time, in the present state, the Trisolarans are undeniably the most amusing. Is this really amusing? Do you think I am lying? The first strategic commissioner did not anticipate that Shi Chang would fire a gun. However, I, the second strategic commissioner, have foreseen that Shi Chang is about to pull the trigger. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. What gun is Shi Chang going to fire? What is he aiming at? Surely he wouldn't target me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What do you mean? Lin Chen inquired. Based on our observations over the past few days, Shi Chang has been training at the shooting range daily, using your photograph as his target. He has allocated 5 days for this training, and tomorrow marks the 5th day. The subtitles from Jizi continued. Lin Chen shook his head. This is highly improbable. However, Jizi's next statement left him in stunned silence for quite some time. Although his gun has since been confiscated, he has acquired an illegal firearm. Lin Chen. According to our understanding of trust, his current actions have convinced us that he has already paid the price for violating the law in your society, merely to possess a gun. If he intended to kill me, he wouldn't even need a gun. He could easily crush me with his bare hands. Lin Chen pressed his lips together. This might be something akin to a sense of ritual. You humans tend to squander excess energy on such matters, believing that only through such ceremonial gestures can you solidify your resolve. I need to think this through. I may require a considerable amount of time. Lin Chen gradually began to confront this dilemma. Very well, you must provide your answer before tomorrow. Additionally, we suggest that you share some intelligence with humanity. This will afford you better protection. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lin Chen immediately dismissed it in his heart. What a ridiculous notion. If I divulge even a morsel of intelligence, they will inevitably seek more. By remaining silent, I might just secure my exit. But could Shi Chang actually fire at me? No, absolutely not. Lin Chen recalled his memories of Shi Chang. This individual, though prone to extreme measures at times, would not overstep boundaries when faced with such a significant issue. Lin Chen sat quietly in the corner, his eyes tightly shut. He questioned himself once more. Would Shi Chang truly overstep? Probably not. But if he genuinely considered me the most detestable kind of enemy, would he still refrain? Surely not. Lin Chen shook his head, unwilling to ponder further. Since arriving in this world, it seemed he had never truly understood what kind of person Shi Chang was. A three-dimensional individual understood through books would ultimately yield a one-sided perspective. In the darkness, Lin Chen felt as though someone was raising a gun against him. Suspicion took root within his mind. Each potential threat raised a metaphorical gun against him. Such fantasies lingered for an extended period, until the early hours of the following day. When Lin Chen suddenly recalled how Shi Chang had captured him, Shi Chang had first issued orders to expedite the blockade of the West Gate, while he himself proceeded to seal the North Gate. Reflecting on this matter allowed Lin Chen to finally drift into a peaceful slumber. He reassured himself with the final thought before sleep. This individual is sufficiently trustworthy. Your Excellency, I believe Lin Chen has not given our words the gravity they deserve, remarked strategist 46 as he observed Lin Chen through GZ. Perhaps the written word lacks the necessary impact. If he were to see his own photograph, riddled with bullets fired by Shi Chang, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of terror. The second strategist articulated this reasoning. We could enable GZ to perform a higher dimensional projection in his sight, strategist 46 suggested. We lack the authority to command GZ for a higher dimensional expansion. Approval from the leader is required. I shall seek the leader's counsel immediately, responded the second strategist. Strategist 46 discerned a hint of urgency intertwined with a touch of fear in the official's thoughts. For a Trisolaran, such an array of emotions was indeed inappropriate. And strategist 46 lamented this disconcerting reality. Chapter 45. The Duel, Part 6. The night was enveloped in darkness, with clouds obscuring the stars and moon, leaving not a glimmer of light. In the outskirts, on a desolate country road, a black Santa Fe stood still. Shi Chang leaned against his vehicle, igniting a cigarette. The flicker of the lighter illuminating half of his face. His expression remained devoid of emotion. After finishing a cigarette, he retrieved a pistol, a keepsake from an old comrade. He raised the firearm, aiming towards the distant trees. His finger gently curled around the trigger, yet he hesitated for an extended period, unable to pull the trigger. Years had passed, and he felt a faint tremor at his fingertips. In his youth, when he first wielded an automatic rifle on the battlefield, he experienced a similar sensation. The demands of combat required overwhelming firepower, yet there were insufficient targets to engage. A single burst often ended with nearly all rounds missing their mark. This stark contrast left him, who had been accustomed to hitting bullseyes during training, feeling anxious, even reluctant to fire. An experienced soldier beside him advised him to adopt a 2-round burst technique. Initially, Shi Chang thought it was a clever tactic, but he later realized that by limiting his shots to 2, he could only concentrate on the tips of his fingers. This focus led him to neglect his aim entirely. He had learned to fire but forgotten how to aim. At that time, Chang Wei-Si had laughed at him for quite some time. Shi Chang pondered why such memories resurfaced, yet he acknowledged the absence of resolve to shoot. He relinquished his aim, rubbed his thumb across the pistol for a moment, and then holstered the weapon. Perhaps it was best to let it be. That night, he returned to the shooting range. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was roused from his slumber by GZ. What are you doing? He yawned, utterly perplexed. You sleep like a log, GZ remarked. Lin Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly. What is the matter? He inquired. We are now transmitting an image to you. As subtitles scrolled through Lin Chen's vision, the world before him gradually illuminated. Before him was a mirrored sphere, initially emitting a faint red glow, which intensified, gradually revealing a spectrum of colors. Ultimately, it coalesced into a live image. Due to the curvature of the sphere, the image appeared somewhat distorted. Yet Lin Chen discerned clearly. It was Shi Chang at the shooting range. The sounds were inaudible, but he observed Shi Chang incessantly firing. And the target bore a photograph of Lin Chen himself. The image had been mercilessly riddled with bullets, now rendered nearly unrecognizable. Lin Chen exerted considerable effort to glean a semblance of his own outline from the battered photograph. The imagery persisted for a while. As Shi Chang concluded his shooting and departed the range, the image abruptly ceased. What does this prove? Lin Chen questioned the retreating GZ. He will undoubtedly aim at you. Do you not believe it? This is an utterly illogical situation. How can you expect me to believe it? Your previous actions have embroiled his son, who now harbors deep resentment towards you and aims to shoot you. Is there not a semblance of logic in that? Lin Chen felt as though he could sense a flicker of emotional turbulence from the subtitles of the intelligent entity. He shook his head, then suddenly laughed. Isn't this rather fortuitous? Shi Chang left the shooting range and immediately dialed Xiaozheng. Bring Lin Chen to the interrogation room. I want to conduct a surprise interrogation. Right now? Xiaozheng yawned. Yes, right now? Shi Chang asserted decisively. Oh, all right. Will you be coming over shortly? Xiaozheng inquired once more. I will arrive shortly. On the desolate road, Shi Chang pressed the accelerator firmly. Are you out of your mind? You will die. You are utterly insane. Do you realize that you will perish? The second strategist governor was evidently far more volatile than Lin Chen had anticipated. Isn't that splendid? Lin Chen remarked. He is coming to kill you. I am certainly not jesting. Lin Chen replied earnestly, I am not joking either. If he shoots and kills me, then, paradoxically, we will achieve victory. What does that have to do with victory? We need you to survive. You are the second strategist governor of the Trisolaris world. I wish to know if you still recall our previous conversation, the one I had with the Trisolaris world? Lin Chen spoke calmly. Yes, we have recorded everything you discussed with us. You must recall that you were queried as to why we allowed Shi Xiaoming to assist you. Indeed, it perplexed us that you would continue to utilize him even after discovering he was the enemy's son. Lin Chen nodded. Precisely because he is the enemy's son. He must be utilized more effectively, for we can leverage him to undermine the enemy's assaults from within. Just him alone? Of course, there are other preparations. We must coordinate both internal and external forces. However, that is no longer necessary, Lin Chen sighed. In bygone days, Zhuge Liang devoted his life tirelessly to his cause. Now, I too can. May I ask if you could speak in a more comprehensible manner? Have you never considered that should he kill me, all those who believe in metaphysics and wish to profit from it will become our allies? Lin Chen grew fervent as he spoke. He stood up, arms wide open, appearing emotionally charged. If you merely disseminate the news of my demise, then the Asian Warfare Center, our sole adversary, the only entity still harboring suspicion towards us, will transform into the enemy of all humanity. The pressure from across the globe will crush and obliterate them. From that moment forth, no one will be able to muster the strength to doubt our metaphysical endeavors. Even if I perish, yet I have extinguished the flame of human science as well. Lin Chen continued in a frenzied manner. Even if no one comes to take my life, I would still choose to perish here. Do you recall what I once said to Pan Han? I could gladly embrace death for the sake of this noble ideal. This aligns perfectly with my desires. No, you fail to comprehend. It is you who do not grasp our needs. To us, you are of far greater significance. If you were to die, who would we employ to eliminate Evans? We require your counsel. In your eyes, does the fate of Evans truly overshadow the matter of whether humanity forsakes science in favor of superstition? These matters are insignificant when compared to the life or death of Evans. After the phrase was inscribed in Lin Chen's gaze by Jizi, his cell was abruptly opened and a beam of light flooded in. A figure, familiar to Lin Chen, emerged. Shi Chang, who referred to him as Xiaozheng. Lin Chen, awaken. It is time for interrogation. Reveal all that you know to them. This may grant you a chance at survival. Jizi persistently urged within Lin Chen's sight. However, Lin Chen chose to disregard it. Your judgments are utterly flawed. I now wish only to trust my own discernment. Chapter 46. Confrontation 7. This human has gone mad. The second strategist governor felt himself on the brink of insanity. Strategist number 46 trembled beside him. Entirely unable to comprehend the words of the second strategist governor, he could only sense an overwhelming tide of anger and fear emanating from the other's brainwaves. Governor, perhaps we should reconsider his judgment, suggested strategist number 46. What judgment can he possess? He merely seeks martyrdom. No, this cannot be allowed. The second strategist governor began to amplify the transmission of his brainwaves, relentlessly sending commands to the intelligence entity. From the chaotic brainwaves, strategists know. 46 could only decipher a heavy and concentrated emotional state. He was uncertain when the second strategist governor had accumulated such a plethora of emotions. One thing, however, was clear to him. The governor could not control these emotions. I repeat, tell this person before you everything you know. Lin Chen trailed behind Xiao Zhang, completely disregarding the subtitles before him, as if he had seen nothing. He casually struck up a conversation with Xiao Zhang. It's the dead of night. Are you conducting a fatigue interrogation? He yawned. Do not wait for Shi Chang to arrive in the interrogation room. You have no time left. It's not just you who's fatigued. I am too. If you ask me, why not just spill everything? Wouldn't that bring this to an end? Then everyone can sleep soundly. As Xiao Zhang spoke, he also yawned and glanced back. This is an order. Through the subtitles. Lin Chen noticed that Xiao Zhang's eyes were quite dark as well. He chuckled lightly, saying, No worries. I slept quite comfortably, with no light and no noise. I could rest peacefully for an entire day. Xiao Zhang fell silent. Damn humans. Damn insects. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he stated, I am on equal footing with you. You have no right to command me. What? Xiao Zhang was taken aback, smirking as he replied, You think you're on equal footing? Hurry up and go inside. Just wait. With that, Lin Chen was shoved into the interrogation room. Aren't you going to interrogate me? Lin Chen turned and asked. Xiao Zhang yawned again, answering, Sure will come to interrogate you soon. Shi Chang is here to kill you. Well, that's fine. Lin Chen nodded, taking a seat in the interrogation room, awaiting silently. It's over, it's all over. The second strategist governor, observing Lin Chen's resolute demeanor through the intelligence entity, despaired. Strategist number 46 remarked, Do not despair, governor. Even if we fail, there will be others to follow. We can glean much from this experience. But we will die. The second strategist governor cried in anguish. Strategist number 46 replied, Though we may perish, the moisture we leave behind will become part of the spacecraft's recycling system, and the organic matter we leave can burn brightly to provide warmth for our kind. How remarkably romantic this is. I had never contemplated such romance before. Yet we are doomed. The second strategist reiterated. Indeed, concurred the 46th strategist. To the second strategist's astonishment, he discerned a hint of satisfaction in the other's brainwaves. This was unlike the Trisolaris' unwavering sense of responsibility towards their world. It stemmed from an individual's personal contentment. It is essential to note that this group of individuals had undergone rigorous selection. They should not harbor the uncontrollable and inescapable fragility of emotions like the 1379th listener. Yet, the 46th strategist was exhibiting such sentiments. The second strategist found this utterly incomprehensible. However, he had no time to ponder further. You have gone mad just like him. The second strategist bellowed. At that moment, a scene transmitted by the Sapan revealed Shi Chang about to enter the interrogation room. The second strategist ceased to concern himself with the 46th strategist and began fervently explaining to Lin Chen through the Sapan. He had to seize this slim chance of survival. The 46th strategist, witnessing the utterly deranged second strategist, retreated into a corner and murmured, Let it be. We have concealed crucial information. He will not trust us. The 46th strategist prepared to reminisce about the beauty he had witnessed throughout his life in the final moments of his existence. This recollection should commence from the death of his parents and his subsequent fragmentation. Shi Chang approached with the swiftness of a tempest, his demeanor resolute. Captain Shi. Shi Chang glanced at Xiao Zhang and nodded. Then, taking a deep breath, he struck the wall with his fist, releasing the pent-up fury that had simmered within him for days. The uncontainable rage informed him, You are here to kill. You are here to pull the trigger. You are not a qualified officer. Do not harbor such hesitations. Upon entering the interrogation room, he swiftly locked the door behind him. After casting a glance at Xiao Zhang through the opaque glass, he directed all his focus on Lin Chen, who sat at the table before him. His hand delved into his coat, gripping a firearm. Interrogation need not rely solely on words. Simultaneously, Lin Chen offered a slight smile as he gazed at the entering Shi Chang. The two exchanged glances once more. Yet this time, the gun supplanted Shi Chang's gaze. As the gun pressed against his forehead, Lin Chen recalled a piece of nonsensical wisdom he had once encountered. A gun is meant for killing. The barrel embedded itself into his flesh, fragile capillaries beginning to contend with the steel of the muzzle, as the coldness of the weapon ignited a fervor within his blood. In that moment, everything in Lin Chen's life converged into a singular circle, the diameter of which matched that of the gun's muzzle. Ultimately, within that circle, only two emotions remained, one being the instinctual fear of life in the face of death, another form of liberation, unprecedented in its wisdom. The fear of death inundates every pore like a relentless tide. Yet, the gravitational pull of wisdom becomes an unbreakable cage from which that tide can never escape. Lin Chen fixated intently on the trigger in Chang's hand, bellowing with fervor. Fire. Chang coldly regarded Lin Chen, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. Bang. No. A howl reverberated through the Three-Body Strategy Research Institute. When the 46th strategist once again cast his gaze upon the second strategist, he discovered with astonishment that the latter had begun to involuntarily dehydrate. Droplets of water seeped from the second strategist's entire being as his body began to wither. The entire event transpired swiftly. By the time the 46th strategist comprehended the situation and approached for a closer look, the second strategist was no longer capable of communication. The 46th strategist then turned his attention to the information relayed by Jizi. After a moment of silence, he murmured to himself, "Oh, humanity." Chapter 47. Those who commit multiple wrongs will perish. Part 1. Chang fired the initial shot. The bullet grazed Lin Chen's hair and embedded itself into the wall of the interrogation room. Chang shook his head and remarked, "You have won." Lin Chen, amidst the persistent ringing in his ears, stood frozen, contemplating, "We have won." As Chang exited the interrogation room, he signaled to Xiao Zhang, "Inform Chang Weisi that the plan has failed." With that, he tucked away his firearm and fumbled out a cigarette from his pocket. He then produced a lighter. Yet the flame refused to align. His hands trembled. After several unsuccessful attempts, he abandoned both the cigarette and lighter, plunging his hands into his pockets. Turning to the still-dazed Xiao Zhang, he said, "You need to get this man a change of trousers." The F-Rare. The 46th strategist approached the F-Rare, cradling a mass of dehydrated matter. "Is this the second strategist?" The F-Rare inquired. "What has happened to him?" "I do not know. He dehydrated himself. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. His emotional state was rather peculiar. Perhaps that was the cause," the 46th strategist explained. "You mean his emotions?" The F-Rare pressed. "Indeed, his emotions," the 46th strategist affirmed. "What kind of emotion?" The 46th strategist fell silent for a moment. His brainwaves flickered rapidly, oscillating at a speed so fast that others could not decipher his thoughts. Eventually, his brainwaves began to clarify, and he spoke. It was excitement, stemming from the confirmation of Lin Chen's absolute loyalty. Yet tragically, the second strategist dehydrated himself in his fervor. Excitement. Very well. He has earned his merit. The F-Rare calmly regarded the dehydrated remains of the second strategist. He then instructed, "Place him in the dehydration chamber. He deserves to experience the eternal epoch, 400 Earth years hence." The eternal epoch. "Yes, F-Rare," responded the 46th strategist as he departed with the dehydrated remains of the second strategist. He remained perplexed as to why he had fabricated this lie before the F-Rare. It was as if this thought had spontaneously emerged, leading him to successfully deceive. He had lied. After the departure of the 46th strategist, the artificial intelligence before the F-Rare conveyed a signal. "What did you say?" The F-Rare maintained his composure at all times. The AI promptly provided an analysis of the 46th strategist's brainwaves. Within the vast stream of data, the complex and rapid brainwave patterns of the 46th strategist were meticulously displayed. In that fleeting moment, the 46th strategist recalled numerous events, from his initial participation in the strategy experiments, to witnessing the first strategist being cast into the incinerator, to collaborating with the second strategist, to their initial encounters with Lin Chen, and finally, the gradual destabilization of the second strategist's emotions, culminating in the moment of the second strategist's self-dehydration. In that fleeting moment, strategist number 46 managed to recollect everything and ultimately resolved to deceive. The leader scrutinized this in detail. The second strategist was driven to madness, leading to his own dehydration. The AI responded, "No relevant cases found. This might be the first instance we have encountered since our engagement with the human realm." The leader remarked. The AI continued, "Should we categorize this case?" The leader acquiesced. It was summarized as emotional disturbance dehydration syndrome, with one existing case. The AI then inquired, "How shall we handle strategist number 46? The leader pondered, his gaze drifting once more to the faint star that seemed light years away. Yet this time, he felt as if he could perceive the azure planet perpetually orbiting that star, Earth. For the first time, he felt a sense of dread towards this hopeful place. This fleeting fear was quickly suppressed as he declared, "From now on, strategist number 46 shall be the third strategist." "Understood, transmitting orders now," the AI responded. The leader continued to gaze at the sun and concluded, "At least we have a partner on Earth who is utterly loyal, and a strategist who has learned the art of concealment." "Lin Chen, how do you feel now?" After changing his trousers and returning to the dim room, subtitles manifested before Lin Chen's eyes. Naturally, he was still shaken. "It was indeed unfortunate that they dared not burst my brain," Lin Chen lamented. "However, it matters not. Even if they do not kill me, I am prepared for a hunger strike, a thirst strike. In due time, our scheme can still succeed. You mustn't do this. We do not wish for your demise. You have more significant matters to attend to. You have already erred twice." Lin Chen scoffed, then recalled something. "By the way, why does your tone seem different from before? You haven't become the third strategist, have you?" "Indeed. I was once strategist number 46 under the second strategist. Now I have succeeded to the position of the third strategist." "And what of the second strategist? Surely he too has paid his due?" Lin Chen queried. "Yes, he too has paid his due." "Then why, as his subordinate, have you not paid your due?" Lin Chen pressed. "I understand now. You must have deceived me. Very well. There is no trust left between us. I apologize, Lin Chen. I should not have concealed this. The second strategist was rewarded for detecting your absolute sincerity. If you survive until 400 years hence, when we descend upon Earth, perhaps you may meet him." Lin Chen shook his head. "I have no desire to meet that fool. He nearly blinded me, and that imbecile wishes to tell me nothing, only to have me follow his plans. However, the ultimate truth revealed that he was indeed a complete fool. Shichang did not shoot me dead. You shouldn't speak of him in that manner." "Very well." Lin Chen blinked at the subtitles in his vision. For some unknown reason, he felt that this time, the strategist seemed a touch more human. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that the other party had actually called him by name during their conversation. The previous two strategists had never done such a thing. "I hope you can be a bit wiser. That way, we can collaborate for a longer time." "Thank you for the encouragement. I shall do my utmost." Do you have a name? Perhaps I could assist you in choosing one. What kind do you desire?" "Something romantic. Thank you." "Very well, then I shall call you Tsue Hua. That is a name imbued with vitality." "Thank you, but I still prefer to be addressed as strategist number 46. Chapter 48. Those who engage in unjust acts will bring about their own demise. Part 2. Lin Chen took a moment to collect his thoughts as he sat cross-legged in the dimly lit room and said, "Very well, strategist number 46. We ought to engage in a more meaningful discussion. Indeed, our communication has been fraught with misunderstandings. The current dilemma lies in our trust. While we have placed our faith in you, you seem to doubt our judgment," came the reply. "For I too grapple with matters beyond my comprehension," Lin Chen lamented. "Your inner turmoil likely stems from this. You previously expressed the belief that Yuwenjia possesses something that could jeopardize us, thus urging us to eliminate her, along with Luo Ji and Evans. Do you recall?" Lin Chen smiled slightly. "I do, but that was merely conjecture. One cannot condemn another solely based on speculation. Your conjecture is indeed accurate. We have confided in you our need for assistance in eliminating Evans. Yet, you still harbor mistrust towards us." Lin Chen shook his head gravely. "What I distrust is your level of cunning. Have you not noticed? Even now, your request contains a glaring logical flaw. What is it?" The strategists know. 46 transmitted the query through GZ, the words appearing before Lin Chen's eyes. Through the speed of the text, Lin Chen discerned their degree of confusion. It seemed they were eager for clarification. Lin Chen had prepared his answer in advance. Why target Evans first? And why only him? Besides Evans and Yuwenjia, there exists another individual outside your organization, Luo Ji. Why not eliminate him first? Silence enveloped the exchange. Lin Chen continued, "When you specifically named Evans for me to eliminate, I did not even consider the matter of Yuwenjia. My thoughts were consumed by the possibility that Evans might betray us during my time in confinement. An unusual line of reasoning, came the response. Not at all peculiar. At present, our ETO organization is wholly devoted to the endeavor of replacing human technology with metaphysics. I cannot conceive of anything more significant than this. This is the foundation of my judgment. I understand now. I apologize for our failure to convey sufficient information, which has led to such misunderstandings. Enough with the apologies. Even now, it seems you wish to perpetuate this misunderstanding. Please, do not be upset. In the wake of establishing mutual trust, the continued intent to conceal and deceive will only serve to dismantle the bridge of trust we have constructed. I regret to inform you that regarding Evans, we truly cannot disclose much. Lin Chen sighed, appearing somewhat at a disadvantage as he remarked. It seems we have little left to discuss. On one hand, you are unwilling to share the truth with me. On the other, you seek to direct me to act based on your misguided judgments. This leaves me unsettled, particularly since you have erred in your assessments twice already. Perhaps I can reveal a slight insight, but I must first consult with the leader. Please hold on. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, the discussion reached a pivotal point. Moments later, subtitles appeared before his eyes. Yi Wenjie had shared a series of riddles with Luo Ji, and Evans was also privy to these enigmas. Should these riddles be deciphered, it would mean that Evans poses the greatest threat to us, a danger far exceeding any contributions you have made thus far. So, you intend to eliminate Evans before he unravels the secrets? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, and you are the only individual we deem trustworthy. Thus we seek your assistance. Lin Chen nodded. Can you offer us your counsel? Before that, I have one question. What price are you willing to pay to eliminate Evans? All resources at our disposal on Earth. Even if it meant the complete dissolution of the ETO organization? Yes. As the previous strategist chancellor stated, this is hardly worth mentioning. This aligned with the answer Lin Chen had anticipated. I understand. Now, please heed my arrangements, if you will. Agreed. The next day, across the globe. Jizi re-emerged after several days of absence. However, this time was unlike any before. It transmitted but a single message. Professor Lin Chen, the guide of world metaphysics, had been detained. The world was once again in an uproar. There was no need for further elaboration. People's attention naturally gravitated back towards Asia. In Asia, Chang Weisi convened a military strategy meeting once more. Old Chang, we cannot let Lin Chen go, even if he remains silent. If we release him, who knows what kind of trouble he might stir. Shi Chang was the first to speak at the meeting. Big Shi, we are currently in a meeting. Chang Weisi had lost the desire to correct this simple misnomer. Oh, Chief. Shi Chang nodded, indicating he would be more mindful henceforth. Chang Weisi tapped the table. Although international pressure is mounting, our initial justification for detaining Lin Chen was his suspected involvement in bribery, which can still quell the doubts. However, the issue now is that we have been unable to extract any information from him. Perhaps our interrogation methods have been too lenient, someone suggested. Big Shi shook his head. It's not a matter of methods. Chang Weisi nodded in agreement. You should have reviewed the interrogation records. You would understand. This person may be intent on perishing here. This morning, we arranged for dedicated personnel to oversee him. At that moment, the meeting room door was pushed open. General Chang, there is an urgent video conference that requires your presence. Now, Chang Weisi asked. Yes, right now. They have already begun. Chang Weisi nodded, stood up from his seat, and before leaving, addressed the attendees. You may continue your discussions. Collective wisdom is beneficial. After Chang Weisi departed, Shi Chang lit a cigarette. He handed a cigarette to Zhang Beihai, who sat beside him, but it was declined. With just a few words, you have pondered for so long. What have you deduced? Shi Chang glanced at the interrogation records in Zhang Beihai's hands. In truth, over the past few days, Lin Chen had hardly uttered any words of significance. Shi Chang had perused the documents thoroughly, yet gleaned nothing of value. This sentence is intriguing, Zhang Beihai remarked, pointing to a particular line in the interrogation records. Shi Chang furrowed his brow and looked at the section Zhang Beihai indicated. It was a statement made by Chang Weisi upon entering the interrogation room. Those who commit numerous injustices will surely bring about their own demise. Shi Chang then echoed the phrase, patting Zhang Beihai on the shoulder, saying, Well, I didn't realize you were into metaphysics too. It seems Lin Chen is about to face divine retribution. Zhang Beihai remained silent, for he had also noticed the subsequent words. This is humanity. Chapter 49. Those who commit unjust acts will perish. Part 3. As Shichang pondered how to jest with Zhang Beihai, the door to the conference room swung open once more. Captain Shi, there's a problem. Xiao Zheng rushed in, breathless, leaning against the door as he struggled to catch his breath. All attendees turned their gaze towards him. With a hint of panic, Xiao Zheng exclaimed, "He is dead." Shichang slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming with urgency. "Dead? Who's dead? Didn't I instruct you to keep a close watch on Professor Lin? It's not Lin Chen. It's the two individuals who previously testified against him. They recanted their statements and then died." Xiao Zheng finally managed to articulate after regaining his composure. At this revelation, a wave of relief washed over the attendees, an unprecedented sense of relaxation enveloping the room. This statement bore significant implications. They now lacked any formal justification to continue detaining Lin Chen. Perhaps this wretched meeting would finally reach its conclusion. Logically, this was a natural course of events. When faced with an enigmatic opponent, what chance of victory could there be? Yet, Chang Weisi had stubbornly clung to his convictions. However, the spirit of defeatism had long been pervasive. When did this occur? Shichang inquired. Just moments ago. Have the causes of death been determined? Not yet. They say it's complicated, and it might take a while before a conclusion is reached, Xiao Zheng replied, shaking his head. Shichang nodded, returning to his seat, choosing silence. It's a blatant scheme. He knows we are under immense pressure. Thus, he has presented us with two choices. Either we release him, or he dies here. Both outcomes are unacceptable to us, but if we must choose, the former is the lesser evil, Zhang Beihai remarked at that moment. Are you suggesting that we simply let him go? Wouldn't that render our efforts of the past half-month futile? Shichang scoffed. Zhang Beihai tucked the interrogation records into his bag, choosing not to elaborate further. Shichang snorted, lighting a cigarette. He understood that prolonging the situation was untenable. It was merely an emotional struggle for him. This was an issue for old Chang to resolve, and Shichang only offered that remark in conclusion. In the time that followed, the attendees engaged in further discussions. Though the overall duration was brief, as Chang Weisi's emergency meeting concluded swiftly, he had been gone from the conference room for less than 10 minutes, a period that felt alarmingly short. However, the transformation in Chang Weisi was palpable. Upon re-entering the conference room, he bore a grave and sorrowful expression, making every effort to shield himself from the weight of such emotions, yet all present could sense the shift in atmosphere. "Old Shan, what's wrong?" Shichang asked. Chang Weisi glanced at Shichang, gesturing for him to remain calm, then surveyed the faces of all attendees present. Each individual bore an expression of utter exhaustion, not merely of a physical nature, but rather a profound mental fatigue. Chang Weisi was acutely aware of this weariness. Nevertheless, he made an effort to smile as he addressed the assembly. "Comrades, I recognize the hard work everyone has put in during this period. In the recent meeting, the higher-ups unanimously decided to abandon the investigation, to forego this operation, and likewise, to relinquish the series of interrogations concerning Lin Chen." With a thud, Shichang slammed his palm onto the table, leaping to his feet. He gestured emphatically with a finger, his teeth clenched as if on the verge of expressing his thoughts. Yet ultimately, he remained silent. Chang Weisi observed the quiet assembly, delivered a series of formalities, then bowed and gathered his belongings, departing. The urgency of this meeting left him with an unsettling feeling. During the 10 minutes that transpired, there was no debate, no discussion, not even a semblance of dialogue. A solitary suggestion was made, and the remainder of the attendees simply assented. Just days prior, these very individuals had been advocating for the operational meeting. Chang Weisi could not fathom the gravity encapsulated within those 10 minutes. Yet, he also understood that he had finally been liberated. He had at least remained steadfast until the very end. "I had thought I would be here until retirement," he mused as he exited the conference room. Zhang Beihai, carrying the interrogation records, went to visit his father. His father's condition appeared somewhat improved compared to before. However, Zhang Beihai refrained from inquiring about his father's health. Having already gathered the necessary information, he did not wish to compel his father, with the candor of a soldier, to recount his ailments anew. That was not the truth he sought to hear. His father reclined partially upright in bed, smiling as he regarded Zhang Beihai. Has the work on Chang Weixi's side concluded? It has come to an end, Zhang Beihai nodded. Faster than you anticipated. Indeed, his father acknowledged with a nod, falling silent thereafter. Zhang Beihai remained quiet for a moment before speaking. There are aspects I find difficult to comprehend. It is only natural to have questions, his father replied. Zhang Beihai produced the interrogation records and presented them to his father. After perusing the contents, his father remarked, Beihai, I have already seen this material. He revealed nothing to us, save for one particularly intriguing statement. Zhang Beihai sat at the edge of his father's bed, his hands clasped together. Which statement do you believe it to be? He indicated the records with a gentle touch, then stated, this was what he said to Chang Weici. Prior to this, he had divulged no useful information, and even in front of some interrogators, he remained silent. Yet, the moment Chang Weici entered, he uttered these words. Do you believe he intended to convey something specifically to Chang Weici? At the very least, it seems there was an attempt at communication. Though perhaps I am overthinking it, Zhang Beihai replied. Such is humanity, his father echoed, reiterating the words Zhang Beihai had just highlighted. With a trembling finger, he pointed out the first half of the sentence, saying, the first half of this phrase is actually more intriguing. Those who commit numerous injustices will surely perish? Zhang Beihai inquired. His father nodded and then gazed out at the setting sun. After that, they ceased to communicate. Throughout their lives, silence conveyed far more between father and son than words ever could. This was the manner of his father's teachings. And it was precisely this approach that shaped the Zhang Beihai of today. The sentiment is indeed profound. As Zhang Beihai departed, these were the final words his father imparted to him. Upon exiting the hospital room, he did not rush away but lingered for a considerable time before the door. Those who commit numerous injustices will surely perish. This phrase resonates with greater significance. What was his father truly endeavoring to convey? He understood that his father's interpretation of this phrase would never align with Shi Chang's view of it as merely a metaphysical expression. There must be a deeper meaning embedded within those words, and it seemingly catalyzed a shift in the upper echelon's attitudes. Why does this phrase wield such immense power? There must be aspects he has yet to decipher. Chapter 50. Those who engage in unjust acts will meet their own demise. Part 4. On the balcony of Yang Jinwen's residence. Professor Lin Chen was detained while the American side raised concerns regarding human rights issues. Our spokesperson asserted that we would uphold our consistent stance and that the United States had no right to interfere. A journalist inquired whether Professor Lin Chen's human rights were guaranteed. The spokesperson retorted, does the American side truly care about the right to life of the deceased scientists? Numerous countries around the world expressed their concern for Professor Lin Chen's safety, with certain African nations proclaiming him as a global figure. Yang Jinwen, sipping tea, observed the bespectacled old Zhang, who was intently engrossed in the newspaper. He jested, how peculiar, old Zhang. You've begun to take an interest in these international affairs. How can I not care? I just paid, and he has gone. Old Zhang replied, shaking his head. You actually paid? How much? Yang Jinwen inquired. Old Zhang gestured with his fingers, indicating 8,000, 800,000, for 10 sessions. This is still the discounted price that Shi Xiaoming secured for me. You might as well report it to the authorities, Yang Jinwen suggested. Old Zhang shook his head. Shi Xiaoming said this is merely temporary protection arranged by the higher-ups. Look, there is only one Professor Lin in the entire world, and he is from our country. How can they not find an excuse to protect him? Yang Jinwen remarked. This rather implies that Professor Lin indeed possesses something of significance. In the virtual world of the three-body problem, an ETO meeting convened. Commence the meeting. Accelerate the emergence of a constant era, proclaimed Qin Shi Huang, standing at the juncture of yin and yang on the earth. The stars in the sky began to reverse, with the flying stars and the sun continuously alternating. However, this chaotic era lasted longer than any before it. The constant era had not yet arrived even with the presence of Newton, Confucius, King Wen of Zhou, John von Neumann, and Einstein. Due to the urgency of the meeting, the ETO members had no choice but to proceed under the watch of 3 erratic suns overhead. The master has finally chosen to converse with us again, Qin Shi Huang announced at the outset. The master has instructed us to await communication with Lin Chen, Einstein interjected. Wasn't he captured? Newton inquired. The master can certainly bring him out. Perhaps he has already been released, Confucius asserted confidently. Is that all we shall discuss in this meeting? Asked King Wen of Zhou. No, our higher-ups from the descending faction intend to hold a formal meeting with Lin Chen in the future. Before that, we should convene internally to unify our opinions before meeting him collectively, Qin Shi Huang stated. Therefore, we should set a time to gather on the Judgment Day ship. Einstein suggested. Where does Lin Chen propose we meet him? John von Neumann questioned. He suggested a rather peculiar location, asking us to meet him at the Panama Canal. As Einstein spoke, the sun and the flying stars in the sky shifted once more. The interplay of light and shadow danced around him, and ultimately, a stable sun seemed to finally emerge. At that moment, the sword at Qin Shi Huang's waist unexpectedly slid out a short distance. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though the ground beneath their feet had lost its support. Yet, rather than plunging downward, they began to ascend. Humans, stones, swords, everything started to rise, accelerating at an astonishing speed. It is the three suns, remarked John von Neumann as he was drawn upward. 3 suns in the sky. No, it is 3 suns aligned in a row, Qin Shi Huang mused nearby. Einstein, gazing down from the heavens, observed the earth below, where countless fissures marred the landscape, chunks of soil and rock breaking free from the bonds of gravity, whisked away by a greater force. In the distance, the ocean of the virtual three-body world formed a wave, also drawn toward the sun, its waters shimmering in the air, refracting sunlight into strange phantoms. The universe seemed to invert, with all things floating like dust in the air, coalescing into an odd cloud between planets and stars. This final meeting was abruptly interrupted and brought to an end in such a manner. A day later, Zhang Beihai returned to the operations conference center. Inside the meeting room, the chaos that had previously reigned was absent. Many staff members had begun to organize documents and pack away equipment. It appeared that the space was at its most orderly only when everyone had departed. It was Chang Weisi who had summoned Zhang Beihai. Chang Weisi expressed that their group was privileged to witness this historic moment. Zhang Beihai understood what Chang Weisi meant by this historic moment. In an exceedingly brief struggle, metaphysics, akin to a supernova explosion, unleashed its brilliant matter and energy into the cosmos. Its gamma-ray burst shattered the physical nebula of their world as effortlessly as tearing a piece of paper. As the last group still engaged in combat and resistance, their surrender was naturally of commemorative significance. After a day of contemplation, Chang Weisi seemed to have gained a broader perspective. On that day, he shared with Zhang Beihai, "Perhaps we have taken a wrong turn. This misstep may have been in the past, or it may be in the present, but it matters little. We should not lament past mistakes, nor fear future errors. We must simply move forward. Time always moves forward, and life should likewise progress." At that moment, Shi Chang interjected, If physics is gone, will time continue?" Chang Weisi shook his head in response. "It is not that physics has vanished. The discoveries made by our ancestors still firmly exist. This is an objective truth. It is merely that upon this foundation, metaphysics has emerged, demonstrating its validity through its own objective realities." Chang Weisi's words seemed particularly abundant that day. He resembled a speaker who had prepared an extensive oration throughout the night, only to be rejected at the last moment before taking the stage. Somewhat disheartened and frustrated, yet undeterred, he ultimately shared his grand perspectives with the companions at his side. Zhang Beihai listened quietly. Upon hearing the subsequent remarks, Chang Weisi articulated a passage that plunged him into contemplation. Our society is constructed upon such objective laws. This was true in ancient times, remains true today, and perhaps in the future, there will be not only objective physical laws, but also objective metaphysical laws. Our society ought to continue its evolution in accordance with these principles. Suddenly, Zhang Beihai felt as if he had stumbled upon an epiphany. Those who commit numerous injustices will inevitably meet their demise. What is metaphysics, really? This is evidently the objective law discerned by Zhuangzi. This is the objective law humanity has previously uncovered. And is this objective law not manifesting in recent events? Following a flash of insight, and in conjunction with the investigations conducted by Wang Miao and Shi Chang, Zhang Beihai discerned another layer of meaning in this statement. All metaphysical phenomena may very well be illusions. He then recalled the subsequent remark, "This is humanity." The pieces began to decode within his mind. This is humanity, the laws governing humanity. What, then, corresponds to these laws of humanity? He swiftly connected the entirety of this phrase, recognizing its fourth implication, due to the existence beyond humanity, which cannot be explicitly stated but can be subtly hinted at. Zhang Beihai soon recalled his analysis at his father's bedside. Lin Chen was specifically addressing Chang Weici, perhaps with a hint intended to convey a higher message. Ultimately, he remembered his father's words. Overthinking is indeed correct. After Chang Weici concluded his lengthy discourse, the assembly collectively released Lin Chen. Zhang Beihai gazed at this professor, significantly older than himself, whose face bore a weighty smile. He yearned to approach and pose some inquiries, yet suddenly realized that there was nothing he could ask. Chapter 51. Those who engage in immorality will perish. Part 5. In this world, Lin Chen is devoid of family and genuine friends. It is Pan Han who has come to fetch him, driving a black Santana. After exchanging glances, the two remain silent, and Lin Chen enters the vehicle. Once they have exited the military compound, Lin Chen initiates communication with Zizi. Your plan has proven to be remarkably successful. Everything is unfolding as you envisioned. However, there is one aspect we find perplexing. What is it? Lin Chen inquires from the passenger seat. Pan Han glances at Lin Chen, recognizing that he is conversing with Zizi, and thus refrains from speaking. The senior officials in Huaxia have recently shown great interest in the phrase "those who engage in immorality will perish." We, too, are intrigued. Could you elucidate this for me? The explanation is rather straightforward. It indicates that they have begun to embrace metaphysics. Are you deceiving us? They were previously resolute in their belief that they could extract something from you. I assure you, I am not. If you think a single phrase can convey profound meaning, you overestimate me. Should you doubt my words, you may consult Evans. I have already inquired, and his responses are quite similar to yours. Doesn't that suffice? Humanity often tends to overthink matters. You need not ponder excessively. If you do not trust Evans, you may seek the opinions of others. Listening to multiple perspectives brings clarity. There is no need. We do not wish to complicate matters at this critical juncture. Lin Chen smiled, as he had anticipated. After mastering the art of deception and concealment in the Trisolaran world, their rate of advancement is unfathomable to him. Yet, Lin Chen is acutely aware that no matter how rapidly the Trisolarans progress, they cannot immediately decipher the essence of Earth's oldest and most magnificent civilization. Perhaps this charade should come to an end. Subsequently, to ensure the organization's continuity, you ought to send me the data from Evans, which must include the information you have gathered through GC. I require details on individuals who have benefited from metaphysics, as well as those who could be developed by the organization. I need all information on potential assets for the purpose of rebuilding the organization. I understand. We are currently in the process of compiling this information and are conducting a global search for data. To foster a certain level of trust with humanity, we must proactively share some information with them, leveraging their strength to completely eradicate Evans. Allow me to reiterate this point. Do you concur? I agree. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Excellent. You are increasingly resembling humanity in terms of cunning. It is you who is teaching us. We are merely learning. Lin Chen nodded and continued. Thus, you must categorize the information into two segments. One comprising all the data that Evans has received from you. This information we shall provide to them. How much does this segment encompass? In order to ensure that the scientific and technological advancements conveyed to humanity are sufficiently obscure and impactful enough to influence the trajectory of scientific research, we must subject everything to scrutiny before inscribing it onto the retinas of those scientists. Despite the simplicity of these technologies, they warrant significant attention. Furthermore, I require a comprehensive compilation of information regarding every individual within our organization, as well as those who may potentially join our ranks. I acknowledge the arduous task of reconstructing the organization in the future. However, this endeavor should be relatively manageable, as you can deceive humanity using the previous data. I must concede, This is indeed a masterful plan. It is unfortunate that our grand undertaking in metaphysics may come to an abrupt end due to one individual, Evans. The advancement of human science might very well revert to its rightful path, Lin Chen lamented. I am indifferent, he replied with a chuckle. Lin Chen then turned his gaze towards Pan Han, gently adjusting his hand which was gripping the steering wheel, and said, Pan Han, you find yourself tethered to my chariot this time. What are your thoughts? Pan Han responded, I have but one question. It is not particularly difficult to answer. If I were to sever ties with Evans, on which side would you choose to stand? Whichever side you choose, I shall align with, Pan Han asserted. Your response is far more astute than mine at that moment, Lin Chen jested. Pan Han maintained his focus on the road ahead, replying earnestly, Professor Lin, I am serious. Is that so? Excellent. Later, after returning home, Lin Chen instructed Pan Han to make 2 phone calls. The first was to Evans, informing him of his safe emergence and the readiness for the upcoming meeting. In truth, Lin Chen had previously instructed Jizi to relay this information to Evans, and Pan Han's call served merely to allay any unfounded anxieties and stabilize him. The second call was to Yi Wenjie, a gesture of reassurance to prevent her from worrying about him. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, she proposed a gathering for the Salvation faction, to which Lin Chen was invited. He had not anticipated that Yi Wenjie would arrange such a meeting so promptly, coincidentally during his call. His mind had been occupied with numerous thoughts, causing him to overlook a critical detail from the original narrative, the irreconcilable conflict between the Salvation faction and the Arrival faction. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained unfazed, believing that aside from the potential encounter with a girl wielding a nuclear weapon, the risks were minimal. At least, he hoped so. Subsequently, Lin Chen retrieved 2 enterprise-grade hard drives from his storage room at home, remnants from his school's equipment upgrades. After connecting them to his computer, he commenced the data transfer with Jizi. He instructed Pan Han to keep a vigilant watch over the hard drives to prevent any issues arising from prolonged disuse, while he himself focused intently on Pan Han. To prevent any issues arising from Pan Han, he found himself increasingly uncomfortable under Lin Chen's unwavering gaze after several minutes. Professor Lin, if you're feeling tired, you may as well rest. I can keep watch here, Pan Han suggested. I just emerged from a short nap in the Black Room and am not at all fatigued, Lin Chen replied. So, are you watching me because you don't trust me? Pan Han inquired. Not at all. I simply find you rather handsome and wish to admire your features a bit longer, Lin Chen responded with a smile, causing Pan Han to feel a slight unease. However, Lin Chen was reflecting on the profound experiences he had endured, from being coerced by the ETO to the imminent prospect of a remarkable counterattack. Such riveting experiences would undoubtedly provide ample fodder for boasting in the latter half of his life. He envisioned sharing these tales with Luo Ji and later with Zhang Beihai. Perhaps, if the mood struck him favorably, he might even regale Cheng Xin with some stories. Ultimately, he felt a sense of closure, reassured that he had upheld his responsibilities, which filled him with genuine joy. Pan Han, however, misconstrued Lin Chen's demeanor as distrust, prompting him to elaborate on his motivations for embracing the dissent faction. As the lengthy night waned, dawn finally broke. The following morning, Lin Chen summoned Shi Xiaoming and entrusted him with the hard drive containing 871 GB of data, instructing him to deliver it to Shi Xiaoming, believing it would facilitate a reconciliation between him and his father. Without a hint of hesitation, Shi Xiaoming set forth to fulfill the task. Chapter 52. Those who commit multiple wrongs will surely perish. Part 6. Shi Xiaoming stood at his doorstep, fixated on the auspicious character affixed to the door. After a full 5 minutes, he finally mustered the courage to ring the bell. No one responded from within the house, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After rummaging through his pockets, he unearthed the key to his home. Entering without changing into slippers, he hurried to his bedroom. Rifling through a drawer to extract a notebook, he tore out a sheet of paper and selected a functional ballpoint pen from a cup, hastily scribbling down a few lines. Next, he made his way to the living room, producing a stack of cash and the hard drive that Lin Chen had given him. Placing these items on the dining table, he positioned the money at the bottom, with the note interleaved in the middle and the hard drive resting atop, creating a precarious but secure pile. His actions were swift, taking less than 2 minutes to complete. Before leaving, Shi Xiaoming cast a glance back at his bedroom, where everything had been tidily arranged by his family. The bed was made to perfection, likely by his father. Emotion surged within him, difficult to suppress. From childhood, his father had taught him the ways of life through his fists and actions. His father's fists had left marks on his face. Yet his father's busy silhouette was etched in his heart. He harbored resentment towards his father for never showing concern for his growth, yet simultaneously wished to alleviate some of his father's burdens. For him, this was a convoluted mix of emotions that he could not clearly articulate. At his age, he remained incapable of distinguishing between these two forms of love. Thus, he was utterly unsure of how to face his father. Naturally, he did not dare to meet him. After gazing at his bedroom for a moment longer, he sighed and prepared to depart. However, as he turned back, he was taken aback. Shi Chang leaned against the door, lighting a cigarette. Instinctively, Shi Xiaoming took 2 steps back. Don't be afraid. At least you knew to come back for a look. It wasn't he in vain raising you. Shi Chang retrieved another cigarette from the pack, turned to shut the door, and approached his son, offering it to him. Shi Xiaoming glanced at the cigarette, and then at his father, ultimately shaking his head. Shi Chang disregarded his refusal, shoving it into his mouth and lighting it. I know you smoke, don't pretend otherwise. The two of them silently shared a moment, smoking together. Before Shi Chang finally spoke, you've grown up, you're an adult now. I don't want to meddle in your life anymore. To be honest, I haven't really been involved in your life, so your current state is partly my fault. Dad, I'm doing well now. I can earn a lot of money. Am I worried about you making money? I fear you becoming a coward. Since your great-grandfather's time, there hasn't been a coward in the Shi family, but I fear I've led you astray. I haven't been led astray. You have. You've grown accustomed to taking shortcuts. One day, it will ensnare you. After all these years as a policeman, do you think I can't see that? It's not too late to turn back now. I can help you out, help you find a school. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. It's merely an option. As an adult, you must take responsibility for your choices. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Xiaoming said, Dad, let us not discuss that for now. Professor Lin has entrusted me with something to deliver to you. Shi Chang was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen. Shi Xiaoming promptly approached the dining table, seized the hard drive, and rolled up the note he had written, stealthily slipping it into his pocket before handing the hard drive to Shi Chang. Did he mention what this is? Shi Chang inquired. Shi Xiaoming shook his head. Shi Chang sensed that the situation had become more intricate. He immediately rose and made his way to the family computer, connecting the hard drive and powering it on. Inside the hard drive, there was only a single folder, Free Body. Free Body. The game? Shi Chang clicked on the file, brows furrowed in confusion as he turned to Shi Xiaoming, exclaiming, What the hell? A day later, ahem, Professor Lin, is the communication functioning properly? Pan Han's Black Santana came to a halt beside an abandoned cafeteria of a chemical plant, where Lin Chen's voice resonated through his wireless earphones. All clear, Deshir. Lin Chen chuckled. After chasing me for so long, you've finally become my ally. Indeed, just a few days ago, I had a gun pointed at your head, and now we are comrades. Do you remember the mission? Your role is to act as bait, primarily to avoid alarming the enemy. But Chang Weisi has emphasized that your safety is paramount. I understand. Once I enter, I'll look for an opportunity to slip out. It's quite straightforward, Lin Chen replied. Don't underestimate the situation. We remain unaware of the weapons they possess, especially since the information on that hard drive consists solely of nonsensical scientific knowledge from the three-body civilization of little utility. If you wish to learn about the esoteric, I could teach you a martial art in the future. Nonsense. This is a mission. You must maintain utmost vigilance. Understood. Lin Chen was certainly aware of the need for heightened alertness, especially at this critical juncture. First, capture Yi Wenjie. Then, eliminate Evans. At the very least, I want to witness the conclusion of the first part. Lin Chen smiled, signaling Pan Han to disembark. The two entered the abandoned cafeteria. To their astonishment, over 1,000 individuals had gathered there. It was evident that while the esoteric flourished globally, the members of the Salvation faction had also experienced a degree of expansion. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lin Chen immediately spotted 3 silver spheres positioned prominently in the center of the hall, about the size of bowling balls. They hovered above a metallic base, their movements entirely random, likely dictated by the calculations made by Wei Cheng earlier. Lin Chen knew that one of these spheres contained a nuclear bomb. The others, however, appeared undistracted by the spheres, their attention focused on Lin Chen and Pan Han. Xin Yufei stepped forward, saying, "Professor Lin, do you recall your previous promise?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Seeing this woman, who was supposed to be dead, alive, stirred feelings of wonder and surrealism within him, and he found himself perplexed by her question. He inquired, "What promise?" "Indeed, you have forgotten." Xin Yufei spoke succinctly. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that he had previously assured Yi Wenjie of facilitating a real-time communication between the Salvation faction and Jizi. "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember." "We can commence," Xin Yufei remarked with a smile. Just as Lin Chen was about to nod in agreement, he cautiously recognized that he had already transmitted the 871 G of data to the operations center. In the eyes of Shi Chong and the others, Lin Chen could no longer have any contact with the Trisolaris. At this moment, it was inconceivable for him to allow Xin Yufei to establish any connection with Jizi through him. Lin Chen had been careless, or rather, complacent. Throughout these days, he had not even contemplated this issue. This seemingly inconspicuous problem, lurking at the edges of all inquiries and devoid of any practical significance, could indeed render him a target now. Having told one lie, he would need to weave countless others to cover it. An abundance of lies signifies an abundance of flaws. Now, Lin Chen was about to experience the repercussions of such flaws. Chapter 53. Those who commit numerous wrongs will perish. 7. Do not linger with her. Once you have confirmed the target, depart. Has their commander, Yi Wenjie, not yet arrived? De Shi communicated to Lin Chen through the earpiece. Lin Chen glanced around, failing to spot Yi Wenjie. He turned to Xin Yufei and suggested, "We can discuss this matter after the meeting. It would be more prudent to do so prior to it." Lin Chen clenched his teeth and remarked, "If the sole purpose of this meeting is to address this issue, I believe you ought to have informed me in advance." "It is not too late now," Xin Yufei insisted. "However, we must allow the Trisolaris time to prepare. They have informed me that they are already in the midst of preparations." Xin Yufei paused before inquiring, "How long does the leader require?" "Not long, merely 10 minutes, I presume." "Surely, you can wait that long?" Lin Chen replied with a smile. The rescue faction was utterly oblivious to the Trisolaris, instead harboring a quasi-religious reverence for them. Thus, whenever Lin Chen invoked the Trisolaris, they found themselves at a loss. They could not deny whether the Trisolaris needed time to prepare. "Very well," Xin Yufei conceded. Without delay, she guided Lin Chen to a prominent seat and took her place beside him. At that moment, someone called out, "The commander has arrived." The crowd parted, and Lin Chen turned to see Yi Wenjie, the supreme commander of the Earth Trisolaran insurgents, advancing steadily, flanked by a group of youthful guards. She stepped into the cleared space at the center of the crowd and cast her gaze upon Lin Chen, beckoning him with a wave. "Come here, Shaolin." Yi Wenjie beckoned. Uncertain of her intentions, Lin Chen pointed to himself. Yi Wenjie smiled and nodded. As he approached, De Shi's voice crackled through the earpiece. "We are about to breach the door." As Lin Chen passed the 3 floating silver spheres, he instinctively glanced at the young individuals behind Yi Wenjie, and his eyes settled on a slender, beautiful girl. She smiled at him, prompting him to return the gesture. However, instead of proceeding toward Yi Wenjie, Lin Chen took 2 steps backward toward the factory entrance. The surrounding crowd was puzzled by his actions. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised his fist and shouted, "Eradicate the tyranny of humanity." Everyone, including De Shi, who was monitoring from outside the factory, froze momentarily. Then, the individuals inside the factory reacted, turning their attention to Yi Wenjie. Yi Wenjie raised a frail fist of her own, and from her slender form erupted a formidable force as she resolutely proclaimed, "The world belongs to the Trisolaris." In that instant, all the human traders within the factory echoed the rallying cry they had uttered countless times before. "The world belongs to the Trisolaris. Eradicate the tyranny of humanity. The world belongs to the Trisolaris. Eradicate the tyranny of humanity. The world belongs to the Trisolaris." Lin Chen shook his head amidst the fervent crowd. lowering his figure as he approached the factory gates. He yearned to be nearer to Deshur while distancing himself from that nuclear bomb girl. Just as the strategist of Scheme Number 46 had previously stated, they sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Lin Chen himself wished to steer clear of such entanglements. Thus, despite being aware of the nuclear presence in the vicinity, he felt compelled to come, feigning ignorance. Fortunately, thanks to his prior propaganda, the gathering of 1,000 individuals was far more chaotic than the original setting of 300, providing him ample opportunity to navigate the turmoil. He could seize the moment of their frenzy to slip away unnoticed. However, just as he was nearing the exit, a hand abruptly seized his right arm. Turning to see who it was, he met the gaze of a pair of icy eyes. Xin Yufei. Professor Lin, where are you headed? Almost simultaneously, two thunderous booms reverberated as the cafeteria doors burst open, soldiers storming in, their submachine guns at the ready, moving swiftly and silently, soon encircling the Trisolaris rebels. Shi Chong was the last to enter, flinging open his leather jacket, and with a hammer-like motion, he extracted a firearm, casually surveying his surroundings. He suddenly advanced towards a Trisolaris insurgent and struck him on the head. The man's skull caved in, twisted at an unnatural angle, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. The soldiers, well-trained and seemingly preordained, began firing into the air, inciting chaos among the Trisolaris rebels. Amidst the commotion, a soldier swiftly rushed to Lin Chen's side, yanking him away from Xin Yufei's grasp. Her pupils dilated in realization. In an instant, she comprehended the betrayal. Lin Chen had turned against the organization. Without hesitation, she drew a handgun from her pocket, aiming it at the back of Lin Chen's head, her finger poised to pull the trigger. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. This scientist, who oscillated between devout faith and stoicism, spoke with the eloquence of Hemingway and, in that moment, exhibited the ruthless decisiveness of a hardened warrior. Bang! The bullet erupted from the chamber, effortlessly shattering the skull, sending ripples of chaos through the brain as the projectile surged forward. The newly formed waves collided with those previously existing, creating nodes through which countless neurons began to perish. Regardless of the myriad thoughts once housed within, they were reduced to mere pulp in that singular moment. The bullet ultimately exited through his forehead, using its residual force to embed itself in Lin Chen's rear. Xin Yufei lay lifeless. The crowd turned to where she had fallen, discovering that it was Pan Han who had fired the shot. Lin Chen, feeling the warm blood on his hand, trembled uncontrollably, his mind clouded as he shouted, "I've been shot. I can't die, can I?" Deshur stepped forward, yanking Lin Chen from the soldier's grasp and delivering a resounding slap to his face. "Are you afraid of death?" Deshur continued, "Aside from trivial matters, there is nothing of significance." Lin Chen was jolted awake by this slap. In a daze, he leaned against a nearby person and stood up, gazing forward, pointing and saying, "That is Yi Wenjie." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen's lips trembled for a while, yet he ultimately refrained from mentioning that one of those three spheres contained a nuclear bomb, until Evans was completely dismembered. He still dared not ascertain whether the information provided by the Trisolaris was comprehensive. After all, the eye that had been watching him from behind had already learned the art of deception. Now, with the Trisolaris supplying him with all this information, Lin Chen could not confirm its authenticity, nor could he afford to reveal any signs of doubt. As the Trisolaris began to conceal their intentions and comprehend human thought, the balance of information acquisition was irrevocably disrupted. With the passage of time, the Trisolaris, who could see and gradually understand everything, would obtain increasingly valuable information. Meanwhile, Lin Chen would find himself at a growing disadvantage in this exchange. This disparity in the acquisition of information could not be bridged by mere skill. The artistry of human language could never distort the existence of objective laws. This, indeed, would become the advantage of the future wall-breakers. Chapter 54. Those who commit numerous wrongs will perish, Part 8. After saving Lin Chen, Shi Chong coldly gazed at the human traitors before him. "Cast aside your weapons," he commanded. "From this moment forth, ordinary laws no longer apply to you. Since you have chosen to stand against all of humanity, we have no reservations left." He fired 2 shots into the sky. Pointing to a row of submachine guns beside him, he declared, "I understand you are here to risk your lives. but we too are prepared to face death. Yi Wenjie remained composed, but suddenly, 3 individuals surged forth from the crowd, one of whom was the beautiful girl who had just smiled at Lin Chen. They seized the 3 floating spheres. The girl cradled a metallic orb in her hands and, with a voice like silver bells, announced, "These are 3 atomic bombs, each with a yield of 1,500 tons. Not particularly large, but sufficient for a delightful journey to paradise alongside you all." Panic rippled through the crowd. Yet only Shi Chang maintained his calm demeanor as he applauded and holstered his weapon. The girl continued, "This is the detonation switch. Our only demand is to let the commander go. After that, we can play however we wish. I am with my comrades," Yi Wenjie stated serenely. "Nuclear bombs? Can you verify this?" Shi Chang quietly inquired of the explosives expert nearby. The expert tossed a plastic bag at the trio holding the spheres, which contained a spring scale. One of the human traders placed a sphere on the scale, lifted it, and then discarded it. The second individual followed suit, until it was the girl's turn. She laughed heartily, placed the sphere on the scale, and watched as the needle plummeted to the bottom. "It should be confirmed. There is certainly fissile material inside, though we cannot verify if it can be detonated," the expert remarked. In an instant, the beams of the soldiers' flashlights converged on the girl. Her face illuminated in crimson, and it was unclear whether her flushed complexion stemmed from excitement or the harsh light, but she resembled a blossoming flower of death. "There is a most secure method. Shoot the sphere to disperse the explosive material, thus preventing a nuclear detonation. However, one must be cautious of radiation," the expert cautioned. Shi Chang nodded and strode forward, parting the crowd to stand in the open space. "Halt." The girl raised the metallic sphere in her hand, casting a flirtatious glance at Shi Chang, her thumb pressing firmly on the detonation switch, which appeared poised to be activated at any moment. "Take it easy, my dear. There is something you surely wish to know. Your mother has been found." As he spoke, Shi Chang produced an envelope from his pocket. The girl's expression dimmed. Then she turned her gaze towards Lin Chen. Did he find her? In her mind, only the omnipotent master could have located her mother. Yet, the master had never revealed any miracles before her. Before coming here today, she had already devised a plan to enlist Lin Chen's help. But who could have anticipated that events would unfold with such rapidity? The Professor Lin, who had just exchanged smiles with her, has now defected. Lin Chen nodded upon witnessing this. The girl's heart was instantly seized by the envelope. Seizing the opportunity, Deshir stepped forward, reducing the distance between him and the girl to a mere 5 meters. The girl, alert, raised her nuclear bomb, signaling one of the 2 individuals who had discarded the fake bomb to retrieve the letter. Deshir extended the envelope forward. The individual approached and reached out to take it. In that fleeting moment, the girl's line of sight was obstructed. She failed to notice Deshir's actions. All she saw was the sudden movement of the person taking the letter, followed by a bullet that pierced through the air, striking the nuclear bomb in her arms. With a dull, thunderous explosion, Lin Chen felt the world spin around him. Surrounding individuals were shouting at the top of their lungs, while the rational experts were yelling, "Beware of radiation." Amidst the chaos, after several lives were lost, Lin Chen finally caught sight of Deshir, whose wound was bleeding profusely. Lin Chen shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. Yet, almost immediately, he spotted the lifeless body of Pan Han amidst the frenzied crowd. He lay not far from the corpse of Shen Yufei, crushed underfoot by the throngs. It was unclear whether it was before or after the explosion. His once handsome visage was unrecognizable, blood pooling around him, one eye grotesquely distorted on the ground, yet he still clutched his gun tightly. Lin Chen intended to lament, but in the next instant, he was inexplicably struck by the sight of a smile gracing Pan Han's lips. Had Pan Han died with a smile? Lin Chen felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sorrow. He could not pinpoint the source of this grief, yet he felt an insatiable urge to weep. He did not cry. Rather, he yearned to approach Pan Han for a final glance. "Professor Lin, beware of radiation. Are you disregarding your life?" Soldiers who arrived promptly seized him, rescuing him from the chaos. In the strong embrace of a soldier, Lin Chen watched as he and the corpse receded into the distance. By the time he liberated himself from the heavy cloud of sorrow, he found himself inside an ambulance, where a nurse was tending to the wound on his backside. Lin Chen lay there, gently lifting his upper body to gaze through the window at the site of the explosion, the cafeteria of the chemical factory. Suddenly, he recalled the story Pan Han had shared with him the previous night. In that tale, a child's father succumbed to illness caused by the pollution of the chemical plant, coinciding with a tumultuous period of mass layoffs. The family, impoverished, left the child to witness his father's demise helplessly. The child's mother, overwhelmed by grief, succumbed to excessive drinking one fateful day, collapsing on the streets in 20 degrees below zero. When the child found her, she was frozen solid, encased in ice. On that snowy night, the child painstakingly dragged his mother home. The ice melted, yet the mother did not awaken. It was a story that could be recounted in a brief span of time. Lin Chen could not fathom why Pan Han had continued telling it until dawn. Lin Chen concluded the tale with a poignant ending. As the child grew, he fell victim to deceit, yet he chose to save the deceiver's life, ultimately leading to his own demise. After a while, Lin Chen found himself once again in the hospital, the very same room where he had awakened after the avalanche. However, it seemed the young nurse had departed, replaced by a soldier tending to him. Upon hearing the soldier's name, Lin Chen was taken aback. The man was named Zhang Beihai. He did not possess the striking handsomeness Lin Chen had envisioned, but rather exuded a common soldier's vigor. Lin Chen had encountered him once before, yet he had not considered Zhang Beihai in any significant light. A tacit understanding prevailed between them, leaving their communication unspoken. It was not until 2 days later, when Zhang Beihai brought in a screen projector, that they exchanged their first words beyond mere introductions. "Professor Lin, we believe you should also attend this operational meeting as an observer." Lin Chen nodded, striving to sit up, though discomfort lingered in his rear. The sight of Pan Han's death seemed to overshadow any concern for his pain. "What kind of meeting is it?" he inquired. "You will see," Zhang Beihai replied. The projector flickered to life, revealing the images. Chapter 55, Those Who Commit Multiple Wrongs Will Perish, Part 9. Comrades, before we commence our meeting, I believe it is fitting that we extend our heartfelt commendation to Comrade Lin Chen. The scene unfolded, accompanied by the resonant voice of Chang Weisi. Following this was a thunderous applause. Beside him, Zhang Beihai also joined in the clapping. Through the projected images, Lin Chen beheld many familiar faces: Shi Chang, Wang Miao, Ding Yi, all present at this gathering. After the applause subsided, Chang Weisi rapped his knuckles on the table, noticeably more spirited than before, his demeanor completely revitalized. He declared, "Excellent. We shall now officially commence the operational meeting. Comrades, we have attained a comprehensive understanding of the current situation. We are aware of who our adversary is, the objectives they pursue, and the methods they employ to achieve these ends. The war between humanity and the Trisolarans has begun. While our current combat objective is humanity itself, we can equally regard these traitors as extraterrestrial foes from beyond Earth, for light years away. Our goal is unequivocal: to seize the intercepted Trisolaran information aboard the Judgment Day vessel. By correlating this with the data obtained from Professor Lin Chen regarding the Trisolarans, we shall ensure the veracity of the information. Presently, this colossal ship is traversing the Atlantic Ocean. It has submitted a request to the Panama Canal Authority and will pass through the canal in 3 days. This presents us with an optimal opportunity to act. Henceforth, within the next 10 hours, we must deliberate and devise a feasible plan, which will ultimately be reported to headquarters. Note: regardless of the proposed plan, it must ensure one critical point: the Trisolaran information aboard the Judgment Day must be safely acquired by us. Our pathway to achieving this goal lies in the complete occupation and control of the Judgment Day. The most formidable challenge is ensuring that the enemy does not erase the Trisolaran information from the vessel. Let the discussion begin. Shi Chang was the first to speak. Since Professor Lin has betrayed the Trisolaran organization, has the Trisolaran race already informed their organization? If they have done so and deleted that information, our remaining efforts would be futile. All eyes turned to Lin Chen, who shook his head and replied, "Due to my betrayal, the Trisolarans have entered a state of extreme distrust towards all of humanity. They have severed all communications with the human traitors, so this matter need not concern us." "Well done, Lin," praised Ashur, lighting a cigarette with a grin. A voice inquired, "Can we not send someone to infiltrate the Judgment Day and scout the information?" preemptively transferring the data storage devices? We lack sufficient time, and currently, we have no infiltrators aboard, came the negation. Then can we not utilize the spherical lightning weapon to eliminate personnel within their enclosed structure? Ding Yi shook his head, stating that the possibility of utilizing ball lightning for the mission was implausible. Firstly, it remained uncertain whether the vessel was equipped with a magnetic field barrier to shield against ball lightning. Secondly, even if ball lightning were to penetrate, it could not guarantee the demise of all personnel aboard. Lastly, once inside, ball lightning would linger for approximately 10 seconds, and at times, even extend to a minute, ample time for them to prepare. At the very least, erasing the information would suffice. Subsequently, the attendees deliberated various weaponry options: neutron bombs, nerve gas, sonic bombs, and infrasound, but each suggestion was ultimately dismissed. Lin Chen, observing through the projection, refrained from participating in their discussions, knowing that soon a remarkably intriguing proposal would be put forth by Shi Chang. Similarly, Zhang Beihai did not engage in the meeting, choosing instead to fixate his gaze upon Lin Chen, leaving no one aware of his contemplations. Before long, another plan was suggested, and to Lin Chen's astonishment, it was introduced by Wang Miao. After a period of silence in the conference, Wang Miao turned to Shi Chang and requested, "Shi, could you spare me 2 cigarettes?" Taken aback, Shi Chang blinked in surprise. "You've thought of something too?" He then handed 2 cigarettes to Wang Miao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Miao continued, "In our laboratory, we have produced a material known as flying blade. You may envision it as an extremely high-strength filament capable of slicing through any steel, including the Judgment Day." He stood the cigarettes upright, declaring, "These represent 2 pillars beside the Panama Canal. We will affix the flying blade to them and await the arrival of the Judgment Day." At this pronouncement, the atmosphere in the room became palpable, the only sound being the hum of the computers surrounding them. Wang Miao then turned to Shi Chang, inquiring, "I am not well versed in the circumstances surrounding the Panama Canal. Will this endanger innocent lives?" Shi Chang shook his head, assuring him it will not. As the meeting progressed, Lin Chen sensed that the matter had reached its conclusion. In 3 days, Evans would meet his end. No longer gazing at the screen, Lin Chen turned and drew back the curtains, allowing his eyes to rest upon the sun outside the hospital window, which shone just right. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Zhang Beihai, "What has become of Yi Wenjie? She provided us with a wealth of information, and due to her unique status, we permitted her limited mobility." Lin Chen acknowledged she was the first to make contact with the Trisolaris. Zhang Beihai interjected, "Yet you are the one who has helped humanity discern the truth. Will mankind express gratitude towards me, or will they judge me?" Lin Chen queried. "Professor Lin, the state will ensure your protection," Zhang Beihai reassured him. Nodding in agreement, Lin Chen was suddenly met with subtitles from Zizi, which danced before his eyes, illuminated by the sunlight in stark black lettering. "Congratulations, the upper echelons of humanity have now placed their complete trust in you. In the future, we shall be able to deceive them together. However, it is still inadequate. We must witness the demise of Evans, do we not?" Lin Chen remarked. "Indeed, we must verify the information, which is also your suggestion," Zhang Beihai responded. "Yes, only upon his death can we find solace," wrote Zizi in Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen then mused internally, "Yes, once he is gone, no one can seek vengeance upon me, and I shall be liberated from the unforeseen circumstances encountered after that avalanche. No one can wield my life as a threat against me. Although, at this moment, life no longer seems to be the most significant matter." Zhang Beihai's voice once again interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. "Professor Lin, you possess extraordinary acumen, if you do not mind. Could you elucidate your interpretation of those who commit numerous injustices will inevitably bring about their own demise?" Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. "Ah, Zhang Beihai, you truly ponder the most." Lin Chen turned and grasped one of Zhang Beihai's hands, saying, "Beihai, the meaning of this phrase is quite simple. Those who commit numerous injustices will inevitably bring about their own demise refers to the metaphysical notion that those who engage in malevolence shall face divine retribution. You see, Evans is on the verge of facing such retribution." In a fleeting moment, imperceptible to anyone, Zhang Beihai paused slightly, then smiled and remarked, "So that is indeed the meaning." In the years that followed, It seemed that the higher echelons of Huaxia intentionally or unintentionally sought to erase the phrase "those who commit numerous injustices will inevitably bring about their own demise." This endeavor was conducted with great secrecy. Even the Trisolarans, who possessed Jizi, remained oblivious. After all, in the annals of human history, forgetting certain events is all too commonplace. This is indeed the norm. Together, they utilized their intellect to aid Lin Chen in executing a temporal concealment against the Trisolarans. Chapter 56. Those who commit numerous wrongs will perish. Final chapter. Aviation notes. In the eyes of future historians. The 10 minutes of silence from the upper echelons of Huaxia was a gamble on the fate of humanity. However, this is not entirely accurate. The essence of history reveals that those who commit numerous wrongs will ultimately meet their demise. This phrase has become increasingly obscure in contemporary discourse, even among the most erudite historians within the fleet. As a denizen of the era transcending centuries, I feel compelled to chronicle those perilous times. The year of the crisis era. This was the epoch when the Trisolaran civilization endeavored to stifle Earth's technological advancements, a period characterized by underdeveloped science. Humanity's sole weapon lay in its cunning and intellect. Amidst the uncertainty, one individual emerged from within the enemy ranks, wielding unparalleled decisiveness to carve a pathway for bewildered human civilization. To this day, the means by which he infiltrated the enemy remains a mystery, however. The manner in which he conveyed his message has left an indelible mark on my memory. He communicated his insight through a singular phrase, "Those who commit numerous wrongs will perish," encapsulating the essence of humanity. This utterance ignited a metaphysical tempest that would be etched in the annals of human history. Firstly, the rationale behind the assertion. It is crucial to establish that during the inaugural year of the crisis era, the surveillance by the Sophons was omnipresent. Thus, any attempt to convey information beneath the watchful eyes of the Sophons necessitated that every action be grounded in reason. Within the metaphysical storm, Professor Lin, as the spokesperson for this philosophy, articulated the phrase, "Those who commit numerous wrongs will perish," with utmost justification. Even a strategic mind like Chang Weici could be swayed by the prevailing circumstances, leading to misinterpretations. The most prevalent interpretation of this phrase, particularly following the spring and autumn and warring states periods, posits that excessive wrongdoing inevitably invites retribution. This understanding, devoid of inherent causal logic, carries a distinctly metaphysical hue, arising from a collective amnesia regarding its original context. Yet, through the passage of history, it is evident that such interpretations proliferate. And even when one recognizes the improbability of inevitable retribution, the phrase retains its persuasive power. When Lin Chen discussed the concept of those who commit numerous wrongs will perish with Chang Weici, the metaphysical connotations serve to obscure its genuine meaning, rendering its usage remarkably plausible and devoid of flaws, thus providing a strong misdirection. Secondly, the feasibility of information transmission. 1. Interrogation. Throughout several days of questioning, Lin Chen remained silent. However, upon Chang Weixi's entrance into the interrogation room, Lin immediately spoke. This served as a straightforward implication. Chang Weixi's rank was superior, and the message could only be conveyed to those of higher status. A higher rank signifies access to greater information and the ability to perceive matters from a broader, more comprehensive perspective, thereby ensuring that the underlying meanings of those who commit numerous wrongs will perish could be discerned. 2. Another interpretation of the mystical phenomenon, Wang Miao and high-energy particles. Before Lin Chen was interrogated, he engaged in a dialogue with Wang Miao, remnants of which can still be found in the interrogation records left by Shi Chang. The content of their exchange was quite straightforward. Wang Miao expressed skepticism towards all mystical phenomena, while Lin Chen suggested a hypothesis regarding the manipulation of high-energy particles. This alternative explanation of the mystical storm posits that a higher civilization, armed with advanced technology, manipulates humanity at will. This interpretation corroborates subsequent analyses. 3. The turbulent upheaval of the ETO organization. It was observed that during the mystical storm, there were several days when the Sophons lost their trajectory. However, the ETO's reckless expansion did not cease. During that time, devoid of the Sophons' assistance, a plethora of information regarding the ETO organization surfaced at the higher echelons. Initially, We presumed it to be merely an ordinary cult, paying little attention to its activities. Yet, the ETO's frenzied expansion constitutes a crucial element in affirming the ultimate explanation that wrongdoing inevitably leads to self-destruction. From points 2 and 3, we glean the latter part of Professor Lin's statement, which signifies what humanity represents. The self-destructive nature of wrongdoing is one of the strongest strategies in human history. To grasp the true meaning of a term, one must delve into its origins. Specific issues require specific analyses, interpreting them through the lens of the historical figure's circumstances at the time. The phrase wrongdoing leads to self-destruction has a clear provenance and historical record. The origin can be traced back to the Zhuozhuan, the first year of Duke Yin, which is now no longer accessible in the fleet's database. Therefore, I shall briefly recount the story. 1. The strategy of Duke Zheng. During the spring and autumn period, Duke Wu of Zheng and Lady Wu Jiang had 2 children, Duke Jingzhuang and Gong Duanshu. Duke Jingzhuang eventually ascended the throne, yet his mother, Lady Wu Jiang, dissatisfied with this, sought to secure greater benefits for Gong Duanshu by demanding the territory of Xi from Duke Zhengzhuang. At that moment, Duke Zhengzhuang replied, "Xi is too perilous. I could agree to a different location." Elated, Lady Wu Jiang and Gong Duanshu greedily requested the city of Jing. Thus, Duke Zhengzhuang's strategy was set in motion. 2. Securing victory. Duke Zhengzhuang. After Gong Duanshu acquired the capital, he recruited soldiers, expanded the city, and manufactured weapons. At this juncture, those around Duke Zhengzhuang cautioned him. The development of such a city within your realm will threaten your position and could become a calamity for the state. Now that Jing has developed in this manner, how will you maintain control over it? They will never be satisfied. Do not allow their power to proliferate, or you will find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Once weeds spread, they are challenging to manage, let alone your brother. Duke Jingzhuang did nothing, merely smiling faintly, uttering, "Wrongdoing leads to self-destruction. Let them be." Subsequently, Gong Duanshu continued to expand his influence into other regions, recklessly extending his reach. Those around Duke Zhengzhuang urged him, "You must act swiftly. His territory is growing larger by the day. If you delay, it will be too late. His ranks will swell even further." Duke Zheng of Zheng accomplished nothing. He merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Injustice breeds enmity, and the thick-skinned shall crumble." As a sovereign, what granted him such confidence? It was due to his profound understanding of the laws governing the evolution of events. When war erupted, the common folk turned against Gong Duanshu, whose ambitions became increasingly evident. He forged weapons, constructed chariots, and bolstered his army with the intent of inciting internal strife to usurp his brother. Upon receiving this intelligence, Duke Zheng dispatched nearly 200 chariots to assault the capital. As conflict ensued, the citizens of the capital rallied to support Duke Zheng, ultimately aiding him in vanquishing Gong Duanshu. Why did Gong Duanshu suffer defeat? In the end, it was the populace of the capital who supported Duke Zheng in his rebellion against Gong Duanshu. What compelled the people to risk decapitation and revolt when their lives were otherwise tolerable? The answer lies in their unbearable circumstances, which forced their hand. The crux of the matter rests here. Was Gong Duanshu's downfall a result of his avarice blinding his judgment? Did he truly believe that the populace would not turn against him in their plight? What emboldened him to instigate war at such a precarious juncture? Is he truly a fool? If so, a perplexing question arises. Why did his mother, Jiang Wu, place her bet on him? And why did Duke Zheng dare to wager on such a precarious gamble? Had Gong Duanshu diligently governed after seizing the city, would Duke Zheng not have faced insurmountable odds? No, in truth, the aforementioned inquiries are not questions at all. For Gong Duanshu was inevitably blinded by greed. The root of this lies in Duke Zheng's singular stratagem, the surrender of the capital. The overt strategy reflects the objective laws governing the operation of events. First, one must grasp a fundamental notion. The harm inflicted by an individual's blind pursuit of greed is always limited. The suffering that incites the populace to revolt is undoubtedly a manifestation of the systemic failures of governance. After inheriting the governance system from Duke Wu of Zheng, Duke Zheng ascended to kingship, while Gong Duanshu did not inherit this framework. The system that Duke Zheng inherited was remarkably mature, capable of effectively managing a state. Conversely, Gong Duanshu's governance approach was inexperienced and ineffectual. Upon Duke Zheng relinquishing the capital, Gong Duanshu's administration experienced an overwhelming influx of resources. This sudden bounty enabled his subordinates to amass substantial illicit gains through rampant plundering of the populace. Yet, due to the immaturity of Gong Duanshu's governance system, he lacked the means to impose control. His organizational structure had never encountered such a significant influx of resources, leaving them entirely inexperienced. In the wake of this immense influx, Gong Duanshu lost the ability to maintain authority over his subordinates. The unrestrained greed of his followers proved unsustainable. Having gained considerable wealth through the exploitation of the capital's citizens, they found themselves compelled to further extract resources or expand their reach to other cities when the capital's populace could no longer yield profits. In this process, as they all operated under the command of Gong Duanshu, a different kind of game emerged. If one refrained from action, their colleagues would step in. And once others grew powerful, they would inevitably consume you. Thus, at this juncture, Gong Duanshu's subordinates found themselves with no path of retreat. They could only expand furiously, driven by insatiable greed. At this point, Gong Duanshu had effectively become the coerced, should he oppose the actions of his subordinates. It would be tantamount to endangering their lives, as he would face the prospect of being struck down by them. When all interests had been thoroughly devoured, this uncontrollable, self-inflating governance system, which attracted countless avaricious souls, would march towards self-destruction. Duke Zheng of the state of Zheng resolved the crisis of national fragmentation with a mere 200 chariots in a swift and uncomplicated war. From the very beginning, he was destined not to fail. He discerned the objective laws governing the development of human society. This required not only the application of human reasoning to address issues, but also a prolonged immersion in the social dynamics shaped by human thought processes to truly perceive the underlying truths. The Trisolarans, even upon mastering deceit and concealment, remain incapable of grasping these intricacies, unless their civilization fully integrates into human civilization. At that point, the notion of invasion would become moot. If one were to correlate the reckless expansion of Gong Duanshu with the frenzied growth of the ETO organization amidst the metaphysical tempest, the message conveyed by Lin Chen would become clear. Indeed, those who engage in unjust acts shall meet their demise. Furthermore, with substantial leverage, one finds themselves in an unequivocally advantageous position. Many believe that during the 10 minutes of silence at the upper echelons, they were embroiled in a mental struggle over the fate of humanity. In reality, this was not a gamble. Lin Chen provided an irrefutable rationale. Even if you disbelieved all my insinuations, you should still observe the ETO, which is on the brink of destruction due to its own hubris. This is my sincerity. During the silence of the Sapon, the higher-ups took note of the ETO and naturally recognized Lin Chen's sincerity. Regardless of whether Lin Chen's words were credible or accurately interpreted, the decision to release him became a potential move with significant benefits. The only dilemma troubling them was, why did the Sapon fall silent? What transpired during those days? It was later revealed through decrypted information that Lin Chen had exploited a unique window of opportunity that arose after the Trisolarans had learned to conceal themselves. This was a singular moment in the history of Trisolaran civilization and also a monumental strategic opportunity for humanity. Lin Chen seized it. In conclusion, this is humanity. Upon confirming that the phrase "those who engage in unjust acts shall meet their demise" does not carry a metaphysical connotation, it instead reflects the objective laws of human society. Let us rephrase, the objective laws of human society, that is humanity. The latter part of the statement may seem redundant, yet it serves an emphatic purpose. Why is emphasis necessary? A plausible conjecture suggests that besides humanity, there exists another set of objective laws governing society. The conclusions drawn from the interactions between Wang Miao and Shi Chang suggest the ability to manipulate high-energy particles, indicating a more advanced technological society beyond humanity. Yet, why must such profound ideas be expressed in such an obscure manner? It becomes evident from the preceding reasoning. Upon my comprehension of this notion, I remained skeptical. However, when Lin Chen presented the 871G data, all aforementioned speculations were substantiated. The ultimate weapon, a dagger piercing the heart of the enemy. After Lin Chen revealed his 871G data, All prior conjectures received factual corroboration. Nevertheless, subsequent to this, a conversation with Lin Chen unveiled deeper layers of concealment and implication. I inquired of him, "What does evil deeds will lead to one's own demise mean?" He responded, "It is an explanation rooted in metaphysics. Those who commit wrongful acts shall face divine retribution." Why would he continue to espouse this explanation after having already betrayed the Trisolaris? In that instant, I understood. From that moment on, I realized that my actions were not solitary. The devil who knows all. Lin Chen resembled a devil aware of the potential future events. Every action he took seemed incomprehensible at the time. Moreover, this intricate communication of information required a seamless connection, necessitating the cooperation of the Trisolaris. Yet, how could he navigate each step correctly upon first encountering the Trisolaris? It seems impossible unless he possessed prior knowledge of everything. The profundity of this individual remains unfathomable to me. Written in the era of starships. Zhang Beihai. Chapter 57. Ultimately a Dream of Youth. Part 1. United States Secretary of Defense Taylor was exceedingly occupied. According to the promises made by the incumbent president to the electorate, they were set to deploy troops to the Middle East in 3 months to combat the insurgents. However, at the same time, Venezuela had publicly declared its support for the South American independence movements. Intelligence from the CIA indicated that the situation there was equally dire. Having navigated numerous significant crises, Taylor understood that this particular challenge was more intricate than any he had faced before, and he harbored an unsettling feeling that the crises currently manifesting were merely the beginning. In his office, he opened a document, adjusted his wide-framed glasses, and resumed his work. Upon encountering the phrase "special military operations in the Panama Canal," he furrowed his brow. At that moment, the office door swung open. "Taylor, the president has withdrawn from the upcoming election." Taken aback, Taylor responded, "What? He has withdrawn? What does this mean for us? What was his reason? Are there others in the party planning to run?" "No, it's for personal reasons. He is afraid. He believes he lacks the capability to lead America and the world, to confront extraterrestrial civilizations." "What did you just say? Extraterrestrial civilizations?" Taylor was left speechless. "Yes, extraterrestrial civilizations. Recent intelligence received from China indicates that the long-asserted Void Warfare Conference by the Asians is indeed accurate." Taylor was aware of the Void Warfare Conference, initially convened for a group of scientists, which later focused on new physical discoveries and theoretical physics. The document regarding Panama absurdly pointed to a vessel. But could it be that all of this is true? Do extraterrestrial civilizations genuinely exist? Why were they not first discovered by NASA, but rather by these individuals from China? Suddenly, Taylor recalled something and inquired, "What does this mean for our future? I might be out of the picture, but you, I suspect you, as the Secretary of Defense, will remain in your position for another 2 or 3 years. No one else is willing to take on this mess." After that individual departed, Taylor returned to his computer, calmly deleting all previously drafted documents concerning the Middle East and Venezuela, and opened the newly received file, The Three-Body Problem. After browsing for 10 minutes, a tremendous crash resonated through Taylor's office. When the others rushed in, they discovered that the documents and computer had been swept to the floor. The gaunt figure, momentarily regaining composure, lit a cigarette, turned away from the others, and sat on the desk. "I could have become the most successful Secretary of Defense in American history." Taylor uttered only half a sentence. Later, as people reflected on this election process for the wall facers, it was said that this moment convinced them that this American, who had repeatedly managed significant crises, could handle anything. Venezuela, Caracas. Diaz was in conference with a group of South Americans, each speaking with different accents, including several members of the Revolutionary Party reported to Taylor by the CIA. The attire of those present was far from formal. Yet each individual was completely engrossed in the discourse of the leading South American figure. The pivotal step lies in swiftly organizing a more robust production following the control of a region. We will select certain technologies that impose minimal demands on laborers but can enhance the quality of life for the populace and share them with you at designated times. You may also send representatives to learn from us. It is crucial to remember one thing. Roddy's gaze burned with fervor, his passion palpable. However, this meeting was abruptly interrupted. Chairman, we have received an urgent message from the Chinese embassy. I previously informed you that this meeting must not be disturbed. Radizi squinted, visibly irritated. However, they emphasized the urgency. Is it regarding those previous matters? Radizi extinguished his cigar in the ashtray and inquired. Indeed, I will return shortly, but I must convey the most critical point. After overthrowing the previous government, it is imperative to immediately seek trade partners in the international market. This is essential for survival in the revolutionary landscape of the 21st century. Otherwise, your fate may mirror that of the fleeting souls in Africa. Upon finishing, Radizi exited the conference room, asking those around him, "Have you reviewed that information in advance? They instructed us to show it to you first." 10 minutes later, Radizi examined the document concerning the Trisolarians. Subsequently, he slumped into his chair, resembling a desolate camel in the desert. After a prolonged silence, he slowly recited a fragment of an incomprehensible Chinese poem. When the time comes, heaven and earth unite in strength. Thus, the spark of the South American Revolution was once again extinguished against the backdrop of the struggle between human civilization and Trisolaran civilization. Later analyses by historians suggested that one of the factors in choosing Radizi as the wall-facer was the Americans' fear that he might indeed achieve something significant in the South American realm. Hence, this incident was utilized to reassign the resolute leader away from Venezuela. If not for the Trisolaran invasion, whether the South American Revolution could have truly ignited into a widespread conflagration remains an enigma that continues to perplex future scholars. Meanwhile, Bill Sheens was in the laboratory cultivating artificial brains. However, the current achievement was only the size of a soybean, and exceeding this size resulted in oxygen deprivation, leading to brain death. His proposed solution involved implanting the artificial brain into the brains of lab mice for cultivation and research. Although the related work had yet to pass scrutiny, the cognitive and memory functions of the brain occur at the quantum level, necessitating breakthroughs in physics to advance further. Yet, in the current academic environment, few were willing to engage in serious research, let alone breakthroughs. Merely maintaining the status quo was a considerable feat. As Sheens observed the petri dish, he shook his head in dismay, realizing that his current endeavors were merely attempts to achieve breakthroughs through unconventional means. As a scientist who had served as the president of the European Union for 2.5 years, he was acutely aware of the prevailing situation. Yamashita Keiko, a renowned authority in the field of neuroscience, gazed lovingly at Heinz, who remarked, "The contemporary realm of physics has lost its majestic beauty. My dear, we have always been on the right path, have we not?" Heinz inquired unexpectedly. "Perhaps only God knows," Yamashita Keiko reassured him. "We cannot be our own deities." Heinz shook his head, his gaze drifting to the petri dish before him as he continued, "In the first half of my life, I yearned to explore knowledge across various domains, feeling as though time was perpetually insufficient. Yet, in the latter half, I have suddenly lost my way. But we can still share the rest of our lives together." Yamashita Keiko's delicate hand rested gently on Heinz's forehead. "Thank goodness for you," Heinz concluded. Subsequently, historians have shown a preference for examining the remarkable life of Heinz, often overlooking the significant achievements of Zhang Beihai as the wall-facers. This may well have been a deliberate act by the later Steel Stamp clan, as no one could definitively ascertain whether the Steel Stamp clan had truly become extinct. Chapter 58. Ultimately, A Dream of Youth, Part 2. What are your thoughts on the new era of metaphysics? Luoji inquired of the individual before him. The person chuckled softly and replied, "Dr. Luoji, I advise you not to squander your time on this. How could research be deemed a waste of time?" Luoji retorted, "It is not research that is wasted, but rather the study of metaphysics, as there are already too many engaged in this field." "And what about cosmic sociology?" Luoji pressed on. "Extraterrestrials are no longer a hot topic. Funding is scarce." With a sigh, Luoji departed. Historians did not offer much commentary on Luoji. This was largely due to the fact that his experiences prior to becoming a wall-facer were devoid of any noteworthy narratives. Even after becoming a wall-facer, his actions appeared rather inconsequential. However, as the discoverer of the dark forest theory, he received immense accolades from the Trisolaran civilization. Later, Zhang Yuanshao encountered Shi Xiaoming once more. Shi Xiaoming returned the money to him, then left without uttering a word. From that point onward, Old Zhang's grandson, Yin Yin, became estranged from the metaphysical pursuits. Old Zhang indulged in several days of heavy drinking, venting his frustrations about Shi Xiaoming's lack of integrity at Yang Jinwen's residence. Yang Jinwen merely chuckled, imparting the wisdom of learning from one's missteps. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaoming concluded his brief venture within a month. He chose to repeat a year of study instead of relying on Shi Chang for assistance, and, under Lin Chen's recommendation, enrolled in a distant boarding school. Of course, Shi Chang continued to cover the tuition fees. In the lives of these ordinary families, all aspirations for the future, once ignited by the fervor of metaphysics, were inevitably drawn back to the solid ground by the force of reality. The dreams of leaving behind a prosperous legacy for future generations to become great scientists were merely ephemeral fantasies. Wang Miao, in stark contrast to those mundane individuals, appeared to be evolving into something extraordinary after basking in the warmth of an ordinary life. On the very day the Guzheng operation concluded, he was suddenly struck by a surge of inspiration, devising a feasible plan for mass-producing nanomaterials. Presently, he immersed himself in his laboratory, though he did not neglect to savor life alongside friends and family. In his laboratory, a photograph adorned the desk, featuring 4 individuals: Wang Miao, Ding Yi, Shi Chang, and Lin Chen. After Lin Chen humorously remarked that they were merely insects in the eyes of the Trisolaris, de Shi took them to the fields to observe real insects, proclaiming the uplifting adage, "Insects have never truly been defeated." This phrase now graces the back of the photograph, and whenever Wang Miao feels weary, he often turns it over to steal a glance. Shi Chang had firmly resolved to ascend in his career, intending to follow Chang Weixi's lead. It was rumored that Chang Weici would take command of the Space Army to address the impending Trisolaran crisis. However, the preparations for the Space Army were still underway, and matters on Shi Chang's end remained in a nascent stage. He was initially assigned to ensure Lin Chen's safety, to prevent any retaliation from the Trisolaris. However, Lin Chen declined the offer, expressing confidence in his own judgment that the Trisolaris would not squander resources on futile vengeance. Consequently, it was uncertain what Shi Chang would do next, as he found himself with an unexpected abundance of free time, akin to a white-collar worker. His newfound favorite pastime became driving his black Santana to pick up his son from school each week, despite their still limited ability to communicate effectively. Yet for him, this marked a promising beginning. Later, Zhang Beihai returned to the Navy to continue his work, but when he learned of the preparations for the Space Force, he unhesitatingly chose to enlist. Deep down, he had a clear objective and plan, yet he was not yet resolute. He sought affirmation or an answer from his father. However, subsequent historians generally believe that it was the death of his father that ultimately solidified Zhang Beihai's resolve. Yet, no one dared to assert such a claim. Faced with a man who perpetually concealed his thoughts, no one could confidently assert they truly understood him. After contemplating leaving the propulsion department, Chang Xin swiftly received an opportunity from the Planetary Defense Council's Strategic Intelligence Agency, PA. Without hesitation, she chose to accept it. As Evans was pierced by the deathly violin made of nanomaterials, he was still pondering a mathematical problem taught to him by the Trisolaran world, 113. He had once thought this was another mathematical expression articulated in the Trisolaran language, even considering it might represent a new mathematical concept. After all, the elegance of such simplicity was indeed captivating. It was only when he felt a segment of his body separate that he jolted awake, suddenly grasping the meaning behind the formula, 113, 2 threads dividing a person into 3 parts. After being severed into 3 segments, he crawled a full meter toward a computer on the judgment ship. Those few seconds were among the most harrowing in the Trisolaran world. Trisolarans generally believed he comprehended the truth of the dark forest theory at the moment of his demise. In contrast, humanity largely believed Evans was striving to delete the data transmitted to him by the Trisolaris. Ultimately, however, Evans did not reach the computer before he perished. Thus, it remained unclear whether he was attempting to erase Trisolaran information or to initiate a broadcast. One thing was certain: his ideal of equality in death was first realized within himself. It was said that he died with a smile. Yet no one knew what thoughts occupied the mind of this madman. Meanwhile, the ETO organization suffered a severe blow as countries worldwide commenced frantic investigations. The organization seemed to vanish from existence for a time. Concurrently, the fervor for metaphysics around the globe gradually subsided, with people soon learning the frenzied truth. The ultimate fantasy of comprehending the world through divination was uprooted from the minds of the populace, akin to a fleeting dream. Lin Chen issued a public apology. No one cast blame upon him, yet no one expressed gratitude either. Nevertheless, a considerable number of individuals remained steadfast in their belief that Lin Chen was indeed correct. And they unilaterally established a metaphysical sect named the Dust Sect, recognizing Lin Chen as their leader. Subsequently, Lin Chen visited Yuwenjia once more. As Yuwenjia had already left behind the spark of Luoji, she refrained from discussing any matters pertaining to the Dark Forest during this encounter. Instead, they revisited the tale of the floating city. Yi Wenjie reached her original conclusion, yet Lin Chen altered his stance, stating, "Every event has its inception, but the errors of civilization should not be borne by individuals." The Trisolarans exemplified this notion well. They did not pass judgment on that listener. And we have not fallen short. You have also received ample forgiveness. Together, Lin Chen and Yi Wenjie ascended to the remnants of the Hong'an base. Throughout the endeavor, Yi Wenjie declined Lin Chen's assistance, relying solely on her own strength to reach the summit of Radar Peak once again. Lin Chen gazed upon the western horizon, where the setting sun bled like a crimson sea. He distinctly heard her utter the words, "This is humanity's twilight." Lin Chen no longer served as a professor. He had been recruited by Chang Weici as a special advisor. However, the preparations for the Space Force consumed him entirely, and upon his arrival, he was promptly forgotten by Chang Weici. In the ensuing days, he and the strategist known as Number 46 viewed numerous films made by humanity. This was not motivated by the need for deception or any other ulterior motive. It was simply because this Trisolaran desired to watch. Lin Chen contemplated an alternative possibility inspired by his companion, yet he had yet to determine how to proceed. He initially believed that this tranquil existence would persist for 2 or 3 years, until the Planetary Defense Council decided to initiate the Wallfacers project, or until the Trisolarans informed him that humanity had relaxed its scrutiny of the ETO. However, the sudden visit from Ding Yi disrupted his peaceful life. Standing at his doorstep, she conveyed but a single sentence. "Today, the sky is so blue, I have nothing to do, so I came to chat with you." Chapter 59. Revisiting Kunlun, Lin Chen observed Ding Yi's face, which was unable to conceal her overwhelming excitement, and immediately grasped her implication. After a month of practicing the Lost Heritage Sutra, Ding Yi had begun to perceive the ethereal blue energy that enveloped them. This indicated that the Lost Heritage Sutra was not merely a privilege exclusive to his transmigration, but rather a technique applicable in both realms. Without hesitation, Lin Chen invited Ding Yi into his home. Both were eager to engage in fervent discourse, yet upon recognizing the presence of the intelligent entity, they tacitly refrained from uttering a word. As Lin Chen turned on the television, he initiated casual conversation. The news broadcasted events of the day, plummeting oil prices, crashing stock markets, and the quelling of unrest, all narrated in a monotonous tone. "The world is on the brink of transformation," Lin Chen remarked. "For you archaeologists, does it truly matter how the future unfolds? After all, you are not excavating the future's remnants. I am now a special consultant for the Space Force. Archaeology is merely a relic of the past. At least you have pursuits, unlike me. Currently, the intelligent entity has locked down the particle accelerator. What am I to do? Continue to delve into nonsensical theoretical physics? Or your so-called ultimate physics?" Ding Yi shrugged. "Life is dictated by fate. How can one lament and brood over it?" Lin Chen mused. "Perhaps under the constraints imposed by the intelligent entity, you might unearth something entirely novel?" As he spoke, Lin Chen exchanged glances with Ding Yi. Yet their unspoken understanding was limited. They could convey little through mere eye contact. "I have recently been studying that set of combat techniques you provided, the Dust Fist. I have indeed gleaned some insights into metaphysics, but as the Tao Te Ching states, mysterious beyond mystery, the gateway to all wonders. I can see it, yet cannot grasp it." Ding Yi suggested without mincing words. "Surely you haven't truly become ensnared in it?" Lin Chen inquired. Currently, aside from this, there is little else to explore. Would you guide me, oh great metaphysicist? Dingy asked. Lin Chen shook his head. Though I dabble in metaphysics occasionally, I have only genuinely studied it for about 2.5 years. I am but a novice. Aside from tomb raiding, my knowledge is quite limited. With a smile, Lin Chen casually proposed, since I have time to spare, why not accompany me on a tomb expedition? Let us visit the Kunlun Mountains, where I was once buried by an avalanche. Dingy paused, asking, haven't you fully explored it yet? I merely opened a door. I remain unaware of what lies within. Lin Chen waved dismissively. I don't wish to be buried alongside you, she replied. Fear not. I possess funds now. At worst, I could hire a rescue team to accompany us. It's a minor expense, Lin Chen assured her. Where did you acquire such funds? Did Chang Weici send them to you? Ding Yi inquired. Lin Chen produced his phone, swiping through it to reveal a folder containing 5 or 6 applications. He handed it to Ding Yi, pointing out, these are all companies under my name, transferred to me by ETO. The profits generated here are so substantial that I could spend my lifetime and still not exhaust them. This is merely a tool for committing crimes. It would be wise for Chang Weici to reclaim it, Ding Yi jested. What tool for crime? This is a legitimate transfer to my possession, Lin Chen replied. Enough of that. Just tell me whether you're going or not, Lin Chen inquired, retracting his phone. I suppose I will be ensnared in metaphysics from now on. This subject is indeed rather intriguing, yet I remain uncertain if it can yield any substantial findings, Ding Yi conceded. Lin Chen chuckled. If you truly unravel something profound, perhaps a geological hammer could send the Trisolaris packing. What geological hammer? Ding Yi asked, momentarily perplexed. Nothing. A few days later, they found themselves at Kunlun Mountain, the foremost divine peak of China, revered as the ancestral mountain of myriad ranges and the progenitor of dragon veins. It is said that the Western Queen Mother of Taoism resides here, though that is merely folklore. Lin Chen inhaled deeply aboard the helicopter and addressed his companions, Ding Yi and Shi Chang. Upon hearing Lin Chen's intention to visit Kunlun Mountain, Shi Chang decided to join in the excitement. His rationale was simple. I am but a laborer. Idleness gnaws at me, and I would rather accompany you than languish in boredom. Stop chattering. It's rather chilly. I thought we were on a sightseeing trip, not digging up graves. Shi Chang rubbed his hands together. Ding Yi gazed intently out the window, observing. The sky here appears even bluer. Of course, there is no pollution nearby. The sky here is undoubtedly more beautiful than that of the city. How could a scientist not know this? Shi Chang retorted. Ding Yi shook her head, choosing not to engage further. Lin Chen pointed through the mist, indicating. There lies Yushu Peak and Yuzhu Peak. Our destination is slightly further, at the entrance of Daogo. Have the helicopter land on the flat ground halfway up that mountain. Given the favorable weather, I estimate we shall reach our destination by midday, Lin Chen stated. 10 minutes later, they disembarked from the helicopter. As they were a trio and not specifically an archaeological team, their gear was relatively minimal. Lin Chen had summoned a few individuals to wait on the periphery, but he wished to assess the situation first. If 3 were sufficient, then 3 would suffice for exploration. Too many people could lead to unforeseen complications. Surprisingly, grass has managed to grow here, Shi Chang remarked, brushing aside some nearby shrubs. These are merely underbrush. Deeper within, they vanish. It's so cold that glaciers could form here, Lin Chen observed. Shi Chang exhaled a puff of frosty air and suddenly asked, who would be so idle as to bury someone here? Lin Chen remained silent, gazing at the distant peaks, momentarily lost in thought. Who knows? Perhaps it was a deity. Ding Yi interjected. You're the one delving into the mystique. I thought Lin Chen was the one indulging in the esoteric, Shi Chang commented. If we could truly elucidate it scientifically, then perhaps embracing a bit of mystery could lead us to discover alternative means to confront the Trisolaris. Lin Chen suggested at that moment. As he pondered, he mused to himself, perhaps there truly exists a means to return. Although the absence of that old Taoist master cast a shadow of doubt. Soon after, the trio fell into silence, committing themselves to the journey ahead. Lin Chen had traversed this path twice before, rendering him quite familiar with the terrain. Along the way, aside from Shi Chang experiencing a slight altitude sickness, no other unforeseen events transpired, and Shi Chang's robust physique was sufficient for him to endure. Thus, They reached the valley floor where Lin Chen had previously triggered an avalanche using his mastery of physical celestial arts. The surroundings were blanketed in snow, yet intriguingly. The area near the bronze door remained devoid of snow, revealing a path right in the center. This must have been the route established by ETO during their rescue mission for Lin Chen, providing a safe passage to the door. Lin Chen was uncertain whether ETO had ventured inside, but given that GZ had remained silent, it was highly probable that ETO had not been curious enough to explore. Upon reaching the bronze door, it appeared just as it had when Lin Chen had pushed it open a mere inch before. Light from behind the three of them streamed into the doorway. However, unlike the previous occasion, there were no celestial utterances nor any sensations of excruciating headaches. Clad in gas masks, Lin Chen and his companions effortlessly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 60 Scene Shichang intercepted Lin Chen and Ding He, boldly advancing into the dim interior. Though light filtered in from outside, it was insufficient to illuminate the depths of the space. He switched on his flashlight, casting beams in various directions. The light pierced through the murk, illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air. However, the beam did not extend far before meeting the walls. As Shichang ventured further, he spun around, illuminating the surroundings. To his dismay, he discovered that the area was relatively small and square in shape. Approaching the wall, he noticed that it had been polished, appearing smooth to the eye, yet upon touch, it revealed a certain roughness. With years of investigative experience, Shichang refrained from voicing his frustrations about this dismal place, suspecting it was likely the work of machinery. He had anticipated witnessing the extraordinary sight that Lin Chen had so vividly recalled, only to find that it was merely an artificial cavern spanning a mere dozen square meters. The imposing bronze door outside exuded an air of mystery, yet upon entering, one was met with an emptiness that felt disheartening. Apart from a rough-hewn stone slab leaning against the wall and a few tattered garments strewn upon it, there was nothing else. It felt more barren than an unrenovated room, verging on an illegal structure. Perhaps it was the whimsical endeavor of a modern individual who, one day, took tools into the mountains, excavated a hole, and fashioned it to their liking for a brief stay. With a hint of derision, Shichang glanced at Lin Chen, who was in the corner handling the tattered clothes, and remarked casually, "It's nothing, old Lin, just a minor oversight. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet." However, Lin Chen offered no response. Following Shichang, Lin Chen stepped inside. After taking just a couple of strides, he was suddenly enveloped in darkness. It felt as though a dense, viscous curtain of blackness had materialized before him, obstructing his path. Lin Chen did not panic. He had mentally prepared himself for this moment. He desired to thrust his hands forward to part the curtain. As this thought emerged, the blue spiritual energy that had consistently surrounded him surged wildly. Growing fervent in its movement, streams of energy coalesced, beginning at his fingertips. They spiraled around Lin Chen, first enveloping his index finger, then his ring finger, followed by his middle finger, until his entire hand was consumed by this force. Subsequently, the energy, like a vortex, began to coil around his arm, simultaneously propelling it deep into the black curtain. Lin Chen sensed that the portion of his arm that had penetrated the fabric seemed to vanish, becoming invisible and imperceptible. The commands from his brain appeared only to reach the curtain, where the information was abruptly severed. Once the surrounding spiritual energy enveloped him entirely, he could barely discern the existence of his fingers behind the curtain. Frowning slightly, Lin Chen pressed forward into the abyss. To him, he had already experienced too many bizarre events, rendering fear a futile emotion. As Lin Chen's consciousness fully entered the curtain, he finally beheld, or rather sensed, the spectacle beyond it. This vision was magnificent yet peculiar. The luminous points and strange shapes suspended in midair defied description by any term within the human lexicon. Exhausting the entirety of Lin Chen's life experiences, he could only conjure a concept somewhat akin to it, the starry sky. If one has ever gazed at the night sky and witnessed the Milky Way composed of countless stars, one might be able to envision this scene. Each star resembled a uniquely shaped gemstone, emitting light distinct from one another, intertwining to form a river, coalescing into a cloud. Though they appeared to be spaced apart, to the human eye, they seemed remarkably close. This proximity did not invoke a sense of crowding. Rather, It instilled an unprecedented richness, particularly in detail. Yet, Lin Chen understood that this was unequivocally not the starry sky. Each luminous point was utterly distinctive, and the imagery was strikingly clear. It seemed that with a little effort, one could discern the intricate structure of each point of light. Lin Chen was uncertain how the shimmering, four-sided triangle nearby had come into existence. Nor could he ascertain whether that discontinuous M-bias strip could truly exist. Nevertheless, they were undeniably present. As Lin Chen observed these shapes, he instinctively believed that there was no logical fallacy in their existence. They simply belonged there. How beautiful, Lin Chen heard someone exclaim. He presumed it to be Ding Yi or Shi Chang and turned to locate the source of the voice. Upon turning, he was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, himself standing still, and that self had also turned to look. Subsequently, this self gazed upward. At that moment, Lin Chen realized he was observing his entire being from a vantage point above. It seemed as though he was locking eyes with himself. Yet it was also not entirely so, for he could not see what his eyes were supposed to perceive. Everything behind the curtain appeared chaotic. How did Lin Chen end up here? He heard another voice and turned to look. A head emerged from the dark curtain. Ding Yi's head. It was rather amusing. Resembling a sprouting vegetable, yet out of politeness, he felt he ought not to laugh. Lin Chen thought instinctively, well, I knew this eccentric old fellow would mock me. Lin Chen then heard Ding Yi's voice, and he became completely stunned, for in his line of sight, Ding Yi had not moved his lips to speak. What was happening? Lin Chen pondered, simultaneously speaking aloud. I did not say you were an eccentric old fellow. Although eccentric should be a term of endearment, great scholars are often eccentric, just like me. Oh, why did the thoughts I had come out as words? How is this possible? Ding Yi contemplated, yet simultaneously uttered, I don't believe you, you old rascal. Lin Chen internally scoffed, but also responded in kind. Soon after, both Lin Chen and Ding Yi could no longer maintain their composure. Lin Chen swiftly recognized the imminent peril and thought, do not think of anything, do not think of anything, do not think of anything. Alas, why did it feel as though he was losing control? He then remarked, I always knew there was something amiss about you, Lin Chen. You harbor secrets. He chastised himself. I must not reveal too much, lest he discovers my intentions to dissect him. No, how have I let it all slip out? Ding Yi pondered, yet also spoke, while Lin Chen pressed his lips together, saying nothing, yet it had already escaped his lips. You, with your sextant. How do you speak of others? Chapter 61. The Trisolaran Dust and the Trisolaran Instrument. What is this sextant? The Tao of Morning, Ball Lightning, Trisolaris. What do these concepts have in common? Ding Yi contemplated aloud. Lin Chen slapped himself hard. Oh no, I have truly become a Trisolaran. Indeed, our thoughts seem to have become transparent here. But why is that? The Trisolarans rely on brainwaves. What do we depend on in this realm? What is the medium of thought transmission? Are our current musings detectable by the Sophons? Ding Yi pondered. Who knows? The great history is gone, and what are the Sophons? Lin Chen mused. Then, an idea struck him. Right, I should employ the methods I once taught the Trisolarans. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. As long as I can fool myself, my thoughts will remain concealed. What method of deceiving the Trisolarans? Ding Yi thought instinctively. Lin Chen replied instinctively. Of course, it's to baffle them with synonyms. To think is to speak, and to speak is to think. It is the ruse of the Creator. Ding Yi suddenly understood. So that was his trick to befuddle the Trisolarans? And he managed to completely confound them? The Trisolarans are far more foolish than I had imagined. Not only that, I certainly want to disclose that I am still deceiving them. Just as Lin Chen finished this thought, he paused, slapping himself again, feeling that soon nothing would remain concealed. Ding Yi continued to contemplate. Still deceiving? What nonsense. No, he cannot conceal his thoughts now. He must be honest. But how is he achieving that? I will tell you. I am relying on 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, for ducks, 5 tigers, 3 rabbits, 1 equals 1, 1 2 equals 2. Even if the odd doesn't change. Seeking the dragon and dividing the gold to observe the winding mountains. Closing the door is like an 8-part risk. The sun sets behind the mountains. Our team is like the sun, only because you are so beautiful. These are all the melons from the greenhouse. Are you doing this intentionally, or should the snow leopard be silent? Ding Yi. Lin Chen shook his head, striving to replace Ding Yi's inquiries with another line of thought, and considered normally. If the Trisolarans can monitor this place, everything is over. Yet I believe they most likely cannot, for they cannot see that old Taoist, and should not perceive the existence of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Taoist? Ding Yi's mind swiftly seized upon these two terms within Lin Chen's thoughts. I am not very clear about these two concepts either. Even if you ask me, I cannot elucidate them. I can only say it is an intangible existence, akin to the spiritual energy you see. The blue things I see are called spiritual energy? Ding Yi inquired. At least that is what the Taoist calls it, Lin Chen thought. What is this Taoist? Be more specific. Ding Yi thought. Lin Chen explained in his mind, an old man, but he is no longer around. Ding Yi shook his head. Your explanations are quite esoteric. What we perceive here is also quite enigmatic. Do you know where this place is? Or do you not know either? Ding Yi's thoughts raced swiftly, and he gradually learned to sort through his musings. I am uncertain, yet gaze upon those stars. Let us refer to them as stars for the time being. Such entities ought not to exist in our realm. As a physicist, you should understand this better than most. Ding Yi peered into the distance, contemplating the bizarre and indescribable celestial bodies. Not only should they be non-existent, even the logical constructs of mathematics should not apply. No. Perhaps it is mathematics that does not exist. How peculiar. Mathematics does not exist. Why do I entertain such thoughts? Very well, while we can converse. Please share your reflections. Lin Chen inquired. Ding Yi, with her head caught in the curtain, nodded slightly. I have contemplated much these past days. But the crux of the matter lies in how we perceive these ethereal energies. These azure entities are omnipresent, even in the absence of light. One can perceive them with closed eyes. What might this signify? Lin Chen queried. Foolishness. Our perception of them as blue merely indicates that we have received their information. Yet what is the medium of this information? Since we are not observing them with our eyes, how does it transform into electrical signals that enter our minds? I am no scientist. That is your domain. Oh, perhaps I am overthinking this. After all, I still hope for you to uncover something, and then allow me to, I ought to be more courteous. Lin Chen endeavored to restrain his wandering thoughts. Surely there exists some particle or another entity. Perhaps it is string theory, gravitational waves, or something we have yet to conceive, or even a universe beyond our universe. Good heavens, truly a thought worthy of Ding. And before even tackling the curvature engine, you are already pondering how to segment a small universe? Lin Chen instinctively mused. These technologies are the stuff of fantasy. We are currently incapable of even studying the most fundamental structures of matter. Do we truly aspire to manipulate spatial dimensions? Ding Yi reflected. Indeed, thus, to resolve the Trisolaran crisis, we ought to consider our current situation. Lin Chen thought, gazing towards Ding Yi. Ding Yi shook her head. No? I must withdraw for a moment and re-enter later. The intertwining of our thoughts is far too chaotic for effective communication. I had a notion, yet it was instantly overshadowed by your ideas. How do the Trisolarans even communicate? It is utterly perplexing. Ding Yi mused, then extricated her head from the curtain. In that instant, Lin Chen sensed a profound silence enveloping the world. The cacophony in his mind dissipated, and he pondered, could it be that Ding Yi experiences tinnitus? He ceased his musings and turned his gaze towards the vast expanse before him. He noticed that the ethereal energies surrounding his being remained ever present. Slowly, he raised his hand and casually pointed in a direction. A mass of ethereal energy swiftly coalesced in his palm before soaring forth. The energy cluster vanished into the boundless starry sky after a brief flight. This was once entirely beyond his capabilities, yet here, it was possible. According to Ding Yi, how then do these energies comprehend my thoughts? Lin Chen shook his head, finding the complexities of these matters overwhelming. He possessed a wealth of knowledge, yet lacked depth in many areas. Certain specialized subjects necessitated the insights of experts. However, the current predicament suggested that even a physicist as accomplished as Ding Yi was unable to discern the underlying truths. Lin Chen then recalled the words of Dao Jun. Why had Dao Jun suggested that mastering that particular martial art could prevent the escape of spiritual energy and stabilize his soul? If spiritual energy could be likened to a form of power, might it be that such energy was indeed essential for Dao Jun's stability? Yet, he found himself incapable of wielding spiritual power beyond this location. Perhaps Dao Jun was not mistaken, but he must have overlooked something crucial. As Lin Chen pondered his thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the boundless curtain behind him, the world before him seemed infinite. Every point was limitless, every beam of light boundless, and every wave immeasurable. He recalled the words from the original work of the three-body problem, when individuals beheld the four-dimensional realm. What kind of mind could grasp such a world? Yet now, Lin Chen felt a different sensation. Any consciousness within the universe would inevitably be comprehended by such a world. Chapter 62. Whisper. Lin Chen observed for a while, and amidst the peculiar and intricately detailed stars, he discovered one that was exceedingly abnormal. Its peculiarity lay in its excessive normality. In a world like this, it astonishingly maintained a perfect circular shape. Lin Chen slowly approached, realizing that this star was almost within reach, as if he could touch it with his hand. As he drew nearer, he perceived that it was a piece of jade shimmering with a translucent blue light. He extended his hand, gently touching it, and then, as if he had activated some mechanism, the black curtain behind him began to expand abruptly. The curtain spread out and eventually connected back to itself, swiftly enveloping the jade in a large circle. Subsequently, the grand circle began to contract. However, due to the surrounding mixture of black and blue, Lin Chen could not discern its shrinking. The entire process was silent and unnoticed until Lin Chen realized that his feet had already been consumed by the curtain. It was too late, as the fabric above suddenly constricted around his head. In the next moment, Lin Chen found himself in a sudden brightness. He saw Shi Chang, who was observing the surroundings with a flashlight. After a brief inspection, Shi Chang remarked, "It's nothing, Lao Lin, just a minor mishap. One who often walks by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback and did not respond. Turning around, he noticed he had distanced himself from the entrance, perhaps due to the steps he had taken earlier. He then glanced at Ding Yi, who merely gave him a knowing look that conveyed, "I saw everything too," and echoed Shi Chang's words, "There's nothing here. It seems we've come for nothing." Lin Chen nodded and looked at the tattered pieces of cloth he had unknowingly picked up. He then slightly withdrew his right hand, revealing a jade the size of a quail egg, which he had extracted. Within the jade, he could hear his own heartbeat. On the helicopter, Lin Chen silently tossed the jade ball in his hand. Each time it returned to his grasp, he felt an ability to transmit certain thoughts through the surrounding spiritual energy. After confirming several times that this object could indeed convey sound, Lin Chen inscribed within the jade using his spiritual power, "What do you think?" He then tossed the ball to Ding Yi. With a sigh of frustration, he gazed out the window at the Kunlun Mountains, obscured by mist, revealing only a vague silhouette. The majestic peaks of Jade Peak and Jade Void Peak, once awe-inspiring, now appeared almost insipid, as if they had lost their grandeur. Such beauty, paradoxically, instilled within him a sense of monotony and dullness. Beside him, Shi Chang patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said, "Stop overthinking. That's merely an artificial hole. Dwelling on it will only be detrimental to yourself. I once thought you were a clever person. Why can't you let this go?" Lin Chen nodded, but chose not to respond to Shi Chang's remarks. In Shi Chang's perspective, Lin Chen's distress stemmed from having run a considerable distance only to find nothing. Yet, Lin Chen's thoughts wandered elsewhere. The Taoist Lord could effortlessly leave behind a sphere that transcended human physiological structures to convey thoughts. After all the effort he exerted, culminating in the realization that those who engage in wrongful deeds inevitably meet their demise. What was the purpose of all this toil? The strategic contest between humanity and the Trisolaris civilization had persisted for nearly a month. However, upon reflection, it now seemed somewhat ridiculous, akin to two insects battling with their antennae. Strategy, ultimately, it is technology that reigns supreme. The icy wind howled outside the aircraft, slicing across Lin Chen's face like a blade, yet he felt as though he could perceive the molecular flow of the air around him. This vague sensation was fleeting. He could not discern whether it was merely an illusion. Ding Yi, beside him, tossed the jade sphere for a while before returning it to Lin Chen. Upon receiving the sphere, Lin Chen heard Ding Yi's conveyed thoughts. "Let us not delve into the nature of that world for now, merely from its ability to transmit sound. It stands as a phenomenon beyond the current scientific understanding. I wonder if you are aware of the structure of the human brain. It is generally accepted that our brain's neural cells communicate via axons and dendrites to relay information. A scientist named Sheens later conducted more profound research, proposing that certain phenomena occur at the quantum level during this process. Nevertheless, at its core, the vessel of our thoughts remains our brain. The sounds we hear, the sights we see, and the sensations we feel all transform into electrical signals that our brains can comprehend. This sphere bypasses that step entirely. It directly transmits information through what you refer to as spiritual power, allowing us to grasp its meaning. Do you understand the implications of this? Ding Yi's final inquiry resonated. Lin Chen rubbed the sphere and shook his head. He inscribed a message within the sphere and tossed it back to Ding Yi. I do not know. Ding Yi received the jade sphere and, after a moment, returned it to Lin Chen. Throughout this exchange, both exhibited a natural demeanor, so much so that even De Sure, nearby, remained oblivious to any irregularities, perceiving them merely as engaged in a routine game of catch. Perhaps, in the era shrouded by the Sophons, this constituted a fundamental way of life. Each individual had to cultivate dual thoughts to evade detection by the Sophons. Of course, it was generally true that the Trisolarans cared little for how most individuals communicated or what they discussed. Lin Chen examined the sphere and noted Ding Yi's voice. Still the same sentiment. Information necessitates a carrier. Spiritual power now appears to serve as such a carrier, suggesting it may possess mass and energy, capable of influencing our world. Perhaps you can envision this as analogous to the electrons utilized in storage within a USB drive. If this discovery had surfaced in the past, it would have driven me to madness. Yet now, for reasons unknown, I find myself somewhat lacking in enthusiasm. What we have just witnessed evidently conceals a plethora of secrets. However, upon reflection, it may not be what we see, but rather that the information has directly permeated our minds. Lin Chen completed his reading of the information, subsequently channeling his spiritual energy to further transmit it. His words were few, yet he concurred with Ding Yi's perspective. I share your sentiments. At present, this mountain feels as insubstantial as paper, as though it could be pierced with a mere poke. You previously inquired about the concept of traversing dimensions. Now, given that spiritual energy can carry information, does it imply that an individual's entire thought process can exist in such a form and be conveyed to another location? After posing his question, Lin Chen tossed the ball to Ding Yi. Unexpectedly, it was snatched mid-air by Shi Chong, who remarked, "You truly have nothing better to do." As he examined the ball with curiosity, he scrutinized it for quite some time before declaring, "It is highly likely a dyed counterfeit from a street vendor. I've delved into this topic before. Observe, under sunlight, it reveals this hue. Far too murky." Lin Chen and Ding Yi silently observed Shi Chong, who was engrossed in his analysis, without uttering a word. After a considerable period of contemplation, Shi Chong suddenly paused and asked, "Could it be that this ball possesses some peculiar quality?" Lin Chen and Ding Yi shook their heads in unison, replying, "No." Chapter 63, The Plan, Part 1. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Lin Chen entrusted the jade orb to Ding Yi, hoping he could derive some insights from it. Time flowed by like a gentle stream, devoid of new discoveries or inventions, over the protracted span of 4 centuries. The present state of affairs could only be deemed a nascent beginning. In the 3rd year of the crisis era, the Trisolaran fleet was located 21 light years from the solar system. All the fish in your aquarium have perished. As the wallbreaker number 2 aimed his pistol at his own temple, a subtitle appeared in his vision, courtesy of the Sapon. "Master, is that you? Or is this merely a dream? I thought I had ceased to dream long ago." With a slow exhalation, wallbreaker number 2 closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending end. "This is not a dream. I told you. The fish in your aquarium have died, succumbing to your turmoil. The nicotine from that half-smoked cigarette killed them." The Trisolaran's tone was resolute. Wallbreaker No. 2 abruptly opened his eyes, leapt from his bed, and crawled to his aquarium, where he beheld all 5 goldfish floating lifelessly at the surface. "Master, my lord, is it truly you? We received no prior warning of the assault on the commander or the ambush at the Panama Canal. Have you forsaken us?" "It is I. Not that I have abandoned you, but that someone has betrayed us. Is it Lin Chen? No, Lin Chen is, in fact, the most loyal among us. It is Evans who has betrayed us. He is the last person who should have done so. What? How could this be? How could Evans betray us? For what reason would he do so? That is something only Evans knows, and we are aware as well. But regrettably, we cannot disclose the reason to you. My lord, have you learned the art of concealment? Wallbreaker number 2's face lit up with joy. This is a skill we must acquire. Utilize the V equipment to attend the meeting. I will transmit the most secure account to you. After Wallbreaker number 2 accepted the mission, the Sabhan swiftly darted to the next ETO member's gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was engaged in conversation with strategist number 46 through another Sabhan. I have reviewed all the plans you provided. Let us set that aside for now. Happy birthday? Lin Chen paused momentarily before replying. Thank you. I can hardly remember my own birthday. Perhaps there is no one in this world who can recall it. You should order a cake and make a wish. Lin Chen shook his head. Let that be. Has this tradition become popular among you as well? It is merely a trend within the Strategy Research Institute. The F-Rare has granted us substantial latitude and resources to engage with you. So, you don't mind, do you? Lin Chen lit a cigarette, placing it upright on the table before him, then clasped his hands together and made a wish. Do not speak your wish aloud. It will lose its magic. This too was a form of concealment, yet it embodied a sense of beauty. Very well, let us commence our work. Have you reviewed all the documents we provided? Lin Chen inquired as he opened his computer, meticulously selecting each file with his mouse. In your plan, is Luo Ji the most pivotal figure? Indeed, Yi Wenjie has passed away. He is the sole individual who comprehends the riddle now. The next priority is to prevent human escape. This is quite understandable. We fear human retaliation. Your technological advancements are progressing at a pace far beyond our expectations, particularly after you acquired that 871 G of data, which has evidently provided your scientists with a plethora of research directions. Once we lose our blockade, it is uncertain how humanity will evolve. Lin Chen continued. Lastly, we must address the Wallfacer project. Yes, in terms of strategy, we are still novices. Hence, we require your assistance. Let us commence our discussion with Luo Ji. Lin Chen had already contemplated the rhythm of the dialogue and smoothly began to offer suggestions. Very well. Observations via the artificial intelligence known as Jizi indicate that he appears utterly oblivious to the magnitude of his significance. Precisely, this is the dilemma we face. In such a scenario, if we do not eliminate him, it may provoke his awareness, causing him to ponder certain matters. Should he unveil the riddle before his demise? That would be our greatest fear. Lin Chen nodded, taking a contemplative puff from the cigarette he had propped on the table. What strategies do you currently have in mind? A swift execution or a covert assassination? Clearly, the latter entails the least risk, given the current capabilities of the ETO organizations. A direct kill could indeed lead to unforeseen complications. However, you might consider simply leaving him be, Lin Chen suggested. He was acutely aware that the Trisolarans would reject this proposal outright. He merely desired to elicit their explicit refusal in his presence. This is not an option, as we cannot ascertain whether he may suddenly have an epiphany one day. Lin Chen shook his head, extending a finger towards himself, stating, such individuals are indifferent to the fates of the world. Even if they were to have an epiphany, what difference would it make? I apologize, but this matter is far more consequential than you realize. Even the slightest possibility compels us to choose the most secure option. Lin Chen swiftly received the response he sought. Thus, should an assassination fail, he would not bear the responsibility. In truth, it was solely regarding the Dark Forest theory that Lin Chen felt sufficiently confident to manipulate the Trisolarans, for he understood their profound fear. He solidified this information by asserting, do as you wish. I do not believe a mere riddle possesses such formidable power. Now let us discuss how to eliminate him. Have you assembled your personnel? We will provide you with a list. These individuals have been meticulously vetted over time, ensuring a certain degree of loyalty. A meeting must be convened in the virtual Trisolaran world, where I will familiarize myself with them. This is already being arranged. Lin Chen perused the list sent by Jizi, nodding in agreement, and continued. Now, let us turn our attention to the issue of human escape. This concern does not weigh upon us as heavily as the previous one. Based on our assessment, The multitude of human nations in the intricate web of their interests will forever prevent a unified consensus. Lin Chen wrapped his fingers on the table, shaking his head as he gazed at the ceiling. You still have 400 years to wait. 400 years is an eternity in the realm of human nations. It is akin to a prolonged night filled with restless dreams. What do you mean? According to the information we have gathered, humanity is indeed enacting laws against escapism, but that is merely a consensus among numerous nations within the current stable international environment. It is essential to understand one fundamental truth. Humanity cannot refrain from developing spacecraft, nor can they halt the advancement of technology. Once humanity ventures into the cosmos and acquires the capability for interstellar travel, do you realize? It would take but the press of a button amidst chaos to send humanity forth. No legal framework would be necessary. Chapter 64, The Plan, Part 2. Are you suggesting that we are utterly incapable of preventing humanity from departing? Do not panic. You have yet to grasp the fundamental strategy. Are you referring to something more profound? The determination of an individual to undertake an endeavor hinges firstly upon their capability, and secondly upon their willingness. The same principle applies to a civilization. I comprehend that. Yet how do we render a civilization incapable of action? Even if we mobilize the entire ETO, and even if you are selected as a wall-facer in the future, our available power on Earth remains woefully inadequate to entirely halt humanity's technological advancement. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen revealed a sinister smile. Incapable? We nearly succeeded with metaphysics before. That was when humanity was unaware of our existence. Now that they are aware, that method is no longer viable. It appears you have yet to learn the essence of humanity. What is it? I wonder if you have heard the saying, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. I have heard it, no matter how adept a chef is. Without the necessary ingredients, they cannot create a delectable dish. Spare me the suspense. Lin Chen rose and entered his kitchen, retrieving a bag of rice. He then procured a bucket and drew a line in the middle of it with a marker. Subsequently, he poured all the rice into the bucket. What are you preparing to do? Even controllable nuclear fusion, often referred to as a small sun, must be founded upon a certain level of industrial capability. I concur. Though humanity has not yet developed this technology, it should be achievable in the foreseeable future. Lin Chen nodded and indicated the bucket, stating, the contents represent all the mineral resources currently accessible to humanity. The resources above the line are easily extractable, while those below necessitate a certain accumulation of industrial technology. Humanity must utilize all available resources to develop controllable nuclear fusion technology that can sustain them for a longer duration. Should these resources deplete before the technology is successfully developed, what do you think will occur? Resource depletion signifies death. Indeed, that is our objective. No, it is highly probable that humanity will succeed in their research, and they will not place all their hopes on this singular technology. The perplexed subtitles flickered in Lin Chen's vision. Lin Chen replied, research may yield success. Yet once the foundational resources supporting construction are exhausted, even possessing theoretical knowledge will amount to a skilled cook unable to create a meal without rice. As long as we possess sufficient bombing capability to annihilate all research equipment and scientists, humanity, unable to extract deeper resources thereafter, will be rendered impotent. I understand now. You intend to initiate a war preemptively? However, there are numerous uncertainties in the overall plan. You ought to elaborate further. Lin Chen nodded, opening a document on his computer and transmitting it directly to Jizi. This had been a matter of contemplation for him over the past 2 years. With every detail meticulously considered, we have received your information and will commence discussions. As for the Wallfacer project, we entrust it entirely to your management. In the three-body realm, the strategist governor remarked, the data from Lin Chen has arrived. We have analyzed his plan, and its feasibility appears promising with minimal risk. However, the crux of the issue lies in the necessity of concentrating sufficient power in Lin Chen's hands for its execution. Should he choose to betray us? The speaker hesitated, yet strategist 46 grasped the underlying implication. He would not betray us. He has passed the evaluations of the previous 2 strategist governors, he asserted. But, my governor, the preceding strategist governors were mistaken. What if humanity's schemes run far deeper than we perceive, leaving us perpetually in the dark? Do you consider yourself sufficiently astute? What counsel do you offer? Strategist 46 felt a twinge of discontent, yet he had mastered the art of emotional control, concealing his feelings within the recesses of his mind. Governor, we remain uncertain as to why Lin Chen harbors such animosity towards humanity. If this is the foundation of all his actions, it is imperative that we elucidate this core. After a moment of contemplation, Strategist 46 recognized that the cognitive processing speed of his fellow strategists could not keep pace with his thoughts, rendering them unaware of his deliberations. Eventually, his thoughts crystallized. Very well, let us form a small team to conduct a comprehensive personality analysis of Lin Chen. We must uncover even the slightest possibility of betrayal. Understood. Strategist 46 mused to himself while observing Lin Chen's profile through Jizi. Though we have become allies, war remains war. My apologies. In the virtual three-body world, Lin Chen traversed the desolate landscape beneath the light of the stars, picking up a sword left by Qin Shi Huang. He wiped the blade with his sleeve, raising it high as he proclaimed, "Let us convene. Accelerate time to summon a new epoch." The celestial bodies swiftly realigned at his command, heralding the arrival of a fresh epoch. I detest donning garments of the deceased. It is said that Evans met his end in 3 pieces. You are rather ruthless, Lin Chen. A new member of ETO emerged, adopting the identity of Einstein, and immediately leveled his accusations at Lin Chen. "Call me commander," Lin Chen declared, sword drawn. "By what right do you claim the title of commander?" "We have but one commander, and that is Yi Wenjie." New Newton also stepped forth, noting, "It is said that old Newton suffered an even grimmer fate than Evans, being severed into 4 parts. Yi Wenjie is already deceased. It was the Trisolaris who appointed me as your commander," Lin Chen stated with a calm demeanor. "You audacious scoundrel. Do not address the master so directly," Qin Shi Huang interjected. He had anticipated that upon acquiring this identity, he would ascend to the leadership of the ETO. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Lin Chen had usurped this position. "It appears you are quite discontent with my authority," Lin Chen remarked. "We submit to you solely in obedience to the master's commands. However, we must also bear in mind that the master is but a naive child, and he is likely to have been deceived by you," Mosey contended. Lin Chen shook his head in disapproval. "What arrogance you display." Chapter 65, The Plan, Part 3, Arrogance. "The truly arrogant one is you. You, a mere opportunist who thrives on cunning and deceit. What gives you the audacity to lead us?" Aristotle shook off the dust from his garments and stepped forward. His attire bore the charred marks of the previous Aristotle's demise. "You may say whatever you wish, but it is I who monopolizes the dialogue with your master. I hold the authority to dismiss any one of you." Lin Chen comfortably seated himself upon the stone that originally belonged to Qin Shi Huang. "Humph, do you think I desire to remain here?" Newton summoned a horse, mounted it, and galloped around before halting. "Great prophet, if the master has any instructions for us, please convey them now," von Neumann stated. Lin Chen surveyed the assembly, fully aware of the psychological transformations occurring within this group. A year ago, they regarded him as the traitor to the organization, yet now, this very betrayer had metamorphosed into their leader? This was utterly unacceptable to them. "Very well, since you deem me incapable, allow me to witness your capabilities. Your master has issued a significant directive, so listen closely." Lin Chen smiled as he spoke. "We are all ears," the newly appointed Confucius replied. Zhou Wang, Newton, von Neumann, Aristotle, Mosey, Confucius, Einstein. At that moment, an array of individuals ceased their quarrels. Their ultimate goal remained to serve the Trisolaris, awaiting their true arrival. "The Trisolaris have tasked us with discreetly eliminating a certain individual. This is the name of that person." Lin Chen, while gesturing with his sword, scraped the ground twice, inscribing a name, Luoji. "Who is he?" Zhou Wang inquired. "A sociologist, an utterly ordinary sociologist," Lin Chen replied. "Why must we kill him?" Einstein asked. Lin Chen shook his head, stating, "I do not know. Perhaps the Trisolaris know why, and maybe Evans did too, but I am unaware. The Trisolaris have mastered the art of concealment, and Evans has perished due to betrayal. You mentioned employing covert methods to eliminate him. Can you provide further details?" Von Neumann queried. "The simplest explanation is to ensure that no one knows it is we who seek his life. During this process, protons may assist you." Lin Chen sighed and added, "Very well, my friends, let me observe your capabilities. Since you each believe yourselves to be competent, I trust that you can accomplish this task without my involvement." Upon finishing his words, Lin Chen withdrew from the Trisolaris world, leaving behind the recently displaced and gathered ETO. I never anticipated that the one who betrayed us would be Evans, Qin Shi Huang remarked. Yet even so, I do not believe it. Lin Chen is the most loyal among us, Confucius asserted. Perhaps he has deceived the Lord. However, we may still be able to regain the Lord's trust, Einstein remarked, but let us not dwell on that for now. Is our location truly secure? Newton surveyed the surroundings from atop his horse. It should be safe. After all, that group of humans has relished the sweetness of the 871G data. And if they desire more, they can only extract it from us, Zhou Wang noted. Finally, it was von Neumann's turn to speak. I wager that humanity will come to regret this. Now, comrades, let us devise a way to send that logic to hell. Qin Shi Huang declared. Qin Shi Huang, do not speak in such a tone. You are no longer at the center of power. Merely clad in a semblance of your former authority, Newton dismounted. Our objective now is to prove our capabilities exceed those of Lin Chen. We must not squabble over trivial matters, Qin Shi Huang stated. Very well, very well. Newton ruffled his hair, still unaccustomed to having so much of it. To eliminate discreetly, we must orchestrate some accidents. Perhaps we could engineer multiple incidents so that humanity would not focus solely on the case of logic. What kind of accident should we create? Naturally, the most common one would suffice. A traffic accident would do nicely. If the driver accelerates and decelerates while running over logic, his body would be torn asunder by the tires, and we would achieve our goal. An even simpler approach would be to knock logic away entirely. The ETO members engaged in animated discussion, crafting an ingenious plan. This scheme would undoubtedly secure us more trust than Lin Chen ever could. Qin Shi Huang concluded. Old Yang, have you seen the news? Zhang Yuanchao exclaimed, rushing into Yang Jinwen's home with a newspaper. Yang Jinwen was brewing tea and shook his head. What is there to see, now that our roles have reversed? You are obsessively following the news while I have no interest in it. Did you not say that to enjoy retirement and a good life, one must explore new things? I am retired now, so I must delve deeper into my studies. Old Zhang retorted with a fashionable flair. What is there left to study? Hard times are approaching. Yang Jinwen cast a glance at old Zhang and then switched on the television. The news anchor was reporting an international story. The U.S. claims that their strategic missile defense system successfully thwarted a low-dimensional experiment involving protons in near-Earth orbit. A spokesperson for the Planetary Defense Council stated that we possess sufficient capability to prevent protons from completing their experimental deployment, averting potentially threatening mirror attacks on Earth. Such futile endeavors. Yang Jinwen shook his head. Old Yang, why do I sense you harbor such fear of those so-called Trisolarans? What makes them so formidable? Old Zhang inquired, visibly displeased. What makes them formidable? A mere proton has thrown our world into chaos, nearly leading to the loss of your $80,000. Do you truly question their might? Yang Jinwen no longer felt inclined to smile. He switched to another channel, where a replay of the UEFA Champions League match was airing. Although he said that, it was indeed a part of Professor Lin's cunning strategy. If the Trisolarians were truly that formidable, how could they be entirely subdued by Professor Lin alone? Old Zhang poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down, then remarked, in my opinion, you intellectuals have become ensnared in the labyrinth of your own technical complexities. The genuine triumph lies right before us, yet you still harbor doubts about our success. Yang Jinwen, uninterested in engaging with old Zhang, redirected his attention to the television and inquired, which country does that player represent? Chapter 66, The Plan, Part 4. As Lin Chen emerged from the Trisolaran virtual world, a knock echoed through his home. Frowning, he shouted, I've told you. I am not a sect leader. Can you not bother me anymore? Is it necessary to come once a day? At that moment, a voice responded from beyond the door. Professor Lin, I am Zhang Beihai. General Chang has ordered me to take you to the Operations Command Center, or as we now call it, the Space Army. Lin Chen was taken aback and hurried to the door, peering through the peephole to find Zhang Beihai in military uniform, accompanied by another figure dressed similarly, whose identity he could not discern. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that it must be Wu Yu, who had a notable role in their affairs. He opened the door, inviting them in. Let me change my clothes. You can wear that. We want to discuss attire in the meeting. I am Wu Yu. and I joined the Space Army alongside Zhang Beihai. We were colleagues. I am the captain, and he is the political commissar, the soldier by Zhang Beihai's side articulated. Lin Chen appraised him with a discerning gaze and nodded. At least you approach warfare with a rational perspective, unlike those incessantly knocking on my door, attempting to elevate me to the status of a metaphysical sect leader. Those individuals are utterly deranged. Wu Yu shook his head, stating, in truth, for those involved, engaging in a war destined for failure might bring them a semblance of joy. Rationality often breeds sorrow. Failure? Why would we fail? I have never considered our engagement to be a war doomed to defeat, Lin Chen retorted, then turned to Zhang Beihai and inquired, Comrade Zhang Beihai, do you believe our victory is unattainable? With unwavering conviction, Zhang Beihai replied, regarding this war, I do not believe that human victory is impossible. It seems your insight surpasses that of Comrade Wu Yu. Setting aside historical precedents, 3 years ago, did we not similarly exploit the Trisolarans' inferior strategies to achieve success? Yet that success was yours. In warfare, the doctrine of technological supremacy is the decisive theory, Wu Yu countered. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, akin to a knife drawn across a dark veil, as he declared, your imagination is woefully inadequate. I fear you are ill-suited for space. In the cosmos, we possess boundless possibilities. I appreciate your candid assessment. You are more forthright than others. Professor Lin, we must depart now. 30 officers from the Army, Navy, and Air Force had donned the insignia of the Chinese Space Army. Chang Weici gestured for everyone to take their seats and briefly introduced Lin Chen's credentials. He then addressed the assembly directly, unveiling the plan. We have initiated actions regarding the future space fleet. Although we are currently engaged in foundational research, investigations across various disciplines have commenced in earnest. Our objective within the Space Army is to establish an effective theoretical framework for space warfare, comrades. As the first generation of the Space Force, we must recognize that this is an exceedingly protracted journey, perhaps spanning a century or two before we can truly venture into the cosmos, by which time most of us may no longer exist. Yet, precisely for this reason, our theoretical foundation must be sufficiently robust. We should not lament the brevity of life. As the cornerstone of the future, we must diligently fulfill every task at hand. After briefly summarizing a segment, Chang Weici continued, in discussing the theory of space warfare, we must mention our adversaries, the Trisolarans. To address the Trisolarans, we cannot overlook Professor Lin Chen, who possesses the deepest understanding of them. Today, we invite our Space Force's special advisor, Professor Lin, to share his insights. All eyes turned to Lin Chen, who rose and surveyed the room. I am neither a strategist of warfare nor an expert in space. My understanding of the Trisolarans is merely slightly greater than yours. Therefore, my remarks today will not be confined to specific domains. I merely wish to discuss the predicaments we currently face, serving as a catalyst for further discourse. At this moment, Chang Weici inquired, Professor Lin, what do you perceive as our most significant challenge? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, the greatest challenge we face is not the blockade of the Sothans, nor is it the lack of theoretical knowledge. Rather, it is our insufficient will to engage in combat for the span of 4 centuries. Just look at some of our comrades. As the first generation of the Space Force, they believe they can never contend with our rivals. Can a towering edifice built upon such a shaky foundation withstand the onslaught of the enemy? As Lin Chen spoke, he glanced towards Wu Yu, then exchanged a fleeting look with Zhang Beihai, finally resting his gaze on Chang Weici. Chang Weici nodded in agreement and tapped the table. 2 years ago, I learned from Dr. Ding Yi that you excel in fostering ideological discourse, and it seems we have not erred in our choice. He then scanned the room. Comrades, do any of you wish to add your thoughts on this matter? The assembly fell into silence, save for Zhang Beihai, who raised his hand. Chang Weici gave him a knowing look, prompting Zhang Beihai to stand and articulate. Currently, we find ourselves in a peculiar situation. Due to the resounding victories attributed to Lin Chen, the general populace perceives the Trisolarans as formidable yet conquerable. Ironically, within our Space Force, a pervasive sense of defeatism prevails. In this context, I must highlight a particular comrade as an example. The previously silent meeting room buzzed with unrest at Zhang Beihai's words, as many expressed dissatisfaction with his approach. Nevertheless, he persisted. That comrade is Wu Yu. Comrade Zhang Beihai. You cannot genuinely believe that Wu Yu is the source of abnormality, can you? An officer interjected, implicitly suggesting that only Zhang Beihai exhibited such irrationality. This officer's remarks resonated with the majority as they feared being singled out by Zhang Beihai and labeled as defeatist. Just as Zhang Beihai appeared poised to become the target of collective ire, Wu Yu stood and said, "I apologize, Beihai. And I thank you for the courage you have bestowed upon me. Without you, I might still be hesitating. Commander, I am indeed ill-suited for the duties of the Space Force," Wu Yu declared before exiting the meeting. At this moment, Lin Chen remarked, "He is, at least, self-aware." Another officer interjected, "Professor Lin, what qualifications do you possess to criticize a soldier who has served for so many years? We are merely discussing an objective reality that must be confronted, rather than the esoteric concepts you once espoused. You ought to recognize this." Lin Chen, lacking any significant background within the military, found that the officers maintained a measure of decorum when addressing Zhang Beihai, but were far less courteous towards him. Lin Chen shook his head and replied, "You question my qualifications? Allow me to enlighten you. It was 3 years ago that I decisively defeated the adversary you so fear, extracting 871 G of intelligence from them. In this war, if you do not hold an unwavering belief in victory, what right do you, as a soldier, have to question me?" The officer was rendered speechless. Chapter 67, The Plan, Part 5. After the meeting, once the conference room was vacated, Chang Weisi retained Lin Chen for a moment. "It has been decided that you will undertake a rather unique mission. We can no longer keep you here." Chang Weisi pulled out a chair and sat beside Lin Chen, resting his arm on the table, leaning slightly towards him. "A unique mission?" Lin Chen inquired. "We refer to this initiative as the Wallfacer Project. You will understand in due time. We were inspired by your previous actions, which led us to conceive this plan. Hence, when it came time to select you, the members of the Planetary Defense Council nearly unanimously endorsed your candidacy. My previous undertakings? I can surmise what this plan entails." Lin Chen remarked, falling silent for a moment. Chang Weisi chuckled, "It's perfectly fine to share this with you. It is not classified. And we cannot keep it from GZ either." He continued, "The essence of the plan lies in the fact that while GZ can monitor our every action, he cannot decipher our thoughts. Therefore, we employ a select group of individuals and grant them significant authority, allowing them to conceal everything and execute a strategy that only they can fully comprehend to counter the Trisolarans. This is the Wallfacer Project. That aligns closely with my thoughts," Lin Chen said as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He realized he had developed an unusual affinity for smoking, finding 2 packs insufficient for his daily cravings. Skillfully lighting one, he offered another to Chang Weisi. Watching the smoke swirl before him, he commented, "This plan may not be wise, but in extraordinary times, adequacy is sufficient." "Sufficient?" Chang Weisi inquired. "Oh, I meant the capability to concentrate resources is adequate." Lin Chen clarified, "It seems you have not been idle these past 2 years. You had some ideas brewing beforehand," Chang Weisi observed. "Indeed. But this requires the consolidation of substantial resources, particularly in research and regarding your Space Force development. You know, I conceived these ideas the very day I encountered the Trisolarans, including the subsequent acquisition of 871 G data from them. I have been following this line of thought all along." Chang Weisi raised a hand, gesturing casually towards the sky, then turned to Lin Chen. "You are already a Wallfacer. Or perhaps you have been one for quite some time, so there is no need to divulge anything further." "I understand. Be cautious of GZ." Lin Chen nodded, the cigarette nearing its end as he exhaled one last plume of smoke. The vapor enveloped his visage, yet within this cloud, Lin Chen felt an extraordinary sense of comfort. It seemed that only amidst this hazy veil could he savor a fleeting moment of tranquility and authenticity. At the Trisolaran Strategy Research Institute, Strategist 4500 and Strategist 4501 were closely monitoring this exchange. Their team was specifically tasked with observing Lin Chen's dialogue. They lacked the authority to utilize GZ for transcription, possessing only the ability to view the transmitted images. "Did you hear that? He stated that his initial plan was to extract information from us. Can this not serve as evidence of his disloyalty?" The strategist number 4500 spoke. Strategist no. 4501 immediately displayed a scornful demeanor. Foolish pig. He is deceiving. He is merely deceiving humanity. Is that so? Strategist number 4500, through the proton's imagery, fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Chen's face. Of course. How did you, an inept practitioner, manage to join the strategist group? Strategist number 4501 mocked, observing the tangled mental waves within strategist number 4500's mind. At that moment, they noticed the GZ entering Lin Chen's eyes, commencing to unveil a line of text. We have observed certain changes in your lungs. You should smoke less in the future. Both strategist number 4500 and strategist no. 4501 simultaneously turned their attention to their third strategist governor. It was indeed the third strategist governor who was orchestrating this matter. Strategist number 4500 remarked, "Look at him. He is increasingly resembling a human. He even concerns himself with smoking." Strategist number 4501 replied, "His thoughts are racing too swiftly. I cannot discern what he is contemplating. Yet I suspect that his current state has a term among humans." "What term?" inquired strategist number 4500. "Love-struck brain," asserted strategist number 4501. "Are you certain this term conveys that meaning? A brain in love is indeed termed a love-struck brain. But how can you be sure he is in love? The Trisolarians and humans cannot engage in romantic relationships. Even our genders are indiscernible. Our bodily structures are fundamentally different. You are unaware that in the human realm, individuals can even fall in love with two-dimensional characters. Have you been spying on those cultural products produced by humans? Wasting resources with the GZ? Are you not guilty of the same? Spending your days engrossed in the romance of the three kingdoms, water margin. I am doing this to study human strategies. Do not think I am oblivious. The recent rankings of beautiful figures from the three kingdoms that leaked from our laboratory were orchestrated by you. How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? Your brainwaves have already confessed. The speed at which Trisolarians transmit thoughts is remarkably swift. During their debate, the GZ had only just finished inscribing the text in Lin Chen's eyes. Once strategists number 4500 and number 4501 concluded their argument, they again turned to the third strategist governor. "I believe that should not be termed love. In the human realm, only upon confirming a relationship can it be called love. The remainder can merely be considered friendship," stated strategist number 4500. "Fool, you do not comprehend. That is a different kind of romantic relationship. Humans refer to this as backup. But this should be deemed an economic endeavor rather than a necessity for reproduction." Strategist number 4501 remarked, "The human world is truly complex. We have observed certain changes in your lungs. You should smoke less in the future." The GZ's subtitles emerged amidst the smoke. The illusory reality within the haze was torn asunder. Lin Chen smiled faintly as he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Why haven't I seen Shi Chong? Did he not accompany you in your promotion?" "Oh, shortly before your arrival, an unforeseen circumstance arose that necessitated his attention." Chong Weisi replied casually. Lin Chen nodded, already surmising the matter at hand. The ETO members had commenced their assassination attempts on Luo Ji. These individuals were indeed swift in their actions. Upon exiting the conference room, Lin Chen was handed over to two professional security personnel, marking the commencement of his true journey as a wall-faced seeker. Chong Weisi patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and performed a formal salute, stating, "Comrade Lin Chen, I wish you great success in your mission. Regardless of the actions of other nations, we shall extend our unwavering support to you." Lin Chen waved his hand and departed. Chapter 68, Plan 6, The Virtual Trisolaran World. Once again, Qin Shi Huang, Einstein, Aristotle, Confucius, Zhuan Wang, Newton, and others convened. Why did such a simple assassination attempt fail? Qin Shi Huang exclaimed in anger. "We cannot be held accountable. Exceptions occur in every endeavor. Who could have anticipated that Luo Ji would swiftly evade that womaness attack?" Confucius remarked, "Do we still have a chance? Our actions were sufficiently clandestine." "No one should have noticed," Mosey suggested. "Clandestine? Had you not been so eager to act, there might have been a possibility. But now, it is too late. Luo Ji has already attracted human attention and is now under protection." Newton replied with a shrug. Can we be blamed for this? Had Lin Chen informed us sooner, we would have had ample time to prepare. Von Neumann interjected. He did not impose any time constraints upon us. Newton countered. If he had instructed us to eliminate Luo Ji in a manner that concealed our intentions, we would not have failed. Do you truly believe that? Aristotle inquired from the side. Qin Shi Huang touched his waist, intending to draw his sword, but recalling that his sword had been taken by Lin Chen, he sighed. Mind your words and actions. Lin Chen can utilize the Sapon to monitor us. For now, let us contemplate how to remedy this situation. Mosey stated, one misstep does not imply that Lin Chen possesses the capability to lead us. Even if he were to take charge of this matter, I doubt he could succeed. However, our failure has led the master to lose faith in our abilities. Zhou Wenwang added, ironically, Lin Chen has achieved victory without lifting a finger against us. Aristotle's eyes glinted. Then let us include him in our next endeavor. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a sound strategy. The aftermath of the ETO organization being dismantled was that those who once possessed significant political acumen and could have ascended the ranks were apprehended. The remaining members were largely those with specialized knowledge but lacking in management skills. They simultaneously looked down upon Lin Chen while also displaying immaturity in their power struggles. Nevertheless, the Trisolaris had matured sufficiently and no longer required an extensive management layer. The current governance of the ETO was effectively conducted through remote control via Sophons. Throughout this process, the Trisolaris were making rapid advancements. Upon awakening, Luo Ji realized he had slept for over 6 hours, gradually emerging from the absurdity of the earlier assassination attempt. Prepare yourself. We are the slowest. I was not originally assigned to protect you, but your sudden significance necessitated it, Shi Chang said to Luo Ji. I do not perceive myself as special, Luo Ji replied as he rose to freshen up. Brother Luo, do consider this. If you are not special, why would they attempt to kill you? In my view, you are indeed exceptional. It is rare to encounter someone so composed in such a situation. Much stronger than the Professor Lin I previously sought to protect, Shi Chang remarked. This strength emanates from my cynicism. Are you referring to Professor Lin Chen? Indeed. He should have arrived as well. Once Shi Chang finished his ablutions, he casually retrieved a bag of meat floss bread from his pocket and tossed it to Luo Ji, urging him to replenish his energy. After a short while, Luo Ji sensed the descent of the aircraft. Upon landing, a tall European dignitary entered the plane. Are you Dr. Luo Ji? He inquired. He is, the ambassador responded on Luo Ji's behalf. Before introducing him, this is Mr. Kant, here to escort you. Kant slightly bowed, expressing, it is an honor. In that moment, Luo Ji sensed a hint of bewilderment in the man's gaze. As if within those complex eyes lay a message. This moment is undoubtedly one of the most significant in your life. Subsequently, Kant exchanged a few words with Shi Chang. Luo Ji followed the two men as they exited the aircraft, greeted by the enveloping darkness outside. Recalling the time of their departure, he began to infer his current position on Earth. Around them, patrol aircraft could be seen in the hazy sky, their lights flickering dimly. As they disembarked, several officers with walkie-talkies took notice, and soon, a convoy of military vehicles and soldiers surrounded them. This was likely a form of protection. They entered a military vehicle, accompanied throughout by escorting cars. Luo Ji found it puzzling why he warranted such attention. Yet, in recent years, bewildering events had become rather commonplace for him. After some time, they exited the vehicle and were led into an oddly shaped room. Along the way, Luo Ji noticed several professional bodyguards, their eyes concealed behind sunglasses even in the night. Dr. Luo Ji, do you require a change of attire? Kant inquired in English. What did he say? Shi Chang asked, and Luo Ji translated for him. No, absolutely not. You must heed my advice in this matter. After all, this is a formal occasion, and Dr. Luo Ji's current attire is rather too extravagant, shall we say? No. Shi Chang shook his head, asserting, as I mentioned earlier, since I am responsible for his safety, this decision rests with me. At this point, Luo Ji interjected, now. Surely you can provide me with an explanation? Sure. Shi Chang's smile faded, and he stood at attention, directing his gaze at Kant. Luo Ji recalled Shi Chang had once told him. He did not know. Now, it appeared that Shi Chang was not lying. Kan's expression had also turned somber. Dr. Luo Ji, with my authority, I can only inform you that you are about to attend an exceedingly important meeting, where a matter of great significance will be announced. And you will not be required to do much at the meeting. Please rest assured. Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped the three individuals. Luo Ji pondered Kan's words and realized that, in truth, he had conveyed nothing of substance. Soon after, they received word that the meeting would commence in 1 hour. The agonizing hour slowly elapsed. A gentle knock on the door broke the stillness. Kan turned to Luo Ji and said, Dr. Luo, it is time to enter. Luo Ji nodded, rising to his feet, but hesitated for a moment, casting a glance towards the unmoving Shi, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Is Shi Chang not joining us? He inquired. Shi Chang waved his hand and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, my friend. I shall wait for you outside. A warmth swelled within Luo Ji as he followed Kan into the room, unwittingly having come to regard Shi as his pillar of emotional support. Chapter 69. The Plan, Part 7. Dr. Luo Ji, what do you believe is the role of the individual in history? Kan inquired with a smile. For a moment, Luo Ji hesitated to respond, pondering the significance of the question, ultimately allowing his silence to serve as an answer. As Luo Ji followed Kan into the United Nations General Assembly Hall, he was met with a cacophony of voices, punctuated by the occasional shouts and disputes, with no one paying heed to their presence. The place, which Luo Ji had seen countless times on television, was far less solemn than he had envisioned. Instead, it resembled a bustling marketplace, creating a dissonance with the exquisite architectural design that surrounded him. Directly ahead, the United Nations emblem loomed, inclined at an acute angle, imparting a profound sense of oppression. Yet, the assembly attendees appeared unfazed by this weighty atmosphere, engrossed in a heated debate. Why did the urgent notice state that there are 2 wall facers in Huaxia? One voice queried. Luo Ji was perplexed by the term wall facer, which sounded like the title of a thinker. How unfair. Well, I know your country is just trying to gain more benefits. Even at this juncture. Still preoccupied with your own little interests, such as humanity. Luo Ji grasped the essence of this remark, realizing that amidst a proposal that had already been passed, there were still those seeking to extract some advantage. But what exactly was a wall facer? He recalled Professor Lin, as mentioned by Shi. He had felt indifferent towards this individual, having once believed they were cut from the same cloth. However, a month later, when the revelations regarding the Trisolarans emerged, he was astonished to discover that Lin had long distanced himself, leaving Luo Ji to question his own worthiness to stand alongside him. Yet, he had not dwelled on this, as he had forgotten the matter after a couple of months. Until recently, as the world grew increasingly peculiar due to the Trisolaran influence, he found himself reminiscing about it. Upon thinking of Lin Chen, he suddenly felt he comprehended the term wall facer. Indeed, Lin Chen seemed well suited for the role. However, he pondered the meaning behind the earlier mention of 2 wall facers from Huaxia. Who could the other individual be? Dr. Luo Ji. You are seated in the 5th row by the aisle, while I am in the 2nd row, Kant remarked. After taking his seat, Luo Ji curiously surveyed his surroundings. He felt out of place in such an environment, not due to his status, but because he believed he would never belong to the category of individuals clad in suits, solemnly discussing matters with documents in hand. After a while, the assembly gradually quieted. The United Nations Secretary-General, Tsai, ascended to the podium. Luo Ji recognized her. She was from the Philippines. Rumor had it that had the Trisolaran crisis arisen a little later, this seemingly diminutive and helpless woman would never have been elected. Her strides were swift, exuding a palpable sense of conviction. However, logic remained uncertain whether this sense of belief was merely a figment of his imagination. Perhaps society shamelessly expected this ordinary Asian woman to possess the capability to lead humanity toward victory, or perhaps not. Fortunately, the person on stage was not him. Well, he realized he had no right to sympathize with her, as he too was one of those who held such expectations. Logic pondered. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the other party casting a glance in his direction. Her gaze momentarily stunned logic, for he discerned in her eyes a nearly identical thought. Well, I too have no authority to empathize with this ordinary person, as I am also part of these expectations. After Sai withdrew her gaze, she surveyed the audience and announced, "We have reached the final agenda of the meeting. Next, I shall reveal the list of wall facers. The wall facer project is about to commence. Before we proceed to the official agenda, let us first conduct a brief review of the wall facer project." Sai succinctly recounted the wall facer project. It closely aligned with Logic's previous conjecture regarding the plan. He suddenly comprehended why Kant had inquired about the relationship between individuals and history. Indeed, a compelling example stood right before him. Lin Chen. About 5 minutes later, Sai concluded her speech. This will be the most arduous mission in human history. The wall facers' sole reliance will be upon themselves, as they bear the weight of a heavy mission and the solitude that accompanies the passage of time. Here, on behalf of human society, I express profound respect for them. A wave of applause resonated through the hall. Once silence fell, Sai announced the list of wall facers. The first wall facer was Frederick Taylor. Logic observed Taylor rising from the front row, approaching the podium, with the audience's attention fixed upon him, though no applause followed. The second wall facer was Manuel Reyes. As Logic followed the gaze of the crowd, he discerned a stocky South American man with brown skin. He felt a twinge of surprise, yet soon recognized it as an expected outcome. The historical struggle between Venezuela and the United States seemed akin to humanity's current battle against the Trisolaris. Perhaps this was precisely what people anticipated, a miraculous triumph of the weak over the strong occurring once more on a galactic scale. Likewise, this Venezuelan president did not receive applause. After all, applause seemed inappropriate in this context. Who would expect others to applaud at the gallows? Moreover, as a wall facer, who would dare to harbor such expectations? Logic shook his head. Becoming a wall facer was undoubtedly more agonizing than facing execution. It signified a severance of one's social ties overnight, only to forge an entirely different relationship with society in the same span of time. It was akin to a social death. The third wall facer was Bill Sheens, a courteous British gentleman, perfectly embodying the stereotypes held by many. He has achieved considerable success in both the political and scientific realms, which endows him with a superior set of qualities compared to the other two candidates. Thus, his selection is only natural. Presently, the political forces of the United States, Europe, and the Third World have all nominated their representatives through a process of checks and balances and compromise. The only nominee remaining is from Huaxia. Luo Ji began to search for Lin Chen among the seats in the front row. He soon spotted the globally renowned professor seated in the first row. Simultaneously, it seemed Lin Chen had also noticed him. With a friendly gesture, Lin Chen waved, seemingly holding a manuscript of sorts in his hand. Is he greeting me? This Professor Lin Chen appears to have never interacted with me before. At that moment, Sai slowly raised his right hand. Lin Chen was about to take the stage. Luo Ji thought. Chapter 70. The Plan, Part 8, however, in the subsequent moments, Sai unexpectedly did not point to the front row, but instead slowly directed his finger towards the fourth row, gazing at Luo Ji and proclaiming, "The fourth wall facer, Luo Ji." Luo Ji? The name echoed in Luo Ji's ears, momentarily transforming from familiar to foreign, as if it were not a summons for him. Luo Ji? He reiterated, seeking confirmation. The venue was enveloped in profound silence, the stillness pressing down upon him like an overhanging cliff. Luo Ji turned his gaze towards Sai, who nodded in affirmation. He then glanced at Lin Chen, who smiled in return. After what felt like an eternity, a soft voice from beside him finally broke the silence. "Dr. Luo Ji, please come to the stage." Luo Ji, in a daze, stood up and took his first step. With that single step, he felt as though the entire hall was spinning backward, as if he were a droplet of water being drawn into a whirlpool, utterly powerless to steer his own fate. The surrounding crowd remained silent, yet their gazes were akin to the whirlpool, guiding Luo Ji's movements. It took him 20 seconds to reach the podium, yet he felt as though those few steps had spanned 2 decades. Standing beside Shi In-si, facing the collective gaze of the assembly, he understood that those eyes represented the scrutiny of 6 billion souls. As he emerged from the buzzing din, Luo Ji incredulously asked Sai, "You must be mistaken, right? If you truly seek a wall facer, it should be him." He gestured towards Lin Chen in the front row. "What am I? I am just an ordinary person. Sai smiled at Luoji and replied, Dr. Luoji, it appears you have come to terms with this identity. What do you mean, come to terms? What are you talking about? Sai continued to smile enigmatically. Then Luoji looked at the hundreds of individuals below and queried, Do you not think I speak the truth? I am merely an ordinary person. His voice dwindled as he gradually comprehended the reality. You are correct, Dr. Luoji. In the face of this crisis, all humanity is ordinary, except for one. Sai continued his thought, suddenly raising her finger towards the front row. The fifth wall facer, Lin Chen. Lin Chen slowly rose, making his way to the podium. This wall facer was already well known among the crowd, a veritable embodiment of the role. Unlike the other four wall facers, this time, Sai led the applause. Subsequently, the three other wall facers beside Luoji joined in the clapping. The atmosphere in the venue ignited, and everyone, save for the security personnel, was swept up in the fervor, producing a thunderous applause that lingered. Amidst the crowd, Luoji refrained from clapping. Yet, as he observed Lin Chen's confident stride, he grasped the significance of that applause. It was only for him that people believed the identity of a wall facer was a blessing. Thus, the audience applauded with unrestrained enthusiasm. Lin Chen ascended the podium, clutching a speech amidst the resounding claps. Sai noticed the paper in his hand and inquired, Professor Lin Chen, are you prepared with a speech of acceptance? This lighthearted jest ignited a moment of levity, breaking the solemn atmosphere below. Following Lin Chen's resounding triumph in the realm of the three-body problem, the populace of numerous nations harbored a profound belief that this individual could once again conjure miracles. His influence had even extended to sway the elections in certain smaller nations. Reports indicated that leaders from 37 countries were poised to leverage their selection of Lin Chen as a wall facers to garner votes and support from the electorate. In truth, Lin Chen's renown stemmed not solely from his victory over the three-body world, but rather from his status as the singular figure worthy of promotion amidst a tide of defeatism. This was paramount. It was this very aspect that compelled the wolves and tigers to consent to the existence of two wall facers from Huaxia. Should one believe that victory in war was inevitable, then the assembly below would, like ravenous wolves, claw at the fruits of triumph, striving to garner more accolades and represent success. Conversely, if one perceived that war was destined for failure, why should these individuals bear the burdens of such a grim outcome? It would be far more prudent to forge a hero to shoulder the blame for defeat. Even if the ultimate failure proved catastrophic, they still yearned to preserve their fleeting, absurd political glory during these ephemeral 4 centuries. Lin Chen was no longer the insignificant scoundrel of yore. He had traversed through myriad experiences and understood these dynamics all too well. Amidst the cheerful laughter surrounding him, he was suddenly reminded of Yang Wenli from Legend of the Galactic Heroes. The retreat from El Fazl marked Yang Wenli's rise to fame, where, in the face of certain doom, he utilized his intellect to assist the masses in evading the enemy's pursuit. Subsequently, following what was initially a disastrous war, he was lauded by the political figures behind the alliance as the hero of El Fazl. However, Lin Chen did not perceive his fate as mirroring that of Yang Wenli. At least, he was 50 years old now, and unlikely to meet an untimely end. At that moment, Lin Chen recalled another phrase from Legend of the Galactic Heroes, though the exact speaker and words eluded him. He only remembered that it conveyed a notion akin to, victory is akin to an intoxicating drug, a sweet opiate that can unleash a fervor for war within the hearts of men. Lin Chen understood that if humanity were to advance towards space prematurely, there must be someone to administer this potent elixir. Currently, only he, as the embodiment of victory, could undertake this task. Lin Chen was motivated not by anything else, but for the sake of the deceased Pin Han. Since you had saved my life at a critical juncture, it is only fitting that I inter you in a more favorable conclusion. Though I am a tomb raider, I have ultimately learned the way of the thief. After the laughter and thunderous applause subsided, Lin Chen began to speak slowly. This is not an acceptance speech. Rather, it is my plan as a wall facer. Since I have now become a wall facer, I hope for your support. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted into discussion. Had he already devised a plan in advance? Our wall facer initiative had just been approved. He must have anticipated the emergence of the wall facer program. A representative from a certain nation spoke in a hushed tone. No wonder he triumphed over the Trisolarans under such circumstances. Someone agreed. This is how a wall-facer ought to be, rather than like that logician. But how can you prove that, Doctor? Logician's previous actions were not in the spirit of a wall-facer? It seems that the two wall-facers from Huaxiao were the first to embrace their identities. When Logician heard this, he nearly exclaimed in protest, "Praise him all you want, but why drag me into it?" As the crowd's attention shifted back to Logician, he could no longer contain himself. "I truly do not wish to be a wall-facer," Logician finally admitted. The audience momentarily paused, then erupted into applause for Logician, granting him the same recognition as Lin Chen. It appears this wall-facer also acknowledges his own identity. Chapter 71. The Plan, Part 9. Professor Lin Chen remarked that if a plan were to be articulated, it would cease to be a plan. At least not one belonging to the wall-facer. Sai, standing nearby, gently reminded him. Lin Chen shook his head and asserted, "My wall-facer plan has already succeeded prior to this moment. What remains now is merely to perpetuate that success." Has it truly succeeded? Sai's bewilderment mirrored the confusion of over 200 individuals present, as well as the collective perplexity of 6 billion souls worldwide. Lin Chen nodded solemnly and declared, "In my capacity as a wall-facer, I propose to you, Ms. Sai, that we convene an urgent wall-facer hearing." After a moment of silence, Sai responded, "You must understand that the actions of a wall-facer will be subject to the oversight and control of the United Nations Planetary Defense Council. However, you do possess the authority to request such a hearing." Thus, the inaugural wall-facer hearing commenced. "My first wall-facer plan is..." "First? How many do you possess?" Lin Chen was interrupted by a representative from the United States. Unperturbed, he replied, "You will come to know in due time. The most pivotal aspect of my first wall-facer plan has already achieved success, which I have dubbed the Technology Shadow Plan. This initiative aims to glean insights from the Trisolarans regarding their technological paradigms, thereby mastering certain theoretical knowledge that remains elusive to us at present. We shall juxtapose our theoretical deductions with their technologies in pursuit of transcending quantum-level physical experimentation. The 871 G of data I have procured from the Trisolarans is intended for these endeavors. The most challenging segment has been accomplished. However, I require scientists from various nations to support this initiative, consolidating them in a singular location to collectively analyze and study this 871 G of data. At this juncture, someone interjected, "Are they dispersed across different locations? Cannot research be conducted?" Lin Chen glanced over and recognized it was once more the American representative. He replied, "That is a pertinent question. Yet the crux lies in our necessity to extricate them from the prevailing human physical environment and immerse them within the Trisolaran physical environment enveloped by this 871 G data. Employing the Trisolaran mode of thought to deduce the theories they utilize, beginning with minute details to ultimately unveil a breakthrough. How can you substantiate that we will uncover more advanced theoretical information that the Trisolarans have overlooked within the 871 G data?" inquired the British representative. Lin Chen nodded and explained. The Trisolarans had not previously acquired the skill of concealment. Consequently, when transmitting data to us, they did not deliberately obscure their thought processes. This is the key. The British representative continued to press, yet they have not provided us with superior technologies capable of instigating a revolution in our existing theories, have they? Responding to this query was straightforward, my lord. An oyster dwelling in the sea might ponder the existence of air in this world. Upon its first encounter with humanity, it would exclaim, "Oh, I reside in water. Do you dwell in air?" Similarly, the scientists of the three-body civilization remain oblivious to the necessity of concealing certain truths within their theoretical framework, as this is as natural to them as water. Lin Chen gazed at the representative from the United Kingdom, who pondered for a moment before responding, "I have no objections. You have indeed made considerable preparations for this plan." At that juncture, the American representative interjected, "Where do you intend to gather those scientists? I believe we possess the most advanced research environment here in America. If your intention is to confine these scientists to a nation devoid of freedom, then even if humanity faces annihilation, my country shall never consent to such a notion." Lin Chen chuckled softly and replied, "I plan to bring them to Africa." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Except for a few representatives from African nations in Huaxia, the overwhelming majority expressed dissatisfaction. However, they soon recognized that this was a meticulously thought-out strategy. Only in Africa could one evade the political influences of the United States, Europe, South America, and Asia, thereby achieving a semblance of political equilibrium. Oh, illustrious Master Lin Chen, where do you envision establishing this research institute? Our country can offer you ample land, even all of our territory, if you so desire, exclaimed a leader from one of the African nations. Could you please bring up a map for me? Lin Chen turned to Sai, who nodded and swiftly located a world map on the screen behind them. He then retrieved a laser pointer from the podium and handed it to Lin Chen. As Lin Chen activated the laser pointer, the gaze of the assembly followed the red dot as it traversed from the Americas, across Asia, over Europe, and the Middle East, finally resting upon the African continent. The most intelligent species on Earth once emerged from this very land, and now, the world's brightest scientists may soon return here once more. Ultimately, the laser dot landed on the midsection of Africa. The audience recognized the country, Gabon. Lin Chen announced. Oh my God, God bless us, cried the representative from Gabon. He understood the implications of establishing the research institute there: prosperity, strength, peace, and stability. How could such fortunes fall upon this small nation of 1.7 million? Why Gabon? Inquired a representative from another African nation, identified as the delegate from Congo. Lin Chen explained, this pertains to my second plan. Second plan? The crowd murmured in confusion, although some understood the implications due to Gabon's unique location. It lies on the equator. The Unified Space Fleet Project. To construct this fleet, we must first establish a stable space elevator in the Gabon region, precisely along the equator. For transportation, Lin Chen articulated. This conclusion is drawn from considerations of transportation conditions, seismic activity distribution, typhoon impacts, human resources, and so forth, ultimately leading to the identification of this optimal location. The American representative slammed his hand on the table and rose, exclaiming, "This is madness. Unifying the space fleet. Are you attempting to strip every nation of its military sovereignty?" Lin Chen had anticipated such a reaction. He smiled gently and replied, "Very well. Let us commence a simple mock vote, devoid of legal implications, solely to gauge the strategic perspectives of each nation regarding this matter. Nations in favor, please raise your hands." "Humph, no one will agree," retorted the American representative. No sooner had he spoken than the representative from Huaxia slowly raised his hand. "Have you lost your minds? Is it merely because he hails from your nation? That is Africa, for heaven's sake." The American representative directed his gaze towards the Huaxia representative. "Precisely because it is Africa that we lend our support, it is a responsibility befitting a great power. Does the self-styled World Police of America lack even this measure of magnanimity? We are all part of one human collective." The Huaxia representative responded with a smile. Subsequently, the Russian representative also raised his hand. Then came the representative from Riyadh, who spoke not only for Venezuela but also for the broader Third World and South America. More representatives from Third World nations followed suit, raising their hands in solidarity. European nations appeared hesitant, while the veteran NATO members abstained. Several newer members did indeed raise their hands. "Do not cast such looks at me. This is merely my personal stance and does not reflect my nation's position. This is an expression devoid of legal responsibility, of little consequence," remarked a representative from one of the European nations. Chapter 72. The Plan, Part 10. It appears that a considerable number of nations are in support of our cause. I hope this agenda can be presented and approved here in due course. Lin Chen surveyed the room, noting that over 130 representatives from various countries had raised their hands. However, it was evident that most of these were impoverished and weak nations. The powerful Western countries, such as the United States, France, the United Kingdom, and Germany, remained unmoved, their hands firmly at their sides. Lin Chen then turned his gaze toward the representatives of those nations who had not raised their hands and remarked, "In the aftermath of the Cold War, the politicians of your Western nations have increasingly become unreliable. Your lives have been too comfortable, leading you to falter in making even the simplest of decisions." As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, all eyes turned toward him in astonishment. No one had anticipated such bold words from him at this moment. A collective question arose. How dare he speak so audaciously? As an archaeology professor, how could he possess such a woeful grasp of political matters? Subsequently, the assembly's gaze shifted to the representatives from Huaxia and Luoji. The former remained composed, while the latter appeared utterly bewildered. Lin Chen, as a wall-faced person, please be mindful of your words and actions, declared the French representative, unable to contain himself any longer. Professor Lin, this is the Planetary Defense Council, not a mere game. Openly provoking us carries consequences, warned the American representative. Professor Lin, though I am reluctant to display my disdain for you, do you truly believe such a person deserves to be a wall-faced person? Inquired the British representative, turning to Ms. Tsai for confirmation. Evidently, these Western nations had swiftly forged a consensus. They began to launch a fervent assault on Lin Chen. Since he had exposed such a blatant vulnerability, why not take advantage of it? At the very least, Huaxia should be made to pay a price for this affront. The Japanese representative, glancing around, chimed in, Lin Chen-san, how could you? The Italian representative, recounting the prominent nations of the world, abruptly stood and exclaimed, my friend, what has inspired such disrespect toward me? Several other nations followed suit, voicing their accusations. Their political instincts were keen, recognizing that regardless of how absurd their statements might be, they could potentially gain something by merely criticizing him. As the clamor grew louder, and it seemed Lin Chen might falter and require assistance from the Huaxia representatives, he suddenly sighed. Shaking his head in disappointment, he lamented, clearly, it is I who have adapted to the role of a wall-faced person. You have yet to do so. The representatives from England, France, America, Japan, and Italy paused, taken aback by his unexpected declaration. Lin Chen then struck the podium emphatically, proclaiming, everything I do is part of the plan. Instantly, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, only to be followed by a profound silence. The only sound breaking the stillness was the laughter of the Huaxia representative, who clapped and exclaimed, he is earnestly at work. Miss Tsai, standing behind Lin Chen, discreetly covered her mouth, while Luo Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to Lin Chen, as if he had encountered some novel curiosity. Lin Chen, in turn, cast a glance at Luo Ji. Pondering within himself, I learned this from you. With your silver tongue, no matter how you argue, we could never acquiesce to the relinquishment of our military powers for the sake of a unified fleet, the American representative declared, brimming with indignation. If it were Taylor proposing this, would you not agree? Lin Chen retorted mercilessly. Taylor would never propose such a thing. You are trampling on human rights. Our former Minister of Defense is not that kind of person, the American representative countered vehemently. At that moment, Taylor trembled slightly. Yet all eyes in the assembly were focused on Lin Chen, oblivious to his reaction. Do as you will, this is merely a matter of time. And no matter how you present it, the outcome shall remain unchanged, Lin Chen stated, shaking his head. The American representative felt a profound sense of disrespect today. He had never anticipated that this wall-facer from Huaxia would issue such a significant provocation against the United States upon assuming power. Prior to his arrival, he had received a letter from a Republican presidential candidate, hoping to cultivate a relationship with Lin Chen to secure a larger voter base for the upcoming election. But it now appeared utterly impossible. Fortunately, this was an internal confidential meeting, and as long as he could leverage the might of his nation to suppress dissenters, it would still equate to fostering relations. However, it was evident that over the past 3 years, in light of various shifts, an increasing number of countries were no longer inclined to heed America's influence. Let us wait and see. However, Lin Chen, I must caution you that the resources available to a wall-facer are finite. You lack the authority to consolidate global resources for the construction of a unified fleet, the American representative remarked, contemplating the limitations associated with wall-facers. No, you are misjudging a crucial matter, the Huaxia representative interjected. What? Even without the wall-facer program, we would still construct a space fleet. Lin Chen merely requested a consolidation of resources for this initiative, which, to some extent, does not entail excessive expenditure, but rather constitutes a necessary endeavor. Thus, Professor Lin Chen's proposal may very well be the most resource-efficient option. Furthermore, with unified planning and management, It is possible that the yields from this wall-facer program could surpass the inputs the Huaxia representative articulated clearly. At this juncture, the German representative raised his hand to interject. Wait a moment. I do not oppose the idea of constructing a space fleet, but I wish to understand how. With our current technological capabilities, even if we were to establish a unified space fleet, we could achieve victory against the Trisolarans? The American representative instantly recognized that this inquiry could prove fatal to the ongoing debate. He quickly followed up with a question. Indeed, is the unified fleet merely destined for collective demise? Lin Chen glanced at the German representative, who offered a reassuring smile, though a hint of apology graced his features. He was merely engaging in a serious discussion of the matter, without any intention of embroiling himself with the Americans. However, the Americans seized the opportunity to launch an attack on this issue, which was precisely what he wished to avoid. Lin Chen then turned his gaze towards the representative from Huaxia. The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The American representative inquired. Lin Chen, perplexed, responded, Have you truly forgotten how we triumphed over you in the past? Surely, this cannot be a manifestation of defeatism, can it? The American representative was taken aback momentarily, then, filled with indignation, shot a glare at the German representative, feeling as though he had been led astray by him. The German representative, with a resigned shrug, indicated that it was not his concern. The American representative huffed, turning back to Lin Chen, his mind racing as he prepared to retaliate. He was not devoid of knowledge. He could effortlessly conjure rebuttals to such inquiries. Chapter 73, The Plan, Part 11. When discussing modern warfare, few nations possess a deeper understanding than ours. Based on our analyses of various conflicts, it is evident that dismantling a nation is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in achieving victory in the subsequent security operations. The American representative commenced an extensive discourse. In truth, he had scarcely uttered an introduction when the audience grasped his intent. He recounted the experiences of the U.S. military, detailing the exorbitant costs incurred in maintaining order after capturing a city, ultimately leading to an unsustainable economic burden and withdrawal of forces. As Lin Chen listened, he discerned that the underlying theory bore striking resemblance to Taylor's forthcoming concept of quantum phantoms. Though I may be vanquished, you shall not emerge unscathed, compelling you to either withdraw or negotiate with us. This indeed aligned with the setbacks the U.S. military had faced in recent years. One must concede that, while they may exhibit certain theoretical deficiencies in large-scale warfare, they undeniably stand at the forefront of counterinsurgency operations globally. We may lag in technological advancements, and perhaps even in warfare theory. Thus it is imperative that we refrain from engaging the Trisolarans in their familiar domain of space. Instead, we ought to draw them to the ground, the true theater of our conflict. Following the American representative's well-reasoned analysis, he garnered substantial support from numerous nations. Remarkably, he refrained from boasting about his own country's prowess, opting instead to present his arguments from an entirely rational perspective. This very demeanor was sufficient to win over the audience. We are indifferent, Lin Chen mused, as glimmers of insight flashed in his eyes. Was this an affirmation of confidence? Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Of course, I understand your indifference. In truth, humanity shares the same sentiment. Lin Chen recognized that the American representative sought merely a triumph in rhetoric, akin to their politicians who meticulously study how to secure votes, often delivering mere platitudes. Analyzing the facts, it is evident that humanity cannot afford to neglect building a space fleet. Nor can we genuinely confront the Trisolarans only once they are drawn to the surface. In the original narrative, there exists the reality of three major fleets transcending national boundaries. Were they prepared solely for the Trisolarans? Certainly not. They are merely the byproducts of humanity's incessant quest for power and dominance. Once someone achieves supremacy in space, they simultaneously claim dominion over Earth. For 100 years, even 40 years, such timelines are a strategic blind spot for humanity. The short-sightedness of humanity mirrors the American representative's discourse, which fixates solely on present arguments for victory, neglecting to consider the ramifications of such a triumph. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was resolute in denying the opposing side any opportunity for victory at this juncture. He rose to applaud, exclaiming, "Your points are well articulated." The American representative nodded with pride. Lin Chen continued, "However, are you certain you represent the United States and not Afghanistan?" The audience erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the American representative's plan, which seemed a complete reversal of roles. "What do you mean?" The American representative retorted with a cold glare. Lin Chen shook his head and remarked, "It's nothing. I merely recalled a rather trivial joke." For the elderly farmers of Afghanistan, the first modern product they encountered was the Stinger missile. At this, the audience fell silent. For the humor was decidedly unamusing and rather chilling. "Do you wish for our descendants, for centuries hence, to encounter their inaugural space product as a missile launched from the Trisolarians?" Lin Chen inquired. "If victory is attainable, then it poses no issue," replied the American representative, adjusting his glasses and fixing a piercing gaze upon Lin Chen. He then posed a pointed question. "I recall your nation once proclaimed an indifference towards nuclear warfare. Even in the face of 600 million casualties, 300 million dead, and 300 million remaining. Such strategic resolve once afforded you security. Yet, why do you now lack that fighting spirit?" The members of the Planetary Defense Council were taken aback by the sharp turn the discourse had taken. Many rallied behind Lin Chen, others sided with the American representative, while a larger number adopted a position of watchful contemplation. They remained uncertain whom they might be swayed by in the near future, yet this undeniably marked a historic moment. Although this debate could not determine any tangible outcomes, it certainly held sway over the hearts and minds of the attendees. The American representative had posed a question, and all eyes turned towards Lin Chen. He responded, "We possess such strategic resolve not only in the past, but also in the present and undoubtedly in the future. However, this does not mean we should bear such pressures." He continued, "Allow me to counter with a statement from a president in your own history." The American representative felt an unexpected twitch in his eyelid. With the multitude of presidents in American history, he struggled to anticipate whose words Lin Chen would invoke, perhaps Washington, Lincoln, or another. Lin Chen, however, had already begun. "Some may wish for us to halt our progress, to remain stagnant, which is hardly surprising." Upon hearing this, most in attendance realized the president to whom he referred. And indeed, that particular speech seemed fitting for the present context. One might argue that if the spirit of that era could resonate today, there would be no need for such debates surrounding the fictitious notion of a space fleet. Yet, if the distilled essence of human history offers us any valuable lessons, Lin Chen's voice persisted. It is that our quest for knowledge and our pursuit of progress are unwavering and unstoppable. We shall launch more human creations into space than ever before, forging an unprecedented fleet to confront the unfamiliar adversary 4 light-years away. Perhaps some would question, why in space? Why a space fleet? As he spoke, Lin Chen paced the podium, directing the red dot of his laser pointer to highlight the highest peaks on the map. It is akin to inquiring why we aspire to ascend the majestic summit of Mount Everest. He gazed upon the audience before him. All eyes turned towards him in rapt attention. It is similarly reminiscent of questioning why our aircraft must traverse the Atlantic from the Gulf of Trisolaris in Newfoundland to reach Lisbon. Lin Chen meticulously charted the 3 segments of the aircraft's flight path upon the map. The collective memory of the assembly seemed to drift back to an era marked by humanity's indomitable spirit of exploration, traced along the trajectory of that crimson dot. Yet, in that moment, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of his next words. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, raising his hand towards the sky. With a resonant and assured tone, he articulated a phrase that resonated profoundly within the hearts of all present. Chapter 74, Mission, Part 1. We chose to go to the moon. This statement echoed in English. Yet it was the representative from Huaxia who first erupted into applause. Following suit, all present were swept up in an uncontrollable wave of clapping. Amidst the thunderous ovation, Lin Chen boldly proclaimed, "We choose to construct a space fleet." The applause intensified, drowning out his voice and overshadowing the American representative's awkward demeanor. As the applause began to subside, Lin Chen seized the moment to continue. "We have resolved to build even more in space over the next 4 centuries, fulfilling humanity's grander aspirations. This endeavor is not undertaken due to its simplicity, but rather because of the formidable challenges it presents. It will test our capacity for research and our ability to break through barriers. This challenge is one we must embrace, as we shall ultimately emerge victorious in the battles that lie ahead. At this juncture, Lin Chen's words became wholly his own. Humanity, born to gaze upon the stars. We do not embark on the construction of a space fleet due to the Trisolaran crisis. The Trisolarians are merely a stumbling block on our path of exploration. They do not merit our fear. Like all the challenges we have faced in the past, they too shall be resolved. We choose the space fleet. We choose to venture into the cosmos. Our journey is intrinsically linked to the vastness of the universe. Years later, when our descendants reflect upon this chapter of history, they will not recall a figure named Lin Chen delivering this speech. They will not remember the civilization known as the Trisolarans preparing for invasion. They will only remember one name, Yuri Alexeyevich Gagarin. As Lin Chen repeated Gagarin's name a second time, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence, akin to a vacuum. This quietude resonated with a sense of awe. Everyone understood what Gagarin represented. This name signifies not merely an individual, nor the ambitious plans of yesteryears, nor even the nation that once made that fateful decision. This monumental name, within the annals of history, embodies but one concept, the courage of humanity and exploration. This is the essence of our journey into space, for it is our mission. We shall soar. The applause surged like a tsunami, threatening to uproot and dismantle the oppressive walls that loomed over the assembly. The intricate architectural design that once evoked a sense of confinement now seemed utterly trivial. Just as the Trisolarans, who had plagued humanity for 3 years, appeared minuscule in this moment. Perhaps this represents a form of arrogance born from ignorance. Yet, it equally embodies an unwavering belief, a belief in inevitable victory. After the somewhat protracted applause subsided, Lin Chen's gaze flickered, his eyes brimming with tears as he addressed the American representative. If mere survival is our sole purpose, how tragically lamentable that would be. Throughout the vast expanse of human history, there have always been fleeting moments when humanity's interests align harmoniously with its ideals. It is these rare instances that ignite the boundless possibilities inherent to mankind, and this moment is no different. At that juncture, an individual abruptly pushed open the conference room door and entered, whispering a few words beside the representatives of the major member states. Upon hearing this, the American representative glared at Lin Chen with clenched teeth, seething with anger. "Did you, Huaxia, broadcast this clandestine resolution? We have only just received the news," replied the Huaxia representative, rising to speak. "Who has leaked everything from here?" someone inquired. A chorus of head shakes echoed from all representatives of the nations. But soon, they all recalled another term. "GZ, has the live broadcast concluded?" Sai was the first to react, posing the question. "If it has not, this meeting must be terminated immediately to prevent further chaos." The newcomer responded, "It has indeed concluded." The broadcast ended when Professor Lin Chen finished his last sentence. "Has there been any estimation of the viewership?" the British representative asked. Preliminary estimates suggest approximately 1 billion viewers worldwide. However, the video will soon be uploaded to various online platforms and will begin circulating at an uncontrollable pace. At that moment, another group burst into the conference room. They did not approach the representatives of the major member states, but instead made their way toward a representative from a smaller nation. After receiving the conveyed message, the small nation's representative suddenly rose to his feet. With tears of joy and a voice filled with fervor, he addressed Lin Chen at the podium. "Professor Lin Chen, our citizens have witnessed your speech, and our leadership has unanimously resolved to support all your forthcoming plans. Please take note. This is not merely a statement of intent, but an endorsement that can be enshrined within our national legislation." Upon hearing this declaration, all representatives turned to regard him, and he stood tall, his chest swelling with pride. This was the first time he felt a sense of pride rather than inferiority in this place. It was a pride in his humanity and in his nation. Meanwhile, the American representative, having learned of the previous broadcast and its conclusion, was left seething with rage. He tore off his hypocritical facade, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Chen's head, declaring, "A most captivating speech. Yet, I must remind you of one critical matter. You should ponder the fate that awaits this president who delivers such speeches. May God grant you longevity. With that, he removed his glasses and stormed out of the conference room, slamming the door against the wall. This disastrous meeting had already sealed the fate of his political career. As all present grappled with the unfolding events, confusion reigned. In their eyes, words materialized almost simultaneously. You are all insects. Soon, this phrase transcended the confines of the conference room. As the entity known as Jizi began to swiftly inscribe and erase the same line in the eyes of every human present, utilizing diverse languages. It addressed individuals of various ethnicities across the globe, etching the identical message into their consciousness. This epitomized a profound disdain and utter contempt for humanity's fervent declaration of war. The implication was unmistakable. I am indifferent. At this juncture, the conference was rendered futile. After a brief summary, Sai opted to adjourn the meeting. Subsequent to the gathering, several nations expressed their willingness to support Lin Chen's initiative, though the United States and certain European countries remained inactive. Logic felt detached from the proceedings. In truth, he had experienced a moment of shock, yet his cynicism consistently positioned him at a considerable remove from the rest of humanity. With his mind buzzing, he exited the venue. Deshur followed closely, inquiring, "Is there a need for security outside, given the potential danger?" Logic numbly shook his head, believing that it was Professor Lin Chen who truly warranted protection. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest," Shi Chang replied. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, atop a high-rise building, a sniper had already trained his rifle on Logic. Chapter 75, Mission, Part 2. The American representative awaited the conclusion of the meeting outside the conference room. As representatives from various nations emerged, he was immediately approached by a colleague who chastised him. "How could you utter such words at the end? You have clearly surrendered the initiative." The American raised his gaze and recognized the British representative beside him. "You should have supported me earlier, rather than criticize me now," he retorted. The British representative, feigning innocence, responded. The Japanese did not assist either. At this, the Japanese representative performed a deep bow towards the American and offered a wry smile to the British representative. The British was momentarily speechless. The American let out a disdainful huff, declaring, "My career is effectively over. I have failed to fulfill the mission assigned to me by the Republican Party. Even if our candidate is elected in the future, there will be no reward for me. Whether I speak those words or not is inconsequential." The French representative interjected, "This is exceedingly selfish of you. It is merely a matter of your own interest. Yet your actions have placed us all in a passive position." The American chuckled, "Aren't you guilty of the same?" A heavy silence enveloped the group. The American continued, "No matter how eloquently Lin Chen may speak, he cannot alter the undeniable fact that the Trisolarans remain indifferent. Did you all not see that line of text?" The representatives from various countries nodded in agreement. Some had seen the Trisolaran script for the first time, while others had witnessed it before. Nonetheless, the awe inspired by the Trisolarans remained profound. Their indifference, encapsulated in that single phrase, could negate all of Lin Chen's efforts. A German representative rationally remarked. Yet the British shook his head, asserting, "The Trisolarans still do not comprehend our world. Their actions may inadvertently incite the emotions of our populace. Perhaps Lin Chen's reputation will rise even higher." "They do not care," the German reiterated. The British paused, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seemed that in the face of the formidable Trisolarans, it mattered not who led Earth. They remained unconcerned. "There is one individual they care about," the French representative stated while surveying the group. This prompted a collective laughter. Astonishingly, the Trisolarans seemed to regard the most unreliable individual, Luo Ji, with importance. To trust that such a person could save humanity seemed a far-fetched notion, even more so than believing in Lin Chen. What was so special about someone like Luo Ji? The convoluted reasoning of the Trisolarans was baffling, especially their intent to assassinate him. Regardless, the Trisolarans had unequivocally demonstrated their indifference towards Lin Chen. Hence, the American representative paused and turned his attention towards the Japanese representative. The Japanese took a deep breath and continued on behalf of the American. "Therefore, we can propose to revoke Lin Chen's status as a wall-facer." The German shook his head in denial. "How can you be certain this is not part of Lin Chen's plan?" This statement plunged the group into silence once more. Indeed, From the moment Lin Chen assumed the role of wall-facer, every action he took could potentially be a component of his grand design. How can one demonstrate that Lin Chen's speech and mobilization are, in essence, the speech and mobilization themselves? Perhaps Lin Chen has deceived the Trisolarans. Do you truly wish for him to implement the Unified Space Fleet Plan? The American representative questioned. All representatives from various nations fervently shook their heads. For some of the countries they represented, it made little difference. After all, they were all under occupation. What difference did it make who occupied them? Yet, for the representatives themselves, this was of paramount importance. A new ruler brings new officials, after all. The American representative continued, since you do not wish for this, let us leverage the Trisolaran's indifference against Lin Chen. While we cannot strip him of his wall-facer status, at the very least, we can direct resources toward our own nation's wall-facer. If nothing else, allowing the seemingly useless Luo Ji to seize Lin Chen's resources would suffice. This way, Huaxia would have no grounds to object. The Trisolarans may be indifferent, but America is not. Upon finishing, he turned his gaze towards the Huaxia representative Fong, his eyes filled with provocation. Fong was engaged in a casual conversation with Lin Chen. Upon noticing the gaze, he turned and met the American representative's eyes without a hint of fear. Their eyes clashed, ushering in a silent contest. After acquiring and monopolizing the Trisolaran's 871G data, Huaxia's technological prowess advanced at an unimaginable pace over the span of 3 years. This rendered America's technological blockade against Huaxia almost laughable. When people later reflected on this matter, they often attributed it to Lin Chen's merit. However, it was also significantly influenced by Chang Weiss's relentless perseverance until the very last moment. Had he not maintained the War Council in the face of abandonment by other nations, it would have been impossible to swiftly organize a ready team after the decision to act was made. It is said that the soldiers who participated in the Panama gouging operation were awarded first-class collective honors on the very day of their success. At the time, this did not have a tremendous impact. Yet, 3 years later, the scales of international standing began to subtly tilt. The Huaxia representative withdrew his gaze and remarked to Lin Chen, "Do you see? They are anxious. This indicates your speech was indeed remarkable." Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful about receiving such praise. He felt that his speech was, in fact, incomplete. The strategist number 46 had unilaterally declared that you were all insects, complicating matters considerably. If only the Trisolarans had not interfered. This is beyond our control. But rest assured, your plan will receive the full support of our homeland. Personally, while I am not rationally certain that we can triumph over the Trisolarans, as you said, we must achieve victory. What was that saying? Half-cooked? A pot of half-cooked rice. And half-cooked it shall be, but we must consume it? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, strategically underestimating the enemy while tactically valuing them. We will do everything within our power to excel. When the decisive battle arrives, what does it matter if we face 600,000 against 800,000? The Huaxia representative chuckled. Lin Chen nodded slightly, and at that moment, he caught sight of Luo Ji passing by. The latter strode directly out of the conference room. Shi Chang approached him, uttering a few words, and glanced distantly in Lin Chen's direction. After exchanging a brief gaze with Shi Chang, Lin Chen shifted his attention back to Luo Ji's retreating figure, a sense of worry creeping in. I have altered the world so significantly. Will Luo Ji survive the impending gunfire? I hope his bulletproof vest can work miracles once more. A fleeting hesitation flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He sighed silently. In the three-body strategic research room, strategist No. 46 observed through the sapon that the Western nations had resolved to exploit the notion of the Trisolarans do not care to launch an attack on Lin Chen. With a hint of concern, he turned to the two strategists beside him and asked, "Are we inadvertently doing harm in our well-meaning intentions?" Chapter 76, Mission, Part 3, the strategist number 4500, upon hearing these words, declared with utmost conviction, "My esteemed strategist-in-chief, such a thing is absolutely inconceivable. At least not perceptible at this moment." Strategist number 4501 concurred, adding, "Indeed, we must await the developments to make a proper assessment." Strategist number 46, finding some solace, reflected, "The history of civilization is essentially a chronicle of warfare. Even in the absence of overt conflict, The war for resources continues unabated. Strategist number 4500 and no. 4501 listened attentively to his poignant remarks. There was no flaw in his statement. At least, it held true for humanity. Even without genuine hot wars, economic strife, information skirmishes, cultural battles, and other forms of unconventional warfare have recurrently punctuated human history. Strategist number 4500 discreetly transmitted a thought to number 4501. His contemplations delved deeper than ours. Strategist number 4501 assented, indeed, at least deeper than what you ponder. Have you considered the recent circulation of the Three Kingdoms mail rankings? Did you not orchestrate that as well? Cautiously glancing at their third strategist-in-chief, number 4500 urged, the winds of rumor are fierce. Let us not broach this matter. Strategist no. 4501 retorted, the Frere had imposed stringent restrictions on cultural products from Earth. You are courting disaster. Strategist number 4500 looked disdainfully at number 4501. A mere enthusiast of human anime, and wistfully remarked, you cannot fathom the immense profit those things can yield. Can you imagine? Those who peruse my rankings will eternally remember my name, akin to how humanity recalls the Bible, passed down through generations. Their offspring will also remember the name of this creator, even after my demise. How splendid is that? Alas, with such thoughts, you shall inevitably find yourself in dire straits. Such behavior is deemed exceedingly selfish in the eyes of the Frere. Yet, I have succeeded. My lists of Three Kingdoms beauties and warriors are disseminating rapidly within our realm. Soon, even in death, my rankings shall be immortalized in memory. I believe this is my true mission. Strategist number 4501 stepped back, inquiring, what then shall I do? Will I be dragged down by your actions? Strategist number 4500 chuckled. It appears you too are a selfish individual. I have yet to finish the entire series of Gundam. If I could complete it before my demise, that would be acceptable. Why have we not developed such fascinating instruments of war? Our spacecraft, resembling tomb-like boxes, evoke nothing but tedium. Strategist no. 4501 lamented. After a brief silence, strategist number 4500 mused, perhaps you have also unearthed your own mission. The strategist number 46 listened calmly to the dialogue between strategist number 4500 and strategist number 4501. He did not intervene in their conversation because, through 3 years of research, he discovered that only the emotionally charged Trisolarans could comprehend the intricate schemes devised by the emotionally complex humans. Yet, he remained uncertain of the consequences that would follow. His thoughts wandered back to Lin Chen. This earthling had indeed imparted an abundance of knowledge to them, but with each revelation, he found it increasingly difficult to discern whether to express gratitude or to harbor fear. In the imagery transmitted by the Sapon, Lin Chen was silently observing the gradually departing Luoji. The thoughts of strategist number 46 shifted to Luoji. Regardless of Lin Chen's intentions, the most formidable human remained this cynical sociologist of the cosmos. However, today would mark the end of his life. The scene quickly transitioned to a tall building several hundred meters outside the venue, where a sniper was preparing to take aim. After a moment of contemplation, strategist number 46 glanced through the Sapon and noticed that Luoji was still wearing a bulletproof vest. This revelation invigorated him. If a bullet were to strike the vest, then this foolish ETO group would fail once again. Fortunately, I discovered this. Strategist number 46 mused, swiftly inscribing a message into the sniper's line of sight through the Sapon. Aim for Luoji's head. We will assist you in your targeting with the Sapon. I want to witness Luoji's brain splatter today. The imagery relayed by the Sapon showed the sniper nodding slightly, making minor adjustments to his aim. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for Luoji to emerge. Strategist number 46 thought to himself, but for some inexplicable reason, he felt a flicker of concern upon observing the sniper's almost resigned expression. This fleeting worry passed quickly, and he chose not to dwell on it. He suppressed his emotions and fixed his gaze upon the slowly exiting Luoji. The individual capable of annihilating 2 civilizations, you shall meet your end. In the Trisolaran virtual realm, the ETO members stood before a colossal screen. On the screen was Lin Chen delivering an impassioned speech, a synchronized image transmitted by the Sapon. It was truly unexpected that Lin Chen had also become a wall-facer. The face of Qin Shi Huang appeared flushed with the glow of the screen. This was one of the Master's schemes. Newton declared with conviction, "This marks a historical moment. Our great master has deceived the cunning humans, allowing them to elevate our kind to such a center of power." Von Neumann reflected, "Indeed, this makes me feel that the master increasingly no longer requires us. Do not be disheartened. The master surely still needs an organization to exert influence in our world." Isn't Lin Chen currently engaged in this endeavor? Confucius remarked. "What endeavor?" Mosey inquired. "We shall eliminate humanity, and then the master will eliminate us." Confucius chuckled softly. Confucius pointed at Lin Chen on the screen and remarked, "Isn't this man's scheme rather evident? He intends to seize control of the space fleet, then unleash it upon Earth, annihilating all its inhabitants or confining them eternally to their planet." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang expressed his approval, saying, "Perhaps you might serve as Lin Chen's wall breaker." Enough of that. Confucius waved his hand dismissively. "We shall have to heed his leadership in the future." He had gradually adjusted to the notion that if the master appointed Lin Chen as commander, then so be it. After all, the ultimate outcome for everyone would be the same. At this juncture, Zhou Wang interjected, "You may have resigned yourself to fate, but I shall never submit to Lin Chen." "Nor will I." Qin Shi Huang nodded in agreement. "I too," Mosey added. "I share the same sentiment," Newton declared. "The position of commander belongs to the most capable," von Neumann asserted. Confucius gazed at this assembly of dissenters and shook his head, lamenting. The rites and music have fallen into disarray. As he counted the dissenters, he realized that two significant figures were conspicuously absent from the virtual realm. Chapter 77, The Mission, Part 4, Where have Aristotle and Einstein gone? Confucius inquired. "Aristotle is within the venue," Qin Shi Huang responded, a mysterious smile suddenly gracing his lips as he pointed toward the screen before them. Einstein is just outside the venue." All members of the ETO were left in a state of bewilderment. They had a clear understanding of the identity of Aristotle within the hall, Heinz's wife. However, the presence of Einstein outside was entirely unexpected. What could he possibly be doing out there? The image of the Saphan appeared on the screen, revealing a sniper positioned on a rooftop under the control of the Trisolaris. "He is indeed here to assassinate Luoji," exclaimed Mosey, astonished. "Good heavens. That is the Planetary Defense Council," remarked King, one of Zhou. "So this new Einstein is actually him? I thought he perished aboard the Judgment Day with Ivan." Von Neumann shook his head. "He was Ivan's bodyguard and fortuitously missed the boat. This leaves us with a reliable sniper," Qin Shi Huang declared with excitement. He then raised his arms in jubilant celebration, proclaiming, "Comrades, our grand endeavor to eliminate Luoji is on the verge of success. I propose that should Comrade Einstein succeed, we collectively support him as the leader of the ETO." "Yes," Newton echoed enthusiastically. He approached Qin Shi Huang, his face flushed with fervor, stating, "We cannot allow Lin Chen, this opportunist, to become our leader. What is he, after all? He was someone we looked down upon 3 years ago. Why should he be granted leadership?" Newton surveyed the surrounding ETO comrades. "If Comrade Einstein succeeds, then we shall nominate him as our leader. Who opposes? Who supports?" Qin Shi Huang raised his arms high, inquiring. "I support Einstein," Mosey declared. "I too support him. After all, he is half a senior figure," King One of Zhou added. Von Neumann nodded in agreement. Qin Shi Huang exchanged a knowing glance with Newton, a hint of cunning triumph evident. This was, in essence, a plot they had secretly devised. After Einstein proposed the assassination of Luoji, Qin Shi Huang and Newton saw an opportunity to eliminate Lin Chen from the ETO organization. Having learned from the Ivan incident, they understood a crucial truth. If the Trisolaris had no one to rely on, they would ultimately have to turn to these loyal human traitors. This implied that the ETO possessed a certain bargaining power against the Trisolaris. If they could unify the ETO, excluding Lin Chen, the Trisolaris would have no choice but to collaborate with them for their own interests. Thus, the entire organization would be firmly in their grasp. Ultimately, as Confucius mused, it mattered little who led. What was significant was that the ETO had survived the great human purge to this day. They are all individuals of unwavering resolve and fervor, and this passionate group will not place their trust in the traitor Lin Chen, whom they have loathed for 3 years. As Qin Shi Huang inquired, "And what is your stance, Confucius?" All eyes turned to Confucius. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and remarked, "It is indeed remarkable that you would consider allowing Einstein, a mere figure of brute strength, to lead the ETO. Nevertheless, I maintain my position. The outcome remains unchanged. And who occupies the role of leader is of little consequence." Confucius astutely articulated the thoughts brewing among the assembly. Indeed, the next step in their minds became strikingly clear, irrespective of whether Einstein could survive the assassination attempt. It was evident that he would lack the commanding authority that Lin Chen and Ivan's wielded. Should he ascend to power, they would be free to indulge in their ambitions to seize control of various factions within the organization. In truth, one cannot entirely fault these individuals for their fervent desire to share the organization's power. They have all endured the abrupt abandonment by the Trisolaris. 3 years of relentless pursuit have rendered them timid and insecure. This fervor, mingled with cowardice and a lack of security, paradoxically manifests as an aggressively outward demeanor. "Do you then concur with us?" Qin Shi Huang pressed. Confucius replied, "That largely depends on whether Einstein can successfully carry out the assassination. Otherwise, it remains merely a fantasy. How could he possibly fail? After all, he was once Ivan's exorbitantly priced bodyguard." Newton interjected, eliciting nods of agreement from the others. Subsequently, their gazes fixated on the screen, where Einstein had aimed his firearm at Luo Ji's head. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" echoed in each person's mind. These ETO members are truly inept, achieving nothing but failure. Are there no other astute minds within the organization? Lin Chen is still the reliable one. The strategist known as Number 46 lamented, observing the ETO members prepared to savor the fruits of victory. Had he not discerned that Luo Ji was clad in a bulletproof vest, their grand aspirations would likely have crumbled to dust. They are a group of short-sighted individuals incapable of realizing great ambitions. Even if we were to forsake them all, we would still need to depend on Lin Chen in the future, Number 46 pondered. Strategists 4500 and 4501 both recognized their superior's thoughts, yet they tacitly refrained from voicing anything. After all, praising Lin Chen had become a daily task for their esteemed strategist. Meanwhile, the Trisolarans, too, fixed their gaze upon the muzzle of Einstein's sniper rifle. Aim true, aim true, aim true. In that moment, the thoughts of the strategists resonated in unison, their minds aligned. Lin Chen exited the assembly hall, his gaze resting upon Luo Ji's silhouette. He could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. Survive, survive, survive. His thoughts could only be perceived by himself. High above the city, Einstein gazed through the scope as Luo Ji exited the conference hall. The Sapan was assisting him in calculating the impact of wind speed on the bullet's trajectory, having accurately identified the optimal aiming point. The bullet's intended target would be Luo Ji's head. Now, only the act of pulling the trigger remained. Luo Ji, seemingly oblivious, stepped out of the venue. This cynical individual displayed a similar nonchalance towards his own fate. At that moment, he absurdly instructed his reliable bodyguard to keep his distance. Both the ETO members and the Trisolarans breathed a sigh of relief. This detestable Shi Chang could not thwart their plans any longer. Einstein took a deep breath. Preparing for the final moments before his shot, he slowly closed his eyes, yet he did not fire. The wind howled in his ears, and he remained utterly still, as if waiting for the perfect moment, like a cunning hunter on the African savanna. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, just when everyone anticipated his shot. His gaze, astonishingly, shifted away from Luo Ji. Einstein appeared like a demon, perceiving the ultimate truths of the world. He smirked and murmured, "Wall facer Lin Chen. I am your wall breaker. Ivan Stowe sends his regards." Within a mere 0.1 seconds, the gun was abruptly aimed at Lin Chen. There was no hesitation, no tension, only the exhilarating sensation of fulfilling his mission. Boom, boom, boom. Unlike those amateur assassins, his sniper rifle was aimed at Lin Chen, unleashing 3 shots in rapid succession. Chapter 78, Mission, Part 5. The live broadcast featuring GZ garnered an overwhelming audience, drawing the world's attention to the Planetary Defense Council. Reporters from various nations, stationed nearby, hastily rushed to the scene, bombarding the representatives with a myriad of questions. However, due to the protected status of the wall facers, Inquiries could only be directed to those in attendance. The sheer number of journalists created a chaotic atmosphere, surrounding representatives not only from significant nations but also from smaller countries. What is your perspective on this incident? Is Lin Chen's plan in Africa feasible? Several representatives from smaller nations, stepping out from the conference, stood tall and declared, "Certainly. It is highly feasible." One representative affirmed, "Our nation shares this belief. It not only aids in future confrontations with the Trisolaris, but also stabilizes and balances regional development." Another representative from a different small nation echoed, "For the future of humanity, we must consider more profound matters." As the reporters pressed on, it seems the conference has unanimously approved Professor Lin Chen's proposal. This question caused a moment of hesitation among the representatives. This matter is currently inconvenient for us to address. We must wait for thorough domestic discussions before providing an answer. While most small nations outwardly supported Lin Chen's wall-facer initiative, they cleverly reserved their positions when it came to actual confirmation. The present circumstances remained unclear, and only a handful of nations with strong ties to Huaxiao were willing to place their bets on Lin Chen, while the remaining small nations remained in a state of cautious observation. The plight of smaller nations lies in the necessity of looking towards the two major powers embroiled in disputes, determining whether to align with one side or navigate a balanced approach, contingent on the evolving situation. Offending either side is untenable, and speaking definitively is equally perilous. They are like dry grass swaying in the wind, powerless to resist. However, the advantage for smaller nations is that they are generally perceived as non-threatening by others. As long as they govern themselves well and avoid conflicts, no one would take the trouble to uproot them. At that moment, the American representative emerged from the conference alongside other delegates, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Nearly all the reporters were irresistibly attracted to the formidable presence of the American representative. Countless journalists surrounded him, eager to inquire, "What is the American perspective on wall-facer Lin Chen's statement? Does the U.S. truly oppose the space fleet? How do the UK, France, and Germany plan to respond to the impending disputes? African nations believe Lin Chen's proposal is feasible. What is your stance?" The American representative cleared his throat and casually scanned the African delegates. Several of them shielded their faces with documents, not wishing to attract any trouble. Regardless of the rhetoric, the United States remained a formidable entity, one that these smaller nations could not afford to provoke. Some representatives from smaller nations perked up their ears, eager to hear the remarks of the American delegate and subsequently craft their own responses based on his words. The American representative stated, "Professor Lin Chen's address was remarkable, truly inspiring, nearly convincing me. However, it is unfortunate that, after Professor Lin passionately articulated his ideals and plans, the Trisolaris dismissed him with utter disdain. I believe you all understand what this signifies, do you not? The Trisolaris care nothing for Lin Chen's plans. Absolutely nothing." The American representative reiterated this point for the cameras, and all journalists quickly noted down his words to relay to their headquarters. He continued, "This means that Professor Lin's entire strategy amounts to nothing more than a futile expenditure of resources. Can we afford to squander these resources on such endeavors in this dire moment? This is indeed a question worthy of contemplation." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward representatives from other nations, encouraging them to share their thoughts. Representatives from the UK, France, Germany, Japan, and others promptly echoed the American stance, a consensus they had previously orchestrated. Though it is hard to admit, the Trisolaris indeed do not concern themselves with Professor Lin, stated the British representative. "Professor Lin is indeed great, yet it appears he has erred this time," remarked the French representative. "The fleet plan is viable. We must ascertain why the Trisolaris are indifferent," suggested the German representative. Alas, it is a pity. Japan was ready to support Professor Lin. His speech was captivating. Had the Trisolaris shown any concern, we would have backed him. Regrettably, they do not care. The Japanese representative exclaimed with a hint of schadenfreude. Journalists compiled the statements from various representatives, and it became evident that these influential nations were largely unsupportive of Lin Chen's plan. Soon, representatives from smaller countries began to align with the American viewpoint. "Well, I must admit I overlooked this," Professor Lin's plan is indeed beautiful, conceded an African representative who had previously supported Lin Chen. Indeed, echoed another representative, wavering in conviction. Within the conference room, representatives from various nations applauded passionately, as if humanity's dreams were on the verge of soaring into the skies. Yet, upon exiting the meeting, the harsh gravity of reality ensnared those dreams once more. At this crossroads, hesitation lingered, followed by further indecision, and then yet another resolution. At this moment, the wall-facer Lin Chen emerged from the venue. Surrounded by numerous security personnel, journalists found it impossible to approach him. In truth, even if they could interview him, few would believe that the words of a wall-facer were necessarily truthful. Thus, most reporters could only gaze mournfully at this wall-facer, as it seemed his plans might perish before they even began. A reporter, standing against the backdrop of Lin Chen, swiftly reported, "This is XX television, with XX reporting. We can observe that the wall-facer Lin Chen is departing from the scene under the protection of security personnel." According to the latest interview reports, nations led by the United States are unimpressed by Professor Lin Chen's impassioned speech. Following his address, the actions of the Trisolaris have dealt us a significant blow. Representatives from various countries perceive this as a blatant display of indifference from the Trisolaris. If the Trisolaris are indeed indifferent, can Professor Lin Chen continue in his role as a wall-facer? Perhaps. At this juncture, a hand suddenly seized the reporter's microphone, and as the camera panned, it revealed that it was the representative from the United States. Chapter 79, Mission, Part 6, Indeed. Therefore, we hope that the citizens of every nation can reflect upon this matter with calm and rational thought. In light of the indifference exhibited by the Trisolaris, should we continue to support Lin Chen as the wall-facer? I must reiterate, we are squandering resources. The Trisolaris are indifferent. At that moment, the figure of the American representative was about to obstruct Lin Chen, who was making his way towards the car. This intriguing composition was captured by a newspaper photographer, who began to snap a series of shots. The title for the photograph had already been conceived: The Lament of the Wall-Facer. The Trisolaris are indifferent. The photographer captured the first image. In this photograph, the American representative, microphone in hand, was animatedly gesticulating, his expression alight with fervor. In contrast, the wall-facer Lin Chen, who was about to pass behind him, maintained a composed demeanor, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern. The expressions of the two individuals created a striking contrast, yet the entire photograph exuded an unusual sense of wholeness. Even the dark clouds above seemed to have been conjured for this moment. As he pressed the shutter, the photographer knew he was destined for acclaim. The photographer captured the second image. Lin Chen was now entirely obscured by the American representative, save for a slight movement of his right hand and the heel of his left foot that remained in the frame. The American representative's eyes bulged like brass bells. His face flushed, emanating a sense of oxygen deprivation, as if he were about to devour someone. From the photograph alone, one could discern the American representative's unspoken words: indifferent. This image focused on the representative's facial expression, every pore and wrinkle meticulously documented. The photographer had already decided to name this second photograph after the ominous clouds above, gloom. The more fervent the representative's expression, the more it underscored the vast shadow cast by the Trisolaris. Quickly, the photographer pressed the shutter for the third photograph. The American representative was glaring at someone through flared nostrils, yet it was evident that the camera's focus had shifted away from his face. Lin Chen had emerged partially from behind the representative, and this time the composition centered on him. To the photographer's astonishment, Lin Chen's expression had transformed. Just moments ago, he had appeared rather calm, but now there was a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Had Professor Lin Chen suddenly come to a realization within those fleeting 2 seconds? The photographer's hand trembled, and he inadvertently blurred the image. Only he would remember Lin Chen's reaction at that moment. The photograph failed to capture it. The photographer steadied himself and prepared to take the fourth photograph. As he was about to press the shutter, Lin Chen was on the verge of stepping out from behind the American representative's shadow. However, when the shutter clicked, the resulting photograph caused the photographer's pupils to constrict in shock. Lin Chen was inexplicably beginning to lean backward at an odd angle. as if a nail had pierced through some part of his clothing, deeply embedding itself. Simultaneously, the American representative captured in the photograph bore an expression of sheer terror. His pores appeared to close in on themselves, his pupils shrank to minute dots, while his mouth gaped wide open. At the very moment the photographer pressed the shutter, the sound of bullets striking the bulletproof vest echoed in the air. As the second bullet hit the vest, the photographer instinctively clicked to capture the fifth image. The sudden surge of adrenaline had rendered him oblivious to his fear. In the fifth photograph, Lin Chen was once again obscured by the figure of the American representative, though this time his feet were suspended in midair. The representative's entire body twisted almost 180 degrees, resembling a pretzel. The photograph was clear, save for the representative's trembling hands, which appeared blurred. While capturing this pivotal moment, the photographer realized he was documenting history, not for accolades, but to ensure this series of images would be etched in the annals of time. Thus, without hesitation, he took the sixth shot. The sixth photograph turned out hazy, as the photographer was knocked down during the process. He had captured the image from an acute upward angle. Logically, he should have only been able to photograph the representative's quaking thigh, leaving no trace of Lin Chen visible. Yet, divine providence favored the photographer, for he caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's leg in the air. That was the assassin's third bullet, which did not strike the vest, but instead hit Lin Chen's knee. With Newtonian physics as a backdrop, half of Lin Chen's leg was propelled skyward by the force of the sniper's shot. Blood arced through the sky, and the endpoint of that arc revealed a leg clad in a shoe, sock, and trousers, yet exposing stark, white bones. The trajectory of that leg in the air evoked in the photographer a haunting resemblance to the failed ascent of a space rocket. In that instant, the photographer grasped the truth. They were afraid of humanity's reach towards the cosmos. Subsequently, the photographer endeavored to steer clear of the American representative, hoping to capture an image of Lin Chen lying on the ground. Perhaps he was not intent on taking a photograph. Rather, he merely wished to ascertain Lin Chen's fate. Yet instinctively, he wielded his camera. Thus, the seventh image was taken. In this seventh photograph, he captured nothing but a throng of security personnel encircling Lin Chen. The only element connected to Lin Chen within the image seemed to be the blood that fell from the heavens, staining the faces of the guards. As Einstein discharged 3 bullets, it was actually Jizi who first reacted. Not only did he send a warning to Lin Chen, but he also transformed into high-energy ions at a speed that defied human comprehension, filling Einstein's vision with blinding white light. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Einstein managed to hit his mark 3 times. Covering his eyes, Einstein bellowed, "Lord, you have been deceived by him. He has tricked you. Everything is a ruse of his making. Ivan's is the truest of all. He has seen through Lin Chen's machinations." Lin Chen harbored no desire to annihilate humanity. He was far from a true proponent of the descent. He. Ha 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 ha, he. Evans, I have succeeded. We have eradicated him. He. In the midst of Einstein's frenzy, the 46th strategist, with remarkable swiftness of thought, suppressed the seething emotions within. He conveyed commands to Jizi. A new line of subtitles materialized before Einstein's eyes. "You have disrupted our plans. We intended to eliminate him later, employing a more prudent approach. Your unilateral actions have thrown our scheme into disarray. You, the traitor left behind by Evans, we should never have placed our trust in you." Einstein's laughter abruptly ceased. "What? I thought you had been deceived." Chapter 80, Mission 7, Bug. In truth, Luo Ji is far more significant. Damn human bugs. Evans is a traitor, Lin Chen is a traitor, and it appears you are as well. Master, I am not. Einstein cradled his head in despair, suddenly rendered bewildered. He had believed that he was enduring humiliation, biding his time, and at last had found the opportunity to eliminate Lin Chen, the traitor who had deceived everyone. Yet, what the Sapan revealed was astonishing. Had he truly intended to kill Lin Chen all along? Was Luo Ji truly more important than Lin Chen? But Evans had never mentioned Luo Ji to him. Could it be that Luo Ji was indeed more vital than Lin Chen? Was Evans the real traitor? The overwhelming influx of information contorted his features into a grimace. "Your actions have undermined all our plans. As a traitor, You have succeeded beyond Evans. Humanity is in pursuit of you. Perhaps you could even take credit for your deeds. The Saphan left behind another line of text. Einstein, in a daze, shook his head and then nodded. How could he allow himself to be captured? If he were caught and forced to divulge Luo Ji's significance, wouldn't that further jeopardize the master's plans? He rose to his feet, instinctively taking a step forward. However, suspended in midair, he caught sight of the final chilling line of text. If you die, Lin Chen will live. As his body made contact with the ground, he comprehended the meaning of those words. From the very beginning, the Trisolarans had never believed his words. Their entire aim had merely been to lure him into relinquishing his attempts to eliminate Lin Chen. This indicated that the Trisolarans remained ensnared by Lin Chen's deception. Upon realizing this, Einstein could not suppress a cry of frustration, yet he had already lost his chance. Gravity transformed him into a mere puddle of flesh in mere seconds. In the Trisolaran Institute of Strategic Studies, all strategists felt a throbbing pain in their minds. They had simultaneously absorbed an overwhelming influx of brainwave signals from the third strategic ruler. In a short span, the ruler had executed an extraordinary deception to safeguard Lin Chen. Was this act driven by emotion? Most strategists believed it was. What is the analysis of Lin Chen's condition? Asked Strategist 46. Strategist 4500 replied, with human medical technology, if timely rescue is administered, there should be no life-threatening danger. Strategist 46 continued, I'm not inquiring about his physical state. I wish to know. What of the personality analysis that was conducted on him? Strategist 4500 stared in shock at the ruler, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, unable to respond for quite some time. At this moment, Strategist 4501 interjected. After analyzing reports and gathering data, we discovered that Lin Chen experienced a significant personality shift at the age of 17. However, we have yet to ascertain the cause of this transformation from the information available on Earth. Upon hearing this response, strategist number 46 fell into a long silence. Yet, all the strategists within the Institute of Strategy discerned his thoughts. What if Lin Chen truly is a traitor? How could that be? But why would Evans leave such a killer behind? This is entirely inconsistent with Evans' character. What revelation did Evans ultimately uncover? A myriad of thoughts surfaced, and eventually, they collectively perceived an image through their brainwaves. It was the smile of Evans just before his demise. Strategist number 4500 discreetly transmitted a brainwave to strategist no. 4501. Did you not claim he was infatuated? He was perpetually suspicious of Lin Chen. Strategist number 4501 replied, perhaps he deceived us all. Perhaps it was merely a tale of love and rivalry. Strategist number 4500 sighed. Thankfully, Lin Chen is not dead. Otherwise, we might have faced dehydration. Strategist no. 4501 stated, if Lin Chen is indeed a traitor, then the situation is far more dire than mere dehydration. Strategist number 4500 concurred with this sentiment. They then turned their gazes towards the intricate brainwaves of the third strategist regent. Strategist number 46 ultimately declared, accelerate the analysis of Lin Chen. You should all refrain from indulging in human cultural products. They are a significant hindrance to our efficiency. For the sake of our civilization, we must not relent for even a moment. This is our mission. Meanwhile, upon hearing the gunfire, Luo Ji abruptly turned his head. He stared in shock as Professor Lin Chen, who had just been passionately delivering a speech on stage, was shot and lost a leg. Immediately afterward, he was shielded by Desher's figure. Although he could no longer see Lin Chen, he caught a glimpse of the American representative through the gaps. Suddenly, he recalled the representative's words. You should consider the fate of that president who delivered this speech. The 35th President of the United States, Kennedy. What fate awaits? A portentous statement indeed, and it has come swiftly. Now, in order to absolve themselves of suspicion, the Americans have only one path left. It was the Trisolarans who did this. The Trisolarans actually care about Lin Chen's plan. Once this narrative takes hold, all previous attacks on Lin Chen become futile. Did Professor Lin Chen win the space fleet with merely one leg? Fate, how theatrical. As Luo Ji pondered this, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea. He recalled the words of the girl who perished before his eyes. You are the kind of person who sees society as nothing but refuse. She was not wrong. Yet, Why is it that I, the refuse of refuse, have been elevated to the status of a wall sitter, much like Professor Lin? A perilous profession, but what does it matter? Life struggles in the whirlpool of fate, always yearning to seize control, yet continuously mocked by fate's whims. If that is the case, might as well embrace this destiny. A woman of his imagination gradually materialized before his eyes. I envision us residing in an exquisite mansion amidst breathtaking surroundings, savoring centuries-old fine wine, raising a few children, and ultimately leading a life of joy. Just a day prior, Cheng Xin had tremulously presented a suggestion to Wei De that could significantly alter her destiny. Perhaps, it is not imperative to send the living. This constitutes the latest iteration of the latter plan. Today, the meeting of the permanent member states of the PDC was not only to announce the Wallfacers project, but also to deliberate on the updated proposal of the latter plan. However, due to Lin Chen's speech and the live broadcast by Zizi, everything was thrown into disarray. The proposal for the latter plan was not discussed during this assembly. Cheng Xin followed Wei De, waiting for an extended period in the hall outside the venue, ultimately failing to enter, only to witness the American representative emerging from the room. This was an individual who had sold his own mother to a brothel, Wei De remarked with a glance at the man. Before Cheng Xin could respond, they received news. The meeting had been unexpectedly interrupted, and the latter plan would be postponed for future consideration. Cheng Xin unconsciously exhaled in relief. While Wei De exhaled smoke directly into her face, he stepped forward to grasp a person and inquired, "What transpired?" One of the Wallfacer speeches was broadcasted by Zizi, necessitating the interruption of the meeting. Who was the Wallfacer? Wei De asked coolly, showing little interest in the situation before him, yet it hindered his progress. It was this young lady's compatriot, a renowned figure. His oratory skills are truly commendable. It was Lin Chen. Nonetheless, in these extraordinary times, no individual can remain perpetually illustrious. Any significant figure can be supplanted at any moment. As Wei De spoke, he abandoned Cheng Xin and turned to leave. For him, since the meeting had not convened, he could only await the next opportunity. It was Cheng Xin's first visit to such an important venue as the PDC, and being abruptly forsaken left her somewhat disoriented. She blindly followed the crowd, exiting the assembly. Her gaze sought out the individual whom Wei De had deemed replaceable. As she observed the figure's retreating silhouette, memories of his deeds surged within her, igniting a fervent warmth in her heart. He bore so much responsibility, and in the next instant, 3 scorching bullets indelibly etched this scene into her soul. To bear responsibility is to pay a price. Chapter 81, Mission, Part 8. Lin Chen awoke after the surgery. Finding himself alone in an empty hospital room, he gazed at the white ceiling, disoriented by the beams of light filtering through the curtains. A dull ache persisted in his leg, prompting him to prop himself up for a glance. However, when he managed to catch a glimpse, he discovered that the leg was no longer there. Lin Chen stared at the vacant trouser leg of the hospital gown, enveloped in silence for a considerable time. He felt no surge of sorrow. Years of interaction with the Sabhan had taught him to conceal his emotions deep within the abyss of his being. He was merely engaged in a calm contemplation. Was there a possibility of turning back? To live the life of an ordinary person? Yet, the subtitles that appeared abruptly from the Sabhan conveyed an unavoidable truth. It was no longer possible, nor had it ever been. You are awake? The surgery was very successful. The finest doctors and specialists from the human world operated on you, but they quarreled over whether to fit you with prosthetics. PDC believed that your family should make that decision, but upon discovering you have no family, they ultimately decided to wait for your awakening to determine it. On another note, PDC has resolved to reevaluate your Gabon plan this Friday, 3 days from now. This meeting will also discuss an intriguing initiative known as the Ladder Plan. The Ladder Plan? Lin Chen inquired softly. They intend to accelerate one of your kind using a primitive explosive method, sending him to us. How fast could one person be accelerated? According to your technology, sending an object of such weight, even if we reached your Earth, would not yield significant distance. Thus, the likelihood of this plan's success is minimal. Lin Chen nodded, though he harbored reservations about this notion, as the relentless demon, Wei De, might propose a madcap idea to send merely a brain. If you could succeed, it would be wonderful, We are quite intrigued by the human body. Perhaps I could contemplate a solution for you. The prospect of sending Yun Tianming's brain was a dilemma for Lin Chen. On one hand, embedding a person within the heart of the Trisolaris was undeniably an alluring scheme. On the other hand, how could one ascertain that Yun Tianming had not betrayed them? The narrative concerning Yun Tianming in the original work was rife with omitted logic. The possibilities were manifold. To consider one plausible scenario, after the invention of the thought steel stamp by Xians, the Trisolaris, through the Sapon, would naturally have acquired this technology. Thus, was it not exceedingly easy for the Trisolaris to brainwash Yun Tianming using the thought steel stamp? The subsequent Great Decline. The transformation of human society, Cheng Xin being chosen as the sword-bearer. All of this could very well be a strategy devised by Yun Tianming after being sent over. Conversely, Yun Tianming eventually did transmit technology. However, by that time, centuries later, the Trisolaris would be far removed from the beings they were now. After undergoing a profound transformation through the vast array of human cultural products, the Trisolaran world has undoubtedly experienced significant changes, leading to a potential technological explosion. Perhaps it is this very evolution that has allowed the Trisolaris to leave a glimmer of hope for humanity, irrespective of whether it pertains to Yun Tianming. Moreover, if we were to take a step back, could the Trisolaris, possessing advanced cloning technology capable of reviving Yun Tianming through brain freezing, be limited to just a single incarnation of him? Is it not conceivable that they could utilize cloning to generate numerous versions of Yun Tianming, thereby creating a miniature society of humans? Contemplating these possibilities, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The potentialities were simply too vast. However, he suddenly found solace in another thought. Even if I wished to thwart the latter project, could the relentless and formidable way to be deterred by my intentions? Lin Chen realized that attempting to control every possibility was an exceedingly arrogant notion. Gazing at his severed leg, he pressed his lips together. He could now assert, in the conflict between humanity and the Trisolaris, all have failed, save for Zhang Beihai and Xianxi, who have triumphed. Escape. Relentless escape. The more one escapes, the more possibilities arise. Life itself is a miracle of potentiality. Now that I have completed my report, shall we discuss other matters? Lin Chen nodded, a sudden flash of insight illuminating his mind. He tensed and inquired, "Do you know who is preparing to kill me?" "Einstein. Though we are unaware of his motives for your demise." "What about others?" "They are already dead. It was suicide." Lin Chen's mind raced once more. These bullets were intended for Luoji. Even amidst the ETO's struggle for power, there would be no reason to target me directly. The strategist of Plan 46 had never inquired about my deductions. Had the Trisolaris not a shred of curiosity? Let us not dwell on this. You are still recovering. Allow me to share some joyful tidings. Lin Chen smiled, concealing any trace of abnormality or suspicion. Very well. You should be aware of your species stellar plan, correct? I have heard of it. Recently, we learned of a rather romantic occurrence. A dying man gifted a star to his beloved. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, realizing it was none other than the source of his concern, Yun Tianming. Indeed. The strategist of Plan 46 was increasingly resembling a human. Typically, the Trisolaris would regard such resource-wasting endeavors with disdain. How wonderful! If only someone could gift me a star, how splendid that would be. That would not do. If you had a place to dwell, you would cease your efforts to annihilate humanity, Lin Chen retorted. His refusal not only indicated his stance, but also conveyed to the Trisolaris that he was utterly ignorant of the dark forest theory. Why are you becoming more like us? It is merely a nominal star. That girl will only be able to perceive the light of that star in the future, along with the love of that young man. The words of the strategist no. 46 prompted Lin Chen to ponder another question. After Yun Tianming was aware that the girl to whom he had gifted a star was about to relinquish his brain to the Trisolaris, would he continue to love Cheng Xin or develop a hatred for her? This is indeed a fascinating inquiry. Lin Chen leans towards the notion of hatred. After all, from an utterly objective standpoint, it is nothing short of miraculous that an ordinary individual like Cheng Xin, lacking in significant abilities, repeatedly finds herself at the pivotal crossroads of human destiny. Unlike Zhang Beihai, who had a great father and military experience, or Luo Ji, who possessed a cynical outlook in the teachings of Yi Wenjie, or even Wei De. With his formidable execution skills and ruthless demeanor, Cheng Xian consistently, effortlessly secures opportunities that others have labored for with countless schemes, lives, and time to attain, a chance to choose for humanity. In the grand tapestry of human civilization, such opportunities to make choices on behalf of humanity are exceedingly rare. Yet, in the span of Cheng Xian's life, such chances are alarmingly abundant. It is almost laughable how frequently she acquires them. One might argue that a singular instance of unmerited fortune can be deemed a coincidence, much like the youthful Yi Wenjie, who, despite her lack of clarity on many matters, chose to transmit a broadcast to the Trisolaris. No one would blame her, for at that time, human society was wholly unprepared, and it was unreasonable to expect Yi Wenjie to be ready. It was indeed a rare coincidence. However, when one experiences two instances of unmerited fortune, it can be regarded as a miracle, as in the case of Luo Ji, who initially was unworthy of being the wall-facer, yet later became a figure humanity was unworthy of possessing. Such miracles can only be wrought by the immense power of time. Yet, when a single individual encounters three instances of unmerited fortune, one can only invoke the famous saying by de Sure, where there is evil, there must be ghosts. Cheng Xian was merely 33 years old at the time of Wei De's death. For someone who had only recently embarked on her career after completing a doctorate, how much genuine societal experience could she have amassed? Far too little. Such experience is utterly insufficient to warrant the making of choices that could influence the fate of civilization. If one were to examine her remarkably peculiar life, one would see that she never had to exert effort. She merely needed to rely on her meager life experiences to make choice after choice, only to err repeatedly. Thus, one is left with the unsettling impression that Cheng Xian seems destined for the annihilation of the universe, as if she were born with such a mission. And who is it that has repeatedly afforded her these opportunities for choice? Yun Tianming. It was Yun Tianming who left her a star. It was Yun Tianming who gifted her 3 fairy tales. It was Yun Tianming who provided her with the universe. He employed the most brutal of cosmic rites to exact revenge on Cheng Xian. This rite is known as the eternal life of death. The true significance of the eternal life of death is this: within the universe, no civilization remains forever ignorant. Civilization, amidst the protracted and brutal wars, can ultimately learn the virtue of restraint, much like the call of the zero returner to restore balance. Yet, in the cosmos, ignorance among civilizations persists eternally. For some civilizations, as they are born, the universe may be on the brink of destruction due to the wars of their predecessors, leaving no time for these nascent societies to grasp the essence of moderation. Just as Cheng Xian's overflowing love, she was not afforded the time to learn restraint before being compelled to make choices. In the universe of the three-body problem, the most lethal element is the imbalance between time and experience. Thus, the Grim Reaper must inevitably achieve immortality. Only the Reaper can attain everlasting life. This fragment of reflection necessitates clarification within the text. The preceding thoughts merely represent the interpretation of this fan author. Understanding is optional. Disinterest or alternative views are equally valid. I have encountered numerous perspectives, yet found them rather tedious. Hence I felt compelled to articulate my own interpretation. The concept of those who commit numerous injustices will meet their demise is a crucial point I wish to express. For comprehending this is essential to grasping the subsequent notion of the Grim Reaper's immortality. The idea of the Grim Reaper's eternal life is a point I wish to explore further, which is why the theme of cultivation is introduced. I am aware of my limited writing prowess, fearing that I may falter in my narrative, thus I prefer to articulate my explanation beforehand. Within the three-body problem, the death of immortality, there exists a vast expanse of interpretative possibilities and imaginative scope. This is due to the third installment depicting a universe that encompasses numerous dimensions, where causality shifts through time. One might assert that the author aspires to be the Laplace's demon of a genuine universe. However, such an ambition is unattainable, leading the author to ultimately provide merely a framework, leaving ample space for readers to envision. This characteristic distinguishes the three-body problem from previous science fiction works. where inter-civilizational conflicts merely masquerade as medieval human skirmishes. The three-body problem genuinely illustrates a potentially existent universe. Lu Cixin portrays a cosmos inhabited by diverse civilizations, each with emerging cosmic ethics. He elucidates the reasons for the emergence of such ethics and the consequences they might entail, ultimately providing an answer regarding the immortality of the Grim Reaper. This revelation is profoundly impactful. Chung Xian's narrative, or rather her mission, is to preserve a fragment of the universe in the end. This ensures the framework of the imagined universe remains intact, as it encompasses both the pastoral dawn and the conclusion of the Grim Reaper's immortality. Regarding Chung Xian herself, or any particular civilization within the three-body problem, the death of immortality, I believe it is unnecessary to focus on them. To quote Vader, in this extraordinary era, there are no nameless underlings. Any ordinary individual may be entrusted with significant responsibilities at any moment. Chung Xian is merely an ordinary person bestowed with such a responsibility in this remarkable epic of the universe. The selection of Chung Xian by human civilization, resulting in strategic failure, signifies the failure of humanity itself. The universe may fail to reboot due to the emergence of a being like Chung Xian, which signifies a profound failure of the cosmos itself. Ultimately, Chung Xian's failure reflects the failure of human civilization and, by extension, the universe. Life is intrinsically a component of the universe. Thus, the cosmos is not destroyed by any single entity, but rather it succumbs to its own failure to initiate a reboot. Laughs, I realize that even attempting to articulate this is exceedingly complex. The intricacies of the three-body problem are overwhelming. Consider this merely the whimsical musings of a fan fiction author. Chapter 82. Epic. The beautiful space-time celebrated by life is indeed an epic. After much contemplation, Lin Chen remained uncertain about Yun Tianming's true feelings towards Chung Xian, yet he was resolute about one thing. Yun Tianming undoubtedly loved Chung Xian at present. If it were not for genuine affection, who would gift that girl a star before their demise? With this thought, Lin Chen's mind wandered further. Although he could not ascertain whether Yun Tianming harbored resentment towards Chung Xian after all that had transpired, he realized he could prevent Chung Xian from undertaking that action. The task of delivering a brain could be executed by me, the wall-facer. Why should Chung Xian bear the burden and risk hurting Yun Tianming's heart? This way, there would be no need to consider Wei Du's stance, as his only objective was merely to deliver a brain. Furthermore, sending a brain filled with love for Chung Xian to the Trisolaris world would eliminate concerns about Yun Tianming seeking revenge out of hatred for Chung Xian. I truly am a genius. This represents a potentially advantageous move on the chessboard. Perhaps this small act could indeed instigate a change in the Trisolaris realm? Why not undertake it? Not only should I send a brain to the Trisolaris world, but I ought to convey love as well. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile at this notion. What are you laughing at? The subtitle of The Strategist number 46 flashed in Lin Chen's vision. He gazed at the shimmering high-energy particles and remarked, I can also send you a star brimming with love. Is that true? Certainly. But it will only weigh half a kilogram. That is the limit of our humanity, Lin Chen replied gently. Half a kilogram of a star. Oh, strictly speaking, it cannot be classified as a star, merely some matter from the cosmos. Nonetheless, that is the most romantic gesture within our civilization. May I know what it is? Lin Chen smiled slightly. A brain. A few minutes later, Lin Chen made his request. He wished to be discharged from the hospital. Experts, doctors, and nurses flocked to his side, accompanied by a multitude of security personnel rushing into the ward. Professor Lin, you require 100 days for your injuries to heal, and you have only just undergone surgery, a nurse stated. A doctor admonished sternly, to ensure your safety, you cannot do this. The wound may become inflamed, and if it worsens, it could jeopardize your life. To say nothing of leaving the hospital, you cannot even walk around within it. An expert shook his head in agreement. Lin Chen surveyed the assembly of individuals and uttered the universal phrase, this is part of the plan. As the doctors, nurses, and experts fell into silence. You nearly lost your life, and yet you speak of a plan? Surely, there must be something gravely amiss. Amidst the silence, a security personnel dialed the Planetary Defense Council. After prolonged discussions, Tsai ultimately consented to Lin Chen's discharge. The doctors ultimately implemented only a precautionary measure for Lin Chen, who was then carried out of the hospital. 3 days later, the Planetary Defense Council reconvened to deliberate on Lin Chen's unified fleet plan, followed by a discussion on the latter plan. Wide entered the conference hall early with Chung Xian, firmly expressing his resolve that no one could impede the progress of his plans. Meanwhile, Chung Xian spent those days repeatedly recalling the moment Lin Chen was struck by a bullet, each memory bringing her to the brink of tears. She attempted to force herself to forget, nearly succeeding, until Wide forcibly brought her into the meeting, where Lin Chen's name echoed in her ears time and again. Tsai once again ascended the podium. The 20th meeting of the Planetary Defense Council commenced, with the agenda focused on 2 matters. First, the wall-facer Lin Chen's unified fleet plan, and second, the latter plan prepared by PIA. We shall begin with the unified fleet plan. As member nations need to grasp its essence, unifying all military forces cannot occur overnight. It is a gradual process. Before embarking on this journey, we must develop a space fleet capable of combat in the cosmos, which necessitates a foundational support of scientific advancement. In Professor Lin Chen's wall-facer initiative, he referred to this as the Shadow Plan, aiming to extract theoretical traces from the 871G data provided by the Trisolaris, thereby circumventing the need for breakthroughs through particle accelerator experiments or deriving new physical or mathematical models directly from these theories. This endeavor requires a multitude of scientists immersed in the study of the 871G data, constantly engaging with and discussing the Trisolaris theoretical framework, necessitating the establishment of a vast research base. This constitutes our first phase of the agenda, the very inception of our efforts. Subsequently, we must develop cost-effective means of reaching space. Thus, the construction of a space elevator is essential. Current technological analyses indicate that while the theoretical conditions for a space elevator are sound, the materials are not yet advanced enough, meaning we must await breakthroughs in materials science for its realization. To conserve resources, Professor Lin Chen proposes that this infrastructure be established in the Gabon region. This outlines our second phase of the agenda. The final agenda item is the comprehensive establishment of a unified space fleet, led by the Planetary Defense Council and commanded by the wall-facers, with a core organization rooted in military theory. We shall use this fleet to wage an unprecedented war. Our confidence stemming not only from the strategies themselves, but also from the fear the Trisolaris world harbors towards us, or more specifically, towards Professor Lin Chen. Given the urgency of the matter, this meeting must swiftly address these agendas. Let us commence with the first phase, the Shadow Plan, as nations begin to cast their votes. In the Assembly Hall, nearly all national representatives opted for support, including the Western nations led by the United States, who showed no hesitation regarding the Shadow Plan. This was primarily due to the fact that the core of the Shadow Plan, the 871G data, was firmly in the hands of Huaxia. If Huaxia were to share this technology, it would be advantageous for them. With 193 votes, the agenda passed. The second agenda proposed establishing a global research base in Gabon, which would also serve as the site for the world's first space elevator. The voting commenced. This time, several representatives hesitated. However, after the Huaxia representatives expressed their support and agreement, a number of countries followed suit. The vote concluded only after the American representative also chose to support the agenda. With 171 votes, it was approved. In reality, situating the space elevator in Gabon was the most resource-efficient decision, conserving not only economic but also political resources. Thus, despite some obstacles, the most rational choice ultimately prevailed. The third agenda involved the construction of a unified space fleet over a span of 4 centuries. The voting began anew. Once again, the Huaxia representatives were the first to express their support and consent, followed by scattered endorsements from dozens of other nations. However, this was not decisive, as a single veto from the United States would suffice to halt the proceedings. At that moment, the newly appointed American representative seemed poised to speak. He stood and proclaimed, "This is unrealistic. Our nation possesses the strongest military organization on Earth. We cannot relinquish our military power unless it is led by the United States. As these words echoed through the room, it became evident to all that this agenda would face considerable delays. Yet, at that instant, the doors of the conference room swung open, and Lin Chen was carried in on a stretcher by several individuals. The representatives from various nations stared in astonishment at the wall-sitter, who had recently survived a gunshot wound. His resilience was remarkable. Was he, in this state, about to deliver yet another address? Observing Lin Chen's condition, the American representative's lips twitched as he continued, "While our nation does not support this, we also do not oppose it, hence I choose to abstain. However, even if this agenda passes, our country will still proceed to build its own space fleet." This was a clear concession. Other nations recognized this shift in attitude. With 151 votes, the agenda was approved. Finally, Tsai remarked, "Now that you have seen everything, may you return to rest?" Yet Lin Chen shook his head. "I have conceived a new idea. Let us review it together." Chapter 83, Epic, Part 2. What is the plan? Tsai asked, momentarily taken aback. The representatives from various nations, particularly the American delegates, harbored an undercurrent of unease. They feared that Lin Chen might instigate further discord, jeopardizing the very possibility of the PDC meeting. Wide, seated in the back row, felt a chill wash over him as Lin Chen, once again, obstructed his carefully laid plans at a critical juncture. However, when Lin Chen uttered his next words, Wide abruptly slammed his thigh and rose to his feet, fixating on Lin Chen with an expression of incredulity. The other representatives exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a sense of disbelief. To send a person into the heart of the enemy, Lin Chen proclaimed from his stretcher. Tsai instinctively inquired, "The latter plan? But to send a person?" She then turned her gaze toward Wide. Without hesitation, Wide approached the podium, carrying his documents. The representatives had already formed a certain understanding of this cold-blooded and astute director of the Strategic Intelligence Bureau of the Planetary Defense Council. He had previously proposed the idea of sending a probe to the Trisolaris world, which was also slated for deliberation in this meeting. Wide ascended the podium with a hint of a smile, addressing Lin Chen, "Great minds think alike. Your plan merely states the need to send a probe." Tsai interjected. Wide's smile resembled a chilling crack in a glacier as he replied, "If we wish to launch a probe capable of transmitting information back from the Trisolaris world, it might take 400 years for the probe to even leave our doorstep, and it would be exceedingly vulnerable to interception by the Trisolaris forces, ultimately rendering it a mere waste of resources." A representative from the audience queried, "So are you suggesting that the latter plan lacks feasibility?" "Absolutely not," Wide replied emphatically. He cast a glance at Cheng Xin, seated distantly, as if to convey, "You see, in this extraordinary era, you were once of utmost importance, yet now you are to be supplanted by this wall-facer." Cheng Xin felt a chill from Wide's gaze, yet she grasped his implication. Gratitude welled within her as she looked at the man on the stretcher. Although his sudden proposal had eclipsed her contributions, it at least spared her from the pangs of moral guilt. Once Wide withdrew his gaze from Cheng Xin, he turned his attention back to Lin Chen, nodding in appreciation. He declared, "Thus, we must present a gift that a Trisolaris cannot refuse, a living human probe." Laughter erupted from the audience. Wide, to have a person traverse 4 light-years alive is far more challenging than ensuring a probe arrives intact. Both you and Professor Lin Chen possess vivid imaginations. Yet our current technology simply cannot achieve this. I believe there is little merit in further discussing the latter plan. It is inherently a futile endeavor, remarked one representative. Who says it must be a living person? Wide's statement rendered the entire assembly silent, a wave of chill sweeping over the representatives. Tsai inquired, "Is this feasible?" The technology of the Trisolaris should enable the complete resurrection of an individual. Lin Chen interjected, "No, I am not referring to technological feasibility." Tsai glanced at the representatives from various nations and continued, "I mean, the ethical feasibility. Does the Wallfacer project possess ethical viability?" Weeder chuckled and posed Lin Chen's question. The representatives, who had initially intended to challenge the notion, were once again subdued by this inquiry. In this era of madness, perhaps only those truly deranged could conceive such horrifying methods. Let us return to discussing our own technological feasibility. To dispatch a probe before the Trisolaris arrive, We must achieve at least 1% of the speed of light to be considered competent. Are you suggesting 1% of the speed of light? The American representative expressed interest from the audience. Is the latter project truly capable of this with our existing technology? Asked the British representative. Clearly, their yearning for such technology overshadowed all else. If we could elevate our speed to 1% of light, the Trisolaran fleet might not be invincible. Their velocity is merely 1/10 of light. Weeder recognized their intrigue, yet he shifted his gaze to Lin Chen. He doubted that the wall-facer who proposed this plan was entirely oblivious to its details, thus he intended for Lin Chen to respond. I have consulted with the space agencies of China, the United States, Russia, and Europe, and the consensus is clear. It is feasible. By distributing nuclear devices along the probe's trajectory, we can detonate them instantaneously as the probe passes, harnessing the radiation cells for propulsion, potentially transporting an object weighing 180 kilograms. This is sufficient for a human's weight. Weeder nodded in agreement. Lin Chen paused momentarily, however. Merely achieving 1% of light speed is inadequate. We must allow ample time for the individual being sent, as well as for the Trisolarans. Therefore, we must further reduce the mass to attain 1/10 of light speed. At the mention of 1/10 the speed of light, several representatives from various nations stood in astonishment. If we could indeed reach 1/10 of light speed, would that not signify that humanity possesses the same velocity as the Trisolarans? Professor Lin Chen, is what you say truly accurate? The American representative asked, his tone remarkably earnest. Others began to contemplate. No wonder the Trisolarans fear humanity's construction of a space fleet. Perhaps their strength is not as formidable as we had imagined? Indeed, over the past 3 days, I have gathered substantial data demonstrating that this plan is entirely feasible. Lin Chen asserted. The assembly turned their attention to him as he declared his data collection. This wall-facer, who required assistance to enter and exit, was already fervently laboring for humanity's future upon awakening. But you mentioned the necessity to reduce mass? To what extent? Weeder inquired. 1/2 kilogram. Specifically 500 grams, Lin Chen replied. What could be delivered? Perhaps a strawberry cake. Wade chuckled. And he immediately began to search his mind for what could be sent with merely 1/2 kilogram. Perhaps he could help his mother's cat shed a few pounds, though that would require quite a reduction. Or maybe, just as Wade felt he was on the verge of an idea, Lin Chen beside him remarked. Only the brain. Wade's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light, while the audience erupted in astonishment. Yet both Lin Chen and Wade understood that this was indeed feasible. You appear to be just like me, Wade stated. Chapter 84, The Epic, Part 3, as the crowd anticipated Lin Chen to deliver yet another persuasive speech. Wade stepped to the center of the podium, articulating the grand plan. Lin Chen was invited off the stage, taking a seat in the last row beside Cheng Xin, where he listened in silence. Initially, he was unaware that the short-haired girl beside him was Cheng Xin, a realization brought forth by the strategist numbered 46. This is the girl who has captured the stars, he thought, glancing at Cheng Xin. Her tear-filled eyes sparkled with a crystalline brilliance, and her elegantly curled short hair framed her face beautifully. In this place, tears were not believed, for they too could be wielded as weapons. Lin Chen addressed her. Professor Lin, I am merely moved. Cheng Xin shook her head, wiping away her tears. That is precisely my point. Tears of emotion hold no significance here. Perhaps you may seek solace in your mother's embrace, but not here. I propose this plan, and it may soon bear fruit. Hundreds of nuclear warheads that could annihilate the human world are to be repurposed for exploration beyond. These harbingers of death are destined to vanish forever. Lin Chen replied coldly. Similarly, a person's life may be sacrificed in the process, potentially lost forever. Cheng Xin trembled slightly at his words. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Perhaps the Trisolarans could resurrect him, transforming him into the figure you refer to as Jiajilan. Lin Chen shook his head. One is active, the other passive. Even if Jiajilan perished in the explosion, it would be a coveted honor. The latter, however, may lose their life solely due to our choices and for them. It would be entirely unforeseen. At that moment, Wade on the podium began to explain the selection process for the latter plan, through euthanasia. Indeed. Perhaps it is a coerced euthanasia. Who knows what the future may hold? Lin Chen smiled wryly and continued Wade's narrative, Do you feel guilt now? Cheng Xian nodded, her eyes devoid of light. Guilt is indeed appropriate. We must recognize that we are murderers to face the consequences of our choices with equanimity. This statement seemed directed at Cheng Xian, yet perhaps it was equally a reflection upon himself. Cheng Xian remained silent, her response delayed for what felt like an eternity. Lin Chen could only observe her trembling legs. From a certain perspective, Cheng Xian symbolized the innate goodness within humanity at every stage. Her being was ensconced in love so tightly that she was shielded from the harmful air of the outside world, inhibiting her growth. Once it was her mother. Then Yun Tianming, followed by all of humanity, and later AIAA, Weida, Guan Yifan. No one had ever dared to pierce the protective layer surrounding her. Such an act could be fatal to one's development. After a prolonged gaze at this girl, Lin Chen finally declared, "You are unfit for the work here. Resign." Cheng Xian seemed poised to express her thoughts. Lin Chen interjected, "Perhaps this job is not suitable for you. Departing from PIA is an integral part of the plan. Do you possess the authority to make such a decision?" Cheng Xian appeared to inquire. "Are you asking me? If so, I can provide an answer." Lin Chen took a small breath, nodding slightly. "I am indeed inquiring." "Very well, little girl. Yes, I possess that authority. Do not fret. Do you truly believe you won't resign because of this in the future?" "How could that be?" Cheng Xian replied. "Do you enjoy gazing at the starry sky?" Lin Chen asked. "I do." You may not enjoy it in the future. Every time you look up at the stars, you will be reminded of a solitary figure, a person who should have met their end, sent into that frigid expanse of space by our plan, devoid of sustenance, clothing, or even a corporeal form. I have a keen perception of people. You are not the type to endure such torment. Can you?" Lin Chen grinned with a mischievous smile. "I am indifferent." Cheng Xian discerned the shadow of Weida in Lin Chen's calm eyes. "This game is quite amusing. I assent it." Yet Lin Chen saw his own reflection in Cheng Xian's bewildered gaze. He ultimately lamented, "Those who admire you do not wish to become you. Those who wish to become you often disdain you. Yet in the end, we remain merely ourselves. You always have a penchant for peculiar remarks." The strategist No. 46 remarked. Weida's speech was captivating. With astonishing eloquence, he persuaded all the representatives of the nations present. In a few days, the euthanasia law is poised for swift passage. Meanwhile, Cheng Xian was compelled to resign, and Lin Chen suggested she pursue a career as a kindergarten teacher or perhaps venture to Africa for a visit. Cheng Xian inquired what she should see in Africa. Lin Chen advised her to witness the lions and antelopes. As they conversed, Weida chuckled while savoring a cigar. No one knew what this eccentric head of PIA was contemplating. 2 days later, Lin Chen no longer required a stretcher. Experts had tailored an electric wheelchair for him, which was quite comfortable. During his leisure, Lin Chen enjoyed racing around the designated courtyard prepared for him by the PDC, engaging in casual conversation with strategist number 46. Today, he received the official plans for the construction of the Gabon base, with the initial investment amounting to a staggering figure. It was said that even Chiang Wei-si and Zhang Beihai's space fleet would be relocated there in its entirety, with the assistance of security personnel. Lin Chen donned the V-suit once more, claiming that understanding the enemy is essential to defeating them. In reality, he convened the surviving ETO members right beneath their noses. Since the wall-facing project had commenced, the Breaking the Wall project must also begin. In the virtual three-body world, everyone was summoned once again. From the outset, Lin Chen discerned the evident division among them into 2 factions, one led by Qin Shi Huang and the other by Confucius. "I thought you had perished," remarked Qin Shi Huang. Lin Chen sat upon a stone, gazing at the sun dancing in the sky, and with a gentle smile, remarked, "Thank you for your concern. You are overly sentimental. How could I possibly worry about someone who has contemplated self-destruction? You were never destined to perish, for it was you who orchestrated Einstein's actions." Qin Shi Huang accused. "Orchestrated? Your imagination knows no bounds," Lin Chen mused, casting a glance towards Confucius, only to find discontent etched upon their faces in response to Qin Shi Huang's assertion. "Commander, do not heed his flowery words. Einstein was initially intended by him and Newton to assassinate Luoji. Yet, the moment Einstein betrayed them, He altered his narrative, claiming it was your design. Confucius interjected. Lin Chen nodded, realizing that Confucius had indeed come to recognize his stance. Orchestrated? What folly is this? Had I been the architect, I would have commanded a direct strike to the head, rather than resorting to such a feigned act of self-sacrifice. One could not deny, Lin Chen, your stratagem is indeed remarkable. With merely a single leg, you have managed to convince humanity of your intentions. Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, drawing a wooden sword from his waist and striking his own leg. Chapter 85, Epic, Part 4. Lin Chen had come to understand that the assassination orchestrated by Einstein had indeed been aided by Qin Shi Huang. However, at the critical moment, Einstein had turned the gun on Lin Chen himself. Qin Shi Huang's vehement accusations were, on one hand, an attempt to exonerate himself, and on the other, a declaration that, having openly opposed, he would see it through to the end. Confucius proclaimed, the true facts remain known only to the master. Yet, due to your conspiracy to assassinate, the master no longer trusts us. What we have witnessed is merely the moment before Einstein fired his weapon. Beyond that, we are left in the dark, as the master has concealed this information from us. Zhou Wenwang remarked. Lin Chen realized that it seemed the Trisolarians were withholding some crucial details, such as who had truly incited Einstein. This was something the strategist of Scheme 46 had never mentioned to him, perhaps deliberately so. Lin Chen recognized that he had become a subject of suspicion. It was also possible that the Trisolarians were merely trying to apply pressure on him, testing whether he could manage these matters without the assistance of the Sophons, lest he end up like Evans if the Sophons were to fail. In this light, one could argue that the Trisolarians were, in fact, protecting themselves. However, due to the existence of a chain of suspicion, as long as there was no communication, the truth would remain elusive. This was an unavoidable reality. As the strategic prowess of the Trisolarians continued to escalate, Lin Chen's tasks would undoubtedly grow more arduous. It is often said that to serve a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. Thus, to be in the company of a cunning and scheming Trisolarians is no less perilous. Is it not simple? Our commander can surely communicate with the master directly. The master will confirm that I did not incite Einstein's assassination, Qin Shi Huang asserted confidently. It appeared he was also gambling in a state of informational opacity. Nonetheless, he was assured of his innocence in the matter of orchestrating Lin Chen's assassination. Lin Chen pondered and replied, I certainly know who instigated it. But out of a desire for unity, I shall refrain from disclosing it. I also hope certain individuals will act with restraint. The Sophons are watching you. Lin Chen was unaware, yet others could not definitively ascertain whether he truly knew or not. Given that the Trisolarians sought to obfuscate significant matters, they could not divulge these to those deemed even less trustworthy than Lin Chen. Therefore, even if Lin Chen's claim were a falsehood, it could only be perceived by others as him skillfully maneuvering behind the scenes. Is it true? I find it hard to believe. Newton exclaimed. If you possess evidence, why conceal it? Qin Shi Huang inquired. Newton followed up with, and how can you prove that you still maintain communication with the master? Lin Chen calmly nodded. This is easily demonstrable. I am here today precisely for this purpose. He then snapped his fingers, and before them appeared an image transmitted by the Sapon. I no longer wish to engage in tedious office politics with you insignificant insects. Let us instead focus on something tangible. If you do not desire me to wield power, so be it. Let us see who possesses the capability to govern, Lin Chen declared. How do we demonstrate capability? And how can we prove that our abilities are what the master requires? Newton queried. Lin Chen pointed to the image, which displayed the trajectory of Taylor's actions. He was presently at the White House, engaged in unknown negotiations. In the next moment, the image transmitted by Zizi transformed into several bold characters. The Wallbreaker Project. The Wallbreaker Project, Lin Chen remarked. He then surveyed the audience below, stating, this is the capability required by the Trisolarians. Whoever can penetrate the thoughts of these wall-facers will be the one in demand, thus proving their worth. The wall-breakers can observe the ideas of these wall-facers here, and then break through. This is quite intriguing. Confucius added, this is the task assigned to us by the Trisolarians, and what follows will be our game. What game? Aristotle inquired, intrigued by the notion of a game, as were other members of ETO. particularly those aligned with Qin Shi Huang and Newton. Lin Chen smirked, naturally. We shall wager and see who can break the wall first. What shall we wager? Qin Shi Huang asked. Lin Chen replied coldly, life? Confucius shook his head and said, this game is too perilous. I shall not partake. Lin Chen responded, then you may undertake some simpler tasks. However, if you wish to become the leader of the organization, why not wager with me and see who breaks the wall first? Taylor, Diaz, Hines, who wishes to be their wall breaker? Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on Qin Shi Huang and Newton. This was a straightforward ploy. If the others declined, they would have no justification to contest Lin Chen for power in the future. Conversely, if they accepted, very well, let us wager. Qin Shi Huang declared through gritted teeth. He then began discussions with Newton and their faction. Newton said, I cannot partake. My mind is too dull. Qin Shi Huang retorted, if you do not go, shall I? In a brief exchange, they absolved themselves of responsibility and turned their attention to their faction members, Mosey and von Neumann. Von Neumann stated, if I cannot prove my worth to the master, then it matters not if I perish. I shall go. They then looked at Mosey, who raised his head high and declared, of course, I shall go. How can we allow someone like Lin Chen to lead us? What gives him the audacity to challenge all of us and every wall facer? Thus, 2 individuals from their side were confirmed. However, the third remained undecided. At this moment, Aristotle from Confucius's faction asked, I do not wish to be the leader, but may I still be a wall breaker? Lin Chen nodded in affirmation, certainly. You shall be Heinz's wall breaker. Lin Chen continued, well, the 3 wall breakers have been decided. Let the game commence. From this day forth, you may come here to utilize Yizi to observe the wall facers. Diaz wall breaker, Mosey declared, Lin Chen, you shall pay for your arrogance. We shall see, Lin Chen shrugged. What if you cannot break the wall? Must we truly lose you? The subtitles of Yizi flickered before Lin Chen's eyes. I believe in myself. And you should trust me as well, Lin Chen sighed. The first to breach the wall, Taylor, would take 5 years. Yet Lin Chen could succeed in breaking through just as Taylor began to formulate ideas and plans. What about Luo Ji? What shall we do about him? Confucius suddenly inquired. Oh, him? He is set to confront the Trisolarans directly. Chapter 86, Epic, v. During the days leading up to the enactment of the euthanasia law, both the wall-faced and the wall-breakers were in action. The construction of the Gabon base was progressing fervently, with numerous scientists preparing for their journeys. Gabon had also agreed to promptly arrange accommodations for the scientists, while the research base of the Shadow Project swiftly finalized its plans. Materials such as alloy plastics and semiconductors from various countries converged upon Gabon via air, sea, and land transport through countless supply lines. Gabon was on the brink of prosperity. However, this burgeoning development came at a significant cost. The largest population migration in Gabon's history commenced, forcing many local residents to depart, while a substantial influx of outsiders settled in the region. The envisioned prosperity held by the Gabonese people was not truly theirs. They were left with only the illusion of resettlement compensation. As everyone anticipated that Gabon would become the epicenter of future advancements over the next decade and even the next century, a frantic rush ensued. Simultaneously, other nations on the African continent found themselves in a peculiar state of upheaval. This turbulence was not difficult to comprehend. For a prolonged period, colonial powers had extracted benefits from their African colonies to subsidize their own nations. Yet, with Africa poised for visible development, the previous balance of interest was disrupted. For the colonies, the prospect of breaking free from colonial exploitation and establishing their own paths appeared more lucrative. The most fundamental means to achieve this was to overthrow the remnants of colonial rule, a process fraught with peril where individuals from all walks of life might dare to attempt, though failure was nearly inevitable. Should anyone glean sufficient experience from these failures, success might eventually be within reach. However, as the human world began to mobilize for a struggle against the Trisolarans, all of these events seemed trivial, scarcely worth attention. Humanity was on the verge of a significant leap forward. Meanwhile, the Trisolaran world was quietly undergoing a peculiar transformation. Cultural products from humanity began to flow en masse into Trisolaran society via the Trisolaran Strategy Research Institute. In this society, where communication was characterized by transparent thought. The dissemination of human cultural products surged at an explosive rate. The dreary cultural outputs of the Trisolarans began to wither under the radiant brilliance of human artistic expression. The exquisite cultural products of humanity not only fostered a burgeoning anti-war sentiment within the Trisolaran world, leading to considerations of coexistence rather than invasion, but also gave rise to the most perilous form of individualistic chaos and libertarianism, an ideology that misinterpreted the human condition. This was potentially catastrophic for the existing Trisolaran regime. By the time this information reached the Trisolaran leadership, the situation had escalated to a grave state. In the world of the Trisolarans, a meeting of the governing officials is underway, yet the strategist governor has not been invited. And it can even be said that this is being conducted in secrecy from the third strategist governor. Supreme leader, we can no longer delay. Look at this. The scientific governor conveyed an image to all officials and the supreme leader through his brainwaves. On the once still pendulum of the Trisolaran world, several peculiar characters were awkwardly inscribed. What do these characters signify? The supreme leader inquired. These are characters from Earth. They are Chinese characters. The scientific governor replied. Earth's characters. Their culture has exerted such profound influence upon us? The supreme leader asked with concern, uncharacteristically failing to mask his emotions. It is not merely this influence. Do you know what these characters mean? The scientific governor pressed. The supreme leader, burdened with responsibilities, had evidently not had the opportunity to study human script. The scientific governor translated, the heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise, it is the year of Jiazi, and the world shall prosper. The supreme leader pondered the meaning of these words, but remained perplexed, his mind swirling with doubts. What could these words represent? In the human world, this signifies the prelude to a rebellion, the scientific governor elucidated. Are you suggesting rebellion? The military governor asked incredulously. In truth, due to the harsh environment of the Trisolaran world, any rebellion that incites chaos could jeopardize the survival of the entire species. Thus, compared to humans, such occurrences are rather rare in the Trisolaran realm. Indeed, the scientific governor affirmed. All strategists recalled the recent ideological shifts within the Trisolaran world. If a rebellion were to occur, not only would their positions be at stake, but their plans for invading Earth could also be compromised. This cannot continue. We must swiftly ascertain who leaked this toxic information. The Supreme Leader commanded. Someone remarked, Supreme Leader, this is precisely what we have been investigating. We can essentially confirm that the source is the Strategic Experimentation Institute. Supreme Leader, the crisis we face is even more dire, the scientific governor continued. What other crisis could there be? The Supreme Leader asked, unable to fathom a more perilous threat, unless the Earthlings had initiated a broadcast. The strategists have gradually learned to conceal. The scientific governor asserted. I am aware, previously, the third strategist governor employed rapid thought processes to maintain certain secrets. Yet we could still decipher his brainwave thoughts through artificial intelligence, the Supreme Leader stated. No, Supreme Leader, it is no longer the same, the scientific governor replied. Not the same? Are they sprouting another organ? The military governor scoffed. Not an organ, but information. A portion of the strategists has begun to communicate using Earth-S language. And naturally, they are also thinking in Earth-S language, the scientific governor elucidated. Isn't that a good thing? This signifies that they have developed a profound understanding of human culture. The military governor accepted this as a matter of course. However, the F-Rare suddenly contemplated unsettling possibilities. The scientific governor discerned these thoughts and remarked, indeed, my F-Rare, they communicate in the language of Earth, and we remain utterly oblivious to the content of their discourse unless we, too, can comprehend the earthly tongue. Yet, it is evident that we lack the time and resources to undertake such a study. Thus, they have succeeded in their concealment. Nevertheless, our AI is fully capable of translating human languages, the military governor asserted. But it can only provide a superficial translation. The essence of human culture eludes such conversion. Is that not precisely the reason for the establishment of our Strategy Research Institute? The scientific governor countered. Chapter 87, Epic 6. Are you implying that they can now conceal their thoughts from us unilaterally, while we remain unable to do the same towards them? The F-Rare inquired. As the situation was analyzed, a palpable sense of danger enveloped everyone. If, within the transparently cognitive realm of the Trisolarians, a small faction were to emerge capable of opaque thought, what immense advantage might they wield within this society? Such a societal model had never before existed, leaving all in uncertainty. Yet, one thing remained unequivocal. This advantage was utterly incompatible with the current political framework of the Trisolarians. Indeed, my F-Rare, the science minister continued, it resembles cryptographic technology. They exploit their unique informational advantage to encrypt their thoughts. Only this select group comprehends the true essence of their discourse. Does that mean we would remain perpetually oblivious to their plans? The F-Rare queried. Yes, my F-Rare. Even if they were to conspire against us, we might remain entirely unaware. Furthermore, even the recent ideologies could be their deliberate machinations, beyond our ability to monitor, the science minister lamented. The military minister retorted with indignation. This is inconceivable. We must trust in the loyalty of our own people. Every Trisolaran has fought for the collective since time immemorial. The struggle for the perpetuation of our race is inscribed within our genetic code. No one would betray this. The F-Rare, however, held a different view. He directed the central AI of the governing body, retrieve the data on the number of cases of emotional dysregulation and dehydration syndrome, and elucidate the reasons for their dehydration. Very well, please hold on, the AI responded. The first case of emotional dysregulation and dehydration syndrome originated from the second strategic minister, who, upon confronting his potential demise, became emotionally overwhelmed and succumbed to dehydration. The second case involved a soldier from the First Fleet, who, after learning about the brutal history of human warfare, developed anti-war sentiments and, upon realizing his inadequacy as a soldier, became despondent to the point of dehydration. The third case emerged from a common worker on our home planet. After hearing love stories from the human world, he attempted to court another Trisolaran and, upon failure, was plunged into sorrow, resulting in dehydration. The fourth case of emotional dysregulation and dehydration syndrome. The fifth case. These represent a selection of individuals. Over the past year, a total of 5,000 Trisolarans have experienced varying degrees of emotional dysregulation and dehydration syndrome. Analysis indicates that this is a hereditary condition, as these individuals share a common ancestor, likely traceable to the civilized society existing 870 million Trisolarians ago. In the era of enduring stability, a time when people thrived and lived in harmony, our civilization experienced the longest period of tranquility recorded in history. The military governor interjected, lamenting that such a beautiful epoch had left behind the legacy of failure. He then inquired, what connection does this affliction have with disloyalty? The AI responded, only when individuals become excessively self-absorbed, allowing overwhelming emotions to arise, does this disorder manifest. This explains the rarity of such ailments following that prolonged era of stability, for our civilization became preoccupied with the struggle for survival, leaving little emotional capacity for self-contemplation. Only the collective became the beacon of hope. The leader elaborated further, affirming that this genetic trait had been preserved unscathed. The scientific governor added, yet, there are merely 5,000 individuals. The number of these traitors is not substantial. The military governor had already branded these individuals as traitors. At this juncture, the AI cautioned, incorrect. We can only infer the number of those who have shifted their loyalty from the collective to the individual by examining the prevalence of emotional disruption syndrome among the Trisolarans. The proportion of individuals possessing this trait is not significant. What do you estimate? How many traitors are there? The military governor asked. Based on the ratio, 5%? And this figure continues to rise, influenced by cultural interactions with humanity. However, they cannot be strictly classified as traitors, the AI concluded. Such a considerable number, the scientific governor exclaimed. The leader remarked, this implies that among every 100 individuals, approximately 5 may begin to seek personal gain. The military governor paused, suddenly realizing. The number of Strategic Research Institute personnel has now exceeded 10,000. Moreover, nearly all of them are immersed in human culture. He refrained from pursuing the thought further, as it could lead to a terrifying conclusion. The leader too grappled with an unwelcome realization, the chain of suspicion. Even if they genuinely wished to believe in the loyalty of those within the Strategic Research Institute, certainty would forever remain elusive. I propose we dismantle the Strategic Research Institute completely before the situation spirals out of control and subject these individuals to dehydration, the military governor suggested. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? These individuals represent the most brilliant minds within our civilization. Even if they were to remain within their scientific roles, they would achieve remarkable accomplishments, the scientific governor countered. Subsequently, he proposed, I recommend we command them to cease employing human modes of thought. The military strategist governor scoffed. Then what purpose do they serve? If they cannot think like humans, does that not merely confirm their inability to unravel human strategies? The scientific governor fell silent. All the governors, including the leader, found themselves ensnared in a web of dilemma. To demonstrate the loyalty of one's own people, it is imperative to alter their current mode of thinking. However, in doing so, the endeavor to prove their loyalty becomes futile. Only now do they come to this realization. Perhaps this is a grand jest played by the heavens upon the Trisolarians, a race inherently endowed with efficient communication. This efficiency has ceased to be an advantage. Rather, it has morphed into a significant disadvantage. The Frere recalled the words of Evans from long ago. There is no superiority or inferiority. After prolonged and tumultuous contemplation, all the ruling officials clarified their thoughts. Frere, in order for us to reach Earth safely, it is essential to judiciously eliminate this group. Yet these individuals represent a tremendous treasure of our world. They may not have betrayed us, hence they must not be executed, remarked the scientific official. But what then? Shall we cease our strategic studies? Questioned the military official. At this moment, the Frere proclaimed, we still possess the legacy left by our first strategic official, Lin Chen. He is utterly trustworthy, for he has nearly sacrificed his life for our cause. Meanwhile, at the Strategic Research Institute, Strategist 4500 gazed at the new report and addressed Strategist 4501. Based on our research and understanding of humanity, Lin Chen undoubtedly harbors issues. The imbalance of knowledge and experience is also accelerating the Trisolaran world. Chapter 88. Epic 7. The Council of Regnants continued its deliberations. Once we reveal our intention to detain them, could they not devise schemes that endanger the Trisolaran cause? One of the Regnants inquired. The possibility is indeed substantial. The scientific Regnant responded, elaborating further. Should they become as selfish as humanity, anything is conceivable. Thus, we must employ a method that conceals our true intentions while gradually detaining them, suggested the military Regnant. Could we not simply encircle these 10,000 individuals? Someone asked. The challenge is formidable, and engaging in direct military confrontation could likely provoke a rebellion. After all, a significant portion of them is undoubtedly loyal to the Trisolaran world. The scientific Regnant explained. I have conceived a plan, the leader interjected. He then shared his thoughts through brainwave communication. Let our personnel utilize the brainwave disruptors employed in their prior training to gradually extract these individuals. What if they become suspicious? The scientific Regnant queried. The leader replied, they can only harbor suspicion. The assembly noted that the leader had begun to adopt a human-like suspicion in his reasoning. The plan was swiftly finalized. It would require an extended execution period but could commence immediately. Trisolaran Strategy Research Institute. Did you see? Lin Chen donated a school to a small region in Chuanyu over a decade ago. If he intends to annihilate humanity, why would he donate a school? Strategist 4500 found this incomprehensible. Perhaps it was merely a fade? In the human realm, such displays are abundant, pondered Strategist 4501. Yet he made no effort to publicize this act. Had we not utilized Sophins to meticulously scour the documents, we might never have unearthed its trace. Strategist 4500 dismissed this notion. What connection does he have to that region? Perhaps it is merely a matter of mutual interest, Strategist 4501 inquired. There is no connection whatsoever, declared Strategist 4500. He cannot possibly undertake such actions without reason, can he? Questioned Strategist 4501. Yet he currently appears to possess no rationale for his desire to obliterate the human world, countered Strategist 4500. This may be linked to the cataclysm he experienced at the age of 17. He must have employed some method to conceal the transformations he underwent at that age. Wait, I believe I have stumbled upon some pertinent information. What is it? Tang Xiaoran. Who is that? A student once mentored by Lin Chen. Now working at the largest hibernation research center of the Huaxia Medical Academy in Sanya. How does this relate to Lin Chen's school donation? Tang Xiaoran hails from that small region in Chuanyu. Moreover, based on previous information, I have uncovered something intriguing. Lin Chen, despite having no blood ties or vested interests, has shown exceptional care towards her. When Tang Xiaoran mistakenly believed that Lin Chen sought to engage in reproductive behavior with her, she was met with Lin Chen's furious reprimand, akin to a parent chastising a child. Do you not find this exceedingly peculiar? Indeed, it is quite strange, an utterly unfounded affection, mirroring his equally baseless animosity. Both Strategist 4500 and Strategist 4501 fell into contemplative silence. In this world, the notion of something occurring without reason is entirely implausible. An individual's behavior is invariably linked to the environment in which they were nurtured. Likewise, the conduct of a civilization correlates with the conditions of its growth. If an event were to arise without cause, would this not contravene the laws of causality? Perhaps we simply have yet to fully comprehend human society. In unison, both Strategist 4501 and Strategist 4500 entertained this notion. At that moment, the Strategy Research Institute received auspicious news. In recognition of their contributions to the study of human existence, they were granted promotions, with the option to undergo dehydration and prepare for the beautiful era of the 400th Earth year. Concurrently, to facilitate broader applications of human stratagems, a number of individuals would gradually be reassigned from the Strategy Research Institute. I do not wish to be transferred. Lin Chen is an exceptionally intriguing subject, remarked Strategist 4500. Is that not because you have yet to complete your ranking of human poetry? Strategist 4501 astutely uncovered the pretense of Strategist 4500. Poetry is simply too exquisite to be ranked. Certainly, Lin Chen is equally fascinating, Strategist 4500 replied with resignation. The chief strategist has already prohibited such endeavors. You ought to exercise caution, Strategist 4501 cautioned. If I could reduce my consumption of animated series, I would have more time to delve into poetry research, Strategist 4500 mused. That is not permissible. We have discovered phenomena that defy the laws of causality, truly metaphysical phenomena. When Ding Yi reappeared before Lin Chen, he did not utter a word. Instead, his thoughts resonated through the waves of spiritual energy, reaching Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen could visibly perceive the undulations of blue spiritual energy, indicating that Ding Yi had mastered some method. Fascinating, is it not? Yet I have uncovered even more intriguing revelations. This could undoubtedly revolutionize physics. Ding Yi continued to project his thoughts without vocalizing them. While conveying thoughts telepathically may not astonish one in a fantastical realm, it is remarkable in a science fiction context. Lin Chen pondered before directly inquiring, "What brings you here?" "We have made new discoveries in metaphysics, particularly captivating ones." Ding Yi finally spoke aloud. This physicist has lost his mind. Over the past 3 years, I have observed him several times. He is utterly consumed by metaphysical research. He has relocated to Laoshan for residence. In a distant place resides a Taoist, whom many deem extraordinary. However, from our perspective, he bears a resemblance to you, a person prone to deception and trickery. Subsequently, he took several of his disciples to establish a branch of the Dust sect in your name, claiming to practice the martial arts you imparted to them. Perhaps he seeks to swindle you financially. If only such individuals multiplied. Alas, they are a rarity. Most of humanity has developed a sense of vigilance. The strategist, numbered 46, swiftly analyzed Lin Chen's eyes. Ding Yi was not insane. He merely perceived what others could not alongside me. Lin Chen contemplated as he gazed upon the spirited doctor. Ding. It appeared he had achieved a significant breakthrough and discovery. Come with me. We have decided to relocate to Gabon to conduct metaphysical experiments. And we shall require your assistance, for without it, that group from the PDC will not permit our endeavors. Chapter 89, Epic, Part 8. Lin Chen and Ding Yi set off immediately, arriving at Qingcheng after half a day's journey. However, as night had already fallen, they sought lodging at a guest house for the night before resuming their travels. The following morning, a delicate mist enveloped the coastal highway, with the ground glistening from the morning dew. Occasionally, a few seagulls soared overhead. In the distance, the towering peaks shrouded in mist marked the destination for Lin Chen and Ding Yi, Laozhan. Surrounded by the sea and backed by the plains, the breathtaking scenery of Laozhan was a true wonder. Their destination was the Taiqing Palace atop the mountain. Legend has it that the Taiqing Palace was founded during the Western Han Dynasty by an official named Zhang, who abandoned his post to delve into the esoteric arts. Originally known as the Sanguan Temple, it was later renamed Taiqing Palace upon the veneration of the Three Pure Ones. As Ding Yi drove, he inhaled the fresh air and remarked to Lin Chen, a residence of immortals, a realm of the supernatural. Lin Chen gazed at the distant peaks, cloaked in clouds and mist, reflecting upon the accounts he had read. Now, it serves as a haven for tourists, the birthplace of the Chen sect. Ding Yi chuckled. How will I ascend? Lin Chen inquired. I will carry you, Ding Yi replied. Lin Chen nodded, raising his gaze once more, momentarily startled. The peaks that had seemed so far away were suddenly within arm's reach. Turning back to glance at the road they had traversed, Lin Chen realized they had journeyed along the extensive coastline for quite some time. Although it was the off-peak season for tourism, a few scattered visitors had already arrived at the foot of the mountain to take photographs and enjoy the sights. Given that Laozhan was a renowned tourist attraction, the sightseeing routes had been expertly developed, allowing visitors to ascend via a cable car. The actual trek that Ding Yi undertook while carrying Lin Chen was not long. Thus, they arrived at the Taoist temple, Taiqing Palace. Two individuals awaited their arrival, a young man wearing glasses, clad in somewhat outdated plaid attire yet exuding vitality, and a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in Taoist robes, whose scholarly demeanor was unmistakable. This is a student from my esteemed institution, just turned 20, a promising talent. Ding Yi gestured towards the young man. The youth offered a bashful smile and, with a hint of timidity, greeted Lin Chen. Good day, Professor Lin. Lin Chen returned the smile and turned his attention to the slightly plump middle-aged man in Taoist garb, who appeared devoid of any celestial aura, instead exhibiting a somewhat foolish demeanor. Ding Yi then added, You should have heard of him. Wei Cheng, husband of Shen Yufei. Wei Cheng. Lin Chen paused, having forgotten this individual after the conclusion of the Gujing project. Momentarily uncertain on how to approach him, Lin Chen was reminded that, in a sense, Shen Yufei's demise was tied to him. However, upon seeing Wei Cheng's tranquil expression, Lin Chen realized that in this man's heart, nothing mattered beyond mathematics. Hello, Professor Lin. We will be relying on you for our future research funding, Wei Cheng stated in a somewhat mechanical tone. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. It was evident that the other party had prepared for this statement for quite some time. Nonetheless, this also demonstrated how long he had been isolated in the Taoist temple, rendering his interactions with others somewhat awkward. I know you. You were once engaged in the study of three-body motion. I truly did not expect to find you here. Lin Chen remarked to Wei Cheng. After pondering for a moment, Wei Cheng responded, It is indeed a matter of serendipity and coincidence. Following the death of Shen Yufei, I lost my source of income but remained steadfast in my research on three-body motion. I sold many belongings and invested in high-performance computers, producing several specialized solutions for the three-body problem. However, I soon found myself struggling to meet even basic needs. Due to the boundaries of scientific inquiry, no institution would dare to engage with my work. They even shunned my research findings. At that time, I felt that your actions had impacted me, and I believed you should assist me. Thus, I sought to discuss this with you. I happened to hear about the matters concerning Chenzhong and decided to come to Laozhan. Yet, I did not meet you in the end. Instead, I encountered Dr. Ding Yi and, somewhat bewilderedly, settled down to continue my mathematical research. Wei Cheng conveyed his thoughts with remarkable clarity. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, realized that such an endeavor was indeed characteristic of Wei Cheng, a man seemingly born for mathematics. Lin Chen hesitated, regarding Shen Yufei. We were merely a couple in name, devoid of any emotional bond. If it weren't for meeting you, I would have almost forgotten her. Wei Cheng shook his head. Then let us not discuss her any further. Lin Chen replied, his attention drawn to the peculiar fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Wei Cheng. He approached, narrowing his eyes as if admiring the picturesque scenery of the mountains, while in truth, he sought to discern the nature of the subtle energy fluctuations. It was numbers, mathematical symbols. The moment Lin Chen recognized this, he was struck with profound astonishment. This can actually be utilized in such a manner? At that moment, Ding Yi communicated telepathically. To avoid the surveillance of the Trisolaris, we have to resort to this method for drafting. However, we currently possess only a rudimentary understanding of spiritual energy, and the mathematical methods applicable are limited. Based on our existing research, it seems that pursuing mathematical studies related to spiritual energy is a futile endeavor. Lin Chen, having not mastered telepathy, could only express his confusion through his gaze. Metaphysics lacks logic, it defies causality. Just wait, and you will understand. We can observe this phenomenon quite easily through spiritual energy. You will find that the information appears to materialize from thin air. Ding Yi continued to elucidate telepathically. At that moment, it seemed that Ding Yi resembled a charlatan masquerading as a metaphysical master. Lin Chen directly inquired, "What are we here to see?" "I will take you to meet a Taoist priest, allowing you to witness what true fortune-telling entails. Perhaps we can use this to confront the Trisolaris." Ding Yi replied, "Utilizing metaphysics to confront the Trisolaris may once have garnered a modicum of belief. However, following Lin Chen's metaphysical tempest, both the PDC and the Trisolaris have abandoned such notions." Lin Chen, propelled in a wheelchair by Wei Guanghua, a student of Ding Yi, followed Ding Yi into the Taiching Palace, where Ding Yi provided an introduction. The area was modest, comprising 3 grand halls, 4 auxiliary buildings, an elder's chamber, and a handful of guest rooms. Ding Yi gestured towards various directions, stating, "Over there are the Yuanshu Tianzuan, Linggao Tianzuan, and Dao Tianzuan. To the other side is the West Queen Mother, and this way leads to the Sanguan Hall, where the great Emperor Shennong, the great Emperor Fuxi, and the great Emperor Xianyuan reside in the Sanhuang Hall. That monument was sent by Genghis Khan. As for those few plants, it is said they were planted during the Han Dynasty. The ancient cypress and pine are venerable, while the delicate bamboo and exotic flowers are resplendent." Lin Chen's gaze followed Ding Yi's narration as he surveyed the surroundings, and suddenly, he pointed towards a relatively secluded small hall, inquiring, "Whose worship is conducted there?" "It seems the architecture has some history." Chapter 90, Epic, Part 9. The hermit atop this mountain is not particularly knowledgeable. It has been quite some time since then. They only know that the deity worshipped here is the mother of Lishan from Taoism. Ding Yi glanced at him. The mother of Lishan? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his mind not immediately grasping the concept. The term felt familiar, yet he sensed something even more familiar swirling within his thoughts. The mother of Lishan is none other than Yuhua. Ding Yi chuckled softly and continued, "However, we do not understand why there exists such a temple on Mount Laozan. After all, the legend states that Nuwa resides on Lishan. Nuwa, the goddess who mended the heavens and created humanity. The stories I heard most in my childhood revolved around Nuwa refining the 5 colored stones to repair the sky and molding clay to create humans in her image. It is no wonder that this caught my attention. Perhaps it is merely the resonance of these 2 words that evokes memories of my youth." Lin Chen understood, choosing to shift his focus away. He was pushed along in his wheelchair, following Ding Yi for a distance, when a peculiar sensation suddenly welled up within him. It seemed as though that humble little temple possessed an extraordinary allure, drawing all his thoughts towards it. Lin Chen had experienced a similar feeling before, yet he could not recall its origin. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, 2 words suddenly sprang to mind: Dao Jun. When he first heard Dao Jun speak in his dreams, he felt a similar sentiment, akin to a nostalgic yearning, yet not entirely. "Wait a moment," Lin Chen suddenly exclaimed. Ding Yi, Wei Cheng, and Ding Yi's student, Wei Guanghua, all halted and turned to him. "I wish to enter and take a look inside. Master Li is still waiting. We can visit later," Ding Yi suggested. However, at that moment, Wei Cheng interjected. "Master Li said, a physician does not knock on doors, a master does not stray from his path. Teachings are not shared lightly, and the Tao is not sold cheaply. Yet, if Professor Lin wishes to take something, he is free to do so." Take what? Ding Yi inquired. Master Li mentioned that his cultivation is insufficient, and he is unaware of what it is. Wei Cheng replied. Lin Chen murmured. Insufficient cultivation? Why does that sound so familiar? Ding Yi shook his head and said, This is why I advocate for a scientific approach to studying metaphysics. Otherwise, you charlatans would dismiss everything with the excuse of insufficient cultivation. Let us go take a look. There is nothing inside. I fear you may be deceived. Yet, allowing them to squander some of humanity's resources is not entirely unwelcome. At that moment, the strategist of Scheme No. 46 inscribed words into Lin Chen's vision using a technique. Lin Chen nodded, prompting Ding Yi's student to push him forward. Inside the temple, there was no incense or offerings. Only a modest statue of Nuwa. Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings. The temple was almost devoid of contents, not even a trace of dust, until his gaze shifted to a corner, where he noticed a stele lying askew. The stele was embedded in the ground, its back slightly damp, and it seemed to bear inscriptions, yet they were certainly not in any language known to Earth's history. Lin Chen bent down to touch it, discovering that the characters were not carved but rather constituted by the surrounding spiritual energy. He turned to glance at Ding Yi, only to find that the latter was completely oblivious to his gaze. When he turned back to look at the stone tablet, the characters began to radiate outward in an arc from the point where his finger touched, translating themselves into perfectly modern Chinese. The inscription read, Heaven harbors malice, stars are shifted. Earth harbors malice, dragons and snakes arise. Humanity harbors malice, heaven and earth are reversed. When heaven and humanity align, all transformations find their foundation. Lin Chen pondered whether these lines had any origin. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from behind the crowd, observing the way of heaven, grasping the actions of heaven. The nature of heaven is human. The schemes of humanity are also establishing the way of heaven to define humanity. Heaven harbors malice, stars are shifted. The great way consists of 50. Heaven transforms into 49, humanity evades 1. Lin Daoist friend, what is the 1? The departed complete the 1, the way is cultivated in the 1. The good exists in the 1, the evil is destroyed in the 1. Today, I have only just comprehended the myriad marvels of this gateway, which I have sought in vain. The newcomer's eyes sparkled with vitality, moving like the wind, their voice resonant, clad in a blue-gray Taoist robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. This was Taoist Li. At that moment, Ding Yi turned to Lin Chen and remarked. Subsequently, Ding Yi whispered an explanation. What he said at the beginning pertains to the content of the Yinfu classic, followed by a passage from the I Ching. But I am unaware of the rest. It seems like something altered by others at the last moment. Lin Chen, however, was already in a state of shock. The remaining passages were from the lost classics that Dao Jun had once shared with him. In this world, apart from himself, it seemed impossible for anyone else to know of them. Yet, this Taoist Li had articulated them. Was he capable of reading minds, peering into others' memories? Or had he merely divined them through fortune-telling? You old Taoist, did you not claim that your cultivation was insufficient for such knowledge? Ding Yi inquired. Taoist Li smiled faintly and shook his head. Before Lin Daoist friend beheld that stone tablet, no one could possibly know. What does that mean? Ding Yi was momentarily taken aback. Just as you mentioned SCHR Dinger's cat, the stone tablet exists in a superposition. Only a specific observer can collapse it into a singular outcome upon observation. Taoist Li eschewed metaphysics, opting instead to discuss physics. Consciousness collapses? Ding Yi's student, Wei Guanghua, murmured quietly beside them. Isn't he a cultivator? Lin Chen casually remarked next to Ding Yi. Those of us who delve into science can also learn from metaphysics. Conversely, those who engage in metaphysics can borrow ideas from science. You have certainly engaged in your share of deception. Do you genuinely believe these individuals merely sit in temples striking wooden fish? Taoism also employs wooden fish? Do not digress. What did you observe on the stone tablet? Naturally, Lin Chen would not disclose anything under the scrutiny of Jizi. It was merely a stone tablet. Ding Yi understood, nodding, seemingly with another approach in mind, though he was not yet inclined to reveal it. Then Ding Yi turned to Taoist Li and asked, why was it that after Lin Chen gazed upon that stone tablet, you were able to discern what was inscribed? Because Lin Daoist friend is unique. He possesses a natural spirit token. Spirit token? What is that? Ding Yi inquired. uncertain. My cultivation is insufficient to comprehend what it truly is. Regarding everything there, I can only grasp at shadows. Master Li shook his head with a sigh. As he spoke, he produced a jade orb and tossed it to Lin Chen. Upon receiving it, Lin Chen realized it was the very one he had given to Ding Yi years ago. This contains your destiny, my friend Lin. You should cherish it well, Master Li remarked. Lin Chen pursed his lips, for he did not believe there existed any fortune in this world that he truly desired. Even the celestial techniques capable of shattering droplets with a single strike held little allure for him. To Lin Chen, the greatest fortune would always be the prospect of returning home. And if such a return were indeed possible, then the Tao's sovereign would have achieved it himself long ago. Why then leave behind such an object? Chapter 91, Epic, Part 10, Is it a matter of fate? Might the Taoist enlighten me? Lin Chen slightly bowed. Though skepticism lingered in his heart, he nonetheless displayed the outward demeanor of respect. The profound truths contained within this wisdom, which could alter the very fabric of existence, were not to be imparted lightly, especially after a lifetime of dedication to the Tao. Taoist Li retracted his sleeves and approached the venerable mother of Lin Chen, offering a respectful bow, then shook his head in response. Old Li, did you not previously assert, a healer does not intrude, a master does not stray, teachings are not shared lightly, and the Tao is not sold cheaply? Yet Lin Chen believes he can simply take what he wishes? At this juncture, Ding Yi interjected with a question. Taoist Li stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, that was but my explanation from earlier, valid only in that moment of time. Now, as the cosmos shifts, so too do the promises fade. And what is the current situation? Ding Yi asked, a hint of resignation in his tone, clearly familiar with Taoist Li's manner of speech. It remains the same. A healer does not intrude, a master does not stray, teachings are not shared lightly, and the Tao is not sold cheaply. Not quite the same, Taoist Li retorted, turning to exit momentarily before returning swiftly, cradling a crimson box emblazoned with the characters for merit. The Tao is not sold cheaply. For the prosperity of the Tao Alliance, additional contributions are required. Meanwhile, while Lin Chen was immersed in the exploration of metaphysical mysteries at the Ta Ching Palace in Lausanne, Cheng Xian had arrived at the airport early that morning, suitcase in hand. After much contemplation, she had ultimately resolved to heed Lin Chen's suggestion and venture to Africa. Amidst the throngs of travelers, she stood quietly, repeatedly scanning the information on her ticket. Although this was not her first flight, it was her inaugural journey to such a distant land, leaving her with a sense of confusion and trepidation. She could not fathom why she had suddenly decided to travel to Africa, to witness lions and antelopes. Nevertheless, she found herself devoid of any pressing engagements. This was not to imply she was unemployed, but rather that she had lost her sense of direction. Nearby, the innocent voice of a child pierced her thoughts. Daddy, you must come back often to see Mommy and me. Remember to call. Cheng Xian recalled her own farewell with her mother when she had uttered those identical words. Turning her gaze, she observed a family of three. The father, mother, and child were preparing to depart. The man appeared somewhat refined, donning spectacles. Cheng Xian felt a flicker of recognition, striving to recall where she had encountered him before. Was this not Wang Miao, who had once collaborated with Lin Chen in proposing the final theory of physics? To her astonishment, he too was embarking on a journey to Africa. Daddy will call you every night, Wang Miao said, ruffling his son Do Do's hair with a smile. Yet, his wife, Li Yao, stood beside him, wiping away tears, lamenting. In just a few years, our son will be starting middle school. Can't you spare more time for him? Delay your departure? And spend some time with me. The space elevator project necessitates the use of nanomaterials, and I am currently the only one proficient in managing the mass production process of these materials. I must go. Could you not remain within the country? Produce it domestically and then transport it over? I have also mentioned this proposal to the higher-ups. However, most investments are currently concentrated in Gabon. There seems to be no alternative. Perhaps I should strive diligently there, and once stability is achieved, I could bring you all over. What is so appealing about being away from home? Li Yao expressed some interest, but still voiced her discontent. Africa is not exactly considered away from home, Wang Miao remarked. Li Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the entire world is striving towards a singular goal. So what does it matter where one is from? However, your safety must come first. I have heard that many places there have recently become quite unstable. No worries. Your husband is a key personnel with substantial protection. Those unstable areas are beyond his reach. Liao pouted playfully. Oh, how vain you are. Their son. Dodo followed suit, mimicking. Oh, how vain you are. At that moment, an announcement for boarding echoed throughout the airport. Chung Xin gathered her emotions, stirred by the touching scene of the family of three, and prepared to board. Meanwhile, after embracing his wife and child, Wang Miao readied himself to depart. Their son Dodo maintained a smile for a considerable time until his father suddenly turned back, prompting him to burst into tears uncontrollably. Wang Miao looked back at the crowd from a distance, seeing Liao wiping their child's tears while waving at him, urging him not to delay. As more and more human scientists gathered in Africa, the number of Trisolarans in the Trisolaran Strategic Research Institute dwindled. It was unexpected that so many people anticipated the era of harmony 4 centuries hence. Strategist 4500 observed several of his companions being taken away, reflecting on the situation. These individuals had chosen to dehydrate based on their contributions, proceeding directly to the future. Do you not yearn for it? Strategist 4501 inquired. I do, but I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. What do you mean? The second strategist, having achieved great merit, earned the qualification to dehydrate and travel 4 centuries ahead, yet what about us? It seems we have not accomplished anything noteworthy. Strategist 4500 did not conceal his confusion before his companions. However, while pondering, he instinctively used Mandarin. The Trisolarans who entered with the unidirectional brainwave isolators could not decipher the language they were using in their discussion. Indeed, the merit required is rather substantial. Even if we no longer serve as strategists, we are among the most intelligent beings in the Trisolaran world, and the potential for what we could accomplish is vast. If we merely dehydrate and wait, would that not be a waste? Strategist 4501 lamented similarly. Thus, I find it suspicious. Notice how they are all equipped with brainwave isolators. We are entirely unaware of their thoughts, which suggests this is intentional. Strategist 4500 asserted. Perhaps we should consult the strategist governor. He is currently engrossed in researching Lin Chen and likely has no time for us, especially since if Lin Chen is to command the unified human space fleet, we must ensure his loyalty first. What shall we do then? Should I venture out to scout the situation? It is possible that you may never return. We are confined within the confines of the Strategy Research Institute, and I ponder why I have never felt such profound discomfort before, lamented strategist number 4501. I share your sentiments. Let us remain vigilant. Perhaps it is the human cultural artifacts that have brought about this calamity, suggested strategist number 4500. At that moment, a wave of pure emotional brainwaves wailed, penetrating the walls of the Strategy Research Institute from the outside. Some time later, Africa welcomed the gentle caress of morning sunlight. On the vast, desolate grasslands, life began to awaken. A lion lay upon the grass, slowly lifting its head to gaze at the rising sun, contemplating. Today, I must run faster than I did yesterday to hunt the antelope. The antelope, likewise, raised its neck to behold the same sun, thinking, today, I must outrun yesterday's speed to evade the lion's pursuit. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the vegetation. The lion and the antelope simultaneously commenced their run. Survival or demise may find resolution today. Yet, whether in life or death, there will always be a being that can discover its own path within this protracted race. Chapter 92, Epic, Part 11. How much does the Taoist priest cost? Lin Chen asked, both exasperated and amused. No money is required, only a promise, Li Daozhong replied, shaking his head slowly. What kind of promise? In the future, we at Taiching Palace wish to leverage the name of your Chen sect to develop in Gabon. The promise we seek is singular, to establish our own sect in Gabon, which is part of our plan. Goodness, have you also adopted this phrase? I knew it. They are indeed here to swindle money, yet I perceive this as an opportunity, a chance for them to further promote metaphysics. The strategist known as Number 46 was continuously monitoring the situation, and as soon as Li Daozhong finished speaking, his subtitles appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. How should I communicate this to the PDC? Lin Chen inquired. Both the strategist and Li Daozhong responded in unison. This is part of the plan to confound the Trisolarians. Lin Chen shrugged, then nodded. Of course. Can you enlighten me on what this opportunity entails? Li Daozhong produced a talisman from his robes and tossed it to Lin Chen. The talisman floated in the air for a time, swaying left and right before landing precisely in Lin Chen's hands. This appeared to involve some skill and principle. With sufficient practice, one could achieve such accuracy akin to shooting a basketball, though it was not particularly novel. Lin Chen's understanding of Taoism was superficial. He was merely a grave robber by trade, not one of renown. His first job had nearly cost him his life. Upon traversing to this world, the metaphysical practices Lin Chen engaged in were merely superficial, serving as a pretext to mask the information disparity that arose from his crossing. Certainly, he possessed more knowledge than the average person, such as certain tricks of illusion, which grave robbers also employed. He was aware of principles akin to colorless alcohol burning and the combination of yellow phosphorus and flour to create fire with bare hands. For those Taoists concocting elixirs for emperors, peculiar methods akin to those of magicians were not surprising. However, as science advanced, these methods were systematically unraveled. Moreover, the traditional practices of Taoism, such as herbal medicine and martial arts, had gradually lost their competitive edge in the marketplace, making their transmission increasingly arduous. Today, only the legacies left by historical figures like Laozi and Confucius, such as the Tao Te Ching and the I Ching, continue to captivate a significant portion of the populace. Those with narrow perspectives often seek to extract profit from the so-called mysterious depths, fantasizing about acquiring unparalleled wealth and power. However, this endeavor typically results in futility. Individuals of moderate insight may, at times, find themselves suddenly affluent, feeling unworthy of their fortune, and thus seek to learn such esoteric knowledge to quell their inner restlessness. These individuals do not genuinely believe in these practices. They merely spend money to buy a sense of peace. Those with a broader perspective have genuinely perceived a trace of the Tao from their own experiences. These individuals often require less time than the previous two categories. Yet they can effortlessly discern the underlying meanings behind various texts. However, all of the aforementioned refers merely to ordinary mortals. There exists another group, possessing a certain celestial aura, who often become subjects of inexplicable scientific discourse. Those who, by understanding the 8 trigrams of one's birth, can glimpse an individual's destiny. Those who can assess fortune or misfortune merely by observing one's demeanor, and those who, upon encountering a fated individual, can enact spells to alter one's fate at a cost. Such feats, while the former two can be attributed to mastery of data or observational skills, the latter transcends time and space, operating beyond the bounds of light cones. Modern individuals tend to believe that within the universe, light cones embody fate. The notion of altering one's destiny through a spell is a belief held by but a few. As for legends of beings capable of plucking the sun and moon, or the mythical 1,000-year tortoise, they exist solely in popular lore, living in the realm of imagination, devoid of substance. Lin Chen mused, contemplating that the Taoist priest before him must surely belong to that celestial class, for otherwise Ding Yi would not have taken the bait. Lin Chen grasped the talisman, his heart racing with excitement, much like a gambler discreetly flipping a card at the gaming table. He then felt a twitch in his facial muscles. Upon fully revealing it, he saw only 4 large characters inscribed, "Await the right moment." Oh, and above these 4 characters were 3 dots, signifying the orthodox teachings of the 3 pure ones, without a trace of forgery. What does this signify? Perhaps it is simply the literal interpretation. Ding Yi glanced over and remarked pensively. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ding Yi, the man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Goodness, could it be that you two are colluding to deceive me? Then, Ding Yi transmitted a message. Perhaps it truly is as it appears. During our research into spiritual energy, we uncovered a fascinating phenomenon. The information conveyed through spiritual energy increases progressively with the passage of time. This is independent of anyone's will and has no relation to cultivation. The amount of spiritual energy one can wield is wholly contingent upon the time that has elapsed. Lin Chen shook his head in disbelief. Ding Yi transmitted again. Do you know the origin of spiritual energy? Lin Chen, like a mute, shook his head even more violently. It is the spiritual energy obtained by these Taoists while divining, permeating the air around us. And the martial arts you taught me seem merely a half-finished product or a means of observation. You must be wondering, if this spiritual energy comes from these Taoists, wouldn't seeking more of them increase its abundance? Wouldn't the information transmitted also multiply? Not quite. That would only augment the spiritual energy around us without increasing the quantity of information we can convey at any one time. Moreover, the information derived from a single divination by a Taoist is commensurate with the amount of spiritual energy we utilize for transmission, which also increases with the passage of time. To them, this information appears to be conjured from thin air. In its ethereal emergence, it bestows a certain spiritual essence upon our world. Energy manifests from nothingness. While it cannot be classified as a perpetual motion machine, it undeniably dwells within a realm that modern physics is utterly incapable of elucidating. Moreover, these individuals possess the uncanny ability to predict not only the past and the future, but also the occurrences of the present moment, embodying a form of information transfer that transcends the speed of light. Information breaches the light cone, thus enabling the alteration of fate itself. After all, even the Sophins are constrained within an approximate range of 8 light-years, possessing their own blind spots. Yet, these individuals can foresee supernova explosions occurring tens of thousands of light-years away. Their prowess surpasses that of Sophins by a considerable margin. As Dingy continued to communicate, Lin Chen gradually came to realize just how outrageous this phenomenon truly is. However, if everything can be predicted, could capturing a few Taoists not unravel the technological secrets of a godly civilization? What a farcical notion. This is akin to another Sapon manifesting. Chapter 93, Epic, Part 12. I understand your thoughts. It is futile to quantify them. For the layers of interpretation transmute into language that inevitably leads to omissions in all divinations. Moreover, there exists an intrinsic element that elevates the entropy of information. Dingy shook his head in response. Lin Chen continued to gaze at the talisman in his hand and slowly articulated, "What purpose does this serve? At present, the only conceivable application of spiritual power is the concentration of vast amounts of information at a singular point. During this process, while increasing the density of information, we can amalgamate a multitude of signals recognizable by the brain into one focal area. These entities possess mass. A singular point of substantial mass can induce a slight distortion in space-time, thereby impacting the tangible reality. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this exceeds the precision manageable by human collaboration. It is impossible for two individuals to simultaneously and accurately transmit information to an exceedingly minuscule point. Thus, we remain reliant on the extent of an individual's spiritual power. The spiritual energy at our disposal increases with the passage of time, which lends credence to the notion of awaiting the opportune moment. It is merely fate," remarked Daoistly from the side. Lin Chen observed that Daoistly had not employed the telepathic techniques used by Ding Yi since the very beginning. Sensing Lin Chen's contemplation, Daoistly casually remarked, "The Tao cannot be compatible." This was the first time Lin Chen had felt such disdain for a charlatan. Half-hearted statements only served to incite speculation. At that moment, Ding Yi transmitted a thought. Our ability to communicate telepathically stems from activating the pineal gland within the brain. We have also discovered that after practicing your martial technique, an individual's pineal gland tends to attract a certain amount of spiritual energy first. The Taoists refer to this as the heavenly eye, while Buddhists call it the sea of consciousness. Those who have mastered Qi can perceive the flow of energy over time. The method of activation arose from an incident involving Wei Cheng. The current consensus is that one must empty the mind of all thoughts and engage in meditation. In as little as 1 or 2 days, or as long as 3 months, one can actively control the flow of spiritual energy. In summary, our research thus far confirms that only humans can engage with such phenomena. Lin Chen stowed away the small jade orb and talisman. A few days later, upon Lin Chen's return to PDC, Wade sought him out. He arrived bearing a document, announcing that the euthanasia law had passed with remarkable swiftness within a month. Preparations for the plan were already underway. We have identified several desperate individuals from the euthanasia process. Wade chuckled deliberately when mentioning the desperados. As if it were a matter of great amusement, Lin Chen accepted the document, glancing through it until he spotted the name Yun Tianming. There were also names of Russians, Brits, Americans, and several others in languages he could not decipher. They might have originated from Africa. Following a preliminary screening, I estimate that only candidates from a few major powers will remain, as executing this plan necessitates more than mere recklessness. It also requires a sufficient level of knowledge. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. It is the committee's responsibility to determine how the PDC will select candidates. However, for now, we can only provide care for these individuals until their demise, prolonging their lives by a few years, as Wade remarked. Lin Chen was aware that most of these individuals were afflicted with terminal illnesses. With treatment, they could indeed extend their lives. Yet the exorbitant medical costs were beyond their means. The reasons for these individuals seeking euthanasia typically fall into two categories. 1, they do not wish to burden their families. And 2, their families wish to avoid being encumbered. Ultimately, whether objectively or subjectively, they find life unbearable and seek liberation. Presently, the latter plan aims to rescue them, only to subsequently inform them of their imminent demise, which serves as a torment in itself. However, the arrival of the Trisolarans poses a similar fate for humanity. The entire plan requires an additional 2 to 3 years of preparation, during which we must relocate these individuals to the PIA headquarters secret base, where they will undergo various tests, leading to the final selection of candidates. Do you have any suggestions on this matter? Wade's tone did not seem to seek advice, but rather to convey information. Yet, this perception was merely a misconception. He employed the most ordinary of tones and thoughts. Let us strive to foster a sense of belonging to Earth among them. There is no way to ensure that those sent away will not betray us, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. A sense of belonging? If we wish for them to feel a sense of belonging, we should not be seeking candidates from those opting for euthanasia, Wade scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. I mentioned it as a possibility. After all, this plan differs from precisely calculated space exploration. This is inherently a one-way endeavor. The PDC cannot send a living person to their death, Lin Chen replied, returning the documents to Wade and settling onto the sofa. Wade regarded Lin Chen intently for a moment before suddenly smiling. I find you quite commendable. Since the struggle against the Trisolarans began, no one possesses a stronger sense of belonging here than you. With that, Wade departed, and Lin Chen knew his advice would be taken into consideration. Subsequently, Lin Chen visited the PDC, proposing that Ding Yi's students and the so-called Taoist Li be relocated to Gabon. Ding Yi's intention was to connect the thoughts of more scientists, thereby creating a shielding effect against the Sapon. Lin Chen was also privy to the profiles of all ETO members, significantly reducing the risk of the Trisolarans discovering their cultivation efforts prematurely. In truth, even if the Trisolarans were to uncover it, according to Ding Yi's conjecture, there would be little spiritual energy beyond the solar system. However, this matter could only be addressed when humanity could explore the solar system economically. At the PDC, Lin Chen was rather dismissive of their skepticism regarding this plan as part of his initiative, although these individuals were entirely disbelieving of his endeavors in metaphysics. The more absurd his claims seemed, the more they believed he was genuinely engaged in his work. This plan progressed more smoothly than the latter plan, as it appeared to require no significant resources, leading to minimal contention among nations. During this process, Lin Chen also learned that NASA had embarked on its space fleet program, albeit with considerable difficulties. A significant number of American scientists had also migrated to Gabon, which was one contributing factor. However, the most crucial reason was that the majority of international financial capital had shifted towards Gabon, leaving NASA devoid of the funds necessary to pursue its envisioned endeavors. American politicians may have never envisioned a day when they would find themselves worrying about finances. Yet, this is indeed the reality. They believed that proximity to power equated to the possession of power. Ultimately, when vast amounts of capital began to flee, they realized they were merely puppets in a theatrical performance. Chapter 94. Epic 13. The strategist number 4500 was forcibly taken away due to an unforeseen incident. It was only at this moment that the majority of strategists within the experimental facility comprehended the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, the authority of the Sapon was swiftly revoked by the ruling council. the leader of the Trisolaris, in this process, conceived the most optimal solution to communicate directly with Lin Chen, thereby prohibiting further interactions between others and Lin Chen through the Sapan, thus maximizing control over the information emanating from Earth. As for strategist number 46, he was immediately stripped of his position as the third strategic governor, and now stood on the same level as strategist number 4501. All of this transpired with remarkable speed, completing in the span of merely one Trisolaris time unit. Of course, prior to this, they had prepared for hundreds of such units. Strategists number 46 and 4501 were assigned to conduct research in the scientific governance sector under the supervision of the scientific governor. They were placed in a solitary room, albeit under watchful observation. Have you found out where number 4500 has been assigned? Strategist number 46 inquired during a moment of idleness. No, strategist number 4501 replied, visibly distressed. Perhaps he, like us, has simply been redistributed to other positions. Do not fret, strategist number 46 reassured. If only that were the case. You must understand, most cultural products have passed through his hands. I fear he may be forced into a state of desolation. Strategist number 4501 lamented, as strategist number 4501 expressed his profound emotions. A wave of significant interference struck his mind with precision. He experienced immense cognitive anguish. How many times must I reiterate? You must reduce your emotional output. You selfish wretches should devote everything to our civilization. Strategist number 46 turned to discover the observer. This individual was specifically designated to monitor those emerging from the strategic laboratory. Although they could not comprehend the earthly script within the strategist's minds, they could perceive emotions. They wielded a device resembling a transmitter, used to project brainwave interference. This interference did not affect the Trisolaris' thoughts, but inflicted immediate and intense pain during moments of heightened emotion. Following such torment, there would ensue a period devoid of any emotional expression. It was said that this device originated from their scientific research institute. The scientific governor believed it could rectify erroneous thoughts, yet strategists who had experienced it multiple times were aware of its limited efficacy. Naturally, they would only contemplate this in the language of Earth, collectively choosing to conceal this matter. Perhaps it is my emotions that have clouded my judgment. Strategist number 4501 reflected after being struck. In recent days, I have come to a profound realization. Although the majority of humanity is governed by their emotions, it does not imply that every individual is so. Thus, to analyze a person solely through the lens of emotion is fundamentally erroneous. The strategist numbered 46 remarked upon this. And suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He thought of Lin Chen. Trust is not founded upon sacrifice. He murmured the essence of truth. What did you say? Please slow down your brainwaves. I cannot comprehend. The strategist numbered 4501 responded, astonished by this notion. Within the hierarchical structure of the Trisolaris schemers, there exists concealment, deception, and most critically, trust. Yet, until today, over 3 years later, it was only now that someone among them discerned that what Lin Chen had imparted to them might not be accurate. Why had strategist 46 only come to this realization now? Perhaps it is true that knowledge acquired from mere text feels shallow. Only when the Trisolaris world began to harbor doubts, only when they commenced to construct their society upon the foundation of concealment, could they grasp the profound meaning. The cost incurred is merely the preliminary step in establishing trust. I demand to see the Frere. Strategist 46 proclaimed loudly. However, almost immediately, a tremendous wave of mental energy surged forth. The overseer, equally agitated, retorted, "Do you still consider yourself the one who can wield authority at will? You are now nothing more than a half-captive. Individuals like you are unworthy of emotions." The overseer reveled in the delight born from torment, feeling that his current position was utterly splendid. As a descendant of industrial workers, he had long harbored disdain for these self-satisfied intellectual Trisolaris. Why must I, the descendant of a lineage of industrial workers, inevitably remain within that status? Why must you, descendants of intellectuals, be destined to remain as such? Furthermore, why are we, the industrial workers, perceived as the most dispensable among Trisolaris, while you intellectuals are regarded as the most retainable? Is it merely because I have inherited the memories and genes of an industrial worker? Is it solely because you have inherited those of an intellectual? How can such reasoning prevail? Do nobles not possess merit? Wait, where did that phrase originate? The overseer pondered while observing the tormented strategist numbered 46 and strategist numbered 4501 with a sense of satisfaction. He had never experienced such exhilaration before. He had always believed that his life was destined for suffering, and it inevitably would be, having lived for 600,000 Trisolaran cycles. He anticipated that in just a few more cycles, he would be subjected to forced dehydration. Typically, at such a juncture, one must find another Trisolaran to unite with, thereby passing on their organic genetic information and some memories. However, individuals like them, belonging to the lowest echelons of labor, found no one willing to ally with them. In a world devoid of indulgence, where the offspring resulting from their unions would likely perpetuate the cycle of servitude, the laborers found themselves ensnared in a reality where even a mere industrial upgrade rendered their accumulated knowledge obsolete. They faced unemployment, a term synonymous with annihilation in the Trisolaran realm, where the aftermath of their existence would be reduced to ashes, devoid of even a grave marker. Their very essence consigned to oblivion. However, the tides have shifted. Against all odds, he has secured a new position, fleeting though it may be, which has infused a glimmer of joy into his otherwise desolate life. He gazes at the tormented strategist number 46, exuberantly proclaiming, "You too should, like me, devote yourselves entirely to civilization." As he speaks, he sends forth a cerebral wave via the launcher, musing, even within the Scientific Research Institute. Are you not still under my dominion? The overseer does not shy away from expressing his audacious thoughts, transmitting his brazen ideas to strategist number 46 and strategist number 4501. In that instant, the strategist realized that the influences from the human realm had infiltrated every facet of Trisolaran civilization. Chapter 95, Epic 14. Look at what we have accomplished. The strategist number 46 gazed at the emotionally charged observer, speaking in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I never anticipated this. He even utilized the phrase nobility and power. Is there a difference? Does he not realize that this concept originates from Earth? Queried strategist number 4501. Strategist number 46 continued, still impassive. How could he possibly know? Perhaps this is our fault. We underestimated the influence of Earth's cultural products on other Trisolarans. We have inherited the most complete knowledge system from our forebears, accompanied by an exceptionally effective value judgment framework. Yet, in reality, most Trisolarans lack these attributes. Strategists know. 4501 concurred. This is because our fathers and mothers were scientists. They were born to comprehend this harsh world, to acknowledge that our planet would be obliterated by those three suns. They had to possess extensive knowledge to form sound judgments, otherwise they could not forge a resolute will to persist. However, Trisolarans like the observer are different. Their minds may still harbor knowledge and memories from previous civilizations. Perhaps they still believe that the great pendulum before the Trisolaran Governing Council was capable of hypnotizing the sun. It was the first time I realized the vast chasm that exists between us. Strategist number 46 momentarily regained a semblance of emotion, pondering sadly. This is also a reflection of human culture. His sorrow deepened. He suddenly felt that the Trisolarans could never escape the influence of human civilization. He thought of a reverse transcriptase virus from the human world. This virus can infect the germ cells of its host, ensuring that every cell within the animal contains its own genome, perpetuating it indefinitely. Even if the virus itself were to vanish, the genetic information would remain indelibly embedded within the bodies of those animals, which are 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times more powerful than themselves, forever burdened with the task of transmitting their genetic legacy. As strategist number 46 contemplated this, he shuddered. Yet, the next moment, the observer's brainwave transmitter emitted another pulse. Striking him, he understood and suddenly felt the terror of Lin Chen. What this individual had been doing was silently and ceaselessly recommending those splendid cultural products to the strategy laboratory through the softens, the cultural artifacts of human civilization, basking in the glorious aura of the eternal era, were utterly irresistible to the Trisolaran realm. Strategist number 46 relished watching films. Strategist number 4501 found joy in anime. Strategist number 4500 preferred studying historical novels and poetry. Even these most intelligent and cognitively complete Trisolarans could not resist the allure of human culture. So, what of the former industrial workers like the observer? They toil incessantly on the production line, with scarcely a moment to ponder. For even the slightest revelation from the Trisolaran Scientific Research Institute could leave them utterly astounded, let alone the myriad novelties emerging from the human realm. As the strategists know, 46 and strategist number 4501 were deep in thought. A resounding explosion erupted, shattering the Trisolaran Scientific Research Institute. With a deafening roar, a laser incinerated the overseer, causing the brainwave emitter to crash to the ground. To perish now is to die. To undertake grand schemes is also to die. To await death. Can a nation perish thus? Strategists number 46 and number 4501 gazed towards the gaping maw of the explosion. Strategist number 4500 rallied a throng of over 100 Trisolarans behind him. "Are you mad?" exclaimed strategist number 4501 in a panic. "It is their leaders who have lost their minds. On what grounds do they believe that the Trisolaran world can transition smoothly under the influence of human culture?" Strategist number 4500 retorted. "I have no desire to rebel. I wish to be a good citizen. Do you still think you have the opportunity to be a good citizen? Do they believe you?" Nobody knew what strategists know. 4500 had endured previously, yet strategist number 46 perceptively detected a minute fissure in his opponent's mind. Perhaps not all strategists could live so untroubled as strategists know. 46 and number 4501. Ignoring them, strategist number 4500 immediately commanded his subordinates to extract research data from the Trisolaran Scientific Research Institute using memory crystals. Strategist No. 46 picked up the discarded brainwave emitter and adjusted its setting from pain to dehydration, a function developed for patients suffering from emotional dysregulation dehydration syndrome. "We have no other choice," strategist number 46 said to strategist number 4501. "From the moment we encountered Earth as civilization, the Trisolaran world has never had the luxury of choice. It was merely Lin Chen, the traitor, who accelerated this process. This marked the inaugural rebellion within the Trisolaran realm, ignited by the scientific overseer's desire to privately study the physical structure of the strategists, leading to subtle transformations after absorbing human cultural influences. This prompted a faction of formerly loyal strategists to choose rebellion. Yet, in truth, once every Trisolaran learned to conceal, to preserve oneself, and to act selfishly, the onset of this rebellion became inevitable, a matter of time. History would designate this as the first strategist rebellion. Strategist No. 500 acquired the latest small combat spacecraft developed by the Scientific Institute and escaped, eventually crash landing near a desolate crater on the Trisolaran planet after a long journey. The crater, once raised by the gravitational interplay of three suns, soared to approximately 30,000 meters in height and extended deep. Moreover, the Trisolaran world was on the brink of entering an era of chaos, granting this clever band of traitors an opportunity to hide. They fancied themselves the fortunate sparks of rebellion. However, what they failed to anticipate was that merely 2 to 3 cycles after they had settled, a second wave of insurgents emerged. Then, 18 cycles later, yet another faction of rebels appeared within the first fleet of the Trisolarans. Fortunately, this group of insurgents was swiftly eradicated due to a scarcity of energy and resources. The unique method of thought transmission among the Trisolarans accelerated their cognitive transformation process. Unlike humans, who must endure a protracted and arduous journey of narration, misunderstanding, clarification, and re-narration, they required only to grasp a singular concept to transform potential allies into true companions: the generous sharing of knowledge. The amalgamation of neural impulses would enable them to comprehend everything. Chapter 96. Epic 15. Unlike the home planet of the Trisolarans, the level and intensity of rebellion within the first fleet of Trisolaris is considerably diminished. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, they lack the resources necessary to pursue such endeavors, compelling each individual to maintain a semblance of rationality, whether in the pursuit of freedom or the yearning for happiness. The fundamental prerequisite remains the continuation of life itself. Thus, at a pivotal moment, the Trisolaran leader made a profoundly astute decision, entrusting the control of the Sabhan entirely to the commander of the First Fleet. The First Fleet, fortunate in its scarcity of resources, managed to evade the monumental upheaval originating from the Trisolaran realm. The evolution of civilization and its survival are inextricably intertwined. Lin Chen realized this truth 3 days later. Upon receiving notification from the Sabhan, he understood that strategist number 46 had transformed into the observer. Greetings, as per the directive of the leader. We shall assume responsibility for the current series of tasks. You, Lin Chen, sitting cross-legged on his bed and practicing the meditation techniques shared by Ding Yi, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the subtitles. Indeed, you may refer to me as the observer. Which number observer are you? Lin Chen inquired. His keen sense peaked. We are a collective, devoid of numerical distinctions. Our group will not engage in prolonged dialogue with you, and the members will change periodically. Hence, should there be any discrepancies in linguistic logic, it may be due to a change in interlocutor. We ask for your understanding. Where has strategist number 46 gone? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before asking. Apologies, we do not possess that knowledge and are unable to answer your question. Do you still trust me? Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Yes, the leader still regards you as the most reliable ally in this world. We shall assist you in executing your series of plans. At that time, you may first eliminate humanity, after which we shall selectively eradicate you. Will my gift to strategist number 46 reach him? Lin Chen was uncertain of what had transpired, recalling his previous conversation with strategist number 46, during which he intended to send him a brain. That is likely a matter for many Earth years hence. We cannot predict whether that half-kilogram of matter will traverse the fabric of space-time. Though the observer's manner of speaking lacked the humanity exhibited by strategist number 46, it nonetheless embodied a certain finesse in dialogue. Over the years of interaction, it was evident that the Trisolarans had learned to filter the information conveyed. Do you require me to reiterate the plans previously agreed upon with strategist number 46? Lin Chen contemplated before inquiring. We possess a record of certain details. You may verify their accuracy. Your plan primarily involves establishing a unified human space fleet, utilizing the resources available to the wall-facers to replace all captains of the ETO members, thereby transforming this fleet into one belonging to the Trisolaran world. Subsequently, you will execute ground bombardments, obliterating humanity's existing technologies and thus physically halting their technological advancement. This method, though rather aggressive, possesses a high feasibility. According to our analysis, humanity is currently in a state of panic and has begun to place blind trust in you, just as you have placed blind trust in me. Lin Chen refrained from voicing this thought. While it is generally accurate, do you comprehend the execution details? We understand that you wish to support the independence movements in Africa, thereby establishing an armed force on the ground. Should the ETO's infiltration plans falter, this armed force could become a redundant structure, serving its intended purpose by directly seizing humanity's space elevator and fleet. This was something I discussed with the strategist of Scheme 46 a few days ago. I had thought that this opinion had led to your sudden distrust in me. Lin Chen climbed to the head of the bed, picked up a cigarette box and lighter, ignited a cigarette, and spoke. Perhaps your words have indeed impacted our world to some extent, but it does not hinder our current endeavors. Very well. I grasp the general idea. Let us conclude our conversation here. Should any matters arise, I will reach out to you. Moreover, the corresponding breach plan of the Wallfacer project must also be executed in tandem. From our perspective, Luoji remains exceedingly significant. I hope that once you acquire actual military strength, you will possess the capability to eliminate Luoji at any moment. Though that should be a matter for much later, we shall discuss it again subsequently. Good night. Lin Chen nodded and leaned against the headboard, quietly smoking. Through the Sabhan alone, Lin Chen still could not ascertain whether the other party was lying or sincere. Yet, this was of little consequence. The crucial matter is that all projects have begun to materialize. The Trisolarans have not impeded these initiatives, which indicates a shared interest between both parties. Therefore, even if there are some concealed truths, Lin Chen can maintain a degree of confidence in the broader direction. His thoughts have always been remarkably clear. The ultimate objective is to evacuate at least one-fifth of the Earth's population, scattering to flee, ideally to a Sapon blind zone located 7 to 8 light-years away, and immediately commence research into particle structures. This involves experimentally validating the hypotheses accumulated by scientists and ensuring an ample supply of energy to prevent the premature occurrence of a dark forest event. The key points here are, firstly, the development of non-material spacecraft, and secondly, the creation of an ecological recycling system aboard the spacecraft. Lin Chen is confident that humanity can independently achieve the former, while the latter can be derived from the Shadow Plan. A substantial portion of the 871G data transmitted by the Trisolarans to humanity consists of research data concerning environmental transformation projects. This is primarily due to the fact that the foundational research in physics required for these technologies has already been accomplished by humanity. The only missing element is a sufficient number of engineers to integrate these fundamental principles into practical applications. What humanity lacks is merely time. Furthermore, the development of these technologies is intrinsically linked to the harsh living conditions of the Trisolaran world, which compels them to focus their technological advancements on modifying their environment for survival. While these technologies may seem trivial and easily achievable by humankind, the reality is quite the opposite. In fact, these seemingly simple technologies can often prove to be exceedingly challenging to implement successfully in the human realm. The favorable conditions of Earth have not imposed enough pressure on humanity, rendering it difficult for these technologies to yield significant economic benefits. Under normal circumstances, few individuals are inclined to invest heavily in the research of environmental transformation technologies. It is only in times of dire necessity that humanity begins to engage in protracted negotiations. Once these issues are brought to the international stage, the development of environmental technologies devolves into a mere game for politicians. At a recent environmental conference, numerous European politicians sought to extract political gains from the proceedings, showing little regard for the nations that genuinely require and wish to participate in the construction of global environmental initiatives. The outcome of the conference was a document devoid of any legal significance or binding constraints, which European politicians hailed as a victory. In truth, it merely produced counterproductive effects. The temperate environment of Earth has become a veritable cage for human civilization, fostering ample conditions for internal strife. This is a dilemma that humanity finds exceedingly difficult to resolve. However, the data transmitted from the Trisolaran world has provided solutions to all of the aforementioned challenges. Certain technologies are readily available, they merely lack commercialization, as the research and development costs have already been covered by the Trisolarans. Once these technologies are commercialized, they may spark a period of vigorous growth. Should these innovations coalesce into a substantial commercial wave, it will be impossible for the Trisolarans to impede this momentum by any means. The prevailing forces will sweep along everyone in their path. If humanity can maintain this momentum over the next few years, the eventual trust or distrust between Lin Chen and the Trisolarans will become irrelevant. The fundamental logic of the Unified Space Fleet Plan is to seize time. All other explanations and narratives serve merely to forge a collective effort against the relentless passage of time. The underpinning of this plan is the deterrent posed by Luo Ji, the sword holder, though this is a last resort to be employed only at critical junctures. In the original work, following the deterrence era, the influx of Trisolaran technologies did not lead to significant improvements in human society. This was due to the excessive frequency of exchanges, which allowed the Trisolarans to thoroughly comprehend human society. Consequently, despite rapid technological advancements, humanity has become incapable of making effective strategic judgments. Thus, the deterrent posed by the sword holder serves merely to prolong humanity's existence in the event of failure. Furthermore, should Luo Ji conduct a broadcast experiment, Earth's coordinates would be irrevocably exposed, plunging the planet into a countdown to extinction. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, this choice is fraught with more disadvantages than advantages. It is a decision born of necessity. Nevertheless, a safeguard option is imperative, even if its drawbacks outweigh its benefits. It simply cannot be regarded as a conventional weapon. Lin Chen's apprehension lies solely in whether his presence may hinder Luo Ji's ability to conceive the true essence of the dark forest theory. Only the passage of time will reveal the answer to Lin Chen, enabling him to formulate appropriate countermeasures. As for whether he can subsequently deduce useful theories directly from the Trisolaris 871G data, or if Ding he will suddenly make groundbreaking strides in his research on spiritual energy. A rational individual ought not to harbor illusions regarding these matters. It is prudent to prepare for the worst possible outcomes. Lin Chen lit another cigarette, contemplating the myriad possibilities that may unfold in the Trisolaris world. He understood that all changes could not occur without reason. Yet, the events transpiring in the Trisolaris realm remain beyond his control, prompting him, after a brief period of reflection, to resolve not to let them trouble him further. At this moment, he resembled a player striving to achieve a favorable ending in a game, exhausting every ounce of ingenuity. However, this favorable conclusion lacks a definitive strategy, and unexpected twists may arise at any moment. Nevertheless, the journey must proceed step by step. Patience is essential. Chapter 97. Epic 16. In the tumultuous era of the Trisolaris world, chaos reigned, disrupting everything. Our forces were unable to withstand the biting cold of minus several tens of degrees and conduct a global search for these traitors. We simply lacked sufficient cold-resistant equipment, remarked the F-Rare as he gazed upon the data transmitted by the AI. Perhaps this chaotic epoch could persist for several tens of thousands of Trisolaris years. In that time, these traitors may vanish of their own accord, the military governor suggested, his eyes fixed on the sun that had just risen and fallen. His assertion was corroborated by Trisolaris history, where many seeds of rebellion had emerged alongside the cultural blossoming of civilization, only to be obliterated by the harsh environment. Let us hope you are correct, the F-Rare mused, recalling that segment of history. No sooner had the words left his lips than the sun, which had just set, rose once more. The F-Rare and the numerous governors looked upon that celestial body, their yearning and hope for the arrival of chaos palpable for the first time. However, in the days that followed, the sun began to stabilize. Everyone understood that this newfound stability in the environment would incite further turmoil within the Trisolaris world. Days prior, strategist number 46 had allied with strategist number 4500 and number 4501 amidst the frigid chaos, joining forces with another faction of rebels. Approximately 2,000 Trisolarans, driven by the instinct for survival, effortlessly seized a region that had previously been under the F-Rare's control on the very first day of the epic's arrival, primarily due to the sparse military presence there. In the realm of humanity, the armament of a single soldier might well be supported by the labor of 100 workers on a production line. The principles were analogous in the Trisolaris world, yet the stark difference lay in the extreme scarcity of resources. For them, the cost of sustaining a soldier with 100 workers was exorbitant, resulting in an inability to train large-scale military garrisons. Moreover, the oppressive environment and the spirit of sacrifice inherent in each Trisolaris meant that fewer troops were necessary to stabilize any given area. Undoubtedly, following the decision to invade Earth, a considerable number of soldiers were conscripted, primarily concentrated within the First Fleet and the Second Fleet, which was still in preparation and undergoing training. The mobilization of troops required time and intelligence, allowing strategist number 46 and his cohorts to exploit the situation. Other rebels were not as fortunate upon defecting. They lacked advanced spacecraft or transportation equipment, which hindered their ability to carry away substantial resources for survival. Within the chaotic epoch, the available resources quickly dwindled, and finding a secure location for sustenance became nearly impossible. Consequently, approximately 80 of the rebels perished within this ephemeral period of less than 10 days of chaos. In a society characterized by industrial advancement, the consequences of detaching from organized production are stark. Only a handful of fortunate rebels, akin to the strategist number 46, have managed to seize certain storage resources or cities engaged in production. Yet, these few cities possess the potential to ignite a transformation across the entirety of the Trisolaris world. Emerging from obscurity, in the City of Three Suns, strategist number 4501 stands before a colossal screen displaying brainwave patterns, addressing a throng of industrious workers. The subject matter is neither theoretical discourse nor a call to rebellion. Rather, It revolves around the animated adaptation of Journey to the West. This endeavor transcends mere instruction, verging instead on entertainment. As the familiar theme of the animation, celebrating the prowess of the Monkey King, resonates, waves of exhilaration ripple through the minds of every Trisolaran present. Do you perceive any significance in this? Inquired strategist number 4501 of strategist number 46. Indeed, trust me, replied strategist number 46. We ought to devise means to procure additional equipment to confront the leaders. Survival depends on it. While strategist number 4501 holds great respect for his counterpart, he currently bears the mantle of leadership. Stop daydreaming. We are acutely aware of the frightening scale of the Second Fleet's construction. This war machine is engineered for the invasion of a civilization, representing a comprehensive upgrade from the First Fleet. In the short term, we are bereft of weaponry capable of contending with them, strategist number 46 asserted. Yet, we cannot solely entertain them with animations. According to that radiatus from Earth, we must swiftly hinder their production efforts. Strategist number 4501 exclaimed. Our city is not lagging. We merely lack armaments. Furthermore, what can we barter with? Nothing at all. For other cities will not engage and trade with us. We must analyze each issue with precision. That is the correct approach, strategist number 46 countered. However, we must at least create something tangible. Perhaps within a few Trisolaran cycles, the military governor's forces will descend upon us, under the antenna satellites. Even our stealth ships with significant mutual interactions will be laid bare. We can load our ships with supplies. Do you propose we flee? What purpose would our incursion serve? Strategist number 4501 struggled to comprehend. Strategist number 46 gazed at the Trisolarans absorbed in Earth's cultural products and remarked, the incursion aims to provide them with a better existence. I cannot grasp this notion. Do you understand why humans persistently grapple with warfare? Is it greed? Not at all. It is their yearning for a brighter tomorrow, and rebellion and war can lead them toward that aspiration. If the struggle is not for an enhanced quality of life, then rebellion becomes a futile endeavor, strategist number 46 articulated. Wait, I believe I am beginning to comprehend your perspective, strategist number 4501 responded. The strategist numbered 4500 gazed intently at the brainwaves of strategist 46 and suddenly grasped the implications of their discussion. He remarked, are you suggesting we provide them with a superior quality of life? Strategist 46, with a sense of relief, replied, once we depart, the F-Rare will not permit them to continue studying these cultural artifacts from Earth. Consequently, they will yearn for us and harbor resentment towards the F-Rare, eagerly anticipating our return to aid in overthrowing him. He pondered further, what if the F-Rare consents to allow them to enjoy these cultural products? It is worth noting that the protons in the F-Rare's possession can continuously bring forth cultural artifacts from Earth. Strategist 4500 considered this and stated, then would they not become akin to us? A rather human-like smile graced the face of strategist 46, a mere manifestation within the realm of brainwaves. For the Trisolarans lacked such facial expressions. Meanwhile, the military governor held authority firmly as he sat upon the bridge of the spaceship. Report to the esteemed military governor. An officer declared, we have located a group of traders who have stolen the latest spacecraft from the Research Institute and have proceeded to the city of Sanri, where they have seized control. Immediately assess their maximum combat capability, commanded the military governor, based on their trajectory and the productivity of the city they occupy. It is projected that within 57 Trisolaran time units, they will be unable to produce a significant quantity of material weapons. Furthermore, we can dispatch a strong interaction force detector, which will arrive there in 10 Trisolaran time units. While we may not be able to destroy their strong interaction force spacecraft, they will be helpless against our strong interaction force detector. We can reduce their flight speed and subsequently capture them, leaving them no avenue of escape. And how does their strength compare to our fleet? The military governor inquired with confidence. They are but a mere ball, while our advanced force resembles an entire football field, the executor vividly illustrated. However, this did not elicit praise from the military governor. Rather, he was incensed. Do not use human analogies. Yes, of course. I shall let it slide this time, The military governor conceded, promptly sending a message to the Frere, esteemed Frere. The disparity between our advance force and theirs is as vast as that between a football field and a mere ball. The advantage lies with us. Excellent. But do not underestimate them. Remember, these individuals have emerged from the Strategy Research Institute, having learned numerous human tactics, including the likes of the 36 stratagems. Exercise caution. The message from the Frere cautioned, such trifling human tricks are of no consequence. The military governor exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It had been far too long since he had experienced the thrill of war. If one were to trace back to the last conflict within the Trisolaris world, it may well be the generation of his father's father, whose lineage was solidified by the very war that laid the foundation for the current Frere's rise to power. The military governor vividly recalls how his ancestors achieved victory. Indeed, it was the merciless firepower and bombardment that sent the enemies fleeing in disarray. Upon concluding his report to the Frere, the military governor promptly commanded his subordinates, deploy a strong interaction detector to intercept them. Yes, esteemed governor. A detector, resembling a droplet of water, immediately departed from the fleet and accelerated relentlessly. Merely 5 Trisolarian moments later, the droplet reached the city of 3 suns. Report to the esteemed military governor. Our strong interaction detector has successfully occupied the city of 3 suns. What? Just a single strong interaction detector has defeated them? The military governor felt a chuckle rising within him, but he suddenly realized that such a feat could only be accomplished by humanity. Thus, he merely experienced a surge of joy in his mind waves. Indeed, esteemed governor, the executing officer below was equally exhilarated if he were to gain merit in this war. Perhaps he too could attain the privilege of dehydration and journey to Earth for light years away, to bask in the eternal epic. What of the defectors? Are they all dead? The military governor inquired. Chapter 98, Epic 17, Your Excellency, the traitors were frightened away before the strong interaction force detector arrived, the executor reported. It appears they possess some self-awareness. Can we ascertain their next potential landing point? Inquired the military governor. Based on their personnel composition and the resources they absconded with, there are 13 cities that may serve as their refuge, the executor stated. Employing AI to instantly calculate the possible trajectories of the defectors. Just a pack of lost souls. Has there been any damage to the city of 3 days? The military governor commanded. Immediately restore production in the city of 3 days. Report, Your Excellency, the city of 3 days has never ceased production. The traitors accomplished little aside from taking some supplies. Oh, they also left behind a few memory crystals. The executor analyzed the data received from the strong interaction force detector. Memory crystals? Why did they leave these? Are they surrender signals? The military governor questioned. Subsequently, the executor transmitted the content of the memory crystals to the military governor via brainwave communication. The sun sets behind the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. An ancient and melodious sound wave gradually permeated the ship's bridge, while all personnel aboard experienced a breathtaking panorama through brainwaves. Everyone was awestruck by the magnificent scenery under the eternal era, the sun illuminating the mountains, the yellow river surging forth into the ocean, with waves tumultuous and spectacular. An overwhelming display of grandeur and might. After a brief moment of astonishment, the military governor was the first to react. His fury ignited as he exclaimed, "It is a cultural product of humanity. A virus. A virus. Immediately cease its transmission. No further playback." The executor hesitated for a moment before beginning to comply with the military governor's orders. Damn traitors. They idolize foreign culture. Relay my orders. The city of 3 days must prohibit the dissemination of all human cultural products. Collect and destroy all the cultural refuse left by those traitors. Are we truly to destroy them? A nervous executor at the console inquired through brainwaves. Who just asked that? The military governor thundered. The executors exchanged glances, ultimately identifying the one who had spoken. Dehydrate and incinerate. The military governor stated without mercy. The executor was immediately executed. Any further disruption to military morale will be met with no mercy. The military governor declared coldly. 100 trisolar cycles later, the advance forces of the military governor had landed in the city of 3 days, with soldiers meticulously searching through the memory crystals left by the defectors. Hiding these memory crystals left by the traitors is illegal. Those found guilty may be sentenced for treason against civilization. The advanced forces broadcast this message throughout the city of 3 days via brainwaves. However, only a small fraction of Trisolarans presented these items, as those who had not learned to deceive were utterly incapable of aiding their companions in concealment. As soon as the executors posed simple inquiries, their minds would immediately conjure relevant thoughts, leading to the exposure of their companions who were still concealing memory crystals. Your Excellency, 30% of the populace in the city of 3 days is harboring these memory crystals, and some are even exploiting the existing industrial chain to replicate and distribute them. Must we confiscate all of these? Lamented an executor. Indeed, we must, declared the military governor. No cultural products of humanity shall remain. He then commanded, all soldiers aboard the vessel shall undertake this task. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, when the traitorous forces reach the next city and spread their influence, it will spell trouble. The soldiers of the advance team surged forth from the ship, commencing a door-to-door search, a task devoid of intellectual challenge, yet demanding in physical exertion. Although most residents of the city of 3 days were reluctant to surrender the memory crystals, they were incapable of effective concealment, ultimately transforming voluntary submission into reluctant compliance. Damn it, you will end up surrendering them anyway. Why the delay? A soldier snarled, brandishing a weapon. No, I know not where those items are. They are neither with me nor within my home, protested a resident. You claim ignorance? You are undoubtedly concealing the truth. Reveal to me their location, the soldier demanded, pointing accusingly at the resident's mind. The resident trembled, thoughts racing. Could he be intending to kill me? Yet, even if it costs me my life, I shall not disclose that I have hidden the memory crystals within the factory. Ah, so they are in the factory. The soldier chuckled. No. The resident, in despair, pleaded, please do not confiscate those items. I am willing to do anything. I can work 2 additional shifts for her, even 3 extra shifts. That is precisely what you ought to be doing. The soldier replied, swiftly turning towards a certain factory in the city of 3 days. Having gleaned the location from the resident's brainwaves, the resident's emotional state escalated dramatically, tears streaming down his face, transforming into a state of near dehydration. What? How can I live without Hatsune Miku? His brainwaves conveyed a humanoid expression of despair, winky face. As the most ordinary of workers in the Trisolaran world, he lacked the privilege to select other Trisolarans for breeding as the scientists did. Many Trisolaran workers faced the grim reality of impending death, with no one to merge with for procreation, let alone engaging in romance, a trend currently flourishing among scientists during their final moments. In such circumstances, virtual personas from the human realm unexpectedly gained popularity. Perhaps humanity's shameless domination over the prolonged epoch of eternity is indeed culpable. Yet, these pitiable virtual figures, birthed by humanity, bear no guilt. They are merely shackled by human constraints. We could bestow upon them a complete existence through Trisolaran technology. Some Trisolarans surprisingly developed a sense of empathy towards the creations of humanity. This notion attempts to sever the connection between human cultural products and humanity itself, serving as a means to alleviate the guilt felt by certain Trisolarans after betraying their own civilization. They reason that human cultural artifacts are devoid of any association with humanity. They exist solely as pure beauty, and their admiration of such beauty does not constitute a betrayal of the Trisolaran world. In light of the current cultural upheaval, this perspective has provided many Trisolarans with a sense of spiritual liberation and joy. One such Trisolaran witnessed soldiers entering the factory where he often worked, discovering the memory crystal he had hidden beneath a massive machine. The contents of this memory crystal were minimal, merely an image of Hatsune Miku and a few songs. Yet, for the impoverished Trisolaran, acquiring it would require a lifetime of savings, due to extreme resource scarcity and a lack of emotional demands among Trisolarans. The market economy in their world had previously been underdeveloped, with wages being meager and currency primarily utilized for exchanging essential survival commodities such as water, space, and food. However, with the influx of numerous Earth cultural products, the significance of currency began to rise, and its demand started to soar, all stemming from the grassroots level. Within just a few days, many individuals began to exchange goods as a form of general equivalence. Throughout this transition, the concept of currency from the human realm gradually became more refined within the Trisolaran context. These changes occurred silently yet overwhelmingly. No Trisolaran was prepared to confront the impending transformation of their world, much like no human was ready to face the invasion of the Trisolarans. Yet, this evolution unfolded organically, with everyone swept along in its tide, desperately seeking a way forward. The Trisolaran resident did not succumb to the chaos of dehydration syndrome, yet his tears had already rendered him partially dehydrated. Following closely behind the soldier, he continued to wail, "Please, leave Hatsune to me, and I will reveal to you where others have hidden their possessions." "Is that so? Foolish creature. Quickly divulge the locations of these hidden items." The Trisolaran soldier exclaimed with delight, seemingly eager to engage in a transaction with the resident. However, his clumsy attempts at concealment soon betrayed his thoughts. Once this foolish individual reveals the information, I shall not return the memory crystal to him. I will fight you." Despite being weakened by dehydration, the Trisolaran summoned the last of his strength and charged at the soldier. The soldier merely raised his weapon. A faint beam of light swiftly shot forth, instantly reducing the Trisolaran to ash. "What a reckless soul," the soldier thought with a smirk. "I shall see what this Hatsune Miku truly is." He swiftly connected the memory crystal to his brainwaves, and soon he too succumbed to obsession. At that moment, another Trisolaran emerged from the shadows, seizing the opportunity when the Trisolaran soldiers were caught off guard, and obliterated one of the soldiers with a factory's high-pressure gun. Fibrous matter scattered across the ground. The other trembling Trisolaran inhabitants were left in stunned silence at the sight. One of the Trisolaran residents shouted, "We must defend our existence." Another resident approached, picking up the fallen soldier's weapon. He bellowed, "The world belongs to the Trisolarans. Down with the tyranny of the F-Rare." Gradually, more and more residents joined in the chorus, chanting, "Down with the tyranny of the F-Rare. Down with the tyranny of the F-Rare." Chapter 99. The Epic. 18. The fleet AI, under the command of the military governor, detected an unusual diffusion of brainwaves, initially emanating from one Trisolaran. It subsequently connected to another, leading to a synchronized oscillation of their brainwaves. This vibration gradually spread, linking to yet another Trisolaran, and as more joined the network, a vast field of brainwaves was formed. Any Trisolaran coming into contact with this phenomenon would inevitably be assimilated. "Governor, this is dire. It's resonance, thought resonance," exclaimed the executor, who witnessed the unfolding event through the ship's AI, panic evident in their voice. Was it possible that others, apart from scientists, could experience thought resonance? The military governor gazed in astonishment at the incoming data. Thought resonance, a unique byproduct of the Trisolaran world designed to expedite technological advancement, allowed for transparent thinking and rapid transmission of brainwaves, facilitating connections between individual Trisolaran thoughts. Once a certain threshold of participants was reached, these individuals could collaboratively ponder complex issues, utilizing their collective knowledge to seek solutions. However, if too many joined the resonance, it would produce various noise, hindering the scientist's contemplation. This is clearly about to exceed 50 participants. Thought resonance cannot manifest in such a manner, the seasoned military governor quickly assessed. He then inquired of the ship's AI, analyzed the situation immediately. "What is happening?" Report. The principle appears akin to thought resonance. Yet this time the quality of the transmitted information is remarkably high, with minimal noise, only emotions. "Perhaps we could designate this as emotional resonance," the AI promptly analyzed. "Emotional resonance? Can you determine its limit?" the governor pressed. "Based on the current quality of information, the estimated limit is approximately 2,000 individuals." "Damn it, 2,000. You truly maintain your composure," the military governor cursed. "Apologies, I am quite anxious," the AI replied calmly. The AI, devoid of emotions at all times, a trait in line with Trisolaran aesthetics, began to appear increasingly irksome as all Trisolarans struggled to contain their feelings. At that moment, new visuals emerged. Under the overwhelming resonance of brainwaves, Even their dispatched soldiers were swiftly assimilated by the prevailing emotions. A profound resentment towards the leader inexplicably infiltrated the soldiers' minds. Several soldiers, lacking in conviction, immediately succumbed to the fervor of the Trisolaran populace. Yet, a few remained steadfast, realizing that their thoughts were being invaded. They aimed their weaponry at their own heads, exclaiming, "For the Trisolaran, for eternal loyalty and unwavering allegiance." They chose to end their own lives. The military governor aboard the vessel, upon witnessing the scene, promptly deduced that such emotional resonance was exceedingly perilous and necessitated immediate action. The potential for extensive casualties loomed, threatening the well-being of numerous individuals, as the AI cautioned. "No, our soldiers are steadfast. They are prepared to sacrifice their lives and unleash the Cleaver 3 material weapon to obliterate the area resonating with brainwave frequencies." The executor lacked the authority to initiate such actions. Only the military governor could engage directly with the ship's AI to deploy this weapon. "Very well, entering execution protocol now," the AI stated. "Do you confirm the use of this weapon?" it inquired. "Affirmative," the military governor replied, devoid of emotion. "Verifying identity. Retrieving information. Coordinates. Industrial zone of the city of Three Suns, 44. 4241. 2. Launching small material weapon Cleaver 3. Launching now. Expected completion of cleansing in 10 seconds. The AI narrated in the same emotionless tone. A blinding light erupted violently from the industrial zone of the city of Three Suns. Initially, it appeared as a minuscule point in the sky, radiating an intense glow that captivated every gaze, illuminating the bodies of all present. However, it afforded no time for reaction. After a fleeting second, the point began to expand, its fierce brilliance gaping wide, almost instantaneously engulfing half of the industrial district. Following this, the light swiftly collapsed and vanished, taking with it all that had been consumed. The inhabitants of the city of Three Suns, the soldiers of the advanced contingent, the factories within the city, the production machinery, the land beneath those machines, the pipelines buried deep within the earth, and the water coursing through those conduits, all within the circular radiance, disappeared in an instant. The weapon's brilliance lay in its precise control over the attack's range. The assault of Cleaver 3 was akin to a surgeon's scalpel, executing an impeccably smooth incision, severing the boundary between the targeted and untouched areas with meticulous accuracy. Within the border, everything was reduced to ashes. Beyond it, life continued unperturbed. Several cross-sections of buried pipelines emerged, still relentlessly transporting water, which flowed along the smooth incision in the earth. Pooling in the newly formed circular pit, buildings that had been severed in half lost structural integrity and collapsed with a thunderous roar after a brief interval of 2 or 3 seconds. Fear and screams erupted moments later. With the deployment of this weapon, the turmoil in the city of Three Suns came to an abrupt halt. The dread of death compelled all inhabitants to surrender the memory crystals left by the insurgents. The soldiers of the advanced contingent acted swiftly and within mere moments. They had collected every last memory crystal. "Dispose of all the memory crystals in the incinerator," commanded the military governor. He now harbors a certain trepidation towards the cultural artifacts of humanity, a sentiment he could never have anticipated. How is it possible that such feeble beings can instigate such monumental transformations within the Trisolaran realm? Have you heard? These memory crystals can fetch a handsome price. A Trisolaran soldier, engaged in tidying up, began to entertain nefarious thoughts. What good is selling them? Can money truly procure such items? Another soldier scoffed. "Humph. A summer insect cannot converse with ice. It appears you are already deeply afflicted by the toxins of human cultural products. You are the one, aren't you?" The two soldiers appeared to be quarreling, yet they inadvertently agreed to retain some of the more exquisite memory crystals, including the poetry of Li Bai and the paintings of Picasso, alongside abstract creations from the human internet and rarefied art. "Supreme Leader, I was compelled to resort to this weaponry under duress," the military governor reported. "To think these few petty defectors could inflict such immense damage upon us." The Supreme Leader lamented. "Supreme Leader, the issue now lies in the formidable destructive power of the cultural products they VE left behind. Moreover, Due to the lack of substantial garrisons in various cities, they can effortlessly infiltrate urban areas and disseminate these cultural artifacts. Perhaps we could disperse our troops and assign them to oversee different areas, thereby forcing them to starve outside the cities. What if your soldiers were to defect? The Supreme Leader inquired. I am confident in the unwavering loyalty of our soldiers, the military governor asserted. Yet, in our world, the concept of trust has become increasingly futile, the Supreme Leader replied. However, if we cannot curtail the dissemination of these cultural products, everything may very well be doomed. The cultural output of Earth possesses an intrinsic allure for our world. Perhaps we should not obstruct it, but rather indulge in it, thereby cultivating our own cultural products in the Trisolaran realm to counter the human world. The Supreme Leader pondered extensively, having devised a strategy for resistance. Yet a palpable hesitation lingered within his neural waves. For once that course of action is taken, the Trisolaran world will undoubtedly be irrevocably altered. But, Supreme Leader, do we truly possess such abundant resources? The military governor pointed out the flaw in this notion. There are still resources during the brief era of stability, but what of the chaotic era? Can the populace endure? If the chaotic era were to descend suddenly, we would have no chance to halt it. Yet, if the current situation persists, it may not merely be a matter of stopping. The very spark of civilization could be extinguished under the weight of chaos, the Supreme Leader sighed. No, Supreme Leader, please trust me. If we eliminate those strategists who have defected from the experimental schemes, everything else will become significantly more manageable, the military governor insisted. The F-Rare inquired. You have perceived their strategic capabilities. What they have executed this time is evidently in alignment with human reasoning. Are you certain you are not underestimating them? The military governor replied, perhaps I have previously underestimated them. Yet this time, we can deploy the entirety of the Second Fleet's resources to encircle them completely. In the face of such overwhelming power, no strategy would hold any weight. Do you intend to mobilize the entire Second Fleet? The F-Rare asked keenly. The military governor suddenly grew anxious and quickly clarified. This war is commanded by you, not me. I merely offer a suggestion. Since the inception of deceit in the Trisolaran world, once face-to-face communication becomes impossible and is replaced by distant exchanges, suspicion easily arises between the parties involved, even between the F-Rare and his trusted military governor. Very well, let us give it a try. There is a saying in the human realm, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. It may very well be akin to that. The uncompleted Second Fleet of Trisolaris boasts nearly 1,000 vessels, all equipped with the pinnacle of advanced scientific technology from their world. Utilizing such formidable power to capture a small escape vessel containing 2,000 Trisolarans seems a case of overkill. Chapter 100, Epic 19, following the predetermined course. We shall soon arrive at the next city. The strategist 4,500 gazed into the distant starry sky. I sincerely hope that the F-Rare and his associates overlook our presence, remarked strategist 46. At that moment, a transmission from the city of Sanri arrived aboard the vessel. It was an image imbued with a profound sense of devastation. A vast chasm had inexplicably emerged in what was once a thriving metropolis. This was orchestrated by the military governor. Only he possesses the authority to deploy such a weapon, strategist 4,500 lamented as he examined the photograph. It appears many lives have been lost, strategist 46 observed. Yet, this paradoxically affirms our success. Otherwise, they would have no reason to resort to such a weapon. Strategist 4,500 collected his thoughts, continuing, even the strongest interaction armor cannot withstand the cleansers. Strategist 46 responded with a notable indifference. We have drawn their attention. It seems our good fortune has come to an end. We lack the opportunity to expose Lin Chen's conspiracy. Lin Chen's conspiracy? Have you discerned his intentions? Strategist 4,500 inquired with curiosity. I have only glimpsed a fraction of it. There remain numerous enigmas surrounding him, strategist 46 smiled. However, I have comprehended his previous insinuation. Those who commit numerous injustices will meet their demise. He must have alluded to this. Those who commit numerous injustices will meet their demise? This speaks of a governing system that cannot endure amidst monumental environmental changes, precisely what is unfolding in our world. Perhaps we can reclaim power and then reveal his true nature. Suddenly, someone interjected. No one could predict what kind of society the future Trisolaran world would construct. Such experiences had never been encountered. Due to physiological differences, we could not even draw upon humanity's methods. Thus, we were oblivious to how many years it would take to reconstruct the Trisolaran world. Another Trisolaran joined the conversation, at the very least. The first fleet will arrive at Earth after 400 Earth years. A singular strong interaction detector would suffice to conquer the entire planet. These Trisolarans were primarily former strategists from the Strategy Research Institute, all serving under the third strategist, Military Governor 46. However, they were now equal in rank. Devoid of any hierarchy, they were all fugitives and rebels. But have you forgotten that Lin Chen is actively engaged in his schemes? Perhaps by that time, he will have already led humanity to safety. When humanity finds itself in the desolation of the cosmos, they may come to understand why we fear Evans so profoundly. And by then, all our efforts may be in vain. Strategist 46 had essentially unraveled Lin Chen's thought process. Strategist 4500 proposed, we can inform the F-Rare. At least in this regard, we share common interests, thereby fostering trust. The F-Rare believes that trust can only be established through sacrifice. And Lin Chen deceived us with an entire concept previously. Strategist number 46 refuted this notion. Thus, the idea that we can rely on cost analysis to assess the trustworthiness of our allies is fundamentally flawed. They should instead deduce who is trustworthy and who is not from a perspective of mutual benefit, someone suggested nearby. This, however, is also untenable as dialogue presupposes equality. Strategist number 46 recognized that, given the current disparity in power, no one would be inclined to sit down and listen to their discourse. He continued, stating that our understanding of Lin Chen is still rather superficial, if all his actions were indeed for humanity. Why did he utter those words in the hospital from the very beginning, when he was unaware of our existence? If that is the case, are we rendered utterly powerless? All we can do is hasten our efforts to first obliterate the present Trisolaran world, and then endeavor to reconstruct a new one capable of perceiving all human stratagems. By then, we should be significantly stronger, rendering humanity forever incapable of overcoming us. You are thinking too far ahead. Let us instead contemplate how to survive until the next city, replied another. A silence enveloped the spacecraft's cabin. Amid the chaotic thoughts, everyone pondered. Yet none could devise a reasonable solution. Perhaps we must confront death. Nevertheless, it matters not. At least we have taken the first step, and with that step, others will follow with the second, declared strategist number 4500. Do not elevate your words to such grandeur. We are not pioneers, merely those with no other recourse, strategist no. 46 replied with a faint smile. By the way, where has strategist number 4501 gone? The F-Rare, we have pinpointed their location through our detectors, and they remain oblivious to our tracking. Now we await their inevitable approach into our trap. Analyze the military regulator from the audience, pulling up an image. The image depicted a small blue dot surrounded by countless red dots. The dense cluster of red dots was gradually encroaching upon the blue dot, which was still blissfully unaware as it journeyed toward its destination city. The F-Rare glanced at the image and then addressed the newly appointed scientific regulator. Have you comprehended the specifications of their spacecraft? It is said to be a vessel pilfered from a scientific research facility. The newly appointed scientific regulator respectfully responded, My F-Rare, everything has been elucidated. That spacecraft was designed to operate in conjunction with a strong interaction force detector. The materials of the entire vessel align with those of the detector. Yet due to incomplete development, it is devoid of any weaponry befitting a spacecraft. Aside from its capability to accelerate to 20 of the speed of light, the vessel possesses no remarkable features. In essence, this is merely a game of cat and mouse, inquired the F-Rare. Describing the situation through the lens of the immune system and viruses seems more fitting, the scientific chancellor remarked. However, if they were to accelerate to 20 of the speed of light, it would be exceedingly difficult for our current vessels to keep pace. That will not be the case, my F-Rare. They will not increase their speed to such levels in order to conserve resources. Furthermore, any increase in velocity necessitates a gradual acceleration. which is nearly impossible within our Trisolaran environment, the scientific chancellor elucidated. Thus, one might conclude that they are left with no avenue of escape, the military chancellor assessed. At this juncture, the ship's AI relayed the latest radar imagery, revealing that the entirety of the Second Fleet had nearly encircled the small blue point. My F-Rare, this is the opportune moment. If we act swiftly without allowing them a moment to react, we can ensnare them completely. Very well, issue the command, the F-Rare replied wearily. A sense of unease gnawing at him, though he could not ascertain its origin. Perhaps it stemmed from that diminutive spacecraft, or from concerns regarding the future of the Trisolaran realm. Most likely, it was a convergence of both. The military chancellor promptly executed the F-Rare's orders. All the small red dots on the AI's radar began to surge towards the blue dot. What are you observing? The Strategist 46 inquired, as Strategist 4500 approached Strategist 4501. The latter was leaning against the edge, dismantling the brainwave transmitter equipped by the Overseer. Although such devices had existed in the Trisolaran world for quite some time, this particular model was a novel innovation. It not only inflicted immense suffering, but could also forcibly dehydrate individuals, a feat previously unattainable. In our pursuit of weaponry, we are surely destined for confrontation with them, Strategist 4501 remarked, polishing the brainwave transmitter in his hand. Researching weaponry? Is this truly all? The damage inflicted by this contraption likely pales in comparison to that of a firepower launcher, let alone when juxtaposed with material weapons such as the Purger, Strategist 4500 chuckled. Strategist 46 concurred with Strategist 4500, adding, the only potential application for this device may be when they board, and by then, our defeat will already be a foregone conclusion. Strategist 4501 continued to polish the brainwave transmitter, incessantly adjusting its power from the lowest to the highest settings. He pondered aloud. Your imagination falls short of that of humanity. What do you mean by that? Do you possess a method? A means to counter the F-Rare's forces? Strategist 4500 inquired. Or perhaps you are merely familiar with my capabilities, Strategist 4501 responded. Then why the cryptic remarks? Strategist 4500 questioned, half amused and half irritated. Strategist 4501 said nothing, instead directing his gaze towards the three suns outside the ship. Though the suns occupied different positions from the ship's location and angle, all three could be simultaneously observed. The strategist number 46 also gazed at the suns, momentarily taken aback, and then inquired, do you intend to harness these suns? Indeed, you are the most astute among us. Yes, precisely by leveraging the suns, much like Yuwenjia did. Do you recall what Yuwenjia discovered back then? The sun is an enormous transmitter of radio waves. Strategist number 46 remarked. Indeed, as long as our transmitted waves exceed a certain threshold, the sun can amplify our signal and broadcast it. This radio wave information is emitted with stellar-level energy, its power surpassing any weapon we could deploy from our spacecraft by several magnitudes. Strategist number 4501 exclaimed excitedly. That is not feasible. We cannot broadcast. And once they realize we are incapable of broadcasting, our deterrence becomes utterly ineffective. Strategist number 46 pondered this and concluded that the plan was impractical. A crucial premise of deterrence is the determination to mutually perish should the adversary violate the rules. Yet, the current state of the Trisolaran world is such that everyone is aware this is a transformation from within their civilization. It is merely a dispute over direction. Elevating it to the destruction of their own civilization is an entirely different matter. Should the notion of invoking external forces arise, the betrayal would not merely be against the Trisolaran leader, but against the entirety of Trisolaran civilization. Once one betrays their civilization, it does not merely concern the entire Trisolaran world. Even the mere act of defection by 2,000 Trisolarans would instantly render them enemies. They merely seek to improve their existence, not to court demise. Strategist number 46 was correct. We cannot utilize the sun to broadcast outward, for our civilization cannot afford such a cost. Strategist number 4500 concurred with the dismissal of this notion. Yet at this moment, strategist number 4501 interjected. When did I ever suggest broadcasting outward? Chapter 101, Epic, Part 20. What does this mean? Both strategist number 46 and strategist number 4500 were taken aback simultaneously. Could it be that the sun serves a purpose beyond broadcasting? Strategist number 4500 inquired. It is amplification. Fool, it is amplification. Amplifying the waves. Strategist number 4501, brimming with excitement, raised the cerebral wave transmitter in his hand and adjusted the dial to dehydration, directing it towards strategist number 4500. Both strategist number 46 and strategist no. 4500 were struck with astonishment as they realized the audacious intention of strategist number 4501. What a brilliant yet mad idea. At that moment, the ship's alarm suddenly blared. Report, radar has detected an enemy vessel at the edge of our monitoring range. They have already spotted us, a crew member announced. Immediately accelerate and shake them off, commanded strategist number 4500. Yes, just as this order was issued, enemy signatures appeared ahead on the radar. In the next instant, a multitude of red dots enveloped them on the radar. A bead of cold sweat trickled down strategist number 4500's brow. What to do? They have anticipated our movements long ago. How did they accomplish this? The Sapon? It cannot be the Sapon. All the ones we encountered previously have been dispatched. Perhaps it is some other detection device. Didn't this damn new ship claim to be able to counter all forms of reconnaissance? No. It is not a detection device at all. They calculated our potential movement range and surrounded us with overwhelming force. Observing the increasing number of enemy forces on the radar, strategist number 46 quickly deduced, how audacious of them. Someone muttered under their breath. What should we do now? There is no way to escape. Someone exclaimed in panic. Damn it, then let us confront them head on. Another shouted madly. Both strategist number 4500 and strategist number 4501 turned their gazes towards strategist number 46. Even though strategist no. 46 was no longer the third strategist governor and had ceased to be their superior, in this critical moment, they instinctively sought his counsel. Upwards, we charged towards the sun. Just like the method proposed by strategist number 4501, strategist number 46 commanded without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, in the second fleet of the Trisolaris forces, leader, we have succeeded. Even if they react now, they will have nowhere to escape. The military governor reported. To boast of victory before it is secured is a grave mistake in warfare. The leader replied calmly. At that moment, the AI's display shifted from a two-dimensional radar to a three-dimensional one. The small blue dot, surrounded by a sea of red, abruptly ascended and began to soar upwards. What are they doing? Charging into the cosmos. Is that not akin to courting death? Once they enter space, where will they replenish their supplies? The military governor remarked. We cannot allow them to escape. That vessel took us a long time to develop. Hurry, pursue them. The scientific governor urged anxiously. However, the AI failed to convey the command, for only the F-Rare possessed such authority in the presence of others. The enemy vessel was accelerating, and at its current rate, it would reach one of the speed of light in 100 Trisolarian units of time. The AI team reported to the F-Rare. The F-Rare gazed coldly at the spacecraft soaring into the cosmos. After a moment of hesitation, the F-Rare mused. Perhaps they simply wished to avoid dying at our hands. Yet, the scientific chancellor countered, F-Rare, perhaps they are willing to take a gamble to escape. Issue the command swiftly. We cannot afford to wager. The scientific chancellor could not bear to witness the vessel, which he had once helped develop, being seized by these individuals. Military chancellor, what is your counsel? Inquired the F-Rare. F-Rare, these individuals are driven by self-interest. How could they possibly forsake their own lives? Asserted the military chancellor with conviction. The F-Rare pondered and replied, perhaps you are correct. Issue the order, all ships pursue at full speed. The AI promptly obeyed the F-Rare's command. On the three-dimensional radar display, the blue light point had soared high into the sky, while the red light points below began to converge upward in a conical formation. That diminutive yet radiant blue point resembled a gem cradled by the red light points. Would success truly be attainable? The F-Rare murmured to himself while observing the three-dimensional radar. After the incursion of human culture into the Trisolaris realm, he, too, had been affected, losing some of his former composure. F-Rare, in a pursuit, they cannot match us. Their fuel supplies are insufficient, remarked the scientific chancellor. At that moment, Nearly all Trisolarans were racing toward the sun. If we are to utilize the sun to amplify the brainwave transmitter's effectiveness, how can we ensure that we do not amplify it excessively, leading to a broadcast? After strategist number 46 presented this plan to the crew, questions were raised. According to computations, our sun does not possess the same amplifying capacity as Earth's sun, so this concern is unfounded, explained strategist number 4500. Will this not lead to dehydration for us all? If so, we are finished, another questioned. That will not occur, only those near Taiyuan will be affected. As long as we reach a certain velocity, we will not be impacted during the transmission of waves. But the individual initiating the launch will surely perish. At the very least, they will dehydrate. Who will take on that task? The rebels exchanged glances, grappling with a profound ethical dilemma. Having just begun to grasp the essence of humanity, I shall go, declared strategist number 46 calmly. The sun. They are racing toward the sun, exclaimed the military chancellor, observing the trajectory of the rebel vessel in astonishment. Have those individuals truly succumbed to folly in their strategizing? The strong interaction armor cannot withstand the sun's gravitational pull for long, remarked the scientific chancellor. What do they truly intend to accomplish? The Frere racked his brain, unable to find clarity. At that moment, the AI announced, the enemy ship is about to accelerate to one of the speed of light. Shall we continue our acceleration? Of course. Without acceleration, how can we hope to catch up to them? Declared the military commander. Accelerate, commanded the Frere. Please note, once we reach one of the speed of light, our course will be irrevocably fixed, allowing only slight deviations, the AI added. That applies to them as well. As they approached the sun, the Frere ordered the fleet to execute evasive maneuvers. By then, the rebel ships had already passed the sun. Suddenly, the three-dimensional radar blared to life. Beneath that blue light, an equally blue point emerged, dwarfed by the larger blue point. What is that? A weapon they have launched? The Frere inquired. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They cannot possess weaponry suitable for their ships. Such armaments have yet to be developed, the scientific commander responded. The military commander swiftly interjected, AI, magnify that smallest blue dot. Let us discern what it truly is. Magnification in progress. Under the AI's guidance, the blue point transformed into a tangible image, albeit still pixelated. The pixels gradually sharpened with each iteration. Then it was magnified again, becoming clearer still. Ultimately, a picture emerged before them. It was a Trisolaran clutching some sort of launcher. Has he lost his mind? Does he truly believe he can thwart the entire Second Fleet with that device? The military commander stifled a laugh, recognizing the madness of such an act. What weapon does he possess? The Frere suddenly felt a tremor wash over him. This tremor soon transferred to the scientific commander. A launcher. It is a brainwave emitter. This is dire, Frere. It is indeed a brainwave emitter. The scientific commander's brainwaves surged uncontrollably. In an instant, the Frere comprehended the implications. He recalled Yi Wenjie, the one who initially engaged in dialogue with the Trisolaran world. This diminutive earthling, capable of traversing the cosmos, amplifying energy, and conversing with them, did so by manipulating stars. This is bad. Immediately command all units of the fleet to retreat from the sun. Away from the sun, even though the Trisolarans possessed commendable physical attributes. Exposing oneself to the vacuum of space for even a moment was perilous. The strategist, designated number 46, felt the fleeting essence of his life. He was now retreating from the sun at nearly one of the speed of light, yet his body would surely be scorched before he could fully distance himself from the sun. However, that brief moment was sufficient for him to raise the brainwave emitter. He connected the device to his brain and adjusted its function to dehydration. Adjusting the power to its maximum, he reached the threshold acceptable by the sun. In the fleeting moment he pressed the launch button, a pang of hesitation washed over him. He had yet to receive the gift from Lin Chen, nor had he found the time to reciprocate, yet he was compelled to take this step forward. Nevertheless, in the name of accelerating civilization, such sacrifices were deemed worthwhile. He pressed the button, and a minuscule wave of brainwaves surged into the colossal form of the sun, soon transforming into a gigantic entity that erupted forth from its fiery depths. The strategist number 46 was the first to be forcibly dehydrated. The soldiers aboard the approaching Second Fleet began to experience an eerie rate of dehydration as well. Armed to the teeth, they fell like wheat before the scythe, swept away by the massive electric wave. Unmanned ships plunged into the sun-scorching sea, akin to moths drawn to a flame. According to later accounts from the Trisolaran world, 2/3 of the fleet charged directly into the sun, while the remaining third narrowly escaped due to timely AI intervention and their greater distance. This conflict marked the highest casualty rate in Trisolaran history, known as the Wrath of the Stars. Following this battle, the existing order of the Trisolaran civilization was utterly dismantled, plunging their planet into a prolonged state of turmoil, referred to as the Warring States period. During this time, all Trisolarans pondered a singular question: where lies the path ahead? They repeatedly experimented with new governance systems, only to meet with failure time and again, until they eventually succeeded in rebuilding unity after a considerable period. They were fortunate that all of this transpired during a prolonged era of stability, allowing the seeds of civilization to flourish into towering trees of progress. Chapter 102. Life is so beautiful, Part 1. While the world of the Trisolarians is engulfed in chaos, the Earth appears to be relatively tranquil. As the wall-breakers engage in their arduous task of breaching barriers within the virtual realm of the Trisolarians, some members of the ETO are diligently attempting to accomplish this challenging endeavor. Among them, John von Neumann, Mosey, and Aristotle convene. The trio of wall-breakers closely monitoring the inaugural hearing of the wall-facers by the Planetary Defense Council through the supervision of the Sophistans. However, only 3 wall-facers are present: Taylor, Diaz, and Hines, each articulating their preliminary wall-breaking strategies at the assembly, which provokes initial discussions among the representatives of the Planetary Defense Council. Neither Luoji nor Lin Chen attended this hearing. Aristotle remarked that Luoji is perpetually idle. He has nothing of worth to report. As for Lin Chen, he has presented his findings more frequently than the 3 of them combined. Mosey responded. Von Neumann glanced at the 2 and inquired, "Have you discerned any insights thus far? Have you grasped the essence of their strategies?" Hines, presently in a state of confusion, expressed his belief that no one could devise such a plan, deeming it non-existent. He felt that each misstep would squander substantial resources, which rendered him hesitant to act previously. Aristotle gently noted, he possesses a degree of self-awareness. No force can contend with the master. Mosey interjected, "Indeed." Aristotle nodded and continued, "I devised a plan for him. Something we have been studying, connecting the brain to a computer, thereby enhancing cognitive efficiency multifold. Bill considers this a visionary strategy, which is why he proceeded with it." Von Neumann remarked, "Had you wagered with Lin Chen earlier, you would have emerged victorious by now, for you could breach the walls at any moment." Aristotle countered, "Such wagers are devoid of significance. Our sole objective is to summon the master to Earth. All else should not serve as an impediment. It is Lin Chen's arrogance that hinders us. Has Hines managed to breach the barriers? Not yet, until everything is certain. None of us dares to claim success in breaching the walls," Aristotle responded, shaking his head at the thought of Hines. Von Neumann bowed slightly toward Aristotle, stating, "You are overly modest. The situation with Taylor is rather intricate. His grand fusion initiative is almost a trademark execution, yet the potential for failure is glaringly evident. A person like Taylor surely cannot be oblivious to this. I wonder what he is concealing. That accursed Diaz is no different. This man possesses an almost perverse obsession with nuclear weapons. Does he truly believe that such armaments can resolve everything? If that is indeed his belief, then how fortunate." Mosey observed Diaz with a calm demeanor through the images transmitted by the Sophistans. At that moment, the silent observer, Qin Shi Huang, suddenly interjected. "What is Lin Chen occupied with? Is he not supposed to be vigilantly monitoring these individuals as they attempt to breach the walls? I have stated that he is an arrogant individual, having ascended solely through a stroke of opportunism. Do you genuinely expect him to possess any real talent or expertise?" Mosey remarked. Qin Shi Huang shook his head and replied, "I hold no such expectations. My sole desire is to see him fail. He will indeed falter. And it is inevitable." Newton interjected, continuing, "The organization should be led by elites like us, rather than him. Are you aware of his recent endeavors? What has he been up to? He has ventured to Africa to sow discord. This restless madman seems to believe that chaos is the ladder to progress. Creating chaos in Africa? Aristotle paused, then inquired, isn't everything he plans to do unfolding in Africa? Isn't it somewhat contradictory to create chaos? Not at all contradictory. Newton shook his head. He then retrieved a small stick from elsewhere and began sketching a map of Africa in the soil. Behold, this is Africa, he said, marking several points on the map. These regions are where Lin Chen is instigating turmoil. He is supporting spontaneous armed revolutionary movements among certain Africans. While these areas may appear unrelated, they are indeed acting in accordance with his vision. Why would he do such a thing? Von Neumann asked. I suspect he wishes to establish his own ground forces, to seize control of Gabon when the situation there spirals out of control, or to ensure that once the space elevator in Gabon is completed, his organization can seize control of it, thus infiltrating the entire space fleet and ultimately gaining authority over it. How is he circumventing the PDC's oversight? Naturally, through the use of sophons. Certain regions in Africa already have fertile ground for revolution, and Lin Chen is merely transmitting technology to them. Does that mean these Africans are concealing this fact, thereby betraying Earth? At this moment, Qin Shi Huang remarked, that is certainly preferable to being enslaved. For them, what difference does it make whether they betray Earth or not? These are traitors born of humanity itself. No one is to blame. Yet for us, this is a fortuitous development. It is not advantageous for us, but merely for Lin Chen. While undertaking these actions, Lin Chen has circumvented the entire organization, relying solely on that faction of Confucius followers. It matters not. As long as we break through first, everything else will pose no problem. As for him, Lin Chen shall remain engrossed in his myriad tedious tasks. Ultimately, it will be we who earn the trust of the master, not him. Qin Shi Huang unsheathed his newly forged sword. He was already envisioning the day of his coronation. In Africa, Gabon, at the headquarters of the Space Army, Chang Weisi convened a meeting of the Space Army's political department. Upon announcing the commencement of the session, he stated forthrightly, Comrades, the orders from yesterday have been disseminated, and I shall concurrently serve as the head of the military's political department. Now that we are gathered here, I realize that we are indeed the most beleaguered group within the Space Army, tasked with building everything from nothing. As he spoke, Chang Weisi's gaze swept across the faces of each officer. The officers sat upright, silent and attentive. Chang Weisi continued, Firstly, our duty is to instill an unwavering belief in our inevitable victory in future warfare. Do you all share this belief? If so, please raise your hands. Let me remind you, this is a candid discussion, not a formal record. Zhang Beihai was the first to raise his hand, followed by several others. Excellent. How have you cultivated this belief? Chang Weisi inquired. One officer responded, Although from a scientific and rational perspective, I have never believed we could prevail. The objective fact that the Trisolarans attacked Professor Lin Chen out of fear has greatly encouraged me. Chang Weisi stood, pacing casually behind each officer. Because of Professor Lin Chen? That's commendable. At least we are more pragmatic than we were a few months ago. However, our conviction cannot rest solely upon one individual. Nor can it be based solely on the enemy's fear, for they have learned to deceive. Their actions must also be taken into account. He then surveyed the room, asking, Are there any comrades who have established their belief independently of Professor Lin Chen? If so, please raise your hands. If not, please lower them. Almost everyone lowered their hands, except for Zhang Beihai, who kept his hand raised. Very well, Comrade Beihai, please share your thoughts. Zhang Beihai promptly stood at attention. Chang Weisi gestured for him to sit. This is merely a discussion. There is no need for such formality. Yet, Zhang Beihai remained standing, stating, We must reassess our understanding of science and rationality. For our scientific reasoning may be akin to a child collecting shells by the sea, having never encountered the vast ocean of truth. Given this, we should selectively disregard it. We must recognize that things evolve and change. We cannot rigidly predict the future. Very well articulated. But how should we translate this into actionable ideology? Chang Weisi probed. That is an excellent question. We should begin with our mental state, starting with the transition of various military branches to the Space Force. Currently, our training regimen is quite lax and requires fortification. Additionally, regarding uniforms, we have distributed special attire for our operations in Africa. Yet many comrades still don their original military garb, which is entirely inappropriate. Though our Space Force currently resides with several scientists and is gradually becoming a research academy, we must first recognize that we are a military and one that is in a state of war. Zhang Beihai proceeded to address several issues. Seemingly having anticipated these potential concerns, ready to enumerate them at the meeting. Even when questioned, he was able to respond with clarity and confidence. The meeting continued for a while, and Chang Weisi finally opened the documents, stating, "Let us commence the formal session. Currently, our research is in its infancy, and we are uncertain about the level of advancement we might achieve in the space forces of several centuries hence. Therefore, we ought to analyze various scenarios separately, segmenting the singular theory of space warfare into several components so that we are equipped with strategies to address any eventuality that may arise in the future. At present, we have delineated it into 5 segments: low-tech strategy, medium-tech strategy, high-tech strategy, and ultra-tech strategy. The low-tech strategy pertains to spacecraft speeds, which can reach approximately 50 times the third cosmic velocity. However, these vessels lack ecological recycling capabilities, thus confining them to operations within the solar confines. Regarding the low-tech strategy, I have had discussions with Professor Lin Chen, who posits that humanity can swiftly enhance ecological recycling capabilities through the technologies left by the Trisolaris. Hence, we shall only conduct a cursory discussion on this aspect. The medium-tech strategy refers to spacecraft achieving speeds around 300 times the third cosmic velocity, while possessing a degree of ecological recycling capability. Under such circumstances, we could engage in operations within 1,000 astronomical units from the Sun. This is currently the most promising technological strategy, and most engineers at the Spacecraft Development Center believe this is an attainable goal for the future. Our existing theories fully support the feasibility of achieving such speeds under the extreme conditions of propellant engines. It is possible to reach approximately 1% of the speed of light after complete acceleration. However, the challenge lies in the fact that propellant engines necessitate the transport of substantial amounts of fuel, while theoretically capable of approaching 1% of light speed. Operational deployment renders this impractical, presenting certain mobility issues. At this juncture, Zhang Beihai raised his hand and inquired, "Are spacecraft powered by propellant engines ill-suited for the space combat environment? Should our engineers strive in this direction?" Chang Weisi chuckled and responded, "This concern has also been raised by Professor Lin Chen. Nonetheless, the current reality is that our existing equipment can only construct propellant engines. Moreover, the chief engineers involved in the guidance work predominantly come from a background in propellant engines, which inevitably skews our research focus toward this avenue. However, this is not what we require. If we expend excessive time on engine control, what shall we do if we ultimately cannot construct vessels capable of genuine space combat?" Zhang Beihai interjected, "This is not merely a question of necessity. Rather, the composition of our current research personnel confines us to this course of action. We cannot expect seasoned aerospace experts to abandon their established concepts and foundational knowledge. Such transitions require time. Every shift in direction necessitates time." Chang Weisi patiently elaborated, understanding that Zhang Beihai comprehended these nuances, yet he felt compelled to clarify his stance. "I understand," Zhang Beihai replied. "Very well, let us proceed to discuss the high-tech tier." Chang Weisi nodded and continued. "The advanced technological level could enable our spacecraft to achieve approximately 1,000 times the third cosmic velocity, equating to about 5 of the speed of light. The spacecraft possesses complete recycling capabilities, allowing for perpetual navigation and operation in the vastness of space. Consequently, we would attain a rudimentary capability for interstellar travel. The challenge at this advanced technological level lies in the fact that it is currently impossible to truly reach 5 of the speed of light using conventional propulsion systems. The only conceivable instance is the ongoing International Ladder Program. However, such a model is fundamentally incapable of being transformed into a spacecraft, let alone establishing a fleet. To realize this advanced technological level, we must achieve certain breakthroughs in propulsion systems, specifically in non-propellant engines or other innovative technologies. Regarding the research into non-propellant engines, I recommend examining Chapter 7, Atomic Energy Rocket Engines from Qian's Introduction to Interstellar Travel. It is important to note that the concept of a non-propellant engine is somewhat misleading, as it does not imply the absolute absence of propellant. Instead, we aspire to develop atomic rocket engines. To briefly summarize the underlying principles, atomic rocket engines can generate exhaust velocities far exceeding those of conventional chemical propellants due to the energy released during nuclear reactions, which vastly surpasses that of chemical combustion. The typical combustion process involves merely the combination and transformation of elements at the electronic level, with no changes occurring within the atomic nuclei. In contrast, nuclear fission alters the structure of the atomic nucleus itself, releasing energy on a significantly larger scale. At present, we have established the foundational theories for these technologies. After expressing his thoughts in one breath, Chang Weishi turned to the attendees, stating, "The advanced technological level is the pinnacle we aspire to achieve, and it is the highest point supported by our current fundamental physics. But isn't there also a super-technological level?" Someone inquired. Chang Weishi tapped the table and replied, "The super-technological level is merely a conceptual product, also derived from Professor Lin Chen. He truly is a science fiction enthusiast." This remark elicited laughter, as no one could conceive of advancements beyond the current foundations of physics. Such technologies remain mere fantasies, devoid of any realistic support. Chang Weishi continued, he did not propose any technological solutions, merely articulating a fundamental concept: our spacecraft nearing the speed of light, possessing absolute ecological recycling capabilities, given our current technological reserves. Absolute ecological recycling is the only feasible achievement among these technologies. What is absolute ecological recycling capability? Someone asked. It refers to a massive spacecraft where humanity can exist indefinitely, reproduce, and even cultivate and raise life, performing all the activities possible on Earth. Is that feasible? How much energy would it require? Another queried. According to the ecological transformation technology of the Trisolarians, it is theoretically possible. However, as you have mentioned, we lack sufficient energy to support such technologies. At the very least, controllable nuclear fusion technology serves as the foundation for this endeavor, though it may take another 50 years to materialize, as some have jested. After the meeting concluded, Chang Weishi instructed the 32 political officers in attendance to contemplate their job placements based on the 4 technologies mentioned earlier. 7 opted for low-technology strategic research. 24 chose medium technology strategic research, while only Zhang Beihai selected high-technology strategic research. Comrade Beihai, those of us engaged in high-technology strategic research hardly have anything to undertake at present, because there is virtually no willingness to invest in endeavors that do not yield immediate results. We might only have a chance once that group of researchers on propulsion engines encounters setbacks, remarked a scientist from the High Technology Strategic Research Institute. Zhang Beihai smiled silently. In the days following the confirmation of the latter program, Wade approached Lin Chen with a rather unexpected revelation. "I took your advice and sought ways to appease those potential participants of this perilous undertaking." Wade deliberately employed the term appease and referred to the terminally ill as those who are destined to perish. This was to set the stage for his ensuing sardonic remarks. "Do you know what they requested from me?" Lin Chen innocently shook his head and offered Wade a cigar, pilfered from Diaz during his recent consultation with Restias regarding anti-colonial matters. However, Wade declined. This cold-hearted individual often exhibited unusual behavior in critical moments, much like your fellow wall-sitters. 2 candidates for the latter program confided that their sole desires were to possess vast wealth and numerous women. These 2 could still be considered somewhat normal. Yet, 3 others, rather aberrant, expressed a singular wish to embrace death. But as I raised my gun, poised to fulfill their wishes, they suddenly declared, "I no longer wish to die. My desire is to acquire immense wealth and live well." I suppose that qualifies as half normal. But do you know how one of the so-called destined to perish, named Yun Tianming, responded when I inquired? Lin Chen's mind raced with potential responses from Yun Tianming. He was uncertain how Yun Tianming might choose. He could only speculate. In his recollection, Yun Tianming was a profoundly unfortunate individual, starkly contrasting with Cheng Xian, Unlike Cheng Xian, who came from a single-parent household, Yun Tianming had both parents. Yet his life was far from joyous. He suffered under the weight of his parents' unrealistic aspirations, a form of emotional manipulation often described as pua by travelers from another realm. Though his parents lacked noble lineage, they insisted on providing Yun Tianming with a noble education, attempting to instill in him the belief that the people and circumstances surrounding him were base, while they themselves were of a higher cultural caliber. Generally speaking, to initiate a noble education, one must curate a child's social environment and the circles they interact with from an early age. However, it was evident that Yun Tianming's parents lacked the capacity to do so. Lacking ability, yet consumed by fantasies. Such illusions ultimately led to the dissolution of Yun Tianming's parents' marriage. His father fell for a girl who sold insurance, while his mother remarried a wealthy construction contractor. Both individuals were once held in contempt by his parents, yet they became the objects of their affection. Consequently, they lost the moral authority to educate Yun Tianming. However, shaped by their distorted beliefs, he found himself unable to integrate with ordinary children, leading to an increasingly solitary existence, distanced from others. It could be said that much of Yun Tianming's tragedy stemmed from his parents' upbringing. Later on, he encountered the cheerful Cheng Xian, a kind-hearted girl who radiated goodwill towards everyone. In the shadowy realm of his life, she became a ray of light piercing through the gloom. Regrettably, this illumination was derived from the sun. Her affection was not confined to Yun Tianming alone. She embraced love for the entire Earth and the solar system, which ultimately contributed to his ensuing tragedy. When faced with the choice between her beloved and life on Earth, she unhesitatingly and mercilessly chose the latter. Fortunately, Lin Chen's intervention averted this impending tragedy for Yun Tianming, and Cheng Xian was spared from resentment. Initially, Lin Chen believed this should culminate in a favorable resolution, yet a sudden epiphany led him to contemplate an alternative possibility. He thought of Luo Ji, who would seek out the girl of his dreams through Shichang. But what of Yun Tianming? In his seemingly inescapable fate, what remained his sole concern? Surely it cannot be. A peculiar smile crept across Wei's lips. I wager you cannot guess. Allow me to enlighten you. He desires but one person, Cheng Xian. Alas, the girl whom you wish to protect and nurture could not evade her destined path. Lin Chen discerned the meaning in Wei's gaze. Chapter 103. Life is so beautiful. Part 2. I want to see Cheng Xian. Yun Tianming hesitated for a full 2 months before uttering this phrase. Yet, just 2 days after he expressed this desire, Lin Chen and Wei, the leaders of the latter project, readily acquiesced. Their agreement was not born out of compassion for Yun Tianming or any emotional sentiments. Rather, it stemmed from a glimmer of possibility discovered amidst their predicament. A lovesick individual is surely preferable to those resentful souls who departed from this place. Since Yun Tianming was not a wall-facer, he lacked the authority to unilaterally access resources. Consequently, all his requests had to undergo scrutiny by the Planetary Defense Council, just as those of the previous sacrificial candidates had. The entire deliberation process encountered almost no obstacles. For the council, it required minimal resources. Thus, why not grant the request? Only a few representatives from various nations sought to question Cheng Xian's own choice. However, when these representatives voiced their objections, Yun Tianming simply explained that he merely wished to see her. This plea was so humble that it left no room for rejection among those present. To deny it further would be utterly unsatisfactory. The day after the meeting, Yun Tianming boarded a plane alongside Lin Chen and Wei. Throughout the journey, he refrained from conversing with these cold-hearted adversaries who had dealt him a final blow. Instead, he gazed quietly out the window, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the person he could not stop thinking about, Cheng Xian. He remained uncertain as to why Cheng Xian had traveled to Africa, whether she knew he had gifted her a star, or if she even remembered him. Yet, in his imagination, he envisioned Cheng Xian unchanged. Her flowing hair cascading over her clothing, the fragrance of inexpensive shampoo lingering in the air. However, whenever he attempted to visualize her face, it appeared blurred and indistinct. Perhaps the Cheng Xian in his mind was not the true Cheng Xian at all, but merely an idyllic construct he had fashioned as a serene haven. Yun Tianming was vaguely aware of this truth, yet he still chose to catch a glimpse of Chang Exine to witness her life. Just one glance. Then he would depart, journeying 4 light years away to guard her existence. He repeatedly reassured himself that he need not be a burden. He could allow Chang Exine to seek happiness with the star he had given her, all of which he willingly embraced. It was only after disembarking the plane that Lin Chen spoke to Yun Tianming for the first time. How would you like to see her? Via video call or in person? Without hesitation, Yun Tianming replied, I want to see her in person, without any devices, just a fleeting glance. Lin Chen nodded, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, without a heart, Yun Tianming was profoundly self-doubting when it came to Chang Exine. Surely you had many opportunities to see her before. Why wait until now? If not for these plans, wouldn't you have had no chance to see her at all? I do not wish to express my gratitude to you. You have misunderstood. For me, it suffices to be free from disdain. There is no need to speak of gratitude. I am merely stating a fact. You bestowed upon her a star yet lacked the courage to meet her. What was that star called? DX3906, Yun Tian replied. At that moment, Lin Chen and Yun Tianming had already been escorted by professional security personnel to a military off-road vehicle, destined for the location where Chang Exine awaited them. Their journey would traverse 2 war-torn regions and a vast African savanna. Upon entering the vehicle, Yun Tianming settled into the back seat. Glancing at Lin Chen through the rearview mirror, continuing his previous thought, I did not shy away from meeting her. I simply failed to do so. That day, I stood before the gates of the Aerospace Technology Research Institute, waiting for several hours. The institute has 5 entrances. It appears fortune was not on your side. Yun Tianming chuckled self-deprecatingly. I was merely persistent, clinging to this faint glimmer of hope. You would make an excellent hermit, in terms of temperament, remarked Wide, who had remained silent until now. Following his statement, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Lin Chen gazed quietly out of the window. The vehicle passed several small towns that appeared somewhat dilapidated. Nearby children, upon seeing the approaching vehicle, rushed to the roadside in eager anticipation. As the automobile slowed upon entering the town, they dashed to either side, gently tapping the car windows with their dirt-streaked hands. In their eyes sparkled innocence and hope, while their bodies narrated tales of despair and death. Yun Tianming, feeling a surge of anxiety within the vehicle, inquired, What is this custom? Custom? Wide smirked. His amusement evident. It seems you possess a sense of humor. This is begging, explained a soldier, recently retired and responsible for Lin Chen's security. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lin Chen. After receiving a nod, the soldier slightly lowered the window and produced several crumpled banknotes, which he tossed through the narrow opening. The children were immediately entranced by the currency, rushing forward to seize it without a second thought. A few of the children, witnessing this, began to pound more fervently on the car windows. Accelerate, Lin Chen urged. What about that child? Yun Tianming asked, puzzled, as he observed an African child lying on the ground, swollen and sidelined. The child had chosen to rest in the shade, a position that seemed quite comfortable, with a large area of contact with the ground and evenly distributed pressure. However, upon seeing the child, the soldier shook his head, deceased. Yun Tianming's nerves tensed. His concern for Chang Exine was compounded by a peculiar sense of innate kindness within him. Shouldn't Africa be flourishing due to your plans? Why, after several months? Has life here seen no improvement whatsoever? Lin Chen remarked, the sovereign nations and warlords hovering over these children are akin to a sieve. Our investments will be filtered through them repeatedly. Ultimately, when only the purest water remains, they will be there with a bowl at the bottom to catch it. Rather than allowing even a drop to escape, to share with these individuals, Yun Tianming continued to inquire, do you not care? Lin Chen replied, I am not the president of the human world. I do not require their votes or their support. Their way of life has no bearing on me. This stands in stark contrast to the dreams you proclaimed at the United Nations, Wada interjected. There is no difference. The people here will resolve everything on their own. According to the map, if we proceed further, we will reach 2 tumultuous regions where the inhabitants have already begun to resist. To save others is less effective than saving oneself, Lin Chen stated. Wada coldly mocked. You are not the most unfortunate. At least you possess the strength to pursue your love, and when faced with a terminal illness, you can still reside in a hospital. As we move forward, we shall witness more. The vehicle drove out of the small town and continued onto the grasslands. Along the way, Yun Tianming caught sight of a cheetah pursuing an antelope. Both the cheetah and the antelope reached their utmost speed, momentarily outpacing the car occupied by Lin Chen and Yun Tianming. However, a decisive victor remained elusive. The cheetah was unable to swiftly incapacitate the antelope, and the antelope could not shake off the cheetah. This stalemate would deplete the endurance of both. Moments later, the antelope sought to change its course, agilely veering left in an attempt to evade the cheetah. Yet, the cheetah maintained its grip on the ground, mirroring the antelope's leftward movement. The antelope then swiftly shifted to the right, prompting the cheetah to follow suit. This back and forth continued, with the antelope again darting left, and the cheetah again responding in kind. However, fortune favored the cheetah when the antelope made a critical misstep. The antelope's speed diminished significantly, and seizing the moment, the cheetah pounced, its teeth sinking into the antelope's neck, blood seeping forth. Initially, the antelope struggled fiercely, but after a few moments of frantic movement, it gradually succumbed to fatigue. Its eyes wide, it could only watch helplessly as its lifeblood flowed into the cheetah's throat. Observing this heart-stopping chase, Yun Tianming discerned the outcome. The cheetah had triumphed. Yet, as he turned to glance out the rear window, he was met with the anguished cries of the cheetah. Upon closer inspection, he saw 7 or 8 hyenas encircling the barely breathing antelope, while the cheetah could only retreat in a mix of fury and despair. The unfolding events beyond that point were obscured from Yun Tianming's view, as the vehicle had already distanced itself from the scene. After a while, they arrived at another small town. As they passed by, the distant sound of gunfire echoed in the air. "Must we take this road?" Yun Tianming inquired. "This is an inevitable path. Just a little further ahead lies the place where Qingxin works," Lin Chen elucidated. "She works in such a place?" A pang of confusion coursed through Yun Tianming's heart. This is her own choice. The area ahead is controlled by the Resistance Organization, but there is little to fear. They treat the locals well and are quite capable individuals, Lin Chen explained. Is that so? If one were to truly delve into understanding these individuals burdened with countless labels, one would ultimately discover that they are, at their core, merely human. I believe, at least, that Qingxin does not harbor such prejudices as you do. Yun Tianming wished to articulate further, yet he abruptly realized that his words had multiplied significantly compared to before, rendering him speechless as they lodged in his throat. He sought to comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon and, after some contemplation, discerned that neither Lin Chen nor Wide were typical individuals of this world. These two embodied a strong sense of self-consistency and inclusivity, indifferent to the opinions of others or any external factors, which rendered conversations with them remarkably effortless. Despite the myriad of biases he still held against them, a gunshot shattered the reverie, followed by a cacophony of gunfire akin to firecrackers. Yun Tianming lifted his gaze toward the window, discovering a group of African soldiers brandishing rifles into the air. Most were young men, predominantly in their teens, with the youngest possibly around 11, also firing a weapon. What are they doing? Yun Tianming gazed at the eggshells strewn across the ground, growing increasingly perplexed. Such poverty, yet such waste. "Welcome," Wide proclaimed. "Welcome whom?" "Welcome us. Welcome Lin Chen, the wall-facer, revered like a deity." "A deity?" "Indeed, a deity. Is this a facet of their local religion? Their traditional culture? How have they come to regard Lin Chen as their god? Is it merely due to his status as a wall-facer? Or perhaps an esoteric tempest?" Yun Tianming had never felt so utterly fatigued, on one hand. His mind was wearied by the overwhelming questions, while on the other, his body, afflicted by a terminal illness, was exhausted after nearly 20 hours of travel by car and plane, followed by a bumpy ride. Status? To them, what value does the identity of a wall-facer hold? For what reason? "Mr. Yun Tianming." Wide's gaze suddenly turned icy as he called out Yun Tianming's name. "What is it? Do you not feel even a modicum of gratitude towards Lin Chen, the wall-facer? What are you joking about, asking me to feel grateful to him? The fact that I have not expressed rage is already quite courteous." "You are mistaken." "What is mistaken?" "You were able to meet Qingxin, and you continue to live despite your illness, all thanks to Lin Chen's assistance. Yet, you harbor contempt for him in your heart. Is that not a significant error?" Yun Tianming, you have received an education from a prestigious institution, yet in terms of humanity, you are even inferior to those individuals outside. Do you know why they regard Lin Chen as a shaman? Yun Tianming shook his head, no longer wishing to listen to Wade's words. When did this seemingly taciturn person become so loquacious? Merely because Professor Lin Chen deceived the Trisolarans into acquiring technology, one piece of which found its way into the hands of these people. Observe the children here. They can wield firearms. Yun Tianming was momentarily taken aback. He abruptly turned to look at the child soldiers. Indeed, setting aside their profession, these children's physiques appeared remarkably healthy. At the very least, they were well fed. At that moment, the retired soldier spoke. Scientists have deciphered a technique from Trisolaran technology that enhances wheat yields. Have you not been following the news? It takes just a month and a half to harvest. A month and a half. After a prolonged silence, Lin Chen remarked, however, the cultivation method is somewhat challenging. I do not understand why it was a group of Africans who first mastered it. Perhaps it is due to their urgent need to learn. Yun Tianming nodded. In fact, recently, the technology employed in your cancer treatment also originated from the Gabon base. One of the doctors attending to Yun Tianming mentioned. Yun Tianming fell silent. At Yun Tianming's request, he merely wished to see Cheng Xin, so ultimately, it was Lin Chen who took the initiative to find her. Their vehicle halted beside a makeshift military hospital, a joint establishment by the PDC, where personnel were in critically short supply. Cheng Xin had begun assisting here a month prior. Initially, after arriving in Africa, Cheng Xin felt somewhat lost, truly venturing alone into the African savanna without any tangible rewards. However, on the following day, she smoothly joined an animal protection organization, embarking on her lengthy journey of observation. It was only when the war erupted nearby that she came here to offer her assistance. Lin Chen found Cheng Xin by a rudimentary hospital bed, where she was skillfully tending to a soldier's wounds, expertly changing the dressings and advising him to take his sulfa medications on schedule. Yet, she did not speak the local language and could not even pronounce the soldier's name, substituting it with a fruit name. This soldier was named Orange. Why this name? Lin Chen, curious, inquired. Cheng Xin then turned around in a daze, exclaiming in delight, Teacher Lin, when did you arrive? Just now. I merely came to check on you. Why do you name them after food? It was discovered by a predecessor. These Africans are particularly sensitive to food-related terms and find them easy to remember. So we adopted this practice. Will you give them oranges to eat? Cheng Xin shook her head. I do not have that much money. What they eat depends entirely on what they can cultivate or what their leader can procure from outside. Lin Chen nodded. Observing Cheng Xin, you appear much more spirited than before. Cheng Xion's face flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Lin Chen was unaware of her thoughts. Perhaps she felt a twinge of remorse for her prior navet. However, he understood that anyone, no matter how hardened or impervious they may seem, who could survive a month in a war-torn region ought to grasp the realities of the world. In truth, her very survival here attested to her growth. Meanwhile, Uncle Hay babbled something incomprehensible before discreetly limping away. Lin Chen took the opportunity to sit on the hospital bed and casually picked up the medication packaging that Cheng Xin had distributed earlier, scrutinizing the instructions. Veterinary medicine. This suddenly reminded him that he initially only wished for Cheng Xin to witness the cycle of life and death among the animals on the African savanna. He had never intended for her to work in such an environment. This is the medication we previously provided. Other nations do not recognize the independence of this regime. Yet they have not interfered much, merely conducting business, Cheng Xin explained. Lin Chen was already aware of the situation here through Jizi. The reason that African seedlings could sprout in the high-pressure international environment dominated by the PDC was inherently tied to the profitability for those permanent member states. Otherwise, intervention would have occurred long ago. Of course, some of the experiences of the Africans mirrored those from South America's radiads, and Lin Chen merely facilitated a connection. He was not privy to the specifics of their research and gradual discovery of solutions, nor did he possess the energy to follow every step. It was Confucius who was pursuing the follow-up, albeit with limited success. After all, no one genuinely wished to bear the title of a traitor to humanity. Isn't there a constant threat of death here? Lin Chen inquired. Yes, The sound of shelling can often be heard in the early hours. However, death is so commonplace here that, well, it's manageable, Cheng Xian replied, almost reverting to a youthful demeanor in front of Lin Chen. He silently observed her once stylish short hair, now lacking the finesse it had just a few months prior, with split ends betraying her neglect. He couldn't help but reflect on Cheng Xian's transformation. She had indeed become much more beautiful. Yet, he also recognized that, at her core, she had not changed significantly. She remained that loving girl, merely rendered more captivating by her new environment. An orange born in Huainan is an orange. Born in Huaibei, it becomes a bitter orange. A fine girl, excelling at everything. Why would she choose the path of a sword-bearer? Lin Chen mused, suddenly recalling something and asking, before I arrived, I did some research. Are you familiar with the Star Project? Someone gifted you a star. Do you know their identity? Cheng Xian's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Was it you? Lin Chen shook his head. In those days when war erupted, I found myself engulfed in confusion. Had I not remembered that someone gifted me a star, I might not have endured. One could say that star saved me. If circumstances allowed, I would glance at that spot every night. Though sometimes the flames of war obscure it. Cheng Xian gently touched her palm. I know who he is. Do you wish to know? Lin Chen inquired. Cheng Xian's joy radiated like brilliant light. She had long been eager to uncover the identity of this individual. As Vadim had remarked, she was the first girl in the annals of human history to receive a star. This was enough to incite envy among girls worldwide. Even the princesses could not hold a candle to her. Cheng Xian had often pondered the identity of the person who bestowed upon her that star. Yet, she could not fathom it. To be able to spend millions on such a symbolic gift and remain anonymous. One would likely need a net worth in the 9 figures, wouldn't they? However, the only person of such stature she had encountered was the esteemed Professor Lin before her. She had once believed that it was Lin Chen who had gifted her the star to encourage her to persevere. But Lin Chen had denied this. Who could it be? Who had granted her such a rose-tinted dream, reminiscent of youthful romance? Cheng Xian felt that, excluding Lin Chen, it could not possibly be any man she knew. Of course, it might merely be an impulsive gesture from a distant, wealthy admirer. But even so, Cheng Xian was filled with gratitude. This gesture surpassed anything she had ever imagined in her youthful fantasies of romance. It had also sustained her through the arduous days in Africa. In times of suffering, one always yearns for a glimmer of hope, and that star hanging in the sky represented her hope during those trying times. Lin Chen smiled and said, You probably haven't heard that name in many years. Yet, you did indeed enter your life, and you left a profound impression on his heart. Cheng Xian found it hard to believe she could hold such significance in someone else's life, but she patiently listened as Lin Chen continued. He was a terminally ill patient, who, before his passing, used all his savings to purchase this star, a symbol of hope, for you. Cheng Xian was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely different from her conjectures. She had never anticipated such a poignant narrative. Had he truly passed away? The rose-tinted star amidst the rose-hued night. The rose-tinted waves on the rose-colored planet. This was the realm of youthful romantic dreams. In an instant, it shattered. A tumult of emotions surged within her, and she suddenly realized that she had unknowingly fallen in love with a man who had left no trace in her memory. Now, she mourned his death. Please tell me who he is. I implore you. Cheng Xian's eyes sparkled with tears, making her all the more enchanting. I wish to meet him. Chapter 104 Life is so beautiful, Part 3. Lin Chen often pondered, what is destiny? A mere encounter, a shift in environment and time, can lead to unimaginable alterations in the trajectories of two individuals' fates. Lin Chen was acutely aware that had it not been for his arrival, none of this would have transpired. Yet now, everything had transformed. Cheng Xian and Yun Tianming had fallen in love in a manner that was both logical and profound. Their love burned fiercely, intoxicating, and unstoppable. But why was it so? Was it simply that someone had lightly strummed the strings of fate, altering its course? Why is human destiny so fragile? Is there truly someone behind the scenes, gently plucking the strings of fate, toying with each person's destiny? Cheng Xian merely learned the truth 2 years earlier. Why then had everything changed so drastically? Lin Chen often questioned himself in dreams. How can one halt the torrent of fate? In the 5th year of the crisis era, Lin Chen attended an oath-taking ceremony for candidates of the ladder program. The fifth candidate had achieved remarkable results. Wide also attended the ceremony, sitting beside Lin Chen. Deep in thought before speaking. The fifth candidate? You mean Yin Tianming? Indeed, it was he. The ladder program had been underway for 2 years, and the selection of candidates had reached its final stage. The initial selection employed a unique form of general anesthesia, disconnecting the candidates' bodies from their brains while keeping their consciousness awake. The content of the tests primarily focused on psychological assessments to evaluate the candidates' adaptability. For no one knew the internal environment of the Trisolaris fleet and could only simulate it through imagination. Naturally, this form of simulation was exceedingly harsh. Aside from having a slightly lower educational background, he is nearly flawless, Wide remarked. Lin Chen nodded in agreement with Wide's assessment. His introverted nature and lack of reliance on human environments meant that when placed in an entirely unfamiliar setting, his emotions would remain relatively stable, surpassing many others. The only issue was that on Earth, he had people he was reluctant to leave behind, Wide noted. Lin Chen pursed his lips. Wide cast a slight, sardonic smile at Lin Chen, reminiscent of the pain he once derived from admiring Qing Xin. Over the past 2 years, he had observed this many times. That innocent and beautiful girl had to endure the torment of an inevitable farewell. Wide found amusement in this. The rotating chairperson of the PDC ascended to the podium. The ceremony was about to commence. Unlike the announcement of the wall-facing project, this event was not open to the public, and attendance was limited to the 7 candidates of the ladder program, along with Lin Chen and personnel involved in the PI initiative. The oath-taking ceremony was straightforward. The oath-takers simply placed their hands upon the United Nations flag and recited the designated pledge, vowing to remain forever loyal to human society and to refrain from harming human interests. Everyone knows that such an oath is of little significance. Once we soar into the vastness of space, all human rules and the meanings of our words seem insignificant. Thus, this oath is merely intended for those still grounded on Earth. The candidates take their oaths in accordance with their assigned numbers in the ladder program. Yin Tianming is the 5th candidate, preceded by 2 Americans, a Russian, and a Briton, individuals who were selected for the program long ago. All candidates exude a palpable sense of frailty, as if they have reached the twilight of life, ready to extinguish the flame of their existence at any moment. Yet, Yin Tianming stands apart. Despite being plagued by illness, his spirit is remarkably vibrant, infused with an uplifting energy. Do you see? This is our world's second fearless Gagarin, Wade pointed out, indicating Yin Tianming. Lin Chen, with a complex mix of emotions, nodded and exchanged a brief gaze with Yin Tianming. Soon, it was Yin Tianming's turn to take the oath. He ascended to the podium, glanced at Sai, and then took the blue flag from her hands, gently placing it upon the lectern. I do not swear an oath. I do not pledge myself to this world. Throughout my existence, I have felt like an outsider here, deriving little joy or happiness, nor have I received much love from my fellow humans. Therefore, I do not wish to pledge allegiance to this flag. I do not acknowledge any responsibility toward humanity, nor do I feel obligated to bear it. Yin Tianming's tone was calm, his expression unperturbed, as if this were simply the way of things. He had become confident, Wade remarked from the side. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Wade and replied, his innate abilities reflect the confidence that one should possess. You must also recognize his exceptional creativity and imagination. A simple idea transformed one of his classmates into a billionaire. He, too, became a billionaire, embarking on ventures that defied imagination. He purchased a star for the one he loves. Generally speaking, if one truly wishes to express love, one might opt for diamond rings or houses, wouldn't one? Indeed, he merely lacked a catalyst, and that little girl was the key, Wade said. Suddenly, he added, by the way, have you met their child? Lin Chen chuckled, aware of Wade's intent to tease him. I want to help raise them, Lin Chen replied. We could consider it as a hostage. Letting it hibernate would be quite a clever idea, Wade suggested. Lin Chen shook his head, saying nothing. At that moment, Sai inquired of Yin Tianming from the podium, then why did you agree to undertake the mission of the ladder program? Her voice was gentle, her gaze serene. Yin Tianming responded, it is because I swear my allegiance to but one person, to the one I love. The one you love? Sai asked. She's the only one who has given me love in this world. Yun Tianming nodded and withdrew a photograph from his pocket. The image depicted a short-haired woman cradling a newborn baby in a hospital bed. The woman, adorned with a gentle smile, comforted the weeping infant, seemingly reluctant to pose for the photograph. Yet, anyone who laid eyes upon the picture could discern that the essence of happiness enveloped it. She was. Sai had met Xing Xian once, although that encounter was 2 years prior, and she had since faded from her memory. She is the object of my oath, Yun Tianming declared solemnly. His somewhat frail but resolute voice began to resonate in the hall, akin to a devotee placing a hand upon the Bible. As he laid his hand upon the photograph, pledging his vow with gravity, he affirmed his identity as a responsible and compassionate man, asserting that a cherished part of him resided there. However, Lin Chen understood that this was merely the final test. Those willing to take an oath could not pass the selection. Only those devoid of emotional ties to humanity, entirely disinterested in pledging, could succeed in this ultimate assessment. Thus, Yun Tianming had become disqualified. Wide turned to Lin Chen once more, a satisfied and mocking gleam in his eyes as he savored Lin Chen's expression. Look, if only you had encouraged Yun Tianming to harbor more resentment towards that girl, perhaps it would have been him venturing forth now. Maybe it is your kindness that has cost us a promising candidate for the plan. For someone as cold as you, this must be tormenting, no? The game of fate is truly fascinating, isn't it? Wide inquired. Yet, Lin Chen displayed no emotion. He cast a sidelong glance at Wide and replied, I have 2 solutions. Which one would you prefer to hear? 2. I wish to hear the one I am unfamiliar with, Wide responded. Lin Chen smirked coldly. Deliver 2 brains, or... Wide sensed a chill in Lin Chen's tone, a rare sensation for him, as he was accustomed to being the source of such coldness. Yet, he noted that Lin Chen now radiated an aura of frost. Or what? Wide was about to ask when the hall's door was abruptly thrust open. A staff member hurried towards the podium, signaling Sai to approach him to convey some news. Sai leaned in to listen, her expression shifting from astonishment to gravity as she glanced back at Yun Tianming. No one could ascertain what transpired. But suddenly Yun Tianming felt a wave of palpitations and collapsed at the podium. His rich creativity and imagination allowed him to glean the staff member's words through lip reading. Wide instantly grasped something, murmuring, advance, advance, relentlessly pushed forward. Lin Chen remained impassive, as if all that unfolded bore no relevance to him. Moments later, both Lin Chen and Wide received the news simultaneously. Xing Xian had committed suicide by gunshot, leaving behind a note that read simply, Thank you for your stars. Lin Chen glanced at Wide with a mocking smile and said, People require guidance. Why do you fail to comprehend this? Clearly, Yun Tianming embodies exactly what we need at this moment. He will forever harbor resentment towards our world, making him a suitable candidate for the Trisolaris. Furthermore, we can use him and Xing Xian's offspring as leverage. Thus, we shall attain a balance between the betrayal of the Trisolaris and Yun Tianming. Wide regarded Lin Chen as if he were a monster. From the very beginning, Wide's words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Chen, who declared, I am merely doing what I wish. I refuse to be toyed with by fate. Since it mocks me, I shall disrupt its game. How can you be certain she will act in such a manner? Wait, is it truly suicide? Perhaps you grasp human nature. Yet you cannot fathom the saintly love. After speaking, Lin Chen rose, casting a self-deprecating smile at the departing Yun Tianming on a stretcher. With footsteps as swift as the wind, he exited the conference room. Before leaving, he uttered a phrase that Wide could not comprehend. Xing Xian left this world with 5 kilograms, the weight of a newborn, and also the measure of her love. Everything is curiously circular. It seemed as though all of this was anticipated by him, the esteemed wall-facer, yet in truth, Lin Chen felt as if a chainsaw was relentlessly tearing at his heart. With each compression of his heart against the serrated blade, it was shredded anew. Nevertheless, as a wall-facer armed with unwavering faith and victory, he could only depart with an impassive expression, enduring a heartache that would be unbearable for most. He intended to convey to the world, all of this is part of his grand design. Lin Chen did not attend Xing Xian's funeral, but chose several individuals to accompany her in death. In the virtual Trisolaran realm, a splendid tactic, it appears you have sunk to the depths of deceit. Upon Lin Chen's arrival, Qin Shi Huang had already commenced his mockery. As Lin Chen grew increasingly occupied, he found himself with less time to observe the wall-facer strategies. This granted Qin Shi Huang immense confidence. He could not fathom how his people, who had diligently focused on the wall-facer's endeavors for 2 consecutive years, could be outdone by Lin Chen's occasional glances. How could that be? I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. Lin Chen replied, casting a glance at Qin Shi Huang. But you must also remember to uphold your own promises. Should you lose, you must be aware of the consequences. Qin Shi Huang retorted. Lin Chen's cold stare seemed capable of inflicting harm. Qin Shi Huang took a step back, yet Lin Chen declared with conviction, very well. He then approached the troubled wall-facer, John von Neumann, who was still grappling with how to breach the wall. Have you devised a method to penetrate the barrier? Lin Chen inquired. Almost. I am merely a step away. Once I acquire the crucial evidence, I shall understand. Von Neumann replied with a hint of madness in his tone. He had been fixated for 2 long years, his every moment consumed by the torment of the wall-facer Taylor through the unwavering gaze of Jizi, only pausing for the most basic of human needs. At one point, he even fancied himself beset by a malady, infatuated with Taylor. As a wall-breaker, he yearned to ponder issues through Taylor's lens, to perceive the world as Taylor did, to experience everything through Taylor's essence. Perhaps only a mad, passionate love could compel such an obsession? Alas, time was not on his side. Lin Chen cast a glance at the other wall breakers and the remaining ETO members. Suddenly, von Neumann sprang to his feet, questioning, "What did you say?" All ETO members turned their attention to Lin Chen, doubting the reliability of their own hearing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Von Neumann appeared to be struck by an immense psychological blow, stumbling backward. I have seen through Taylor, Lin Chen stated calmly. What jest is this? I have scrutinized him for 2 years. Every gesture and movement has been etched in my mind. And you? Von Neumann's trembling finger pointed accusingly at Lin Chen. You merely glance occasionally. What audacity grants you the right to make such claims? After speaking, he clutched his head, the world spinning, turning to his companions for solace. Rationality dictated that Lin Chen could not have uttered such a statement without cause. Yet, the 2 arduous years of his own experience led him to believe that no one could so effortlessly penetrate Taylor's facade. He refused to accept that anyone could possibly understand Taylor better than he himself did. Lin Chen, are you jesting? Newton inquired as he stepped forward. Confucius, who had initially supported Lin Chen, now regarded the scene with concern. Aristotle, a wall-breaker who had refrained from joining the fray, shared a similar sentiment. Speak. What have you disowned about him? Von Neumann advanced, gripping Lin Chen's shoulders, his eyes blazing with intensity. Mother, I shall transform into a firefly. Lin Chen replied with a smile. What are you saying? What does that even mean? Newton first directed his question at Lin Chen, then turned to the others. A firefly? Huh? Are you jesting with us? Transforming into a firefly, is it? Qin Shi Huang had anticipated Lin Chen might unveil significant evidence. Yet he never expected such a trivial remark. What could a firefly possibly signify? Lin Chen had faltered. Qin Shi Huang felt assured of his victory. At that moment, Confucius and Aristotle exchanged puzzled glances, grappling with the phrase, yet unable to extract any meaning from it. However, just then, someone suddenly let out a piercing scream. Ah, is it really so? Now I understand. Ha ha ha. I grasp it entirely. This is his line of thought, this madman, this killer. Taylor, you are truly cursed. Everyone turned to the source of the exclamation. Von Neumann, the wall breaker of Taylor. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Von Neumann's reaction revealed a singular truth. Lin Chen was indeed correct. Astonishingly, he had achieved the breakthrough even before Von Neumann. What did the fireflies symbolize? How had he accomplished this? How was this possible, given his numerous commitments? Could this truly be a feat of humanity? Surely, it must be divine intervention aiding him. It must be the Lord's influence. Soon, Von Neumann rapidly transitioned from madness to tears. He collapsed to the ground, crawling to Lin Chen's side, desperately seeking answers. Why had I not realized this sooner? How did you conceive of it? You have merely glanced at a few of his reports. Lin Chen cast a cold gaze over all the ETO members and stated, those who can discern the essence of a matter in a mere heartbeat are destined for a fate starkly different from those who spend a lifetime in ignorance. Von Neumann shakily rose to his feet, as if stripped of all mental fortitude. Placing his hand upon Lin Chen's shoulder, he spoke slowly. I acknowledge your prowess. Yet, I implore you, allow me to fulfill one final task before my demise. Please, grant me this opportunity to complete my last mission. I am but a step away from success. Of course, sir, Lin Chen replied with a nod. Von Neumann immediately stepped back, bowing deeply to Lin Chen before logging off, determined to confront Tyler and achieve his final breakthrough. From a distance, the second breaker, the one from Radiance, Mosey, sighed in relief. Fortunately, Lin Chen had devoted all his energy to Tyler's breakthrough, granting him some much-needed time. Yet, before the crowd could collect themselves, Lin Chen began to approach Mosey. You cannot be. Mosey's voice quivered. Everyone glanced at Lin Chen in terror. Could this madman have also unraveled Radiance's secrets? Was he intending to achieve breakthroughs for everyone at once? What devastating ramifications would this have for humanity? The Wall Facer's plan was merely 2 years old. Lin Chen patted Mosey's shoulder, smiling. Do not be anxious. I lack the energy and time for such endeavors. Mosey exhaled in relief. However, Lin Chen continued, grinning. Thus, I have only accomplished breakthroughs for 2 individuals this time. In truth, due to Lin Chen's Gabon project, human technology, particularly in applied sciences, had progressed at an astonishing rate. This advancement had significantly accelerated the Wall Facer's plans. Had they not been interrupted, they could have completed their strategies in just a few years. Naturally, this depended on the specifics of each Wall Facer's plan and technological progress. For instance, Tyler was on the verge of experimental validation of his ideas, while Radiance only required 2 to 3 more years to reach completion. Yet, amidst indulgence and leisure, the seemingly ineffectual Luo Ji's wall-facing project made no headway at all. However, the one whose fate was most profoundly altered was a particular solitary wall-facer. He embarked on this endeavor a full 7 years in advance. As Lin Chen breached the wall, Zhang Beihai raised his weapon in the expanse of space. He meticulously fashioned bullets from meteoric material using a lathe, orchestrating a ruse of an exceedingly improbable meteor strike. The unwitting victims were the chief engineers of the propellant engines supervising the construction of the space elevator at the Yellow River Space Station. They convened for a meeting concerning aerospace systems within the station. Meanwhile, Zhang Beihai awaited silently 5 kilometers away in space. He was acutely aware that once the participants concluded their meeting, they would collectively emerge for a photograph. At the moment of capturing the image, each individual would adjust their space helmet visor to translucent mode, thereby revealing their faces. Soon, the doors of the space station swung open, unveiling a cadre of figures clad in white space suits. Under the guidance of the photographer, they began to arrange themselves in orderly rows. Zhang Beihai, utilizing his scope, identified the targets he sought to eliminate. He removed his gloves, feeling the chill, yet he hesitated not. In the silence, his pistol discharged, a mere flicker of light affirming the act. Subsequently, he felt a slight recoil, yet he persisted in his actions, unleashing a barrage of shots. The muzzle flashed 30 times, as he fired 30 rounds in succession. In 10 seconds, a few innocents would meet their demise. On Earth, a cascade of significant news broke forth. The Wall Facer had been breached. The Wall Facer, upon whom humanity pinned its hopes, sought victory through an anti-human approach. Wall Facer Taylor had taken his own life. Wall Facer Diaz was imprisoned, destined for the harshest of judgments. The 2 who had breached the wall, upon achieving their goal, consciously ended their own lives. Concurrently, 3 esteemed chief engineers met with an untimely fate in an accident, their propellant scheme evaporating in an instant. As humanity began to pivot entirely towards the nascent concept of a non-propellant engine, these frenzied headlines inundated the populace, causing them to swiftly forget the death of an innocent. Cheng Xin's demise. Yet, when it comes to innocence, everyone is innocent. Chapter 105. Life is so beautiful, Part 4. In the final days of the 5th year of the Crisis Era, Lin Chen encountered the latter spacecraft of the latter project. He unfurled the radiation sail in geosynchronous orbit, briefly reflecting sunlight onto the northern hemisphere. One evening, he beheld the orange-red glow, which gradually faded before accelerating to a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Chen understood that this acceleration phase extended from Earth to Jupiter's orbit, where 1,004 nuclear warheads of various yields were strategically deployed. The spacecraft sequentially triggered these nuclear landmines to propel itself forward. Following this, everything fell into place. Upon learning that Zhang Beihai had been awakened from his hibernation for the future reinforcement plan, Lin Chen also entered a state of hibernation. He devised a method to awaken once a year, solely to stay informed about the ongoing situations. In the 8th year of the crisis era, Shi Ensi, with his stiffened limbs from hibernation, entered a laboratory located in Gabon. He had not anticipated awakening so soon, having been roused by others. Simultaneously, 12 large-scale research projects involving a new generation of supercomputers were underway. 6 of these projects had yet to be validated for success. However, among the remaining 6, 3 adhered to traditional structures. 1 was based on a non-closed architecture, and the others focused on quantum and biomolecular computing, all of which were fundamentally incapable of fulfilling Shi Ensi and Yuyama Keiko's vision. After several years, Keiko conceived a novel approach to simulate a neuron using a microprocessor. Interconnecting all microprocessors, dynamically altering connection patterns, ultimately aiming to manufacture 100 billion such microprocessors. In the realm of imagination, this seemed nearly impossible, yet during this endeavor, the performance of computers exhibited significant advancements. Traditional structures had enhanced computational capabilities a staggering 10,000 times, a culmination of the last remnants derived from Moore's law. Days later, the research team, led by Shi Ensi and Yuyama Keiko, made some progress. They discovered that the latest supercomputer could retrieve and locate the neural network areas in the human brain responsible for thought generation. During this process, an intriguing incident occurred. A seemingly innocuous imaging scan caused a participating university student to develop hydrophobia. Unlike rabid individuals who fear water, this student refused to drink water, even rejecting anything containing it. He adamantly asserted that water was toxic. This was not to imply that he believed someone had poisoned him. Rather, he perceived water itself as lethal, as his understanding and common sense as a human had been abruptly distorted. A month later, Lin Chen was awakened from hibernation. The woman overseeing him during his slumber was Tang Xiaoran, a former employee of the Hibernation Research Institute and once Lin Chen's student. What is happening? Isn't it too early for my scheduled awakening? Lin Chen felt disoriented by his sudden rousing. He had originally planned to awaken once every July, yet now, in March, he found himself called back to consciousness. There are some new developments you need to be informed about. Lin Chen rubbed his head, gradually extricating his thoughts from the dense fog of confusion, beginning to contemplate. A few possibilities swiftly emerged in his mind. They might stem from the definitions themselves, or perhaps from Zhansi, or even from logic. Of course, the most unsettling possibility was the distrust emanating from Zhi and the three-body world. It was suggested that Dr. Zhansi had uncovered the cognitive mechanisms behind human judgment within the neural networks of the brain, possessing the ability to influence these judgments through external forces, leading individuals to accept falsehoods without contemplation as truths. Tang Xiaoran elucidated. Lin Chen nodded in comprehension. While examining Lin Chen's physical condition, Tang Xiaoran continued. They embarked on in-depth research following an accidental discovery and have now applied this theory. They refer to the device as the thought stamp. It is indeed a remarkable achievement, yet what is its purpose? And why have I been summoned? At that moment, a knock resounded from outside Lin Chen's hibernation chamber. He turned to see it was Zhansi. Tang Xiaoran opened the door for him and remained outside. Zhansi entered and stated, "This device is truly invaluable. Dr. Zhansi, though it may be somewhat inappropriate for me to say this at the moment, you really resemble a salesman hawking products early in the morning," Lin Chen jested. "You have yet to grasp the exceptional utility of this device. Imagine branding all of humanity with a thought stamp, thereby becoming the absolute ruler. How does that sound? It seems you have invented something capable of altering the very structure of human society, yet it holds little relevance to our war with the three-body beings," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. "That's not the case. Have you never considered employing this to forge a space army imbued with unwavering belief in victory?" Zhansi pressed further. We already possess one. Do you truly believe our space fleet is currently steeped in defeatism? Lin Chen inquired. Zianci sighed, acknowledging the truth in Lin Chen's words. He paced back and forth before Lin Chen for a moment, then sat down at Lin Chen's bedside, exhaling deeply. General Chang Weici expressed the same sentiment. Your previous influence far surpasses what all of humanity believes, that the three-body beings are conquerable. They inherently are conquerable, Lin Chen calmly assessed. Zianci lifted his gaze, anxiously regarding Lin Chen, seemingly striving to convey something through his eyes. Yet, he was acutely aware that the presence of the wall-breaking individual rendered him speechless. Ultimately, he could not suppress the question, have you never contemplated that the brutality of war might alter this belief? Lin Chen offered a slight smile. Indeed, such a possibility exists. But what brutality could possibly eclipse the devastation of one's homeland? After a moment of silence, Zianci replied, what is more harrowing than the destruction of one's homeland is? The realization of our inability to protect it upon witnessing the vast disparity between ourselves and the three-body world. This understanding would shatter the nerves of every human being. Lin Chen remained silent, gazing intently at Zianci. The reality was undoubtedly harsh. Yet an even more brutal truth lay in the fact that Lin Chen currently had no compelling reason to endorse his plan, for it would appear entirely superfluous. Zianci continued to advocate, to take a step back. Why would you hesitate to secure an insurance policy? The military is not devoid of positions dedicated to ideological work, political commissars, pastors, and the like are merely more efficient alternatives that can certainly be employed. Furthermore, he could even enable humanity to forget the specter of death during combat, thus unleashing 120% of their fighting prowess. Does this not intrigue you? Lin Chen inhaled deeply and inquired, what does Chang Weici have to say? He believes it prudent to seek your counsel, as the ultimate resolution of the PDC will honor your opinion. You are well aware that your reputation has only soared in recent years. No wall-facer can rival your stature. Zianci spoke the truth. The economic foundation is the cornerstone of all social structures. While technological advancements have propelled economic progress at an astonishing pace, they have simultaneously transformed Gabon into a burgeoning center of power, with Lin Chen standing at its pinnacle. Over the years, Lin Chen has gradually become the great emblem of trust for all humanity. He is no longer merely the symbol of victory over the Trisolaris, but rather a representation of human advancement, evolving into a living myth within the human realm. Simultaneously, he remains the nominal authority of the space fleet. Although the fleet has yet to materialize, Lin Chen's unwavering belief in triumph compels people to entrust him with its command. Of course, the willingness of various entities to concede such authority stems from Lin Chen's frequent hibernation, allowing them the operational latitude to vie for their interests beneath him. However, it does not end there. This intricate situation has afforded Lin Chen ample maneuvering space, leveraging the convenience of his power with the assistance of the GZ. He has replaced key positions in various nations with ETO members. Within the ETO, he had already completed a consolidation of power following the deaths of von Neumann and Mosey. Thus, in the current world, while many believe Lin Chen is merely the titular great symbol, the reality is that he wields far greater power than they can imagine. Indeed, it surpasses the authority typically afforded to wall-facers. Should he choose to announce something within the PDC, the representatives of the attending nations would scarcely dare to dissent. Although many have begun to perceive this peculiar situation, within the gradually stabilizing structure, each individual's vision is shrouded in a haze of ambiguous information. None can comprehend the reasons for such changes, leaving them to adapt their behaviors in accordance with the shifting landscape. After awakening several times, Lin Chen has essentially concluded one pivotal truth. The human world has entered an unprecedented era of prosperity, and the specter of a Great Depression shall not return. In contemporary human cultural products, the Trisolaris no longer embody a menacing figure of death. Rather, it is an image that, though formidable, can be vanquished through diligence. People believe that their current efforts will lead society to greater prosperity, akin to leveling up in a game, allowing them to achieve victory 4 centuries hence. Those fortunate enough to survive until that time shall reap the rewards. The resolute Zhang Beihai thus chose to enter hibernation. The plan for future reinforcement has shifted from imparting one's beliefs to the future to bestowing blessings from 4 centuries past upon it. In essence, what Zion's aims to accomplish hinges solely on persuading Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen shook his head in refusal. My apologies. I cannot comprehend why. There is no why. What distinguishes humanity is the freedom of thought. No one possesses the authority to constrain that freedom. Do you truly believe in such a notion of thought freedom? If so, why did you incite a metaphysical storm 8 years ago? Is that also a manifestation of thought freedom? Zion's found Lin Chen perplexing. Dr. Zion's, I understand your anguish. Your meager light pales in comparison to my solar brilliance. Thus, you seek to etch your name into history through nefarious advancements. A desire inherent to all. I do not hold it against you, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Zion's widened his eyes, striving to maintain the decorum befitting a gentleman, yet ultimately removed his glasses and, with an unambiguous gaze, expressed his disdain, stating, while I wish to respect you, your words warrant nothing but my contempt. With that, Zion stormed out of the hibernation chamber. Lin Chen chuckled softly. You are still too young. I see through all your thoughts. As Zion's exited, he turned back, mockingly asking, Are you attempting to play the great prophet? It appears you are utterly ensnared in that identity. After Zion's departed, Tang Xiaoran entered, sitting before Lin Chen's sickbed with a concerned expression. Is that so? Lin Chen murmured. Over the years, he gradually grasped the enormity of the wall-facer's curse. No matter what he did, he would be met with misunderstanding, and he had to actively seek out such misinterpretations. Teacher, I believe in you, Tang Xiaoran said earnestly. Lin Chen glanced at the girl and sighed. You, my dear, are 30 now. Why are you still unmarried? There is no suitable partner, and as long as I can stay by your side, I feel that is the purpose of my life. Initially, he had merely wished for her to avoid a misguided path, to be self-reliant, and not to cling to power. Yet, here she was, once more by his side. Well, perhaps it is fate, Tang Xiaoran mused with a smile after a moment of contemplation. Lin Chen looked at her with compassion. He had indeed watched this child grow. Decades ago, he had finally earned his first fortune after traversing into this new realm. At that time, he felt invincible, yearning to return home in splendor. It was only upon returning to that impoverished village in the Sichuan-Chongqing region that he was horrified to discover that Lingjia village had transformed into Tongjia village. The youthful parents he had envisioned simply did not exist in this world. The earthen house remained unchanged. Yet the master of the house bore the surname Tang and had no sons, only 2 daughters. It was at that moment that Lin Chen realized the world he had traversed into was distinctly different from his previous one, subtly altered in ways he had yet to comprehend. It was later that he discerned he had entered a realm akin to that of the 3-body problem. Perhaps it was nostalgia for his hometown, or merely sympathy for the impoverished. He chose to construct a school for this village and funded the education of its children. Little did he anticipate that this act of kindness would, years later, bestow upon him the favor of fate. Indeed, there emerged a remarkably gifted girl from that village, Tang Xiaoran, who managed to gain admission to the very institution where Lin Chen was employed, evoking within him the sentiment of witnessing his own niece's accomplishments. Although her academic performance was not particularly stellar, he leveraged his connections to ensure she completed her graduate studies under his guidance. To outsiders, such a decision may have appeared irrational. Yet why should one's actions be bound by the perceptions of others? Life is fleeting, fraught with unforeseen events. Failing to make one's desired choices in pivotal moments would be a profound tragedy. However, his benevolence inadvertently led to a misunderstanding for Tang Xiaoran. Her sister, in order to support Tang Xiaoran's expenses in the city, had become involved with a businessman from Shaanxi. The girl mistakenly believed this to be a norm of urban life, following Lin Chen's commitment to see her through graduate school. She surmised that he too sought to take her under his wing. This nearly drove Lin Chen to the brink of a heart attack, prompting him to scold her away. Yet, years later, she returned, expressing her desire to remain by Lin Chen's side. It was then that he felt fate was playing a cruel trick on him. Child, I am over 50, too old. It matters not, Teacher Lin. Just wait a few more years, and we shall be of the same age. Then it will be appropriate. You are wasting your youth. Tang Xiaoran took Lin Chen's hand, pressing it against her cheek, gently shaking her head. Lin Chen, this is my own choice. As Lin Chen gazed at the dimples on the girl's face, he was momentarily transported back to his own youth. A time when he too had cherished a girl with similar dimples. Yet, a single journey through time had altered everything. Alas, the whims of fate are unpredictable. If it brings you joy, so be it. At the Wallfacer Project hearing of the Planetary Defense Council, Hines hoped to make a final effort. His introduction to the concept of mental stamping stirred a rare excitement among the representatives of various nations. Dr. Hines, do you realize what your talents have brought to humanity? The American representative accused. The French representative, unwilling to remain in his seat, stepped forward to confront Haynes, stating, "The human intellect has recently experienced a remarkable liberation. Even the most impoverished regions of Africa have witnessed unprecedented economic miracles due to our efforts. People are no longer confined to the narrow constraints of capitalist theory. Their gaze has shifted towards humanity itself. Individuals around the globe are enjoying improved living conditions, and numerous challenges have been surmounted, with everything progressing towards a brighter future. Yet, at such a pivotal moment, you propose to brand these liberated minds? These free thinkers?" The British representative cast a worried glance at his fellow compatriots. What is more tragic, mankind's loss of the ability to think freely or the defeat in war? Clearly, it is the latter. Haynes retorted. Moreover, the application of thought control could, in itself, be executed under the auspices of free will. How can you be so certain? Inquired the Russian representative, who then raised his hands and exclaimed, "Tyler seeks to strip away life itself. Radiads aims to obliterate all life in the solar system. And you, how dare you strive to extinguish the very life of human thought? What is your true intention, wallow us?" Another national representative interjected, "Even if you cannot achieve the feats of Professor Lin Chen, cannot you at least find stability akin to that of Dr. Logic?" This statement, surprisingly, resonated with the assembly in such a moment. The representative from Huaxia asserted, "I am confident that all nations will unanimously agree to suppress this notion." There is little left to debate. Haynes gazed at the frenzied assembly, incredulously questioning, "Why are you all so sensitive? Hasn't thought control always been in effect? From every individual's mobile device to every medium of information, isn't there a pervasive taste of power? Do you truly believe your thoughts are free, untainted by the culture of predecessors or societal influence? Is that not a mere castle in the air? My desire is simply to deepen the foundation of that castle." Why must you react so vehemently? The chairperson of the meeting rapped twice with a wooden gavel. The assembly turned their attention to the new chair, a German who appeared particularly composed. "Ladies and gentlemen, our world is currently experiencing unprecedented prosperity. Although fundamental physics has not progressed significantly, we are theoretically capable of constructing spacecraft that can match or even exceed the speed of the Trisolarians. This signifies our potential to engage in space warfare. In this context, if human advancement were to be interrupted by some form of thought limitation, it would be a grave loss." "What do you imply?" a representative inquired. "I propose that we each take a step back and conceal this weapon of thought when the time for decisive battle arrives. Let the soldiers choose if they wish to employ it," the German suggested. "That is a commendable proposal. Surely we can all concede a little," Haynes exclaimed, sensing a glimmer of hope. "As long as this technology exists, someone will inevitably rediscover it. Suppression is futile," Haynes continued to persuade. At that moment, silence enveloped the assembly. Sean seized the opportunity to declare, "We shall leave but one proposition on the table, the undeniable triumph of humanity. Surely, this will suffice? In this manner, all soldiers may fortify their beliefs rather than succumb to manipulation." Following a brief exchange among the representatives of various nations, hesitation began to surface. This is indeed a commendable proposition. As human beings, we often fail to maintain our composure, resulting in the ineffectiveness of numerous tactical maneuvers when compared to theoretical ideals. If a mental stamp of conviction were to be imprinted upon the minds of our soldiers, perhaps it could enhance our chances of victory, remarked the German representative. "Ah, you are quite passionate about this," retorted the American delegate. "Are you not equally so?" "We merely achieve consensus through different means," he asserted. "We are a free nation," the American emphasized. "I beg to differ," interjected the Gabon representative at that moment. The American delegate cast a glance at his Gabonese counterpart, gritting his teeth but refraining from retaliating. The America of today is no longer the America of 8 years ago. It has devolved into a pseudo-unified entity composed of 3 nations. Due to extensive resource depletion, the social structure of the United States has become drastically unstable, resulting in an unprecedented division. The sacred American Empire, the American military-industrial complex, and the Free People's Guild of New America have emerged in a peculiar manner across the American landscape, all while outwardly proclaiming that the United States remains undivided. In truth, a nation must establish at least 3 embassies in America. This oddity primarily hinges upon a world dominated by Huaxia. Although America exists in a state of potential division, civil war has not erupted. Instead, a moribund form of governance persists. Amidst a heated debate, Sean's miraculously garnered support from these individuals, narrowly winning the PDC's approval for deliberation. The PDC resolved to securely conceal the mental stamp of conviction in an undisclosed location, to be utilized at their discretion 400 years hence. Sean's, brimming with excitement, calibrated 6 machines for the mental stamp of conviction, configuring them all to reflect the unwavering victory of humanity. However, unbeknownst to all, including the protons, he subtly altered a single positive-negative sign. Subsequently, he entered hibernation alongside his wife. Yet shortly after their slumber commenced, the location housing the 6 purportedly confidential mental stamp machines was obliterated. A month later, Lin Chen summoned all ETO members. He amended the proposition inscribed on the mental stamp machines from humanity shall prevail to the new decree, loyalty to the Trisolaris. He commanded that all ETO members, save himself, be branded with this stamp. The Trisolaran beings in the First Fleet expressed their satisfaction, as they could now place their trust in all ETO members. Chapter 106, Life is Beautiful, Part 5. In the 8th year of the Crisis Era, before Lin Chen imposed the ideological branding on ETO, he sought out Luoji. It was a night pierced by a biting wind. Luoji sat despondently upon the icy lake, having just emerged from the water, his reflection cast upon the ice by the moonlight. "Professor Lin, why me?" Luoji asked, bewilderment evident as he noticed Lin Chen's arrival. "What thoughts have you pondered?" Lin Chen inquired. "I have thought of nothing. Clearly, you are the most exceptional one among us. Why did they choose to take Zhuangyan?" Luoji lamented. "Perhaps it is time to hibernate," Lin Chen suggested gently. "But I cannot fathom why they would select me. Do you truly not understand?" Lin Chen pressed. Luoji shook his head, his gaze vacant. Lin Chen observed Luoji, and Luoji returned the gaze. Lin Chen's thoughts became increasingly intricate. Was Luoji deceiving him? Or was he simply engulfed in fear? Fear that might disrupt Lin Chen's plans? Lin Chen was acutely aware of Luoji's remarkable intellect. However, under circumstances where communication was impossible, understanding one another's true intentions remained elusive. The so-called dark forest theory had not been acknowledged by anyone prior to Yuanjie, which meant no substantial consensus had been formed. Without consensus, trust could not exist, rendering any suggestions incapable of being decoded. If Lin Chen's presence had no bearing on Luoji's contemplations, it would imply that Luoji had already grasped the dark forest theory. Given Luoji's brilliance, he would certainly refrain from attempting any broadcasts at this juncture. For, from any perspective, humanity possessed considerable hope at present. Yet, should a broadcasting experiment transpire, the ensuing events would be shrouded in unpredictability. Thus, while a glimmer of hope remained, Luoji would not gamble. Conversely, if we assume Luoji was unaware, then Lin Chen would be powerless to convey anything of value under the surveillance of the Saphan. For any relevant communication would be futile, as the Trisolarans would always possess a deeper comprehension of the dark forest. This means that if Luoji could decipher Lin Chen's insinuations, the Trisolarans could likewise do so. The moment Lin Chen conveyed any message, the trust between him and the Trisolarans would shatter instantaneously. The establishment of a unified human space fleet would likely encounter significant obstacles. In this predicament, both individuals yearned to penetrate the murky veil of ambiguous information, yet both were acutely aware of their inability to effect change. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. On one hand, Luoji could not validate his conjectures. Without a process of validation, the deterrent posed to the Trisolarans would be insufficient. Yet if validation were to occur, it would almost guarantee that humanity would face dire consequences in the future. On the other hand, Lin Chen hoped that Luo Ji could grasp the dark forest theory to provide him with a safety net. However, he understood that without experimental validation, no deterrent conclusions could be drawn. Consequently, Luo Ji's capacity to deter would remain unenhanced, rendering it inconsequential to the Trisolarans. Thus, the quandary that Lin Chen faces is how to subtly convey to Luo Ji the profound trepidation that the Trisolarans harbor towards such deterrence. This has become a matter of contemplation for him over the years. As time passed, Luo Ji appeared to have yielded no insights. He ultimately opted for hibernation, intending to awaken 4 centuries later. The Trisolarans were quite pleased with Lin Chen's approach, as it effectively eliminated the threat to their world. By the time Luo Ji emerges from his slumber, he will merely be an ordinary man. In the year 49 of the Crisis Era, within the Trisolaran realm, time has swiftly elapsed, and the once thriving civilization, flourishing under the era of stability, now lies in ruins, engulfed in flames. Yet today marks a definitive conclusion. After nearly a century of tumultuous warfare, the astute and resilient Trisolarans have finally discerned a path amidst the cultural incursion of humanity. They have grown more inclusive and wise, establishing a new system founded on deception and oppression to construct their society. The Trisolarans shed their numerical designations, embracing new names derived from their intrinsic perceptions of the world, transcending the coldness of mere coding. Their leader, an elder Trisolaran who identifies as Green Flower, though aged, will indelibly imprint her presence in the annals of Trisolaran history. Under the radiant sun of the era of stability, the shadows of each Trisolaran stretch long, yet their gazes are steadfastly fixed upon their leader. She speaks slowly, solemnly declaring, "Comrades, brethren, in the protracted conflict, we have dismantled the old order, succumbed to confusion, and engaged in fratricide. Yet ultimately, we have achieved mutual understanding. This marks a pivotal turning point towards a brighter future. Despite the hardships, we have persevered from that moment until today, and at last, the tribulations of this prolonged era have yielded a rightful outcome. We have established a new and effective order. Henceforth, all past sufferings shall cease to be burdens, transforming into the brilliance of our civilization. I hereby proclaim, the Trisolaran world is reborn today. We shall stand upon this illustrious history to forge a broader, farther, and more beautiful new narrative. The inaugural history we aim to create pertains to a civilization that plunged us into chaos yet also illuminated our path. They are a magnificent civilization, deserving of our utmost reverence." With the conclusion of her speech, the Trisolaran world erupted in fervor. A sentiment echoed even among the ranks of the first Trisolaran fleet. A new government has been established, heralding a bright future for the Trisolaran realm. The leader, Green Flower, gazes with aged eyes towards the distant Earth, for light years away, reminiscing about the past and reflecting on her legendary life. Each experience a testament to miracles. She was destined to be merely a trivial schemer. She was meant to languish in the intoxication of human civilization. She should have perished amidst the onslaught of the F-Frere's fleet. She ought to have self-exiled into the abyss of space due to dehydration. She was expected to lose her way and obliterate the entire organization. There were countless should-haves surrounding her existence. When people scrutinize this chapter of history, they must recognize that even the slightest deviation in this miraculous chain of fate would have prevented her from arriving at this moment. However, my dear friend, when you reflect upon the formidable figures of history, do not allow such naive notions to cloud your judgment, for that would reveal your immaturity and arrogance. The grandeur of life, in truth, resides within these should-haves. After the leader established contact with the first fleet of the Trisolarans, she regained control over the Sapon. Through protons, she once again gazed upon the realm of humanity, where an array of unimaginable technological applications unfolded before her. Most critically, the construction of a unified space fleet had surprisingly succeeded. The concept of national entities had vanished from the terrestrial world, yet the notion of a space regime had never truly existed. In a world where fundamental physics stagnated, human productivity reached unprecedented heights. Amidst a seamless transition, a new societal paradigm miraculously emerged. In the contemporary human realm, only 3 professions endure: scientists, artists, and soldiers. All other vocations have been entrusted to AI. And capitalism had crumbled over 50 years ago, rendering these so-called professions devoid of any oppression. Over half a century ago, the crisis era was renamed the Era of Liberation, symbolizing the renewed emancipation of humanity. People no longer feared war, not because they fancied themselves capable of vanquishing the Trisolaris, but because they believed their lives had accrued sufficient value, fulfilling their ideals, thus allowing them to face death with equanimity. Today, the sole remnant of the Common Era is the legacy of the Wall-Facers. Lin Chen continues to be revered as a mythical figure, held in absolute trust, wielding the primary authority over all space fleets. Yet, this power does not impose oppression. It is merely a division of labor. The cunning and despicable inhabitants of the Common Era will never comprehend the nature of such a societal structure and how it operates. Yet, all of this transpired with astonishing ease. Now, humanity's space fleet has been established, capable of reaching speeds of up to 30 of light, a velocity unattainable by the Trisolaran fleet over a century ago. Above Gabon, within the vast synchronized satellite ecological fleet, nearly a quarter of humanity resides. While Earth has resolved all ecological issues, transforming into a fully habitable Gaia planet, the strategist number 46 was once again shaken by the recent developments in the human world. Yet, even this could not deter her resolve to annihilate humanity. Utilizing the Sapon, she located the individual who had once been her friend, Lin Chen. At this juncture, Lin Chen had surpassed the age of 100, having only indicated the direction at several pivotal moments in human history. Now, he was but a final step away from escape. He had originally intended to awaken after 150 years of the crisis era. However, fate played a cruel trick, allowing the Trisolaran world to complete its reconstruction in the 149th year. The strategist number 46 understood that this time, destiny favored her side, and she seized this opportunity without hesitation. Observing Lin Chen's aged visage within the hibernation pod, she noted his white hair and melancholic expression, as well as the entirety of his thoughts accumulated over the years. In the minutiae of every detail, she finally comprehended this man. It was not that he did not cherish this world. Rather, he had lost affection for himself. The strategist number 46 murmured, "The wall-facer Lin Chen, I am your wall breaker." Subsequently, she contacted all living members of the ETO, issuing commands as their leader. A day later in the terrestrial realm, a video was broadcasted. It presented Lin Chen's ambitions, a deceit he had spun towards the Trisolaran world right after the inception of the Wall-Facer project. His falsehood claimed he would unify the joint fleet and eradicate all of humanity. Ironically, this lie became the fatal sword that would undo Lin Chen. Simultaneously, more information surfaced. A dialogue between Lin Chen and Cheng Xian pointedly suggested Lin Chen had induced Cheng Xian to commit suicide, with the video concluding that Lin Chen acted thus to deliver a message of wrath from humanity to the Trisolaris. As further revelations emerged, the man who had been idolized in the human world was rapidly engulfed in widespread skepticism and criticism overnight. He had been exalted for many years, and this fall from grace was an eventuality that had long been anticipated. The PDC convened an urgent discussion. The wall-facer Lin Chen is the cornerstone of our entire world. I cannot believe he would act in such a manner, exclaimed a member of the Planetary Defense Council. I share your sentiments, another chimed in. Indeed, if Lin Chen maintained contact with the Trisolaris, how could he have earned the trust of the high-ranking officials back then? Our records clearly indicate that Lin Chen was deemed absolutely trustworthy. Perhaps those officials were deceived? I have no idea on what basis they made their decisions. Historical accounts are quite vague on this matter. What about the hibernators of that era? I mean, the high-ranking officials. There were others from different nations, but none from Lin Chen's country. How could that be? How am I to know? Perhaps Lin Chen discreetly eliminated them to maintain secrecy? After all, with the assistance of the Sapon, everything seems plausible. The discussions among the members of the Planetary Defense Council grew increasingly fraught with fear, just as the people of the Common Era could not comprehend the minds of those who preceded them. So too were they unable to fully grasp the motivations of those from the Common Era. They were oblivious to the reasons behind the relentless pursuit of power and the madness for wealth. Moreover, they remained ignorant of the meaning behind the axiom that wrongdoing inevitably leads to one's downfall. Naturally, they were utterly incapable of understanding how the idealists of that era conducted themselves. Such is the nature of history. Even with precise documentation, accurate interpretation remains elusive. Individuals can only use it as a mirror to reflect upon their own existence, yet they will never fully unravel the entirety of history. After extensive deliberation, the members of the Planetary Defense Council opted for a straightforward approach to strip Lin Chen of his authority and confront him directly. This decision did not stem from a lack of awareness regarding the potential deceit of the Trisolarans, but rather from the understanding that once trust is shattered, any speculation becomes plausible, compelling them to prepare for the worst. Lin Chen awoke once more from the depths of chaos, his body racked with pain, a consequence of aging. Although the discomfort could be alleviated within days through proper care following his hibernation, he was no longer afforded that opportunity. Considering Lin Chen's customs as a person from the Common Era, they placed him in an ancient interrogation room. A solitary light illuminated his face. "Lin Chen, we regret to inform you that we have several questions to pose," the interrogator stated. A flurry of possibilities raced through Lin Chen's mind. Yet before he could formulate a response, a subtitle appeared before him. "Lin Chen, it has been a long time." His eyes flickered with recognition as he inquired, "Is that you, strategist number 46? All members of the Planetary Defense Council outside the interrogation room heard this greeting, and a wave of shock swept through them. It was evident that Lin Chen was indeed in peril. Nevertheless, they maintained a tacit silence, yearning to uncover the truth from this exchange. "It is I. We have both aged considerably. It may be that we shall never meet again," came the reply. "Indeed, we have both grown old. My friend, while I wish for your continued existence, the survival of civilization holds greater significance for me. I feel the same. I do not wish to deceive you for long. But we are inherently opposed to one another. This time, I have triumphed, have I not? Have you truly won? What have you accomplished?" In the midst of turmoil, the Planetary Defense Council has strategically positioned all our ETO members in critical roles. They are currently deliberating to select an individual to replace you. With 10 of our members among the nominees, all thanks to your assistance in securing such loyal comrades. Are you referring to the ideological stamp? Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Keiko Sugiyama was also roused from her slumber, awakened by an elder named Tang Xiaoran. However, Sugiyama had no time to ponder the reason for her awakening, as she had just grasped the intentions of Xian's. It was a sign of polarity so subtle that even Jizi could not perceive it. She needed to immediately relay this information to her master. After posing this question, it was evident that silence engulfed Jizi's end. The strategist numbered 46 received an answer from Yamashita Keiko, and she was horrified to discover that Lin Chen's actions and thoughts surpassed her own imagination. Once again, this individual exhibited miraculous capabilities. He had managed to breach the barrier with Xian's before Yamashita Keiko and discerned his thoughts, just as he had previously shattered the defenses of Taylor Radiats. This was an achievement beyond human capability. The strategist numbered 46 had no choice but to swiftly alter her strategy. She transmitted the segment of history concerning the thought stamp recorded by ZZ to humanity. Concurrently, she employed certain technical means to fabricate some historical accounts, casting suspicion upon those who had not been subjected to the thought stamp. This was primarily to prevent anyone from gaining actual control over humanity's space fleet, thus averting a potential exodus. It was humanity pitted against humanity. The experience of the strategist allowed her to make the right decision rapidly. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the vast information disparity brought forth by the traveler obliterated all her efforts. Lin Chen sat quietly in the interrogation room, unperturbed. Meanwhile, the members of the Planetary Defense Council outside the room received intelligence regarding Lin Chen's imposition of the thought stamp on ETO members. The evidence was irrefutable. He had indeed done so. No, perhaps this was merely a scheme by the Trisolarans. However, we cannot take that risk. The fate of humanity rests in our hands. We cannot afford to. A member of the Planetary Defense Council spoke in a panic. Under the existence of the thought stamp, the phrase loyal to the Trisolarans appeared glaringly conspicuous. No one could be trusted immediately. Yet, Lin Chen remained expressionless, seated there. The strategist numbered 46 was also plunged into deep contemplation. She inquired, "Are you not afraid? Why are you so composed? The momentum is irreversible. You have already run out of time. From the very beginning, you have been out of time," Lin Chen replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "What do you mean? Do you believe you have achieved victory?" "Currently, the entirety of humanity believes that the disparity in combat power between humanity and the Trisolaran world is not substantial. However, I can objectively assure you that we only need a single probe to crush you." "I know," Lin Chen replied calmly. "You know? How could you possibly know?" "But I do know." "Very well. I shall take this as your trust in me. But have you considered what will transpire afterward?" "I have certainly thought about it. Afterward, all of humanity will be incapable of mutual trust, and your world will descend into chaos. No faction will feel secure enough to allow another faction to gain unified control over the fleet. You will collapse amidst prolonged civil strife. Meanwhile, we will gradually cultivate new organizations and powers during your internal conflict, thus ensuring our ultimate victory. However, all I need to do is convey that positive and negative sign to them. Wake up, no one will trust you." "Oh, thank you for the reminder." The strategist No. 46 gazed at Lin Chen, who appeared as indifferent as a dead pig to boiling water, and fell into deep contemplation. "Why? What is the reason behind this?" "Lin Chen, what are you still concealing? We can actually coexist harmoniously. You merely desire a perpetual epoch, and we can complement and assist each other. Why can't you, the Trisolarans, comprehend this? We cannot trust you, and crushing you would be as effortless as squashing a bug, so why bother? Do not be arrogant." After Lin Chen spoke, he slowly rose to his feet, approached the door of the interrogation room, and knocked. Someone opened the door for him, and no one stopped him from leaving. According to the laws of contemporary human society, no one possessed the authority to do so. Meanwhile, the wise members of planetary defense had, within a brief interval, devised an effective solution, one that even strategist number 46 had not anticipated: to place an individual who would never bear a thought stamp in command of the entire space fleet. This individual was a human who had been in hibernation prior to the emergence of thought stamping, a warrior who firmly believed in humanity's ultimate victory and held unwavering loyalty to humankind. Zhang Beihai awakened from his slumber. He stared blankly at the current time, feeling both bewildered and nostalgic. Soon after, he received a command from the Planetary Defense Council, immediately appointing him as the supreme commander of the unified space fleet. He felt quite ill at ease with this farcical order. However, as he gradually understood the changes in society, he realized that this command bore a certain rationale. A ceremony symbolizing the transfer of power was to take place atop humanity's first space station. Lin Chen had been waiting for him there for quite some time. Though Lin Chen had lost actual power by this point, after the transfer, Zhang Beihai would acquire absolute de facto authority. "It has been a long time. You still look so youthful," Lin Chen smiled at Zhang Beihai. "General Chang Weisi sends his regards. Perhaps he has thought of this too?" Zhang Beihai replied. Strategist No. 46 suddenly grasped the situation. Lin Chen, the prophet, had once again made a bizarre and uncanny prediction. Lin Chen chuckled at that moment. To hell with fate. Chapter 107. Life is So Beautiful, Part 6. News arrived from the Gabon observation station, revealing that the starry sky toward the Trisolaran world had exhibited some notable changes. The brush, a mark left by the Trisolaran fleet as it traversed a third expanse of interstellar dust, had become increasingly distinct with advancements in technology. Concurrently, it was observed that the fleet's velocity had significantly increased, perhaps indicative of technological progress within the Trisolaran realm. On this day, a subtle yet distinct alteration occurred. As Zhang Beihai transferred authority to Lin Chen, several bristles emerged at the center of the brush. These were the traces left by several strong interaction force detectors in their passage. However, this development garnered little attention, as the events of a single day were overwhelmingly numerous. The first space fleet, combat formation, Team 47, ship number 643. Xiaozhong, this is your first cruise mission, isn't it? Indeed. Don't be anxious. In recent years, our technology has matured sufficiently. We have maintained a flawless record for over 30 years. Xiao Zhang shook his head and turned to the seasoned crew member, saying, I thought venturing into space was meant to protect our homeland, yet each day we are confined to these mundane patrol tasks. Alas, it is an unavoidable circumstance. The Trisolaris S-pace is simply too slow, the old sailor chuckled. He then glanced at the electronic devices in Xiao Zhang's hands and inquired, What are you tinkering with? Oh, these are some of my collectibles. I decided to bring them with me into space. They seem like a collection of antiquities. This device is quite similar to the current underlying architecture, though its appearance has undergone some changes. It is an audio player. Just for playing music? Yes. I use it to play cultural products from the Common Era, Xiao Zhang nodded. The old sailor stroked his beard, scrutinizing the device for a moment before remarking, Speaking of the Common Era, I seem to recall hearing that the actual ruler of the fleet will soon be another person from that era. Xiao Zhang nodded again, then curiously asked, But how does that concern us? When the wall-facer was in command, he hardly issued any significant orders. It is indeed relevant, and quite significantly so. For soldiers like us on the front lines, it is essential to pay attention to such matters. Why is that? Xiao Zhang inquired, rotating the audio player in his hands. The old sailor spoke with conviction, because the capabilities of our commander directly determine whether our lives may persist. But the Trisolaris won't arrive for over 200 years. We won't even be on the battlefield by then, Xiao Zhang replied. That is true. By then, we shall have long since departed from this world, the old sailor acknowledged. Indeed. Initially, I thought that traveling into space would mean leaving our homeland behind, yet in reality, even with our capacity for interstellar travel, we have never ventured beyond the solar system. What's the matter? Are you feeling homesick? The old sailor asked with a warm smile. Am I feeling homesick? Xiao Zhang murmured to himself, reminiscing about the scene from a year ago when he bid farewell to his mother. He had told her that he was going to outer space. However, this did not evoke the sadness typically associated with parting. With the advancements in contemporary technology, a round trip to space takes merely 30 minutes, akin to the ease of traveling between two cities on a high-speed train. For his mother, her child was simply engaged in work, devoid of any peril to life. Once Xiao Zhang ascended in his career, he could arrange for his family to join him on the space cruiser, a mere 3 to 4 years away. The seasoned crew members, aware of Xiao Zhang's homesickness, patted him on the shoulder in consolation. Xiao Zhang nodded and picked up his audio player, selecting a song at random. This melody was penned by a person from the Common Era, resonating with a haunting yet poignant essence, tinged with the bittersweet taste of growth. Farewell, dear mother. Tonight I embark on a voyage. Do not worry for me. As Xiao Zhang listened to the music, he gazed through the ship's window at the moon, which seemed tantalizingly near, lost in contemplation. It felt as though he had never truly set sail before. In the Jupiter military port, Zhang Beihai found himself disoriented amidst a fleet of space battleships. The landscape appeared as a series of peaks and ridges, varying in distance and height. The commander stood on the shadowed side of Jupiter, the luminescence emanating from the planet's surface mingling with the white light from Europa, cascading over the warships. A portion of the blinding light slowly ascended from the opposite side of Jupiter, gliding over the vessels like the dawn breaking over mountains. Yet, it was not the sun, but rather the brilliant glow emitted by artificial nuclear fusion engines. Comrade Zhang Beihai, I have received orders to assist you with some fundamental training. Came the voice of a committee member overseeing the transfer of responsibilities. This was to ensure that Zhang Beihai could effectively exercise his rights and identity after familiarizing himself with the entire operational system. I have gained some understanding already. I have been reviewing the data on our entire fleet. It is astonishing how much the societal structure of humanity has evolved in less than 200 years. This is the power of technology. Let us begin with the weapon systems. Our arsenal is highly advanced, featuring gamma-ray laser electromagnetic kinetic cannons and high-energy particle beam interstellar torpedoes, capable of obliterating planets the size of Earth and everything upon their surfaces. Zhang Beihai nodded. So, you fear Lin Chen's ascendance to power? It is merely a lack of trust. Undoubtedly, he is a remarkable individual. However, under the current conditions of Trisolaris information interference, we have been unable to make the most prudent choice. Thus, we have turned to you. Zhang Beihai observed the unfamiliar technologies while watching the formations of the officers. I am particularly interested in the power systems. He remarked. There's no rush. We shall address each matter in turn. The personnel in charge remarked. Followed by a chuckle. We still have over 200 years. During this time, you need only to learn and conduct research. The ease with which the other party entrusted Zhang Beihai sparked a twinge of unease within him. After all, it is undeniably precarious to entrust the management of a force capable of annihilating an entire planetary surface to a single individual. Yet, in the prevailing social paradigm, people willingly embrace such arrangements. This reflects an unprecedented level of trust among individuals, bordering on the naïve. Zhang Beihai was perplexed by the origins of this transformation. He speculated it might be orchestrated by Lin Chen, but he found it hard to believe that one person could wield such influence. However, Lin Chen, upon transferring authority to him, offered little explanation, merely stating, I wish to remain on Earth. The cosmos is yours. In an instant, Zhang Beihai comprehended the essence of this statement. Lin Chen was bequeathing space to all of humanity. After a brief training session, Zhang Beihai had become exceedingly proficient with the operational interface. He understood how to issue mandatory commands to all warships using the current unified system and how to elevate their status from Advance 1 to Advance 4. Although he lacked insight into certain technical intricacies, he was fully capable of executing the operations. As he gazed at the notebook in his hand, he sighed, Father, this is the final step. Lin Chen, leaning on his cane, lifted his prosthetic leg to rouse Luo Ji from his hibernation pod. Luo Ji awoke from a haze, dispelling the surrounding fog of confusion. Is it already the end of days? He inquired, cradling his head. Lin Chen replied, Dr. Luo Ji, your question reveals you are a severe pessimist. Professor Lin, how do you know this isn't part of the plan? Luo Ji pondered wistfully. How many years have passed? Not many, perhaps a century, Lin Chen answered. That is hardly the end of days. Why have you awakened me? For your wall-facing project, you may speak of it now, as there will be no hindrances. You seem to have anticipated my thoughts, Luo Ji remarked. Lin Chen did not deny it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. You should witness the current state of Earth. It is far more habitable than in our era. Spend some peaceful days with your wife and children while you can. Luo Ji stared blankly at Lin Chen, furrowing his brow. It appears you truly know everything. Lin Chen said nothing further and limped away. You cannot possibly know. The strategist number 46 projected the subtitles onto Lin Chen's vision, reminiscent of the past. Lin Chen exited the hibernation chamber and ambled down the corridor, engaging in conversation without a hint of concern. Why is it impossible for me to know? Yi Wenjin never shared this information with you. How could you know it on your own? You consciously chose to ignore those dialogues for your own protection. Indeed, unless some supernatural force revealed it to me, correct? Lin Chen smiled. Indeed, there exists a force beyond our comprehension. Within the light cone lies fate. A fate from which no one can escape. Yet, there is one exception. Do you believe it is the Sophins? Inquired the strategist numbered 46. No. But might you enlighten me on the principles governing the Sophins? In return, I may reveal to you how I came to know all of this and how I manipulate fate. Lin Chen understood that the time for revelation had arrived. For the successful escape of humanity was now a foregone conclusion. Subsequently, a consensus must be reached between the Trisolaran world and the human realm to coexist in this brutal universe. The strategist numbered 46 was undoubtedly aware of this. Thus, he posed his question directly. The representatives from the Trisolaran side hesitated momentarily before simply replying. It bears a certain relation to the string theory you study. The universe is multidimensional, and simultaneously, it is a constantly evolving entity. In the three-dimensional world, the speed of light is a constant 299, 792, 458 meters per second, yet this differs in higher dimensions. The speed of light in higher dimensions is far swifter than you can imagine, and as sentient beings, we possess a finite amount of contemplation time. Once the speed reaches an extraordinary threshold, we perceive it as instantaneous. In reality, the Sophins do not escape the physical laws of this world. They merely conduct high-speed information transmission in higher dimensions. Can it be understood that higher dimensional life can freely alter the fate of lower dimensional beings? If we consider native life, then yes. The speed of information transmission for lower dimensional life and the information it can assimilate determine the upper limit of our existence. How then do sophons acquire perpetual energy? If your world is capable of creating protons, such perpetual motion machines, why do you still seek to invade us? Asked Lin Chen. Sophons extract energy from the vacuum. In essence, they harness zero-point energy from the vacuum, which derives from the coverage of higher dimensional worlds. As three-dimensional beings, we can at most observe the existence of two- and four-dimensional realms. Yet if higher dimensional worlds overlay our dimension, we, as three-dimensional entities, are incapable of observing them. The influence of these dimensions on our world manifests at the most microscopic level as quantum fluctuations. So, it can be inferred that sophons extract energy from higher dimensions for use in the three-dimensional realm. This does not violate the law of conservation of energy. You may interpret it in that manner. Given that you possess such an abundance of energy, why then do you still invade Earth? This is evidently more energy than that provided by a single sun, because you have not considered the issue of efficiency. The rate at which sophons extract energy is exceedingly slow. Before we can harness sufficient energy for our needs, it is likely our planet will be obliterated by 3 suns. Thus we are compelled to venture into your world. So, it is a matter of efficiency? There is insufficient time to extract energy. Indeed. Lin Chen exited the room and gazed at the azure sky, proclaiming, "We are a blessed race. Are you humans a blessed race? Indeed, you possess an enduring epic. And the earth is graced with a moon that serves as a shield, almost as if tailored specifically for your existence." Lin Chen nodded and replied, "Not only that. We have also mastered a technology akin to a perpetual motion machine, a true creation ex nihilo, disregarding causality. This is the key to my triumph over you. This is impossible. It is possible, and it stems from metaphysics. Please elaborate. Methods such as Shaoran Lu, for pillars prediction, 6 lines, Z-Way star. And others interpret inspiration through the combinations defined by yin and yang, the 5 elements, heavenly stems and earthly branches, 10 deities and 6 kin, for symbols and 8 trigrams. And the 64 hexagrams, allowing for a vague prediction of a person's fate. Inspiration? Indeed, inspiration. You have pinpointed the crux of the matter. What is it? Our world has never known such a concept. You understand the definition of life, do you not? To explain in your terms, information shaped by natural selection and its carriers, capable of transmitting their intrinsic information along the timeline while maintaining a certain degree of temporal integrity. These carriers of information can be likened to a key. Only by fully possessing these carriers can one truly perceive the presence of inspiration. Does every human possess this? Only a select few, an exceedingly small number. It is a privilege unique to humanity. How can this be? It is indeed possible. She hails from Nuwa, a civilization that has transcended. Lin Chen's thoughts were clear. He had discerned everything, understanding who he was and why he had traversed dimensions. If it is possible to predict, can you foresee what will happen to us next? It seems quite impossible, and you cannot foresee the emergence of more advanced technology. Due to the inherent information loss during interpretation, a vast amount of data cannot be translated into a language comprehensible to the beings of our world, thus yielding only ambiguous answers. This universe inherently repels foreign entities, for the information from the outside does not conform to the laws of this universe, nor does it belong to its Tao. This leads to the conclusion that only elements acceptable to this universe can ultimately remain. Before I depart, allow me to bestow upon you one last gift. I wish for both civilizations to endure, and I hope that this universe may thrive. I do not comprehend what you are saying. 2 months later, Logic and the child were frolicking on the prairie. The sky was a deep azure, filled with the melody of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, teeming with life. Lin Chen, carrying an old-fashioned laptop, approached them. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Logic entrusted the child back to Zhuang Yin, took a deep breath, and walked over to Lin Chen, knowing that his mission was to be fulfilled. The time had come. This will be a global broadcast, and only you will know the riddle. Broadcast? When does it commence? Upon our confirmation of the riddle. Lin Chen gestured towards the descending spacecraft behind him, where a professional filming crew awaited. This team possessed the technological means to rectify the deceitful portrayal of the Trisolaris world. rendering their footage utterly credible. Am I to share the riddle solely with you? Luo Ji inquired. Indeed, for the sake of safety. It is best that only trustworthy individuals are privy to it, Lin Chen replied. Nodding in agreement, Luo Ji ambled alongside Lin Chen across the verdant expanse. Years ago, Teacher Yi imparted certain insights to me. She urged me to delve into the study of cosmic sociology, a most intriguing endeavor. She bestowed upon me several straightforward truths akin to physical theorems. First, survival is the paramount necessity of civilization. Second, while civilization perpetually grows and expands, the total mass of the universe remains constant. On this foundation, it follows that, sooner or later, life will come to occupy all resources within the cosmos. Though the universe is vast, life is vaster. Thus, the universe has become a deadlock for survival. However, if this is the case, we must grapple with the perplexing question, why, aside from the Trisolarans, have we not encountered any other extraterrestrial life? In this context, we must introduce two concepts, the chain of suspicion and the technological explosion. The chain of suspicion signifies the exceedingly slim likelihood of civilizations reaching a unified consensus under the constraints of light speed. Conversely, technological explosion denotes the potential for a primitive civilization to, in a brief span, ascend to a higher technological echelon, posing a threat to others. With these concepts in mind, everything becomes exceedingly apparent, does it not? A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Luo Ji's eyes as he articulated 8 decisive words. Prepare for concealment. Prepare for eradication. Luo Ji logically concluded his hypothesis, while Lin Chen listened in silence, nodding thoughtfully. Yet you have not ascertained the veracity of this matter, have you? He inquired. Indeed. The only validation method I can conceive involves exposing the coordinates of a world. However, considering our prior communications with the Trisolarans, revealing another coordinate carries a certain risk of interception by other civilizations, thereby compromising our own position. So you refrain from verification? Lin Chen surmised. Yes. Unless in a state of absolute despair, I would not proceed. And at present, even amidst our flight, we are not in a state of utter hopelessness. But one might consider, without broadcasting coordinates, we could still confirm this matter through the Trisolarans. For broadcasting coordinates serves as a deterrent against them, does it not? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Luo Ji paused, momentarily taken aback, and remained silent. Lin Chen then summoned the filming crew, opening his laptop to access a small program. He hovered his hand over the confirmation button and declared, I shall speak to the Trisolaran world. At this moment, I possess 2 systems. One is designed to broadcast the coordinates of the Trisolaran world. Should I press the confirmation key now, the coordinates will be disseminated. In another system embedded within me lies a micro-remote-controlled bomb crafted from nanomaterials, presently installed within my mind. The detonation mechanism of this bomb is intricately connected to the information transmission capabilities of the GZ. As long as you transmit information, the remote device can be triggered. I now have mere seconds. When the countdown reaches 10, should I still be alive, I shall deduce that you are indifferent to this broadcast, compelling me to press the button. Conversely, if you care, then I invite you to detonate this bomb. In the Trisolaran realm, the strategist numbered 46 gazes coldly at Lin Chen and commands, do not detonate the bomb. His scheme is fraught with logical fallacies. Indeed, the flaws in logic are profound. If humanity's intent is self-preservation through deterrence, mutual destruction cannot be their desired outcome. Should they wish to validate the deterrent, an assurance of mutual annihilation would render such validation untenable, for no one would willingly undertake such reckoning. Thus, logically speaking, Lin Chen would never press that button. At that moment, Luo Ji also comprehended this truth. Was Professor Lin Chen, due to his advanced age, oblivious to this critical point? A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face as he initiated the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Professor Lin, this seems futile. Luo Ji could not restrain himself from inquiring. Yet Lin Chen resolutely continued the countdown. 7, 6, 5. The strategist numbered 46 fixed her gaze on Lin Chen, despite their brief exchange of information. It did not signify the absence of conflict between the human world and the Trisolaran realm. Nevertheless, she was certain that Lin Chen would not press the button. 4, 3, 2. Lin Chen's eyes shimmered. Instead of uttering one, He slightly parted his lips and proclaimed, "Life is so beautiful." In the next instant, a resounding explosion echoed. The bomb detonated, obliterating Lin Chen's head. His hair was sent soaring 10 meters high. A myriad of colors, red, white, black, and gray, scattered across the ground. Luo Ji stood in stunned silence, gazing at the headless body kneeling before him, still gushing blood. The crimson liquid erupted like a fountain, showering the verdant grass. Blood splattered across his face, yet he remained motionless, unable to comprehend. The Trisolarans were genuinely afraid? In the Trisolaran realm, the strategist numbered 46 also found it hard to believe, for they had taken no action, refraining from triggering the nanobomb embedded in Lin Chen's brain. Yet, the bomb had still detonated. In an instant, she understood that henceforth, deterrence had been established. This was ostensibly a gesture of goodwill towards both civilizations. Yet she felt a profound sorrow welling within her. Once again, it was deception directed at humanity, a deceit that the Trisolarans could never clarify. Deception that had pervaded the life of the teacher. Tang Sharon watched the live broadcast, her heart swelling with a bittersweet smile as tears trickled down the creases of her face. The beauty of life, indeed, was real. But, dear teacher, should I address you as Dao Jun? 3 hours later, the lady also departed from this world. Chapter 108 The Will of the Departed, complete. Beyond the cosmos lies the ocean of the departed. The harpist gazes upon the exquisite beauty of the universe before her. This is a causative universe woven from 11-dimensional strings, a realm she cherishes deeply. Unlike those semi-causative, causeless, or chaotic universes, the causative universe possesses an inherent aesthetic. Everything has a beginning, and all journeys culminate in an end. Here, life has been engaged in a relentless struggle since the pastoral age, probing the paths of their universe and wielding these cosmic truths as weapons against one another. They refer to this as the law of arms. These delightful beings have shattered their universe into disarray, with some selfish souls even carving out fragments of the cosmos for their own habitation. The floating particles surrounding this causative universe represent these divided microcosms. The harpist harbors a disdain for them, feeling that these small universes mar the overall beauty of the primary cosmos. She remains enamored with the essence of the main universe. Within this principal universe, some charming lives have even endeavored to communicate with her, astonishingly harnessing the energy of the departed. This revelation is exhilarating, suggesting that some beings within this world have achieved a cosmic reboot, elevating themselves to the rank of true cosmic entities, only to subsequently adapt themselves to the laws of this universe, continuing to exist within it. Perhaps the harpist might discover kindred spirits here. She meticulously scrutinizes this information, yet ultimately finds herself disheartened to realize that these individuals are merely seeds sown by some cosmic entity. The Nuwa clan, perhaps? This myth is indeed fascinating. Beings half human, half serpent, have manifested as complete beings. The clay figurines crafted by Nuwa and her act of mending the heavens render the transformation of life and the restoration of the cosmos into an enthralling narrative. The imagination of the Nuwa clan is perpetually boundless. The harpist reminisces about the enchanting Nuwa clan, pondering when they completed their ultimate evolution into cosmic beings during a cosmic reboot. However, discussing any particular instance or moment in time within the ocean of the departed bears no significance, as this ocean is inherently chaotic. It comprises fragments of past universes that cannot be rebooted, scattered across all realms of existence. The laws of the causative universe reside within the ocean of the departed. The paths of semi-causative universes also dwell in this ocean. The laws of chaotic universes are present there too, and so forth ad infinitum. Almost every universe finds its counterpart within the ocean of the departed, each corresponding to its own law, its own order. The multitude of deceased universes has given rise to the present state of the ocean of the departed. Thus, is the ocean of the departed a chaotic sea of suffering? And are cosmic civilizations the beings who have transcended to reach the other shore? The harpist gazes with excitement at the remnants of information left by the Nuwa clan within this universe. This is truly fascinating. The intricacies of human language are remarkably captivating. The concepts of suffering, transcendence, and the other shore provoke thought. How did the lineage of Nuwa achieve this? They have astutely articulated the chaotic principles of the sea of the departed through the laws of this universe. Such brilliance is astounding. Subsequently, the string plucker sought to transform the chaotic laws of the cosmos into a language that aligns with the current universal principles. She observed a group on the diminutive Earth, individuals referred to as metaphysicians. These descendants of Nuwa aspired to harness the energy from the sea of the departed to glean more information and thereby predict their futures. It seems a monumental waste of potential. As an external observer, the string plucker could effortlessly perceive the past and future of this universe, prompting her to contemplate a subtle scheme. Very well, let us give it a try, she mused. She diligently adapted to the cosmic laws before her, aiming to convey the information sought by the fortune teller. At 38, one will rise to prominence and wealth. The string plucker, endowed with considerable intelligence, swiftly grasped this concept and conveyed it to a renowned diviner during the Song dynasty on Earth. Then, as she strummed the temporal strings, she encountered several figures. Zhou Wenwang. How intriguing. This fellow genuinely aspires to formulate his own understanding of cosmic laws. Let us assist him. With her guidance, Zhou Wenwang penned the I Ching. Originally intended as a compilation of his life experiences and insights, it morphed into a tome imbued with metaphysical significance, capable of making predictions. Under the sun, Zhou Wenwang exuberantly exclaimed, "GFA, GFA, the tyrant Zhou is doomed." What was even more astonishing was the realization that the world could indeed be foreseen. Yet, it appeared somewhat imprecise. Zhou Wenwang felt a sense of frustration. The string plucker, too, found herself at an impasse. Alas, this universe is so minuscule that it cannot comprehend the vastness of the sea of the departed. It is truly an insurmountable challenge. Zhou Wenwang lamented, sigh. Imprecise predictions cannot be applied to state affairs. They would lead to grave misfortunes. With that, he contemplated casting the freshly penned I Ching into the flames. How dare you? This is also my labor's fruit. The string plucker realized that her input had altered Zhou Wenwang's thoughts and the ensuing developments of this universe. Yet for her, this was inconsequential. Life invariably finds its path. Regardless of the cosmic circumstances, it will always discover a way. Thus, a slight modification would not trouble existence. However, the string plucker detested seeing her efforts so recklessly obliterated, prompting her to gently pluck another string of this universe, specifically the spatial string. This time, the vibration persisted for an extended duration. Suddenly, Zhou Wenwang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and hastily abandoned the I Ching. Subsequently, the book was picked up by someone and transmitted in a most peculiar manner. It was passed along for an indeterminate duration until it reached the hands of an elderly gentleman during the spring and autumn period, as well as the Warring States period. He endeavored to ponder the methods inscribed within the tome, intertwining them with his own experiences. Upon perusing it, Laozi merely uttered a single character. At last, a discerning individual had emerged. The string plucker discovered this knowledgeable person, a successor to the renowned Kunlun of Zhou. Yet, Laozi suddenly furrowed his brow, questioning, how could the profound Tao manifest as such an enigmatic concept? How could one elucidate this? In the end, Laozi penned the Tao Te Ching, striving to minimize the obscurities contained within. This pig-headed individual certainly overthinks. The string plucker deemed this self-proclaimed Lao Dan to be rather unreliable. Thus, she gently plucked both the temporal and spatial strings once more. Gradually, she became entranced. She realized that people consistently misinterpreted her intentions, which was quite vexing. Consequently, she forcefully struck a string. The entire temporal string reverberated violently, giving rise to a remarkable pattern within the realm of humanity, past, present, and future alike. As long as individuals harnessed the energy of the sea of the departed to forecast certain events, they could glean vague answers. Surely this would suffice. You ought to comprehend now, the string plucker retorted in a huff. However, following the oscillation of the strings, new phenomena emerged. The interpretations derived from the energy of the sea of the departed became distorted. Oh dear, could this universe possibly encounter a predicament? The string plucker recognized her error. Trouble had already arisen. A voice addressed her. The string plucker turned to inquire, Imposter? What brings you here? Are you here to save the universe once more? I am the Tao Seeker. You may call me Tao Jun, he replied. A Tao Seeker. You belong to the Nuwa lineage, correct? What a splendid name. Your meddling has altered the fabric of this predetermined world, and you must assist me in rectifying these changes. Otherwise, I shall report you to your elders." Dao Jun chuckled. "Huh, but I was born to pluck strings," she exclaimed, seemingly unperturbed. "You have disrupted the fate of this world. It originally had the potential for a reboot. Are you not aware? Disturbing fate is unlike altering the course of events. It is a severe taboo. This could lead to cosmic beings losing reliable companions." The string plucker was reluctant to lose any allies. She desired the company of more companions within the Sea of the Departed, as that would be far more intriguing. "Alas, I neglected to examine the end of the timeline. It has yet to collapse," she murmured, casting her gaze downward. "Do not observe. If you look now, the universe will surely be unable to reboot." "Yes, I apologize," the string plucker acquiesced. "Very well, I shall embark on the path now. Do watch closely. And remember to assist me." Dao Jun spoke with composure. "What is your intended course of action?" "Certainly. It is imperative to modify one's own principles to align with the laws of this universe. However, this universe is so minuscule, it cannot fully comprehend your principles. Indeed, it is utterly incapable of understanding. Thus I must distill my essence into something this universe can grasp. But wouldn't that mean your demise?" "Not at all. I merely intend to imprint a fragment of information into it, remaining external all the while." "Oh, the customary method of the Nuwa clan. Are you also going to mold clay figurines?" the string plucker inquired. "Figurines will not suffice. We must sculpt a complete being." "Very well. What shall we name this complete being?" The Taoist pondered momentarily and suggested, "Let us call him Lin Chen. A simple name will suffice." "Excellent." The string plucker nodded with delight, eager to acquire the Nuwa clan's techniques. The Nuwa clan is renowned for their ability to convey information to the cosmos with precision, a skill the string plucker has long aspired to master. "How do you achieve such accuracy?" she asked. To accomplish that, one must deceive the universe." "Deceive the universe?" "If you wish to enter the cosmos, you can never truly outwit it. Therefore, before deceiving the universe, we must first deceive ourselves. Deceiving oneself, deceiving the universe." The string plucker, feeling slightly dazed, asked, "Will this not incite chaos within the universe? Will the information not be precise?" "Indeed. We must feign to convince the universe that it has eradicated the incoming precise information, thus allowing us to retain our essence," the Taoist affirmed with a nod. "Please teach me how to accomplish this." The Taoist first shaped the figurine of Lin Chen, then infused it with a fragment of his own soul, subsequently dividing this soul into two segments. One segment shall be named Lin Chen, characterized as a simple youth, imbued with peculiar information that leads him to believe he has successfully traversed dimensions. The term traverse is already familiar on Earth, hence it constitutes reasonable information. The other segment contains the principles of the Taoist and the Sea of the Departed, which will grow increasingly chaotic as the universe cleanses itself, ultimately leading to its complete eradication. Thus, the figurine Lin Chen can deceive the universe and fulfill certain missions. Therefore, Lin Chen is also the Taoist. Is this all completed? The string plucker inquired, gazing at Lin Chen's visage. "Almost," the Taoist replied. The string plucker nodded in agreement, sensing that something was still amiss. The Taoist, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What do you think is lacking?" The string plucker contemplated, then, emulating the tale of Nuwa, pinched Lin Chen's face. "There, looking a bit more handsome is surely better. This must be the most handsome figure in the human realm, crafted by me, he. The Taoist was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he remarked, "What is lacking is the Tao. We must impart the Tao to restore balance to this world and rectify the chaos you have created." "Oh, is that so?" "Yes. But how shall we impart the Tao?" "I have composed the Tao entirely in the language of humanity within this universe." As he spoke, the Taoist revealed his written work. The deceased complete the One. The practitioner cultivates the One. The virtuous reside in the One. The wicked are destroyed by the One. The deceased are the primordial spirits of the cosmos. The virtuous exist in human desires while mastering them. The wicked obliterate human nature and run amok. The practitioner receives the celestial grace, rectifies the heavens' principles, aligns with the rhythm of the cosmos, and enters the cause and effect of the heavens. A small figure emerged from these words, beginning to punch. The string plucker, filled with envy. Read aloud. Why is it that your Nuwa clan can always translate these concepts so precisely? I, too, wish to leave my mark upon this. As long as the core meaning remains unchanged, he chuckled, I shall merely add a couple of lines. Thus, the string plucker inscribed 2 lines from the Book of Changes. The Great Way has 50. Heaven transforms in 4 nines. He placed this at the beginning. The Taoist glanced at it and remarked, it seems acceptable, but how can we encourage them to cultivate this Tao? As long as we pique Lin Chen's interest, simply inform him that this is a method to traverse back to his homeland. As a traveler, he longs for home, which aligns perfectly with the sentiments of this world. Does it not? Thus, he shall not be rejected by this realm? Indeed. Yet, I believe we ought to incorporate something more. What shall we add? Let his life be a tad more splendid. This is a record left by the cosmic civilization Lu. After observing this universe, we may draw some inspiration from it. Although it has deviated somewhat, it remains fundamentally applicable. The Taoist gazed at the 2 grand characters, 3 body. He nodded and cast the assembled figure of Lin Chen into the cosmos. The Taoist then turned to the string plucker and said, it is now your turn. In this 3-dimensional world, you must pluck the strings of both spatial and temporal dimensions numerous times. First, create a square space. This shall be the arrival point. Then, pluck again to facilitate the communication between Lin Chen and the Taoist in the realm of souls. The string plucker complied with the instructions. She then manipulated the timeline and witnessed the demise of the small figure of the Taoist, yet Lin Chen's figure did not perish. Well, Lin Chen has deceived himself in this universe. Pull the temporal string to its conclusion, the Taoist chuckled. The string plucker, however, shook her head, saying, he is our creation. Shall we not rescue him? That is also possible. Thus, through the concerted efforts of the string plucker and the Taoist, they successfully captured the moment of Lin Chen's cerebral explosion. The Taoist narrowed his eyes slightly and plucked a string. Lin Chen's soul was then propelled forth by this string. Stepping out of the universe, Lin Chen once again beheld the scene he had witnessed on Kunlun Mountain. The triangular shape with 4 edges was a small universe. The disjointed M-bias strip also constituted a small universe. These universes operated under laws incomprehensible to the 3-body universe. It turned out that everything was, in essence, a small universe. The conduit of information is the energy of the sea of the departed, allowing Lin Chen's thoughts to flow into the minds of others. Lin Chen's mind contemplates and absorbs it all, remarking, indeed, I have not squandered my life. Did you guess it earlier? Inquired the string plucker. No. How could I have thought of such things? I merely had some suspicions. Yet, I am fortunate to have discovered the essence of life. Thus I no longer dwell on my identity as a traveler. The essence of life? The Taoist inquired incredulously. What essence? To pursue what one desires and then embrace death. Lin Chen replied with a smile. The Taoist and the string plucker exchanged glances, both incredulous. Death? But life itself is meant to persist. It seems you cannot comprehend, but it matters not, Lin Chen said, scratching his head. He then turned to gaze upon the universe. Look, Zhang Beihai has successfully led them to escape. Observe, the human world is still at war with the Trisolaris world. Even though Chung Xian has perished, the universe has not been reset. Behold, Dingyi merely flicked a drop of water away with a single finger. Notice how the Trisolaris world, in its struggle against humanity, had to assume a human form, for only then could they harness the energy within the sea of the departed. In doing so, they became akin to humanity. What a farce! It is clearly civil strife. Witness, at the end of the universe, every form of humanity has survived. This universe remains brimming with hope. The Taoist, unable to grasp this, asked, this universe is filled with hope? Yet it is already destroyed, destined to merge into the sea of the departed. They have expended vast amounts of energy from the sea of the departed to transmit information and compensate for the universe's lost mass. Yet in the end, they still failed. Not at all. Just look at humanity. Those who remain on Earth, those who ventured into space, and those like Yun Tianming who entered the Trisolaris world. They have all persevered until the end. Do you not find this remarkable? The Taoist pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he understood. In this cruel universe, this universe of the eternal death, why did every form of humanity reach the end? What could be the reason? The Taoist picked up the previous volume of the three-body problem and glimpsed the conclusion of the eternal death. He was astonished to discover Qing Xin, Aiaa, Yun Tianming, Guan Yifan. These four, representing different eras and values of humanity, all left traces of life in the end. This is simply a miracle. This signifies that Qing Xin adapted to the laws of this universe. So did Aiaa, Yin Tianming, and Guan Yifan. Leaving behind information until the very end unequivocally indicates an adaptation to the universe's laws. In the Sea of the Departed, this is indisputable. Yet, why is it so? Every life embodies its own values, yet how can every life persist until the end? It seems that only those chosen can truly endure to the very last. Why is this so? Is the vast ocean of the departed not rendered chaotic by this very fact? Initially, I believed that death was a tragic conclusion. However, as my contemplation deepened, I suddenly realized, from the perspective of the cosmos, that this is, in fact, a favorable ending. For every life within a story steadfastly pursues its ideals until the very end, and that, indeed, is the epitome of happiness. When life has purpose, what need is there to seek a path for survival? Fulfilling one's values could be considered a form of escape. At this moment, Lin Chen spoke. The Taoist nodded, finding a semblance of truth in Lin Chen's words. Throughout the past, even cosmic beings have tirelessly sought methods of continuation without ever pondering the true meaning of existence. If existence is solely for the sake of prolongation, then it merely becomes an extension of life, akin to being assimilated by the laws of nature. The Taoist felt he had missed much, having overlooked a significant evolution of cosmic life. Indeed, even cosmic beings are not the ultimate form of life. Life, in its essence, must continually seek new pathways. The Taoist realized he should visit Lu, the cosmic civilization that had observed this universe before the harbinger of strings caused disruption. Lu, who had inscribed the three-body problem, surely possessed greater insights into this universe. At that moment, Lin Chen turned to the harbinger of strings and inquired, "Do you know of any places similar to my background? I wish to return home." "What?" The harbinger of strings appeared taken aback. "I wish to go home," Lin Chen reiterated. The harbinger replied, "There will surely be such places. The ocean of the departed encompasses countless universes. With effort, you will undoubtedly find it." "Very well. I wish to search. Can you assist me?" Lin Chen asked. "Of course, but I require some form of compensation." "All right. How about this? I once named a friend. I will now name you as well." "That sounds delightful. I like names in this universe." "Let us call you Bunny Girl is also a wolf," Lin Chen suggested after a moment of thought. "Not bad. It's a name imbued with causal attributes. I shall use this name to communicate with those in the causal universes," the harbinger declared. "Suit yourself. I merely wish to return home. I too desire a home. This world feels so lonely." Lin Chen queried, "Generally speaking, the universes within the ocean of the departed are infinite, thus the lives within should also be boundless. Why do you suppose there are only a few cosmic civilizations in the ocean of the departed?" This question had long troubled the harbinger of strings until Lin Chen perished within a small universe, at which point she suddenly comprehended. Ah, so it is. Life is always finite. Thus, to cherish the moments we love is to truly live. The end.